The air of Caliban was thick with smoke, gunpowder, and an unspoken suspicion. On the towering walls of the fortress monastery, the young Astra Salahar, clad in the iconic black power armor of the First Legion, silently gripped his bolter. The cold metal feeling transmitted through the ceramite gauntlet did nothing to calm the heart wildly beating in his chest. The orders of his mentor, the Dark Angel Luther, still echoed in his ears. They were about to face their genofather who had returned in glory, Wangson. What should have been a glorious reunion had turned into a tense standoff. Why? Salahar did not understand, nor did many of his brothers beside him. They were sons of the First Legion, the Emperor's blades. Why were former brothers aiming their guns at them? The order to open fire was given by someone in the communication channel, tearing everything apart. The next second, the first gunshot, like a sinful lightning bolt, completely severed the bond called brotherhood. A massive explosion followed. Above the sky, the space fleet loyal to Lion roared. A devastating beam descended from the heavens, precisely striking the battlement beside Salahar. Salahar watched as the comrade who yesterday shared dark humor and dreamed of the Legion's future along with his solid ceramite armor was instantly blasted into flying blackened fragments by that scorching energy. Warm burnt liquid splashed across Salahar's faceplate. Before he could even gasp, the whole world was engulfed in the roar of gunfire in violent tremors. The sky was burning. The earth was wailing. The figure of Wangson descended in the flames. He was no longer the majestic knight in the paintings, but an enraged god-demon. His golden hair whipped wildly in the blast waves, and his emerald eyes burned with fury enough to incinerate stars. He opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. That roar was not like a human voice, but more like thunder from the core of a star, causing Salahar's audio sensors to overload instantly, his mind filled with buzzing. He saw those elders he once deeply respected, the bravest knights of Caliban, being easily broken like rotten wood before their gene-father. He saw young recruits like himself who had never seen the pre-march and were only following orders to defend their home to the death, being mercilessly cut down by the sword named Sword of the Lion King and Lions. The disparity in power was so despairing. Home was burning. The ancient forests that raised them turned to scorched earth, and the Caliban beasts living there let out final howls. Their ancestral fortress monastery crumbled to dust under orbital bombardment. The earth split open. A malevolent chaotic energy inexplicable by physical laws erupted violently from the deep core. A wicked light of purple and green shot into the sky. A huge twisted warp rift leading to the deepest hell opened above Caliban like the greedy maw of the cosmos. Irresistible suction enveloped everything. Salahar felt his body being torn along with wreckage of ships, bodies of brothers, and burning soil thrown into that bizarre twisted dimension, defying all laws of physics. Time lost meaning. Space lost direction. In the endless chaotic colors he completely lost consciousness, sinking into what seemed like eternal oblivion. Then the nightmare began. He experienced everything over and over in the same dream. In the dream he stood in a dark, silent, ancient forest. There was no wind, no sound, only suffocating silence. In front of him stood the silhouette of a tall space marine. That silhouette was so familiar yet so strange. Salahar struggled desperately to move forward, wanting to go around to see the face. But no matter how hard he tried, the distance between them never shortened. He reached out with all his strength, trying to touch the pauldron of that silhouette. Maybe it was Lion, maybe Luther, or perhaps a brother he had forgotten. Finally, just as his fingertips were about to touch the mysterious silhouette, beep. 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 Warning. Warning. Real space anchor stable. Exiting warp trans. A sharp, piercing mechanical alarm stabbed into his mind like a red-hot bayonet, violently yanking him out of the 10th Ascendier lonely nightmare. Huff. Astra Salahar opened his eyes abruptly. What kind of eyes those were! The pupils were deep golden, no longer holding the confusion and bewilderment of youth, only a calm, ancient, all-seeing profundity like a sea of stars. What met his eyes was the battered bridge of the warship Indomitable Blade with arcing sparks. Outside the window it was no longer the twisted chaotic colors, but a cold, silent, yet utterly real physical universe. The stars were like cold diamonds set on endless black velvet. They had emerged. A voice from the command deck addressed him excitedly. An anxious yet ecstatic voice came from the command podium, his adjutant Raven. The words were indistinct, but the joy was clear. Salahar slowly rose from the commander's throne. His movements were not fast, but every joint's motion was filled with explosive power. He took a deep breath, inhaling the recycled air that smelled of metal corrosion and energy overload. But that single breath. He had waited 10,000 years for it. Finally back. Astra Salahar set his feet in motion, his heavy-powered boots striking the scorched deck with a steady metallic rhythm. His gaze swept across the entire bridge. The adjutant Lewin paced anxiously before a control console, his young face etched with the relief of having survived and the dread of whatever might come next. He was always like this, brave yet impulsive. Meanwhile the archivist and psyker Tosaka sat quietly in his own seat, his face beneath the psychic hood as pale as paper. His eyes remained tightly shut, his brow deeply furrowed as if he were still resisting the lingering corruption of the warp. His silence weighed heavier on everyone than Leywen's agitation. Not far away the tech sergeant Kruger, accompanied by 2 servithralls, was frantically repairing a control panel that spewed black smoke. Under his breath he muttered a stream of curses in Old Caliban, each syllable steeped in bitter scorn for this battered ship. "Report." Salahar's voice cut through the air, clear and steady, reaching every ear on the bridge. Kruger halted his work, turned and let his mechanical augmetic eye briefly scan Salahar before he answered in his habitual flat tone, "Very bad, my lord." He brought up a tactical display, its surface awash with glaring red alerts. The Geller field completely collapsed during the last jump. To repair it we would need support from at least a full Forge world. The reactor's fuel rods are nearly spent. Our backup reserves can support only 3 short warp hops or keep the life support systems running for 100 standard Terran hours. 100 hours. Leywen's fists clenched so hard that his knuckles creaked. "My lord, we must act at once." "And then what?" Salahar turned his calm gaze upon him. "Leap straight into an alien nest. Or into a chaos ambush." Leywen, blind courage is no different from suicide. Leywen's face flushed red, yet he could not argue. He knew Salahar was right. 10,000 years of exile had taught them that caution mattered more than valor. Salahar's gaze finally came to rest on the psyker Tosaka. "Tosaka." The exhausted archivist slowly opened his eyes. Bloodshot veins webbed his gaze, the weight on his mind making him seem far older than his years. "My lord. I need you to attempt one last psychic exploration. I know it is perilous, but we have no other choice. Search for any trace of order, any sign of life." Tosaka's body trembled slightly. In the era of the Great Rift, saturated with chaotic energies, especially amid unknown conditions, releasing psychic power was like lighting a torch on a lightless sea. It would immediately draw swarms of ravenous predators. Each psychic foray was a gamble of his very mind. Yet he only nodded in silence and removed the psychic hood that restrained his power. "For the Emperor," he whispered. The next instant an invisible wave of force surged outward from Tosaka as its center. The bridge lights began to flare and flicker wildly, and the air filled with countless faint malevolent whispers. In the sea of the warp, Tosaka's consciousness became a small skiff struggling to stay afloat amid the surging tides of chaos. Countless claw-like shapes tore at his mental defenses, and the whispers of the 4 chaos gods pressed in on him like a maddening chant, luring him toward corruption with promises of power. Their insidious messages seeped into his mind, and Tosaka's face grew ever more ashen. A thin trickle of blood began to seep from his nostrils. He clenched his teeth, the iron will of the First Legion at the core of his soul serving as his sole bulwark against the psychic contamination. Second after second crawled past as Leywen and Kruger held their breath, watching him in tight-lipped silence. Just as Tosaka's mind neared the point of being completely torn apart, he suddenly seized upon something. Amid the endless darkness and madness he sensed a signal, extremely faint yet stable and clear, brimming with order and vitality like a lighthouse rising at the edge of a storm-torn sea. It was a world, a farming planet wreathed in the flames of war, yet still stubbornly drawing breath. With a sudden cough, Tosaka spat blood and pitched backward, only to be caught by Leywen's quick hands. I found it," he gasped weakly, pointing toward a hazy set of coordinates on the star map. "Storms, broken spine. Imperial Guard, battle." The signal was too faint for him to grasp more. It might be an opportunity, or a carefully laid trap. A brief heavy silence descended over the bridge. To go or not to go? Salahar stepped up to the captain's throne, his deep golden eyes fixed on the unknown coordinates as though he could pierce the void and see the fires of war burning on that distant world. After a few seconds he chose. "Kruger. Here, my lord. Divert all remaining power to the engines." Kruger's mechanical eye flickered once he understood what this meant. There would be no way back. Yet he simply replied, "Understood, my lord." If the destination proved a trap, they would have no chance to resist. Even so, he answered crisply, "As you command, my lord." Salahar took the helm himself, settling into the pilot's seat and placing both hands firmly on the control levers. To him the ancient warship felt like an extension of his own body. His voice, carried by the internal vox, echoed through every corridor and reached the ears of the few brothers who remained. Better to seek rebirth amid cannon fire than wait for death in silence. "Engines at full charge," Kruger shouted. "Target locked," Leywen reported. Salahar's eyes sharpened like blades. "Departure." The hull of the unyielding blade groaned under the strain as its ancient engines roared in one final outburst of fury. The ship lurched, becoming a streak of light as it tore through real space, hurtling toward that unknown war-torn world in a nearly suicidal charge. Kexis, the frontline command post of the Sea Zone. Colonel Hope of the Star Realm Army stared intently at the tactical projection board, his eyes bloodshot. The green dots representing their units were extinguishing one by one at a visibly alarming rate. Each flicker felt like a piece of flesh being brutally carved from his heart. Report. The left flank has fallen. The 17th Regiment is completely wiped out. Right flank. The right flank has also been breached. The orcs are charging the ammunition depot. Colonel. We have no reserves left. The frantic voice of the communications officer pierced through Colonel Hope's eardrums like a sharp knife. The last line of defense was about to be overwhelmed. The massive whack. Energy field of the orcs had turned the sky of the entire planet into a bizarre shade of green, and the whole world trembled in this bloodthirsty frenzy. His face was ashen. It was over. Everything was over. A few kilometers away in the trenches outside the command post, Star Realm soldier Carl hid behind a precarious makeshift cover. His laser rifle's barrel had overheated, releasing acrid white smoke that scorched his throat. He peeked out quickly for a glance. Ahead, an endless green tide was violently crashing against their last position. The orcs waved their crude yet deadly cleavers, roaring deafeningly whack. The roar surged like a tide. Earth, flesh and metal fragments were mixed together, continuously thrown into the sky. A colossal orc war machine, the Giant, was bombarding their position with its crudely made yet devastating cannon. With each bombardment, a massive gap would be torn in the defense line, and countless orcs would scream as they surged in, ripping apart their brothers on the line. Damn it! Damn it! Beside Carl, the veteran John, a tough man with a half-arm injury, was biting on a bandage, his single eye filled with despair and hatred, cursing as he pointed towards the sky. There, a deep bottomless crack traversing the sky was constantly emitting ominous energy, distorting the heavens into a grotesque purplish red. Since the damned crack appeared, the whole world has gone mad. John's voice was hoarse, tinged with blood. These greenskins are like crawling out of hell, one batch after another, endless. A wave of nausea surged from his stomach, despair flooded over him like icy seawater, drowning his mouth and nose, making it hard to breathe. Do you think someone will come to save us? Carl asked desperately, his voice carrying an unrealistic hope. John shook his head, smiling bitterly. Save us? Who will save us? We can't even send out messages. The entire empire is probably a chaotic mess. Who would care about our little corner? He slammed his rifle but hard into the dirt. May the Emperor bless us. Inside the command post, Colonel Hope slowly drew his explosive pistol from his waist. He pulled back the slide, chambering the last bullet. Whether the distress signal had been sent out, he did not know. But he knew that reinforcements were impossible. Prepare for the Emperor. Colonel Hope's voice was low and hoarse, filled with a resolve to embrace death. As an Imperial soldier, he would share the fate of his position. Just as he was about to issue the final command and launch a suicidal charge with all the surviving soldiers, an unexpected change occurred. At the edge of that terrifying crack in the sky, the space suddenly twisted violently. Several deep crimson beams of light, like comets trailing long fire tails, shot out from the warped void at an astonishing speed. These were not meteors. They were drop pods. They did not fall toward the brutally fierce front line, but traced an unbelievable tactical arc, like several precisely wielded surgical scalpels, soaring across the battlefield and crashing into the core rear area of the orc tide. Boo! 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 The earth-shattering sounds came accompanied by violent tremors of the ground. Even Carl, far on the defense line, felt a shake beneath his feet, the land moaning. Behind the orc forces, the once impenetrable green sea was instantly torn apart. A wave of chaotic roars and continuous explosions spread like a plague. The previously unstoppable green tide was momentarily stalled. Many orcs went mad, turning around and rushing back their whack. Roars showed surprise for the first time. What's going on? John shouted in shock. Carl's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Just moments later, a black torrent of steel with an unstoppable momentum like a landslide or tsunami came crashing through from behind the orc forces. What was that? It was a squad of space marines. Their armor was a deep black, lacking any recognizable legion or battle group insignia, only adorned with ancient knightly emblems glistening coldly in the orcs' splattered dark red blood. At the forefront was a commander without a helmet. His deep golden eyes, like two burning miniature stars, coldly and authoritatively gazed ahead. In one hand he wielded a roaring explosive pistol, each precise three-shot burst obliterating the head of an orc elite, splattering green brain matter everywhere. In the other hand he held a crackling power sword. His fighting style was an epitome of violent aesthetics. When faced with an orc charging at him with a giant cleaver, he did not meet it heed, but made an incredible small sidestep, letting the cleaver scrape past his shoulder armor. Meanwhile, his power sword swiftly slashed upward like a venomous snake, emerging from its hole, precisely stabbing into the unarmored gap beneath the orc's armpit, instantly shredding its entrails. The soldiers behind him were like precision killing machines. They wasted no unnecessary movements, nor did they utter any superfluous shouts. They silently and efficiently harvested the lives of the orcs. Each swing of a warrior's powered fist could crush the bones of an orc into powder. Another warrior accurately shot the explosive pistol at those trying to operate heavy weapons. They formed a perfect-shaped assault formation with the commander at the tip slicing through the orcs like a red-hot blade through butter. The orc line was ruthlessly crushed before them. Whack! A particularly large orc warbus adorned with metal plates and trophy skulls was enraged by the sudden appearance of these tin cans. It roared, leading a similarly robust squad of orc bodyguards charging towards Salahar. The warboss' massive power claw screeching through the air came crashing down. It was a pure unreasonable brute force capable of smashing a tank into scrap. Salahar did not flinch, and his golden eyes, the crude attack motions of the orc, were dissected into countless exploitable flaws. Just as the energy arc flickering claw was about to reach his head, Salahar suddenly crouched and slid into the embrace of the warboss. This was a desperate distance. He did not clash directly with the massive claw but thrust his power sword upward at an unimaginably clever angle. A sound of grating metal erupted as the power sword lodged perfectly into the hydraulic piston joint of the power claw. Sparks flew. The warboss' unstoppable attack was cleverly disrupted, instantly veering off course, and the tremendous force caused its body to stumble. Salahar's body spun with the momentum, the power sword cleaving upward along the warboss' arm, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on its crudely welded chest plate. The power sword tore through the rough orc skin, dark red blood gushing forth like a fountain. Whack! The warboss let out a roar mixed with pain and astonishment, staggering backward. In its eyes filled with savagery and madness, a flicker of doubt appeared for the first time towards this little one. Whack! A similarly robust orc bodyguard nearby saw this and roared as it charged in with its cleaver. It did not make it past the second step. Bang! 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 3 explosive rounds hit its chest in a perfect equilateral triangle, the explosive projectiles instantly blowing its upper body into a blurry mass of flesh. "The right flank is clear, my lord," Raven's calm voice echoed through the communications channel, devoid of any emotion. The warboss clutched its bleeding chest, the pain igniting a deeper level of its brutality. It bared a bloody grin, revealing a cruel smile. "You can fight," it roared in broken language, excitement flickering in its small eyes at having found a fun toy. "I will personally turn you into meat sauce." Salahar did not respond. He merely shook the blood off his power sword, re-establishing his stance, his golden eyes already locking onto the next flaw of his opponent. The warboss glanced at the wound on its chest, then at the cold-eyed commander, who seemed almost inhuman. Surprisingly, it did not continue its charge but roared in order to temporarily retreat and regroup. Salahar did not pursue. He and his 9 soldiers cut through the orcs from behind, making their way to the remnants of the Star Realm army's position. Their armor was smeared with green blood, and beneath their feet lay a mountain of orc corpses. The leading commander slowly raised his head. His deep golden eyes scanned over every survivor on the battlefield. Carl and John were stunned. All the soldiers were in shock. Inside the command post, Colonel Hope also witnessed this heart-stirring scene through his binoculars. The hand gripping the explosive pistol trembled slightly. Colonel Hope's footsteps echoed across the ground, a mixture of mud and shell casings, the sound striking a jarring note in the silent battlefield before him. He was followed by 2 adjutants, their faces equally etched with shock. The 3 of them advanced cautiously toward the towering black figures. He straightened his tattered colonel's uniform, striving to maintain the dignity of an imperial officer. "On behalf of the Keshi 23rd Infantry Regiment and all surviving soldiers, I thank you for your aid, Angel of the Emperor," Hope said, his voice hoarse with emotion. "Your arrival is the will of the Emperor." Astra Salahar did not acknowledge his tribute, nor did he even glance at him. He strode past Hope without pause, heading toward the crumbling frontline command post. With each step of his power boots, Hope's heart tightened. It was a pure, unadulterated pressure, born of 10,000 years of battle and exile. Hope stood awkwardly watching the mysterious angel enter his command post as if it had always been his domain. Inside the command post, Salahar walked directly to the tactical hololith, which blazed with a cascade of red alerts. Ignoring the dumbfounded communications officer beside him, he extended his power-armored gauntlet, pointing to a region on the hololith that was encircled by layers of orc forces. It was a massive lair converted from an abandoned factory. "The orc warboss has retreated but not broken," Salahar said, his tone steady as if stating a law of physics. "It is wounded and will gather its strongest bodyguards to fortify its lair. It waits for the next surge of the Wa'ak energy, then will launch an even fiercer counterattack." Hope followed him, and his face growing graver upon hearing this analysis. It matched his worst prediction exactly. "Abandon all perimeter positions." "My lord, there are still our men on those positions," Hope interjected urgently. "Pull them back. Consolidate the defense line, gather every soldier still able to fight, every vehicle and tank still operational." Salahar's hand traced a resolute line of attack across the hololith. "We will launch a final assault. A final assault. With what little we have left." Hope almost thought he had misheard. This is suicide. Yes, Salahar admitted with unusual frankness. Your attack will be the bait. He pointed to the route that struck straight into the orc lair. You will charge from the front with the resolve of the dead toward the main orc force. Use your gunfire, your sacrifice and your war cries to draw the attention of every greenskin. His plan was mad and ruthless, treating the lives of the Astra Militarum as quantifiable tactical resources. And he said, his finger landing on the flank of the lair, a region of industrial ruins overlooked by everyone, will cut its throat from here. Raven's voice crackled through the squad comm channel laced with barely suppressed excitement. A frontal assault as a feint, a flanking decapitation as the true strike. That's the way of the First Legion. Kruger said nothing. He had already begun checking the ammunition and equipment of every squad member, voicing his stance through action. He swiftly replaced the magazine in Raven's bolter and checked the coagulant reserves in Yakasi's medkit. A high-intensity assault left no room for error. Outside, the command post orders were relayed swiftly. The surviving Astra Militarum soldiers heard the mad plan amidst their despair. At first there was uproar, then silence. But when they saw the blood-soaked space marine, when they recalled the miraculous rescue just moments ago, a strange emotion began to spread among the soldiers. Better to die in a glorious desperate charge beside the Emperor's angel than to be slowly worn down by the endless greenskins in the trenches. Despair was transformed into fervent faith. Carl fitted the last usable energy cell into his lasgun. He glanced at John, who was bandaging his severed arm. John, are we really going to die? John grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. He pointed to the distant black silhouette. No, lad. We're going to offer a sacrifice to the gods. For the Emperor, someone shouted, the first to voice the cry. Soon across the entire position every surviving soldier raised their weapon, shouting with all their might, a thunderous roar shaking the heavens. For the Emperor. The final assault began. Thousands of Astra Militarum soldiers shielded by tanks surged forward like a grey tide, charging toward the black mass of the orc main force. The flashes of lasfire artillery shells and heavy bolter rounds turned the entire battlefield into a blinding day. The world became a colossal, madly spinning meat grind. The orcs, enraged by this unexpected suicide attack, roared and swung their choppas, meeting the charge. The green tide and the grey tide collided with brutal force. No one noticed that on the most chaotic flank of the battlefield 10 black shadows like ghosts merging into the darkness silently slipped away from the main engagement. Using the smoke of explosions and collapsed buildings as cover, they moved with superhuman speed through the industrial ruins. Salahar led the way, his combat instincts finding the perfect stealth route every time. Each blast wave conveniently masked the sound of their power armor's footsteps. Soon they reached the outer perimeter of the orc warboss lair. It was guarded by an elite squad of orc knobs, taller and bulkier than common orc boys, clad in thick metal plates and wielding superior weapons. Wa'ak! An orc elite on patrol seemed to sense something. It whirled around. What greeted it were 3 bolts fired from the shadows by Raven. Boo! 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 The bolts pierced precisely through the gaps in its helmet's faceplate, blasting its head into a green mist. Battle erupted in an instant. No war cries, no hesitation, only the sudden tearing of silence. As a burly orc elite turned its head, 3 bolts silently drilled into the visor slit of its helmet. A dull thud, then the massive green head exploded from within like a high-pressure grenade, turning into a bloody mist mixed with bone fragments, not even a scream escaping. Raven's form emerged from the shadow, the muzzle of his bolter still smoking, a bloodthirsty grin curling his lips. At almost the same instant, a warrior used his power fist armored with ceramite to block a descending massive chop. A metal screeched and sparks flew. He stood unmoving while the orc, caught off balance by the massive recoil, left itself wide open. Then another chainsword slid silently from the side, driving precisely into the gap in the orc's waist armor. The whirring teeth instantly churned its internal organs into arm. A small grot saw this, turned in terror, and lunged for a crude red button on the wall. It never reached it. A glowing mechanical servoarm descended from above, gripping its head like a steel vice. A crude trigger mechanism, an insult to the omniscia. Techmarine Kruger's synthetic voice intoned as the servoarm tightened, lifting the grot's body off the ground and smashing it against the thick metal wall, leaving a smear of gore. Apothecary Yakasi moved along the battle's edge, his bolt pistol firing with surgical precision each time. His shots were not aimed at fatal points but at the weak joints, knees, elbows of the orc knobs. The struck orc's movements instantly faltered, creating fatal openings for his comrades. This was an efficient slaughter with no superfluous movements or tactical maneuvers. Salahar's form wove through the last few orc elites, his movements so fast they left only trails of afterimages. A power axe crackling with energy arcs screamed down in a strike that could split a tank's front armor. Salahar did not dodge or evade. Instead, just as the blade was about to strike, he sidestepped half a step forward. An impossibly small movement allowed the howling axe to pass by his shoulder pauldron, the wind of its passage stirring the silver-gray hair behind his head. Simultaneously he flicked his power sword upward at an extremely tricky angle, driving it precisely into the joint of the orc's axe-wielding arm. Crack! A sickening sound of snapping bone, and the thick arm along with the power axe dropped limply. Before the orc could unleash a roar of agony, Salahar stepped forward, jamming the muzzle of his bolt pistol under the chin of another charging orc. Bang! The shot was muffled, the top half of the orc's head vanished. Salahar did not pause, not even looking at the body slowly collapsing to its knees. He shook the gore from his blade, facing the last orc elite charging at him with a bellow. The creature's massive choppa descended in a heavy, powerful strike. Salahar did not retreat, instead he advanced, not dodging. He raised his power sword to parry, but not in a direct clash. At the moment of contact he twisted his wrist, using the smooth side of the blade to deflect the force. That immense mountain-splitting power was instantly redirected aside. The orc elite, thrown off balance by the missed full-force blow, stumbled, exposing its unguarded abdomen. Salahar's left-hand bolt pistol had already fired a short burst. 3 rounds tore through the orc's rough hide, punching a massive bloody hole in its belly. The massive orc elite stared down in disbelief at its abdomen, from which viscera spilled, then crashed to its knees. Salahar kicked the obstructing corpse aside and stood before the lair's entrance, a crude structure of scrap and wreckage. The 9 brothers behind him swiftly formed a defensive perimeter, facing the darkness around them. Raven stepped forward, nudging the nearest orc corpse with the toe of his power boot, his voice barely containing excitement. "Perimeter clear, my lord." He did not respond to Raven, only staring coldly at the door before him, welded from thick iron plates. "Kruger." "Acknowledged." Just as Kruger's servoarm was about to touch the door, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the lair. The roar was filled with savagery and pain, followed by the thunderous crash of massive metal being smashed to pieces. The war boss had found them. Received. A red light flickered in Kruger's mechanical eye as a thick servoarm extended from his back, the plasma cutter at its tip emitting a low hum. Just as the cutter was about to touch the door, a deafening roar erupted from deep within the lair. The roar was filled with brutality and pain, followed by the loud crash of some massive metal being smashed to pieces. "Warboss, they've found us." "No need." Astra Salahar raised a hand to stop Kruger. He took a half step back, lowering his body, his power boots sinking deep into the oil-stained ground. The next moment he charged like a cannonball, slamming his shoulder into the heavy iron door. Boom! The door, welded from scrap iron and armor plates, was struck as if by a battering ram. With a screech of twisting metal it caved inward and then collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust and smoke filled the air. Salahar was the first to step inside, his bolter aimed forward. The interior of the lair was more like a mad slaughterhouse combined with a repair workshop than imagined. The air reeked of a foul mixture of oil, sweat and blood. The walls were adorned with various trophies, human skulls, banners of the Astra Militarum, and even a broken barrel from a Lehman Russ tank. At the deepest part of the lair, on a throne piled high with engine wreckage and twisted steel beams, the wounded orc warboss was struggling to stand. On its chest the wound carved by a power sword was deep enough to reveal bone, dark red blood still seeping out. A small grot was using a red-hot iron plate to attempt a crude cauterization. And beside the throne a more bizarre sight seized everyone's attention. A figure was chained to the wall with thick restraints. Most of his body had been replaced with machinery, but those mechanical limbs were mostly shattered, exposing wires and hydraulic tubes that hung limply, occasionally sparking. The only remaining human part of his head had pale skin, eyes closed, seemingly unconscious. It was a tech priest of the Mechanicus, half dead. Wa'ak! The warboss spotted the intruders. It shoved the annoying grot aside, grabbed a massive power claw nearly as tall as Salahar, and charged with a... Several orc bodyguards beside it also let out bloodthirsty howls, brandishing their weapons and joining the charge. Raven left flank. Kruger right flank. Salahar's command rang out in the squad's comms, concise and cold. Aya cast suppressive fire. Clear the chaff. With pleasure. Raven's reply carried a hint of cruel delight. The squad scattered, instantly moving like a precision machine. Raven's bolter spat fire, 3 short bursts precisely hitting the path of an orc bodyguard. The explosive blast sent it staggering. Then Raven was already upon it, his chainsword slicing upward from below, gutting the creature. Kruger was more direct. He extended 2 servoarms, one melted through an opponent's chestplate with the plasma cutter, while the other crushed another orc's head with a massive mechanical claw. For them the battle was more like a one-sided massacre. Salahar faced the enraged warboss alone. The power claw came down with a screech that tore the air, its raw brute force enough to crater the ground. Salahar did not meet it heeding. With a lateral slide beyond normal human capability, he let the massive claw smash into the ground beside him. Shards of rock peppered his shoulder armor with dull thuds. As he slid, his power sword hummed and thrust toward the warboss' unguarded leg. The warboss reacted quickly, grabbing a slab of metal from the ground to block. Clang! The power sword left a deep gash in the metal. "You!" Good fighter, the war boss roared in its crude language, eyes blazing with savage excitement. It'll tear out your bones one by one. It swung the power claw wildly, each strike overwhelming, forcing Salahar to constantly dodge and weave in the cramped space. The heaps of scrap metal in the lair served both as obstacles and usable cover. Salahar moved like a ghost threading through the metal jungle. He did not rush to counterattack, only observing and waiting. As the battle reached its peak, the tech priest chained to the wall twitched slightly. One of his few intact mechanical fingers tapped against his own thigh with a faint but highly rhythmic pattern. It was an ancient forgotten binary code. Kruger's mechanical eye caught the detail. Data streams flashed across his tactical visor. He understood immediately. Sir Kruger's voice came through Salahar's private channel. The tech priest has given information. The energy conduit of the power claw has an unarmored maintenance port on the inner side of the arm joint. Salahar's movements did not change, but his evasive path began to shift subtly. He no longer simply retreated but deliberately lured the warboss toward a high pile of rusted fuel barrels. The warboss, thoroughly enraged, believed the little one had exhausted his tricks. It let out a sky-shaking roar, arcs of electricity dancing on the power claw, and swung with all its might. This time Salahar did not dodge. Instead of retreating, he advanced, crouching low toward the deadly strike. The power claw swept over his head and slammed into the fuel barrels, its immense force making it difficult to pull free. Now. The warboss, overextended, suffered a split second of rigidity. Salahar seized the moment. He planted a foot on the warboss' knee, using the leverage to leap up like a sleek Calibanite lion. He ran up the massive arm, ignoring the crudely welded armor plates, and reached the shoulder in a few strides. The warboss tried to look up in terror, but it was too late. Salahar from above gripped his power sword with both hands and poured all his strength into it. He drove the humming blade into the warboss, remaining eye viciously and mercilessly. Thud! The power sword shattered the eye, pierced the skull, and plunged deep into the simple savage brain. The warboss' roar died abruptly. Its massive body stiffened, the arcs on the power claw vanishing instantly. It stood there in disbelief, swayed, then collapsed forward like an avalanche, kicking up a cloud of dust. With its death, an invisible planet-wide field of fanatical energy collapsed instantly. The orc forces on the front line, locked in a frenzy with the Astra Militarum, seemed to have their souls ripped away. Their roars became chaotic, their attacks halted, and many orcs began fighting among themselves for control. Colonel Hope, after finishing off an orc boy, stared in astonishment at what appeared before him. Victory had come so suddenly. Inside the lair, Salahar jumped down from the warboss corpse, flicked his power sword to clear the clinging brain matter and blood onto the wall. He walked to the bound tech priest. "Aya cast. Here, sir." The apothecary stepped forward and opened his medical kit. He cut the chains and began examining the tech priest's injuries, administering painkillers and nutrient fluids. After a moment, the tech priest's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. His mechanical eyes, glowing with data streams, focused on Salahar. A hoarse, static-laced synthetic voice emerged from his damaged fox grill. Successful investment." He paused as if gathering energy. "Now. It is time to collect the returns." In the temporary command center of the main district of Kexis, the air was thick with the mingling sense of gunpowder, disinfectant, and a lingering fatigue of survival. Among the ruined soldiers of the Star Realm army were clearing the battlefield, their faces displaying a mixture of reverence and an unmistakable hint of fear as they gazed at the distant black figure. Astra Salahar's squad resembled a group of walking statues, incongruous amidst the surrounding clamor. Colonel Hope attempted several times to engage in conversation but was repelled by an invisible force field. Salahar ignored him and issued an order. "Take him to the medical area. Iokars is in charge of the life support." He turned to the tech sergeant. "Kruger, his mechanical parts are your responsibility." In the makeshift workshop of the command center, a tense rescue operation commenced. Iokars delicately handled the remaining fragile organic tissue of the tech priest, using tweezers to lift skin tainted with filth, spraying precious regenerative stimulants. Every movement of his conveyed a deep respect for life. "The genetic sequence is stable, but the biological activity is extremely low. A substantial amount of nutrient solution is required." He quietly recorded his findings. Meanwhile, Kruger acted like a temperamental antique restorer, his servos roughly yet precisely dismantling the damaged non-standard prosthetics from the tech priest. Heterodox structure. A twisted piece of metal was torn off and clattered to the ground. Chaotic energy pathways. This is a blasphemy against the god of all machines. He scorned the assembled scrap, yet as a tech sergeant he nonetheless strove to repair the usable circuits. This contradictory behavior revealed his pragmatic nature beneath his rigid exterior. A faint sound of electrical overload crackled through the air. The tech priest known as Omega-7 awakened. His mechanical eye, glowing red, immediately began scanning the surroundings, devoid of any gratitude for being saved, only cold vigilance and data analysis. Threat assessment unknown. Astartes X2.
Environment unknown. Escape probability 3. 7.
Within his right arm prosthetic a hidden plasma projector began silently charging.
Plan eliminate recent threats create chaos breakout. I advise you not to do that.
Without raising his head, Kruger had already clamped Omega-7's energy line with a servo's arm. He had stealthily maneuvered into position. Your energy conduit is incomplete. The overload threshold is too low. Forcing a discharge will only blow your own arm off.
What a foolish design. Omega-7's movements froze.
Being seen through so easily was an extreme humiliation.
He immediately abandoned the attack, instead unleashing a torrent of sharp binary curses and high-tech jargon from his vocalizer.
0101010011011001.
Rusted head clinging to ancient doctrines. A fossil incapable of understanding the beauty of adaptive evolution.
Kruger, undeterred, retaliated with even older, more complex Martian technical jargon.
Ignorant scavenger.
Your blasphemous modifications to the standard template are not even worthy of being scrap in the forges of Misa. The two were instantly caught in a divine quarrel incomprehensible to anyone else, with the air crackling with static electricity.
At this moment Astra Salahar walked into the room. Still bearing the fresh blood of orcs, he strode in with a steady demeanor like a mountain. The moment he appeared, the very air in the room seemed to freeze. The argument between Kruger and Omega-7 abruptly ceased. Salahar paid no heed to their dispute, his attention drawn instead to the patchwork of prosthetics on Omega-7.
He suddenly halted, extending a finger to point at an inconspicuous heatsink grill on Omega-7's chest, emitting weak warmth. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet precise, like a surgical knife cutting through Omega-7's pride.
This is the plasma resonator casing of the Arc engine, a product from the early days of the Great Expedition. Salahar stated a fact.
Instantly every mechanical part of Omega-7 froze, alarms blaring within his logic core. That casing was something he had salvaged from the wreckage of an ancient vessel. Having spent several cycles unable to decipher its true function, he could only use it as an auxiliary cooling component based on experience. Yet this armored warrior before him, devoid of any insignia, recognized its name at a glance, a feeling akin to a tribal shaman boasting about using a smartphone to crack nuts, only to be informed of its true purpose by an ancient engineer. A flood of humiliation and a yearning for unknown knowledge overwhelmed him.
You've connected it backwards. Salahar's voice was cold yet filled with a lethal allure.
If correctly integrated into your power core, it could enhance the efficiency of your core energy utilization by at least 7.
4 and stabilize your failing life support system.
He paused, observing the glint of greed in Omega-7's mechanical eye.
You pursue knowledge yet fail to comprehend it. You are merely imitating, while I come from the era that birthed knowledge. Omega-7's synthetic voice wavered for the first time, tinged with tremor. Extreme greed. Who exactly are you?
Every screw on my ship, every scratch on my armor records technologies long lost to you. Salahar stepped forward, looking down at him from a height. Now tell me, who sent you to this wasteland to scavenge for scraps?
It was the great sage Kelfiros. He fully disclosed his identity.
My leader and explorer who scorns Martian doctrines. He led a fleet of explorers wandering through the starry sea of the dark side, scavenging like vultures for lost technologies and remnants of civilizations. A fleet beyond the Empire's jurisdiction, powerful in technology, acting without restraint. This was both their only hope of escape and a potential abyss that could reclaim them along with their ship and dissect it for research.
Salahar made an immediate decision. He needed this gamble. Contact your sage. Salahar commanded. Tell him what you have found in your secret tunnel. Omega-7's mechanical eye flickered uncertainly. How should I describe you?
A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Salahar's mouth. Tell him you have discovered a complete operational unyielding class battlecruiser from the era of the Great Expedition. He paused, adding the lethal, irresistible bait.
More importantly, you have found its manual.
A living scion of the First Legion.
Omega-7's mechanical eye erupted with fervent light. He understood.
A complete antique ship and a living manual. This was a sacred object that no great sage could refuse.
He immediately turned to Kruger with an almost reverent demeanor.
Requesting assistance, esteemed Tech Sergeant. I need to repair my long-range communication device for
greater knowledge.
Kruger was unwilling, but under Salahar's gaze he reluctantly picked up his tools and began to work. With Kruger's help, a signal filled with bizarre logic, encrypted data, and technical jargon was sent into the quiet depths of space. It vanished without a trace, like a drop of blood dropped into a shark tank. A piercing alarm siren tore through the silence of the bridge aboard the unbending blade without warning. The sound belonged to none of the Empire's standard alert protocols. It was sharp, distorted, as if the very framework of reality was being forcefully scraped by some external force, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. Every ancient metal plate, every dormant cable on the bridge trembled faintly in that ominous howl. Emergency red lights replaced the soft illumination, casting uneven shadows on every face, slicing their millennia-old resolute contours into the likeness of statues from classical tragedy.
My lord.
Detecting high-intensity warp fluctuations. Directly ahead of our orbital position.
Kaluga's voice lost its mechanical steadiness for the first time.
His massive tech-marine frame stood like a small mountain before the main console, several servoarms glowing with dim light frantically dancing across a room-lit panel attempting to stabilize the readings that twitched epileptically. Green data streams cascaded down like a waterfall interspersed with countless unreadable red error codes.
Finally, it's coming.
On the main screen, the previously calm starfield was like a black curtain pierced by invisible fingers. A tiny singularity appeared, then expanded wildly in defiance of physical laws, forming a vortex churning with ominous energy. On the planet's surface, neither Colonel Huapu nor the soldiers clearing the battlefield knew anything of this. The sky remained clear, the illusion of peace persisted. They could not see that in the silent vacuum above their heads a confrontation that would decide their fate was about to begin. The prow of a ship like the mud-smeared maw of a colossal beast slowly emerged from the warp rift.
Everyone on the bridge held their breath.
The ship fully disengaged from the warp, appearing at the edge of the Kosi star system. It was at least twice the size of the unbending blade, covered in asymmetrical blasphemous modifications. The hull surface lacked the Empire's solemn Gothic architectural style. Instead, countless enormous purpose-unknown mechanical arms extended from the hull like the segmented limbs of a giant beetle, ending in probes emitting eerie-like massive plasma cannon maws and twisted claws. Its armor seemed pieced together from the wreckage of countless ships, its colors mottled, covered in scorch marks and impact scars, yet at certain key points it gleamed with the fresh, efficient glow of energy shields. Alongside its hull, massive enough to distort the background starlight, a few equally modified grotesque escort ships circled like pilotfish beside a shark, small yet deadly. They silently spread out, forming a loose but impenetrable encirclement, locking the solitary unbending blade in the center.
The logical endpoint. Cold. No emotion. Only numbers.
Librarian Tuasaka closed his eyes, his face pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Even through the ship's old but still reliable Geller field, he could sense the psychic radiation emanating from that colossal vessel. It was not the maddening whispers of chaos nor the bloodthirsty malice of xenos, but something far more terrifying. It was a vast psychic collective composed of pure logic and cold calculation. In its mind there was no mercy, glory, anger, or joy, only the classification of useful and useless. In its perception, the humans on Kosis and the sons of the First Legion aboard the unbending blade were merely data waiting to be scanned, classified, evaluated, and processed. Detecting high-intensity data stream sweep.
They are scanning us. Attempting to decipher.
Kaluga's synthesized voice carried a hint of rage at being technologically humiliated. A cascade of incomprehensible binary codes and logical symbols flooded the main screen like a waterfall. It was not communication but a pure emotionless data invasion.
Partially deciphered. On the main screen, text translated into High Gothic appeared line by line. Scan target Kosis. Classification class C, biological sample repository, carbon-based, uncivilized. Processing plan pending collection. Scan target orbital anomaly. Model unknown, cruiser Great Crusade era. Status on the verge of collapse. Assessment interesting ancient wreck.
Lei Wen's fist cracked as he clenched it, then he slammed it against the metal wall, leaving a shallow dent. The text on the screen continued. Final ultimatum: the orbital anomaly and all Class A data samples designation Astartes units must surrender all resistance and transfer control within 1 standard Terran hour.
If not executed by the deadline, the formatting procedure will be initiated. The planet will be purified and all organic and inorganic matter will be recycled as resource replenishment.
Astra Salahar opened an encrypted communication channel to the ground. Colonel, the situation has changed. Colonel Huapu's voice came quickly, carrying a hint of post-battle weariness.
My lord, what are your orders? Prepare for combat.
An uninvited guest has arrived.
Maintain communication and await instructions. Uninvited guest.
My lord, may I ask? Salahar did not give him a chance to press further and cut off the communication. He knew that telling Huapu the truth would only cause unnecessary panic. The courage of mortals needed to be guided, not crushed by despair. He turned to face his remaining brothers.
What do we do? Lei Wen asked. Salahar did not answer. He simply stood quietly.
10,000 years of exile had taught him one truth. In the dark forest of the cosmos, a massive hunter would show no interest in negotiating with a trembling rabbit; it would swallow it whole. But if that rabbit suddenly bared fangs sharp enough to wound the hunter's eyes, the situation would be entirely different.
Kalu Gu. Yes, my lord. Divert all remaining energy from the reactor to the void shields and weapon systems. Kalu Gu hesitated for a moment, then immediately executed the order. Aye.
The lights on the bridge instantly dimmed, leaving only the emergency red glow and the light from the screens. A faint but steady hum of energy flow resonated through the old hull. Outside the scarred hull of the unbending blade, a nearly invisible energy shield flickered like a candle in the wind, then stabilized. The charging indicators of the macro cannons also began to slowly light up. Salahar walked to the main console of the bridge, placing his hands on the cold metal edge. He stared at the suffocatingly massive logical endpoint on the main screen and spoke slowly.
"We are not here to win."
His fingers traced across the control panel, calling up the weapon lock interface.
"We are here to earn a ticket to the negotiating table."
On the hull of the logic endpoint, hundreds of weapon array ports lit up one by one, while azure energy converged at the muzzle, resembling rows of annihilating eyes opening on the surface of a colossal beast.
This was an unmasked preparation purely aimed at obliteration. "My lord. The enemy's main cannon array is charging.
The energy readings have exceeded the safety threshold."
Kruger's synthetic voice was tinged with a hint of panic. "For the first time, we will be vaporized in an instant."
On the bridge of the unyielding blade, the alarm had transformed into a continuous wail.
"Counterattack. My lord."
Raven roared, his hand already gripping the handle of the chainsaw sword at his waist.
Astra Salahar paid no heed to their reactions.
He stood at the center of the bridge, eyes tightly shut. The alarms from the outside, the anxiety of his brothers, the threats from the enemies, all seemed to be cut off from him. In his mind there was no fear, only the cold flow of data. The energy signatures of the enemy ships, the angles of the cannon muzzles, the charging rates, the subtle changes of the subspace ripples. All of this converged into a massive multidimensional battlefield model.
He was not sensing, he was calculating. Millennia of exile, endless nightmares of subspace battles had forged his brain into a biological supercomputer surpassing any machine spirit.
He could see the beams that had yet to fire, predicting their trajectories as they tore through the vacuum. At the moment Kruger's timer hit 5 seconds before firing, Salahar opened his eyes. In those eyes, which held a lion-like green gleam, there was not a trace of turbulence. "Kruger." His voice was not loud, yet it instantly drowned out all the noise on the bridge. Right side attitude engine pulse jet in 3 seconds at 70% power.
Left side main thruster full power in 3 seconds, sustained for 1 second.
The hull tilts down 15 degrees, synchronously engaging the main exhaust port at maximum power. A series of absurd and even contradictory commands were issued.
"My lord." Kruger's data core emitted an overload alarm.
This will tear the hull apart. Our structural integrity cannot withstand such extreme torsion.
"Execute." Salahar uttered 2 words devoid of any emotion.
Kruger's servos hesitated for a brief moment before swiftly carrying out the command.
Doubt lingered, but under the captain's command loyalty prevailed over everything. The ancient warship unyielding blade let out a painful groan.
The hull suddenly tilted to the right while the main thruster unleashed a brief yet violent surge of energy, forcefully pulling the bow in another direction.
In that instant, destruction descended.
A thick beam of energy formed a tightly woven net of death, shooting from the logic endpoint, instantly engulfing the coordinates where the unyielding blade had been.
The brilliance drowned out everything.
However, when the energy that could vaporize a fleet dissipated, the sensor array of the logic endpoint captured a scene that its logical core could not comprehend.
The unyielding blade is still alive.
It moved like a dancer, awkward yet skillful, executing a nearly acrobatic maneuver that a mortal captain could never achieve, skimming past the edge of the beam.
The most concentrated main cannon salvo merely grazed its hull armor, leaving behind a few ugly charred scars from the intense heat.
A stray beam severed one side of its antenna array.
Nothing more.
It evaded a certain death at minimal cost. On the bridge of the logic endpoint, the indicator lights representing the countless subpersonas of the Grand Sage Kerpheros flickered in an unprecedented, rapid and chaotic manner. Error target evasion maneuvers do not conform to the logical model.
Recalculating success probability is 0.0013. Analysis anomalies exist in the decision-making module of the opposing commander. Is it prediction? Or coincidence?
Requesting higher permissions.
Reassessing target threat level.
Inside the bridge of the unyielding blade, after a deathly silence, there was intense gasping.
Did we survive?
Raven's voice trembled with disbelief.
Scanning detected logical redundancy and high-frequency self-check signals in the enemy data stream. Kruger's report confirms Salahar's judgment. They are confused. Salahar's chest also heaved slightly.
The calculations he had just performed had drained a significant amount of his mental energy.
He knew that such a miracle could only happen once.
The enemy's next volley would correct their algorithms and cover all possible evasion spaces. They had no time left.
What should we do next? Aokas calmly asked, his hand always resting on the medical kit, ready to treat the wounded at any moment. Salahar surveyed his remaining brothers. Tosaka's face was pale but still standing tall. Kruger's servos hovered steadily over the console. Iaka's eyes held compassion and determination.
Raven's fighting spirit had ignited to its peak. Their gazes converged devoid of fear, only waiting.
Salahar made a decision. We have no second chance. He walked to the weapon control console, staring at the massive symbol representing the enemy ship on the screen.
Prepare for a jump assist. These two words caused the air on the bridge to solidify once more. Launching a jump assist with a nearly collapsing cruiser against a mechanized arc twice its size and heavily armed.
But no one raised an objection. A bloodthirsty fanatical smile even appeared on Raven's face. Finally,
Kruger divert the last bit of power from the reactor entirely to the assault craft's launch bay. My lord, if we do that, our main systems will shut down completely and the void shield will disappear.
Execute. Salahar turned and walked towards the passage leading to the hangar.
His brothers silently followed behind him, picking up their helmets and weapons. No more words were needed. They were the progeny of the First Legion, the Emperor's sharp blade.
The instinct to attack was etched into their very genes.
Under the cold lights of the hangar, Salahar picked up his ancient knightly helmet. Just before the visor closed, he glanced back toward the bridge as if he could penetrate layers of armor and see the massive ship recalculating and preparing for its next attack.
The best way to deal with them,
the golden eyes shone through the gap in the visor closing,
is to.
The engines of the assault craft roared. The hatch of the launch channel opened, revealing an otherworldly starry sky illuminated by the last remnants of cannon fire and the logic endpoint resembling a mountain of steel.
Fight!
The small assault craft, like a released arrow, shot forth from the fragile belly of the unyielding blade, carrying 9 space warriors and a millennium of fury. The ram of the assault boat tore through the outer wall of the hangar of the logical terminus, forcibly embedding itself into the deck amidst a cacophony of twisted metal. The inertia of the impact caused everyone inside the boat to lurch forward. The red alarm lights flickered silently in the narrow chamber. Kruger's synthetic voice activated a green rune on the team communication channel, signaling that the hatch can be opened. Raven smashed his fist onto the hatch unlock switch. The hydraulic arm emitted a shriek as the assault hatch exploded outward. A rush of hot air mingled with ozone, oil and incense surged in. Outside the door lay a forest of steel. Hundreds of Skitarii had already formed a firing line, their uniform cybernetic bodies reflecting cold light under the harsh illumination of the hangar, and countless crimson cybernetic lenses turned towards the breach at the same moment.
There were no warnings, no shouts. In the next second the barrage descended. Astra Salahar was the first to charge out.
He did not raise his shield nor seek cover. He merely moved.
With a single step his form traced an almost impossible zigzag through the barrage, evading 3 deadly laser beams. His explosive pistol was raised and a dull roar followed.
50 meters away the cybernetic eye of a Skitarii sergeant exploded in response, bursting into a shower of electric sparks.
He moved again, his body tilting at an angle that defied gravity as his chainsword swept upward, cleaving a Skitarii and its Galler shock rifle in two. Mechanical innards and tubing erupted forth. His movements were devoid of any X, as swift as a flash of gray lightning. Each shot took out a command node and each swing severed a segment of the line. The remaining Space Marines followed closely. They hesitated, not forming a wedge-shaped assault formation the moment they burst through the hatch.
Raven and another veteran took the lead, their power axes and chainswords roaring like 2 merciless meat grinders.
Iokas and Tosaka were shielded in the center of the formation, accurately picking off any enemies attempting to flank them with their explosive pistols.
Their cooperation was like a singular entity, a warbeast with 10 bodies and 20 arms. Raven's power axe cleaved open a Skitaria's chest, exposing another enemy behind it, and Tosaka's explosive pistol was already aimed at that position, the bullet piercing through the moment the gap appeared. The firing line of the Skitarii before them crumbled and melted away like oil paper sliced open by a searing blade.
Those combat units, driven by precise calculations and logical dogmas, were filled with unresolvable error codes in their data links when faced with such pure, ancient and efficient violence.
On the bridge of the logical terminus, Kerferos' massive mechanical form remained motionless. Hundreds of data screens before him were streaming the slaughter occurring in the hangar in real time. His subpersonality matrix did not sound any alarms nor issue any orders for a furious counterattack.
Countless indicator lights flickered at an extremely high frequency, pulsing with a rhythm of pleasure.
Combat efficiency analysis: the kill conversion rate of the target squad within a unit time exceeded that of standard Space Marine battlegroups by 42%.
Tactical model matching. Match successful. First Legion database unrecorded. Data stream uploading. Requesting database cross-verification. Insufficient permissions. Emotional simulation subroutine. Excitement peak detected. In the corridor, Salahar's squad surged forward like a tidal wave. Heavy footfalls approached from around the corner as 3 Halfman half-tread Cataphren destroyers aimed their Graf cannons at them.
Raven showed no signs of slowing down, breaking formation and advancing towards them. The formation instantly reshaped itself, with the others flowing in to fill the void he left, continuing their assault without any pause in fire.
The grav cannons fired, distorting space with invisible energy.
Raven's power armor groaned under the strain, the remnants of its insignia crushed instantly. His massive form merely swayed. He braced against the attack, not taking a single step back. In the next second he was already charging in front of one of the destroyers, his roaring power fist smashing down and reducing the upper half of the war machine to scraps.
Target 1 withstood
7 seconds of direct fire from standard grav weaponry, structural integrity remaining at 72%.
Gene seed stability far exceeds expectations.
Target 2 is currently collecting samples of the destroyed biological components of the Cataphron.
Behavioral logic. Unresolvable. Priority low.
Target 3, no psychic energy fluctuations detected, but a faint and stable silence force field appeared in the surrounding subspace,
suppressing its own abilities. Threat assessment unknown.
Kerferos analyses accelerated, his logic core operating at unprecedented speed.
Cooperative analysis, 47 instances of uncommanded tactical coordination observed. Error rate 0. Conclusion, non-standard communication method.
The last massive blast door blocked their path, emblazoned with the mark of the Mars Forge. Kruger stepped forward, his servoarm extending numerous fine probes into the control panel beside the door. Raven's power fist had begun charging, emitting a deep hum.
Salahar stepped forward, placing one hand on Raven's charging fist.
The energy field of the fist dissipated in response. He approached the door, reaching out to touch the cold steel. His gaze lingered at the junction of the doorframe and wall, and finally he tapped 3 inconspicuous spots in sequence.
The first tap was on a disguised energy conduit. The second tap was on the heat dissipation grill of the door lock servo motor.
The third tap was on the hidden cover of the manual emergency control valve. He withdrew his hand, taking a half step back to look at Kruger. Kruger's servoarm retracted all the probes, extending only a sharp alloy spike. It did not touch the control panel, but precisely pierced through the 3 positions on the wall in the order Salahar had just tapped.
A muffled crackle of electric arcs echoed from within the door, followed by a heavy mechanical lock core releasing with a click.
Raven effortlessly pushed open the several tons of blast door with his power fist. An even stronger scent of incense and oil washed over them. They had reached the bridge.
Salahar was the first to step inside.
His black armor was smeared with the oil of the Scitarii, the dark red blood of combat thralls, and the coolant splattered from shattered mechanical bodies. They mixed together, forming a mottled and terrifying shell upon him. He stepped into the core of the logical terminus, advancing towards the massive mechanical priest. The bridge was not merely a room, it was a living, pulsating heart. Countless thick cables hung and rose from the ceiling and floor, resembling a jungle of steel veins. They converged at the center, connecting to a massive mechanical body.
That was Kelforos.
Upon its body, weapons, probes, servobots and sensors coexisted chaotically, the only organic part being the human head embedded in the metal center, connected to countless conduits.
The last few elite members of the faith-guarding army emerged from the shadows, their forms akin to metal mantises silently pouncing. Raven's power axe drew a cruel arc, cleaving one assassin along with its phase sword in 2.
Kruger's servobot shot forth a high-voltage arc, striking another assassin's power core with precision, rendering it paralyzed in spasms. The battle ended in the span of 3 breaths. Then the entire bridge was left with the colossal mechanical priest.
Kelforos' body moved.
Not turning, but rather unfolding like a steel flower, dozens of metallic appendages simultaneously aimed at Salahar.
Plasma jet arc whip, solid projectile launcher. A mobile armory. Interesting specimen.
A cold synthetic voice echoed.
Dissection required.
A sharp voice followed.
Threat level extremely high. Recommendation, eliminate.
The third voice was filled with the cruelty of logic.
Salahar did not respond. He moved.
A plasma beam grazed Salahar's shoulder pauldron, the high temperature scorching the air into distortion. He did not retreat, instead he surged forward, the power sword buzzing in his hand, the tip carving a streak of flickering blue lightning on the floor. An arc whip lashed out like a venomous snake. He suddenly changed his footing, twisting his body at an angle impossible for ordinary people, the whip's tip narrowly sweeping past his chest. Every step he took was within calculation. The enemy's attack trajectory, the weapon's cooling intervals, energy fluctuations.
The nightmare of millennia had imprinted this data into his instincts. He was not dodging, he was simply walking the only path to survival. Kelforos' logic core was overloading at an unprecedented speed.
The overlap rate of the evasion path and the optimal solution 99.8%.
Impossible. Randomness has been excluded. Conclusion: the opponent possesses precognition ability or
a computational model I cannot comprehend.
Salahar's explosive handgun fired.
The bullet did not strike Kelphoro's massive body but hit an energy conduit suspended in midair. The conduit burst, viscous cooling liquid gushing forth, splattering onto a plasma nozzle of Kelphoro's that was about to fire. Boom! A muffled sound that weapon arm shattered in the uncontrolled energy. New data. A new combat paradigm. A subpersonality of Kelphoro's emitted a frenzied synthetic voice. More weapon arms surged toward Salahar, forming a net of impending doom. Salahar's body abruptly leaned back nearly parallel to the ground. The power sword swung upward, the energy field slicing through two incoming blades. Using the momentum, his entire body slid back several meters. He no longer dodged. He faced the storm of steel. Hedon, Raven and the others could only see a gray shadow weaving through dozens of flailing mechanical arms. Each time the sword light flashed, a metallic limb accompanied by sparks flew out. He was like a skilled surgeon, precisely severing the nerves and tendons of this colossal beast. In the intervals between all attacks, he stepped onto a fractured mechanical arm, using it as a springboard, his entire being leaping into the air, surpassing the final defense. His power sword rested quietly before Kelphoro's minuscule human head. The energy field of the sword tip was merely a centimeter away from that pallid skin. All mechanical arms within the bridge froze. Silence. The only eye capable of movement on Kelphoro's metal-encased head was fixed on Salahar. No fear, no anger. Perfect combat data. Flawless tactical execution. Your fighting style. Your very existence is a lost STC standard template construct. A synthetic voice mingled with admiration, fervor, and extreme curiosity emanated simultaneously from multiple speakers around him, creating a bizarre harmony. Salahar's power sword remained unmoving. He could feel the energy field at the sword tip, raising goosebumps on the opponent's skin. I am not interested in becoming your collection. His voice emerged from the helmet's speaker, cold and clear. I have come to negotiate. The indicator lights on Kelphoro's began to flash frantically. Cooperation proposal. Based on the current threat assessment, acceptance probability is 12%. A subpersonality was analyzing. Sample activity is extremely high. Must be preserved. At all costs. Another screened. He knows the principle of the Vol pattern shield. This is impossible. The third fell into logical chaos. Multiple voices erupted simultaneously, conflicting with one another, filling the entire bridge with a strange and noisy soliloquy. Salahar displayed his bargaining chip. He retracted the power sword but only stepped back one pace, still maintaining an absolute threat posture. Your cataphract destroyer's biological components neural connection method originates from the gene defects of the Great Expedition era. This resulted in a few seconds of perception delay when facing close-range assaults. All subpersonalities of Kelphoro's fell silent in an instant. The reactor of the unyielding blade is a creation from the Great Expedition era. Its energy efficiency is 37% higher than your logical endpoint. You wish to dismantle it yet cannot comprehend even its shell. He gazed at the massive mechanical construct. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of my knowledge. The tactics, technologies, and understanding of ancient technologies accumulated by the First Legion during the Great Expedition have long been lost. The data stream representing knowledge value within Kelphoro's logic core instantaneously broke through the threshold. This information is far more valuable than a planet, a fleet, or even his own life. It is the temptation of knowledge, the most irresistible poison for a creation that worships logic and data. Your conditions. This time all of Kelphoro's speakers emitted a unified, stable synthetic voice without any noise. Repair the unyielding blade. Salahar listed the first condition: using your best technology. Provide us with production support. We need weapons, ammunition, and a new fleet. Finally, this star region will become our shared base. A sanctuary shielded from the prying eyes of the Empire and chaos. Kelphoro's mechanical body fell into prolonged silence. Countless data streams flashed across the void before him, engaging in frenzied calculations. Threat assessment. Benefit analysis. Knowledge value. Risk model. Ultimately, all calculations pointed to one conclusion. Cooperation. Kelphoro's synthetic voice resounded once more. But you need to grant me access to all your combat data as well as the highest research authority over your ancient equipment. I need to study. Hundreds of engineering spacecraft surged forth like metallic locusts from the hangar of the logical terminus. They dragged massive prefabricated components, landing on a barren rocky moon within the galaxy. Laser cutters carved crimson wounds into the rock layers, while mining slaves driven by mechanical overseers fed tons of ore into automated smelting furnaces. A colossal temporary dry dock rose from the ground in just a few rotation cycles. The dilapidated unyielding blade was slowly pulled into the embrace of the dry dock by a tractor beam like an ancient beast, scarred and weary. Its black armor covered in cracks and scorch marks stood in stark contrast to the surrounding new efficient mechanical structures shimmering with logical runes. Arguments erupted on the very first day of the repair work.
No.
Kluger slammed his power arm against a plaque on the reactor's shell, producing a dull thud. The energy lines here must be preserved.
Your logical optimization plan will burn out the ship's circuits.
A technician's head turned towards him, his mechanical eye flickering with analytical light.
The ship's soul is an unquantifiable false concept. The energy loss in this line is 7.3%. With logical optimization it could be reduced to 0.1%. The proposal has overwhelming advantages.
Advantages.
Kluger's synthetic voice dripped with sarcasm.
In the Weeping Nebula it was this 7% energy overflow that awakened the slumbering Gallard field, blocking a powerful psionic shockwave.
Can your logic engine calculate that?
Emotional fluctuations are uncontrollable variables, a flaw in the system, another technician flatly added.
Flaw. Kluger stepped forward, his massive form nearly looming over the technician.
Every flaw in this ship has saved our lives. It is not just a pile of cold steel, it has bled for 1,000 years in subspace just like us. He pointed towards a severely damaged control panel in the direction of the bridge.
You want to rip out its heart and replace it with a ticking iron box.
The technicians fell silent. Their logic cores could not process this debate based on history and emotion. To them it was akin to a primitive man praying to a flame, refusing to use a more efficient plasma reactor. A leading technician extended a slender probe, attempting to bypass Kluger to directly connect to the control panel's port.
Kluger's servo arm instantly sprang out, gripping the probe tightly.
The metal friction produced a piercing screech.
"I'll say it again," Kluger's voice deepened. "Remove your claw from it." The atmosphere in the dry dock instantly froze. The surrounding technical slaves halted their work, watching the conflict that could erupt at any moment with fear.
At that moment Salahar's figure appeared at the entrance of the dry dock. He made no sound, simply walking in silence.
Yet his presence brought an invisible pressure that slowed everyone's movements.
He approached the contested control panel, his fingers lightly brushing over the trenches scorched by artillery fire.
Kluger.
Kluger released his servo arm but remained in front of the control panel like a lion protecting its cub. Salahar turned towards the group of technicians.
Your logic engine is designed perfectly.
The leading technician's mechanical eye flickered, seemingly expressing an emotion called taken for granted. However, its foundational logic is built on a hypothesis that subspace is pure chaos.
Salahar continued, "It cannot comprehend malice.
During a prolonged journey through subspace, when the Gallard field fluctuates below a second due to harmonic overload, your logic engine will deem it irreparable error and continue the voyage." He paused, looking at the technician.
Your engine seeks the optimal solution. But we seek to survive. Survival is the optimal solution. Salahar concluded.
But they are right, Kluger.
We cannot waste our energy on unnecessary losses. We need stronger shields, faster engines, and more powerful firepower. We need to evolve. Kluger fell silent, his tightly clenched fist slowly loosening.
Preserve the ship's core, Salahar ordered the technicians. Use your technology to craft a whole new body for it.
I need its experience and I need your efficiency.
Under Salahar's mediation, a mad transformation plan was born. The core systems of the unyielding blade were fully preserved, but its external structure, weapon platforms and power systems were completely reshaped by the technology of the dark mechanists. Countless new compartments were grafted onto the ancient hull like crystals sprouting from rock. It was no longer merely a warship, it had become a mobile fortress monastery. With independent production lines, vast training grounds, and a living area capable of accommodating several battalions. From that day forth they were no longer rootless refugees. They became a fleet-based battle group. On the planet Kessis, changes were equally monumental. With the meteorological transformers and soil purifiers provided by Keel Pharaohs, the war-torn land quickly regained vitality. Green crops grew at an unprecedented rate, with yields even surpassing those before the war. Colonel Hope stood at the window of his modest command post, watching the automated defense turrets and orbital monitoring stations rising in the distance, engulfed in a mix of awe and fervor. Meanwhile, deep within the unyielding blade, in a brand new gene laboratory protected by a constant temperature field and layers of purification runes, the apothecary Aeokus was engaged in the most crucial work of his millennia. Dressed in white apothecary armor, he leaned over a massive gene sequence analyzer. In front of him a petri dish held a gene seed shimmering with a faint glow. This was their last legacy, the bloodline of the First Legion. Millennia of wandering and the erosion of subspace had rendered these sacred creations highly unstable. Aeokus had to act like the most meticulous watchmaker, eliminating impurities and corruption to restore it to its original purity.
Days turned into weeks.
The repair work in the dry dock neared completion. The training of the first auxiliary troops had begun, and Kessis' defense system was as solid as a fortress. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Until Aokus stepped out of the laboratory and found Salahar, who was plotting star maps on the bridge. On his face was a weariness Salahar had never seen before. Aokus, how is the situation? Aokus handed over a datapad. It was filled with dense analysis reports and records of failures. The repair work is complete. Theoretically, we can create new warriors now. Salahar remained silent, waiting for him to continue. However, the remaining seeds after purification and stabilization number less than 30 units. Aokus' voice was dry. Moreover, each implantation carries a failure probability exceeding 80%. Each failure means a permanent loss of a seed. The flickering flame of hope seemed to be doused with a bucket of ice water. Aokus looked up at Salahar, his gaze no longer one of pity but of profound despair. On the bridge, the despair brought by Aokus solidified in the air like a tangible entity. Fewer than 30 usable gene seeds with a failure rate exceeding 90%. This number was like a cold lock choking the future of the Legion's throat. Raven Salahar's voice broke the silence, steady and devoid of any ripple. Colonel Hope. Two figures emerged from the shadows. One was a killing machine wrapped in black power armor, the other a mortal commander with a face marked by the scars of battle. Hope, I request you to summon an army on Kossis. Salahar issued his first command. Colonel Hope's mouth opened slightly, ultimately forming a single word: yes. Raven, you are responsible for training them using the standards of the past legions. Raven suddenly looked up, his eyes bursting with suspicion beneath the helmet. Train mortals using the standards for training space warriors. My lord, their bodies. Then let them reach the limits of their bodies. Salahar interrupted him. As for weaponry and equipment, seek out our allies. After reorganizing, clean up the remaining greenskins on this planet. He did not explain, nor did he need to. Raven and Hope exchanged glances and nodded sharply. Understood. The two turned and left, their footsteps echoing powerfully. Salahar remained motionless. He stood before the viewport overlooking the rebirthing planet below, his gaze cast further into the void. There the fleet of Kelphoros hung silently like a school of steel sharks. Their navigation lights blinked in perfect synchronized rhythm, devoid of the slightest chaos of life. Repair operations have entered a steady phase. Kelphoros' emotionless synthetic voice echoed on the bridge, but it is merely an empty shell. Conclusion: you lack the core crew to operate it. Salahar turned, walking towards the central star map. My navigator is still here. The Star Whisperer is still here. The ship's eyes and ears are still intact. He traced his finger across the glaring red area of the engineering district. But I need technical priests, thousands of crew members and 10,000 slaves. Use the primitives on those planets. One of Kelphoros' sub-personalities emitted a sharp mockery. Their mental models cannot comprehend binary. Training them is akin to teaching monkeys to conduct nuclear fusion experiments. Inefficient. Proposal: provide 20,000 machine servants. Another logical voice added, perfect, loyal and infallible. Machines do not create miracles. Salahar's response was icy. Long ago in the wailing abyss, the Geller field was torn apart. Third-class crew member Ella, a girl from the slums, blocked the plasma conduit with her body. She bought us 17 seconds. He stared directly at Kelphoros' massive mechanical body. Your machine servants will calculate a survival rate of 0, then shut down. Ella did not calculate. What I need is 10,000 who might err but can also create miracles like Ella. Kelphoros' multiple sub-personalities fell into a cacophony of logical conflict. The algorithm of this ally was based on a madness variable called sacrifice, which they could not quantify. I need your technical priests in training programs. Salahar did not request, he was stating facts. The cost. This time all of Kelphoros' vocalizers emitted a unified synthetic voice. Knowledge. Salahar uttered the term that the mechanical devil could not refuse. He raised his hand, calling up the defensive layout of Kelphoros' fleet. Your logical endpoint, the energy recharge line of the third plasma cannon array, will produce an energy dissipation of 0.013 seconds at maximum power output. If a torpedo were to strike this coordinate at that moment. He pointed at the map. Your flagship would become a magnificent firework. All mechanical arms in the bridge froze. The chaotic murmurs abruptly ceased. Silence. You will gain unprecedented research privileges. Salahar's voice was like the whisper of a devil. Observe how a crew composed of primitive humans fuses with a battleship that integrates lost technology and dark science. You will acquire the most authentic data on how faith, fear and loyalty impact combat efficiency. This data cannot be simulated in any of your laboratories. This is a grand sociological experiment based on 20,000 lives as samples. A temptation that Kelphoros could not refuse. Agreement. Reached. The mechanical eye flickered wildly and Kelphoros' synthetic voice sounded again. I will provide an optimization plan.
But the eliminated organic components will be recycled. Kosa's training ground was a muddy mess. A riot was unfolding. I quit.
A dirt-covered miner slammed a black laser gun onto the ground. This damn thing.
It almost blew off my hand.
The surrounding new recruits echoed the commotion, fear and anger spreading through the crowd. Veteran soldiers under Colonel Hope desperately tried to maintain order but were drowned out by the cacophony of dialects. Suddenly the crowd parted, creating a path.
Raven descended from the watchtower.
His black power armor shook the ground with each step.
His presence like a mountain instantly suppressed all sounds.
He approached the miner leading the commotion, saying nothing. He bent down, picked up the laser gun from the muddy ground and brushed off the dirt with his fingers.
Then he returned the weapon to the miner. The miner recoiled, not daring to take it.
You are afraid? Raven's voice came through the external speaker, a statement, not a question. Afraid it will go out of control, afraid it will hurt you.
Your fear is justified.
He abruptly turned, facing everyone.
But it is not your enemy.
His voice rose sharply, pointing towards the dark forest at the horizon. Your enemy is over there.
The endless greenskins.
They long to tear you apart, to devour your world. They never fear their weapons, they breathe slaughter. His voice resonated like war drums in everyone's hearts.
Look at yourselves. Farmers. Miners.
Your homes are burning, your kin are dying.
You have two choices now.
He raised the laser gun in his hand.
1. Throw it away. Kneel and surrender to your fear.
Then wait for the greenskins to trample your bones into this mud. He slammed the butt of the gun down hard, splattering mud.
2. Pick it up. Control it. Master it. Let it become your roar of anger.
This weapon is not your shackle, it is your only tool for survival. He once again extended the weapon towards the miner, and under the shadow of his hood it seemed as if two flames were burning.
I will not force you. Choose. Die like a coward or live like a warrior.
The training ground fell into a deathly silence.
The miner looked at Raven, then at the gun.
His hand trembled, but this time he did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and snatched the laser gun, gripping it tightly. Behind him all the new recruits silently tightened their grips on their weapons.
Fear remained, but something called determination was beginning to take root.
On the bridge, Salahar watched the scene and turned off the monitoring screen.
Raven had grown.
He learned how to ignite the flames of mortals' hearts.
Interesting. Kelfaros' synthetic voice sounded again, interrupting his thoughts.
Utilizing collective honor and survival crisis to reshape behavioral patterns of gold.
Efficient but still cruel. Hope itself is the cruelest and most powerful force in the universe, isn't it? Salahar replied calmly.
The forest was burning.
Laser beams like crimson needles pierced the humid air.
The roar of chain axes drowned out the greenskin growls.
Second squad suppress. That big one at 3 o'clock.
Colonel Hope's voice crackled through the comms, distorted like crumpled iron.
Mud and shredded leaves plastered Carl's face.
The blast wave flung him to the ground. An orc twice his height charged at him, its rusted cleaver still trailing the entrails of his fallen comrade.
Fear clamped Carl's throat.
His mind went blank.
Fire. Stand. Run.
But his body felt like... Then a voice detonated inside his skull, not the colonel's order but Raven's.
Fear will kill you. Combat will keep you alive.
Those words, spoken 3 months ago on the training ground with a wooden staff pressed against his head, seemed to pierce through him again with bone-deep pain. Carl's hand moved on its own. Without even looking, he raised his arm and braced the lasgun against his shoulder, a motion repeated 10,000 times.
No need to aim. A red beam shot out.
He fired. A bolt flew over his head, precisely detonating the orc's head into a mist of green blood.
Raven emerged from the smoke, not even glancing at Carl.
His massive black power armor loomed like a moving mountain. He charged straight toward another collapsing frontline, his power sword tracing a lethal arc. Carl stared at his back, stunned. Then he climbed to his feet and pulled the trigger again, aiming at the distant green tide. He was a soldier. A soldier must fight. There were over 30,000 like him, weaving a steel net with rigid yet precise movements to strangle the last beasts in the forest. On the bridge beneath the vast holographic star chart, Sarahel watched the real-time projection of the battle. Every flicker of casualty numbers stabbed like a needle into his nerves. Organic component attrition rate 17. 4. Logical conclusion, unacceptable casualty ratio. Kerfaros' synthetic voice came through the main bridge channel, cold and devoid of any static. His flagship logo's terminus hovered silently near the unbending blade like a silent steel behemoth. With one of my missionary armies I could finish the purge in a few hours.
Sarahel did not turn.
Your missionary army wins a battle. He traced his finger across the projection, zooming in on a soldier bandaging a comrade.
They are winning their home and their future. Future. An unquantifiable variable riddled with randomness.
A sub-persona of Kerferos emitted a sharp comment through the comms. Emotion pollutes the optimal solution. Survival is the optimal solution. Salahar repeated his earlier conclusion. 10,000 years of exile had taught him better than anyone how fragile logic and data were before the malice of the war. Only sacrifice could kindle a spark in the endless darkness. Unbending blade repair and modification is 99 complete. Kerferos' voice sounded again. The main screen shifted to display the ship's structural diagram. The ancient First Legion heraldry fused grotesquely with the cold runes of the Dark Mechanicum. Crew integration 62. The fear and hesitation of organic components are dragging down the ship's efficiency. They need time. Time is the most luxurious resource in the universe. You have none. As Kerferos' words faded, a piercing alarm shattered the bridge's calm. Alert! High-intensity warp tide detected near the Mandeville point. A newly commissioned bridge officer shouted, his voice strained with tension. Another officer immediately operated the console, projecting the monitoring data onto the main screen. Confirmed. Disturbance pattern anomalous. Estimated entity emergence from the warp within 3 standard hours. On the holographic star chart, the steady light dot at the edge of the system now flickered violently, like a heart palpitating irregularly. The atmosphere on the bridge froze instantly. Everyone stopped their work and looked at Salahar. This time there was no enemy silhouette, no signal to analyze. Only pure unknown. Was it an Imperial patrol? Chaos Raiders? Or some ancient xenos awakened by the Great Rift? Kerferos' voice came through the comms again, utterly emotionless. Analysis warp disturbance pattern. Anomalous. Non-standard navigation trajectory. Unable to predict entity scale and quantity. Data insufficient. His conclusion deepened the fear on the bridge. The comm channel crackled with static, then Raven's voice cut through background noise of gunfire mixing in. Bridge ground clearance operation nearing completion. Stay alert, Raven. Salahar replied. We have guests. He cut the channel. A young captain promoted from the local Kosi's population and wearing a crisp new Navy uniform gathered his courage and stepped forward. Lord. Per standard combat doctrine, we should immediately consolidate defense, use the planetary orbital defense platforms as a core, and wait for the enemy to reveal itself. His voice trembled, but he insisted on finishing his proposal, everything he had learned from the academy. Turning your home into a battlefield, is that what your doctrine taught? Salahar countered. The young captain's face turned pale, speechless. Nothing that emerges from the warp can be judged by common sense. The apothecary's voice came through the comms, tinged with exhaustion. We must prepare for the worst. The worst is to leave fate in others' hands. Salahar's answer was resolute. He walked to the main holographic star chart and directly opened an encrypted channel to Logos Terminus. A colossal figure composed of countless mechanical appendages appeared in the holographic projection. Kerferos. Kerferos, is your fleet ready for anything? The tech priest's optical lenses all seemed to focus on Salahar. My creations are prepared for all variables within logic. His synthetic voice brimmed with arrogance. As for the illogical, that will be excellent experimental data. Salahar closed the channel, returned to his command station and donned his tactical helmet. Unbending blade, full engine power. All ships form assault spearhead formation. He zoomed the star chart, targeting the wildly flickering warp vortex. We go to greet our guests. The engines of the unbending blade let out a low guttural roar in the silent void. It was no longer the battered escape vessel, but a steel behemoth rearmed with dark technology and ancient grudges. On the bridge, mortal crew members from Kexasi moved stiffly at their stations, operating consoles they did not yet fully comprehend. Salahar sat on the command throne, a statue melded into the shadows. Suddenly a sharp alarm tore through the bridge's silence. High-energy warp signal detected, cried a young sensor officer, his voice cracking from tension. They just emerged from the Mandeville point. The actions of all paused for a moment. Just then, after a burst of harsh static, an unfamiliar signal forcibly intruded into the bridge's main communication channel. It bypassed all Imperial standard protocols and rang directly through the main speakers. This is Liana Fan Kalin of the rogue traitor ship Morningstar. Requesting aid from any loyal Imperial force that can hear. A woman's voice rang out, urgent but not completely panicked. We are being pursued by the Red Pirates Bloodthirster warband. Repeat, we are being pursued by Chaos Raiders. Red Pirates. Salahar paid no heed to those voices. He raised a hand and opened an encrypted channel to Kirfiluosi. The image of the massive tech priest flickered into shape on the personal hololithic screen before Salahar. Analysis.
Salahar spoke only a single word. 3 escort vessels. Their structures are old but energy signatures indicate they have undergone barbaric illogical chaos modifications. Kirphilowos' synthesized voice was utterly flat. Thermal scans show their reactors or overloaded weapon systems are unstable but devastating. Multiple powerful non-standard human life signs detected within the hull. The tech priest paused as if making a final assessment. Logical conclusion: the enemy poses a moderate threat. The Morningstar is projected to be caught and destroyed in 17 minutes. The risk-to-benefit ratio of assistance is extremely low. Proposal: observe, collect data. Salahar cut the channel. A rogue traitor. They were the gray zone of the Imperium scavengers walking the line between law and darkness. They knew of routes that did not exist on Imperial star charts and understood secrets that loyalists would never touch. This was an opportunity. A chance to test the new fangs of the unbending blade, a chance to acquire intelligence. He reopened the communication channel. The woman's voice was still repeating the distress signal urgently in the background. Morning Star. Salahar's voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced all noise on the bridge. The other end of the channel fell silent. I am the captain of the unbending blade. Maintain your current course. Lure them into my firing range. Liana on the other end seemed unable to believe her ears. After a few seconds a response came mixed with ecstasy and trembling. Received. May the Emperor protect you. Salahar closed the channel. He turned to his brothers and issued orders through the chapter's internal channel. Kaluj, adjust power output to punishment mode, prioritize the third plasma cannon array and the bow torpedo tubes. I want to knock out one of their teeth with the first salvo. Received, came the Tech Marine's dull voice. To Osaka, sense them. Tell me their emotions, what their souls are screaming into the warp. The stench of fear and bloodlust, my brother. As always. The librarian's voice echoed in Salahar's mind. Finally Salahar's gaze fell upon the young captain who stood frozen in place. My lord. He finally mustered the courage to voice the fear of all mortals. We should use the asteroid belt. He reached out and traced a straight course on the hololithic map, pointing directly at the 3 red dots that were approaching. Execute the order. He turned to all the crew on the bridge who were stunned by his decision. Listen. We will not dogfight them. Kirphilowos' logical endpoint will provide long-range fire designation and support. The moment they enter range we will unleash a saturation salvo. He tapped one of the red dots heavily with his finger. Our target is to turn that ship into a floating coffin in 3 minutes. Then. Salahar paused, his words hammering into everyone's hearts. We board. Board. The young captain exclaimed in a lost voice, go onto a chaos warship. That's suicide. For you, yes. Salahar did not refute. But for us it is hunting. He offered no further explanation. He returned to the command throne and donned his ancient knight helmet. Unbending blade engines full power. Course 270, elevation 15. Break free from the asteroid belt's gravitational shadow. The order was given. The massive warship began to turn. It no longer hid in the darkness, but like a gladiator who had waited for 10,000 years it voluntarily sailed out of the shadows. On the hull the newborn runes of the Dark Mechanicum and the ancient heraldry of the First Legion gleamed with cold light under the faint starlight. The weapon bay hatches slowly opened, revealing bottomless muzzles below like a beast opening its bloodthirsty eyes. The unyielding blade broke free from the last gravitational shadow of the asteroid belt. The massive ship was fully exposed in the cold void. It resembled a colossal beast awakening from a millennia-old tomb, its hull adorned only with the ancient emblem of the First Legion, the broken winged sword appearing mottled and proud under the starlight. On the bridge the hearts of the mortal crew raced to their throats. The young Captain John was drenched in cold sweat, gripping the edge of the control panel tightly. The public communication channel of the Red Pirates was filled with crude mockery and bloodthirsty fervor. Look at what that is. What an antique dragged out from some junkyard. Ha! The hull doesn't even bear an Imperial warship's mark, it must be some unlucky fool. Tear it apart. Hang the captain's head on my ship's prow. 3 crimson chaos frigates like sharks sensing blood encircled in a fan-shaped formation. In their eyes the suddenly appeared battleship was not reinforcements but a presumptuous dessert served on a silver platter. Salahar paid no heed to the profanity over the communication. He sat like a statue in the command seat, his gaze locked onto the tactical screen before him. The flickering points of light were not enemy ships in his eyes but variables entering their designated trajectories. He did not look at the screen but an invisible death zone constructed from the enemy and ally velocities, weapon charging times, void shield strengths and distant ally trajectories had already formed in his mind. Time seemed to slow down. He could see the Predator-class frigate charging at the forefront, its distorted bow cannon flashing with charged light.
He could hear its engines overloaded wailing and the chaotic heartbeat of the crew filled with greed and brutality.
Now was the moment. Kruger, execute the retribution protocol.
Salahar's voice was calm and steady, yet it resonated like a command piercing through the entire battleship.
John's body trembled violently. The retribution protocol.
In his training manual, this protocol was marked as top-level authority, annotated in blood-red data streams. Theoretical combat plan activation will result in irreversible risks to ship structural integrity, strictly forbidden under non-extinction level threats. This is the creation of Kelpharos, a devil's program that squeezes every potential of the battleship to its limits, even exceeding them. In the engine room, the technical Sergeant Kruger silently flipped a switch sealed by heavy runes and mechanical locks. Virum, a deep rumble emanated from the depths of the battleship as if a sleeping giant had been awakened. The lights above the bridge flickered violently and a metallic groan that sent chills through the deck echoed beneath. A tremendous force incomprehensible to mortals and stemming from dark technology surged into the weapon systems. The energy readings on the console instantly spiked, triggering a piercing alarm.
Sir! Reactor core overloaded by 120%. Energy pipeline integrity is declining.
Captain John's words were choked off by the scene before him. Meanwhile, in the distant war zones void aboard the logical endpoint, Kelpharos' massive mechanical body was flashing with hundreds of optical lenses at a speed surpassing mortal comprehension. Countless subpersonalities were madly calculating gravitational forces, spatial curvature, and energy decay.
Trajectory calculation complete. Error rate 0.001. Conclusion acceptable.
A guiding beam invisible to mortal eyes crossed vast distances, precisely locking onto the reactor core of the leading red pirate frigate.
Fire!
As all the mortal crew on the bridge panicked over the impending reactor explosion, Salahar's command had already been issued. The command was simple, direct, devoid of any emotion. The menacing plasma cannon at the bow of the unyielding blade, along with the torpedo launchers on either side, simultaneously unleashed devastating light. A blue energy beam hotter than a stellar core tore through the void between it and several torpedoes wrapped in black arcs. Almost simultaneously, the remote macro cannon shell from the logical endpoint seemed to ghost through space, silently arriving at the battlefield. The leading red pirate frigate's captain was still laughing maniacally while giving orders to fire. Its void shield had not even fully overloaded before being hit simultaneously by concentrated fire from two directions. There was no violent explosion. That massive battleship, like an ice block tossed into a furnace, vaporized instantly in its midsection. Following that, a chain reaction detonated its ammunition depot and reactor. A brilliant cosmic firework, a blend of plasma flames and subspace energy, silently blossomed in the quiet void. The chaotic battle gang that had been laughing just a second ago along with their ship was completely erased from the physical realm. On the bridge there was a deathly silence. All the mortal crew stared in astonishment at this scene. Fear, shock, and disbelief ultimately transformed into a near-religious awe. Captain John gaped. Everything he had learned in his crash course, all the calculations regarding risks and rewards, crumbled, shattered, and burned away in that moment. He had been taught that power needs control and energy needs restraint. But Salahar showed him another path, using absolute consequence of free limit exceeding power to erase the very concept of risk from the universe before the enemy could react. It was not a battle. It was an execution. The final solution to a cold, precise, irrefutable mathematical problem. Salahar stood up from the command seat, his face beneath the helmet devoid of expression. He approached the technical Sergeant Kruger and the already dazed young captain. Kruger, you take over command. John, assist him. Suppress the remaining two enemy ships, do not let them escape. John snapped to attention, his voice trembling with excitement and fear, but this time it was filled with undeniable determination. Yes, sir. Salahar then issued a new command through the internal communication channel of the battle group. Aokus, take your weapons. 2 battle brothers will stay behind. The rest follow me into the teleportation room. Salahar turned and walked towards the passage leading to the rear of the bridge, his ancient black power armor appearing like a judge returning from hell under the red light of the alarm. Our hunt begins now. The remaining 2 red pirate warships reacted, emerging from the shock of their flagship's obliteration. Madness replaced bewilderment. The blasphemous cannon ports on the hull spewed forth flames mixed with resentment and energy. Distorted plasma clusters, howling rockets, and chaotic projectiles entwined with subspace shrieks incomprehensible to mere mortals pelted the unyielding blade like a torrential downpour. Energy ripples exploded on the warship's void shield, akin to a water surface struck by a massive stone. Starboard shield overloaded by 30%. Structural integrity of the hull decreasing. Captain John nearly shouted, his voice echoing through the bridge. Port thruster 5 engine thrust reduced to 70%. Release decoy missiles array 3. Kruger's voice came from the command seat. John instinctively glanced at Kruger, the imposing tech soldier calmly operating the controls in front of him, as if the energy storm outside capable of shredding steel was merely a simulation on the holographic display.
Execute the order, Captain.
Kruger did not turn around. John jolted and immediately turned to relay the command to the flustered crew. The hull of the unyielding blade gracefully slid sideways amidst the barrage, its massive form displaying agility that belied its size. Numerous decoy missiles flashing with intense signals were launched, drawing most of the fire. The warship moved like a lethal dancer on the edge of a blade, weaving through the storm of destruction, transforming deadly attacks into mere sparks that grazed by. In the teleportation chamber, the air felt stagnant. A low hum filled with energy replaced the alarms and explosions on the bridge.
Salahar stood at the center of the teleportation platform.
The energy sword in his hand remained unactivated, its blade reflecting the pale light of the chamber. Aokas stood behind him, calibrating the fearsome chainsaw sword on his own. The white power armor of the pharmacist was stained with dried blood, indistinguishable whether it belonged to brothers or foes. The four silent interstellar warriors were the remaining embers of millennia of exile, the purest anger and pride of the First Legion.
They checked the ammunition system of their explosive guns, synchronizing the tactical links on their helmets. No words were exchanged. They were the ultimate weapons born for close combat. Every movement contained the instincts of lethal precision honed through countless battles. Within Salahar's helmet, the tactical projection displayed the relative positions of the unyielding blade and one of the enemy ships.
The distance rapidly closed. He felt the battle spirit of his brothers, a suppressed yearning for millennia, a longing to wash away grievances with the blood of their enemies and to prove their loyalty to the galaxy that had betrayed them. The hull of the unyielding blade jolted violently as it brushed past a red pirate escort ship. At the moment when the shields of both warships created severe interference due to their proximity.
Now! Salahar's voice rang out in the battle channel.
The teleportation beam ignited.
In the next second, 6 black figures appeared on the desecrated bridge of the red pirate escort ship.
Welcoming them were 3 Chaos Interstellar warriors clad in crimson power armor, along with a group of astonished cultists and mutated crew members behind them. Blood for the Blood God. One of the Chaos Interstellar warriors roared, swinging his chainsaw axe straight at the forefront Salahar.
Salahar moved.
He did not charge, he merged into the shadows like a streak of gray lightning. He did not block, instead he sidestepped at an angle incomprehensible to ordinary people. The teeth of the chainsaw axe nearly grazed his shoulder armor, sparking a shower of fire. In that fleeting moment, the energy sword in Salahar's hand silently activated, tracing a path invisible to mortal eyes. The roar of the Chaos Interstellar warrior abruptly ceased as his helmet, along with his head, smoothly detached from his neck.
Salahar did not even glance at him, his body already slipping sideways to avoid a shot from the plasma pistol fired by the cult leader. His combat was not art, it was the most efficient mathematics. With minimal movement he inflicted maximum damage. Meanwhile, another Chaos Interstellar warrior wielding a power axe charged at Aokas from the side, roaring. Aokas did not dodge.
His chainsaw sword emitted a roar filled with extreme rage.
No block, no technique.
The pharmacist chose the most direct and brutal method. He braced against the other's strike, with his shoulder armor sparks flying as his chainsaw sword sliced from bottom to top, cleaving through the Chaos Interstellar warrior and his heavy ceramic steel armor in half.
Scalding blood and shattered entrails mixed with mechanical lubricants splattered across the entire bridge. This roar seemed like a signal.
The third Chaos Interstellar warrior had just raised his explosive gun, attempting to suppress the invaders with firepower. But what he faced were the remaining 4 fallen angels.
No battle cries, only action.
4 explosive guns simultaneously raised with perfect tactical discipline, focusing fire on the same target. The dense explosions erupted within the narrow bridge, tearing a massive hole in the Chaos Interstellar warrior's chest armor, obliterating him and the control panel behind him into fragments.
3 battle-hardened Chaos Interstellar warriors were slaughtered in under 10 seconds.
The remaining cultists and mutated crew members, their pride and bloodlust and madness, appeared utterly ridiculous and powerless in the face of these silent killing machines.
It was a one-sided massacre. In less than 5 minutes there were no standing enemies left on the bridge.
Salahar approached the main control console of the ship, ignoring the blasphemous octagonal star rune smeared with blood and filth above it. He calmly extended his hand, covering the control panel, forcibly severing the power supply to the engines. The warship emitted a reluctant groan in the void, gradually coming to a halt. He activated wide-area communications, locking onto the last enemy ship, hesitating and attempting to turn to flee. Surrender or face annihilation. A mix of fear and anger erupted in the communications channel. The engine nozzle of the red pirate warship suddenly burst forth in a blaze of light as it chose to flee.
Salahar did not give a second chance. He turned around, operating the weapon systems of the recently captured escort ship.
The main cannon at the bow began to charge, aiming at that accelerating comrade.
With one shot, it struck precisely at the enemy's power system. After a violent explosion, it rolled helplessly in the void like a beast stripped of its spine, turning into a floating steel coffin. The battle concluded. 3 once mighty red pirate warships. 2 were utterly obliterated. 1 became a trophy drifting in the void. Salahar stood on the blood-soaked bridge, his feet in a viscous pool of blood. He activated communications again. This time the channel was clean and clear. Morningstar threat neutralized. His voice was calm, as if he had merely completed a routine cleaning. After 30 seconds of complete silence, a response filled with static noise finally came through the communication channel. This is the Morningstar. We are approaching your coordinates. Liana Van Colen's voice, previously laced with urgency for survival, now bore a mix of awe and profound confusion. The hull of the Morningstar was scarred but still retained the unique elegance and practicality of a merchant rogue. It cautiously and almost humbly sailed through the void which had only moments ago been a battlefield. Liana stood on the bridge of her ship, peering through the armored porthole at the captured red pirate frigate. It resembled a beast stripped of its fangs, quietly floating there, its hull adorned with profane symbols that glared under the starlight. Then she saw the unyielding blade. The ship was entirely black, its lines exuding the classical yet stark beauty of the Great Expedition era. It bore no Imperial Navy Eagle insignia nor the mechanical cult Scareskull, only the ancient broken-winged sword emblem. It felt less like a ship and more like a stone hewn from an ancient battlefield, steeped in both anger and glory. Her crew whispered among themselves. Who are they? A lost interstellar warrior regiment. 1 shot. And the blood-throat was vaporized. I've never seen such tactics. It was not a battle, it was a massacre. Liana did not stop them. For she, the heir of the Van Colen family, had witnessed the wonders of the most remote corners of the galaxy and the shadows of its most depraved nests, and at that moment echoed the same emotions within her. At Sarahal's invitation, the massive hull of the Morningstar arrived at the Kosi's orbit, landing at a designated dock in the starport. When the landing hatch opened, Liana descended the gangway with 2 personal guards, finally grasping the source of that earlier strange vitality. The starport was neat and efficient, with countless automated loaders gliding silently along the tracks. In the distance, a new cluster of factories was rising, emitting rhythmic roars. Auxiliary soldiers in standardized gray military uniforms patrolled in orderly steps, holding brand new laser rifles. Their faces lacked the numbness and fanaticism common in the Imperial Army, replaced instead by focus and discipline. That's a forged ship from the Mechanic Guild, she whispered to her guard beside her, attempting to explain the oddly shaped black leviathan on the orbit with her known knowledge, perhaps from an isolated faction with a more archaic style. In the Empire's dark corners, anything bizarre can happen. A silent interstellar warrior in black power armor awaited them at the foot of the gangway, silently gesturing for them to proceed, leading them through the bustling port to the main control tower. They were brought to a reception room. The furnishings in the room surprised Liana. There were no lavish decorations, no soft carpets. Only cold metal walls and a massive black stone conference table. It felt less like a diplomatic venue and more like a military briefing room. The only decoration was an ancient battle flag hanging on the wall, its broken-winged sword emblem faded yet proud. When Sarahal entered, he had already removed his helmet. Liana Van Colen held her breath in that moment. His face resembled a statue of an ancient Terra hero with sharp contours and austere lines. The years of hardship had not aged him, instead they etched an ineffable loneliness and weariness into his very bones. His silver-gray hair was tied back and his eyes, glowing with a green hue, resembled not the starry sea but rather an ancient forest that had lain silent for millennia. I am Liana Van Colen, captain of the Morningstar. Liana spoke first, performing a standard merchant rogue greeting. Salahar. He nodded slightly, his movement imbued with a unique elegance of the ancient Caliban knights, the guardian of this world. He did not introduce his regiment or mention his rank. Simple, direct, filled with an authority that brooked no argument, yet also tinged with deliberate concealment. The subsequent negotiations were efficient and pragmatic. Using the rare materials accumulated over decades from various corners of the galaxy, along with some technological components unavailable through official Imperial channels, Liana exchanged them with Sarahal for urgently needed high-purity fuel, standardized ammunition, and food. It was a win-win transaction. Once the deal was completed, Liana's attendants began to transfer goods with Kruger's subordinates. So Lord Salahar, may you have prosperous fortunes. Liana prepared to take her leave. Kosi's will permanently open its trade routes to the Van Colen family. Sarahal made a promise. Liana paused, turned around. My lord, fuel and supplies are merely transactions. She organized her thoughts. But you saved my ship and the lives of all my crew. This kindness cannot be measured by trade. She took 2 steps forward. I have a true gift. I believe this gift is something you and your warriors absolutely need. Liana led Sarahal and the silent arriving pharmacist Aokas to the deepest cold storage hold of the Morningstar. The level of security here far exceeded that of ordinary cargo storage. Liana personally approached a heavy alloy door passing through a triple verification of palm print iris and genetic sequence. The heavy hatch slid open silently, revealing a room shrouded in low temperatures and inert gases. In the center of the room there stood a vault encrypted with layers of runes. Liana performed a series of complex operations again. As the last mechanical lock clicked open, the vault lid slowly rose. A gentle glow of life-sustaining runes emanated from within. Inside the box, dozens of elegantly shaped, softly glowing genetic seed storage containers were neatly arranged on a velvet lining. They lay there like slumbering hearts quietly resting. A year ago my fleet passed the edge of the Vedic star system. It had just experienced a catastrophe. Liana's voice was somewhat somber. A fortress monastery of an interstellar warrior regiment was completely destroyed by a powerful enemy. When we arrived, the battle was already over and the enemy had departed. Only ruins remained. She added, while searching for anything of value in the debris, I found this vault deep within their destroyed genetic repository. It was their last remaining possession. Salahar looked at the genetic seeds with no expression. Years of wandering had taught him one thing: there is no free lunch in the universe. Any seemingly fortunate gift may hide a deadly hook behind it. Why didn't those people take these genetic seeds? Or rather, were they truly left behind rather than intentionally abandoned? He said nothing, merely gesturing towards Aeokus with his chin. Aeokus stepped forward. His movements were calm, devoid of excitement, embodying the professionalism and poise of a pharmacist. He extended his hand covered in white ceramic steel and picked up one of the storage containers. A slender probe extended from his arm's pharmacist component, connecting to the container's interface. Lines of data began to scroll rapidly across the screen of his portable analyzer. The room fell silent, punctuated only by the low hum of the instruments. Liana watched them with some anxiety. She could feel the scrutiny and vigilance emanating from this silent commander. Finally, the data analysis was complete. The final conclusion displayed in prominent green characters on the screen. Genetic sequence analysis: pure chaos, corruption degree 0, subspace imprint none, hidden mutations not detected, stability high, heritage information damaged and lost. Aeokus shut off the device. He raised his head to look at Salahar. My lord, they are pure. And very stable. It's just they've lost their heritage. The atmosphere in the room truly relaxed at that moment. Salahar gazed at those genetic seeds, and in the depths of that millennia-old silence a hint of light finally emerged. He turned to Liana, solemnly bowing to her with the most ancient knightly gesture. Lady Van Colin, your generosity will be remembered by us. From this day forth all ports and resources of the Kossis Alliance will be your most reliable support. Liana looked at the two before her, a silent leader and a relieved pharmacist. She suddenly understood that what she offered was more than just a generous gift. She had ignited a pile of kindling that had been suppressed for millennia. And this fire might illuminate the entire empire. Carl pressed his mud-caked body against a slick rock, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. Each breath he drew carried the stench of rotting forest and the metallic tang of blood. Beside him Rio was in worse shape. A strip torn from his trouser leg was wrapped around his left arm, the dark crimson stain already seeping through the thin fabric. Damn it! I swear I never want to see anything with more than 4 legs again. Carl forced the words through clenched teeth, spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Rio lacked the strength to reply. He only waved a weak hand and buried his head in his knees. A week ago they had been soldiers of the 3rd Regiment of Kishi. Now they were what Colonel Hop called candidates. The title sounded better than minor, but their situation was 100 times worse. Hey Rio. Carl nudged his companion with his boot. Still alive. Remember what Colonel Hop said. Rio's shoulders stirred and he slowly lifted his head. His lips were cracked, his face covered in scratches and grime, yet within his sunken eyes flickered a faint flame. He said if we can climb the world's spine there's a chance. Rio's voice was as raspy as sandpaper scraping. A chance to become one of them. Them. The word made Carl's breath catch. His mind conjured the black giants that strode the earth. Each step they took made the ground tremble, and the armor they wore was thicker than the toughest drill in the mines. They were gods, legends, the Emperor's angels. And now a mortal, a mere auxiliary soldier, had been granted the opportunity to touch heaven. Opportunity. Carl repeated the word, his cracked lips twisting into a grimace. You still believe that? How many were we when we set out? How many are left now? We're still alive, Rio stubbornly retorted. That's enough. Alive. Carl glanced at Rio's bleeding arm, then felt the sharp pain in his own ribs. That thing almost made a meal of both of us. And you call this alive? 3 days ago they had encountered a Kishi forest stalker. The creature was like a lizard magnified tenfold, with insect-like razor-sharp forelimbs. It had dropped silently from the canopy, targeting the young man at the rear of the column. Carl still remembered the horrific scene. Marcus hadn't even managed to scream before the monster's forelimb pierced his upper body, tossing him aside like a ragdoll. The group erupted into chaos. People screamed and scattered in all directions. Fear overwhelmed everything. Armed only with stones and sharpened sticks, they were no more than toothpicks before that scaly beast. In the pandemonium, it was Rio who reacted first. Its eyes. Aim for its eyes, he roared, grabbing a jagged rock and charging recklessly. The shout jolted Carl from his fear paralysis. He charged too. This wasn't despair, it was courage. They both knew that in this vast forest fleeing meant certain death. The fight was ugly and bloody. They threw stones, jabbed with sticks, and bit with their teeth. Rio's arm was slashed by the monster's tail, opening a gash deep enough to reveal bone. Carl's ribs took a blow. He suspected they were broken. In the end, it took a dozen candidates sacrificing their lives to wear the creature down. They pried open its armored shell with sticks and ended its life in the most primitive manner. After the battle, the original 20-odd survivors had dwindled to fewer than 10. They lacked even the strength to bury their fallen comrades, only pausing briefly beside the monster's corpse to catch their breath before pressing on. We ate its flesh. Carl's voice dropped low. We damn well ate that monster's meat. Rio, do you think those black armored giants ever eat such things? The question silenced Rio. Yes, would gods eat raw flesh? Would they fight like feral dogs just to survive? In the eyes of those giants was everything they did merely a pathetic insect struggle? I don't know. Rio answered after a long pause. But I know this: if I die in a mine, I'll just become a nameless corpse buried in dust. If I die here, at least he'll die for a chance to become a god. Carl said nothing more. He thought of his father, an old man. He had died in a cavern buried under hundreds of tons of rock, not a single whole bone recovered. The mine overseer had paid his mother a few worthless credits and sent them away. That feeling of powerlessness, of being crushed like an ant, was something Carl never wanted to experience again. So when Colonel Hop stood before all the auxiliary soldiers and announced that insane selection, Carl was the first to sign up. Carry no tools, no food. Rely on yourselves alone. Trek through the No. 3 forbidden forest on foot and climb the highest peak of Kishi, the world's spine. Those who reach the summit first will earn the right to become Astartes candidates. Colonel Hop's words struck the crowd like thunder. To become an Astartes. To become a space marine. To become one of those black, silent, all-powerful giants. The thought injected the most potent stimulant into every auxiliary soldier's veins. They forgot fear, forgot exhaustion, leaving only a primal savage craving. They had rested enough, or rather their bodies could no longer afford to rest. The forest night was deadlier than any monster. The two men helped each other to their feet. Let's go, Carl said, moving his aching body. If we reach the foot early, we can still build a fire before dark. They walked for what seemed like ages. The ground beneath them shifted from soft humus to hard gravel. The towering trees began to thin and the vista opened up. Finally, as they emerged from the last patch of woodland, the sight before them brought both men to a halt. A mountain beyond words stood before them. Its mass was black, like a giant sword thrusting into the sky. The peak was capped with eternal snow and ice, reflecting blinding light under the hazy sun. Clouds clung only to its midsection like a girdle. It was not a mountain. It was a barrier, the boundary between mortals and gods. The world's spine. Carl and Rio stood at its base, gazing up at the colossal peak. They were as insignificant as 2 specks of dust. All the suffering and death they had endured in the forest seemed trivial before this mountain. This was the true trial. Hey, Carl. Rio's voice trembled, whether from excitement or fear. What? Do you see the path up there? Carl squinted, following Rio's gaze. On the rugged mountain trail he saw tiny figures climbing upward. They moved like ants across the immense slope. Some of those figures suddenly stopped, then tumbled down, disappearing behind the rocks. Carl's throat bobbed. But Rio let out a laugh. He slapped Carl's shoulder with all the strength he had left. See? We're not the slowest. The wind on the ridge is alive. It is cold and filled with malicious violence. It howls out from the crevices of the cliff, tearing at Carl and Rio's thin clothing, attempting to peel them from the vertical rock face. Carl's fingers lost all sensation, leaving only a dull pain in his bones. Each time he dug into the rock crevices, it felt like driving nails into frozen meat. He dared not look down. Below is a rolling sea of clouds, an abyss. Above, there's a flat area. Rio's voice was shredded by the gale coming from above Carl's head. Carl gritted his teeth, moving his body upward by an inch. Each breath protested against his broken ribs, the sharp pain stabbing into his lungs like a heated needle. He looked up only able to see Rios' legs hanging in midair. Rios' left arm hung limply, relying solely on one hand and his feet to climb. It was a miracle. Or rather the cruelest joke from hell. They supported each other. When Carl's ribs screamed with pain and he couldn't exert himself, Rio clung tightly to the protruding rocks, shielding Carl from the wind, waiting for him to catch his breath. Rios' one hand exhausted, and as his arm muscles cramped, Carl bit down on the frayed rope and passing it to him, pulling with all his strength upwards. They struggled like insects caught in a spider's web, climbing towards a faint hope. "Hold on!" Rio shouted again. Carl felt strength come from above, pushing with his legs, half of his body reaching the less than 2 square meters rock platform. He collapsed on top, gasping for breath, the cold air he inhaled slicing through his throat and lungs. Rio leaned against the rock wall, his face pale, his injured arm bruised. "Damn it!" Carl managed to curse, "this cursed place. Not even a bird in sight. If there were birds, they would have frozen into ice blocks and fallen by now." Rio grimaced, his facial wounds pulling. They sat in silence, leaning against the cold rock wall, greedily enjoying a moment of peace. The wind still howled, but beneath them was solid rock, not a bottomless abyss. Carl took out a small piece of jerky. The last rations left from the lurking beasts in the forest. The jerky was cold and hard like stone. He forcefully broke it in half and handed one piece to Rio. Rio did not take it. "You eat. Your ribs are injured, you need strength." Carl did not insist, shoving the half piece of jerky back into Rio's hand. "Shut up. You only have one hand left. Do you want to die here?" Rio looked at Carl, lowering his head, forcing the hard jerky into his mouth, chewing with difficulty. That's how they were. All along there were no grand declarations, no oaths of life and death. Just a single phrase: "Shut up," a movement, and a piece of shared jerky. But they both understood without each other they would have long since been cold corpses at the foot of the mountain. Rio's voice was very soft. Do you think we can really become like them?" The question arose again. The ultimate doubt that circled in the hearts of all candidates. Carl did not answer immediately. He looked at his hands, the hands of a miner, rough and scarred with calluses. Could such hands really wield the divine weapons that spewed flames? "My father died in the mine." Carl's voice was calm, as if telling someone else's story. A collapse. "The foreman said that digging out his body would affect the mine's output for a month. My mother received a pension enough for us to eat 3 months of black bread. 3 months later I took over his job and went down the same mine." Carl looked up at the sky cut by the peaks. "I don't want my son to walk this path either." He did not have a son. He never even thought he would live to see the day he had a son. "To become like them," Carl repeated, his tone devoid of mockery, only stubborn determination. "It's not to become a god. I just don't want others to decide my life and death with. Is it worth it?" Rio paused in his chewing. He looked at Carl, his deep-set eyes rekindling with fire. He swallowed the jerky hard and stood up. "Let's go." Rio extended his uninjured hand to Carl. "Before it gets dark, we need to cross the pass ahead." Carl grasped his hand and stood up. The bond between them transcended companionship, transcended comradeship. They became brothers. The pass was narrower and more perilous than they had imagined. It was a natural stone bridge eroded by wind and snow at its narrowest, allowing only one person to pass. To the left was an unfathomable cliff, to the right a smooth mirror-like ice wall. They moved cautiously, step by step. Rio went ahead, testing each potentially loose rock with his good hand. Carl followed closely, fully focused, ready for any sudden occurrences. Reaching the middle of the stone bridge, Rio suddenly stopped, raising his hand. Carl held his breath. It wasn't the wind. The wind doesn't have a rhythm. The wind doesn't carry the slick crunching sound of bones being chewed. A strong pungent smell mixed with rust and rotting flesh wafted from the pass. Carl's heart sank. This smell he could never forget. The scent of the lurking beasts from the forest, but more intense, more foul. Rio slowly poked his head out, looking toward the other end of the pass. In the next second he froze, petrified in place. "What is it?" Carl whispered. Rio did not answer. His body trembled slightly, not from the cold but from utter terror. Carl could no longer hold back, peeking over Rio's shoulder. At the end of the pass was an open platform. On the platform lay several corpses in disarray. Candidates like them. Their deaths were horrific, bodies torn apart, innards spilled everywhere, congealed into dark red ice blocks in the cold. A massive green figure crouched next to one of the corpses. It stood over 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, its skin a deep green. It wore a patchwork of rusty armor with fanged skull shoulder pads welded onto its shoulders. It was using its clawed fingers to retrieve something from the corpse's chest cavity and stuffing it into its gaping maw, chewing loudly. Green skin. An orc. Carl's mind went blank. Why? Would there be orcs here? Wasn't this a trial? Would the black-armored giant use such monsters to test them? No, that's not right. This was not part of the trial at all. At that moment a small figure moved in the shadows on the other side of the platform. Another candidate. He had obviously seen this horrifying scene as well and was trying to stealthily slip past along the edge of the platform. The feasting orc suddenly halted its actions. It jerked its head up, its crimson beast eyes locking onto the moving figure with precision. A cruel smile appeared on its face. Whack! A deafening roar echoed through the valley. The orc discarded the remains and grabbed a massive, grotesquely modified chainsaw axe made from scrap metal and engine parts. Its enormous body unleashed a speed that belied its size, charging like an out-of-control truck toward the unfortunate candidate. The candidate let out a desperate scream and turned to flee. How could he possibly outrun an orc? The chainsaw axe roared, cutting through the air with a blood-curdling sound. In an instant the candidate's upper and lower body separated. Blood and entrails erupted like a red storm, splattering across the platform. The orc stopped licking the blood that splattered onto its face, emitting a satisfied chilling gurgle. It seemed displeased with this appetizer, turning its ugly head to scan the platform with its crimson eye, searching for new entertainment. Carl and Rio's hearts nearly stopped. They crouched motionless behind the rocks, forgetting to breathe. The orc's gaze swept over. That gaze filled with brutality and a desire to kill passed over the pass where they were hiding. Carl felt his soul freeze under that gaze. Just as the gaze was about to focus, a gust of wind whipped up a cloud of snow and powder from the cliff, forming a brief white curtain that perfectly shielded the pass. The orc seemed annoyed by the sudden snowstorm, letting out an impatient low growl. Its gaze lingered on the white snow curtain for 2 seconds, not discovering any motion, and then lost interest. It turned around, dragging the still dripping chainsaw axe back to the corpse it had just split in half, kicking aside the upper half of the corpse, squatting down to continue its interrupted bloody feast. The wind and snow gradually calmed. Carl and Rio remained frozen like statues in place, cold sweat soaking their backs under their icy clothes. They had not been discovered. But they were trapped. In front of them was the monster that was feeding, behind them was an abyss. Rio slowly turned his head, looking at Carl, his lips silently moving. Carl understood the shape of his lips. What should we do? What now? Retreat. Back to the stone bridge that only allowed one person to pass. And then spend the night on this sheer cliff. They would freeze to death. Even if they didn't freeze, the monster would still be here tomorrow. Wait. Wait for the black-armored giant to rescue them. Carl curled his lips in self-mockery. What were they? Just one of hundreds of candidates thrown into the meat grinder. Dead, and that was that. No one would care. The only path lay ahead. Cross this platform stained with blood and entrails, past the green monster feasting voraciously. Leo's body still trembled, but his good hand clutched Carl's arm tightly. His grip was strong, nails almost digging into Carl's flesh. He also looked at Carl, awaiting an answer that even a god could not provide. Carl slowly withdrew his body behind the rock. Leaning against the cold stone wall, he closed his eyes. In his mind the image of his father buried under, or his mother's numb expression upon receiving the compensation, the overseer's cruel words. He snapped his eyes open. He mouthed 2 words to Leo: tonight. Leo was stunned at first, then understood Carl's meaning. His pupils contracted. Soon the utmost fear was replaced by a more frenzied flame. He nodded heavily. This was the only way. A plan so foolish it bordered on suicide. But it was their only path. Time passed exceptionally slowly in the extreme cold and dead silence. The sun, like an ember exhausting its energy, sank slowly below the horizon. The sky shifted from gray to dusky yellow, then to deep indigo. Finally it was swallowed by darkness. The temperature plummeted. The mountain wind grew more biting, each gust like a dull knife scraping the skin. Carl's ribs ached numbly, he could even feel the broken bones grinding against each other with every breath. Leo was worse, his injured arm was swollen and purple, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, his lips bloodless. They pressed their bodies tightly together, trying to draw the meager warmth from each other. They dared not sleep. On the platform at the other end of the pass, the orc had long stopped eating. It let out an earth-shaking burp and lay down on the spot. Soon thunderous snoring echoed through the silent valley. Let's go, Carl whispered. He didn't ask Leo if he could still manage. Such a question was meaningless. They slipped out from behind the rocks like 2 ghosts and stepped onto the narrow stone bridge. Each step on the snow was soundless. They dared not breathe, each heartbeat felt like a drum. The platform's bloody stench was thick, almost tangible. The corpses were frozen stiff, lying in twisted poses. Carl's boots stepped on frozen blood, producing a faint crunch. The snoring stopped. Carl and Leo froze instantly, their blood turning to ice. The orc's massive body shifted as if adjusting its sleeping posture, and then the snoring resumed. Carl felt cold sweat drench his back. He glanced at Leo. Leo was looking back at him, a mixture of fear and determination on his grimy face. They moved on, stepping around the bodies of their companions, inching closer to the slumbering behemoth. The orc lay in the center of the platform, its menacing chainsaw axe beside its hand. Its chest heaved violently with each breath, and saliva from its mouth had frozen into ice on its chin. Carl and Leo exchanged glances. They had no weapons. The only weapons were the blood-soaked stones scattered on the ground. The plan had to change. The throat skin was too tough for a fatal strike. The only weak point was the eyes. Carl bent down and carefully picked up the sharpest rock fragment, its edge like a blade. He gripped it tightly with his frozen fingers. Leo did the same. Their plan was simple: attack both eyes simultaneously. This was their only and most slender chance. Carl signaled with his eyes. 3, 2, 1. He lunged, throwing his entire weight onto the sharp rock, stabbing it fiercely into the orc's closed right eye, which resembled a reptile's. At the same time, Leo roared and with his good hand smashed another stone into the orc's left eye. Thud. Carl's rock struck the thick orbital bone, shattering with a dull sound. That skull was harder than the iron ore in the mines. But Leo's attack succeeded. The stone precisely smashed into the orc's left eye socket, and with a squelch, green fluid and plasma burst out. The orc did not die. Its intact right eye snapped open, filled with fury and unbearable pain. Wah-ack! A piercing roar erupted from its massive mouth, no longer sound but pure destructive sonic waves. Carl's eardrums rang and the world lost all sound. He was struck by an irresistible force, slammed like a ragdoll against the distant ice wall, crashing heavily to the ground. The agonizing pain in his ribs made his vision go black, nearly knocking him unconscious. The orc struggled to sit up. Its blinded left eye had become a festering, pus-filled black hole. Ignoring its injury, it grabbed the chainsaw axe beside it. A piercing roar instantly tore through the night sky as the chain spun rapidly, trailing sparks in the darkness. It rose to its feet like a tottering, dripping mountain of flesh. Its one remaining blood-red eye locked onto Leo, who was closest. Leo stumbled backward in despair, his injured arm causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. It's over. That was the only thought in Carl's mind. The chainsaw axe was raised high, descending with devastating force toward Leo's head. At that moment, Carl moved. He didn't think, his body acted on primal instinct. He grabbed a nearby frozen corpse and with his last ounce of strength pushed it toward the orc's legs. The corpse hit the orc's knees like a log. The orc's body lurched, the chainsaw axe veering off course and slamming heavily into the ground nearby, sending gravel and ice chips flying. The orc turned its head in fury, its single eye filled with cruel amusement. It dragged its chainsaw axe step by step toward Carl. Carl struggled to his feet, knowing this was his last chance. He staggered toward the chainsaw axe the orc had discarded. The thing was too heavy. He could barely hold it. But he mustered all his strength and lifted it. The orc grinned, revealing a cruel smile. It charged at Carl. Carl was knocked back, his feet slipping, and he fell flat on his back. The orc's massive body pressed down, its face dripping with blood and pus inches from him. The stench was suffocating. The orc extended its claws toward his face. Carl closed his eyes. But his hand gripping the chainsaw axe did not loosen. With his last shred of consciousness, he positioned the spinning blade between himself and the orc. Virum, the chainsaw's roar instantly changed pitch, becoming a grating sound of cutting bone and flesh. The orc, seemingly not expecting the dying human to still have the strength to resist, its massive head slammed straight into the spinning barrier of death. Green blood, shredded flesh and tooth fragments rained down like a storm, drenching Carl. The weight on him suddenly vanished. Carl opened his eyes. The orc's enormous head, split in half, hovered before him. In its remaining eye, the light of life rapidly faded. Its massive body swayed, then fell backward with a thunderous crash. Dead. The world fell silent. Only the wind and the fading whir of the chainsaw axe remained. Carl lay motionless on the ground. He stared at the dark sky, feeling his life ebbing away like the last of his fuel. He thought of Leo. With his final strength, he turned his head. Leo lay nearby, motionless like a broken doll. Hey! Carl opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He struggled, propping himself up on his elbows, and crawled inch by inch toward Leo. Every movement felt like 100 years in hell. Finally, he reached Leo. He reached out and felt Leo's neck. There was a pulse. Faint but still there. Carl could no longer hold on. All his strength, all his will was drained. He collapsed beside Leo, his consciousness sinking into boundless darkness. Carl slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a pale expanse. It was the cold white light of the medical bay above him. He attempted to move his body and found himself lying on a bed covered by a clean blanket. This was not a dream. He turned his head and saw Leo in the adjacent bed. Leo was also awake, his deep-set eyes fixed on the ceiling. His left arm was secured to a metal brace, but it was no longer twisted in purple. "You're awake." Leo's voice was soft, clearer than the mountain air. "We survived." Carl's throat was dry. "Not just survived." Leo slowly turned to look at Carl. "We succeeded." The door to the room slid open. A figure in a white robe entered. Not a doctor, but a type easily recognizable as an interstellar warrior. Even without power armor, his physique and presence were far beyond that of a mere mortal. "I am Ioka's," he spoke calmly. "You have been asleep for 3 days. Carl wanted to sit up, but his body was too weak. "Do not move. Your ribs have just healed and his arm also requires time to recover." Ioka's walked to the bedside, "But your bodies are recovering beyond expectations." "This is excellent. Did we make it?" Leo asked the question they both wanted to know. Ioka's nodded. "Out of thousands of candidates, only 113 reached the peak of the world's spine. You are 2 of them." Carl felt something in his chest about to explode. It was not pain, but a pure joy he had never experienced before. They did it. 2 miners, 2 ants unworthy of a name in the eyes of others, had actually done it. "That orc," Leo began, "we found its corpse. There were also traces of your battle," Ioka said with a hint of acknowledgement. 2 mortals with a chainsaw axe killed a green-skinned orc. "This is extremely rare." Carl and Leo exchanged glances. They remembered that bloody night, recalling the despair and madness. Looking back now, even they felt it was unbelievable. "What happens next?" Carl asked. Ioka's expression grew serious. "Next is the true test. To become a Astartes, you must undergo 19 surgical procedures. Each procedure will implant new organs in your bodies or modify existing physiological structures." He paused. "This process will take years and..." He looked at the 2. "The survival rate is less than 50%. The room fell silent. Carl could hear the sound of his heartbeat. 50%. This meant that even though they had passed the selection, even though they had killed that orc, one of them was likely to die. But strangely, he felt no fear. After everything they had experienced on the world's spine, death was no longer a distant concept but an old friend. "When does it start?" Leo asked. "After your bodies fully recover in about a few weeks." Ioka's turned to leave, but paused again. "You should be proud of yourselves. Not everyone can make it this far." The door closed, leaving just the 2 of them in the room. "Leo," Carl called softly. If only one of us can survive." "Shut up," Leo interrupted him, his tone not angry but firm. "We will both survive. Just like we did on the mountain." Carl smiled. This was the first time in his life he had truly smiled. Not bitterly, not despairingly, but filled with hope. Salahar stood before the observation window of the medical room, watching the busy medical equipment and preparations below. Ioka's was checking each surgical machine, ensuring they were in perfect working order. "The physical data of the first batch of candidates is here." Ioka's walked over to Salahar, handing him a datapad. "Over 100 individuals aged between 14 and 20. The genetic compatibility is within acceptable limits." Salahar took the datapad and quickly skimmed through the information. "How confident are..." Salahar asked. "According to standard procedures, 45 to 55%. Ioka's paused. "But we have advantages. The quality of the genetic seeds is very high and the equipment is state-of-the-art. I am confident we can raise the success rate to 60%. Salahar nodded. "What about the time?" "The complete transformation process will take 3 to 4 years. But the first 6 months are the most critical. If they can survive the first 3 surgeries, their chances of survival will increase significantly." Ioka's looked down at the laboratory. "After that, at least 2 more years of training will be required to develop basic combat capabilities." Salahar fell silent. 3 to 4 years. The Empire faces crises lurking in the shadows. 3 to 4 years is enough for many things to happen. Chaos, infiltration, xenos invasions, countless unforeseen threats. But they had no choice. They needed to replenish fresh blood. They required true warriors, not mere auxiliary forces, but angels capable of standing alone in this darkness. "I entrust this task to you, Ioka's." Salahar returned the datapad to him. "I know you will not disappoint me." Ioka's took the datapad, nodding earnestly. "They will succeed. I guarantee it. I believe in you." Salahar turned and left. The door closed, leaving Ioka standing alone at the observation window. He looked down at the surgical equipment about to be activated, thinking of those young candidates. Among them were Carl and Leo, who killed an orc with the most primitive of weapons. Their willpower, the power that erupted in a desperate situation, was the most vital raw material for creating a star. They will succeed. They must succeed. For in this forgotten darkness they might be among the few lights. The Stormhawk circled above the Casus industrial zone. Salahar looked down at the rising factories where the ruins had transformed into a cacophony of machinery over the past few months. The efficiency of Kirferos is astonishing, Raven observed, glancing at the data panel. 12 factories, 1 starport. What is the cost? Salahar's voice was calm. The Stormhawk landed and the Industrial Zone Director Marcus approached along with a tall technical priest. Lord Salahar. Marcus bowed. I am Marcus Wayne. This is the Technical Priest Alpha 117. The Technical Priest issued a binary greeting before switching to Low Gothic. Praise be to the God of all machines. Welcome to the inspection. Let's go, Salahar stated succinctly. They entered a massive assembly factory, the air thick with the smell of oil and metal. Hundreds of workers were busy on the assembly line. We produce light vehicles here, Marcus introduced, with a monthly output of 15 armored cars. Salahar did not respond and walked directly toward an assembly line. A young female worker was focused on spraying camouflage on a reconnaissance vehicle, unaware of his approach. How long have you been working? Salahar suddenly inquired. The young worker was startled and nearly dropped her spray gun. She turned around, her face pale. Our lord. What is your name? Emilia, my lord. How long have you been working? 7 hours, my lord. How is the food? 2 meals a day with bread, protein paste and soup. Much better than before. Salahar nodded and turned to leave, with Marcus quickly following. My lord, our biggest problem is the lack of skilled workers. The skill levels of labor vary greatly. The technical priest's mechanical voice chimed in. The efficiency of human resource allocation is low. It is recommended to increase the automation ratio to reduce reliance on biological labor. Salahar did not comment and continued forward. At the factory's control center he asked, where is Kirferos? The Grand Sage is on the ship, my lord, the technical priest replied. The Grand Sage is developing Cases 2 where the mineral resources are abundant. The technical priest continued. Cases 2 will be built into a fully automated resource extraction base to acquire rare metals. Before he finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed through the workshop. A worker's right arm was caught in a large stamping machine. Blood was everywhere as the worker struggled in pain, chaos surrounding him. Salahar showed no hesitation. He leaped down, landing heavily on the workshop floor. He rushed to the stamping machine, gripping the massive mechanical arm with bulging muscles and veins. The metal emitted a deafening, twisted sound. With superhuman strength, Salahar forcibly pried the mechanical arm apart, freeing the worker's arm. The worker collapsed on the ground, his right arm a bloody mess. Salahar tore a corner off his coat and skillfully bandaged the injury to stop the bleeding. Call the medical team, he shouted at the dazed workers. A few workers snapped out of their stupor and ran to notify. It will be all right, Salahar said to the weak, injured man. You are very brave. The medical team quickly arrived and carried the injured worker away. The entire workshop fell silent, with workers gathering together, still in shock. Technical Priest Alpha 117 approached, his mechanical voice devoid of emotion. The incident has been handled. It is recommended to resume production immediately to avoid affecting output. The damaged personnel can be replaced. Salahar slowly stood up and turned to face him. Replaced? Yes, my lord. Biological labor is replaceable. We have backup personnel. The surrounding workers looked at Salahar, awaiting his reaction. 1 hour of downtime. Salahar's voice brooked no argument. Check the safety systems of all equipment. Ensure that similar incidents do not occur again. The technical priest's mechanical eye flickered. My lord, this will lead to a decrease in production efficiency. 4-1 replaceable biological unit. Follow orders. Salahar turned to the gathered workers. Everyone, today's incident reminds us that safety is always the top priority. Nothing is more important than your lives. The workers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. I know you came here to earn a living, Salahar continued. I assure you we will do our utmost to protect everyone's safety. An older worker gathered his courage to ask, my lord, do you really care about us ordinary people? Salahar looked at him, his green eyes reflecting the weight of countless years. Every person striving to rebuild this world deserves respect. There was a moment of silence in the workshop, followed by a wave of applause growing increasingly fervent. The faces of the workers showed long-lost sincere smiles. The technical priest observed from the side, his mechanical brain unable to comprehend this emotional logic. My lord, he privately asked, what significance does this care have for improving production efficiency? The hearts of the people, Salahar replied with just 2 words. An army that loses the hearts of the people can never be saved, no matter how powerful its weapons. Remember, we are building not just a factory but a civilization. The technical priest's mechanical eyes flickered several times. I do not understand, my lord. But I will incorporate the hearts of the people as a new variable into the efficiency model. Salahar nodded and turned to leave the workshop, with Raven following behind. My lord, your actions just now. Raven began were very effective. But was it a performance? Salahar stopped looking at him. What do you think? Raven pondered for a moment, then lowered his head. I think you are sincere. At the same time you know that this approach yields the best result. Very well, Salahar continued walking forward. A true leader is not feared for their coldness but followed for their compassion. We have already lost too many brothers. We cannot afford to lose those ordinary people who are willing to sweat for us. They exited the factory, the setting sun casting a golden hue over the entire industrial zone. Prepare to return to the fleet. In the bridge of the unbending blade, the holographic projector cast a faint blue light outlining Kelfrost's massive and complex mechanical body. Surrounded by countless probes and appendages, his only remaining human head portion appeared minuscule and fragile like an ancient relic. Data analysis complete. The synthesized voice of the mechanical sage echoed in the silent bridge. Conclusion: the development of Coxus has reached a hard bottleneck. At the current rate of manpower growth, to complete our first phase industrialization blueprint would require more than 5 standard Terra years. Salahar sat in the command chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. 5 years. The number reminded him of the long years of exile. But now it was different. The abhorrent traitors and xenos would not give them 5 years. What about the local population of Coxus? The local working-age labor force has been mostly conscripted. The remaining population is mostly old, weak, sick, or engaged in agricultural production and cannot be reassigned. Kelfrost's mechanical eyes flickered. Suggestion: expand the recruitment scope or adopt coercive measures. Salahar shook his head. Forced conscription would only turn him into another oppressor. That was not the outcome he wanted. Are there any other options? Theoretically there are. Perhaps there are abundant population resources in nearby star systems. The bridge door slid open and Leywan strode in. My lord, a communication request from Lady Liana. A glint of light flashed in Salahar's eyes. Put it through. The holographic image of the rogue traitor appeared in the center of the bridge. Liana was still in her splendid trade attire, but her expression was more shrewd and capable than when they last met. Lord Salahar, it's a pleasure to speak with you again. She bowed slightly. I heard you've encountered some difficulties. Labor shortage. Salahar got straight to the point. I need a large number of skilled workers and engineers. Liana pondered for a moment. It is indeed a thorny problem. However, a merchant's characteristic smile appeared on her face. I might know a place that can help you. Go on. 3 warp jump points from Coxus there is a star system called Viridia. Its primary planet is a hive world with a population of over 20 billion. Liana's voice carried a hint of excitement. More importantly, the ruler there is an opportunist. As long as the price is right, anything can be negotiated. Kelfrost's mechanical voice interjected: population trading. Logically feasible. Salahar frowned. Population trading sounded like the slave trade, which reminded him of the dark age of ancient Caliban. Not slaves. Liana seemed to read his concern. It's contract workers. The lower levels of Viridia's hive have harsh living conditions. Many people are willing to sign long-term labor contracts in exchange for a better life. This is very common among rogue trader circles. What are the conditions? The standards are simple. Provide accommodation, food, basic medical care, and the working period is usually 10 to 20 years. After the term they can choose to stay or leave. Liana paused. Of course, a considerable settlement fee needs to be paid up front to the local ruler. Salahar considered the proposal. From a moral standpoint it was far better than forced conscription. And if it truly provided better living conditions for these people, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. What reward do you need? I want exclusive trading rights to Coxus for 5 years. Liana's merchant nature was fully exposed. Also, I need your fleet for escort. The vicinity of Viridia is not peaceful. Pirate activity is frequent. Salahar looked at Kelfrost's holographic image. The mechanical sage's multiple sub-personalities seemed to be performing rapid calculations. The transaction is economically favorable. Recommendation: accept. Deal. Salahar stood up. Prepare to depart. I will go to Valheim personally. Leywan was somewhat surprised. My lord, you're going personally? Isn't that a bit? A bit what? Salahar turned to him. I need to see for myself and ensure the safety of the journey. Leywan nodded. I understand. How many brothers should I bring? You Kruger Tosaka plus 3 battle brothers. Salahar walked toward the bridge exit. Also Colonel Huapa's auxiliary forces. This operation needs to show our strength but not be too ostentatious. 2 hours later the hangar of the unbending blade was bustling.
Technicians were inspecting weapon systems and auxiliary soldiers were loading supplies.
Iokas walked up to Salahar. My lord, the neophyte's genocide implantation is at a critical stage. I cannot leave. I know. Salahar patted the apothecary's shoulder. Coxus is in your hands. Those children are more important than anything. Iokas nodded. They will succeed.
Carl and Leo have survived the first 3 surgeries and their recovery is beyond expectations.
Good. Salahar turned to the other brothers. Remember, we are not going to plunder but to seek cooperation. But if anyone tries to deceive us.
He did not finish, but everyone understood his meaning.
The fleet began to assemble.
The Unbending Blade led the way, followed by Liana's Morningstar, a black frigate sent by Kelfros called Logical Endpoint I, and the modified former red pirate warship Dark Claw.
Salahar walked into the compartment area where the auxiliary forces were stationed.
Colonel Huapu was giving final instructions to his soldiers. Seeing Salahar enter, Huapu immediately signaled for silence, then quickly stepped forward and gave a standard military salute.
My lord. Colonel, are your men ready? Salahar asked. Ready to depart at any time, my lord.
Huapu's voice was full of vigor. He turned to look at his young soldiers, whose faces were a mix of nervousness and excitement.
Most of them have never left the atmosphere of Coxus in their entire lives. It is their honor to fight alongside you. Good. Salahar's gaze swept over the soldiers who had straightened their chests. But remind them this is not a sightseeing trip.
The warp is too dangerous.
It's possible that before we even reach Viridia we could be lost in the unknown warp. Understood, my lord.
Huapu's voice was resolute. The fleet began to navigate toward the Mandeville point. On the bridge of the Unbending Blade, Salahar made a final check of the navigation plan.
Tosaka, how is the warp situation?
The librarian closed his eyes, veins visible on his forehead. As usual, somewhat unstable, but
I sense emotions of fear and despair. This is precisely our opportunity. Salahar looked at the route on the star chart. Kruger looked up from the tech station. My lord, all systems checked. The fleet is ready to enter the warp. Salahar sat back in the command chair. All fleet activate Geller fields, enter the warp. Destination Viridia system.
The 4 warships vanished into the warp vortex, leaving behind the lonely starlight in orbit of Coxus. In the medical facility on Coxus, Iokas was reviewing the latest surgery report. Of the 113 candidates, 42 had died during the augmentation process. The number weighed heavily on his heart, but it was within expectations. Carl and Leo lay in recovery pods, their bodies adapting to the newly implanted organs. Their vital signs were stable, a good omen. Apothecary, a technician, approached. The results of the gene compatibility test for the 4th batch of candidates are out.
Iokas took the data slate. The new batch of candidates were all elite soldiers selected from the auxiliary forces with generally good genetic quality. Begin preparing the operating theater, he commanded. Our work is far from over.
37 Terran days later, or at least that's what they believed.
The fleet finally tore through the veil of reality, returning from the twisted subspace to the tangible universe. 4 warships glided ghost-like out of the Mandeville point, their engine lights instantaneously suppressed to a minimum. A profound silence enveloped the bridge of the unyielding blade.
This is the periphery of the Viridia star system, an ancient forgotten asteroid belt.
Countless cold, lifeless rocks formed a natural barrier, perfectly concealing their arrival. Enter complete silence mode. The command of Salahar echoed within the bridge, concise and cold. All non-essential systems shut down.
Except for the Logic Endpoint II, all other vessels maintain radio silence. Colonel Hope straightened his posture behind him. My lord, the auxiliary forces are on standby at their respective battle positions.
Salahar nodded slightly, casting his gaze towards the chaotic asteroid cluster on the main screen.
You and your troops will remain on the flagship, ready to provide support at any time.
Understood, my lord. Moments later, an encrypted data link was received from the Darkhold corvette Kelpharos.
Krug was swiftly operating at the tech station, lines of data streaming across the screen.
Remote scanning, preliminary results complete, the tech sergeant reported. The data matches closely with the intelligence provided by Lady Liana. The main planet Viridia, the core world, has an extremely high population density. Technological advancement has stagnated, even showing signs of regression.
There are defensive platforms in orbit, but the energy signal readings are quite peculiar.
Peculiar? Salahar inquired. Yes, my lord.
The energy output is high, but the fluctuation frequency is remarkably stable, so stable it feels
like it's idling. Krug frowned. Salahar remained silent as his mind began constructing a defensive model for the entire star system.
Flashy but impractical was the first thought that emerged in his mind. Meanwhile, the merchant rogue Liana Van Corin's Morningstar along with the Dark Claw emerged from the cover of the asteroid belt boldly heading towards the main planet Viridia. Their ship identification signals were fully public, a standard merchant rogue trading fleet. My lord, we have connected to Lady Liana's communication.
Liana's holographic image appeared before Salahar. We have sent out a trade request, Lord Salahar.
She maintained the calm demeanor of a merchant. We expect a response within half an hour.
Good. Proceed as planned. Understood. Beside Liana's image, a young officer's face briefly flashed, his expression unable to conceal his anxiety. My officer Marco is somewhat worried about this voyage.
Liana explained. He feels it is too quiet here. In a core world with 2 billion people, the orbital traffic is so sparse and there are no pirates.
It is abnormal.
Your officer is quite perceptive, Salahar remarked.
Stay vigilant.
The communication was cut off. Raven approached, already donned in his powered armor, draped in a large grey cloak that concealed his form. My lord, when do we depart? No rush, Salahar replied, standing up and walking towards his readiness room.
We wait for Liana's news. Raven, the think tank Tosaka and 2 other silent veterans would form the first infiltration team.
Their craft was the repurposed Dark Claw captured earlier. It currently disguised itself as an inconspicuous cargo barge quietly trailing behind Liana's ships.
Half an hour later, Liana's communication was connected once more. They responded, my lord.
The orbital space station allows us to dock, but only the Morningstar is permitted to enter low Earth orbit.
As expected.
They have passed the preliminary trade negotiation request.
The governor's office has invited me to the Crystal Palace in the upper core for a banquet. Liana's tone held a hint of amusement. Palace. Raven scoffed. The name is quite intimidating.
He observed the massive circular orbital space station through the enhanced sensors of the Dark Claw. The array of defensive turrets appeared flawless, but all firepower was concentrated on the few main routes facing outward from the star system. The defenses on the flanks and below were nearly non-existent. Liana Salahar issued the command.
Yes, my lord. Your task is to buy time. Accept their invitation and go to that palace.
Show the necessary awe toward their governor and exhibit sufficient greed for their wealth.
Try to contact the bureaucrats of the governor's office.
Inquire about their labor policies, the security situation in the lower core, and any information related to population movement.
With your fine wines and goods, pry open their lips. Leave it to me. We will enter from another direction. Salahar concluded the communication.
He turned toward his team.
Prepare to depart. 5 cloaked giants traversed the narrow corridors of the Dark Claw, ultimately reaching a small deployment pod at the ship's belly. The Dark Claw had blended into Liana's fleet and was undergoing preliminary scans by the orbital space station.
The scanning beams swept across their rough disguise, finding no anomalies.
The orbital station's sensor array has 3 obvious scanning blind spots.
Krug's voice came through the helmet's built-in communicator as he operated the final steps of the deployment program.
I have marked the optimal deployment window with an error margin of no more than 5 seconds. Tosaka, what's the situation below? Salahar asked.
The think tank director closed his eyes, his face pale beneath the hood.
I sense a vast ocean of silence.
Not devoid of life, but countless lifeforms wail suppressed beneath the surface, unable to stir a single rip.
It's oppressive, like a gigantic tomb. Salahar did not ask further.
The deployment pod's door locked with a heavy metallic clang.
Deployment countdown 10-9.
Salahar grasped the fixed pole beside him, feeling the slight tremor beneath his feet.
3-2-1 deployment.
A violent impact surged. The entire deployment pod was violently ejected like a black bullet, piercing toward the gray planet of Viridia. It precisely navigated through the gaps in radar scans, and as it plummeted into the atmosphere, its exterior began to glow red, but the heat shield system was functioning perfectly. Their target was not the brightly lit upper core, but the shadowed sunless lower core beneath the upper structures. Uncertain of how long had passed, the deceleration engines roared and the deployment pod crashed heavily to the ground.
The violent shaking caused the occupants inside to sway. Bang!
After a loud crash, the world returned to silence.
Only the crackling sound of cooling metal could be heard. Krug checked the external environmental readings.
The air is toxic, but the filtration system can handle it.
Gravity is standard. No direct life threats detected. Open the door. Salahar ordered.
The hydraulic lever hissed and the heavy door slowly rose. Outside the door was a jungle of steel and pipes. Above them were layers upon layers of upper structures blocking all light. Only some flickering dim yellow lights outlined the contours of this underground world. The air was thick with damp cold mist. Welcome to Viridia. Raven's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Salahar was the first to step down the slope, his powered armor boots making no sound as they stepped upon the oil-slicked metal floor. He gazed at the steel hell before him. Tosaka followed closely behind, his face unusually grave beneath the hood. The silence here is problematic. I cannot feel the whispers of subspace nor the prayers of the faithful. Nothing at all. It's as if the soul has been drawn out. Salahar raised his hands signaling everyone to stop. He listened intently. Amid the distant background noise of dripping water and steam leaks from the pipes, he heard another sound. A synchronized oppressive sound of footsteps was slowly approaching from the depths of the dark alley. The docking hatch of the Morning Star slowly opened. Liana Van Corin took a deep breath and stepped onto the metallic deck of the Validia Orbital Space Station. A dizzying air mixed with spices and ozone rushed toward her. Awaiting her was a receptionist clad in a lavish uniform, sporting an overly enthusiastic smile as if it had been meticulously calculated. Honorable Ms. Van Corin, welcome to Validia. The receptionist bowed gracefully, his posture elegant to the point of being theatrical. I am Adrian Vaughn, the Deputy Minister of the Governor's Trade Department. The Governor has been expecting your gracious presence at the Crystal Palace. Liana nodded elegantly, but her gaze dissected the surroundings like a scalpel. The opulence here induced a physiological discomfort in her. The walls were embedded with meaningless glowing gems, and the crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling emitted dazzling beams of light enough to power a small habitat for an entire cycle. Such unabashed waste of energy was akin to lighting a bonfire in the dark forest of the Empire, loudly declaring one's position. Truly an impressive structure, she remarked in the most standard tone of a merchant, her voice betraying no genuine emotion. You flatter me. Adrian guided her toward a luxurious shuttle painted with vibrant colors. The Governor has a unique understanding of art and aesthetics. He believes that the ultimate sensory experience is the essence of civilization. The scene inside the shuttle slightly furrowed Liana's brows. The seats were wrapped in a white fur that exuded a peculiar fragrance. The armrests were made of warm jade, and even the carpet beneath her feet was as soft as walking on clouds. This felt less like a mode of transportation and more like a moving den of pleasure. Deputy Minister Volk, I am very interested in the trade potential of Validia. I have brought high-purity adamantium ore in several boxes of well-maintained standard mechanical components from the Mechanic Church. It should greatly assist your industrial production. A flicker of confusion crossed Adrian's face, as if Liana were speaking in some ancient, long-forgotten tongue. Industrial production, he chuckled lightly, a hint of barely perceptible disdain in his voice. Oh, those are matters for the workers below. We in the upper society focus more on pursuits of the spirit. Liana's internal alarm bells rang. A ruler from a hive world was dismissive of core strategic resources. This was illogical. The shuttle smoothly landed on a massive platform atop the hive. The Crystal Palace, before her, clarified what Adrian meant by spiritual pursuits. The entire structure was composed of enormous curved glass, but the glass itself was not transparent. It shimmered with bizarre colors under the sunlight like flowing oil paint. Surrounding the palace were dozens of gigantic statues, all themed on the human form. However, the postures of these figures were grotesquely exaggerated. The lines of muscle, the twists of bone, and the tension of expression reached a disturbing pathological perfection. They did not seem to celebrate life, but rather to dissect pain and ecstasy. The Governor's taste is indeed unique. Liana quickly calculated the resources expended to construct such things in her mind, and the figure made her heart chill. You truly have an eye for beauty. Adrian seemed to take her silence as praise, growing even more excited. These are all masterpieces from our new sensualism school. We believe that the ultimate purpose of art is to transcend the limits of body and spirit. Inside the palace, the sweet cloying aroma in the air intensified. The dome was adorned with a massive mural, countless intertwined abstract color blocks forming a dizzying pattern. Gathered in the hall was a group of lavishly dressed nobles, heavily made up, their gazes dreamy as if immersed in some eternal dream. Ms. Van Corin, a booming voice called out. Governor Maximilian de Lacroix approached. He was tall, draped in a silk robe, but his complexion was unusually pale, his eyes sunken, and his pupils remained abnormally dilated even in the bright light. Welcome, welcome to the Hall of Beauty. The governor opened his arms, overly enthusiastic. Governor, it is my honor to step into such a glorious world. Liana executed a flawless business etiquette while secretly observing him. The governor's body trembled slightly as if he were desperately suppressing some fervor. In the ensuing conversation, Liana discovered that these nobles showed no interest in the goods she had brought. The chief trade officer, Herman, a fat man with an oily face, even displayed a look of disgust upon seeing the precision gears she showcased. But when Liana's aide Marco presented several bottles of alien wines and a few uniquely styled decorative items, their eyes immediately lit up. Oh, the color of this wine. Herman lifted the glass greedily, inhaling the aroma. It reminds me of a wonderful hallucinatory experience. Liana sharply caught onto the phrase hallucinatory experience. The atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly strange. A noble who claimed to be the most gifted young artist, Damien, forcibly dragged Liana to admire one of his paintings. It was a huge oil painting devoid of concrete imagery, only filled with countless twisted lines and splashes of starkly contrasting colors. Red and purple intertwined, resembling flowing blood and bruises. "Look." Damien pointed at the canvas, his eyes fervent. "Do you feel it? That sensation of intertwining agony and supreme ecstasy. This is true art. It can penetrate your skin and reach your nerve endings." Liana felt a wave of nausea. This painting reminded her of the chaotic scenes glimpsed through the Geller field during subspace travel, impossible to describe in words. It contained no evil symbols she recognized, yet it was a form of spiritual pollution in itself. It was a pure malice delighting in tormenting the observer. Very shocking. She forced a look of appreciation while her mind raced. The ruling class of this world had gone mad. They were not indulging in pleasure but pursuing stronger stimulation through a self-destructive means. "You truly understand." Damien seemed to have found a kindred spirit grasping her arm. "I can feel that you are different from them. Your soul is not so numbed. Come, tell me, what is the most extreme pain you have ever experienced?" This question sent shivers down Liana's spine. She discreetly withdrew her arm while signaling to her aide Marco not far away. Marco understood, silently slinking away from the crowd toward the side corridor of the palace. His task was to seek any valuable intelligence, any clues that could explain what was happening here. Liana continued to navigate through these madmen, using her superb acting skills to play the role of a curious fellow cognoscente of this new art. She realized that these nobles had formed a closed pathological circle. They despised anything related to production order or responsibility, fervently worshipping their governor for bringing them this new way of life that liberated their minds. Half an hour later, Marco quietly returned, whispering in her ear, "Lady, I found a meditation room in the eastern tower." Inside there was no furniture, only some strange soundwave devices and incense emitting unknown gases. The walls were adorned with various torture devices, all polished as smoothly as artworks. Liana's heart sank. It was not an altar, but rather it resembled one. This was a place where torment and pleasure merged. "Governor," she turned to the smiling Maximilian, "you are truly a great leader," pointing Validia toward a new direction. "Haha, you are so insightful." The governor was very pleased with her compliment. "To celebrate our acquaintance, I sincerely invite you to the grand banquet the day after tomorrow. At that time a great guest will arrive who will present us with a new height of art." "A great guest?" The governor's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Yes, a mentor who can lead us to touch the heavens." Liana's internal alarm bells rang. She knew that this so-called mentor was likely the source of all this madness. She had to uncover the truth of this world before he arrived. "I am honored." She smiled and accepted the invitation. After the banquet, returning to the bridge of the Morning Star, Liana immediately activated the encrypted communication. "Lord Sarahal, the upper echelons of the target star system are experiencing structural collapse. The ruling class is indulging in a pathological culture of extreme hedonism. Their mental state is highly unstable and they seem to have formed a dangerous cult led by the governor. They have completely lost interest in tangible resources. 2 days from now a mysterious guest will arrive. The situation is far more complex than anticipated. I recommend halting the original plan and prioritizing intelligence infiltration." With the communication ended, Liana gazed at the gray planet outside the viewport. It resembled a beautiful apple, yet one that was rotting from the inside, teeming with maggots. And she had just stepped into the lair of the maggots. The footsteps grew ever closer. Salahar raised his right hand, signaling his brothers behind him to stop. The 5 giants cloaked in robes instantly transformed into statues, their breaths becoming almost imperceptible. It was a synchronized sound of footsteps resembling not a patrol but some sort of ritual. Amidst the echoes of the steel pipes, Salahar counted at least 12 pairs of footsteps, their rhythm perfectly aligned as if manipulated by some invisible will. "Spread out." He issued the command using tactical hand signals. The 5 quickly dispersed, concealing themselves within the shadows of the pipes and abandoned equipment. Salahar chose a massive cooling pipe as cover, peering through the seams to observe the approach. A group of worn-out dwellers emerged from the darkness. They carried dim lanterns in their hands, but strangely all their gazes were exceptionally hollow, their pupils dilated as if they had fallen into a deep state of hypnosis. At the front of the group was a gaunt middle-aged man, his cheeks sunken, yet he walked with a straightened back. "Brothers and sisters." The thin man spoke, his voice echoing through the pipes. "Tonight marks the 72nd gathering. The great consciousness calls us once more." The others responded in unison, "We heed the call, we crave unity." Salahar's brow furrowed. This was no ordinary cult ritual, there was no fervor in their voices, only a mechanical obedience. It was as if they were robots reprogrammed. The group passed by them, disappearing into the deeper labyrinth of pipes. Salahar waited a full 5 minutes before signaling for a regroup.
Tosaka. He lowered his voice. What did you sense? The director of the think tank removed his hood, his pale face drenched in cold sweat. Something akin to the fringe tendrils of a collective consciousness. It is neither chaos nor the divine will of the Emperor. It is something else. He paused, very ancient, very hungry. Follow them. Salahar commanded. They silently trailed behind the group of dwellers navigating through the maze-like pipe system. The architectural structure here was far more complex than Kexus, with layers upon layers of pipes, valves and discarded machinery forming a three-dimensional steel jungle. 10 minutes later they arrived at a vast circular space. This was originally supposed to be the core area of some industrial facility, but it had now been transformed into something else. Hundreds of dwellers gathered here, all maintaining the same posture, arms hanging at their sides, heads slightly tilted back, their empty gazes fixated on the domed ceiling. At the center of the space stood a colossal sculpture made of scrap metal. Salahar stared at the sculpture, feeling a wave of physiological discomfort. It bore no resemblance to any biological form he recognized, nor was it abstract art. It appeared to be a gigantic segmented worm, with each segment sprouting countless tiny tendrils. The ends of the tendrils resembled ocular organs, yet the shapes of those eyes did not conform to any known biological visual structure. Heresy. Raven whispered through the built-in communicator. The base of the sculpture was inscribed with a dense array of symbols. They were neither the high Gothic of the Empire nor the chaotic evil script, but rather a language far more ancient. The arrangement of the symbols manifested a dizzying geometric pattern, as if hinting at some higher dimensional mathematical truth. We are part of the unified body. The leader of the gathering began to chant, our individual consciousness is an illusion, our suffering is ignorance. Hundreds responded in unison, unity brings peace, separation brings suffering. Suddenly Tosaka grasped Salahar's arm, his knuckles turning white from the grip. Master, look. Salahar followed the direction of Tosaka's pointing. On one side of the gathering space there was a tunnel that had clearly been excavated later, its entrance meticulously camouflaged, yet it could not escape the scrutiny of his years of honed observation. Where does it lead? Downwards. Tosaka's voice trembled all the way down to the very bottom of the nest city. The ritual continued. The dwellers began to slowly move around the sculpture, each step perfectly synchronized. Their faces bore no expression, yet their eyes flickered with a strange sense of satisfaction. We offer our individuality to gain eternity. They chanted repeatedly, we offer our pain to gain tranquility. Salahar noticed that as the ritual progressed the eyes on the sculpture seemed to truly flicker. It was not a reflection of light but rather an inner biological glow. Each time the glow flickered, the gathered dwellers would tremble simultaneously as if struck by an electric current. The ritual lasted nearly an hour. When the light on the sculpture reached its brightest, all participants halted their movements at once. They turned toward the tunnel, bowing deeply. Great Unifier, we thank you for your blessings. The leader's voice grew even more hollow. We shall continue to gather sustenance for you until every individual in this world joins our ranks. Then, just as they had come, the dwellers lined up in an orderly fashion and left the gathering point. The entire process involved no conversation, no individualistic behavior. They surged in like a tide and receded like one as well. 5 minutes later the vast space fell silent once more. Only the eyes on the sculpture continued to flicker weakly, as if awaiting the next feeding. Salahar emerged from his hiding place, heading directly toward the tunnel entrance. The camouflage was meticulously designed, but to him it was as good as non-existent. He reached out to push aside the concealment, revealing a manually excavated passageway that extended upward. This tunnel leads straight to the bottom. What do we do next? He turned to the others. Whatever that unifier is, it lies deep within Nest City. Raven checked his weapon. Shall we go up? No. Salahar shook his head. Now is not the time. We need more information. He gazed at the strange sculpture. Tosaka, can you ascertain the direction of this thing? Tosaka closed his eyes once more, the veins on his forehead more pronounced. I'm sorry, Master. While the flow is clear, the target is some location at the very bottom of Nest City. He paused, however. I sense something else. This transmission network has more than one node. Throughout the entire nest there may be hundreds of such gathering points. Salahar's expression grew graver. If Tosaka was correct, then the underbelly of Viridia had been completely infiltrated. Out of 2 billion people, how many had already become puppets of that unifier? We must return. He commanded. The situation here is far more serious than anticipated. We need to re-strategize. The 5 giants cloaked in robes silently retreated into the shadows, vanishing like ghosts within the intricate maze of pipes, leaving no trace behind. Long after they had left, the entire space remained eerily silent. Suddenly, in the very corner where they had previously hidden, several indescribable shadows flickered by moving so fast that it seemed like a visual illusion. The faintly flickering eyes on the sculpture seemed to all turn in that direction.
Following the procession of Hollowed resident Salahar and his 4 companions navigated the labyrinthine sewers for nearly an hour. Dripping from decrepit pipes, filthy water permeated the air with the acrid stench of industrial waste. Their gait is perfectly synchronized, Raven whispered through the internal communicator.
Like puppets controlled by a single mind. Tasaka at the rear of the group grew increasingly pale beneath his hood. I sensed the edge of a collective consciousness. Not the taint of chaos, something else. Something ancient and hungry.
Along the way they witnessed sights that even surprised Salahar. The organization of this mysterious cult far exceeded his expectations. At several fixed supply points, cult members efficiently distributed food and basic medicine to the underhive residents. There was no bloated corruption of imperial bureaucracy nor the chaotic greed of the lower gangs. Every person in need received enough to survive the entire process, quiet, orderly, and imbued with a religious solemnity. The gratitude in the eyes of those who received food was unmistakably genuine. This efficiency, Raven whispered through the squad's internal comm, watching a cult member expertly bandage an injured child surpasses the logistics department of the Kexasi Astra Militarum. There must be one or more higher intelligences orchestrating this, no mere rabble.
Salahar did not reply, but he agreed with Raven's assessment.
This method of organization, striking deep into the hearts of the people, was far more effective at winning over the lower classes than any grand rhetoric. Compared to the morbid extravagance of the upper nobility described by Liana, the order and care displayed here formed a grotesque and dangerous contrast.
One decade, the other grew in a different way. The procession finally reached their destination, a vast hollowed-out underground cavity that had once been a giant geothermal exchange center of the hive. Thousands of faithful gathered here, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and fervent hope. At the center of the cavity, atop a crude platform built from scrap metal and pipes, stood a highly charismatic figure. He wore a deep purple robe and a bizarre crown of metal and crystal. Though not imposing, his voice, amplified by crude sound equipment, carried through the chamber with a hypnotic cadence. My brothers and sisters. He spread his arms like a savior. Do you feel it? The shackles of the old world are crumbling and the dawn of a new world is approaching. The Starfather has seen our suffering. His gaze pierces the endless void and descends upon us, bringing the gospel of salvation. Thousands of faithful chanted in unison, the sound echoing through the cavity. Praise the Starfather. Praise the day of ascension. That bishop. Tuasaka's voice crackled over the calm laced with gravity. He is a powerful psyker, untrained yet capable of projecting his psychic energy across such a vast area. He is the spiritual nexus of this cult, the epicenter of all their fervor. Just as the bishop's sermon reached its climax and the congregation's emotions were inflamed to the breaking point, the unexpected occurred. Thump. 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 Heavy metallic knocks echoed from the entrance. A squad of a dozen enforcers from the governor's personal guard, the Hammer of Wylidia, barged in, brutally wielding lasguns in crude carapace armor. The lead officer, a thuggish man, raised a loudspeaker and bellowed, by order of the governor. Everyone on the ground. This illegal gathering ends now. Arrest the rabble-rousing ringleader. Facing the armed enforcers, the faithful remained eerily calm, not a trace of panic on their faces. They simply parted silently, their eyes coldly fixed on the intruders. The bishop watched the charging enforcers, a smile of mingled pity and contempt spreading across his face. See, brothers and sisters. The claws of the old world have come. They fear our unity, they dread the new birth we are about to embrace. Enough talk, heretic. The enforcer captain impatiently raised his lasgun, firing a red beam at the bishop. But then a bizarre scene unfolded. The laser beam struck an invisible wall several meters from the bishop, deflected instantly, and hit the metal support of the platform, sending sparks flying. The bishop hadn't even moved. He merely said softly, "Let them see our true form." As the words fell, dozens of figures among the crowd suddenly erupted. They had been ordinary underhive residents, but in that instant their bodies underwent horrifying transformations. Muscles tore through clothes, bones cracked audibly, hard chitin emerged beneath their skin, and some even sprouted extra side-like limbs from their backs. Their speed and strength surpassed human limits, and like a pack of bloodthirsty beasts they pounced on the stunned enforcers. Monsters! They're monsters, one enforcer screamed in terror, but he only managed to fire once before being torn in half by a hybrid with 3 arms. The slaughter was one-sided. Lasgun fire was meaningless against these agile, resilient creatures. They easily tore through carapace armor, their claws and teeth becoming the deadliest weapons. In less than a minute the dozen enforcers lay in dismembered fragments. Salahar's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at the inhuman features of those hybrids, extra limbs, non-human physiology, and forms seemingly designed purely for slaughter. He recalled the multi-headed serpentine or alien-like emblem he had seen in the depths of the sewers, and the Starfather the bishop repeatedly invoked. After the battle, the mutations on the hybrids swiftly receded. They reverted to normal appearances, now covered in blood.
Expressionlessly they began cleaning the scene with chilling efficiency.
Salahar did not hesitate.
He immediately connected to Lyanna's encrypted channel via the relay aboard the Dark Claw.
My lord.
Lyanna's voice came through tinged with feigned weariness from the banquet. The situation has changed.
Salahar's voice was low and urgent as he quickly described what he had witnessed.
A cult worshipping the Starfather.
Their emblem resembles a multi-headed serpent or a multi-legged alien.
Their core members can transform into inhuman monsters in battle, sprouting extra limbs.
On the other end of the calm, Lyanna was silent for a good 10 seconds. Salahar could even hear her sharp intake of breath.
My lord, I have seen similar descriptions in the oldest navigational logs and some xeno archives.
Lyanna's voice became gravely serious, even tinged with fear.
That is no ordinary xeno cult. Legend says they are a precursor. These cults spread like a virus inside a planet, corrupting native life, preparing a feast for the coming swarm. The Ordo Xenos of the Imperial Inquisition classify such threats as the highest priority. She paused, lowering her voice further. I do not know its true name, but among rogue traders it is called the Genestealer cult.
What is certain, if the legends are true, is that a hive fleet that devours entire planets is heading toward Wylidia.
The transmission ended. Salahar's face darkened like the sky before a storm. The severity of this discovery far exceeded that of a corrupt government.
It meant the entire planet, along with its 20 billion inhabitants, could become a feast for the Xeno swarm.
The Wylidia system was no longer a simple quagmire, it was a powder keg about to explode. And they were standing at the very center of that powder keg. In the banquet hall of the Crystal Palace, the air was thick with the sweet cloying scent of incense and the repressed excitement of the nobility. Lyanna Van Koren elegantly navigated through the crowd, holding a glass of oddly colored wine, her ears like the most precise probes capturing every word related to the guest. Lady Van Corinth, the chief trade officer Herman, leaned in with his greasy face, lowering his voice as if sharing a grand secret. You will soon meet that great guest. I have heard he possesses an art that can elevate the soul, a secret method that transforms pain into supreme pleasure.
Lyanna's smile remained unchanged, but her fingers tightened slightly around the wineglass.
That sounds truly alluring. I wonder when this great artist will grace us with his presence.
Tonight.
Young noble Damien interjected excitedly, his heavily made-up face flushed with a sickly hue. The governor has just received his divine revelation. He will personally reveal to us a new height of art and aesthetic that transcends the limits of the mundane flesh. At that moment, all the opulent crystal chandeliers in the hall flickered simultaneously, the light becoming eerie and enchanting. The music came to an abrupt halt.
All the nobles held their breath, gazing with a near-religious fervor towards the podium at the end of the hall.
Governor Maximilien de la Croix slowly ascended the steps. Tonight he wore a robe made from the pelts of unknown creatures and shimmering silk, his complexion as pale as a corpse, yet within his unnaturally dilated pupils burned a mad flame.
My dear compatriots.
The governor spread his arms wide, his voice echoing throughout the hall through amplification runes tinged with an abnormal tremor. Tonight will be a night to remember for Viridia. I have made contact with that great guest, he has accepted our invitation. Thunderous applause and cheers flooded the palace. The nobles appeared entranced, as if they had already tasted the so-called eternal pleasure.
He will bring us and all of Viridia eternal joy.
The governor's voice suddenly rose, filled with incitement. We will break free from the shackles of this mundane flesh. We will use our senses to touch that paradise woven from pain and ecstasy that exists only in legends.
Lyanna's heart sank suddenly.
These words, breaking free from shackles, pain and ecstasy, pointed to the worst possible outcome. Vice Minister Wakshi turned and offered a polite smile to the governor's attendant Adrian, gently touching her forehead. The fragrance here has made me a bit dizzy. Perhaps it is due to the fatigue of travel. I wish to take my leave and rest aboard the ship. Oh, of course, esteemed lady. Adrian's face bore an understanding smile, as if saying mortal beings can never bear true art. I will arrange for your escort and shuttle immediately.
No need to trouble yourself, I can return on my own. Lyanna politely declined, turning to leave the noisy banquet hall.
Once she stepped through the door that separated her from the madness, she immediately shed all pretense of elegance. She walked briskly towards the flying platform designated for VIPs, counting the time with each step. The banquet hall was atop the nest city, a considerable distance from the docking port. She boarded an opulently designed flying shuttle, and as the hatch closed she immediately removed a miniature gem-disguised encrypted communicator from her earring. Lord Saharil, her voice was low but rapid, the situation is extremely urgent. The governor has allied with an unknown chaotic force. They are about to arrive. I repeat, the enemy is about to arrive. Meanwhile, deep within the nest city of Viridia, in a vast chamber converted into a secret sanctuary, Saharil's team lay hidden in the shadows. They had just witnessed a purification ritual within the Gene Thieves sect, where several believers deemed weak-willed were ruthlessly executed by the amalgam. Raven was checking the ammunition count of the explosive gun while Tosaka closed his eyes, trying to recover his spirit amid the surrounding overwhelming energy noise. At that moment, Saharil's helmet's encrypted channel transmitted Lyanna's urgent alert.
The chaotic force is arriving. Just a few words made Saharal's heart, hardened over millennia of exile, tremble sharply. This was not an ordinary tactical warning but a stirring from the depths of his soul. It was his strategic intuition, forged countless times by subspace storms, issuing its strongest alarm. A storm far beyond expectations had enveloped the entire star system. My lord, we must evacuate immediately. Raven's voice echoed in the team channel. Once the enemy fleet blocks the orbit, we will be trapped like fish in a barrel. Saharal did not respond immediately. He lifted his head as if he could see through thousands of meters of steel and rock to the sky about to be torn apart. Retreat. No. To retreat now would mean handing over control of this world to chaos and aberrations. They would lose a perfect chessboard to fish in troubled waters. No, Saharal's voice was chillingly calm. We stay. My lord. Raven was somewhat confused. The three forces will collide on this planet. The fallen governor, the lurking aberrations, and the chaotic entities from beyond. This will be Viridia's most chaotic moment but also our most profitable time. Saharal's strategic mind instantly completed the simulation. We will remain on the ground, becoming that invisible hand stirring the storm. He switched communication channels, directly contacting the Dark Claw disguised as a cargo ship docked in orbit. Kruger. Yes, my lord. The technician's voice was as steady as ever. Fleet at combat readiness level 1. Keep the engines warmed up, ready to maneuver at any moment. You are now our only eyes and escape route in orbit. Understood, my lord. The moment the order was given, the entire lower nest seemed to tremble. Tosaka suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a pained grunt, clutching his head tightly. My lord, the voice of the think tank director twisted in agony. I feel endless. The shriek of ecstasy and pain. They are singing their arrival with the wails of countless souls. Above the Viridia star system, against the pitch-black cosmic backdrop, a massive gaping tear appeared as if it were a wound. It was not a smooth incision but a scar violently torn open, its edges curling. A thick, nauseating purplish glow surged from the fissure, tinting the surrounding stars with a shade of decadence. Immediately after, a vast fleet lunged out from that subspace wound. Their ships were glamorous and alluring, exuding an aura of sickly beauty. The elongated hulls were sculpted into twisted human forms or bizarre instruments. Massive loudspeakers resembling a demon's throat and flashing neon strips traced obscene runes across the ship's surface. They were not war machines but rather a mobile circus spreading plague and decadence. At the forefront of the fleet, on a magnificent battleship, Valentine, the Lord of Chaos known as the Blade of Pleasure, leaned against his throne made of living slaves. Inside the bridge, the air was thick with a sweet cloying scent of blood and alien spices, with background music composed of the twisted wails of countless voices. Through the massive holographic projection he gazed down at the grey lifeless planet below, a trace of disdain playing across his features. What a dull canvas. He lightly traced a finger across a slave's cheek, feeling the tremors of fear it triggered, which brought him a moment of delight. However, no matter how monotonous the canvas, it can become a masterpiece in the hands of a great artist. His gaze swept over the fleet, over the chaotic interstellar warriors yearning for slaughter and indulgence. That mortal governor named Maximilian has already rolled out the red carpet for our arrival. His Ada demon with a serpent-like tongue flatteringly commented he has offered the pleasures of the entire planet. Pleasures. Valentine chuckled lightly, his laughter chilling the air around them. No, he has offered a stage. A stage for us to perform to our heart's content. He stood up, spreading his arms as if to embrace the entire world. Then let our first act begin with a grand display of fireworks. He pointed towards the defensive platforms and patrol fleets representing Imperial order in orbit, his voice filled with cruel anticipation. Destroy them. In the most magnificent and painful way. The moment the Blade of Joy fleet tore through reality, there was not a moment's pause. These bizarre warships seemed like living beings spewed forth from a nightmare, carrying the slime and shrieks of the subspace, directly pouncing on the defense fleet of Viridia that was still on routine patrol. The prelude to war was not the roar of cannons but a cacophony of indescribable noise. Massive loudspeakers on the surface of each depraved battleship writhed and opened, spewing forth waves of sound mingled with ecstatic moans and utter agony. This wave of sound did not propagate through a medium, it directly invaded the brains of every living creature, piercing through every wire of the ship. On the bridge of the Pride of Viridia, the wineglass of Commander Marcus, an old veteran of the defense fleet, fell to the ground. He was a loyal soldier, dedicating his life to the regulations and order of the Imperial Navy. His world was composed of precise navigation routes, standard responses, and detestable enemies. Everything before him exceeded his comprehension. What the hell is that thing? His first officer, a similarly rigid young officer, pointed at the main screen, his face drained of color. Inside the bridge, the blaring alarms mixed with that lascivious sound, transforming into a torment that could drive one mad. The runes on the control panel danced wildly and the screen was filled with static and distorted human faces. Communications. Connect me to the governor's office. Marcus shouted, trying to assert his authority over the chaos. Report enemy fleet invasion.
No sir. The communications officer ripped off his headset, writhing in pain on the floor. It's all screams.
They are singing in my head.
Marcus had never anticipated that the governor would betray them. In his understanding, the governor was the representative of the emperor, the cornerstone of the world's order. He also did not expect the enemy to arrive in such a manner, in such a posture, so abruptly. Just as he tried to comprehend this incomprehensible situation, the first volley struck. It was neither energy beams nor physical shells. Dozens of missiles shot out from the chaotic fleet, tracing elegant and deadly arcs in space, their tails a mesmerizing shade of lavender. They were called Pleasure, each born for the art of slaughter. The void shield of the Pride of Viridia flickered briefly, then silently annihilated like a burst soap bubble.
3 Pleasure missiles accurately struck the midsection of the cruiser.
The violent explosion caused the entire bridge to bounce up momentarily. The metal walls emitted painful groans, the overhead lights exploded and sparks flew.
Shield overload. The shield has completely failed.
The damage control officer reported, his voice trembling. Decks 7 to 9 have been breached.
Casualty report. Cannot be counted.
Marcus steadied himself amid the violent tremors. He had experienced countless battles in his life, but had never felt such a sense of powerlessness.
Counterattack. All cannons fire.
Bring those trash down from the sky.
He rushed to the weapons control console, trying to operate it himself. But his orders could not be effectively transmitted amidst the chaos of electronic warfare and psionic interference.
On the weapons officer's control interface, the target lock rune swayed drunkenly, unable to lock onto any enemy target.
Sir, we can't lock onto them. Their signals are jumping. This defies the laws of physics. The attacks from the depraved fleet were precise and cruel.
They were not in a hurry to completely destroy, instead they were enjoying a magnificent dissection.
A sword-class frigate Loyalty attempted to turn and counterattack with broadside fire. But a precise plasma shell struck its bridge directly.
The entire head of the ship melted in an instant, turning into a mass of molten metal silently boiling in the vacuum.
The commandless ship continued to drift forward like a headless fly under the influence of inertia.
Another frigate Alert had its engines severed by several precise laser beams. It instantly lost all power, stopping in place like a piece of scrap metal, becoming the perfect target for the chaotic fleet. Dozens of fine beams shot from all directions, stripping away its armor piece by piece until the crew inside were exposed to the vacuum and deadly radiation.
This was a massacre.
A meticulously orchestrated art performance accompanied by despair. Several frigates, after losing command, were easily segmented and surrounded by the chaotic battleships, then destroyed in the most creative manner. Marcus watched helplessly as the green dots representing his fleet on the main screen extinguished one by one, replaced by red crosses symbolizing death. In just a few minutes his proud fleet was on the brink of collapse. This fleet, which had protected Viridia for hundreds of years, was as fragile as paper.
Why? He murmured, why didn't the defense platform fire?
Why didn't the starport raise the alarm? Suddenly a thought struck him like the most malicious lightning, piercing through his rigid mind.
The governor's banquet.
That so-called great guest. The bizarre idle state of the orbital defense facilities.
Everything connected together. This was not a raid.
This was a premeditated betrayal that had crumbled from within. The governor had sold them out. The governor had sold out the entire Viridia.
The pain brought by this realization was far more intense than the ship being hit.
It shattered all of Marcus' beliefs as a soldier and a citizen of the Empire. The flames of hatred and despair ignited for the first time in his loyal heart.
He knew it was all over. They could not win, they couldn't even organize a decent fight.
But he could not die like this. He could not let these loyal soldiers die in vain, caught in the schemes of traitor. In despair he made his final decision. He pushed aside the weapons officer beside him and lunged onto the command throne in the center of the bridge, placing his palm on the red rune representing Supreme Command.
Initiate fleet-wide emergency broadcast. Supreme Authority. Override all channels. Sir, that will severely overload our communications array.
It could cause permanent damage.
Execute the order.
Marcus' voice was hoarse yet resolute. A piercing high-frequency noise filled the entire bridge, the runes on the main communications control panel flickering wildly, emitting sparks. But in the end that solid imperial creation withstood the raging torrent of energy. His voice was forcibly injected into every ship channel that could still receive us. That voice was no longer the calm of the past, but the last roar belonging to a loyalist.
Viridia Defense Fleet. All ships. We have been betrayed. The governor is a traitor. Free to fire. Break through individually. For the Emperor's loyalty. Fight to the death.
The broadcast ended and the unbearable overload sound on the bridge gradually subsided. The main communications array emitted faint wisps of blue smoke, but the core runes remained lit, stubbornly maintaining operation. "The broadcast has been sent out, sir," the communications officer reported tremulously. The array held. "All channels are still open." Marcus slumped in the throne as if all his strength had been drained. Marcus' final roar, amplified through the overloaded comm array, flooded the bridge of every surviving vessel. "For the Emperor's glory! Fight to the death!" The comm channel echoed with a chorus of resolute battle cries. Despair was the finest fuel, betrayal the ultimate catalyst. Defiant acknowledged. Engines overloading, target the enemy flagship. For Viridia. Watcher acknowledged. All batteries fire at will. Green icons flickered wildly on the tactical display, no longer seeking to evade or form up. They became a swarm of moths hurtling toward the flames, charging with their final breaths into the corrupt lavender nebula. The captain of a sword-class frigate shut down all non-essential systems, channeling every ounce of power into engines and weapons. "Ram them!" he broadcast to the ship. "Let them taste the fury of the Imperial Navy." His vessel, like a burning arrow, speared straight toward a grotesquely elegant chaos cruiser. But the cruiser simply sidestepped with grace, unleashing a dense volley from hundreds of small turrets along its flank, weaving a web of death. The frigate was torn apart mid-course. Its explosion didn't even cause a ripple in the chaos ship's shields. What a magnificent dance of destruction! On the bridge of the Eternal Ecstasy, Chaos Lord Valentine lounged upon his throne of living flesh. In the holographic projection, the final desperate counterattack of the Loyalist fleet blossomed into silent, fleeting fireworks. He traced his fingertip across the image, touching a disintegrating Imperial vessel, his face alight with the pure childlike rapture of an art connoisseur. "See their despair, hear their wails. Is this not the most exquisite symphony in the cosmos?" "Indeed, my lord. Their agony is the highest hymn to you," replied his adjutant. "Not enough." Valentine shook his head, seeming bored. "Their deaths are too monotonous, lacking imagination. Like ants crushed underfoot, utterly devoid of beauty." He raised a hand, sending an invisible command. "Pass my orders. Let the children have their sport. Send these loyal fools off with the most creative methods. I want to see sculptures of fear, hear the death knell of steel. Go turn this slaughter into an exhibition worth remembering." The lunar-class cruiser Defiant was the most powerful vessel in Marcus' fleet, save the flagship. Now, in a self-destructive frenzy, it poured all reactor energy into its engines. The hull armor glowed red from the overload, and internal structures groaned under the immense acceleration. Its target, the colossal Chaos flagship Eternal Ecstasy. "Captain. We're locked. At least 100 firing points." "Ignore them." The captain, a grizzled veteran, stared fixedly at the capital ship. "Helm, maintain course. Gunner, fire everything we have left." All macro cannons and lance batteries of the Defiant fired simultaneously in its final moment. Dozens of beams and shells formed a torrent of steel and light, crossing the void to strike the Eternal Ecstasy. But a shimmering iridescent lavender shield emerged on the Chaos flagship's surface. The Imperial barrage only raised fleeting ripples like stones cast into a vast ocean. Their shields. Not even a flicker. The weapons officer's report came with a sob. The next second, retribution arrived. Not a broadside, but a colossal beam of pure ecstasy and agony erupted from the Eternal Ecstasy's prow. It struck the Defiant's bridge with surgical precision. No explosion. No fire. The forward half of the Defiant, along with its thousands of crew, was instantly disintegrated, vaporized, transformed into the very energy particles composing the beam. The headless hull continued forward under inertia for several kilometers, then the reactor lost containment, triggering a violent chain detonation. A miniature sun rose in the heart of the battle, its stark light bleaching the twisted face of Marcus on the bridge of the Viridia's Pride. He watched the light vanish from the tactical display, staggered, and slumped into his command throne. The war's shockwaves soon reached the civilian orbital station far from the main battlefield. Liana's merchant fleet lay docked there. Alert! Alert! High-energy signature approaching. Not stray fire. On the bridge of the Morning Star, the piercing alarms jolted everyone from their shock over the orbital battle broadcast. What's happening? Liana rushed to the tactical console. On the screen, a red icon representing a Chaos vessel had detached from the main engagement and was circling toward their fleet with a leisurely, mocking pace. It was a frigate, elongated and adorned with lewd symbols like a serpent slithering through space. "They're coming for us." The first officer's voice tightened. "We're marked. All ships. Activate combat protocols. Maximum shields. Weapons online." Liana's orders were sharp and swift.
We are armed merchantmen, not lambs for slaughter. But ma'am. That's a Chaos Space Marine vessel. So what? Liana's voice rose. If they want to devour us, well, knock out a few teeth. Open fire. Several escort armed freighters in the fleet opened fire first. Their turrets spat sparse lasers and solid shells futilely striking the Slaneshi frigate. The Chaos vessel didn't even raise its main shields. Its hull armor alone rendered the attacks harmless scratches. Attacks ineffective. Their armor is too thick. They're faster than us. Circling to our flank. The Chaos frigate played Catan mouse around Liana's fleet. It didn't use main guns, only its small side turrets delivering precise and venomous sniper shots. A laser beam severed the cargo bay attachment of a freighter, sending countless containers adrift in space. Return fire. Keep firing. Liana gritted her teeth. Just then the Chaos frigate seemed to tire of the game. A massive cannon muzzle shaped like a demon's maw at its prow began charging, a purple glow coalescing within. Warning. Flagship Morning Star locked. Cannot evade. Evasive. Full power evasive. Boom. A violent tremor threw everyone on the bridge to the deck. Liana's head struck the console, her vision swimming. Main lights died red, emergency lights flickered on, illuminating the chaotic bridge. Damage report. She struggled to her feet. Hull. Port side penetrated. Cargo base 3 through 5 decompressed. Engines. One main engine down. We've lost 30% power. On the screen the Morningstar's icon turned yellow, indicating critical damage. The Chaos vessel, after its successful salvo, resumed its leisurely pace, closing in slowly. Its massive hull filled the Morningstar's main viewport. The figurehead, carved as a goddess of debauchery, seemed to leer, watching its prey. The shadow of death loomed over Liana for the first time with such stark reality. She stared at the rapidly closing Chaos warship on the screen and felt the emotion called despair wash over her. In the shadows of the lower levels of the Nest City, an abandoned maintenance passage has been temporarily transformed into a command center. The air is thick with the mingling scents of rust machine oil and the stench of sewage. The only illumination comes from a portable holographic projector casting real-time dynamic images of the Viridia orbital battlefield onto the grimy walls. Green light spots representing the Loyalist fleet are being rapidly devoured and extinguished by eerie purple waves. Salahar stands before the projection, his expression stern. His fingertips glide through the void, calling up the real-time dynamics of Liana's small merchant fleet. All data comes from the Dark Claw lurking within the merchant fleet. At this moment the icon representing the flagship Morningstar has turned yellow, indicating heavy damage, and is being relentlessly gripped by a chaotic warship like a lamb ensnared by a venomous serpent. My Lord Raven's voice is low and urgent as he stands behind Salahar, his gaze also fixed on the holographic projection. Liana's fleet can't hold on for much longer. The Dark Claw is the only ship that can save them. His tone lacks anger, revealing only a veteran's calm judgment of the situation and deep concern for the plight of his allies. Salahar's gaze remains fixed on the rapidly scrolling crimson codes, the battlefield data transmitted back by the Dark Claw at great risk. He didn't immediately rebut, quietly listening to Raven's assessment. I understand your concerns, Raven. Salahar's voice is steady, but the Dark Claw is our only eye in orbit and our last escape route. Once exposed, we will completely lose control of the situation. He paused, seemingly weighing something. Liana is a crucial link in our establishment of order in Viridia. I will not easily abandon her. He turned to face his deputy, but saving her does not mean letting the Dark Claw charge headlong into a hopeless confrontation with a chaotic warship. That is not bravery, it is folly. This remark caused Raven's tense shoulders to relax slightly. He understood that the commander was not heartless, but rather searching for a more opportune moment with a higher chance of success. War is a game of patience. Salahar's gaze returned to the projection. We are not waiting for her to be torn apart, but for the moment the enemy reveals a flaw. Before that moment arrives, any impulsiveness will doom us all. Salahar ignored his deputy. His neural interface was deeply connected to the portable tactical array he carried. Dark Claw continued tracking the target warship's shield fluctuations. I need its energy recirculation cycle. He issued orders through an encrypted channel to the solitary ship far in orbit. Received, my lord. Kruger's calm voice came through. The target is enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Its weapon systems are not operating at full power and the shield cycles have substantial redundancy. After each broadside there is a brief energy dip in the shield at the aft engine section. For scalpel torpedoes are ready. Kruger added. These were torpedoes specially modified for the Dark Claw before leaving Kosi's. They sacrificed part of the explosive charge, channeling all energy into enhancing the drill bit and propeller solely to achieve extreme armor penetration capability. Very well.
His fingers danced rapidly across the virtual control interface, the millennia of combat experience merging perfectly with the strategic talent ingrained in his genes. He did not change the launch timing of the torpedoes but modified their flight trajectories. Incorporate the gravitational variables of 3 explosive wreckages using the electromagnetic dust cloud from the Resolute as the first layer of cover. Initiate a yaw maneuver and enter the exhaust plume of the Morningstar. A series of astonishing commands were entered by him.
My lord, this calculation.
Raven stared at the complex trajectory, completely unable to comprehend.
War itself is the greatest uncontrollable variable. Salahar's consciousness locked onto the battlefield.
He saw the chaotic warship adjust its heading once more, the massive cannon at its bow glowing with eerie purple light, preparing to deliver a final lethal strike against the Morningstar.
Now is the moment.
He directly sent a command containing complex flight angles and a single target coordinate through an encrypted data link from this filthy sewer to the Dark Claw in orbit. Kruger aboard the Dark Claw upon receiving the command hesitated not at all. He didn't even attempt to understand the incomprehensible series of commands, he simply pressed his palm against the launch button. 4 specially modified armor-piercing torpedoes slid silently out of the concealed launch tubes on the belly of the Dark Claw. Their tail flames ignited for but an instant before extinguishing, resembling 4 inconspicuous pieces of space debris silently merging into the chaotic battlefield. The chaotic warship pursuing Liana was completely immersed in tracking the desperate thermal signature of the Morningstar through its sensor array. It seemed to completely ignore the few torpedoes mixed among the countless wreckage signals. The 4 scalpel torpedoes traced out bizarre anti-physical arcs in space. They precisely utilized the gravitational fields of the explosive wreckage as slingshots skimming past a burning cargo ship while perfectly evading all scans from the sensors. As the chaotic warship's main cannon was about to fire, the torpedo struck from beneath its weakest sensor point at the aft like a venomous serpent. The drill bit of the first torpedo overloaded and self-destructed upon contact with the shield, violently tearing a gap in the shimmering energy barrier. The second torpedo followed closely, passing through the gap and accurately striking the ammunition hold armor on the side of the ship. The specially made drill spun wildly, showering sparks against the alloy armor, successfully drilling into a maintenance interface. The subsequent 2 torpedoes, like the most precise surgical instruments, wedged themselves effortlessly into the ship's interior along the path opened by the second torpedo. In the silent vacuum there was no sound. But a dazzling crimson fireball suddenly expanded from the midsection of the chaotic warship. A violent chain reaction of explosions erupted. This splendid and arrogant chaotic warship was severed in 2 in the silent scene, instantly transforming into a twisted mass of burning scrap metal floating in space. The intense shockwave from the explosion caused several nearby chaotic warships to lurch, their gun arrays experiencing brief deviations and malfunctions. On the battlefield, a fleeting window of opportunity opened up. On the bridge of the Morningstar, Liana snapped back to reality from the violent shock, staring blankly at the massive fireball that replaced the enemy ship on the main screen. But she was, after all, the heir of a merchant rogue family. Seizing the opportunity, she yelled with all her strength, engine overload. Charge! Charge forward! Charge to the edge of the star system! On the other side, Commander Marcus, waiting for death in despair, also saw this opportunity. He gathered the 3 battered warships that remained around him and charged recklessly toward a nearby asteroid belt. On the bridge of the Eternal Bliss, the smile on the face of the chaotic Lord Valentine froze. He looked at the inappropriate firework in the projection, his brow furrowing slightly. An accident, he murmured to himself, feeling a twinge of displeasure at this minor spoiler. But he did not order a pursuit. To him these few lucky mice were of no consequence. His gaze returned to the dim gray planet below. To control the entire world and have 2 billion souls play a joyful symphony for him, that was the primary task. The orbit was completely cleared. The main forces of the planetary defense fleet were annihilated, Liana's fleet severely damaged, and the chaotic fleet had full control of the aerial supremacy over Viridia. In the command center of the sewer, Salahar shut down the holographic projection. Raven stood silently beside him. The scene he had just witnessed had completely overturned his understanding of war. In the deepest part of the undernest within the secret sanctum, converted from an abandoned geothermal exchange center, the air was as heavy as a tangible substance. A massive holographic projection floated in the center, replacing the podium where the bishop once preached. The projection showed the cold orbit of the Wylidia galaxy. The high-ranking members of the sanctum, dozens of hybrid leaders of various forms and core members of the cult, held their breath watching the war unfolding above them. They relied on the real-time tactical feed transmitted at great risk by spies embedded in the Navy. Green dots representing the Imperial Loyalist fleet were crumbling and extinguishing at an inconceivable speed. Too fast. A hybrid leader with a chitinous exoskeleton whispered hoarsely. His words echoed the thoughts of everyone present. The fleet that had guarded Wylidia for centuries had always been an insurmountable mountain in their eyes. But now that mountain was being leveled with ease, even with a hint of mockery. The eerie purple warships were like a school of sharks toying with a wounded leviathan. They did not seek a single fatal blow, instead with precise volleys they peeled away the armor of the Imperial ship, severed their engines and shattered their bridges.
The entire process was filled with a morbid artistry and a nauseating elegance.
The final counterattack of the Loyalist fleet turned into brilliant fireworks, yet left not a single mark on the shimmering shields. The swift conclusion of the orbital war instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis in every high-ranking member of the cult present. Their original plan was to create chaos between the governor's mansion and some potential Imperial reinforcements, then seize the opportunity to launch an uprising and conquer this world in one fell swoop. But now a third party powerful enough to crush the orbital fleet had arrived without any warning. This power. The bishop, the psychic leader who had always stood at the forefront of the projection, suddenly let out a pained grunt.
He clutched his temples, his body trembling slightly as if enduring some invisible torment. He sensed it.
It was not mere combat energy nor the cold rigid killing intent of the Imperial fleet. It was a chaotic filthy spiritual radiation that delighted in devouring souls. It was a poison that blended pain and ecstasy, creation and destruction, beauty and decay. Every destroyed Imperial crew member, their souls before vanishing, were captured and twisted by this force, becoming notes of pain and pleasure that merged into the blasphemous symphony resounding through the war. If these madmen take over the planet, they will completely pollute everything here. Every inch of land, every soul, even every drop of water will be tainted by their corrupt energy. The biomass contained in this world will no longer be a pure feast offered to the Father of Stars, but a plate of rotten flesh contaminated by poison and filth. The bishop's words struck like a heavy hammer upon everyone's hearts. They had been in hiding for centuries. Generation after generation of believers had silently dedicated and sacrificed themselves for the ultimate glory of the Day of Ascension. They had carefully guarded the purity of this world, awaiting the arrival of the four-armed God Emperor's fleet to harvest this ripe fruit along with the 20 billion souls upon it. But now, at the final juncture, when their grand plan was about to succeed, a group of madmen from the warp had come to snatch their victory fruit and to thoroughly dirty and trample it. Their centuries of patience and scheming would at the final moment become a wedding garment for chaos. We cannot wait any longer. The military leader, elder, a third-generation hybrid of the most imposing stature with muscles knotted like rock, abruptly slammed his fist into a nearby metal pipe, producing a thunderous crash.
We must launch the uprising immediately.
His voice was filled with violence and reluctance. While their forces are still unsteady, while the remnants of the governor's mansion are still gasping for breath, we will pour out all our strength accumulated over a century and seize control of the entire planet before they can react. The elder's proposal immediately garnered support from a faction of radical hybrid warriors. They were the cult swords, accustomed to solving problems with slaughter and violence.
That's right. We cannot place our hope in the enemy's mercy. Kill them all.
Whether the Empire's dogs or chaos scum. However, another faction of more cunning fourth-generation hybrid leaders raised objections. The leader was a man who appeared almost identical to a human except for his overly pale skin and somewhat serpentine eyes.
Impulsiveness is foolish.
His tone was calm yet laced with cold calculation. You saw the power of the Chaos Fleet. If they could easily destroy the orbital fleet, they could just as easily erase our uprising forces from the surface. Heating confrontation with them is like throwing an egg against a rock. He swept his gaze across the crowd and continued, their rule has always been chaotic and short-lived.
Let them fight the remnants of the governor's mansion like dogs, let them exhaust each other's strength.
We can continue to lie low and wait for the right moment.
When both sides are weakened, we will emerge as saviors to clean up the mess. That is the most prudent course. Lie low. By then the planet's biomass will be completely contaminated.
What the hell is there to ascend to? The elder roared, his xenomorphic jaw slightly opening, revealing sharp fangs. Better than charging out now and being reduced to ashes by a round of orbital bombardment from the Chaos Fleet.
The atmosphere in the sanctum instantly became tense and confrontational. The radical faction and the hidden faction, two diametrically opposed ideologies, clashed fiercely.
The two sides argued, unable to convince each other. Just then an invincible spiritual will as heavy as the abyssal ocean and as devouring as a black hole awakened without warning from the deepest part of the sanctum. All sounds within the entire underground cavity instantly vanished. The quarreling, the breathing, the scraping of metal.
Everything fell into silence.
Everyone present, whether the furious elder or the composed bishop, felt at that moment an absolute irresistible pressure emanating from the depths of their souls. It was as if an invisible giant hand had seized their thoughts and crushed their self-will. Their consciousness was forcibly dragged into a spiritual ocean composed solely of hunger and possessiveness. The bishop was the first to fall to his knees, his body convulsing violently. Then came the elder, whose massive frame could no longer stand his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. One by one the cult's high-ranking members all knelt, their bodies trembling from extreme fear and reverence.
The patriarch had awakened.
That terrifying entity which had lurked in the deepest depths beneath this world, the origin and core of the entire cult, revered by all believers as the patriarch, had awakened. Its will without any language was directly imprinted into the minds of every cult member.
This world is my nest. Any who defile the nest are pests that must be eliminated.
Under the absolute will of the patriarch, all differences, all arguments, all calculations seemed so laughable and insignificant. They were instantly swept away, crushed and forcibly unified by this torrential will. The bishop slowly stood up. His body no longer trembled. On his pale face all emotions belonging to himself had faded, leaving only a hollow sanctity and absolute obedience. He had become an extension of the patriarch's will, his spokesperson. The bishop spread his arms, and his will through the psychic network instantly reached every corner of the planet and the depths of every believer's soul. The day of ascension has come. Take back everything that belongs to us. At the peak of the Viridia nest, the crystal palace of the governor's mansion has completely devolved into a den of honey and poison. Under the once solemn dome no longer hung the imperial eagle flag, but rather purple silk embroidered with lewd runes. In the air the sweet cloying scent from alien incense mingled with the rich smell of blood, creating an aroma that was nauseating yet bizarrely stimulating to the nerves. The first batch of landing Chaos Star Warriors, the soldiers of the Blades of Pleasure, were reveling in the feast prepared for them. On their modified power armor the massive loudspeakers had not been activated yet, the armor itself emanated a disquieting wave of energy. They tore at the roasted legs of exotic beasts, pouring unknown nectar directly into their auxiliary breathing apparatus, creating a symphony of clashing metal and bone alongside their raucous laughter. Their mortal servants, the traitorous guards who had betrayed the Empire, fared even worse. They seized the noble women, pinning them on the velvet-clad long tables, indulging in wanton cruelty. Crying and pleading were twisted into a celebratory melody. The nobles of Viridia exhibited a polarized demeanor. Some were pale with fear, huddling in corners and trembling, terrified that they might be the next dragged away. While the others, the vast majority, welcomed these artists from hell with a sickly fervor. They scrambled to pour drinks for the Chaos Star Warriors, offering their wives and daughters, their faces twisted into sacrificial smiles. Governor Maximilian Delacroix was humbly kneeling before the throne of the Chaos Lord Valentine. His forehead pressed against the cold marble floor, his posture was the epitome of humility. Great Master Lord Valentine. Maximilian's voice trembled with excitement and fear. I, Maximilian, the ruler of Viridia, offer you my most humble gift. He raised his head, gazing up at the being on the throne with a near worshipful posture. Valentine leaned casually against his throne made of living slaves, not even glancing at the governor at his feet. He merely used a slender finger to idly lift a noble girl's chin, admiring the ultimate fear reflected in her eyes. All of Viridia, its mines, its factories, and the 2 billion humble populace. Maximilian emphasized his words, trying to capture the attention of his new master, will be offerings to you, the great god of pleasure. We shall compose an eternal hymn with their souls. Upon hearing the word offering, Valentine finally reacted. A hint of interest appeared on his remarkably beautiful face, which seemed otherworldly. Very well. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, drowning out all the noise. Your flattery brings me joy. As a reward I shall grant you eternal perception. Maximilian's body trembled violently, his face flushed with a sickly hue. He knew what that meant. It meant he would be freed from the shackles of this mundane flesh. Every nerve ending would be infinitely amplified, allowing him to experience pain and ecstasy beyond limits. This was the gift he had longed for. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you, great master, he exclaimed excitedly, bowing again. Valentine let out a soft laugh, seemingly satisfied with his performance. He raised the goblet in his hand filled with bright red liquid. Then let this revelry reach its climax. The noise warriors erupted in a roar of response. They activated the sonic weapons on their arms, not to kill but to release a subsonic wave capable of distorting minds and amplifying desires. The atmosphere of the banquet hall instantly became more frenzied and decadent. At that moment, woo-woo-woo and ear-piercing alarms signaling the highest threat level suddenly echoed throughout the upper levels of the nest. The sound was so sharp it seemed capable of piercing eardrums, instantly drowning out all music and laughter. The crystal chandelier flickered violently, eventually turning blood red to signify an emergency. Everyone froze, including the arrogant Chaos Star Warriors. What is happening? Maximilian abruptly stood up, his face filled with shock and anger. Who dared to interrupt his and his new master's enjoyment at such a time? The massive doors of the banquet hall were abruptly flung open. A guard captain scrambled and rolling and crawling in haste. His armor was shattered, half of his face covered in blood, and his remaining eye was filled with endless terror. Governor! His voice, distorted by fear, was hoarse like a broken bellows. Riots. The lower nest. The entire lower nest has erupted in rebellion. What? Maximilian was momentarily taken aback. The captain struggled to point towards the massive surveillance screens on the side wall of the hall. The screens, which had been displaying the lavish scenes of noble estates, had all switched to real-time surveillance footage from various locations throughout the nest. The opulent scenes on the surveillance screens were replaced by static, and then the real-time footage of the chaos in the nest brutally occupied every single screen. The raucous laughter and moans within the banquet hall abruptly ceased. All eyes were glued to those screens. What they witnessed was not a riot. To be precise, it was a premeditated war initiated from the very bottom of the city. A black tide surged silently from every sewer outlet, maintenance passage, and dark corner of the slums. They were the dust of this world, the remnants crushed under the operation of the nest. At this moment, this flood formed by millions of remnants was sweeping through the streets in a spine-chilling synchronized march. Their eyes were hollow, their faces devoid of expression, only a non-human fervor controlled by a unified will. This is impossible.
Governor Maximilian stuttered, "Where are my guards?
Where is the hammer of Viridia? Where are they?"
No one answered him.
Because on the screen at the forefront of the crowd appeared a true monster. A hybrid creature with 3 arms crawled at high speed along a vertical wall like a spider, its third hand steadying a heavy machine gun spewing flames at a position. Another muscular giant covered in purple armor wielded a modified power hammer, smashing through the alloy defensive barriers with a single blow. The defenses of the governor's guard were as fragile as paper before them, torn apart in an instant and then completely swallowed by the endless tide of people behind.
Maximilian's body swayed, his complexion instantly turning pale. Beneath his self-assured rule lurked such a vast and terrifying force. He was utterly unaware.
"Waste." Valentine's voice rang coldly. He slowly rose from his throne. The expression of enjoyment and appreciating art had vanished without a trace, replaced by extreme displeasure at being interrupted by a poor performer.
"Is this the complete offering you presented to me?"
Valentine descended the steps, each step seeming to tread upon Maximilian's heart, a swarm of insects emerging from who knows where are gnawing at my canvas, polluting my paint. At this moment the entire main nest of Viridia was awakened from its slumber. In the secret sanctuary at the deepest part of the nest, the bishop opened his eyes, his vision transcending the limitations of the physical body. An invisible colossal web of spiritual energy forged by the minds of countless believers suddenly unfurled in his consciousness, covering every corner of the nest. He felt it. Every lurking brother, every dormant sister received at this moment the ultimate will of the bishop.
The day of ascension is upon us.
Though the bishop did not move his lips, this oracle was imprinted deep within the souls of every believer through the network of spiritual energy.
The uprising has begun.
The grand spectacle did not start with the sound of gunfire, but with the simultaneous opening of countless gates. In the lower levels of the nest, the massive pipes used for discharging industrial waste, the ancient ventilation shafts forgotten for generations, and the maintenance tunnels connecting the slums to the affluent districts. In the same second, a surge of people poured out. They were ragged, but they did not wield only rudimentary weapons. In addition to rusty pipes and sharpened rebar, many carried laser rifles stolen from the armory or replicated in underground workshops. In the shadows of the buildings flanking the crowd, the barrels of heavy machine guns were already set up, the cold metal glinting with a deadly gleam. They were the bottom dwellers of this world, the forgotten dust. Yet in this moment their eyes held no fear, only a fervor that had been suppressed for centuries, now finally unleashed, almost sacred. In District 7 of the nest, a team responsible for guarding the main water valve was idly playing cards.
"Have you heard?
The governor has invited a distinguished guest. Things are lively upstairs now."
"Who cares? As long as we guard this broken pipe, it's fine."
Just as the words left their lips, the metal grating beneath them suddenly buckled upwards.
What the hell?
A soldier had just raised his laser gun when 3 glistening claws suddenly shot through the gaps in the grating, piercing through his chest in an instant. The grating was flung aside by a tremendous force. From the dark pipe below, 5 figures leaped out. They still vaguely retained the shape of humans, but their bodies had undergone horrific distortions. One had 4 arms scuttling up the wall like a spider. Another had a split jaw revealing serpent-like fangs. "Fire! Fire!" the squad leader screamed in terror. Meanwhile, from the far end of the corridor and the ventilation shafts above, a dense barrage of automatic gunfire poured down, pinning the soldiers in place and creating perfect conditions for the hybrids' advance.
Laser beams ricocheted wildly in the narrow corridor, but the hybrids moved with unimaginable speed.
They used pillars and pipes as cover, evading and advancing at impossible angles. One hybrid suddenly pounced down from the ceiling, effortlessly severing a soldier along with his armor, with its forelimbs resembling a mantis scythe. On the other side, an armed tide had already surged forth. Countless ordinary believers, seduced into action, marched silently with synchronized steps, recklessly firing their automatic weapons as they rushed towards the soldiers' makeshift positions. The first row was shot down by laser guns, and the second row immediately stepped over their fallen comrades to continue forward. They used their flesh and cheap bullets to frantically exhaust the defenders' ammunition and courage.
In less than an hour, this crucial strategic node fell.
Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously at hundreds of locations throughout the nest. Water control centers, food warehouses, central power stations, communication nodes.
The cult's targets were terrifyingly clear. They did not seek to engage the governor's forces in a decisive battle but aimed to fundamentally paralyze the entire operation of the nest. They exploited their absolute familiarity with the city's complex terrain, continuously launching ambushes, explosions and infiltrations. A bridge was blown up, severing the route for reinforcements. A main communication cable was cut, throwing the command systems of several districts into chaos. Bart, the commander of the Hammer of Viridia, felt as if he were losing his mind. He stood in the command center watching as the blue dots representing his forces on the massive holographic map were rapidly engulfed and divided by the red wave representing the enemy. Report. Communications in Districts 3, 5 and 10 are down. Report. The West District power station has been occupied by an unknown number of rioters. They've cut off the energy supply. Commander. Lieutenant Buckley's unit is surrounded in the lower levels of the nest. They request assistance. The enemy. Their firepower is too overwhelming. Bart, an upright and rigid soldier, found himself caught in a war he had never imagined. The enemy was emerging from the sewers, climbing out from the walls and growing out of the seemingly harmless neighbor beside him. He was engulfed in the vast ocean of people's war. All units. Fall back the line. Move toward the core area. Bart shouted into the communicator, trying to stabilize the crumbling front. Hold the position. Hold it and there will be a way. His forces were fragmented, caught in fierce battles across countless streets and tunnels. The firepower and training that the soldiers took pride in were rendered nearly useless in the face of the endless enemies and the complex urban battleground. Casualty reports came in like snowflakes, each number stabbing into Bart's heart like a knife. Connect me to the governor's office. I need to speak directly with the governor. Bart grabbed the communicator nearby, his eyes bloodshot. Minutes later the connection was finally established. However, the voice on the other end was not the governor's dignified tone but that of a man he had never heard before, laced with a hint of flippancy and arrogance. Commander Bart. The governor is currently discussing important matters with a guest and cannot meet with you. Important matters. Bart almost roared. The entire nest is in revolt. My soldiers are bleeding and sacrificing themselves. I need support. Support. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Your orders remain unchanged. The voice came coldly. Hold your current position and wait for your allies to arrive. They will take care of everything. Allies. What allies? The fleet in orbit. You will see them. The communication was unilaterally cut off. Bart stood frozen in place, feeling cold all over. He looked at the tactical map where the blue dots representing his forces were completely surrounded and extinguishing one by one. A terrifying thought took shape in his mind. Hold the position. Wait for allies. TMD, they have been abandoned. In just a few hours the uprising of the Gene Thieves cult had spread like wildfire, completely taking control of the middle and lower regions of the Viridia main nest. The decaying rule crumbled before the true flood of faith. Bart slumped in his chair, watching as his last forces were compressed into a small industrial zone. He knew it was all over. Inside the banquet hall of the governor's palace, now transformed into a den of corruption, Valentine raised a slender finger to lift a tear from a noble girl's chin, then brought it to his lips. Disappointing. He savored that fear, yet no trace of pleasure graced his countenance, only the vexation of a disrupted mood. My lord, they are merely vermin lurking in the gutters, unworthy of your ire. His serpentined adjutant prostrated himself, fawning. I have already dispatched the orchestra. They shall play a most magnificent requiem for these ungrateful spectators. No, you don't understand. Valentine rose, walking barefoot across a floor strewn with silk and wailing slaves. This is not anger but disappointment. I had intended to peel back the skin of this world bit by bit, layer by layer, to savor the trembling of every nerve beneath my fingertips. But these vermin have disrupted my rhythm. He strode to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the colossal hive city below, now engulfed in flames of war. They wish to defile my soon-to-be-completed masterpiece with their filthy insurrection. Valentine's fingertip traced lightly across the cold glass. Convey my order. Let the first wave of mortal troops and all warriors sweep the streets. I wish to hear no more dissonant noise. I want this planet to sing for me in utter pure despair. The order was given. The landing craft docked at the upper starport of the hive city, opened their hatches, and the well-equipped traitor forces poured forth like a flood. They were once soldiers of the Empire, but now their armor was daubed with blasphemous runes, their faces twisted with the frenzy of some drug-induced ecstasy. Close behind came the Chaos Space Marines. Among them a six-man squad was most conspicuous. They wore power armor of pink and purple, and strapped to their backs were bizarre sonic weapons shaped like twisted instruments. They were the Noise Marines, the Bards of Annihilation. The Noise Marine champion at their head hoisted his sonic blaster onto his shoulder, and facing the chaotic district below revealed an indescribable expression of pure ecstasy. Let us present our opening anthem to this city.
A dissonant noise sharp enough to tear the soul erupted from the massive speaker. It was not mere sound but a torrent of warp energy mingling the screams of countless souls' moans of ecstasy and howls of agony. Where the sonic wave passed the glass of buildings lining the streets instantly turned to dust. Steel structures groaned under unbearable strain then collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless insurgents and civilians huddled inside the buildings had no time even to scream. Their bodies were shattered by the invisible sonic shockwave bursting into clouds of blood mist. Flesh and blood flew, rubble and ruins littered the ground.
How magnificent! This is war.
One noise marine lost in rapture spread his arms wide, letting the gore splatter across his power armor. The traitor mortal forces were more systematic. They formed groups of 36, swiftly occupying every key street, setting up crossfire networks. The roar of heavy bolters rang out in a ceaseless chorus, mowing down wave after wave of insurgents who tried to break out of the alleys. They sealed all major thoroughfares with heavy weapons like efficient butchers, systematically slaughtering the fanatical civilian faithful. The Genestealer cult engaged the forces of chaos in the most direct frontal confrontation for the first time. On a broad industrial avenue, a hybrid brandished a blade formed of bone and chitin, letting out a battle roar. For the four-armed emperor. For the day of ascension. Charge! Dozens of hybrids of varied forms leaped from cover. Some bore hard carapace armor, others had extra limbs, their speed leaving afterimages. They were the cult's sharpest spearhead, elite enough to tear through Astra Militarum lines. But they faced Chaos Space Marines. One Chaos Space Marine did not even move, only raised his bolter and calmly fired short bursts. Bang! 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 Each bolt round struck a hybrid in the vanguard with precision. The rounds detonated inside their bodies, blasting huge bloody holes through their vaunted tough flesh. The hard carapace armor was only slightly impeded by the bolter fire before being easily torn apart. One hybrid, relying on astonishing speed, closed in on the Chaos Marine, its four claws screeching through the air as they aimed for the helmet. The Chaos Marine merely sidestepped and rammed his ceramic-armored shoulder into the hybrid. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was unmistakable. The hybrid was sent flying, its forearms twisted at unnatural angles, its chest caved in. But the cult's faithful knew no fear. The hybrid charge was halted, but the human wave of ordinary believers surged forward from behind. They shouted fanatical slogans, throwing their flesh and blood bodies again and again at the steel line of heavy weapons. The first row fell, the second trampled over the corpses and kept charging. The third, the fourth. They used their overwhelming numerical advantage to madly drain the traitors' ammunition. In the secret sanctuary of the Underhive, the Patriarch watched the grim images fed back through the psychic network, saw the lifelight of his faithful being extinguished one by one. His face, always calm, finally showed a flicker of wavering. He felt it. The essence of chaos, pure, delighting in destruction and torture. Fighting these monsters in a positional war was folly. All combat units. His will transmitted instantly through the psychic network to every corner. Withdraw into the underground. Use our knowledge of the Hive City to harass them. Drag the war into the darkness. The order was given. Tactics changed at once. The insurgent tide that had been assaulting the line suddenly receded like a retreating wave, disappearing swiftly into the nearby sewer entrances, ventilation ducts, and countless unknown alleys. The chaos forces who had just been reveling in slaughter suddenly found their targets vanished. Report, sir. The enemy is gone. A traitor mortal officer reported to his Chaos Space Marine master. They've burrowed underground. Those passages. Our heavy units can't fit. Chaos Lord Valentine, watching the holographic projection in the governor's palace, observed this development. He realized these vermin were far more troublesome than he had imagined. Though his forces were mighty in the ant-like labyrinth of the Hive City's underbelly, all advantages in firepower and armor could not be fully brought to bear. His orchestra was dragged into a filthy, tedious, and utterly graceless war of alleys and tunnels. This exasperated him as never before. His carefully orchestrated artistic plan to savor the world was thoroughly disrupted. Enough. Valentine's voice turned icy. Provoked, he abandoned his playful demeanor entirely. I no longer wish to play hide and seek with these vermin. He turned and issued a cold command into the Vox unit. Connect to the orbital fleet. Authorize the Keening-class frigate to conduct low-power orbital bombardment on the surface. My lord, the adjutant hesitated. That will destroy a great deal of infrastructure and might affect subsequent. I don't care. Valentine cut him off. I want to use the most direct method to burn these rats along with their nest to ashes. Transmit the coordinates of the densest insurgent areas to them. Moments later, the sky above the primary hive city of Viridia was stained a strange purple. Several thick energy beams screamed down from above the clouds, striking precisely a few mid-low level districts of the hive city.
There was no earth-shattering explosion, only silent annihilation.
Massive mushroom clouds rose several city blocks along with everything within them were instantly vaporized.
Shockwaves expanded outward, leveling more buildings.
Commander Bate, struggling in the industrial district, stared dumbfounded at the miniature suns rising in the distance.
He did not know what was happening. He only knew that this world had gone mad.
At that moment the primary hive city of Viridia was utterly transformed into a blood-soaked purgatory contested by the Genestealer cult, the Chaos Warband, and the isolated Hammer of Viridia caught in between. At the edge of the Viridia star system, a desolate asteroid belt had become the last refuge. On the bridge of the ship Pride of Viridia, the red light from the backup power illuminated the faces of the survivors, casting them in an eerie glow. Commander Marcus slumped in the captain's seat, his once crisp uniform now stained with dried blood and oil. His fleet now consisted of only 3 battered ships barely able to maintain power. The flagship Pride of Viridia had a massive gash torn open on its port side, revealing the cold vacuum of space outside. The other 2 frigates were in dire straits, one having lost its main weapon while the other's engine was on the verge of shutting down completely.
Report losses.
His voice was hoarse, sounding 30 years older than he was.
Sir. The first officer replied, the personnel count is less than 1/3 of full capacity. Ammunition reserves are below 20% fuel. Can sustain low power operation for at most 12 teradays. What about the merchant ships? Marcus inquired.
Their fleet is in the asteroid belt on the far side of the system, and their situation isn't much better than ours.
The first officer brought up a tactical display showing a dim point representing Liana's fleet.
She just sent a communication request through a secure channel asking
about our situation.
Meanwhile, on the bridge of Liana's flagship Morningstar, she anxiously ordered the communications officer, continue sending encrypted signals. Send them to the nearby asteroid belt. We must get in touch with the unyielding blade and Dark Claw. Deep within the underground of Viridia's capital, Salahar was synchronously monitoring all dynamics in the orbit through the relay of the Dark Claw.
He was well aware of the plight of Liana and Marcus. Sir, Liana is trying to contact us, Kruger's voice rang out over the communications channel.
Salahar did not reply. His fingers glided over a portable tactical projection, bringing up the status of the unyielding blade and logic and IA. It's time he switched the communication channel, directly connecting with the flagship hiding deep in the asteroid belt.
Unyielding blade, disengage silent mode. Respond to Liana's signal and guide her to rendezvous.
Understood, sir, came Colonel Hope's voice. At the same time, send an encrypted message to that naval remnant.
Loyalists of Viridia, you are not fighting alone.
Suddenly the communications officer on the Pride of Viridia exclaimed, Commander.
We have received a message. What?
Marcus opened his eyes wide. Is it a surrender message from Chaos?
No. It's not.
The message contained only one line: Loyalists of Viridia, you are not fighting alone.
Marcus' first reaction was that it was a trap.
The chaotic rabble excelled at manipulating hearts. They intended to use false hope to lure these defeated remnants out and annihilate them in one fell swoop.
Commander, I think. The first officer stepped forward. Do you remember that sunken enemy ship? Marcus certainly remembered.
Those 4 torpedoes, precise as a surgical strike, sunk that enemy ship instantly.
That attack was too precise, too calm.
The first officer continued analyzing. Chaos attack patterns are chaotic, brutal, and filled with mockery. But those 4 torpedoes.
They felt more like the thunder strike of the Astartes.
Astartes, a military officer, whispered. The Emperor's angels.
How could they be here? I don't know.
The first officer shook his head. But I know we have no other choice, Commander.
There's no difference between waiting here to die and being killed by a chaos trap.
At least we should see clearly whether this is hope or another hell. The first officer's words ignited the last flicker of soldierly blood in Marcus' heart. Indeed, they had lost everything. Reply to them. Marcus straightened up, regaining a semblance of the authority of a commander. Agree to make contact.
For safety, I request a video communication.
Moments later, 2 massive warships ghosted out from the shadows of the asteroid belt.
When their full forms appeared on the main screen of the Pride of Viridia, everyone on the bridge held their breath.
They were 2 ships the likes of which they had never seen. One was as black as ink, its hull covered with countless strange probes and modified structures exuding a cold, inhuman sense of logic. The other was even older, its hull lines filled with the rigidity and solemnity of the Great Expedition era, with a massive emblem sculpted with a broken winged sword at its bow, radiating a spine-tingling majesty under the starlight.
My Emperor. Carl murmured.
At that moment the communication request was connected. The main screen was divided into 3 windows.
On the left was Liana's face, a mixture of relief and fatigue.
On the right was a holographic projection completely unfamiliar to Marcus. A giant clad in black power armor, its eyes burning with golden light, was calmly gazing at Marcus on the screen.
Marcus' mind went blank. It was truly the Emperor's angels. Astartes. The legendary beings were now vividly before him. He could even feel the steady and heavy aura like mountains transmitted through the screen. Commander Marcus. The giant spoke first. I am Astra Salahar, commander of the Unyielding Blade. Liana von Corinne has already briefed me on the situation.
Salahar wasted no time on pleasantries, diving straight into the matter. Governor Maximilian has betrayed the Empire and allied with a chaos warband that worships the color of sin. They have completely taken control of the orbit. He paused for a moment, dropping an even heavier bombshell. But this is not the only threat to Viridia. Beneath the capital, a large cult of gene stealers lurks. Just hours ago they launched a full-scale uprising and have already taken control of the lower and mid-level areas of the capital.
Gene stealers.
Marcus had never heard this term before. In other words, Salahar's summary was cold and brutal. This planet is now a hell of three-way chaos. And you, along with the remaining loyal forces on the ground, are the only ones capable of providing us with assistance.
Sir. Marcus struggled to speak. What do you need us to do?
I need your loyalty, Commander. Salahar looked at him. I need your fleet, your soldiers, and your influence among the ground forces. I will lead you to purge the traitors and abominations of this world and reclaim Viridia for the Emperor. Marcus suddenly stood up and in the shattered bridge of his ship saluted the giant on the screen with a standard and forceful military salute.
Sir, the Viridia fleet is ready to follow your command. The shadows of the asteroid belt form the most perfect camouflage in the universe. Here tens of thousands of rocks and ice fragments silently float, obscuring sensors and distorting thermal signals.
Deep within this natural maze, a makeshift fleet lies quietly in ambush. On the bridge of the Pride of Viridia, Commander Marcus gazes at the scene before him, feeling as if he is dreaming. Countless maintenance robotic arms crackling with arcs of electricity cling to the massive wounds of the ship's hull like diligent worker ants. They cut through twisted armor and weld on brand new alloy plates. The orders come from those technical priests clad in deep red robes, their bodies mostly augmented by machinery. Their mothership, the Logic Terminal II, rests quietly nearby. This ship of the mechanical faith has now transformed into an orbital dry dock, continuously providing maintenance support and energy to Marcus' battered fleet. A metallic voice devoid of any emotion resonated through the flagship's communicator. Commander, your plasma engine core has stabilized. However, the weapon array on the port side needs a complete replacement. We do not have compatible Imperial Navy standard equipment in our warehouse. My suggestion is to install our modified mega cannon, which increases range and firepower by 13.7%.
Change it.
Marcus replied without hesitation. This was not the time to quibble over tradition and standards. Any weapon capable of firing was a good weapon.
A wise decision.
The communication with Kruger was cut off. On the edge of the Allied fleet, the Dark Claw, having completed its guiding mission, silently detached from the formation like an inconspicuous shadow. A peculiar technology was at work on its hull surface, allowing it to perfectly blend into the starlight and dust of the background. It emitted no engine light or heat, gliding like a phantom as it turned its bow back towards the Viridia star system, now locked down by the chaotic fleet. It was the eyes and ears of Salahar needing to return to the front lines of the battlefield. The communications officer beside Marcus watched the remarkably efficient technical priests and servo drones, whispering, Sir, they completed in 6 hours what would have taken our dock a week to finish.
Indeed efficient, yet cold.
Marcus gazed at the eerie warship, entirely black and covered in probes, feeling a mix of emotions. He was now part of this allied fleet, yet he knew nothing of the true nature of his new ally. Commander, there's an encrypted communication request from
the surface. The surface. Marcus was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, bring it in.
The main screen lit up, divided into 2 windows. On the left was the merchant rogue Liana, her background the bridge of the Morning Star, her face bearing the shrewdness of a traitor and the fatigue of surviving a disaster. In the center of the main screen, a slightly flickering holographic figure appeared. Commander Marcus, Ms.
Liana. The holographic figure opened its mouth. It was Astra Salahar. The maintenance work for the orbital fleet is progressing smoothly.
Now we need to discuss the situation on the ground. Salahar directly projected a real-time tactical map of Viridia's main nest onto the tactical display. The map was divided by 2 colors, a bizarre purple representing the chaotic forces and a blood red representing the Gene Stealers sect. The 2 colors interlocked, forming a vast and chaotic meat grinder in the middle lower areas of the nest. According to my real-time intelligence, Salahar's finger traced the void, magnifying a certain area. The chaotic forces have completely occupied the upper levels of the nest and are beginning to advance into the middle levels. Their offensive is fierce, with elite units centered around noise warriors forming a crushing firepower advantage over the civilian-based rebels. On the map, the purple arrows representing chaos steadily and unstoppable encroach on the red areas. But the Gene Stealers sect has not collapsed. Salahar switched perspectives, displaying a complex underground pipeline structure of the nest. They have given up the frontal battlefield, breaking into smaller units using their absolute familiarity with the terrain to shift to guerrilla and urban warfare. They are constantly harassing and ambushing the chaotic forces, disrupting their supply lines.
The advanced speed of chaos is being slowed down.
So they are exhausting each other.
This is advantageous for us. Liana observed the complex map, her brow furrowed. Commander Bart's hammer of Viridia.
They are trapped in the industrial zone. The traitors of the governor's office and those monsters are attacking them.
We must go to their rescue. Salahar magnified the map again, this time focusing on a faint blue light point surrounded by red and purple. That was Bart's forces.
Through the high magnification reconnaissance images relayed by the Dark Claw, they could even see the fierce battles in that area. A massive factory building had become the last bastion of the Hammer of Viridia. They relied on the ruins to form a circular defense line. A squad of Gene Stealer hybrids rushed out from the shadows of the ruins, moving at incredible speed, wielding bone blades and sharp claws. The heavy explosives on the defense line immediately opened fire, the dense rain of bullets shredding the first few monsters to pieces.
But more monsters continued to charge, using their fallen comrades as cover.
At that moment, from the end of another street, a squad of noise warriors clad in pink-purple power armor appeared. They did not rush to attack but raised their sonic weapons. A piercing mind-twisting noise swept across the battlefield, causing several nearby Star Realm soldiers to drop their weapons and clutch their heads, rolling on the ground in agony before their bodies began to convulse and burst. The soldiers of the Hammer of Viridia are caught in a pincer attack. They were disciplined and highly tactical. Even in such a desperate situation, they calmly alternated their fire under Bart's command, repelling the enemy's attacks time and again. But everyone could see that their ammunition was rapidly depleting and the defense line was being compressed little by little. Casualties were continually increasing.
He won't be able to hold out much longer.
Marcus' voice was hoarse.
My lord. I know. But we cannot act yet, we need to wait.
War at times is a test of patience.
Salahar's holographic image remained locked on that blue light point representing Bart. Commander Bart is a true soldier. You see, his defense line appears precarious, yet it has not collapsed. His soldiers, caught between the two most terrifying enemies, have not fled.
The will of this unit exceeds imagination.
This unit is Viridia's most valuable asset.
Our goal is not to occupy a pile of ruins nor to engage in a war of attrition with two mad sects.
Salahar finally revealed his plan. Our goal is to eliminate all enemies.
We want Commander Bart and all his loyal soldiers to fight for us.
Now is not the time. We must wait for an opportunity. A holographic projection flickered and then disappeared.
Salahar's figure faded from the main screen, leaving Marcus and Liana to silently digest this information on their respective bridges. The air in the industrial zone was thick with the scent of ozone and the metallic tang of blood. Bart leaned against a broken iron fence, a deep claw mark visible on his chest armor exposing the bone beneath. The medic had just hastily sealed the wound with gel, yet each breath sent a tearing pain through his lungs.
Commander. The eastern defense line is about to collapse. There are too many of those monsters. Ammunition.
We're running low on our heavy explosives. His Viridia Hammer, the most elite force of mortals on this planet, was now compressed within an industrial zone, isolated like an island.
From all directions, enemies surrounded them.
From underground pipes, the hybrid monsters' genetic stealers poured out in an endless stream. Meanwhile, on the distant street, the Chaos Space Marines, adorned with blasphemous runes in shades of pink and purple, were eagerly executing precision eliminations with their sonic weapons. Bart picked up the communicator again and switched to the encrypted channel of the governor's office.
This is Commander Bart. Repeat.
The Viridia Hammer is surrounded in Industrial Zone 7.
Requesting immediate support. Requesting immediate support.
All that responded was a dead silence filled with static. Bart watched as his soldiers were torn apart by claws leaping out from the shadows or turned into pools of flesh and blood amidst the distorted noise.
Commander.
A young second lieutenant crawled to him, breathless.
We are completely surrounded.
The western exit has also been blocked by those four-armed monsters.
Bart looked around.
Fewer than 1,000 soldiers remained, all wounded, their faces etched with fatigue and fear.
Yet none of them retreated.
They were the Viridia Hammer and they held their pride.
Everyone.
Bart stood tall, shouting with all his might, check your weapons.
Fix bayonets.
The soldiers hesitated for a moment but soon understood the commander's intent. In the dead silence they mechanically checked the charge of their laser guns, inserting bayonets into the barrels.
For the Emperor.
Bart whispered the oath he had upheld his entire life, but this time it felt deeply ironic.
He raised the laser pistol in his hand.
Charge! The word charge had not even escaped his lips when a thunderous boom erupted.
A sound unlike any explosion on the battlefield resonated from the rear of the encirclement. Everyone froze in shock at this sudden turn of events. A massive fireball erupted high into the sky behind the densest position of the genetic stealers. Then came the second and third explosions. Like precise surgical strikes, the consecutive blasts carved a straight burning path of death through the hybrid army. Countless monsters were instantly vaporized or torn to pieces by the shockwaves. What is happening? Is it a naval orbital strike? No. The attack is coming from the ground. Just as Bart and his soldiers were filled with uncertainty, 5 shadowy figures emerged slowly from the backdrop of explosions and flames. The leader was larger than the 4 behind him, holding an archaic grenade launcher in one hand and a powered sword in the other, which was not yet activated. Open fire. Kill them, a hybrid leader screeched. The remaining genetic stealers turned and surged toward the 5 unexpected visitors. The battle began. Bart and his soldiers witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. The giant at the front raised the grenade launcher calmly, taking short bursts. Each shot hit a target precisely, not wasting a single bullet. Of the 4 behind him, 2 wielded grenade launchers, one a plasma gun and one was unarmed, yet each breath he took distorted the air around him. Their shooting was precise, efficient and cold. Every motion exuded lethal efficacy. My Emperor. The lieutenant beside Bart muttered, "Are they Astartes?" At that moment the Blades of Delight squad, which had been lurking on the opposite street, could no longer hold back. The shift in battle made them lose patience for mere spectating. "Kill those mortals," commanded the Chaos Space Marine champion over the communicator. "No matter who these black armored guys are, clear out these lackeys first." 6 Chaos Astartes emerged from the shadows, aiming their grenade launchers and sonic weapons directly at Bart and his crumbling defense. It's over. Bart felt a cold chill in his heart. The flicker of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Yet the anticipated hail of bullets did not descend. A black shadow darted across nearly 100 meters in an instant, moving faster than any mortal could comprehend. The leading black armored giant arrived first, directly blocking Bart and the Chaos Space Marines. Seeking death. The Chaos champion sneered, raising his weapon for a shot. The grenade whistled through the air. The black armored giant merely tilted slightly and the deadly grenade whizzed past his shoulder armor. He didn't even retaliate with his grenade launcher. Under the astonished gazes of all, he stepped forward and his powered sword roared as it sliced upward in a simple yet lethal arc. Thud. The Chaos Astartes' movements halted. His head along with his helmet flew high into the air, tracing a line of blood. The headless powered armor wobbled and collapsed heavily to the ground. The remaining Chaos Astartes were utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the black armored giant's 4 companions had already flanked from another direction, their weapons beginning to spew flames of death. The battle ended swiftly. When the last Chaos Astartes was cleaved in 2 by the powered sword, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The black armored giant slowly turned, sheathing his powered sword. He walked step by step towards the completely dazed Bart, his eyes burning with a golden light, calmly gazing at him. "I am Astra Salahar." His voice resonated through the helmet's speaker, steady and powerful. "From now on, you and your troops will follow my command." Bart opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. His mind was blank, still replaying that earth-shattering sword strike. He did not know who this giant claiming to be Salahar was, where he came from, or what his intentions were. But he knew one thing. This person had saved the lives of all of them. After a brief hesitation, Bart discarded his laser pistol and knelt on one knee. "Viridia Hammer will follow your command, my lord." Amidst the ruined silence was shattered by a command redefined by authority. "Commander Bart." Bart knelt on one knee, his head bowed, awaiting order. Behind him the remnants of the Viridia Hammer stood or sat, waiting for this fallen savior to decide their fate. "Lead your troops to retreat eastward for 15 kilometers and enter the 7th Industrial Zone. There lies an abandoned smelting factory with complex terrain that is easy to defend but hard to attack. Gather all survivors you can find, whether soldiers or civilians. Fortify the defense line, count the ammunition and await my signal. Until my signal is given, do not take the initiative to strike, no matter what happens." "Understood, my lord." Bart showed no hesitation. "Go." Bart stood up, saluted Salahar with a standard military gesture, then turned to his surviving soldiers and shouted, "Everyone on your feet. Target the 7th Industrial Zone. Move out." The Viridia Hammer began to move, helping the wounded and carrying usable heavy weapons like a silent steel stream, swiftly vanishing into the city's ruins. Salahar watched their departing figures before turning to his 4 remaining brothers. "We split up. Raven, your target is the stronghold of the Gene Stealer sect. Sabotage in disguise." Salahar's tactical projection unfolded before them, marking a location deep within the nest. "This is one of their incubation pools. I want you to destroy it completely in the most direct and ruthless way. And then leave this behind at the scene." Salahar's fingertip traced over the projection, revealing a twisted lascivious pink symbol. It was the mark of the Blade of Delight. I understand.
Raven grinned, a cruel smile appearing. We need to make those bugs think it was this bunch of chaotic miscreants who did it.
Not just that. Salahar added, act quickly but make noise.
Ensure there are witnesses to see your chaotic garb, then escape to report.
Leave it to me. Raven patted his armor. Salahar's gaze shifted to Tosaka. Let's move. Our target is a larger one. The governor's mansion, once a symbol of the highest power in Viridia, has now completely degenerated into a blasphemous temple.
In the original banquet hall, the Chaos Lord Valentine lay lazily on a sofa made of howling living beings.
Suddenly he felt a slight yet extremely high-frequency tremor beneath his feet. Immediately after, a dull roar as if from the depths of the earth resonated. The entire governor's mansion shook. Valentine sat up abruptly.
Beside the governor's mansion, the Temple of Eternal Pleasure, constructed with the most precious materials and hundreds of carefully selected artist slaves, was reduced to dust in a surge of purple energy. That lavish and lascivious building, along with all its artworks, was instantly erased.
No.
Who did this? He rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the massive crater still ablaze, trembling all over.
His aide stumbled in. My lord.
According to the energy residue analysis, it seems to be
some form of high-energy psychic detonation. Psychic detonation. The Gene Stealer sect adept at using psychic energy immediately surfaced in Valentine's mind.
Those bugs.
They actually hid such a weapon. They are declaring war on me. He couldn't believe this was an accident. At this critical moment, destroying his most beloved creation with such precision was definitely a provocation. It was the most vicious curse against him. Relay my orders.
Valentine's face twisted in anger. Deploy all troops, including the remaining forces on the ships.
Move into the nest.
I want to drag those bugs out of their holes one by one and use their intestines to rebuild my temple.
Almost simultaneously at the other end of the nest area,
Raven and two other Astartes charged into a hidden incubation pool like three beasts from hell.
It was a vast cavern with writhing translucent biological sacs hanging from the cave walls. For the Emperor.
Raven's chainsword roared violently. Without hesitation, he charged toward the largest heart-like incubator in the center of the cave. The chainsword tore through the soft shell of the incubator with ease, green liquid and countless unformed embryonic beings splattering everywhere. The other two Astartes systematically cleared away the frenzied hybrid guards surging from all directions with explosive rifles. Their method of attack was starkly different from Salahar's precision. They were wild, brutal, filled with a desire for destruction. They deliberately made their movements appear more chaotic and insane. After turning the entire incubation pool into a sea of flames, Raven used the tip of his chainsword to carve a crooked, provocative rune on the most prominent wall of the cave.
Let's go.
They deliberately slowed their retreat, allowing several trembling lowest-tier cultists hiding in the corners to clearly see the ridiculous pink-purple stripes hastily painted on their power armor. Then the three of them departed. In the deepest secret temple of the nest, the bishop suddenly opened his eyes. A torrent of psychic information mixed with pain, fear and anger surged into his consciousness through the mental network. The A-17 incubation pool had been destroyed. The calm expression he had maintained for millennia cracked for the first time. He immediately extended his psychic senses to the ruins. He felt it. The heat of flames, the wails of death, and an inescapable filthy aura filled with corruption and ecstasy. That was not the essence of mortals, nor that of their kind, the Ascendants. It was the stench of the subspace. Soon the mental images of survivors arrived.
Tall, power-armored warriors.
A frenzied method of attack.
And that blasphemous mark carved on the wall. The bishop's will was imbued with a cold, killing intent for the first time. All progeny, all followers.
The bishop's psychic command swept through every corner of the underground nest like a winter storm mixed with shards of glass. The blasphemers have revealed their fangs. They are a plague that needs to be purified, just like the old empire. But do not forget our great cause.
The footsteps of ascension will not stop for any filth. Continue to crush those mortal lackeys who stubbornly resist.
Spread their blood and flesh along our path.
Meanwhile, greet those demons clad in pink-purple armor with your claws and fury.
Let them know that this land rejects their defilement.
Viridia will become their grave, and their remains will be our latest offering to the God Emperor.
The ground war in Viridia did not see any party retreat due to the rupture between the two evil forces. Instead, it was instantly pushed into a more bloody and frenzied climax. The noise of the warriors of destruction collapsed tunnels and turned blocks into ruins. A group of traitorous mortal troops had just entered the sewer system when they were overwhelmed by pure-blood gene stealers bursting forth from the walls. A chaos-armored vehicle was pierced through its tracks by a hybrid hiding in the ruins with an industrial cutting torch, then blown to pieces by swarming cultists with explosives. The battlefield of the three-way melee was completely thrown into chaos by an unseen hand. The pieces on the board no longer followed any rules but instead tore at each other with primal hatred and mad. A bloody, brutal multi-faction infighting began with a ferocity far beyond anyone's expectations. Hatred was the only currency in the underhive of Viridia. In a lower maintenance tunnel reeking of mold and machine oil, the sonic blaster of noise Marine Casmo emitted an ominous hum. He had just unleashed a volley of destructive chords into the depths of the tunnel, but the anticipated scene of gore and carnage did not materialize. The distorted sonic waves refracted and overlapped repeatedly within the narrow metal conduits, ultimately coalescing into an uncontrollable resonance. Damn it! The other noise Marine beside him had barely uttered the curse when the support structure above them emitted a piercing metallic screech. Tons of pipelines and solidified rock slabs collapsed with a thunderous roar, instantly burying the two Chaos Space Marines and their prized instruments beneath darkness and dust. Such incidents had occurred more than once in the past 12 hours. The grand offensive of Chaos Lord Valentine had been dragged into the foulest and most trivial quagmire. His elite warriors were accustomed to slaughter in open fields, but within the labyrinthine tunnel network of the Hive City their vaunted heavy weapons and armored superiority were severely diminished. Meanwhile, in a temporary command post on the surface, a captain of the traitor mortal forces was reporting to Valentine's aid through a holographic communication device. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat and his voice trembled as he reported. "Sir, Squads 3 and 5 have lost contact. We sent men to search but only found copious amounts of blood and shredded armor at the entrance of the ventilation shaft. Useless." The aide's sharp rebuke came through the communicator. Before the captain could finish speaking, a soldier behind him who was operating the targeting array suddenly froze. A gleaming bone blade silently emerged from the shadows behind him, piercing through his chest. "Enemy attack!" The captain roared and spun around, raising his lost pistol. He only caught a fleeting glimpse of a blurry four-armed shadow. Then his world plunged into darkness. The alarm within the command post blared but quickly fell silent. Seconds later, the four-armed hybrid assassin dragged the captain's corpse, scaled the wall like a gecko and vanished into a hole in the ceiling, leaving behind a scene of chaos and precisely destroyed communication equipment. Seated on the throne of the governor's palace, Valentine watched as another light representing his own unit flickered out on the tactical map. He crushed the goblet in his hand. Enough! His aide knelt prostrate, not daring to speak. These vermin, these cockroaches hiding in the sewers. Valentine rose and paced back and forth on the ornate carpet. They defile my war with these despicable tactics. My art. The endless harassment, the successive deaths of junior commanders, the non-combat attrition of elite troops, all of this filled Valentine, who sought perfection and extreme pleasure, with unprecedented irritation and disgust. He stopped. "I'm done playing hide and seek with them. Issue my orders. Pour all our chemical agents and inferno combustion gel into the sewer system. I will turn the entire underhive of this city into a massive gas chamber and furnace." The aide's body visibly trembled. "My lord, if we do that, the entire water supply system and ecological cycle of the Hive City will be utterly destroyed. This planet, its value will be—" "I don't care," Valentine roared, cutting him off. "I wanted a perfect toy, but now I just want to smash it to pieces. I want those vermin to crawl out of their holes screaming in fire and poison gas and die at my feet. Execute the order." As the poisonous rain and flames of destruction began to pour into the veins of the Hive City in the abandoned smelting factory of the 7th Industrial District, Bart was directing his soldiers to establish a new defensive line. This place, far from the clamor of the main battlefield, had become a forgotten corner for the moment. "Quick! Weld these steel plates to the support columns. Over there, reinforce that heavy bolter position." Bart's voice was hoarse but full of vigor. His soldiers, though weary, moved with a newfound strength. In a large warehouse behind the defensive line, hundreds of rescued civilians huddled together. They were still in shock, but watching the soldiers patrolling and distributing compressed rations and clean water, their fear was gradually being replaced by something called security. A young soldier, after handing his water canteen to a mother holding a child, walked over to Bart. "Commander, what we're doing now? It feels different." Bart looked at him without speaking. "Before we fought for the governor. But now." The soldier glanced back toward the warehouse. "I feel like I'm fighting for the ant next door, for the lame old man who sells flatbreads on the corner. They are right behind us." Bart patted his shoulder. "This is the meaning of being a soldier, son. Go now, it's time for your shift change." The young soldier nodded firmly and ran to his post. Bart watched all this, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The unit under his command was undergoing a transformation. They were no longer the governor's war machines, but warriors truly fighting to defend their home. Morale, that intangible thing, was now harder than the steel in the factory. All of this stemmed from that mysterious Astartes.
Commander.
His aide hurried over with a dataslate.
The Shepherd has sent new orders.
The Shepherd, that was the codename they had given to Sarahal.
Bart took the dataslate.
There was no superfluous text on it, only a three-dimensional map accurate to the meter and a few concise lines of instruction. Order 1: an abandoned freight station where the Genestealer cult has hidden a cache of weapons and explosives.
Defenses are light.
Order 2: after acquiring the supplies, return along the planned route.
All potential threats along the route have been eliminated.
Bart's feelings toward this mysterious commander had evolved from initial awe to a near-fanatical trust. It was not faith in a deity but the absolute submission of a veteran to a true master.
Assemble the troops. We have work to.
Bart closed the dataslate.
The aide hesitated. Commander, we move out now. Outside. It's a mess out there. Precisely because it's chaos, that's our opportunity.
Bart picked up his lost gun and checked the charge. When two mad dogs are tearing at each other, that's when we scavengers are busiest.
He looked at the rapidly assembling soldiers. All right lads, prepare to move out.
Our shepherd has found us another flock of fat sheep.
The war in Viridia had dragged on for days.
In the opulent grand hall of the governor's palace, the air was thick with a bizarre mixture of the stench of blood and the cloying scent of spices. The patience of Chaos Lord Valentine was being frayed and torn bit by bit, just like the Persian silk carpet beneath his feet. On the tactical hologram, the purple dots representing his Chaos warbands flickered and winked out in the relentless quagmire of street fighting within the Underhive.
Another squad has gone dark, my lord. His adjutant knelt, not daring to make a single superfluous move.
They were lured into the pipe maze of Sector 34 and then. There was no further response. Valentine said nothing. He simply stared at the holographic map, watching the red dots representing the Genestealer cult scurry like relentless parasites through the underground veins, constantly gnawing at his forces.
Street fighting, tunnel warfare, ambushes, harassment.
These base, filthy and utterly graceless tactics had plunged his Noise Marines and Chaos Space Marines, accustomed to frontal annihilation, into an unprecedented predicament. Casualties mounted with each passing day, and the morale of the mortal troops who had sworn allegiance to him had plummeted to rock bottom. He, the favored champion of Slaanesh the Valentine, who pursued ultimate artistry and perfection, was being slowly bled dry by a pack of vermin hiding in the sewers.
This was an insult. An unbearable insult.
My lord, the mortal governor's troops are already seeing deserters.
They cannot endure this intensity of silence.
Valentine spun around, kicking the adjutant to the ground. He paced back and forth in the hall, agitated each step of his power armor, sending tremors through the floor. Just then a Chaos Space Marine strode in and knelt on one knee.
My lord.
The 7th Assault Squad has made a major discovery. Valentine halted and turned his head.
Speak. While pursuing a group of xenos, we accidentally blasted open an ancient rock formation. Beneath
it lies a colossal underground cavity. Our scanners indicate an extremely powerful psychic signal converging there, its energy intensity far exceeding any xeno stronghold we've encountered before.
He brought up the helmet cam footage. The image was shaky, but it clearly showed a vast non-artificial complex of structures below an unfathomable chasm. Countless twisted spires and arches loomed in the darkness. A psychic core.
The adjutant scrambled to his feet, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, and leaned toward the projection. My lord, this must be the nest of those vermin.
It is their sanctum.
Valentine watched the footage, his face, once contorted with rage, gradually relaxed and finally transformed into a look of ecstasy.
Yes. Just like that. How could a war lack a magnificent finale?
How could a hunt lack a worthy prey leader?
He was sick of this petty Kachentrish-like street fighting.
He needed a stage where he could fully display his power and elegance.
A vermin's nest, is it? Valentine laughed.
As long as I destroy their command center and kill their leader, this tedious war can end in an instant. In his mind he already envisioned the scene of himself cleaving the Xenos patriarch's head from its body.
What a magnificent sight that would be.
He had fundamentally misjudged the power of the Genestealers. In his eyes these creatures were merely a rabble relying on numbers and terrain advantages. Once they lost their command, they would revert to a pack of mindless beasts ripe for slaughter. This was the style of warfare that suited his aesthetics.
Surgical precision, a single killing blow. By my command.
Valentine straightened his back, regaining the dignity and arrogance of a Chaos Lord.
Inform that worthless Governor Maximilian to throw all his cannon fodder into a full-scale assault on the Underhive. The bigger the commotion, the better. I want every single vermin to focus their attention on the surface. The adjutant's face showed confusion.
My lord, then we of course are going to attend a true feast.
Valentine's fingertip traced across his chest plate.
Assemble the blades of delight, all my personal warriors.
Bring the screaming death and symphony of agony demon engines.
And summon the Joyseeker retinue as well. It has been a long time since they tasted true fear. He would lead his most elite and magnificent forces to execute a perfect decapitation strike. He would use this victory to prove to the great Slaanesh that he Valentine was the champion who best understood how to turn slaughter into art. My lord, how do we approach the nest?
The main battlefield is all ready.
Who said we were taking the front? Valentine pointed at the newly discovered massive underground chasm on the tactical map.
We will bypass all the filthy battlefields and strike straight into the enemy's heart from here. This will be a perfect silent raid.
While those vermin are still playing hide and seek with our cannon fodder on the surface, their king will already be dead beneath my blade. The orders were swiftly relayed. Under Valentine's will the entire war machine of the Chaos Warband began to revolve around this high-stakes gamble. A devastatingly elite force, comprising 12 Chaos Space Marines, 2 demon engines and a full squad of Joyseeker demons assembled in silence. They did not depart from the main battlefield. Instead they reached the accidentally blasted underground chasm through a concealed transport route.
Meanwhile, in a shadowy location, Salahar stood silently before a massive tactical hologram. The Chaos main force is displaying abnormal troop movements. A high-energy elite unit has disengaged from the main battlefield and is moving deep underground through the geological fault lines of Sector C7. Simultaneously, their vassal forces, the local traitor PDF and cultists, are massing in the Underhive for a full-scale assault. On the tactical hologram, a prominent red arrow clearly marked the advance route of Valentine's strike force. The arrow's terminus was a region labeled high-threat psychic signal source. That was the Genestealer cult's nest. Salahar studied the map. The Chaos Lord was driving deep into enemy territory for a decapitation strike. The Genestealer cult was waiting at leisure, lying in ambush.
And he himself held full knowledge of both factions' movements, like a chess player surveying the entire board.
Arrogance.
Stupidity. Raven's voice came from the side.
Does this Chaos Lord truly believe he is the hunter? Salahar did not answer.
He simply reached out and gently tapped the tactical hologram.
That tap fell precisely between Valentine's strike force and the Genestealer nest.
Inform Commander Bart to have his troops ready.
Order the combined fleet to stand by, all personnel. He watched the red arrow descending deeper and deeper underground as if he could already see the bloody drama unfolding.
Now all that remained was to wait for the hunter to step into the trap, wait for the two beasts to mortally wound each other. The time to close the net is nearly here. The air at the lowest level of the nest city carried a sweet and pungent scent, a mixture of rock layers and decaying organisms. Valentine's personal guard, the blades of delight, sliced through the defenses of the outer sanctum like a scalpel. The roar of the explosive guns converged into a symphony of destruction within the narrow passage. Those inferior cultists armed with only 2 arms appeared as fragile as dried leaves before the elite Chaos Interstellar warriors. Their flesh bones and crude automatics were shattered into flying debris by the blasts, adding a splash of crimson to the powdery purple power armor.
Truly devoid of any aesthetic appeal.
Valentine walked at the center of the formation, his steps leisurely as if surveying his garden. He kicked aside a writhing hybrid corpse, the creature's distorted face frozen in a mix of fervor and confusion. Look at these crude creations molded together with poor genes and blind faith into mud figurines. They do not even understand how to die gracefully. A champion of the guard followed closely beside him. My lord, their resistance is trivial.
We will soon reach the core. I have no doubt about that.
Valentine's gaze swept over the surrounding architecture. The walls were made of rough stones bonded by some secretion, etched with twisted grotesque symbols mimicking spiral gene chains. Everything appeared so primitive, crude, filled with a savage aura. He moved forward, judging everything along the way like a discerning art critic.
This structure lacks any logic. This mural reeks of biological instincts.
These insects do not even know what true architecture is.
Finally they reached the destination of their journey.
A door composed of massive stone blocks and metal plates blocked their path. The demon engine Wailing Reaper stepped forward, its drill, a fusion of metal and flesh, began to spin rapidly, easily boring a large hole through the stone door.
Valentine waved his hands, signaling it to retreat.
He intended to step into the sanctum personally to pluck the fruit of victory with his own hands.
He crossed the rubble of the doorway and entered an immensely large underground cavity.
Here lay the so-called core of the sanctum.
He scoffed disdainfully.
No grand altar as imagined, no piles of gold and jewels, only a throne haphazardly constructed from obsidian and bone sitting in the center of the cavity. Everything seemed so ridiculous. But in the next moment his laughter froze.
Boom!
A deafening sound echoed from the direction they had come. The recently drilled doorway was completely sealed off by a massive boulder weighing thousands of tons that fell from the sky. Then came the second and third explosions.
All possible exits around the cavity were blocked one by one amidst the chain explosions and falling boulders. An indestructible cage formed in an instant.
Valentine's guards immediately raised their weapons, warily forming a circular defensive line.
The demon engine emitted a low anxious growl, and the jesters among the demons ceased their mocking appearances.
The cavity fell into a dead silence, with only dust slowly settling. Then in the deepest darkness a pair of crimson eyes lit up.
Followed by a second pair, a third pair.
10 pairs, 100 pairs, 1,000 pairs. Countless eyes gleaming with cruel light illuminated from the high walls, shadows and crevices in the dome forming a massive star map composed of hatred.
Heavy footsteps echoed. Teams of hulking muscle-bound monsters emerged from the shadows.
They bore no firearms but wielded massive industrial hammers, rock drills and cutting saws. They were hybrid tyrants, the cult's strongest shield and heaviest hammer. His shadows slid down the walls and ceiling like phantoms. They had 4 sharp forelimbs moving swiftly and silently. They were pure-blood gene stealers, the deadliest assassins in the night. 2 figures stepped out from either side of the throne's shadow. One wore a bishop's robe wielding a staff, his face bearing an expression of serene omniscience. The other donned an officer's cloak with an explosive handgun and energy sword at his waist, his face marred with scars. They were the brains and blade of the cult. Finally, upon that crude throne, the massive creature that Valentine had always believed to be a statue slowly moved. It stood up. For sturdy arms stretched out, each ending in claws capable of tearing through alloy.
A terrifying, suffocating pressure of spiritual energy swept through the entire cavity like a tsunami.
The patriarch, the god and father of the gene-stealing cult, finally opened its eyes filled with wisdom and malice.
Welcome, defiler.
The bishop's cold, emotionless thoughts resonated directly in the minds of every chaos interstellar warrior.
You think yourselves hunters stepping into the lair of your prey. But you are mistaken.
The elder drew his energy sword, the blade humming. This is not a lair but a slaughterhouse. And you are the sacrifices lured here.
Valentine's body trembled slightly.
It was not fear. It was extreme rage. Deceived, mocked, toyed with by a group of insects in his eyes. His proud self-esteem was brutally trampled and shattered beneath this meticulously laid trap.
Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Valentine let out a mad laugh. A trap. Sacrifices. Just from you things hiding in the sewers.
His body began to swell, the powdery purple power armor groaning under the strain.
Rich chaotic energy surged from his body, forming a circle of purple light. You have succeeded in enraging me. You shall be fortunate to witness the true wrath of a chosen one. He raised the demon blade in his hand, purple flames igniting along the blade.
All troops.
Full assault.
Valentine roared, the first to charge forward.
Tear them apart. Every last one.
2 devastating wills clashed with a thunderous impact at the heart of the underground sanctum.
Valentine's demon blade trailed a sinister purple afterimage, its edge aimed directly at the enormous alien patriarch upon the throne.
He transformed into a vortex of pink and purple, the joints of his power armor roaring with high-speed operation, each step leaving spiderweb cracks on the ground.
The patriarch did not evade.
With an agility that defied its massive frame, it leaped from the throne. 4 claws tore through the air with a sharp whistle, charging headlong into the Chaos Lord's assault.
Clang!
The demon blade clashed violently against 2 of the bone claws, erupting in a blinding spray of energy sparks. The immense impact halted Valentine's charge instantly, while the patriarch used the force to flip backward, lightly tapping its 4 limbs against the cave wall before lunging again. The duel between the 2 leaders ignited the entire battlefield. The screaming Reaper demon engine's rotary drill spun madly, charging toward a particularly massive hybrid tyrant.
The tyrant roared, swinging a huge rock drill in its hand, smashing it into the demon engine's frontal armor. Metal twisted, sparks flew. Another mechanical arm of the demon engine extended, seizing a nearby aberrant tightly as flames from the engine core engulfed it instantly.
The Noise Marines formed a makeshift firing line. Their sonic weapons unleashed a distorted symphony of destruction, invisible waves sweeping across the battlefield. A hybrid tyrant's head swelled and deformed under the sonic assault, then burst into a cloud of blood with a loud pop. But more tyrants, shielded by the remains of their kin, charged into the Noise Marines' ranks with massive industrial hammers and cutting saws driven by sheer brute force. A Noise Marine had just obliterated an enemy with a sonic blast when a massive pipe wrench swung from the side, shattering his helmet and the head within. The battlefield became a pure meat grinder, no tactics, no formations, only the most direct killing in being killed. Each Chaos Space Marine of the Blade of Pleasure was a battle-hardened butcher. Their bolters fired precise shots, chainswords tore through alien flesh. But they were too few in number. Under the Magus tactical command, the swift purest range Genestealers, exploiting their absolute familiarity with the terrain, swarmed from holes in the walls and fissures in the ceiling. They never engaged Hedon but struck in groups of 3 or 4, targeting isolated Chaos Space Marines. A blade of pleasure space marine had just cleaved a purest rain in two with his chainsword when three shadows descended upon him from behind. His power armor was instantly torn open in several places by claws and he was dragged into the darkness, leaving only a short scream. The Magus hovered in a corner of the battlefield, his eyes glowing with a blue psychic light. He did not attack directly but continuously applied psychic debuffs upon the chaos forces.
My lord. My senses are being disrupted.
Damn it, my power armor systems are malfunctioning.
The invisible psychic curse made the Chaos Space Marines sluggish and their aim erratic.
Their once formidable superhuman senses under the Magus psychic suppression became chaotic and unreliable.
Casualties began to mount.
One by one elite Chaos Space Marines were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and home field advantage of the alien tide. At the center of the battlefield, the fight between Valentine and the Patriarch had reached a fever pitch. Valentine grew more alarmed with each exchange, the monster's strength and speed far exceeded his expectations. Though his demon blade was sharp, the enemy's forearms worked in perfect unison, always using two to parry his attacks while the other two struck from the most treacherous angles.
Rip!
Valentine sidestepped a pair of claws swinging at his front, but another claw raked across his left pauldron, leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. The ceramic armor was easily torn and blood instantly stained the purple armor.
Ah!
The searing pain ignited Valentine's fury. He abandoned any attempt at graceful dodging and parrying, opting for the most reckless tactic. He dropped his left side defense, allowing the Patriarch's claw to plunge deep into his left arm, nearly tearing it off.
The agony made Valentine's body shudder, but a manic grin spread across his face. With his crippled left arm he clamped down tightly on the Patriarch's limb. This was the moment. The Patriarch's defense had a split-second opening. Die, vermin! Valentine roared, channeling all his chaos energy into the demon blade in his right hand.
The blade blazed with purple light, carrying an unstoppable momentum, and thrust forward.
This strike pierced the Patriarch's hard carapace, plunging precisely into its chest.
The chaos energy bound to the demon weapon erupted violently within the Patriarch's body, devastating its life functions. The Patriarch let out a silent scream, its massive frame trembling violently.
It knew it was doomed.
But in its final moments, the predatory ferocity of an apex predator was fully unleashed.
It did not retreat. Instead, with its last strength, it lunged forward, embracing Valentine tightly.
Its remaining three arms, like three steel spikes, clawed viciously at Valentine's chest.
Crack! The ornate breastplate blessed by the dark gods was shattered under the Patriarch's death throes.
Three claws sank deep into his flesh, and one of them struck precisely the pulsating demon heart within him, built of chaos energy. An indescribable agony mixed with a draining weakness as his power was siphoned away washed over Valentine.
Ugh!
He let out a pained grunt, kicking away the lifeless corpse of the Patriarch.
With the Patriarch's death, the immense psychic pressure that had enveloped the entire sanctum dissipated instantly. Every Genestealer on the battlefield, whether hybrid or pure strain, froze for a split second.
They had lost their spiritual backbone.
Though they did not immediately flee in panic, their fearless fervor and coordinated tactics vanished.
Their attacks became chaotic and inefficient, reduced to mere instinct.
Valentine had won.
He knelt on one knee, using the demon blade to support his nearly broken body. His left arm was torn, hanging limp by a few strands of muscle and nerve. His chest bore a massive deep claw wound.
Through the shattered breastplate one could see the faintly flickering crack-ridden demon heart within. He looked around.
Only fewer than 4 of his blade of pleasure were still fighting. One of the 2 demon engines had been dismantled into parts, the other was battered and immobilized. The pleasure seekers had been torn apart in the melee. He had won this brutal victory at the cost of a mortal wound and the loss of over 70% of his elite force. In a shadowy corner near the battlefield, several figures had been watching the conflict. Salahar quietly observed the Chaos Lord panting and leaning on his sword, then turned to the disorganized remnants of the Genestealers.
Tosaka, notify the fleet and the Astra Militarum to prepare for battle. Raven, we move.
The moment to close the net had arrived. The silence at the edge of the Viridia star system was suddenly torn apart. In the deepest shadows of the asteroid belt, hundreds of thousands of tons of iron behemoths silently slipped from their hiding places. At the bow of the ship, unyielding blade, the massive broken-winged sword emblem greedily devoured the faint light of distant stars. Following closely was the ship Logic Terminus A, its hull adorned with probes and modified structures resembling a mechanical sea monster awakening from the abyss. All ships disengage silent mode.
Captain John's command echoed on the bridge of the unyielding blade. Macro cannon array target locked on enemy ship's energy core. Fire!
There was no battle roar, no prayers, only cold commands. In the next moment, the broadside of the 2 capital ships lit up simultaneously with hundreds of macro cannon muzzles.
Devastating rain of fire trailing long tails pierced the vacuum, forming a deadly net as it swept towards the unprepared chaotic fleet in the Viridia orbit.
On the bridge of the chaotic cruiser Endless Pleasure, the acting captain was still admiring the wonderful reports from the surface regarding the major assault.
Warning. High-energy reactions detected. Multiple firepower incoming. The piercing alarm instantly drowned everything out.
Before the acting captain could give an order, the main observation window on the bridge was engulfed by a blinding radiance.
A macro cannon shell accurately pierced the armor of a nearby ship in its midsection, igniting its internal ammunition depot. The massive cruiser was silently torn in two in the vacuum flames and debris erupting from the break. Enemy attack. It's the Imperial Navy. Where did they come from?
The communication channel of the chaotic fleet was filled with astonishment and chaos. Their main force, their elite, their lord, all were on the surface of the planet, with only a few capital ships and frigates along with some auxiliary vessels remaining in orbit. Logic Terminus I attacked with even more ruthlessness. A series of crimson energy spears accurately pierced through frigate after frigate attempting to flee. Every hit shattered the enemy ship's void shield like glass, and then the hull melted and disintegrated in the torrent of energy.
Commander Marcus, it's your turn.
On the bridge of the Pride of Viridia, Marcus watched the intense battle on the main screen, his blood boiling. His fleet, having undergone emergency repairs and devilish modifications by the tech priests of Kruger, had been completely transformed. All ships advance.
Target enemy right flank.
Take down all those trying to escape.
Marcus roared. For the Emperor.
On the Morning Star, Liana issued the same command.
Her merchant fleet revealed its fangs.
The launch bays disguised as cargo holds opened, unleashing a barrage of torpedoes. The chaotic fleet was caught off guard, but the most ferocious beasts are those in despair. The remaining chaotic warships turned their guns and began a frenzied counterattack. A barrage of purple energy beams and concentrated artillery fire surged toward the united fleet. A frigate under Marcus' command was caught off guard, struck by several shells, its void shield flickering violently before shattering, and a massive fireball erupted from its side, starting to spin out of control.
Steady your positions.
Suppress fire. Marcus clenched his fists, and his Pride of Viridia braved the artillery fire, its main cannon unhesitatingly returning fire, reducing a stubborn chaotic destroyer to fragments. The fleets of both sides clashed together in orbit, explosions lighting up the void, turning this region of space into a true hell. On the planet's surface, Bard leaned against a broken wall, checking the charge of his laser gun. In the gray sky above, intermittent flashes of strong light flickered, silent lightning generated by the explosions of ships during the battle illuminating the Earth in a strobe-like manner. At that moment, a short encrypted beep came from his helmet's communicator.
This was the signal.
He had waited too long for this signal.
Bart suddenly stood up straight. The hammer of Viridia.
He shouted with all his might, the signal has arrived.
Now is the time. Launch the attack.
He was the first to charge out of cover, his laser gun firing a red beam that accurately pierced the skull of a cultist. The soldiers, reinvigorated, surged like tigers released from their cages, emerging from the ruins of the industrial district. Their faces bore no trace of despair or fatigue. Instead, they were filled with the flames of vengeance. Fire! Fire! The heavy explosive artillery roared, a dense rain of shells sweeping across the streets. The traitorous mortal forces who were still cheering for the major assault were instantly stunned. They stared in disbelief at this force that should have been exterminated, which charged fiercely into their flank. The hammer of Viridia sliced through the chaotic traitors' disordered lines like a sharp razor. While the battle across the planet escalated, the mastermind behind this grand campaign did not appear on the battlefield.
Salahar's goal had always been singular.
That chaotic lord barely clinging to life in the subterranean temple.
Levin Tosaka brothers, prepare for action. Salahar's voice echoed in the team channel.
He led his most elite fallen angel brothers emerging from the shadows where they had concealed themselves. Inside the temple was a hellish scene. The remains of chaotic space marines lay piled high with the corpses of gene stealers. The air was thick with the stench of blood and ozone. The surviving enemies were still engaged in the brutal primal act of tearing at each other. A noise marine missing a leg was wildly firing his explosive gun at a similarly injured hybrid tyrant. Just as he was about to pull the trigger again, a shadow flashed past him. The noise marine's actions halted. A straight red line appeared on his body from helmet to waist.
In the next second he was split in two.
Salahar, wielding a power sword, walked past him, the blade not stained with a single drop of blood. He did not stop his steps. Levin and the other veteran fallen angels followed him like efficient slaughter machines. They became arrows of vengeance, attacking all the still breathing beings within the temple. A pureblood gene stealer pounced down from the shadow of the ceiling, its four sharp claws aimed directly at Salahar's neck. Without looking back, Salahar swung his sword. The power sword carved a neat arc, precisely severing the creature in midair. His pace did not falter. All enemies blocking his path, whether chaotic demons or alien monsters, were reduced to fragments beneath his precise and lethal sword.
He walked step by step toward the center of the temple. Toward the fallen lord who was propped up by a demonic blade gasping for breath.
Valentin supported his body with the demon blade burning with purple malevolent energy, each breath tugging at the enormous claw marks on his chest, the pain crashing over him like a tidal wave. He lifted his head and saw the black-armored Astartes approaching him step by step. There was no victor's stance, no superfluous movements, he simply advanced steadily, each step seeming to measure his grave.
That aura. Pure ancient, carrying the chill of the Caliban forest and the pride of a lion. Ha! Ha! Valentin let out a low laugh, the laughter tugging at his wounds and transforming into violent coughing. Is this all you're doing? He leaned on his sword, struggling to stand upright.
I don't care who you are, nor do I care about the schemes you've concocted. Before this absolute power, everything is but an illusion. You shall become a corpse. A most magnificent piece of art dedicated to my master.
Valentin roared, forcibly urging the cracked demon heart within him.
Purple chaotic energy erupted like a geyser, and the torn flesh of his left shoulder began to writhe and grow, forming a deformed claw-like appendage covered in carapace. The wound on his chest was also enveloped by the purple energy, temporarily halting the bleeding. His body swelled again, regaining a portion of the terrifying pressure that belonged to the Lord of Chaos.
Salahar halted his steps.
He said nothing, merely raising the power sword in his hand. A faint hum accompanied the brightening of the emerald energy field along the blade. A standard opening stance for an ancient Caliban knight, the sword tip slightly lowered, the Bodhi's center of gravity sinking. It was archaic and simple, yet contained the killing intent honed over millennia.
Annihilate them. Raven's roar echoed from one side of the temple.
He, along with Tosaka and several other fallen angel veterans, charged like beasts into a flock of sheep, launching the final massacre against the surviving Chaos acolytes and the disordered remnants of the Gene Stealers. The fury of the explosive gun intertwined with the hum of the power sword, clearing an uninterrupted stage for the impending duel. Valentin moved. He transformed into a fleeting shadow of pinkish purple, his speed beyond imagination. The demon blade in his hand carved an eerie arc, at times light as a feather, at times swift as lightning, brimming with the unique rapidity and unpredictability of color perversion. The sword's edge aimed directly at Salahar's neck. Salahar did not retreat. He merely stepped half a pace to the left, slightly leaning back. The lethal blade nearly grazed his throat, producing a sharp sound of air friction. As the strike missed, Valentin twisted his wrist, changing the slash into a thrust akin to a viper striking, aiming for Salahar's heart. Salahar's power sword finally moved. He did not block, instead he skillfully struck the spine of the demon blade with the guard of his sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang as Valentin's sword tip was deflected by this clever maneuver, embedding itself in the ground beside him. Throughout the process, Salahar's movements were astonishingly minimal, efficient as a machine. Valentin's attacks were wild and full of a brutal aesthetic of destruction. Salahar's swordsmanship, however, resembled the most precise textbook, each movement refined through countless trials solely for the most efficient kill. Valentin withdrew his sword, a grave expression finally appearing on his face. He charged again, this time with an even more furious assault. The demon blade in his hand transformed into a purple veil of light, completely enveloping Salahar. Slash, hack, stab, sweep. Each movement was pushed to its limits, each strike containing enough power to tear an Astartes apart. Salahar, amidst the deadly veil, stood like a rock. His feet hardly moved, relying solely on the rotation of his upper body and slight adjustments of his steps to evade the vast majority of the attacks. Whenever an unavoidable strike came, the power sword in his hand would respond first, using the most cunning angles and minimal force to accurately block or deflect the opponent's blade. His extreme combat skills allowed him to clearly predict Valentin's every attack intention. The moment Valentin unleashed his sword, he already saw the trajectory, force, and all possible subsequent changes of that strike. This sensation made Valentin increasingly alarmed. He felt as if he were not battling an Astartes but facing a war machine capable of perfectly calculating all outcomes. The opponent's strength and speed were not inferior to his own state when fueled by malevolent energy. Yet the combat skill, the grasp of timing, the brutally cold combat experience felt like an insurmountable mountain suffocating him. Ah! Valentin let out a reluctant roar. He abandoned all technique, pouring all his strength into a single strike, swinging down fiercely towards Salahar's head. With this strike he aimed to cleave this detestable black-armored giant in half, armor and all. In the face of this thunderous blow, Salahar did not retreat. He stepped forward, advancing rather than retreating. The power sword in his hand emitted a high-pitched hum as the energy field surrounding the blade flared up, rising to meet the demon blade. Clang! The two weapons collided, fiercely erupting in a blinding burst of energy sparks. However, Salahar's sword did not clash. Hedon at the moment of contact, the blade tilted slightly, allowing the energy field to glide up along the opponent's sword. The energy field of the power sword produced a series of piercing shrieks and green arcs while rubbing against the demon blade. Valentin felt an immense, irresistible force emanating from the sword, dissipating much of the strength behind his full-force strike. Now is the time.
Salahar's body spun like a top, avoiding the residual force of the demon blade.
The power sword in his hand, harnessing the spinning momentum, traced a straight deadly path shimmering with green light. That strike landed precisely on the wound on Valentine's chest, freshly torn open by the clan leader's claws.
Sizzle.
The energy field of the power sword easily melted through the temporarily solidified flesh and shattered power armor, encountering no obstructions, accurately penetrating his second heart, which was pulsating and enveloped in chaotic energy.
Ugh. Valentine's movements ceased.
He lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the power sword buzzing and burning his insides. Strength ebbed from his body like receding tides. The demon blade in his hand clattered to the ground. He buckled at the knees, collapsing. Salahar withdrew the power sword, causing the energy field on the blade to instantly evaporate, the tainted blood clinging to it.
Valentine lifted his head, using his last ounce of strength to ask, breathless, "Who exactly are you?" Salahar stepped before him, looking down from a height. "Astra Salahar. First Legion. We are the Dark Angels."
With the end of Valentine's life, the chaotic and frenzied energy that filled the temple dissipated rapidly like a punctured balloon. Salahar drew his power sword. The energy field swirling around the blade emitted a soft sound, instantly evaporating the hot blood and chunks of internal organs that clung to it, leaving a sizzling scorch mark on the ground. He did not look at the corpse kneeling on the ground. His attention was drawn to an object hanging from the corpse's waist.
It was a palm-sized exquisite ornament made of pink crystal and polished human bone. Inside it, a faint, unnatural energy flowed. Salahar bent down and tore it off with the gauntlet of his powered armor. The ornament felt cold to the touch, its surface smooth yet emanating an eerie aura from subspace.
Just then the battle on the other side of the temple was also nearing its end. Raven cleaved open the chest of the last chaotic elite with his chainsaw sword, then kicked the corpse away.
Cleanup complete.
A brief report came through his communicator. "Sir, the orbital battle situation has been determined." Marcus' voice came through the encrypted channel, filled with uncontainable excitement. "The main force of the enemy fleet has been destroyed and the remnants are being pursued by me and Lady Liana's fleet." "What about the ground situation?"
Salahar asked, simultaneously stowing the crystal ornament in his waist compartment. "Bart's Viridia Hammer has already joined forces with Colonel Hope's auxiliary army. They are clearing out the remnants of the chaotic rebels in the lower levels of the Hive City. Without command, those rebels are no match for us." "Good.
What about the gene stealers?" "As you expected, after the death of the clan leader, they fell into complete chaos. Some are fighting amongst themselves against the chaotic rebels, while others have hidden back into the depths of the earth.
Colonel Hope is blocking all known tunnel entrances." Salahar cut off the communication. He walked out of the blood-soaked underground temple, retracing his steps to the surface.
Raven and several other fallen angel brothers silently followed him, their powered armor stained with the blood of 2 enemies.
The war in Viridia has come to an end.
At the top of the Hive City, once the most luxurious observation platform of the governor's office, only ruins remain now.
Salahar stood at the edge of this ruin, overlooking the city below.
From this height, the Hive City resembled a giant anthill that had been smashed open.
The debris of countless buildings and streets formed a complex gray pattern.
Clouds of smoke like dirty shrouds covered the city, obscuring the light of the stars. The air was filled with the mingled scents of burning death and chemicals. A Thunderhawk gunship flew in from the distance, smoothly hovering behind the platform. Kruger quickly exited the cabin, his face displaying a mixture of victorious joy and slight fatigue. "Sir," he approached Salahar from behind and stopped.
"The battle statistics have been compiled." Salahar did not turn around.
"In the orbit we destroyed 1 chaotic cruiser, 3 destroyers, and captured various frigates and auxiliary ships.
We lost 1 frigate and severely damaged 2.
The Morning Star and Dark Claw suffered damages.
Lady Liana's fleet is salvaging the spoils, and I have already sent a tech priest to take custody."
Kruger's voice carried a hint of pride. "On the ground, Bart's troops and Colonel Hope's auxiliary army have secured all key nodes of the Hive City."
"What about the population?" "The governor's office database is intact."
"This world, before the war, had a registered population of over 20 billion. Despite experiencing the chaotic invasion NR,
cleansing, the number of survivors remains astronomical."
Kruger paused. He looked at Salahar's back.
"Sir, we have won.
At the lowest cost we have secured the entire Viridia."
Salahar remained silent.
Victory! What a distant word. He felt no joy. This victory was merely a struggle to climb onto a piece of driftwood that could sink at any moment in an endless ocean of darkness. The threat from the dark side of the Empire is far from over. This strength is still insufficient.
Salahar took out the crystal ornament he obtained from the corpse of the chaotic lord.
The surface of the crystal ornament began to glow softly. Countless delicate energy patterns flowed within it, eventually projecting a three-dimensional star map into the air before them. The range of this star map is not large, encompassing only a few dozen star regions surrounding Viridia.
The map marked several flickering points with purple chaotic runes.
This is... Raven leaned closer. The secret bases and supply routes of the chaotic warband. Salahar replied succinctly, the legacy of that depraved lord. This is undoubtedly a piece of strategic intelligence worth its weight in gold.
But Salahar's attention was not on those purple points.
His gaze fell upon a special star region at the edge of the star map. There were no chaotic markings there. Only an ancient mysterious symbol hovered quietly. Raven leaned in closer. The sensors of his powered armor attempted to analyze the ancient text, but there were no matching entries in the database.
Sir, I do not recognize this symbol.
Would a follower of depravity be so concerned about a non-chaotic coordinate? Kruger also approached, his mechanical eyes red light scanning the mysterious symbol repeatedly. This is illogical unless there is something he desperately desires there. This discovery left all the fallen angel veterans present deep in thought.
Millennia of exile had made them extremely vigilant toward any unexpected surprises.
Such an unusual mark left by a powerful chaotic lord resembled a signpost written in blood, warning of a trap. But conversely, a place that could make an enemy of Valentine's caliber take so seriously must undoubtedly hold immeasurable value. Perhaps it was lost technology, perhaps powerful weapons, or perhaps
a more sinister conspiracy.
Salahar extended his hand. The fingertips of his powered armor gently touched the symbol of the broken winged sword. The cold touch yielded nothing. He withdrew his hand. It would be foolish to impulsively head toward an unknown location marked by the enemy. They had just won a brutal war. Viridia beneath their feet was their most precious asset at the moment. While their foundation was still shaky, any risk could lead to total loss.
Tao Sasaka.
Yes, sir. The figure of the think tank director emerged from the shadow of the Thunderhawk gunship where he had quietly waited. Archive this star map completely using the highest level of encryption. Be sure to mark this unknown coordinate prominently.
Salahar turned around, no longer looking at the floating star map.
Inside the conference room of the Viridia governor's office, the air was thick with the sense of disinfectant and fresh paint. The once ornate tapestries adorning the walls and the blasphemous artworks of the color cultists had been completely removed. In their place stood steel tables and chairs along with holographic projection equipment. Salahar stood at the head of the conference table, surrounded by the survivors of this bloody war, the new rulers poised to reshape this world. Ladies and gentlemen, Salahar's voice echoed in the conference room, the old order of Viridia has turned to ash in the flames. Now we must establish a brand new order upon this rubble. Bart sat to the right of the table, the marks of battle still visible on his uniform. The former commander of the Star Realm Army stood tall, awaiting the verdict of fate. Commander Bart, Salahar's gaze fell upon him. Your loyalty and capability demonstrated during the war are evident to all. I appoint you as the supreme commander of the Viridia Planetary Defense Force. The safety of this world will rest in your hands.
Bart sprang to his feet and saluted vigorously. At your command, my lord.
I will not let your trust down.
Salahar nodded and then turned to Marcus.
Commander Marcus, you will become the commander of the Viridia fleet.
Yes, my lord.
Marcus replied with determination in his voice. I will ensure that each warship reaches its maximum combat effectiveness. Salahar's gaze shifted to a middle-aged man sitting on the other side of the table.
This man was Victor Sellas, once a senior engineer in the Nest City Industrial District.
During the invasion, he organized civilians to evade the flames of war and rescued the wounded, showcasing exceptional organizational skills and moral character.
Mr. Sellas. Salahar's tone softened somewhat. I appoint you as the new governor of Viridia.
You will manage the civil affairs of this world.
Sellas' face revealed a look of shock.
He had never imagined that a mere engineer like himself would one day become the ruler of a planet.
My lord, I do not know if I can manage.
You can. Salahar interrupted him. You chose to protect the innocent at the darkest hour.
That is enough. Sellas bowed deeply. I will do my utmost to serve the people. Now let us discuss the specific work arrangements.
Salahar activated the holographic projector in the center of the table, revealing a three-dimensional map of Viridia before everyone.
Ms. Liana, I need you to immediately begin recruiting skilled workers in Nest City. Mechanics, engineers, all skilled personnel must be registered. Additionally, those civilians who lost their homes in the war should be organized and prepared to relocate to Kosis. Liana nodded. Understood. Colonel Hope. Salahar turned to the experienced officer. The lower-tier laborers in Nest City are accustomed to hard living and possess indomitable will. These individuals will form the backbone of our army.
Colonel Hope stood tall.
I will personally select each new recruit. Salahar nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked toward several technical priests sitting in the corner. These members from the Dark Mechanical sect had played a crucial role during the war. Kruger, you and the technical priests will take full control of the planet's industrial facilities. I want to see productivity restored at the fastest pace, even surpassing pre-war levels. At your command, my lord. The meeting lasted several hours. Every detail was meticulously discussed and every responsibility was clearly assigned. By the end of the meeting, everyone present knew their tasks and goals clearly. Ladies and gentlemen, Salahar finally stood up. The reconstruction of Viridia is not just for the people of this world but for the future of the entire empire. What we are establishing here is not an independent kingdom but the spark of a civilizational renaissance. His gaze swept across everyone present. Remember, our enemies are not only chaos and aliens but also the decaying, inefficient and blind old order. We must prove through action that humanity can do better. After the meeting concluded, the attendees left in succession. Salahar remained alone in the conference room, gazing at the detailed reconstruction plan on the table. Raven entered and closed the door behind him. My lord, do you truly believe that these mortals are up to the task? Salahar did not respond immediately. He walked to the window, looking down at the city through the bulletproof glass. The lights of Nest City were gradually restoring and the neighborhoods once ravaged by war were beginning to revive through the efforts of the construction teams. Raven, these mortals may err and might disappoint us. But they might also exceed our expectations. More importantly, they represent hope. Raven remained silent for a moment. You are right, my lord. We do need allies. Not allies, Salahar corrected, but family. Those whom we are to protect. Night fell and the Viridia governor's office fell into tranquility. Salahar found himself alone in the Star Chart room, a place once used by Valentine for dark rituals, now thoroughly purified and transformed. He placed the crystal relic obtained from the Chaos Lord on the table and activated the holographic projection system in the room. A three-dimensional star map of the galaxy appeared before him, countless stars shimmering like diamonds. Salahar carefully compared the two star maps, searching for the precise location of the mysterious coordinate. After repeated calculations and comparisons, he finally determined the specific position of the target. It was a distant galaxy once part of the Empire's territory. But with the emergence of the Great Rift, the Empire had lost all contact with it. The current official star map could only mark it as an unexplored area, but Salahar knew it was far from a blank space. What exactly makes the Chaos Lord value it so much? He muttered to himself. Just then Tosaka entered the Star Chart room. The head of the think tank wore a serious expression. My lord, I have just completed a thorough analysis of that crystal relic. Salahar turned around. What were the results? This is no ordinary chaos relic, Tosaka replied uneasily. Its internal structure displays some ancient features. Features older than chaos. What do you mean? Tosaka stepped to the star map and pointed at the mysterious coordinate. My lord, I suspect that it may be related to an even older era. Continue to monitor all intelligence regarding that area, Salahar finally said, but do not take any action for now. We have more important matters to attend to. Tosaka nodded. Understood, my lord. Salahar shut down the star map projection and the room fell back into darkness. Yet in the darkness a resolute light still shone in his eyes. The twisting vortex of the warp slowly subsided and a fleet tore through the veil of reality, returning to the material universe. Salahar stood on the bridge of the unbending blade, gazing through the thick armored glass at the familiar star ahead. The Kexis system. Their stronghold. Detecting friendly signals. Kruger looked up from the tech console. A frigate is approaching, transmitting identification codes. It's the Iron Will. Salahar nodded. This was one of their garrison ships tasked with sentry duty. The fact that it came to greet them meant everything was normal. Open a channel. A young officer's face appeared on the main screen, a lieutenant under Captain Hopu. Seeing Salahar, the officer immediately straightened. Lord Salahar. Welcome home. How are things? Salahar got straight to the point. All normal, my lord. Lady Iokas is waiting for you on Kexis. Archmagos Calferos is on Planet 2 and says he has important results to report. Salahar raised an eyebrow slightly. Important results? What has that mad Muggos cooked up now? Guide us to port. Yes, my lord. The Iron will turn to lead the fleet. Salahar re-examined the system and soon noticed changes. The number of ships in orbit had increased significantly. Besides their original warships, there were several unfamiliar vessels. Judging by their appearance, they were cargo ships and engineering vessels busily transporting something. Even more astonishing was Kexis Planet 2. The once barren rocky world now glittered with dense lights across its surface.
From space the glow of countless industrial facilities merged into a single expanse. My lord, look there.
Raven pointed at Planet 2. Kelferos has turned the entire planet into a forge.
Salahar said nothing, but a glint of approval flashed in his eyes. This madman of the Dark Mechanicum was indeed terrifyingly efficient. The fleet slowly entered the orbit of Kex's prime. Salahar could see the familiar industrial zones on the planet's surface, now twice the size they were when he left. New factories had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and transport vehicles shuttled endlessly along the road.
Half an hour later, Salahar's Thunderhawk gunship touched down smoothly on the landing pad of Kex's. The ramp opened and he strode out, followed by Raven and Tasaka. Iokas was already waiting on the pad.
The apothecary looked more tired than when they parted, but his eyes gleamed with excitement.
My lord, welcome back. Iokas stepped forward. I have good news.
Speak, old friend. The success rate of the first batch of neophytes' augmentation exceeded expectations. Iokas' voice was tinged with barely contained joy. Out of 113 candidates, 34 completed the augmentation surgery successfully. A sharp light flashed in Salahar's eyes.
34 new Astartes.
This number far exceeded his expectations. Among them, Carl and Leo performed the best. They not only completed the basic augmentation but also achieved excellent physical adaptability. I believe they will be ready for combat soon.
I want to see them. Iokas nodded and led Salahar into the facility. They walked through rows of white corridors and finally arrived at a massive training ground.
Originally a warehouse, it had been converted into a physical training center for the neophytes.
Salahar witnessed a breathtaking sight.
Dozens of young men in training suits were performing high-intensity drills. Their movements were swift and powerful, each punch and kick carrying superhuman strength. These men were all over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles and sharp eyes. This was the new generation of Astartes.
Carl. Leo. Iokas called.
The 2 young men stopped training and hurried over.
Salahar studied them carefully.
Carl was now nearly 2 meters 20, his once frail body now strong and powerful. His eyes remained resolute but now carried the calm of an Astartes.
Leo's transformation was even more striking.
His left arm had fully healed and was even stronger than before. He radiated a dangerous aura.
My lord. Both knelt on one knee. We are ready to fight for you at any moment. Salahar walked before them and extended his hand. Rise. You are no longer the 2 minors you once were. Now you are my brothers. Carl and Leo stood up, their eyes gleaming with emotion. Tell me, how do you feel? Salahar asked.
Powerful. Carl answered succinctly. I can feel every organ in my body functioning, hear sounds from hundreds of meters away, and see everything in the dark.
I want to fight.
Leo's voice was more direct. I want to use this power to protect those who cannot protect themselves.
Salahar nodded with satisfaction.
These 2 young men had not been intoxicated by power, they still retained their original character.
Good. But your training is not over yet. Salahar turned to Iokas.
When can they be formally inducted?
At any time, my lord, Iokas replied.
Just then the training ground door swung open and a massive mechanical figure strode in. Kelferos' enormous frame nearly filled the entire doorway with countless mechanical arms and probes swaying behind him.
Lord Salahar, you have finally returned.
The Magas synthesized voice rang out.
I have an important discovery to report. Salahar regarded this mad ally. What discovery? Regarding the optimization of the genocide.
Kelferos' mechanical eyes flickered with excited red light. When I studied the physiological data of the new neophytes, I found some
interesting phenomena.
Explain clearly.
Their genetic compatibility is 30% higher than expected.
This means we can further optimize the augmentation process, increase the success rate, and even
enhance their abilities. Salahar frowned. What do you intend to do? Minor genetic adjustments.
It won't affect their humanity, but it will make them stronger, faster reflexes, greater strength, better adaptability.
And the risks? Negligible.
I have run thousands of simulations, the success rate is above 95%.
Salahar was silent for a moment.
He knew Kelferos' capabilities and the madman's thirst for knowledge.
But any experiment involving genetics carried risks. I need a detailed report, he finally said. All data, all risk assessments. Not a single detail missing. Of course, my lord. I have it ready. Salahar turned to Iokas. Your opinion?
The apothecary considered for a while. From a medical perspective, the physical condition of these neophytes is indeed beyond expectations.
If Kelferos' plan is truly safe, I have no objection to trying.
But it must start with volunteers.
I am willing.
Carl suddenly spoke.
If it can make me stronger and better protect the innocent, I am willing to take the risk. Same here. Leo echoed. Salahar looked at the two young men, a complex surge of emotion welling within him.
Their courage reminded him of his own younger days and of the brothers he had lost.
Not yet, he shook his head. Wait until you finish basic training. For now I need to see the progress in other areas.
They left the training ground and headed to the command center.
The changes there were equally dramatic.
The once primitive facility had been fully upgraded with countless holographic screens displaying various data.
My lord, here is our current overall status. A tech sergeant handed him a data slate. Salahar quickly scanned the data.
Kex's population had grown by 40%, industrial output had doubled, and military strength had been significantly enhanced.
How is Liana's personnel transport plan progressing?
The first batch of technical personnel has arrived and is undergoing training in various factories. It is expected that within a month our production efficiency can increase by another 50%.
Salahar nodded. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Salahar walked to the observation window of the command center and looked down at the bustling world below.
Kexus was developing at an astonishing pace, but he knew it was far from enough. In this forgotten darkness they needed greater strength and a more complete system. Only then could they survive the coming storm. Within the command center of Kexus, prime blue light projected around the room, resembling the depths of the ocean.
Salahar sat at the head of the conference table surveying the attendees.
They were the forces under his command, the only reliance in the darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, Salahar began, the victory at Viridia has brought us resources in time. Now I need to understand our true strength. Colonel Hope was the first to report.
The officer stood tall holding the data.
My lord, the auxiliary army currently comprises over 80,000 troops, Hope stated steadily.
This includes 3 infantry regiments, 1 heavy infantry regiment, 1 armored regiment, and 1 artillery battalion.
In terms of armor, the Mechanical Church has provided over 100 main battle tanks, more than 300 Chimera and other troop carriers, and hundreds of heavy artillery pieces.
Salahar nodded. How is the training of the soldiers? The blood baptism of Viridia has transformed them from ordinary Star Realm soldiers.
Hope's eyes gleamed with pride.
Everyone has faced hell, understanding the struggle for life and death. However, the tens of thousands of new recruits from Viridia still lack training. Very well. Salahar turned to Captain John.
John stood up, his uniform neat.
My lord, we currently possess 11 capital ships, 1 unyielding blade strike cruiser, 3 light cruisers, 4 destroyers, and 3 frigates.
This does not include the ships from the Mechanical God Church and various auxiliary support vessels.
Salahar raised his eyebrows. What about the crew situation?
Some personnel from the Viridian Navy have defected to us. Combined with the local new recruits from Kexus, we have sufficient manpower, John replied succinctly. The only issue is the lack of experienced senior officers, which is being addressed.
Salahar nodded in satisfaction and looked at Keferos.
The Grand Sage of the Dark Mechanical Church sat quietly, his mechanical arms moving behind him.
Keferos, what are your construction achievements?
The Grand Sage's synthetic voice echoed, devoid of emotion.
The data is satisfactory.
The industrial transformation of Kexus 2 has been completed to 70%. We possess complete shipbuilding capabilities, able to produce most classes of vessels from frigates to cruisers.
Production speed.
At current capacity we can produce 4 frigates, 2 destroyers and 1 cruiser per standard Terra year. By concentrating resources we can complete the construction of a battlecruiser within 2 years. A glint of sharp light flashed in Salahar's eyes. This production capacity was nearing that of a small foundry world.
What about weaponry?
Production lines for explosive rifles, laser guns and plasma weapons have been restored. The manufacturing of power armor is progressing steadily. Keferos' mechanical eyes flickered. More importantly, I have successfully reverse-engineered the advanced equipment captured from Viridia. We can now produce improved energy weapons and protective gear.
Liana cleared her throat, the elegant merchant rogue exuding satisfaction. My lord, the personnel transport is progressing smoothly.
The first batch of technical workers and engineers transported from Viridia has all arrived, totaling over 100,000.
Liana spoke with pride.
They have been meticulously selected, possessing professional skills, and are already contributing in various factory facilities.
What about the laborers?
The number of ordinary laborers is even larger.
Currently over 300,000 have migrated to Kexus, with more on the way. Liana paused.
Though they lack advanced skills, they are hardworking and resilient, forming an important force in construction.
Salahar surveyed the crowd.
The numbers pleased him but also made him aware of the responsibility. The lives of hundreds of thousands and the fates of tens of thousands of soldiers depended on his decisions.
Ioka's. He turned to the pharmacist. Ioka's exhaustion was overshadowed by the excitement in his eyes.
My lord, the first batch of 34 new recruits has completed their basic modifications. Their physical fitness and combat abilities have reached the standards.
What about the second batch? They are currently underway. This time there are more candidates and the success rate is improving. Salahar nodded, looking at Kafaros. Tell me in detail about the gene optimization experiment you mentioned.
The mechanical sage leaned slightly. Countless probes act. Through in-depth analysis of the new recruits, I found that the genetic compatibility far exceeded expectations.
This presents the possibility for further optimization. What specifically?
Raven interjected, his tone cautious.
Fine-tuning gene expression, optimizing organ functions, enhancing physical adaptability. Kafaros answered with technical precision, in simpler terms, making them stronger, faster and more durable. Tosaka frowned. What about the risk assessment? After 3,742 simulations, the success rate stands at 96.3%.
The risks of failure mainly involve minor side effects, though there is a possibility of life-threatening outcomes.
Salahar fell silent.
He knew that genetic experiments were fraught with uncertainty, but in this brutal universe any opportunity to enhance strength could not be overlooked.
Ioka's, what is your opinion? From a medical standpoint, Kafaros' plan is theoretically feasible. However, I recommend a small-scale trial to ensure safety.
I agree.
Salahar made a decision. It must be voluntary with full disclosure of the risks.
Kafaros' mechanical eyes flickered even more frequently.
All necessary equipment and procedures are ready. As soon as you give the order, we can begin at any time.
The conference room door swung open and Carl and Leo entered.
My lord. Both greeted simultaneously. We have heard about the discussion on gene optimization. Salahar regarded them. What do you wish to say? We are willing to be the first batch of volunteers.
Carl's voice was firm.
If it can make us stronger and better protect the innocent, we are willing to take any risks. I feel the same. Leo echoed. We have received a new life from you. Now is the time to give back. Salahar looked at the two, a complex emotion swelling within him.
Their courage reminded him of his younger self and the brothers he had lost.
Are you sure?
He reaffirmed, this is not an order, it is your own choice.
We are sure.
The two replied in unison. Salahar gazed deeply at them, then turned to Kafaros.
Prepare the experiment. I will personally supervise. Of course, my lord. The mechanical sage's synthetic voice conveyed satisfaction. I assure you everything will be executed to the highest standards. The meeting continued with everyone discussing detailed arrangements. Once all topics were addressed, Salahar stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, the power we possess should not be underestimated.
But this is far from enough. His voice carried determination.
Countless threats await us in the galaxy and countless innocents need protection.
He surveyed each person present.
Our goal is not merely survival, it is reconstruction.
To rebuild order, to rebuild hope, and to restore the dignity that humanity deserves.
Salahar walked to the window overlooking the bustling world below. Kexis is just the beginning.
Viridia is merely the start.
We must make humanity great once more. Kafaros, the gene optimization experiment commence immediately.
On the planet Kexis, 2 deep underground, lies Kirphilowos's private laboratory, more a vast cavern of steel and glass than a mere room. The air is suffused with the cold scent of ozone and sterile agents. In the center of the laboratory, 2 massive silver metal pods resembling stone sarcophagi stand side by side. Countless cables and pipes like mechanical veins connect the metal pods to the surrounding massive analysis units. Carl and Leo lie within their respective metal pods, their bare torsos covered in sensors and nutrient fluid delivery tubes. Eyes closed, their expressions serene, they appear to have fallen into a deep slumber.
Sarahal, Aokas, Raven and Tosaka stand behind a thick blast-proof glass wall, observing quietly. All systems have completed self-checks. Life support systems are normal.
Neuroinhibitors have been injected. Target life signs stable. Kirphilowos's synthesized voice emanates from the speakers on the wall. His massive mechanical form stands before the main control panel, dozens of mechanical arms moving swiftly over the complex control interface like skilled surgeons. I still think this is too risky. Iakat's voice is low, his gaze fixed tightly on the holographic screen displaying the life signs of the two.
Heart rate, blood pressure, brainwaves.
Each piece of data is as stable as a textbook, yet this only heightens his unease.
Risk is a necessary cost of progress, apothecary.
There is an undeniable arrogance in your tone. Kirphilowosi replies, the standard Astartes physiological structure has become the bottleneck of our advancement. Their ancient black shells simply cannot withstand the data flow required for my modified power armor.
He points to a massive outline covered in black canvas in the corner of the laboratory.
That armor requires a nervous system capable of processing combat information several times greater than that of an ordinary space marine. Thus we are not conducting a crude modification but guiding a precise hardware upgrade.
Phase 1 Organ Proliferation. We will implant 3 entirely new auxiliary organs including a secondary neural center responsible for high-speed data processing. Simultaneously we will reconstruct their black shells using micro-robots implanting crystallized conductive fibers.
Without waiting for Sarahal's command, he directly presses a large red rune button. Buzz, inside the 2 metal pods, blue nutrient liquid begins to emit a soft glow, a precisely calibrated catalyst containing complex biological information injected into Carl and Leo's circulatory system. The data on the holographic screen begins to fluctuate violently.
Heart rate skyrocketing. Over 300 beats per minute. Blood pressure is breaching critical levels.
Iakas's voice grows frantic. They are experiencing a severe rejection reaction. The implantation of the new organs is triggering a systemic immune storm. Normal phenomenon. Kirphilowosis' voice remains steady. This is the old biological functions resisting new commands. Just like mortals facing the Emperor's glory for the first time, their souls may tremble but ultimately will yield. Inside the glass wall, Carl and Leo's bodies begin to convulse violently.
Their muscles spasm, uncontrollably bulging as if countless small snakes writhe beneath their skin. Beads of sweat the size of beans emerge from their foreheads, sliding down their cheeks.
Even in deep anesthesia their faces betray extreme anguish. Raven clenches his fists, the joints of his power armor creaking slightly.
He dislikes this feeling, entrusting his brother's lives to a cold machine. Sarahal remains silent, his gaze fixated not on the disturbing life data but directly on Carl and Leo's faces. He observes their will. Warning. Nervous system overload. Abnormal brain wave activity. Risk of collapse. Aokas shouts loudly.
Increase the dosage of neuroinhibitors.
Kirphilowosi orders simultaneously initiate stabilization protocol 2.
Use weak psychic pulses to soothe their subconscious.
Tosaka closes his eyes, standing still, an invisible gentle psychic wave penetrating the blastproof glass, gently enveloping the 2 metal pods.
Miraculously the stormy data on the screen begins to calm slowly. The convulsions of Carl and Leo lessen and the expressions of pain on their faces gradually ease.
This is just the beginning. The first day's ordeal passes slowly amidst the pain and fluctuations of data. On the second day the surgery enters phase 2 network reconstruction. Countless glimmering golden micro-robots are injected into the pods, resembling the most precise worker bees, starting to lay down a brand new broader conductive network along the original neural interfaces of the 2, perfectly connecting the newly implanted organs with the enhanced black shells. This silent war lasted a full 36 hours. Finally, at dusk on the second day, all modification procedures are marked as complete.
The liquid in the metal pods begins to drain and the pod doors emit a soft sound as they slowly open.
White steam dissipates, revealing the figures of Carl and Leo.
They stand up wobbling as they exit the metal pods.
Everyone holds their breath.
The 2 before them can no longer be described as strong. They appear to have grown a few centimeters taller, every muscle on their bodies sculpted like granite, sharply defined, radiating explosive power. Beneath their skin the new black shell interfaces shimmer with a metallic luster seemingly fused with their flesh and blood.
How do you feel? Sarahal finally speaks, breaking the silence. Carl raises his hand and clenches his fist.
He seems to want to say something, but his body suddenly sways and nearly falls. He stares at his hands, confusion filling his gaze as if controlling a foreign body. Leo's situation is worse. He tries to take a step forward but instantly rockets 7 or 8 meters, crashing into a distant wall with a dull thud.
Their strength, speed, reaction ability. All metrics have improved by 30 to 50% over standard Astartes. Kirphilowosis' synthesized voice carries an unmistakable excitement. For the first time data feedback is perfect. This is a miracle.
Aokas, however, quickly steps into the glass wall using a medical scanner to carefully examine the bodies of the 2. New organs have been successfully integrated and the data flow of the black shell has increased by 200%.
But their brains and bodies are disconnected.
Aokas puts down the scanner, his expression grave as he looks at Sarahal. Their nervous systems are still using old commands to control this new overly powerful body.
It is like asking a child to drive a Titan.
They need time to relearn how to control their strength. Sarahal walks up to Carl and Leo, who are struggling to adapt to their bodies, observing the familiar yet strange light in their eyes.
How long will it take?
At least a month, Aokas replies. A month of high-intensity recovery and adaptive training is needed for them to truly master this power.
I agree, Sarahal nods. He looks at Raven. Raven personally supervised their training.
I want to see 2 warriors who can perfectly control their strength in a month. Prepare the modifications for the next batch of candidates.
We will have more brothers complete the surgery during this month. Understood, my lord. Raven and Kirphilowosi respond simultaneously. Salahar finally looks at Carl and Leo, their eyes showing no signs of discouragement but rather burning with even greater fighting spirit. Go conquer your own bodies. In a month I will personally bestow armor upon you.
Over a month later, the central training ground of Kosi's. On the floor paved with refined metal, two figures were engaged in high-speed combat. One of them, a burly figure, moved with sweeping, forceful motions. The other stood like a rock, his steps steady.
Clang!
The training energy swords clashed, emitting a harsh screech. Carl, one of the first recruits to undergo the augmentation surgery, felt a sharp pain shoot through his wrist. His proud strength was effortlessly deflected by his opponent's clever angle. Raven gave him no chance to catch his breath. He stepped forward, closed the distance, and slammed his shoulder hard into Carl's chest.
Carl felt an irresistible force surge through him and his entire body uncontrollably fell backward. Combat isn't about who's stronger, rookie.
Raven stood over Carl, the tip of his energy sword pointing at his throat.
You have great strength and speed. But every move you make tells me exactly what you're going to do next.
Your flaws are more numerous than the holes in a hive city's underbelly. Carl lay on the ground gasping for air.
He didn't argue.
Over the past month he had experienced such failure every day.
Raven was like an insurmountable mountain.
No matter how hard Carl tried, no matter how much he pushed his newly acquired power to the limit, he was always defeated by the simplest and most effective methods.
Get up.
Raven withdrew his energy sword.
Again.
Carl rose without a word and reset his stance. His body was covered in bruises, but he showed no sign of retreat. On the other side of the training ground, the other 26 recruits were undergoing similar drills. They sparred against the equally battle-hardened veteran fallen angels, and the results were almost always one-sided beatdowns. Raven's gaze swept across the entire training ground.
He could clearly sense the immense potential of these recruits. Their physical attributes, strength, speed, and endurance, had already surpassed those of unmodified veterans like himself. During a strength contest he was even forced back half a step by Leo.
But combat techniques, battlefield instincts, and the experience of killing.
These were not things that could be implanted through surgery.
These recruits were like sharp but unhoned blades. They had potential, but for now it was far from enough. Just then the training ground's massive door slowly opened.
Salahar entered. The moment he appeared, the entire training ground fell silent. All recruits and veterans stopped their actions, turned to face him, and stood at attention. Training is over. Salahar's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority.
You have learned how to control your bodies.
Now it's time to make you true warriors.
He turned and walked toward the waiting Thunderhawk gunship.
Board.
The group followed him in silence, boarding the gunship. The gunship lifted off, pierced through Kosi's atmosphere, and flew toward the colossal vessel, suspended in orbit like a broken-winged sword, the unbreakable blade. Through the viewports the recruits watched the legendary warship draw closer, their hearts filled with awe and excitement. They were led through the ship's ancient and solemn corridors, each step treading upon 10,000 years of history. Eventually they arrived before a massive door forged from obsidian and brass. The door slowly opened, revealing the interior. This was the core of the unbreakable blade, the unyielding sanctum. It was not a gilded chapel of the imperial cult, but a hall of memory steeped in sorrow and perseverance. The lofty ceiling vanished into darkness, supported by colossal pillars carved in the likeness of ancient Calibanite knights. Countless ancient war banners hung on the walls, their broken-winged sword insignia of the First Legion long faded after 10,000 years of exile. In the niches between the pillars holographic spirit stones flickered faintly, scrolling the names of countless fallen brothers. The air was cold and heavy, laden with the weight of history and wordless sorrow. At the center of the sanctum 27 sets of brand new black power armor stood silent as sentinels upon their mounting racks. They were improved versions of the MKV Heretic pattern power armor, personally designed by Kelpharos to accommodate the augmented bodies and expanded neural interface networks. Salahar stood at the front of the formation. Behind him were all surviving veteran fallen angels, Iacast, Kruger, Thosaka, and others. A month ago 34 of you voluntarily underwent augmentation. Salahar's voice echoed in the empty sanctum. Today 27 stand before me. His gaze swept across every recruit's face. 7 brothers could not bear the burden of this honor. Their names are now engraved upon the spirit stone behind you, forever with us. We will never forget their sacrifice. You survived. You have gained power beyond mortal imagination. Salahar continued. But this power is not for glory nor for slaughter, it is for protection. To protect the innocent who struggle to survive in this darkness. Today I will grant you armor and weapons. From this moment you are no longer miners, no longer soldiers, no longer mortals. You are Astartes. You are my brothers. Now step forward to receive your armor. Carl. Carl was the first to step forward, kneeling on one knee. Kruger and several tech priests approached and began to equip him with the black power armor. The metal plates clicked into place, the crisp sounds echoing through the silent sanctum. The neural interface plugged into the black carapace on his back, emitting a faint hum. The moment the helmet sealed, Karl's world changed completely. He could feel every component of the power armor as if they were extensions of his own body. Countless data streams flooded his mind, but his augmented secondary neural cortex handled them with ease. Power armor online. A cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Then came Leo, followed by the other recruits. Hours later, 27 giants clad in black power armor stood in perfect formation before Salahar. Good. Salahar nodded with satisfaction. From today you will be organized into 3 tactical squads. 9 per squad. He pointed to Raven. Raven, you will lead first squad, codename Storm. He then pointed to another veteran, silent but with sharp eyes. Nemia, you will lead second squad, codename Bulwark. Finally he looked at the most burly veteran who always carried a massive chain axe. Stellaris, you will lead third squad, codename Steel. Your mission is to familiarize yourselves with your armor and weapons and learn to fight as a true team. Your instructors are your squad leaders. They will now take you to learn the ship and your battle stations. Salahar gave the final order. The 3 veteran squad leaders stepped forward and led their respective squads out of the sanctum. Karl followed Raven, his heavy power boots striking the ancient deck with resonant thuds. He glanced back at the sanctum one last time, his heart brimming with awe and excitement. Raven seemed to notice his movement and spoke without turning. Stop staring, rookie. Your war starts now. In the conference room of the unyielding blade, the air felt pure due to the filtration system, yet it could not dispel the heaviness stemming from millennia of warfare. The elongated metallic conference table reflected the soft lights from the ceiling. Salahar sat at the head of the table, his simple black power armor still donned with his helmet placed aside. Behind him hung an ancient battle flag symbolizing the glory and sorrow of the First Legion. At the table's edge sat the core of his current strength, the fallen angel veteran Raven, Nemia and Seegras, their faces weathered beneath their hoods. The think tank director Tosaka, technical sergeant Krug and pharmacist Aokus were the pillars sustaining this exiled force. Mortal allies were also included. Fleet Commander John, Auxiliary Military Commander Colonel Hope and the merchant rogue Liana. Additionally participating via holographic projection was the massive dark mechanic Sage Kerferos. At the end of the conference table, 27 newly minted Astartes including Karl and Leo were participating in such a high-level meeting for the first time as formal members. They wore brand new power armor, trying to sit up straight in an attempt to appear as composed as the legendary veterans, but their rapidly beating hearts betrayed their inner excitement. The armor ceremony has concluded, Salahar spoke, breaking the silence. You are now a part of the Legion. But armor does not make you true warriors. His gaze swept across everyone present, finally resting on the star map projected by the relics of the Chaos Lord Valentine. I have decided to initiate an expedition. These 4 words struck like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake. The recruits instinctively clenched their fists, excitement and unease colliding in their chests. Yet Raven, Nemia and the other veterans displayed no reaction, as if it were merely another commonplace decision in millennia of warfare. Only Colonel Hope's breathing became momentarily hurried, barely noticeable. For the Astartes an expedition was destiny, while for mortals it was an unknown journey where their lives were at stake. We have 3 objectives. Salahar extended a finger from his power armor, pointing at the flickering purple runes on the star map. First, eradicate all chaotic threats marked on this star map. They are the tumors of the Empire's dark side and our best whetstone. His finger moved to an ancient mysterious symbol at the edge of the star map marked with the highest authority by Valentine. Second, explore this unknown coordinate. A place that a color sin lord values so highly must harbor either traps or opportunities, and we must investigate. Finally his gaze shifted from the star map to the new recruits. Third, practical combat training. You have gained immense power, but your battle experience is void. War is the best teacher. Karl felt his blood nearly boil. Eradicate chaos, explore the unknown, practical combat training. Every word spoken by the leader struck heavily in his heart. He stole a glance at Leo beside him, finding him equally tense, his gaze fixed on the star map as if trying to burn a hole through it. This was the future they had always dreamed of, a path filled with the glory of blood and fire. From this day forth he would forge their legend with this armor and the explosive weapon in hand. He felt fear, but more so an indescribable fervor. Raven was the first to speak, his deep voice resonating from beneath his hood. My lord, I agree. These kids have great potential, but they need to see blood. Real blood, not the training grounds. Nemia, the usually reticent tactical master beside him, nodded in agreement. Their control over power is decent, but they lack coordination. Only on the ever-changing battlefield can they learn how to unite a squad into a whole. Seegras, a burly figure, grinned, revealing a mouthful of metal teeth. My axe can't wait any longer. Let them follow us and see how real battles are fought.
I understand your desire for combat.
The merchant rogue Liana spoke, her voice crisp and rational, contrasting with the heavy atmosphere around. I fully support the eradication of chaotic strongholds. This might bring us spoils and resources, but this unknown coordinate. Her finger gently tapped the holographic projection, enlarging the mysterious symbol.
To commit all our forces to an informationless unknown area is too risky.
My Lord Salahar, it is my duty to ensure the survival of this fleet. I must point out that this feels more like a gamble than an expedition. Salahar's gaze turned to her, unperturbed by her words.
Liana, you are correct, this is indeed a gamble. He calmly acknowledged, but we are Astartes. Our enemies are the entire empire and the chaos lurking in the shadows. Merely settling for survival is not enough. We must actively seek opportunities that can make us stronger.
This coordinate is the greatest legacy left to us by Valentine and our biggest opportunity.
Risk we must bear.
His words left no room for doubt.
Liana gracefully inclined her head, saying no more.
However, her reminder cast a weight of reality over the atmosphere in the conference room.
Salahar turned to the technical sergeant. Krug, fleet status. Krug stood up, presenting a data report. My lord, all ships have completed repairs and resupply. Sage Kerphoros has replaced the energy cores of some ships, increasing overall efficiency by 15%.
The new recruit's power armor has also completed final adjustments, perfectly syncing with their neural interfaces. Kerphoros' holographic projection flickered briefly, his synthetic voice tinged with barely perceptible excitement.
Data flow is perfect, Lord Salahar.
I have infused new predictive logic into the fleet's sacred artillery. Those foolish enemy aircraft will be reduced to useless metal scraps under the will of the god of machines, with efficiency boosted by 30%. I look forward to witnessing their perfect stance as they gather combat data on the battlefield.
Colonel Hope continued, the auxiliary troops have completed boarding. The warriors are fully equipped and their morale is high. They are ready to offer everything for your expedition. Salahar turned his gaze to the pharmacist.
Aoka stood up, his tired but resolute face visible beneath his hood. I have conducted the final physiological assessments of the 27 new recruits. Their bodies have fully adapted to the changes brought by the enhancement procedures. The newly implanted organs are functioning stably and the data flow of the black shell is normal.
They can withstand any high-intensity combat tasks. The merchant rogue Liana pulled up a detailed logistics report.
Lord Salahar, all logistical vessels are fully prepared. The auxiliary ships we seized in Viridia have been readied and integrated into the fleet, boosting our total transport capacity by 40%. All ships are loaded with supplies and industrial products from Kosi, sufficient for an independent expedition. She paused, switching the report to the star map obtained from the Chaos Lord.
As for the route,
our sole target is this marked mysterious coordinate. According to the Empire's official star map, this area has been missing since the Great Rift and is classified as an unexplored region.
There is no reliable information about this place in my intelligence network. What awaits us ahead is unknown to anyone. This will be a true leap into the unknown.
Salahar gazed at the solitary symbol on the star map, surrounded by vast darkness representing the unknown and danger. He stood up, prompting everyone in the conference room to rise as well. The greatest opportunities are often hidden in the deepest darkness. His voice was calm and firm.
All personnel return to battle stations, fleet assemble.
1 hour later, ready to enter the subspace.
Understood. The meeting concluded and everyone gradually departed.
The fleet slowly departed the orbital path of the Kosi star system. The remaining troops conveyed their highest respects to the expedition fleet through the communication channels.
Protect our home well.
Salahar replied with a simple 8 words. On the bridge of the unyielding blade, Salahar returned to his command throne.
Tosaka stood beside him, closing his eyes, preparing to use his psychic energy to navigate the fleet through the dark ocean. Engage the Geller field. Entering subspace.
With his final command, a brilliant and terrifying wound tore through the fabric of reality ahead of the massive fleet. One by one, the warships transformed into streaks of light, plunging fearlessly into that chaotic, surreal dimension composed of nightmares and madness. The expedition had officially begun. As the unyielding blade led the entire fleet into the subspace, the physical laws of reality were completely cast aside. For Carl and the 26 other new recruits, this was their first confrontation with the terror of a non-real dimension in their lives. Through the small armored porthole of his personal cabin, the universe was no longer the familiar black velvet adorned with diamonds, but a ceaseless chaotic storm composed of shrieking colors and twisted emotions.
There was no up or down, no left or right. Only the omnipresent whispers.
The voice resonated directly in the depths of his mind, bypassing his ears. They sometimes tempted, sometimes cursed, and sometimes uttered meaningless murmurs. Following the veteran's teachings, Carl sat cross-legged on the cold deck, attempting to shield his mind from the corrosive noise through meditation. The ancient breathing technique of the First Legion flowed within his chest as he endeavored to focus his consciousness on the stable energy core of his power armor. Uncontrollable flashes of bizarre visions swept through his mind. A burning forest, weeping statues, and a broken giant sword plunged into a mountain of bones. These images flickered by, too swift to grasp, yet leaving behind a chilling sense of dread.
Elsewhere on the ship in the weapons maintenance room, Leo fought against this restlessness in another way.
He disassembled his explosive rifle into its most basic components, meticulously wiping each one with a special oil before reassembling them with precise timing. He had repeated this process 5 times. The crisp sound of metal parts clashing was his only defense against the whispers of subspace. The internal diagnostic system of his power armor projected a line of small text at the edge of his vision: vital signs warning, heart rate exceeds standard by 18. Leo ignored it and began the 6th disassembly. In the common training room of the Storm Squad, the atmosphere grew even tenser. Raven strode in his battle-worn power armor, making the air in the room feel heavier.
"Are you all just sitting around and rotting?"
His voice, muffled beneath the hood, sounded like 2 stones rubbing against each other.
Several new recruits engaged in strength training stopped their movements.
"Sir, we..."
"Enough,"
Raven interrupted. "Now pair up for unarmored combat. I don't want to see you stop until you're too exhausted to think."
The harsh drills commenced immediately.
The dull thuds of fists and feet striking flesh along with heavy breathing soon drowned out the ethereal whispers. Raven stood at the center of the arena, using the most severe methods to help these recruits shift their focus from the torment of their souls to the agony of their bodies. This was an old method passed down from the First Legion, simple yet effective.
Meanwhile, on the command bridge of the unyielding blade, the atmosphere was tense. Salahar sat motionless on his command throne.
Beside him, the director of the think tank, Tosaka, kept his eyes closed, the psychic hood on his head faintly buzzing. His psychic energy, honed over millennia, served as a lighthouse guiding the fleet's navigators through the chaotic sea of subspace, stabilizing their fragile wills.
But today Tosaka sensed something different.
"Sir," he spoke, still with his eyes closed, "the turbulence in subspace is more violent than ever before."
"I can feel it."
Just as he finished speaking, a navigator issued a report from his towering throne, his voice coming through the communicator laden with evident fatigue and tension.
"Captain, we are deviating from the planned course. We are traversing an unmarked turbulence zone and the risks exceed expectations." Salahar remained silent, watching the continuously morphing colorful vortex on the main screen.
On the 3rd day of their voyage, disaster struck without warning. The entire warship shook violently as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Red alarm lights on the bridge flashed frantically, and the blaring alarms echoed in every corner.
"Alert! An unmarked ultra-high-intensity subspace storm has appeared."
The navigator's voice showed unmistakable panic for the first time.
"We are being captured by its gravity. Sir, we are being dragged toward the storm's core."
The scene on the main screen had transformed into a chaotic, swirling energy eye.
Countless faces of anguish and despair flickered within. "The energy output of the Geller field is unstable. It's being suppressed,"
Kruger shouted from the technical console. In the cabin where the recruits were, the vibrations intensified. Several individuals were directly thrown from the ground, crashing against the walls. In that moment, the whispers of subspace transformed into a deafening roar, wildly assaulting everyone's minds.
"What is happening?" a new recruit asked in confusion.
At the peak of this chaos, Salahar's voice resonated through the fleet's communication channel. His voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly, instantly overpowering all alarms and roars.
"All fleet maintain formation. Navigator, calculate the emergency escape window."
There was no hint of panic in his words, only absolute calm. This composure acted like a shot of adrenaline, invigorating everyone.
The navigator's voice trembled as he replied, "Sir,
the window is too short. We can't calculate the real coordinates after the jump."
"Execute."
Salahar spoke only 2 words. He looked at the countless data streams cascading across the main screen, his golden eyes seemingly piercing through the chaos, finding the only thread of hope.
"Order the entire fleet to synchronize my commands. 3, 2, 1. Jump."
As his last word fell, the engines of the entire fleet overloaded and operated violently, tearing apart the veil of the real universe with brute force. The violent tremors pressed everyone tightly against their positions.
Time seemed to stretch and compress in that moment.
Then everything fell silent.
The piercing alarm ceased.
The frenzied roars and whispers vanished. Through the porthole, the outside was the familiar, tranquil, starry sky.
They succeeded.
But the atmosphere on the command bridge did not lighten as a result. Kruger's technical team immediately began scanning and comparing the unfamiliar star maps.
"Sir,
we have deviated from the planned route by over 5,000 light-years.
This is an uncharted star system on the Imperial star map."
Salahar remained silent, gazing at the massive planet displayed on the main screen. It was a typical hive world, but above it loomed visible smoke and fire from conflict.
Multiple areas were ablaze, clearly visible in space. Just then the communications officer's voice rang out.
Sir, we have intercepted a large amount of planetary surface communications.
It is a distress signal.
The fleet tore through the fabric of reality amidst violent tremors leaping out of the subspace.
The bridge of the unyielding blade was filled with the smell of ozone due to the overload from the emergency stabilization procedures.
Sir, we have received the damage report from the fleet. Captain John's holographic projection appeared before the command platform, his uniform somewhat disheveled. Our main fleet, all 11 warships, have successfully exited, but the Iron Fist and unyielding frigates suffered severe engine damage during the jump.
The fleet of the Great Sage Kelfaros is holding up while the one data exploration ship has gone missing in the storm.
The most significant losses were suffered by Lady Liana's fleet and our auxiliary fleet. Preliminary estimates indicate that we have lost at least 5 transport ships. Their signals vanished before the jump. Salahar sat silently on the command throne listening. The losses were expected. Given the intensity of the subspace storm, preserving the main fleet was already a miracle.
Kruger scanned the current star system. Underway, sir.
The technician's voice came through the communicator, an unfamiliar star system not recorded on the Imperial star chart.
Confirming planetary parameters.
Confirmed. The third planet ahead is the Imperial Nest world.
However, its identification signal is very weak and
chaotic, as if severely disrupted by something.
The Nest world. This signifies a vast population and industrial base. It also means endless trouble.
Sir, we are intercepting a large volume of planetary communications. The communications officer raised the volume on his workstation. Dozens of audio spectra were fluctuating wildly.
The content
is filled with panic and screams.
They are calling for help.
The communications officer connected a filtered audio clip to the bridge's public channel.
Save us. Oh, Emperor. They are in the walls. In the shadows. Ah.
A man's scream was abruptly cut off by a sharp slicing sound. Immediately following was a non-human piercing language akin to scratching glass filled with malicious delight.
Data Analysis Department has results.
Kruger's report echoed again based on the geographic coordinates and the sporadic calls from survivors in the communications. We have confirmed the world is named Palmesh.
2 words repeatedly appeared in the communications xenomorph. Shadow Raiders. Shadow Raiders. Salahar lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of the command throne. Launch a high-orbit reconnaissance probe. I want to see the situation on the ground.
The order was executed swiftly. Minutes later, real-time footage of Palmesh appeared on the main screen. From a high vantage point, several major upper nests of the planet were ablaze, thick black smoke billowing like a massive wound tearing through the gray atmosphere. On the streets, tiny lights represented panicking civilians and vehicles, chaos reigning. Another group of lights indicated the disintegrating Planetary Defense Force (PDF), their lines easily torn apart, their formations scattering like loose sand.
Zoom in on Area A3. Salahar commanded.
The image was magnified, becoming clearer.
Everyone witnessing this scene felt a physiological discomfort. A group of slender inhuman creatures moved swiftly through the streets, engaging in a bloody hunt.
They wore bizarre spiked armor, wielding hooked blades and oddly shaped ranged weapons. They took pleasure in torture, dragging captured PDF soldiers behind high-speed vehicles, allowing them to be ground into a pool of blood and flesh by the rough terrain. The screams and pleas of the civilians seemed only to excite them further.
Dark Eldar.
These raiders who thrived in the shadows are among the most depraved and cruel races in the galaxy. Their presence can sometimes be more terrifying than a chaotic invasion or an orc assault for a world.
Being captured by the Dark Eldar signifies endless torment and slavery.
Your body, your soul, your suffering will all become the nutrients sustaining their existence. This world now faces the most dreadful fate.
A hush fell over the bridge. Call an emergency meeting. Salahar's voice shattered the silence.
All members to the strategic briefing room in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, in the briefing room, Salahar stood before the holographic star map with a 3-dimensional map of the Palmesh Nest world behind him, marked in red flashing indicators indicating the areas attacked by the Dark Eldar.
The situation is clear to all of you. He stated bluntly, the Dark Eldar's plunder. This world is falling. The PDF's resistance has collapsed. We must save them.
Colonel Hope was the first to speak. We can blast these scum into oblivion from orbit.
Bombing won't solve the problem, Colonel.
Salahar turned to him. The Dark Eldar excel at hit-and-run tactics. Their main forces are likely hiding in the lower nests, and orbital bombardment will only kill more civilians. Salahar's gaze shifted to Raven, Ninia, and Cedras.
This is an excellent opportunity. The Dark Eldar are masters of instilling fear. Their weapons and tactics are designed to psychologically break the enemy. This is a perfect test for the will of our new recruits. Salahar's words were calm but carried a cold pragmatism. They possess strong physiques but their minds have yet to face a true test. Facing such an enemy is the best training. Ravenshood shifted slightly as he took a step forward. Sir Teamstorm is ready to tear these xenomorphs apart. This is the best battlefield to test our assault capabilities. Team Barrier feels the same. Nimia's voice was steady. We need to evaluate the team's defensive coordination in a complex urban environment. And Team Iron too. Cedra's grinned. My axe has longed to taste the bones of xenomorphs. The requests from the three veteran squad leaders instantly lifted the atmosphere in the conference room from heavy to spirited. Those rookies standing at the back, though silent, felt their breaths quicken beneath their helmets. Salahar looked at them. Very well. He turned to the holographic map, beginning to mark out 3 drop zones. His finger pointed at a governor's area in the upper nest that was about to be breached. Raven, your storm team will drop here. The mission is to crush the enemy in front of you and stabilize the PDF's defense. Nimia, your barrier team, the target is here. Prevent the Dark Eldar from infiltrating and protect the evacuation routes for civilians. Finally, his finger fell at the intersection of the industrial zone and residential area in the lower nest. Cedra's your iron team will establish a forward base here, clearing surrounding enemies to support the subsequent troops landing. Auxiliary forces and the fleet are ready to provide support at any time. But the first wave of attacks will be completed by your 3 tactical teams. Salahar's gaze swept over all the Astartes. Go. Let them witness the wrath of the Astartes. Understood. 3 Thunderhawk gunships separated from the mothership like 3 black daggers thrusting into the murky atmosphere of Parmesh. Inside the cabin, the roar of the engines and the vibration of the metallic hull were the only music. 27 Astartes donned their full power armor for the first time, executing a real combat drop. Their emotions were a mix of tension and excitement. Carl sat in his seat, gripping the explosive bolt gun tightly. The feedback system of the power armor filtered out the battlefield noise, yet could not isolate the thunderous beating of his own heart. He could feel every jolt of the warship, every impact from the outside. Inside the Thunderhawk, Raven's voice came through the squad's communication channel, coarse and direct. Listen up, rookies. This is your first battle, and it might also be your last. He stood before the 9 members of the Storm Squad wearing a hood. Forget everything you learned in training. There is only one rule on the battlefield: eliminate the enemy in front of you. Your target is the governor's mansion, where the defenses are about to collapse. Our mission is to tear those point-eared bastards to shreds as quickly as possible. Stay close and don't fall behind. Is that clear? Yes, 9 voices responded in unison. In another gunship, Nimia was delivering the final tactical briefing. His style was entirely different. Barrier squad, our position is at the mid-level transit hub. That is the only route for civilians to evacuate. The Dark Elves will do everything in their power to cut it off. We will establish 3 crossfire points here, here, and here. He pointed at a holographic tactical map. Remember, the 9 of you are a shield. Behind you are thousands of mortals. If anyone falls, the one next to them must instantly take their place. Any questions? Leo looked at the map, feeling the weight of the combat shield in his hands. He had no questions. Good. Then get ready to give those sadists a lesson and show them what it means to hit a brick wall. A faint malicious laugh echoed in Nimia's communicator. In the 3rd gunship, Cedra's mobilization was filled with wild energy. Ha ha ha. Boys. Do you smell that? The scent of war. Our mission is the simplest and most exhilarating. Drop into the industrial area and chop everything moving nearby. Clear a clean space for the supporting brothers. He swung the massive chainsaw axe in his hand, and the engine let out a terrifying roar. Don't be afraid. Old Sai is here. Follow my axe in charge. Let those aliens know just how hard the steel of the First Legion truly is. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted outside the gunship. The entire vessel jolted violently and red warning lights flashed frantically in the cabin. Enemy aircraft intercepting. Prepare to evade, came the driver's shout. The gunship began to maneuver violently at high speed, weaving through the dense anti-aircraft fire. Through the narrow porthole, streaks of green energy beams whizzed past, leaving deadly trails in the air. The new recruits experienced the true sense of pressure from war for the first time. Steady! Raven's shout drowned out the alarms. Finally, the gunship broke through the most concentrated fire and reached the designated airspace, arrived above the target. The hatch will open in 30 seconds. Happy hunting! With a hum, the heavy hatch slowly opened and a torrent of violent airflow rushed in. Below lay the burning city, a chaotic battlefield resembling an ant swarm. For the Emperor. Raven let out a battle cry. Jump!
The 27 giants clad in black power armor leaped from 100 meters high like black meteors, plunging down unhesitatingly. The wind howled past their ears. The sensation of weightlessness lasted only a moment before the stabilizers of the power armor kicked in. Carl adjusted his posture and his tactical visor instantly locked onto the situation in the governor's mansion square below. The PDF's defenses had been compressed to the final steps and the Dark Elves were reveling in their last moments of slaughter. A slender Dark Elf warrior lashed a long whip with a hook at a fallen PDF soldier. It seemed to revel in the soldier's screams moving slowly and cruelly.
Carl's anger ignited. Bang!
The roar of the explosive bolt gun exploded in the air. The high-speed armor-piercing explosive round accurately struck the head of the Dark Elf. There were no screams, no struggles. Its upper body along with that malicious head was blown into a cloud of bloody shreds. Carl was the first to land. The shock absorption system of the power boots completely absorbed the impact and he heavily stomped onto the crystalline surface of the square, creating two shallow pits. Following him were the other members of the Storm Squad.
9 black armored giants landed and immediately formed a combat formation. The new recruits showcased overwhelming combat power with their enhanced bodies and reflexes. Their precise bursts shattered each Dark Elf attempting to charge forward. The PDF soldiers who had fallen into despair stared dumbfounded at everything happening. What? What is that? A young soldier asked, trembling. It's the Astartes.
An old veteran knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face.
The Emperor. The Emperor has not abandoned us.
These black giants, like divine beings descending from the heavens, provided the most powerful morale boost to the crumbling defenses.
For the Emperor. Counterattack.
The veteran picked up his weapon again and was the first to charge out. The surviving PDF soldiers began to reorganize their defenses around the Astartes and launched a counteroffensive against the aliens. Meanwhile, Laos Barrier Squad arrived at the chaotic transit hub. They formed an insurmountable line of defense with their massive battle shields keeping the Dark Elves firmly at bay. On the bridge of the unyielding blade, Sarahal calmly observed everything happening on the ground through dozens of tactical screens. Green friendly icons were tearing through red enemy formations in 3 different areas.
Tosaka stood beside him, eyes closed.
The performance of the new recruits exceeded expectations.
Sarahal did not respond.
His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the command throne as his gaze shifted between different battlefield images.
A good start. But the real test is still to come.
Under the thunderous strike of Astartes, the battlefront in front of the governor's palace was forcefully turned.
The first charge of the Dark Spirit clan shattered against the steel defense line formed by 9 towering black giants.
The remaining soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force PDF, having regained their senses from initial shock and euphoria, regrouped under the fierce shots of their officers, relying on the positions established by the Astartes to begin purging the remaining enemies. The rhythm of the battlefield had a brief pause. However, Raven did not let down his guard. He stood at the highest point of the square, the helmet of his power armor filtering the acrid scent of burnt flesh from the battlefield. His squad members were changing magazines and checking their gear. Just then a middle-aged man in PDF uniform stumbled over. His face was smeared with soot and sweat, one sleeve of his uniform torn off, revealing arms covered in scratches.
My lord. Thank the Emperor. Thank you.
He excitedly attempted to perform an eagle salute, but his trembling body made it difficult for him to even stand. Raven did not respond to his gratitude.
There is a problem with your soldiers.
Raven's communicator emitted a deep voice as he pointed to a spot not far away. The colonel followed his gesture with his gaze. He could see several PDF soldiers slumped on the ground, their eyes vacant, randomly firing at an empty wall while muttering to themselves. A few others were huddled behind cover, clutching their heads, their bodies shaking as if they were enduring immense pain.
What? What happened to them? It's those xenos.
The colonel's face showed extreme fear.
They spread
a grass that screams in the lower levels of the nest. The substance emits an invisible pollen, and once inhaled, a person will see the things they fear the most. He pointed at a soldier who was shooting at his own shadow, his voice trembled. That young man told me he saw his mother being torn apart by xenos. But we all know his mother passed away 3 years ago.
It's an illusion. It's the xenos' witchcraft.
The report from the flagship Unyielding Blade came back through a secure channel.
A screaming grass. An illusion. Technical Sergeant Kruger, stationed at the communication console, pulled up the relevant xenos biological database. There are no exact matches in the database. The Dark Spirit clan has too many biological weapons. Salahar sat quietly in the command throne, observing the live images transmitted back from the tactical screen. It's not witchcraft.
The director of the think tank, Tosaka, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, spoke at this moment. It's a mandragora, a subspace creature that is half plant and half beast. When its roots are pulled out, it emits a scream similar to that of a human, and its spores can directly affect the nervous systems of intelligent beings, inducing the deepest fears and illusions.
Tosaka's explanation sent a chill down the spines of the mortal officers on the bridge.
This explains why the defense of Parmesh collapsed so quickly.
Salahal's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest.
He looked at the tactical map where the main forces of the Dark Spirit clan were regrouping from various shadowed corners. They are about to launch a second assault. The piercing alarm once again shattered the sky, but this time the method of attack from the Dark Spirit clan was entirely different.
They no longer charged Hedon, instead they transformed into ghostly black shadows, silently infiltrating through ventilation ducts, sewers, and the shadows of buildings.
A PDF soldier was frantically shooting at the ground, shouting in terror, "No!
Let go of my feet! Don't drag me down! Help!"
Behind him shadows writhed and a hooked blade silently sliced through his neck. The pressure in the traffic hub where the barrier squad was located suddenly increased.
"Hold the line!" Nimia's voice rang out in the squad channel.
A rookie was accurately shooting from a distance with an explosive gun at the approaching enemies. Suddenly his movements paused. In his tactical sight, a little girl in a miner's outfit was crying and running towards him. It was his sister who had died in a landslide accident on Kosi's.
"Lily!" He instinctively called out that name.
It was the hesitation of that very moment. A stream of green venomous crystal shot out from the shadows on the side, striking his raised arm with precision. The armor of the power suit was corroded, creating a large hole, and the ceramic armor plate crackled, rapidly turning black.
Ah! The intense pain jolted him awake.
But it was already too late. The Dark Spirit clan who had successfully ambushed him lunged at his neck with two poison blades akin to a hunting snake.
Clang! A tremendous sound.
A shield interposed itself between him and death. Nimia had appeared at his side, forcefully knocking the xenos away with the shield. Immediately following, the Caliban blade in his hand drew a silver arc. The upper body of the Dark Spirit clan, along with its smug expression, was sent flying.
"Focus!" Nimia, without looking back, sternly shouted at the injured rookie.
"Yes." The rookie raised the explosive gun again. Raven's storm squad was launching a fierce assault on a fire point of the Dark Spirit clan. Carl didn't just charge recklessly, he closely followed behind Raven, using his body to shield several PDF soldiers on the flank from stray bullets. He saw a PDF officer being controlled by an illusion about to fire at his own men. Without a moment's hesitation, Carl dashed forward and struck the officer's steel helmet with his power armor's fist.
Bang!
The officer fell to the ground, nearly unconscious.
Carl's actions bought precious reaction time for the surrounding PDF soldiers.
Meanwhile, in the traffic hub, Leo was pushing the tactics of barrier to the extremes. He and his fire team formed a real wall, firmly holding off the enemies surging from a major avenue. His enormous battle shield was already covered with scorched marks from energy weapons and scratches from blades. He saw a group of PDF soldiers huddled in a corner, completely devoid of combat. Roaring, Leo smashed a Dark Spirit clan member into a pulp with his shield, then turned to those soldiers and shouted, "Stay behind us.
Open fire." His actions and unwavering figure were more powerful than any words.
The crumbling soldiers, looking at the reliable black giant before them, tremblingly raised their laser guns and began to unleash fire upon the enemy. They were no longer headless flies, they had found their beacon of courage. With the support of the Astartes, the defensive line of the Palmesh Planetary Defense Force PDF finally solidified. A colonel, his face smeared with blood, had just emptied his bolt pistol's magazine. He kicked aside a xenocorpse and roared into his voxcaster. "All units, converge on the Angels. Use them as anchors, establish defensive lines. Counterattack. I say counterattack." His bellow echoed through the chaotic communication channel. The soldiers, once paralyzed by fear and trembling behind cover, now saw hope. They beheld the black-armored giants precisely executing pinpoint shots with bolters and tearing enemies apart with chainswords. They witnessed these giants intercepting lethal attacks meant for their mortal brethren. Courage indeed is contagious. A young soldier peered out, bringing down a charging Dark Eldar with his lost gun. He succeeded. He did not fall. His comrades began to open fire as well. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. The entire battlefield's decline was visibly being stemmed. On the bridge of the indomitable blades, Salahar observed the tactical map where green dots representing allied forces, once compressed into 3 small points, began to expand outward, withstanding the surge of the red tide.
"Ground forces have stabilized their positions," reported Captain John.
"Their courage deserves commendation." Salahar replied with an unruffled calm. "Kulugu, transmit the coordinates of Dark Eldar assembly points detected by the Auspex to the fleet's fire control system."
"Coordinates synchronized, my lord." "Target all confirmed enemy landing craft, heavy weapon emplacements and troop concentrations." Authorize precision orbital bombardment using the Retribution-class macro cannon array.
The command was instantaneously transmitted via data link to the warships orbiting Palmesh.
Those slumbering steel behemoths began to slowly rotate their ventral turrets, locking onto the planetary coordinates. Open fire.
The next second, dozens of incandescent lances of light ripped through the sky of Palmesh. They descended in silence, precisely striking one target after another. In a certain district of the Hive City, the Dark Eldar had just mustered a counterattack force, their massive landing craft still stationed in the central square. A lance of light fell from the heavens, no explosion, only a momentary flash of white. After the light faded, the entire square along with everything upon it had been transformed into a vast crater.
Such scenes unfolded simultaneously across every corner of the Hive City. The Dark Eldar's reinforcements and escape routes were severed in that instant.
Yet the true slaughter occurred in the skies.
My lord, detecting numerous enemy fighter signatures. They are razor wings. They are gambling everything to reclaim air superiority.
Let our fledglings go to meet them, Salahar replied. At his command, the fleet's hangar bays opened wide and swarms of Fury-class interceptors and Starhawk bombers poured forth like a hive of bees. The pilots of these war machines were the finest aviators of Kexasai, and their cockpits housed the logic modules that Archmagos Kirfilawosi took such pride in. The sky above Palmesh instantly became the bloodiest arena. The Dark Eldar's razor-wing fighters were renowned for their phantom-like maneuverability, carving trajectories through the air that mortal pilots could not comprehend, attempting to tear apart the Imperial formation with cunning angles. One razor-wing successfully circled behind a Fury interceptor, locking onto its engine.
Just as it was about to fire, the Fury executed a lateral translation that defied all aerodynamics, while its ventral bolter turret unleashed a furious barrage.
The razor-wing pilot had no time to react. His cockpit was shredded by the concentrated bolt rounds.
Ha ha ha. Praise the Omnisia. Another foolish organic has been purified.
The Fury pilot howled with laughter over the Vox channel, his tactical visor constantly refreshed with optimal evasion routes and firing windows calculated by Kirfilawosis logic engine, updating hundreds of times per second. The Imperial fighter squadrons formed efficient hunting packs, not seeking prolonged dogfights but executing cold, precise kills based on the optimal solutions provided by the data link. Razor wing after razor wing was turned into brilliant fireballs in the sky. Stripped of air superiority and orbital support, the Dark Eldar raiders on the ground were utterly isolated.
They transformed from arrogant hunters into beasts trapped in a cage.
In the sector where Storm Squad operated, Lei kicked open the door of a building. Behind him were Ka-Air 7 other neophytes and a platoon of PDF soldiers.
This was the Dark Eldar's temporary command post in the area.
Battle erupted in the narrow corridors but ended swiftly. The Astartes were like mobile fortresses, any resistance before them seemed feeble. When they stormed into the top-floor command hall, it was already empty. Only a holographic projector in the center of the room still flickered. A Dark Eldar figure materialized in the light. He wore black armor and a mask upon his face. "Well done, you Imperial dogs," his synthesized voice was shrill and piercing, dripping with mockery. "You have destroyed my toys, disrupted my hunt. I must admit you are far more interesting than the natives of this world." Lewin raised his bolter and aimed, but the round merely passed through the phantom.
"Don't be so rude," the Dark Eldar commander spread his hands. "This grand performance cannot end so soon. Your struggle, your fury, they will be the most exquisite symphony offered to me. Enjoy yourselves, my new toys. The game has only just begun." With that, the hologram flickered and vanished. Meanwhile, NIME's Bulwark Squad had fully secured the transport hub. They did not linger but began a steady advance outward from the hub into the surrounding districts, reconnecting the once separated urban sectors and clearing a path for the PDF's follow-up forces. Leah's shield bore several new scratches, but he silently marched at the forefront of the squad, clearing the way for the mortals behind. In the underhive, Stellaris' steel squad found their target. A massive chain axe uprooted clusters of Illiman mandrake plants, and then a heavy flamer from another battle brother belched a furious dragon of fire, reducing the twisted vegetation and its spores to ash. As one cultivation site after another was destroyed, the aura of dread that had shrouded Palmesh began to wane significantly. The PDF soldiers, plagued by hallucinations, gradually regained their clarity. The tide of battle had utterly reversed. Panic-stricken Dark Eldar began to flee through the Hive City's labyrinthine structures. They scurried into ventilation ducts hid in derelict buildings, but were met by PDF search teams and the relentless firepower of the Astartes, who had already lain in wait. On the bridge of the indomitable blade, Salahar watched the red dots representing enemies on the tactical map wink out one by one. He opened a channel to all ground squads. "Mop up the remnants. Do not let a single one escape." His command was issued, and then he switched the main screen to the recording transmitted by Lewin's squad, the footage of the Dark Eldar commander. He watched the arrogant masked figure repeat the provocative words. Salahar said nothing, merely extended a finger and lightly tapped the armrest of his command throne.
In the orbit of Parmesh Salahar's fleet hung in silent suspension. On the bridge of the unbending blade the holographic image of the planet's governor flickered erratically, his corpulent face brimming with the ecstasy of survival almost spilling out of the projection. My lord. On behalf of all surviving citizens of Parmesh I extend our deepest reverence to you and your valiant warriors. We are willing to offer everything: fuel, minerals, industrial goods, anything we possess. Salahar sat motionless upon the command throne, his gaze fixed calmly on the mortal governor who was stammering with overwhelming emotion. Not a flicker of disturbance crossed his eyes. Praise and flattery held no meaning for him. Captain John, transmit our supply requisition list to him. Yes, my lord. Captain John's hologram bowed slightly, taking over the communication with practiced ease. Salahar cut his own image feed, redirecting his attention to the battle brother internal comms. Within the unbending blade the neophytes were still familiarizing themselves with the personal quarters aboard the ship. These chambers were modest in size, yet for warriors who had just passed through the baptism of blood and fire they represented an absolute private sanctuary. In Karl's cell only the crisp sound of metal components colliding could be heard. He had completely disassembled his bolter, each part wiped spotless with sacred oil and a clean cloth. In his mind every frame of the battle replayed over and over, that moment of hesitation, that bolt round that missed by half a centimeter, that PDF soldier who could have been supported earlier. Every detail was magnified, analyzed, then etched into memory. He must do better. In the simulation training room Leo was undergoing high-intensity combat drills. The combat servitor before him simulated the swift, sinister attack patterns of the Dark Eldar. Leo did not counterattack, he merely used his combat shield, blocking again and again. Each heavy impact on the shield steadied his footing a little more. He could no longer allow any comrade to be exposed to the enemy because of his own negligence. He would become a true bulwark. The other neophytes of the chapter were also processing the battle in their own ways. Some calibrated their equipment in the armory, others wrestled with inner distractions in the meditation chamber, and still others pored over the battle recordings of the Dark Eldar in the tactical database, studying them over and over. A silent yet resolute atmosphere permeated the entire fleet. In the strategic briefing room Salahar's inner circle had assembled. Iokas spoke first, his voice calm and gratified beneath his hood. My lord, the physical reports of the neophytes are complete. 27 personnel, 0 fatalities, 2 severely wounded, 5 lightly wounded. The recovery speed of all casualties far exceeds expectations. The physical advantages granted by the enhancement surgery have been perfectly demonstrated in live combat. Their bodies have fully adapted to the Astartes standard. Salahar nodded slightly. This was good news. And the captured Xenotech? He turned to Kruger. The Tech Marine's hood shifted. We've analyzed part of it. Most are merely poison blades and inferior energy weapons, but we discovered some intriguing energy deflection technology from the wreckage of their vehicles, an unconventional force field generator capable of small-scale distortion of kinetic impacts. Transmit the data to me. An urgent voice laced with a strong electronic synthesizer exploded from the communicator at Kruger's belt, so loud that Colonel Hope standing nearby flinched. It was Kelfros. These primitive Eldar still employing such elegant physics. Their technical approach, though crude, is brimming with wisdom. Send me all the data. I want to see what new inspiration these petty tricks can bring to my logic. The Archmagos' enthusiasm left the mortal officers in the briefing room exchanging bewildered glances. Kruger sighed, shut off the communicator and spread his hands toward Salahar, his expression saying, "You know how it is." Just then Tosaka, who had been standing with closed eyes, slowly opened them. My lord. All attention shifted to the librarian. The psychic fluctuations on the planet are abnormal. The energy of fear has diminished significantly but hasn't vanished entirely. It hasn't dissipated, it has contracted. Like a wounded viper coiled in the deepest depths of the hive city waiting for its moment. Tosaka's description dropped the temperature in the room by several degrees. Salahar remained silent. In his mind the holographic image of the masked Dark Eldar commander surfaced. The game has only just begun. An arrogant commander. A command post that was too easily exposed. A battle that seemed a complete victory. And a latent thread of undispersed fear energy in the deepest shadows. All the clues instantly connected into a single line in his 10th Asandir war experience. Colonel Hope. Salahar turned to the holographic projection of the Auxilia commander. Yes, my lord. Order all troops under your command in coordination with Parmesh's PDF to conduct a carpet search of the lower hive districts. Colonel Hope paused. My lord, you mean, to mop up remaining enemies? No. Salahar denied his interpretation. It means to drive the snake out of its hole. He was convinced that the conceited commander had never left this planet. This victory was merely a carefully staged theater.
And he was hiding behind the scenes watching his prey's self-congratulatory celebration. Salahar's gaze finally settled on his adjutant. Raven. Yes, my lord. Prepare your storm squad. Salahar's voice was soft yet carried an unmistakable lethal intent. Once that snake shows its head, I want you to be the first to bite off its neck. Raven's hood concealed a silent grin. With pleasure. On the third day of the search operation in the Underhive, a breakthrough was achieved. A platoon leader of the auxiliary forces under Colonel Huopu appeared in the encrypted communication feed, panting heavily. His background was a damp and gloomy tunnel, its walls covered with sticky moss. My lord. We found it. In the abandoned 9th Water Supply District we discovered a secret passage not marked on any map. His voice was distorted with excitement. It leads directly to an underground water treatment center. It has been abandoned for many years. Before Salahal's command throne, the holographic map immediately marked the location. On the bridge of the indomitable blade, all eyes converged on the new flashing point. Tosaka, who had kept his eyes tightly shut all along, slowly opened them at this moment. He did not look at the map but instead stared at a certain point in the void. My lord. His words cut off the communications officer's report. The most intense fear energy emanates from that place. It is like a black sun radiating all malice from that point. Salahal's fingertips stopped tapping on the armrest. Just as he had thought. That must be the lair of the Dark Eldar commander. Raven's voice rang out in the communication channel filled with barely contained battle lust. His holographic image materialized beside Salahal, the face beneath the hood resolute. My lord, please give the order. I will lead the storm squad and guarantee to erase that skulking wretch in his lair from the crust of Palmex. Salahal did not answer immediately. His gaze swept across the tactical map. That marked underground water treatment center was positioned too cunningly. It had several exits leading deeper into the hive but only one clearly discovered entrance. This did not resemble a lair. It resembled more the entrance to a stage waiting only for the actors to step in. His years of war experience allowed him to sniff a familiar scent. It was the scent of a trap. An intricately laid trap by an arrogant predator. I approve your request, Raven. Salahal finally spoke. In Raven's image he could be seen straightening his body excitedly. But your mission is not to attack. Salahal's words froze Raven's motion. Lead only your squad, conduct reconnaissance on the periphery. Confirm the enemy's defensive deployment and firepower configuration. Do not advance deep. After completing the reconnaissance or upon any anomaly, report immediately. My lord. Raven was somewhat puzzled. We have the capability to directly. This is an order. Salahal interrupted him. Raven was silent for a moment, his hooded head lowering. As you command. The image vanished. Salahal turned to another communication interface. Nimia. Yes, my lord. Select the best shield bearer from your squad and have them stand by in the hangar of Thunderhawk gunship 2. Understood. Tosaka Ioka's. The two figures beneath hoods saluted him simultaneously. You go as well. Tosaka, I need your psychic shielding. Ioka's, I need you to prepare for the worst. As you command, my lord. He did not explain his plan to anyone. This plan was known only to him. Before absolute victory was achieved, any superfluous information could become a vulnerability exploited by the enemy. Another Thunderhawk gunship unnoticed quietly entered standby status. Lord Vectra, they are coming. In the shadows a twisted figure knelt on the ground, reporting in sharp Comorite. I see. Vectra the Deceiver sat upon a throne forged from living flesh and wailing souls. Before him dozens of crystal screens displayed the same image. 9 giants clad in black power armor were cautiously approaching his meticulously arranged stage, the abandoned underground water treatment center. How cautious these dogs are. Vectra let out a light chuckle, his slender fingers lightly swiping across a screen to magnify the image. The leading Astartes hooded moved with decisive action. His squad spread out in a perfect tactical formation, covering each other with no superfluous motion. They halted at the periphery. The defenses were unnervingly lax. Vectra had deliberately withdrawn the outer defenses. He even ordered several Joiroway demons on watch duty to deliberately expose themselves to the enemy sensors, then quickly retreat. This was the effect he wanted. He knew that these Imperial warriors would interpret the anomaly as a trap. This was good. Fear did not only come from sudden fright. A higher form of fear came from the helplessness of knowing full well a trap lay ahead yet having to step into it. It came from the long wait for an unknown threat. He watched the leading Astartes raise his arm as if reporting something through the communicator. My lord, they have halted. It seems they are relaying a message.
Vectra rose from his throne, stretched languidly, his bones emitting a grating crackle. He admired the 9 black figures on the screen, their vigilance peaked. Now it is time to raise the curtain. He snapped his fingers. Raven's storm squad reached the periphery of the underground water treatment center.
Vast pipes and rusted metal structures stood silently in the darkness like the skeletal remains of ancient behemoths. The silence here was terrifying.
The power armor's sensors scanned the surroundings. Aside from a few faint energy residues, there was no life reaction.
Just as the Lord predicted, Carl murmured in the squad channel. The defenses are unnaturally lax, another recruit added.
This place is like a cage with its jaws wide open.
Raven said nothing.
He raised his hands, signaling the squad to halt and maintain local security.
He was about to open a channel back to the indomitable blade to report the situation to Salahar. At that very moment,
the shadows around them came alive.
Not writhing, not surging.
The previously still dark corners rose without warning. Dozens of scorpion-shaped alien monsters separated from the shadows of the walls, from the cracks in the ground, from the dark side of the pipes. They possessed razor-sharp limbs, and their scorpion-like tails glowed with green venom at the tips.
Juaruate demons. Enemy attack. Raven's roar exploded in the channel.
But it was too late.
The encirclement formed instantly.
At the same time, on the platform directly ahead of them, the space twisted and a tall, slender figure slowly materialized. He wore ornate black armor and a mocking, smiling mask on his face.
It was the Dark Eldar commander from the holographic image Vectra.
He spread his arms as if embracing his masterpiece and announced cheerfully in his piercing synthesized voice.
"Welcome to my stage, Astartes."
His voice echoed through the empty underground space, filled with vile delight. Now the game officially begins.
The Storm team was trapped in a tight encirclement.
The cunning Dark Spirit clan launched their attack using complex pipes and shadows, with countless poison blades piercing silently from behind the wall grates and from the shadows of the ceiling. From the front, dozens of scorpion-like claw fiends let out piercing shrieks, their razor-sharp limbs scraping against the ground and charging forward.
Formation. Maintain formation.
Raven's roar erupted through the team channel. This was the first time the rookies faced such a large-scale, meticulously planned ambush. Carl's reaction was almost instinctual. He sidestepped and slammed into a rookie beside him, pushing him aside as a hooked blade silently descended from the shadows above. The blade missed its target, scraping against Carl's shoulder armor with a piercing sound, leaving a deep white mark.
"Thanks."
The rookie, drenched in cold sweat, immediately turned back, firing his explosive gun, turning the enemy in the shadows into a mist of blood.
But not everyone was so fortunate.
Another rookie's formation briefly faltered. He instinctively took a half step back to evade a blade coming at him from the side. At that moment, a claw fiend's long tail struck out like a venomous snake, its poison stinger accurately piercing his thigh.
Ugh!
The heavy armor of his power suit blocked most of the physical piercing, but a paralyzing pain surged through his nervous system, instantly spreading throughout his body. His right leg went weak and he knelt on the ground. Although he could still move, his speed was severely affected.
"Steady!"
Raven roared, his chainsaw sword engine roaring as he cleaved a claw fiend that lunged at him in half-warm entrails, and the stench of blood splattering across his black armor.
Back to back. Form a defensive circle. Protect the injured in the center.
The command was swiftly executed.
Astartes immediately tightened their formation, sheltering their wounded comrades in the core, forming a tight circle.
The light from the explosive guns flickered continuously in the dark underground space, shattering the rushing enemies into pieces. The ground beneath their feet was soon covered with alien limbs and green blood, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of ozone mixed with blood.
But there were simply too many enemies. The claw fiends charged recklessly at the defense line, using their bodies to exhaust Astartes' ammunition.
Meanwhile, more of the Dark Spirit clan took advantage of the terrain, shooting poison crystal grenades and shrapnel from various tricky angles. The defensive circle was being pressed down hard, with their space for movement being gradually eroded.
Their firepower is too dense. We can't hold out much longer. A rookie shouted. The scheming Victorla stood atop a high platform, enjoying the hunt from a superior vantage.
He did not rush to order an all-out attack, but savored the sight of his prey struggling in despair. This transformation from hope to despair was the pinnacle of art for Camaro. What tenacious cockroaches! He broadcasted his sharp synthetic voice throughout the underground space.
Look at you, the Empire's lackeys, struggling like trapped beasts.
Where is your emperor?
He has abandoned you. He doesn't even bother to glance at you.
His words pierced like poison needles into each warrior's will.
Especially you, the one in the hood.
Victor Lasquez locked onto Raven.
Your anger is truly delightful music. Come on, be angrier, be more desperate. Let your subordinates see just how incompetent their commander is.
All he can do is wait for them to die here.
Your caution, your tactics are utterly useless here. Raven ignored the provocation, responding only with fiercer attacks. The command channel of Salahar was silent, as if the warship hovering in orbit had forgotten them. This was more despairing than any enemy's attack. Have we been abandoned? Another rookie's breathing became heavy and his shooting rhythm showed signs of disruption. Shut up. Raven's reprimand interrupted his chaotic thoughts. The Lord has his arrangements. Follow orders, do not overthink. However, once the seed of doubt was sown, it would grow wildly under the watering of fear. Victorla seemed to relish in this psychological torture, satisfied to watch it all unfold. He noticed a slight delay in the movements of the black giants, and a tiny gap appeared in their firepower density. The moment had come. He raised a hand ready to give the final command to close the net. Now taste the real. His words were interrupted by a deep and unique roar. Boom. It was not the sound of shattered weapons from the Dark Spirit clan nor the firing of laser guns. It was the roar of an explosive gun. And the sound came from behind him. One of the elite guards beside Victorla, his head adorned with an exquisite helmet, exploded without warning. The high-speed rotating armor-piercing explosive round precisely drilled into his faceplate and detonated within his cranial cavity. Red blood mist and white brain matter mixed with metal fragments splattered everywhere, with several drops of warm liquid landing on Victorla's mask. The smug expression on Victorla's face froze instantly. He turned back in shock stiffly. There on the command platform he thought was the safest stood several black figures. Astra Salahar. The prey he most wanted to see, yet also the figure he least wanted to see. Salahar led his assault team, appearing silently like phantoms born from the shadows behind Victorla. The chief librarian Tosaka, the pharmacist Iokas, and Nimia, the captain of the barrier team, whose massive battle shield bore marks from battles with aliens. The appearance of each of them weighed heavily on Victorla's heart like a mountain. How did you? Victorla's voice wavered for the first time. This position was carefully chosen based on Astartes' tactical habits. It had excellent visibility and multiple escape routes, making it impossible to be discovered. Salahar lowered the explosive gun in his hand, the barrel still smoking. Through analyzing all the ventilation ducts, energy lines, and architectural blueprints of the lower levels of the nest city, he had predicted the three most likely observation points Victorla would choose before he even stepped into this underground space. Then he waited quietly here. Salahar's voice, transmitted through the loudspeaker, reached everyone's ears, clearly cold and devoid of any emotion. Your game is over. Now it's my turn. The appearance of Salahar plunged the entire underground space into silence. Victor's mocking smile froze on his face and his pupils contracted sharply beneath the exquisite mask. His body stiffly turned, the elegance and composure befitting a noble vanished in that moment, replaced by a terror that emanated from the depths of his soul. You. How could this be possible? Salahar did not respond and raised the explosive firearm in his hand. Bang. The explosive round accurately struck a crucial support beam of the high platform beneath Victor's feet. A piercing sound of metal snapping echoed, and fragments of concrete and steel exploded outward. The entire observation platform lost its balance, emitting a gut-wrenching groan as it began to tilt and collapse violently. Victor awkwardly jumped back, attempting to find a foothold on the collapsing structure, but his previously graceful and dramatic posture was completely shattered. He crashed heavily onto the ground below, kicking up a cloud of dust. The elite guards around him quickly reacted, forming a protective circle around him, their poison weapons aimed at the direction where Salahar had been. But Salahar was no longer there. For the Emperor. A battle cry suppressed for millennia erupted like thunder from the depths of hell. Nemiah's figure surged from the shadows at the side, his massive Caliban shield raised overhead, charging into the formation of the Dark Spirit clan like a raging bull. The heavy shield struck like a battering ram, and the first Dark Spirit warrior on the front line didn't even have time to scream before his body twisted and deformed under the immense impact, the sound of shattering bones clear as he was smashed into a puddle of mangled flesh. Nemiah's charge did not cease. He swung the Caliban blade, carving a deadly silver arc, and another enemy was cleaved in two, their upper and lower halves separating in mid-air, intestines and green blood spilling everywhere. Tosaka and Iokas followed closely, launching a deadly ambush from another angle. The field director's force staff flickered with ominous blue energy arcs at its tip, each swing accompanied by a heavy whoosh crushing a dark spirit's breastplate along with the flesh inside. The apothecary's chainsaw sword buzzed and spun, showing no mercy as he precisely severed another enemy's limbs, his movements efficient and cold. Counterattack. Counterattack. Raven's voice exploded in the team channel, filled with the ecstasy of survival and the fury of revenge. He seized this rare opportunity, a chance personally crafted for them by his commander. The storm team, previously suppressed and nearly cornered, instantly switched from passive defense to a frenzied assault. Astartes unleashed like a beast released from its cage, the flashes of the explosive firearms merging in the darkness, each bullet carrying the will of vengeance, accurately reaping the lives of their enemies. The master has indeed made arrangements.
Carl delivered a heavy punch that crushed the face of the clawed demon before him, the creature stumbling back before collapsing helpless.
He shouted loudly, the pent-up frustration and anger within him transforming into a fervor for battle.
The injured rookie, enduring excruciating numbness, did not retreat but instead knelt on one knee, turning himself into a fixed shooting platform. His explosive firearm fired continuously, the flames spitting from the muzzle illuminating his resolute face, turning two clawed demons attempting a flanking attack into Swiss cheese. Under the dual assault, the formation of the Dark Spirit clan collapsed in an instant. The complex pipelines restricted their mobility and the narrow passages prevented them from leveraging their numerical advantage, filled with the heavy footsteps of Astartes, the roars of explosive firearms and the screams of the dark spirits before death. Victor, supported by the guards, stood up, watching his meticulously arranged trap turn into a one-sided slaughterhouse, the mask on his face trembling slightly from heavy breathing.
No. This is impossible. My plan is flawless. My stage. Salahar stepped out from the smoke rising from the collapsed platform, his black power armor stained with the blood of enemies, yet his steps remained as steady as a metronome. He looked at the dark spirits fleeing in panic, his gaze devoid of any ripple, as if he were merely cleaning up trash. Seeing the situation slip away, a flicker of mad determination flashed in Victor's eyes. He abruptly pushed aside the guards beside him and pulled out a strange device from his waist. It was a disc made of an unknown crystal covered in intricate and bizarre runes emitting a dim purple glow. Teleporter. Tosaka's voice sounded urgently in the communication channel. He's trying to escape. Don't let him activate it. Victor frantically traced his fingers over the activation runes on the device, reciting sharp Comorian incantations. Purple energy began to gather around him and signs of spatial distortion appeared nearby. Did you think you won? I will return. I remember you. Next time I will extract your souls and turn them into wailing lanterns. Salahar seemed to have anticipated all of this. The moment he appeared, this outcome had already been calculated. His hand had already reached for his equipment belt, tossing out an electromagnetic pulse grenade. The grenade traced a perfect parabolic arc in the air, landing precisely beside Victor's teleporter. In the next instant, a blast of blue electricity erupted around the grenade. The intense electromagnetic pulse swept through the entire area like an invisible tide. The teleporter in Victor's hand emitted a sharp explosion, sparking a shower of acrid flames, the surface's purple runes extinguishing, instantly reverting to a silent gray. No! Victor let out a desperate scream as the device in his hand completely malfunctioned, turning into a useless crystal. Madness flickered in Victor's eyes. He suddenly drew out the poisoned blade from his waist, the blade exhibiting a sickly eerie green hue sharp enough to seem as if it could slice through light itself. He assumed a combat stance, his body trembling in fear, but the pride of the Comorian nobility would not allow him to submit. Come on, Imperial Hound. Let me tear your throat open with my own hands. His voice had lost all previous elegance, becoming sharp and hysterical. Salahar slowly drew his power sword. The energy field on the sword hummed to life, emitting a deep and dangerous resonance. His gaze was as calm as an abyss, as if the enemy before him was merely a lamb cornered and awaiting slaughter. The battle in the underground space was nearing its end. The last few clawed demons were cleaved in half from head to toe by Raven's chainsaw sword, and the remaining dark spirit warriors were eliminated one by one by the Astartes. On the smoke-filled battlefield, only Salahar and Victor remained facing each other amidst countless corpses. Now it is just you and me. Salahar's voice was terrifyingly calm, devoid of any emotion, as if recounting a predetermined, unchangeable conclusion. Vectra let out a piercing shriek. The sound was less like a creature and more like metal being violently torn apart. His form blurred in an instant, turning into a streak of afterimage as he charged at high speed from the blind spot on Salahal's left. The poisoned blade in his hand thrust straight towards Sahalal's neck. The entire motion was silent, filled with the precision and venom of an assassin. He abandoned all possibility of a frontal confrontation, channeling his entire strength into this fatal strike. Salahal stood still, his feet rooted to the steel deck as if they had grown into it. Facing the attack that moved like a phantom, he shifted his right wrist slightly. The power sword traced a defensive arc in his hand, the energy field on the blade emitting a low rumbling growl. Clang! A deafening sound exploded in the underground space, causing the surrounding metal pipes to hum with vibration. Vectra's full power strike was parried with casual ease. A blinding spray of sparks burst at the point where the blades clashed. The immense shock traveled back along the blade, sending a sharp numbing pain through Vectra's arm, and his body staggered backward uncontrollably. He could not comprehend it. The other's reaction speed was far beyond his expectations. It was as if the moment he conceived the move, the opponent's sword was already waiting. Salahal gave him no time to think. The moment Vectra's strike missed, he immediately sensed the danger. Relying on the momentum of his retreat, his body twisted in an unnatural contortion midair. Simultaneously, his left hand swept across his waist and several poison-throwing knives flew out, aimed at Salahal's faceplate, neck joint, and the connections of the power armor's vambraces. Salahal's power sword swung again.
The blade light wove an impenetrable steel barrier before him. The clattering sounds of impacts merged into one continuous ring and all the poison knives were deflected, falling helplessly to the ground. In the instant the last knife was knocked away, Salahar stepped forward. He was like a mountain toppling forward, the tip of his power sword aimed at Vectra's heart. The invisible pressure made Vectra's breath catch in his throat. Vectra's vast combat experience saved him at this moment. Facing the lethal thrust, he did not choose to withstand it heeding. His body bent backward at an angle that defied physiology, his entire spine seemingly boneless like a supple venomous snake narrowly evading the sword's edge. At the same time, using the momentum of his Bodis twist, his blade reversed and slashed upward towards Salahal's sword-wielding wrist. Salahar turned his wrist, pressing the sword edge downward, and parried this insidious strike again. The battle between them entered its white-hot phase. Vectra completely abandoned any frontal assault, pushing the combat techniques of the Dark Eldar to their absolute limit. His figure flickered unpredictably across the battlefield, sometimes using thick pipes as cover to launch ambushes from the shadows, sometimes kicking up rubble from the ground to disrupt Salahal's vision, sometimes emitting piercing shrieks to try to unsettle his opponent's mind. But all of this was utterly useless against Salahar. With the most efficient turns, blocks and counterattacks, he neutralized every one of Vectra's assaults. The surrounding skirmishes had long since ceased. Both the recruits led by Raven and Nimia's assault squad had consciously withdrawn, leaving the central area to their commanders. The more Vectra fought, the more alarmed he became. His vaunted speed meant nothing before this opponent. His endless tricks were all anticipated and dismantled in advance. The other's swordsmanship was ancient and orthodox, yet it seemed to know all his tactics inside out. This gave him an illusion, as if he were not facing a space marine but an ancient nemesis who had lived for 10 millennia and made a sport of hunting Dark Eldar. Who the hell are you? After a particularly violent clash of blades, Vectra was knocked back several steps. He finally could not help but roar, "Among the weak monkey there is no monster like you." Salahar remained silent. Vectra began to show signs of exhaustion. His movements lost their fluidity and his breathing became heavy. Just then, after a fierce downward cleave, Salahal's body exhibited a tiny pause. His sword seemed to falter and a fleeting gap appeared in his right side defense. The opening was so obvious, so tempting. Vectra's eyes blazed with ecstatic glee. He believed it was a mistake finally made by his opponent after a relentless barrage. This was his only chance, and his last. He squeezed the last ounce of strength from his body, let out a shriek, and turned into a streak of green lightning. His blade carrying all his venom and hope thrust with full force towards Salahal's right rib. He had already twisted his face into a victorious sneer, as if he could already see the blade piercing the power armor and shredding the opponent's heart into pieces. But it was only a trap. A trap tailor-made for his despair and greed. The moment Vectra thrust with all his might, Salahal's seemingly exhausted body regained its balance with an impossible grace. Reacting later yet striking first, his power sword swept upward from below at a speed several times faster than Vectra's. The energy field on the blade surged to its maximum in an instant, unleashing a deafening roar. Put! That was the sound of a blade slicing through flesh and bone at high speed. Vectra's right arm, the one holding the sword, was severed cleanly at the elbow. The severed arm along with the poisoned blade tumbled through the air and slammed heavily against the distant wall. Ah! Agony tore an inhuman scream from Vectra. But Salahal's attack did not end there. His power sword, its momentum unchecked, traced a cold arc in the air as it continued from the upward sweep, slashing horizontally across Vectra's chest. Vectra's ornate black armor was easily cut through. A massive wound deep enough to reveal bone stretched from his left shoulder down to his right abdomen. Green blood gushed out, even exposing the severed ribs and writhing organs beneath the wound. The outcome was decided. The light in Vectra's eyes rapidly dimmed. He staggered back 2 steps, his knees gave way and he crashed heavily to the ground. Kneeling there, he looked down at the horrific wound on his chest and the empty right arm. From beneath the exquisite mask came a desperate rattling wheeze. Salahar sheathed his sword, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. A single drop of green blood slid from the blade's point. He looked down at the enemy kneeling before him, completely stripped of the ability to resist. "Now, Salahar," said, his voice calm without a trace of emotion, as if merely stating an established fact, "we can discuss your last words." Victor collapsed before Salahar, blood gushing from his severed arm pooling into a shocking red stain on the steel floor. His mask trembled slightly from the agony, and through the cracks one could hear his rapid, pained breaths. "Wait. Wait." Victor struggled to lift his head, his remaining left hand making a trembling gesture in the air. "We can negotiate. I know many things. About this star domain, about the Chaos Plan. I can tell you." Salahar remained silent. He slowly stepped forward, the tip of his power sword aimed at Victor's throat. The energy field on the blade emitted a low hum, radiating a deadly glow in the darkness. "No. Please. I am still valuable. I know what you are searching for." Victor's voice turned sharp and desperate. Saharil thrust his power sword without hesitation. Thud. The tip accurately pierced Victor's throat, pinning him to the ground.
Seconds later his body ceased struggling, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. Saharil withdrew the power sword, flicking the blood from the blade.
He turned to face the surrounding warriors, his voice calm as usual. Eliminate the remaining enemies, leave none alive. Raven was the first to respond to the command. He raised his explosive bolt gun, aiming at a clawed demon trying to crawl out of a pipe, and pulled the trigger. The explosive round detonated in the alien's head, splattering red ichor against the pipe wall. Yes. The other Astartes responded in unison, immediately dispersing to systematically hunt down the remaining foes hiding in every corner. Carr followed Raven as they charged toward the left passage, his movements sharper and more decisive than before. A dark spirit warrior leaped from the shadows and Carr did not hesitate, delivering a heavy punch to its face. The crisp sound of shattering bones echoed as the alien was sent flying, crashing against the wall and falling silent.
Leo's shield acted as a moving fortress, leading the charge and clearing the way for his comrades.
Whenever an alien attempted a sneak attack, his shield was always in place, smashing enemies into a pulp.
Minutes later the entire underground facility fell silent.
Aside from the heavy footsteps of the Astartes and the occasional sound of explosive fire, no alien howls could be heard. Tosaka stood beside Victor's corpse, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding psychic fluctuations. After a moment he opened his eyes and nodded to Saharil. My lord, the energy of fear is dissipating. This stronghold has been thoroughly cleansed.
Saharil glanced at the corpse on the ground, then turned and walked toward the exit. Tosaka assessed the casualties.
Raven, lead your team back to the Thunderhawk and prepare for evacuation. 3 days later, on the bridge of the Indomitable Blade, Saharil sat in the command throne, holographic displays before him showing images of Kelpharos and Liana. The two were reporting on the fleet's supply situation. Energy reserves are at full capacity. Kelpharos' synthetic voice echoed on the bridge. The quality of the fusion fuel from Parmesh meets standards sufficient to support our next stage of travel. However, to be frank, the industrial base of this planet is rather primitive. Aside from basic energy, the quality of other supplies is quite average. Liana's image nodded in agreement. My merchant fleet has established contact with human factions in surrounding star systems, although most are small trade outposts and agricultural worlds. I have arranged for representatives who will continuously gather valuable information for us.
Saharil nodded slightly. What is the combat readiness status of the fleet?
Aeokas, how is the recovery of the injured brothers? Captain John immediately replied, all warships have completed maintenance and resupply. We are ready to depart at any time.
A few are still recovering, but there are no major issues, Aeokas responded.
Saharil's gaze turned to the chief librarian beside him. Tosaka, what is the verification result of that star map?
Tosaka snapped out of his meditative state, his voice weary from beneath his hood. My lord, I have made multiple attempts.
But the star domain at that coordinate is enveloped by an exceptionally dense subspace energy barrier.
The detection cannot penetrate, only some vague signals can be sensed.
He paused, then continued, the nature of that barrier is peculiar. It is neither a naturally occurring subspace storm nor an artificially set psychic shield.
It resembles some ancient trace.
Saharil fell silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. This usually indicates something powerful and dangerous.
Indeed, my lord. Tosaka nodded, and judging by the intensity of the energy fluctuations, it has existed for quite some time. Kelpharos' image suddenly flickered, his synthetic voice tinged with noticeable excitement. Does this mean there is ancient technology? Perhaps relics from the age of dark technology.
My lord, I strongly recommend we investigate. There may be unimaginable treasures waiting for us.
Liana's expression, however, was much more cautious. Are we really going to take this risk? Saharil stood up and walked to the main observation window of the bridge.
Through the thick armored glass, the surface of Parmesh could be seen, its city lights flickering in the darkness.
Danger has never been a reason for us to retreat.
His voice was calm and firm. If there truly lies some powerful force or knowledge hidden there, then it should not be allowed to remain forgotten in the darkness.
We need every possible strength to combat our enemies.
He turned to face the others, and I have a feeling that star map given to us by the Chaos Lord is not a coincidence.
It may be part of some larger scheme.
In any case, we need to see for ourselves what is truly hidden there.
Understood, my lord.
Captain John immediately began preparations. I will order all ships to prepare for departure.
Saharil nodded and then looked at Tosaka. Before we arrive, you need to be ready for any emergencies.
As you command, my lord.
Tosaka bowed deeply.
The alarm system on the bridge sounded, and Captain John's voice echoed throughout the ship via the intercom. All personnel, attention. Prepare for departure.
Target Ragnar Rift. All departments enter combat readiness.
Saharil returned to the command throne, gazing at the star map displaying the navigation route. The Ragnar Rift was merely a blinking dot on the star map, but he knew that what awaited them there could be the turning point of the entire galaxy's fate.
Set sail. His command was concise and powerful.
The indomitable blade began to slowly turn its bow, the other warships following closely behind.
Soon the entire fleet vanished into the cosmos, advancing toward the mysterious star domain cloaked in ancient secrets.
The twisting vortex of the warp slowly dissipated as the unbending blade emerged from that chaotic sea of energy, returning to the reality of the cosmos.
Alarms immediately blared across the bridge and various sensors flickered frantically with red light. "Milord."
Captain John's voice carried a distinct tension. "Our navigation system is malfunctioning. The background radiation readings of this star sector do not conform to any Imperial standard records." Salahar sat upon the command throne, his gaze sweeping across the dense streams of data before him. Every number told him that this was not the star sector they had anticipated.
"The specifics."
His voice remained calm. "Radiation intensity is 37% above the standard value and the energy spectrum is completely mismatched." Captain John reported swiftly. "Stranger still, the gravitational field distribution here is also problematic. According to the star chart, this location should have only one star, but we have detected at least 2 gravitational sources from massive celestial bodies." Kruger looked up from the technical console, a puzzled voice emerging from beneath his hood. "Milord, I have checked all systems.
Our equipment is functioning without fault. The problem lies with this star sector itself." Salahar rose and walked toward the main viewing window.
Through the thick armored glass he saw not the expected barren void but a star sector brimming with vitality. In the distance 2 stars formed an unstable system, their light intertwining across the void, creating complex patterns of light and shadow. Even more astonishing was that around these stars several planets were in orbit, and judging from energy readings all of them showed signs of life activity.
"This is impossible."
Tosaka opened his eyes from his meditative state, his voice filled with deep confusion. "I can sense powerful life energy, not just 1 or 2 but tens of millions of intelligent beings.
This is far from a dead star sector."
Just then the communications officer's voice cut through their thoughts. "Milord,
we have detected 2 unidentified vessels approaching. They are sending Imperial standard contact signals." Salahar immediately returned to the command throne, display on the main screen.
The images of 2 escort frigates appeared on the main screen. Their hull designs indeed conformed to Imperial standards, but Salahar keenly noted that the condition of these warships was far from ideal. The hull surfaces were covered with laser scorch marks and impact craters from explosive shells.
One of them even had obvious repair patches near its bridge.
"This is the 3rd patrol fleet of the Ragnar Commonwealth." A wary but vigilant voice came through the communication channel. "Unknown fleet, immediately identify yourselves and state your intentions."
"This is a war zone. Any unauthorized entry will be considered a hostile act."
Salahar gestured for the communications officer to open the reply channel. "Respond. Tell them we are an Imperial expeditionary fleet driven off course by a warp storm seeking temporary resupply and repairs."
"Yes, milord."
The communications officer immediately relayed his words.
There was a few seconds silence on the channel, then the voice sounded again, its wariness even more pronounced. "Expeditionary fleet. What is your designation and authorization code?" Without changing expression, Salahar continued through the communications officer. "We are the Expeditionary Fleet Unbending Blade.
We lost contact with the main force after a warp storm.
Our navigation system is severely damaged and our astral path cannot establish contact with the outside.
We urgently need a safe harbor for repairs."
Another silence. Salahar could imagine the fierce debate taking place on the enemy bridge. "Follow us."
Finally the voice made a decision, "but maintain a safe distance.
Any abnormal movement will be met with immediate attack. Welcome to the Ragnar Rift Outsiders." The 2 escort frigates began to turn, leading Salahar's fleet. During the voyage Salahar noticed more unsettling details.
The void was filled with vast amounts of shipwreckage.
Some bore Imperial designs while others were completely alien.
The alien wreckage had bizarre shapes, some resembled twisted bones while others were covered in sharp protrusions as if they were a morbid fusion of organic matter and metal. Kruger worked busily at the technical console, his voice coming through the communicator. "Milord, I have analyzed the metal composition and damage patterns of these wrecks. A large-scale fleet battle occurred here and more than once. Judging from the distribution and corrosion levels of the wrecks, this kind of conflict has been ongoing for a long time."
"Who is the enemy?" Salahar asked.
"Part of the wreckage is from standard Imperial Navy ships, but the other part." Kruger's tone grew somber. "Their structure and materials are beyond my comprehension."
Salahar's gaze fell again upon the 2 escort frigates leading the way.
Now observing more closely he saw that their damage was indeed caused by Imperial weapons. Laser cannon scorch marks, macro cannon impact craters and twisted metal from torpedo explosions.
"Milord." Tosaka's voice interrupted his thoughts. "I sense something strange.
The warp energy in this star sector is extremely chaotic, as if it has been torn apart by something.
Moreover, I can feel that a powerful psyker has been active here, leaving deep imprints." Salahar nodded.
He had already begun to realize that the Ragnar Rift was far more complex than they had anticipated. This was not a simple refuge but a battlefield teeming with conflict and secrets. Captain John, order all ships to maintain combat readiness. Salahar issued the command. I have a feeling that we are about to step into a place far more dangerous than we imagined.
Yes, my lord. Captain John immediately began relaying the orders. The fleet continued to advance deeper into the Ragnar Rift, guided by the 2 escort frigates.
As they progressed, more details were revealed. There was indeed a vast human civilization here, but it lay under the shadow of war. Salahar sat back on the command throne, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. His intuition told him that the mysterious star chart had led them here for a reason. This place concealed some significant secret, and they were about to become part of that secret.
Prepare for anything. He said to everyone on the bridge, our true trial is only beginning.
The fleet, guided by 2 escort ships, slowly navigated towards the core region of the Ragnar Rift. Through the main observation window of the bridge, a breathtaking spectacle gradually unfolded before everyone. It was a planet completely encircled by a massive ring-shaped starport. The circular structure resembled a giant steel ring tightly embracing the azure sphere below.
Countless lights flickered on the ring structure, akin to stars in the night sky.
The Emperor above, Captain John, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Salahar stood before the command throne, carefully observing this monumental architectural marvel. The design of the ring-shaped starport was ancient and substantial, lacking the ornate Gothic decorations of the Imperial Navy, replaced instead by simple and practical geometric lines. Yet it was this unadorned design that conveyed a sense of enduring strength. Sir, I have detected anomalous energy readings. Kruger lifted his head from the technical control panel, his voice beneath the hood tinged with palpable excitement. The energy system of this starport is entirely different from Imperial standard.
They employ a kind of fusion technology one have never seen before.
The communicator crackled with Kelfaros Urgen's synthesized voice. Let me see that data.
This ancient technology might hold long-lost knowledge. I must study these systems personally.
Salahar ignored the sage's fervor and continued to examine the details of the starport. He noticed that certain areas of the ring structure bore clear signs of repairs. The newly welded metal plates appeared particularly jarring against the ancient hull. This indicated that fierce battles had indeed taken place here. Sir, the Ragnar Control Center has sent docking instructions. The communications officer reported they have assigned us to docking area 7. Dock according to their instructions, Salahar ordered, but maintain full alert status. As the fleet slowly entered the designated docking area, Salahar was able to observe the internal structure of the starport more clearly. Raven. Salahar turned to his adjutant.
Here, Sir. Raven stepped forward immediately.
Select 5 of the most reliable brothers and prepare to accompany me to the planet's surface.
Salahar's voice was calm. Tosaka, you come too. I need your assistance. Understood, sir. Tosaka opened his eyes from meditation. The rest will remain with the fleet, maintaining vigilance. Salahar continued to issue orders. Half an hour later, a Raven gunship flew out from the hangar of the Unyielding Blade, carrying Salahar and his team towards the planet's surface. Through the gunship's porthole they could see the magnificent sights of the planet below. The surface of Ragnar was covered in colossal urban clusters, the architectural style of which was unified and grand, imbued with a sense of classical solemnity. Soaring spires and dome structures rose in succession, while wide avenues connected various areas like veins. Yet Salahar keenly noticed that many buildings were equipped with anti-aircraft weapons, and armored vehicles could be seen patrolling the streets. The defenses here are quite tight, Raven commented through the team channel. It seems they are indeed preparing to counter some kind of threat. Tosaka, eyes closed, sensed the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations. Sir, I can feel that there are millions of people on this planet, but their emotional state is very tense. Fear and anxiety hang over the entire planet like dark clouds. The Raven gunship landed in the central landing area of Ragnar's capital. The landing area was vast enough to accommodate hundreds of aircraft taking off and landing simultaneously. Salahar noticed that a large number of military transport aircraft and fighter jets were parked here, their design differing from Imperial standards yet appearing equally imposing. The hatch opened and Salahar led his team out of the gunship. They were greeted by a squad of soldiers in deep blue uniforms led by a middle-aged officer who wore an intricate array of medals on his chest. Welcome to Ragnar, esteemed Lord Astarte. The officer performed a standard Aquila salute. I am Colonel Hamas of the 1st Regiment of the Ragnar community. The governor is waiting for your arrival in the Parliament Hall. Salahar nodded in response. I am Astra Salahar. Thank you for your reception. Colonel Hamas' gaze swept over Salahar and his warriors, a hint of awe flashing in his eyes. These giants clad in black power armor emanated an intimidating pressure even in a stationary stance. Please follow me. Hamas turned to lead the way. The governor places great importance on your arrival. They traveled through the main streets of the city in a large anti-gravity vehicle. Salahar observed the details of the city through the vehicle's window. The buildings lining the streets were tall and solemn, yet many windows were fitted with blast-resistant glass with scorch marks from laser weapons visible on the walls. More impressive were the pedestrians on the streets. Their attire was neat and their behavior orderly, yet every face bore a look of tension and vigilance. "The social order here is well maintained," Raven commented in the team channel, "but it is clear they are under some kind of threat." Tosaka's voice resonated in the channel. "I can sense that the entire city is shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. These people have lived in fear for a long time." The vehicle finally stopped in front of a massive building. This structure featured a classical dome design with towering stone columns supporting the grand portico. The facade of the building was adorned with intricate reliefs depicting scenes of humanity battling various alien beings. "This is the Parliament Hall of the Ragna community. Colonel Hamas introduced. The governor is waiting for you inside." Salahar led his team into the hall. The interior decor was equally magnificent, with tall vaulted ceilings painted with murals depicting the history of Ragna. However, Salahar's attention was soon captured by a figure in the center of the hall. It was an elderly man with white hair dressed in dark formal robes adorned with a badge symbolizing authority on his chest. Though his face showed signs of age, his eyes remained sharp. Upon seeing Salahar, a complex expression of both relief and concern appeared on his face. "Welcome, Angel of the Emperor." The elder stepped forward, his voice though aged still resonant. "I am Edmund Valland, the Supreme Governor of the Ragna community. It has been too long since we last saw the Empire's reinforcements." Salahar removed his helmet, revealing his chiseled features akin to a statue. "I am Astra Salahar, commander of the Imperial Expeditionary Fleet. We encountered a storm during our hyperspace travel, deviating from our intended course." Governor Valland scrutinized Salahar closely, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Your fleet is quite large and well-equipped. But I assume you are not yet aware of the current situation in the Ragna Rift. We have just arrived and know very little about the conditions here." Salahar replied, "But I saw numerous shipwrecks in space. It is evident that fierce battles have occurred here." Valland's expression became grave. "Those wrecks are a testament to our 10-year war. Since the Great Rift tore through the galaxy, we have lost contact with the Empire. And in this isolated star domain, various hostile forces have emerged like mushrooms after the rain." "What specific enemies are we talking about?" Salahar asked directly. "Primarily the Helgrath." Valland's voice carried obvious disdain. "They are the indigenous species of this star domain, resembling wolves, possessing hard manes and strong limbs. Even more terrifying, some individuals among them have wings and are capable of aerial combat." Tosaka frowned slightly behind Salahar, sensing an ominous energy fluctuation hidden behind that name. "How severe is their threat?" Salahar continued to inquire. "Initially we held the advantage. Valland's side, the Ragna community, possesses advanced technology and a well-trained army. However, as the war dragged on, the Helgrath grew increasingly powerful. Not only are they numerous, but they have also learned to use our weapon technology. Worse still, individuals among them have emerged who can wield spiritual energy." Salahar's gaze sharpened. "Further spiritual users?" "Yes," Valland nodded. "They refer to these individuals as Stormbringers. These beings possess formidable combat abilities and a degree of prophetic capability. Under their leadership, the tactics of the Helgrath have become increasingly sophisticated." Raven whispered in the team channel, "It sounds like some mutated spiritual race. This might be more complex than we anticipated." Valland continued, "As the war progressed, the situation became increasingly dire. The Helgrath are no longer content with small-scale raids but have begun organizing large-scale offensives. We have already lost 3 outer colonial worlds and our defense line is continuously shrinking." Salahar fell silent for a moment before asking, "What assistance do you hope we can provide?" A spark of hope flickered in Valland's eyes. "If you are willing, we hope to receive military support from your fleet. In return, we can offer supplies, repair services and detailed intelligence about this star domain." "I need more information to make a decision," Salahar replied, "regarding the specifics of the Helgrath, their military capabilities and your current defense deployments." "Of course," Valland nodded. "I will arrange for our military advisors to provide you with a detailed briefing. But first, please allow me to arrange accommodations and rest for you. The long hyperspace journey must have left you and your warriors quite fatigued." Salahar glanced around. Although the Parliament Hall was grand, he felt a tense atmosphere. Every Ragna official and soldier wore expressions of weariness and pressure from prolonged warfare. "I accept your invitation," Salahar finally said, "but my fleet will remain in a state of alert." "Completely understandable." Valland displayed the first genuine smile. "In these dark times, caution is a necessary condition for survival." Inside the antechamber of the council hall, a massive holographic tactical map hung in midair, displaying the entire starfield layout of the Ragnarok fissure. Salahar stood before the map, meticulously studying the various annotations marked upon it. The red zones represented territories controlled by the Helgrath, the blue zones belonged to the Ragnarok Commonwealth, and the yellow zones were disputed regions. Disturbingly, the red zones were expanding. This is the latest intelligence we have. General Carlson, the Ragnarok military advisor, pointed at the map. A decade ago the Helgrad launched a massive offensive against the Helgard system. Our fleet fought valiantly there but was ultimately forced to retreat. Salahar noted that the Helgard system occupied a strategically critical position controlling the main route to the Ragnarok core region. Losing this stronghold meant the enemy could directly threaten the heart of Ragnarok. What were your losses? Salahar asked. General Carlson's expression grew somber. 12 warships, only 2 made it back. Raven commented quietly over the squad channel, a loss rate of 80%. This proves the enemy's combat capability is indeed formidable. Tosaka closed his eyes as if sensing something. Lord, I can feel a strong psychic residue from these battle records. Archon Baron walked over to the map and pointed to a specially marked area. This is the main lair of the Helgra Star. Our reconnaissance indicates that millions of Helgrad have gathered there, including their capital and major military facilities. Salahar carefully observed the position of Helgra Star. This planet occupied a naturally defensive position shielded by an asteroid belt and gas clouds and was far enough from the Ragnarok core region to make large-scale military operations difficult. How much do you know about the Helgrat? Salahar turned to Varen. Quite limited, Varen admitted. They are the indigenous species of this star sector, existing since ancient times. The imperial armies of that era paid a tremendous price to conquer them, but clearly the conquest was incomplete. General Carlson added, based on our observations, the Helgrat are a highly militarized race. Their social structure resembles a tribal alliance led by the mightiest warriors. Each tribe has its own territory and army, but they unite swiftly when facing an external threat. What about their weapon technology? Salahar asked. That is the most concerning part. Carlson's expression grew more serious. Initially the Helgrad used only primitive melee weapons and simple projectile arms. But as the war progressed they began using captured Imperial equipment and even learned to manufacture their own weapons. He manipulated the holographic map to display some battle footage. In the images, tall wolf-like creatures were engaging the Ragnarok forces with laser rifles and bolters. These Helgrat moved with swift coordination, indicating excellent military training. Even more terrifying is their adaptability. Varen took over. After every battle they analyze our tactics and then employ corresponding countermeasures in the next engagement. This learning ability continuously erodes our military advantage. Salahar nodded. This was indeed a dangerous enemy. A race that possessed both primal ferocity and the capacity to learn was often far more formidable than enemies that relied solely on technology or numbers. What do you know about their psychics? Tosaka inquired. Carlson pulled up another recording. In the footage, a winged Helgrat stood at the center of the battlefield, arms raised. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and lightning rained down like hail, striking down the surrounding Ragnarok soldiers. We call them Stormcallers, Carlson explained. We have attempted decapitation strikes multiple times, but each time they detected us in advance. Salahar pondered for a moment, then asked, what is your current military strength? We still have 3 light cruisers and a dozen escort vessels. Carlson replied. Ground forces number about 300,000, well-equipped and well-trained. But the problem is that our forces are spread across multiple defensive points, making concentrated deployment difficult. And the numbers of the Helgrat. Conservative estimates exceed several million, Varen said with obvious concern. Every time we think we have dealt them a heavy blow, new forces appear. Salahar walked to the map and carefully studied the balance of power. From a purely numerical perspective, the Ragnarok Commonwealth was indeed at a disadvantage. But they still held advantages in technology and organization. The key was how to leverage those advantages effectively. What is your defensive strategy? He asked. Currently we employ layered defense. Carlson pointed to the blue zones on the map. Outer perimeter outposts provide early warning, mid-layer holds our main battle forces, and the core region contains our industrial and population centers. What is the problem with this strategy? Salahar had already spotted the flaw. We are forced into a passive defensive posture. Varen admitted. The Helgrat can choose the time and place of attack, and we can only react. Over time our resources will be gradually exhausted. Raven said over the squad channel, a classic attrition war. If they cannot change the nature of the conflict, they will be worn down eventually. Salahar turned to face Varen and Carlson. If we decide to provide military support, what do you want us to do? A glimmer of hope flashed in Varen's eyes. We hope to shift from defense to offense. Your fleet can provide the necessary fire support and mobility for us to take the initiative. Salahar's gaze did not leave the holographic map. Varen's proposal was within his expectations, but the initiative must remain in his own hands. He could not allow his fleet to become cannon fodder for the Ragnarok Commonwealth no matter how sincere their intentions. Taking the initiative is a vague concept. Salahar's voice rang out calmly. What is your objective? General Carlson stepped forward with a firm tone. Our objective is of course to completely eradicate the threat. We plan to assemble all available forces and launch a total assault on the Helgrad homeworld Helgra. This answer surprised even Raven, who stood behind Salahar. He had expected a more conservative plan, such as first recapturing one or two outer worlds to boost morale. Directly attacking the enemy's homeworld was a high-stakes gamble. That is a bold plan, Salahar commented. But the risk is extremely high. According to your intelligence, Helgrastar is heavily fortified and serves as a concentration point for their forces. A failed offensive could cost you all your strength. We have no choice. Archon Baren's face showed a trace of bitterness. We have tried counterattacks. The result was a steadily shrinking defensive line. We have also tried small-scale harassment, but it was a drop in the bucket against the vast numbers of the Helgrat. We have bled for 10 years in this war. Our people are tired of fear and waiting. Rather than being slowly consumed in a protracted war of attrition, we would rather stake all our hopes on this single strike. Salahar fell silent. He understood that despair. During his endless exile in the warp, he had faced similar choices countless times. Sometimes the most dangerous path was the only way to survive. I agree with your plan, he finally spoke. But not as support. As an ally. Varen and Carlson exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's expressions. Salahar continued, this battle will be under my command. All spoils and intelligence will be shared. But command must be unified. His terms were clear and unequivocal. Varen barely hesitated. We agree. Honored Astartes, we are willing to form the strongest alliance with you and your fleet. General Carlson stood before the conference table, his hands gripping the tactical report tightly. As the chief military advisor of the Ragnar community, he felt a sense of joy at the arrival of Salahar, but when he heard he would have to cede command to an outsider, a wave of resentment surged within him. Your Excellency, I understand the necessity of the alliance. Carlson's voice carried a tone of reluctant restraint, but is it not too risky to let an outsider command our fleet? Valen's gaze swept across the other officers present. He could read the same concerns reflected in their expressions. These men had fought alongside him for years, and each retreat had eroded their confidence. Now to admit they needed the leadership of an outsider was painful for anyone. Carlson, do you think we have other choices? Valen's voice was calm and resolute. Over the past few years we have tried every conceivable method, and what has it yielded? Our defenses are continuously shrinking and our warriors are dying one after another. Salahar rose from his seat and stepped toward the holographic map. His movements were slow and deliberate, yet everyone present could feel the aura of authority radiating from him. General Carlson, I understand your concerns. Salahar's voice was calm. Loyalty to one's commander is the duty of a soldier. But now we face a choice between life and death. He pointed out the location of Helgra's star on the map. This may be a question of honor. However, how can we achieve the greatest victory with the least sacrifice? Carlson looked at Salahar. The giant clad in black power armor stood there like an immovable mountain. He wanted to argue back but could find no suitable reason. I submit to the Excellency's decision. Carlson finally bowed his head. After the meeting, the real work began. In the hangar of the unyielding blade, Kruger was engaged in technical discussions with Martin, the chief engineer of Ragnar. The two stood before a disassembled fire control system surrounded by various precision electronic components. Your system design is quite interesting, Kruger remarked while inspecting a circuit board. Efficiency is good, but some areas are rather conservative. Engineer Martin wiped the sweat from his forehead. We have been doing our best to maintain these devices, but due to a shortage of parts we often have to use substitutes. Kruger took out a small data interface and connected it to the main board of the fire control system. Seconds later, the system's display screen began to flicker with data flowing like a waterfall. Now give it a try, Kruger said. Engineer Martin pressed the test button and the fire control system immediately emitted a crisp sound with all indicator lights illuminating simultaneously. The response speed was nearly twice as fast as before. This is impossible. Martin exclaimed in shock as he looked at the data on the screen. You just added a small interface. How could there be such a significant improvement? A satisfied voice emerged from under Kruger's hood. Sometimes the problem lies not in the hardware but in how to make them work better together. Meanwhile, the holographic projection of Kelfaroth appeared in the main engineering chamber of Ragnar. His massive mechanical form, even as a projection, instilled awe in the engineers present. Your ship design is interesting but inefficient, Kelfaroth's synthetic voice echoed in the chamber. However, I can offer some suggestions for improvement. He pointed at the ship's energy distribution system. Here the energy loss rate is as high as 18%. By reconfiguring the conduits and increasing buffer nodes we can reduce this figure to below 5%. The engineers of Ragnar exchanged glances.
On the other side of the fleet, Salahar was carrying out fleet reorganization work in the tactical center of the unyielding. A massive three-dimensional display showed the structure of the entire Allied fleet with each ship marked in different colors.
Raven, bring up the information for the Ragnar fleet. Salahar stood before the display screen beginning to analyze the performance parameters of each ship.
Yes sir. Raven operated the console and detailed data began to scroll on the screen. Salahar carefully studied the data, his fingers moving through the air as he rearranged the positions of the ships. He did not break up the original tactical formations of Ragnar but instead dispersed his own fleet to create a more flexible mixed formation.
Tosaka, do you sense anything? Salahar asked.
The director of the think tank closed his eyes, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the fleet. The soldiers of Ragnar are filled with tension and anticipation. They look up to us with both awe and curiosity, but more than anything they hope.
Salahar nodded.
Hope is a powerful force, but it is also a heavy burden. These people have entrusted their lives to him and he must ensure he does not betray this trust. In the living quarters of the fleet, the soldiers of Ragnar encountered the Astartes up close for the first time. The black giants sat quietly in their places, maintaining their weapons, occasionally exchanging a few words in low brief tones. Are they the angels of the Emperor? A young Ragnar soldier asked softly. Of course, an old veteran replied. I heard each of them can take on 100 men. Karl was cleaning his bolt gun, noticing the curious gazes directed at him, yet he showed no sign of impatience. He knew that these mortal soldiers would soon become their comrades and mutual understanding and trust were necessary. On the training ground, the auxiliary troops and Ragnar's ground forces were conducting coordinated training. Colonel Hope commanded his soldiers in coordinated drills with Ragnar's army.
Days later, the reorganization was completed.
The scale of the Allied fleet reached an unprecedented level: over a dozen capital ships, more than 20 escort vessels, and over 200,000 combat personnel. This was the most powerful military force in the history of the Ragnar Rift. On the bridge of the unyielding blade, Salahar sat in the command seat, the display screen before him showing the status of the entire fleet. Every ship was in position and all systems were functioning normally. All fleets report complete. Captain John's voice resonated on the bridge. All ships are ready and awaiting your command.
Salahar stood up and walked to the main observation window of the bridge.
Through the thick armored glass he could see the magnificent sight of the Allied fleet. Countless warships were arranged in perfect formation in the void, their engines glowing like a sea of stars.
Salahar turned to face everyone on the bridge. His voice echoed throughout the fleet via the internal broadcast. A decade of humiliation ends today. A decade of blood debts must be repaid today. Target Helger Star. Set sail. The Allied fleet began to slowly adjust its course, massive engines spewing forth blazing flames. Under Salahar's command, this unprecedented force began its march toward the heart of the enemy. Deep within the Helgelra star, a colossal fortress constructed of black metal and organic matter looms beneath the crimson sky. This is the power center of the Helgrath people, as well as the most sacred place of their race. The war conference room is located at the heart of the fortress, where dozens of Helgrath individuals of varying shapes stand around a central holographic projection in the vast circular space. The projection displays a star map of the Ragnar Rift marked with the approaching human fleet. Wormgale sits at the highest point of the conference room, his throne carved from a single piece of obsidian embedded with countless teeth extracted from enemy skulls. This leader of the Helgrath stands nearly 3 meters tall, his body covered in steel like black mane, and his exoskeleton armor glistens under the light. His eyes burn like smoldering coals, radiating a cruel yet wise light. Report complete, Lord Wormgale. A reconnaissance captain respectfully stepped aside, his voice tinged with evident excitement. That fleet indeed possesses ship types we have never seen before. From the appearance, it should be human reinforcements. A chorus of roars erupted within the conference room. The Helgrath commanders excitedly waved their claws, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirst. For them, more enemies mean more spoils and glory. Reinforcements, scoffed a burly Helgrath warrior. The cowards of Ragnar have finally found help. But so what? We have already driven them to flee in terror. No matter how many come, the outcome will be the same. Exactly. Another commander echoed. Our warriors have tasted the deliciousness of human blood. These newcomers are merely a feast delivered to our door. Wormgale quietly listened to his subordinates' discussions, his expression unchanged. As the supreme leader of this race, he possessed wisdom and strategic vision that surpassed ordinary clan members. Quiet. Wormgale's voice thundered throughout the conference room, instantly halting all discussions. Tell me, what is the specific scale of this fleet? The reconnaissance captain immediately responded. According to our observations, the joint fleet consists of a dozen capital ships and 20 escort vessels. The total strength is estimated to reach 100,000 or 200,000. Roars erupted once more in the conference room, this time filled with even more excitement. For the Helgrath, the stronger the enemy, the greater the glory gained after defeating them. 200,000. A cruel smile crept across Wormgale's lips. Indeed, a sumptuous feast.
At that moment a different voice emerged from a corner of the conference room. It was a relatively slender Helgrath with a pair of enormous wings behind him, his body covered in deep blue mane. His eyes flickered with a purple glow, a unique sign of a psionic. Lord Wormgale, I suggest we exercise more caution. The psionic's voice was calm and rational, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding fervor. I can sense powerful psionic waves within this fleet. They are not an ordinary human army. His words slightly cooled the atmosphere in the conference room. Other commanders looked at this compatriot, their eyes showing traces of dissatisfaction. In Helgrath culture, courage and combat prowess are the highest virtues, while excessive caution is often regarded as a sign of weakness. Zekras, I understand your concerns. Wormgale looked at the psionic, his tone carrying a hint of authority, but do not forget we have been fighting humans for 10 years. In these 10 years we have transformed from a disadvantage to an advantage, from passive to active. We understand all human tactics and weaknesses. Zekras did not back down. He stepped forward, the purple glow in his eyes growing brighter. My lord, I am not questioning our strength. But my intuition tells me that this enemy is different from the past. They carry a certain aura of danger. Danger. A warrior scoffed. Zekras, did you see some kind of illusion? Humans are humans, no matter where they come from, they cannot change their weak essence. Exactly. Another commander echoed, our warriors outnumber them by several times, our weapons are no worse than theirs, and we have the home field advantage. The outcome of this battle has long been decided. Zekras shook his head, his wings trembling slightly, revealing his inner unease. Everyone, I am not being alarmist. I can feel a powerful presence within that fleet, a kind of power. That reminds me of those ancient beings from old legends. Enough. Wormgale suddenly stood up, his massive body towering like a mountain before the throne. Zekras, I respect your psionic talent, but war is not determined by premonitions. He walked to the holographic projection, his claws moving across the map. Look at the victories we have achieved over the past 10 years. In the Catara Galaxy we annihilated a human fleet. In the Vitalia world we slaughtered hundreds of thousands of humans. In the Helgard Galaxy we defeated their main fleet. Now humans are coming with their reinforcements. Wormgale's voice resounded like thunder in the conference room. Do they think they can change the outcome of the war this way? They are mistaken. We will crush their fleet in the orbit of Helgelra and bury their army on our land. Roar! 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 The conference room erupted with deafening roars. All the Helgrath were ignited by their leader's words, filled with the fervor of battle. But Zekras remained untouched by this fervor. He stepped forward again, his voice tinged with urgency. Lord Wormgale, please let me finish. I am not questioning our courage, but considering our kin. If this enemy is truly unusual, should we not devise a more thorough plan? Zekras, I will consider your suggestion. Wormgale's tone softened slightly, but now we must show all our kin our resolve. We cannot let anyone think we fear humans. Relay my orders. Assemble all fleets and set up defenses in the orbit of Helgelra. We will wait for the prey to arrive. We will celebrate our final victory with human blood. Yes, sir. All commanders responded in unison, their voices merging into a torrent nearly toppling the entire ceiling of the conference room. Subsequently the commanders left the conference room one after another, their faces filled with bloodthirsty excitement and a thirst for victory. Zekras was the last to leave the command room. At the door he turned back to look at Wormgale and softly said, May the wisdom of our ancestors guide us. Enemy fleet sighted. Captain John's voice rang out on the bridge of the unyielding blade. Numbers. By the Emperor, an estimated dozens of warships of various classes. On the main display dense clusters of crimson markers filled the entire Hergula system like a myriad of stars. Those markers represented the fleet of the Du Gelate, which had formed a massive defensive formation centered on the planet Hergula. Salahar sat upon the command throne, the tactical display before him revealing the detailed deployment of both fleets. His golden eyes swept over every data point, his mind analyzing the battlefield situation like a precision computer. Ragna fleet reports ready, awaiting orders. General Carlson's voice came through the communication channel, strained but trying to maintain composure. Salahar rose and walked to the main observation window on the bridge. Through the thick armored glass he could see the silhouettes of the alien warships in the distance. Their design philosophy was utterly different from the Imperium's. The hulls were covered in spikes and protrusions like steel beasts of the void. Raven. At your command, my lord. Raven immediately stepped forward. Deploy the entire fleet in the anvil and hammer formation. Salahar traced a gesture in the air and the tactical display began to show the new fleet deployment. Ragna fleet will deploy in the front, forming the anvil. Our fleet will split into 3 assault groups acting as the hammer. As you command. Raven turned at once to relay the orders. The fleet communication channel buzzed with acknowledgements. The vast combined fleet began to reposition. Ragnar's warships formed a solid battle line ahead while the Unyielding Blade and its escort fleet dispersed to the flanks preparing for a high-speed strike.
Enemy fleet is moving, the sensor operator reported loudly. They are closing in on us.
On the main display the crimson markers began to shift.
The DU Gelate had clearly chosen not to defend passively but to strike first, attempting to annihilate the combined fleet with their numerical advantage. 10 minutes to contact.
Captain John's voice grew increasingly urgent. Salahar reseated himself on the command throne, his hands lightly resting on the control buttons on the armrests.
Tosaka, what do you sense? Salahar asked.
The librarian closed his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his brow. My lord, I can feel powerful psychic fluctuations.
There are multiple strong psychers among the enemy fleet and they are conducting some kind of ritual. A ritual? Salahar frowned.
It seems to be enhancing their fleet's combat effectiveness or foreseeing our actions.
Tosaka's voice carried obvious concern.
Just then the first exchange of fire began.
The vanguard ships of the Ragna fleet opened fire first, scorching laser beams and torpedoes raining down upon the enemy fleet.
Simultaneously the DU Gelate warships returned fire, their weapons emitting an eerie green radiance that traced beautiful yet lethal arcs across the void.
Boom! A Ragna frigate was struck directly by a heavy enemy weapon.
The entire hull was instantly enveloped in green energy, then disintegrated in a blinding flash.
Damn!
General Carlson's curse came through the comm channel. Their weapons are more powerful than intelligence suggested. Salahar's gaze sharpened. He had anticipated the enemy might conceal some capabilities, but this level of firepower exceeded his expectations.
Captain John, prepare to execute Hammer 1. Salahar's command was clear and resolute.
The Unyielding Blade began to accelerate, its massive engines spewing blazing flames. Behind it several escort vessels followed closely, forming a sharp wedge formation.
Most of the enemy fleet's attention was drawn to the frontal Ragna fleet, leaving them significantly less vigilant against the flank threat.
This was the opportunity Salahar had been waiting for.
Target the enemy fleet's left flank formation node.
He pointed to a crimson marker on the tactical display.
That warship coordinates the fire distribution on the left flank. Destroy it.
The Unyielding Blade shot forth like an arrow, charging toward the target at astonishing speed. The heavy weapons on the bow began to charge the air thick with the smell of gunpowder.
The DU Gelate finally noticed the threat.
Several enemy ships swung their gun turrets around, attempting to intercept the Unyielding Blade's assault. Green energy beams crisscrossed the void, forming a lethal web of fire.
Evasive maneuvers. Captain John barked.
The massive warship executed high-difficulty maneuvers, maintaining high speed while weaving left and right to evade enemy attacks. Several energy beams grazed the hull, leaving scorched marks on the armor.
3,000 kilometers to target. 2,000 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. Entering optimal range. Fire. Salahar's command thundered across the bridge. All weapons on the Unyielding Blade opened fire simultaneously.
Heavy laser cannons, macro batteries, every weapon unleashed its fury upon the target. The DU Gelate warship under such concentrated fire had its shields shredded instantly and its whole structure began to collapse. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the void. The enemy ship's ammunition magazine detonated, turning the entire vessel into a massive fireball. With the loss of the critical node's coordination, the fire distribution of the DU Gelate's left flank fell into chaos. The Ragna fleet immediately seized the opportunity, concentrating fire on the disorganized enemy ships.
Hammer 2 and 3, begin your performance. Salahar continued issuing orders.
The other two assault squadrons attacked from different angles, like two sharp blades plunging into the enemy fleet's vital points. Though the DU Gelate fleet was numerically superior under such precise tactical strikes, cracks began to appear. The battle entered its white-hot phase. The void was filled with explosions and flying metal debris. Wreckage scattered like rain, and some unlucky ships were struck by their own comrades' remains, triggering secondary explosions.
My lord.
Kruger's voice came over the comm. I have detected the enemy fleet's command flagship. It's at the center of their formation, the largest vessel.
Salahar's gaze immediately locked onto the special marker on the tactical display.
It was a colossal warship, nearly twice the size of the others, tightly surrounded by dozens of escort vessels, clearly the nerve center of the entire fleet.
Excellent.
A cold smile curled at the corner of Salahar's mouth.
Prepare for the final blow. He stood and walked to the holographic projection at the center of the bridge.
The entire battlefield situation was clearly displayed before him. The position, speed and weapon status of every ship were laid out in full. After hours of fierce combat, the DU Gelate fleet, though still numerically superior, had its formation shattered and fragmented. More importantly, their command flagship, in order to better coordinate the entire fleet, had exposed itself in a relatively vulnerable position.
All ships hear this. Salahar's voice spread across the combined fleet through the communication channel. Ragna fleet will feign a frontal assault to draw enemy attention. All assault squadrons prepare to deliver the final strike on the enemy command flagship. Received. The replies from ship captains came one after another. The Ragna fleet opened fire with full intensity, a torrent of firepower pouring into the enemy's front.
The DU Gelate's attention was drawn by this fierce barrage, and the forces guarding the command flagship began shifting forward.
At that critical moment, Salahar seized the opportunity. Now! Target the enemy command flagship. Concentrate all fire.
The unyielding blade and all assault squadrons simultaneously swung their guns, aiming every weapon at that colossal vessel. The guns of over a dozen warships fired together, forming a devastating torrent of energy. The DU Gelate command flagship tried to evade, but its massive size became a fatal weakness. Under such concentrated fire, even the strongest shields could not withstand the assault.
Boo! 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 Continuous explosions echoed across the system.
The enemy fleet's command flagship slowly disintegrated in a sea of fire. With the destruction of the command hub, the entire DU Gelate fleet plunged into unprecedented chaos. Without unified command, each ship group began fighting independently. The combined fleet pounced on the scattered enemy like wolves, sending one ship after another that had lost its command to hell. The originally numerically superior DU Gelate fleet was routed and fled in all directions. Hours later, the orbital space of the Hergula system was littered with the wreckage of dozens of warships, the vast majority belonging to the DU Gelate. The combined fleet had also suffered heavy losses, but compared to the achieved results, these costs were entirely acceptable.
Salahar reseated himself on the command throne, gazing down at the war-torn planet below. Though orbital supremacy had been secured, sporadic fighting continued to break out. Some DU Gelate warships had fragmented into small groups, using debris and asteroids as cover to continue their resistance.
Exploding wreckage and stray rounds formed a deadly blockade in orbit.
Any force attempting a conventional landing would face enormous danger. Captain John. At your command, my lord. Prepare the first wave of orbital drop operations. Salahar stood. Open a landing zone for the follow-up forces. Understood.
Captain John immediately turned and shouted into the communication system, all ships attention.
All landing forces go to condition. Repeat, all landing forces go to condition 1.
Inside the launch pod of the unyielding blade, the black drop pods were neatly arranged, resembling cannonballs about to be fired. Outside, the deafening sound of explosions reverberated, the remnants of the Helgrathian warships in orbit making their last desperate struggles. Through the observation window of the pod, flickering flames and whizzing metal debris could be seen in the void. Salahar stood in the center of the launch pod, his black power armor gleaming with a cold luster under the dim lights. His golden eyes scanned each Astartes before him. These battle-hardened warriors were conducting their final equipment checks. Raven, Salahar's voice echoed within the pod. Here, my lord. Raven immediately stepped forward, a steady echo emanating from beneath his hood. You will lead the first squad targeting the No. 3 air defense position. That area has the densest firepower and serves as the enemy's core defensive node. Salahar pointed to a red marker on the holographic projection. Raven nodded without hesitation. Understood. Salahar turned to the other Astartes. Carl, Leo, you will follow me. Our target is the No. 1 position. The young Carl and Leo straightened their bodies immediately. This was their first time participating in such a large-scale airborne operation, and they felt both excitement and tension. But they worked hard to appear as calm as the veterans. Remember, Salahar's voice grew more serious. Our mission is to open a path for the follow-up troops to fight swiftly and decisively. Do not linger in battle. Yes, all Astartes responded in unison. The alarm lights in the pod began to flash the red glow, making everyone's faces appear fierce. All personnel enter the drop pods. The voice of the technical sergeant came through the loudspeaker. The Astartes quickly entered their respective drop pods. Salahar was the last to enter the drop pod, the hatch slowly closing behind him. In the confined space, the only sounds were the hum of the life support systems and his heavy breathing. Salahar closed his eyes, recalling the ground defense layout he had just seen. The enemy's air defense positions were arranged in a triangular formation, each equipped with heavy energy cannons and missile launchers. This would be a hard battle. Launch countdown begins. Captain John's voice came through the communicator. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. The immense thrust instantly pressed Salahar into his seat. The drop pod shot out like a cannonball, rushing towards the war-torn planet below. Debris and stray bullets flew past him. A massive piece of metal grazed Salahar's drop pod, leaving a deep scratch on the hull. Entering the atmosphere. The navigator's report came through the communicator. The drop pod began to shake violently, the high temperatures generated by the friction with the atmosphere causing the internal temperature to rise sharply.
The surface of Helgra gradually came into clear view. It was a heavily polluted world with a bizarre dark red sky and the ground littered with massive buildings and factories belching black smoke. Target detected. Raven's voice came through the comm channel. The enemy's air defense position is just ahead. Salahal saw those air defense positions through the window. They crouched on the ground like iron behemoths, their massive energy cannon barrels pointing toward the sky. The area around the positions was densely populated with various defensive fortifications and fire points. Suddenly the ground's air defense weapons opened fire. Countless green energy beams shot into the sky, weaving a deadly web around the drop pod. Prepare for landing. Target no. 1 position. Salahal looked at the ever-approaching ground. The no.
1 air defense position was a massive steel fortress surrounded by high walls and barbed wire. In the center of the position was a super-heavy energy cannon with a caliber of 5 meters constantly firing at the sky. Salahal's drop pod crashed down towards the core area of the position with tremendous force. The massive impact created a deep pit in the ground, the surrounding Helgrathian soldiers being toppled by the shockwave. As the hatch exploded open, what Salahal saw was not panicked enemies but a death web woven from crossfire. Dozens of fire points opened fire simultaneously, searing energy beams and high-velocity kinetic projectiles raining down like a torrential downpour. The power of these weapons was enough to make the alarms of his power armor emit piercing shrieks. Salahal instantly rolled out of the drop pod using the pod's body as cover. Energy beams exploded around him, creating dazzling sparks on his adamantium armor. Carl. Leo. Suppress the left side fire point. Salahal ordered while shooting. Carl and Leo charged out of the drop pod, immediately meeting a hail of concentrated fire. Carl's shoulder armor was struck by an energy projectile, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the armor's surface. Damn! Carl cursed, raising his explosive round gun to retaliate. Leo, holding a tactical shield, charged in front, providing cover for his comrades. His shield flickered continuously under the enemy's fire, the energy shield system emitting overloading warnings. Salahal observed the battlefield situation. These Helgrathian soldiers were not the primitive beasts he had imagined, but rather a well-trained elite force. The weapons they employed were powerful and their tactical coordination was quite impressive. These aliens learn quickly, Salahal thought to himself. A heavily armored Helgrathian soldier jumped out from behind cover, charging at Salahal with a massive energy battle axe. This alien stood nearly 3 meters tall, covered in heavy armor, making a heavy metallic clanking sound as it moved. Salahal did not retreat. He drew his power sword and charged toward the enemy. The two clashed in midair, the collision of their weapons creating dazzling sparks. The strength of the Helgrathian was indeed formidable, but Salahal's combat skills easily overwhelmed the opponent. The power sword danced in Salahal's hands like a living thing, precisely slicing through the gaps in the enemy's armor. The Helgrathian let out a painful roar, red blood gushing from the wound. Salahal gave the enemy no chance to counterattack, stabbing through the opponent's chest with 1 thrust. Meanwhile, Carl and Leo were also engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. Leo knocked down a Helgrathian shooter with his shield, then ended the opponent's life with a chainsword. Carl was in close combat with 2 enemies, his fighting skills perfectly demonstrated in this real battle. After 10 minutes of fighting, the Astartes finally eliminated all enemies at the no. 1 position. No. 1 position cleared. Salahal reported through the comm channel. No. 3 position cleared. Raven's voice followed. We encountered an alien scion and several were severely injured. My lord, the enemy's reaction speed is very fast. Raven spoke through the comm channel. Salahal nodded. This confirmed his judgment. The Helgrathians had indeed learned a lot during the 10 years of war. Immediately established defensive positions to open a landing corridor for the follow-up troops. Salahal issued a new order. The Astartes swiftly took action, using captured enemy weapons and fortifications to establish defenses. They cleared several relatively safe areas with overwhelming force, preparing for the landing of the main force. Half an hour later, countless black dots appeared in the sky. Those were the landing ships of the Ragnar forces and auxiliary troops, bravely charging towards the surface despite the remnants of the enemy's air defenses. All landing ships prepare to land at designated coordinates. Salahal's voice rang through the comm channel. The first batch of landing ships successfully landed, and thousands of Ragnar soldiers and auxiliary troops poured out from the hatch. They quickly occupied the safe areas cleared by the Astartes and began constructing larger defensive positions. Colonel Hope emerged from a landing ship, his face showing the expression of having survived a catastrophe. During the landing, their landing ship was hit by the enemy's air defense fire and nearly crashed. My lord Salahal. Colonel Hope revealed an expression of admiration upon seeing Salahal. You and your warriors have created a miracle. Salahal removed his helmet, revealing his stern countenance. This is just the beginning, Colonel. Salahal's voice was calm. The real test is yet to come. More landing ships continued to descend from the sky, rapidly expanding the size of the beachhead. Engineers began to set up communication equipment and heavy weapons while medics were busy treating the wounded.
Salahar stood on a high ground surveying the entire landing area.
He activated the communication system and issued the first command to all ground troops based on the landing site: consolidate the defensive line and prepare for an offensive. The artillery fire at the beachhead gradually faded, replaced by the sound of footsteps and the rumble of tracks grinding against the ground.
The joint forces began advancing inland, their target the first satellite city. Salahar gazed at the eerie city in the distance.
It was not a city in the traditional sense, but rather something akin to a colossal organism. The buildings exhibited twisted biological forms, as if a morbid fusion of bone and metal. Towering spires stretched skyward like tentacles, while the lowlying clusters resembled the backs of giant beetles, their surfaces riddled with countless openings.
This terrain will be the death of us.
Colonel Hope walked up to Salahar, his voice laced with obvious concern.
Our armored vehicles simply cannot operate in such a complex environment. Salahar nodded.
He had long anticipated that ground combat would prove far more difficult than space warfare.
Raven. Salahar activated his communicator. Hear my lord.
Raven's voice came through the communicator.
Lead your squad into the city from the left flank. Locate and destroy the enemy's command node. Understood.
Salahar turned to Hope. Have your men advance alongside the Ragna forces. If you run into tough opposition, call for orbital support or contact us.
The advance began.
The joint forces surged like a tide of steel toward the city's edge. But they soon discovered that this city was built for defense. The first problem was the paths. Traditional streets were blocked by various obstacles, and the passages that seemed passable often led to dead ends or traps.
Ragna's scouts attempted to find a suitable assault route, but several attempts ended in failure. Damn xenos.
General Carlson cursed over the communicator.
They've turned the entire city into a fortress. Salahar did not respond.
He was studying the city's layout from high-altitude reconnaissance images.
These Hellblats had indeed learned a great deal.
In the decade-long war, they had not only mastered human weapons technology but also developed their own unique defensive philosophy. Suddenly the communicator erupted with rapid gunfire and explosions.
Contact. Third Company requests support. A Ragna officer's voice was filled with panic. Salahar immediately pulled up the tactical display.
Third Company's position was in the southeast corner of the city, which should have been the weakest defensive area.
What's the situation? Salahar ordered. The enemy is attacking from underground.
They've dug tunnels and are emerging right beneath our feet.
Salahar frowned.
This tactic was not unfamiliar to him, but the Hellblat's execution efficiency exceeded his expectations.
Tosaka, what do you sense?
The librarian closed his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. My lord, the entire city is saturated with psychic fluctuations. They are using some method to coordinate the movements of all their forces. This explained why the enemy reacted so swiftly.
Carl Rio, follow me.
The three quickly moved toward Third Company's position. Through the sensors of his power armor, Salahar could hear the intense firefight in the distance. The explosions of energy weapons rose and fell, mingled with the screams of human soldiers and the roars of Hellblats. When they arrived at the scene, the sight was shocking.
Third Company's soldiers were trapped in the center of a narrow plaza with enemy firing points on every surrounding building.
Even more terrifying, holes were constantly opening in the ground, and Hellblats surged out from underground like ants.
Suppressing fire. Salahar raised his bolter and opened fire at the nearest enemy position. The rounds exploded against the building's surface, sending several Hellblats flying from their cover. Carl and Rio immediately dispersed, attacking the enemy from both flanks. But they soon discovered that the Hellblat's equipment was far superior to what intelligence had indicated. A heavy Hellblat infantryman leaped out from behind cover, wielding a small energy cannon, and fired directly at Carl.
A powerful green beam struck Carl's breastplate, the immense force knocking him to the ground.
Damn!
Carl shouted into the communicator while returning fire with his bolter.
Rio's situation was no better. 3 Hellblats had surrounded him, their coordination impeccable. One attacked from the front to draw attention, while the other 2 launched a flanking assault from the sides. Salahar realized something was wrong. These enemies possessed tactical acumen far beyond expectations.
On the other side of the city, a vanguard squad of 3 newly ascended Astartes was suffering an unprecedented onslaught.
Encountering flying units.
Were surrounded. A panicked urgent call came through the communicator from one of the neophytes, the background filled with screeching energy blasts and the grinding of metal. On Salahar's tactical display, the 3 green dots representing that squad flickered wildly, one of them already turning red, indicating critical damage.
The Hellblats had used the complex building structures to create a perfect crossfire network. And now the psychics descending from above turned the ambush into a massacre. Three-winged Hellblats, their eyes flickering with an ominous purple light dove from high altitude, forming a triangular formation that trapped the three neophytes in a narrow rubble-strewn plaza. First Battalion has lost over half its strength. Colonel Hope's voice rang out almost simultaneously on the main command channel, laced with obvious shock. The enemy's firepower density exceeds all estimates. Salahar gritted his teeth. He began to understand why the Ragna Commonwealth had suffered repeated defeats in the 10-year war. These Hellblats had evolved into fearsome enemies. He immediately tried to contact the nearest combat unit, but the communications were already jammed by intense psychic interference. In the rubble plaza, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Though the three neophytes possessed superhuman physiques and advanced equipment, they were like toddlers before the three alien psychics. One psychic attacked from the front, unleashing purple lightning from both hands, forcing the Astartes to seek cover. The other two flanked at high speed from left and right, their claws wrapped in twisted energy, each strike leaving deep scorch marks on the power armor. A neophyte tried to return fire with his bolter, but his movements were as slow as an ox in the psychic's perception. An invisible mental blast struck him, freezing him in place. The next second, an energy claw pierced through his breastplate. The power armor's life support system let out a brief mournful whine before falling silent. Rost! Another neophyte roared in fury, but his own situation was equally precarious. His power armor was damaged in multiple places, alarms blaring in a cacophony. Just then a guttural war cry thundered through the ruins like a thunderclap. For the Emperor! A massive figure smashed into the plaza like a battering. It was Sidra's. His colossal body kicked up a gust of wind as he charged, the power axe in his hand crackling with electricity, sending one of the flanking psychics flying. At almost the same moment, a psychic shield materialized in front of the two surviving neophytes, barely blocking a lethal bolt of purple lightning. Tosaka emerged from behind a collapsed wall, his eyes glowing beneath his hood as he engaged in a silent confrontation with the alien in the sky. Cedra's appearance disrupted the Hellblat's attack rhythm. His combat style was brutal and direct, relying on sheer strength and fearless courage as he relentlessly hacked at the psychic he had knocked down. That alien psychic, clearly unaccustomed to such an irrational opponent, could only dodge awkwardly in the air. Tosaka's support was even more critical. Alone he held off the remaining two psychics. Though his years of suppressed power made the struggle somewhat arduous, his accumulated experience and willpower far surpassed those of the xenos. He bought precious breathing room for Sidra's and the surviving neophytes. Finally Tosaka's wary but steady voice came through Salahar's channel. "My lord, the enemy psychics in the target area have been neutralized. But one neophyte is dead. One is critically wounded. We need Ioka's assistance." Salahar's face betrayed no emotion, but his clenched fists revealed the turmoil within. "Ioka's Tosaka needs your help." "Understood, my lord," Iokas replied. He knew he could not afford to delay any longer. "Raven." "Here, my lord." Raven's voice came immediately. "Lead your squad and infiltrate the enemy's rear. Locate and destroy their command center and supply lines." "Understood." Salahar turned to Colonel Hope. "Have your troops launch a frontal assault while using flamethrowers and demolition charges to systematically seal off the enemy's underground tunnel network." "Yes, sir." Colonel Hope immediately began redeploying his forces. Raven's squad slipped into the depths of the city like ghosts. They avoided the main thoroughfares, using the complex structures of the buildings as cover, systematically destroying enemy rally points one after another. Each precise strike significantly reduced the pressure on the front lines. Meanwhile, the auxiliary forces began using flamethrowers against the underground tunnel network. Blazing flames snaked into the earth like vipers, reducing the hidden enemies to charred remains. The roar of demolition charges echoed continuously, sealing off vast sections of the underground passages. Salahar stood on a high point, directing this complex multidimensional war. His tactical genius shone brilliantly in this combined arms operation. Through his binoculars, Ragnar's General Carlson observed the battlefield, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. In his decades of military service, he had never witnessed such masterful tactics. Salahar had maximized the strengths of each unit, turning what had been disparate forces into a cohesive whole. As the tactics deepened, the Hellblat's vaunted defense system began to crumble. Their underground network was destroyed, command nodes eliminated, supply lines severed. Though their soldiers remained fierce, the uncoordinated alien forces increasingly fell into isolated fighting. After 6 hours of bloody combat, the first satellite city finally fell. The Joint Forces banner flew high atop the tallest building in the city center. Salahar stood amid the ruins, surveying the devastation. The cost of this victory was heavier than anticipated, but it also made everyone realize the true strength of the enemy. General Carlson approached Salahar, his eyes filled with relief at having survived and profound respect. "Without you, we would never have won this battle." Carlson's voice carried genuine gratitude. Salahar removed his helmet, revealing his stern features. This is only the beginning, General. The true test lies ahead. Deep within the capital of Helgila Star, a tense atmosphere enveloped the vast war room. Surrounding the obsidian roundtable stood dozens of high-ranking commanders from the Helgrath race, their manes shimmering under the dim light. Wormgale slowly rose from his throne, his towering 3-meter frame casting a huge shadow in the war room. His burning eyes swept over each subordinate present, his voice rumbling like thunder in the stone chamber. Helgila has been the site of over 40 major campaigns throughout history, filled with tales of triumph and tragedy. Historians have long noted that it is on this ancient battlefield where the rise and fall of countless dynasties have been determined, hence the saying of reaching for the stars. He lightly tapped his claws on the war table, producing a clear metallic sound. The holographic projection displayed the defensive layout of the entire planet with dense clusters of red markers representing their military forces. It was also in Helgila that I had the honor of leading hundreds of thousands of warriors to conquer the human coalition with a resounding victory. The commanders present roared in unison, a tribute to their leaders' achievements. The victory from 10 years ago transformed their entire race from conquerors to the conquered. Wormgale's voice suddenly grew heavier. I do not understand why everyone insists on discussing the past entrapments as if this ancient battlefield of Helgila is destined to bring us misfortune. 10 years ago I set forth from Helgila, embarking on the second conquest, thus unifying the region. Wherever our army arrived, the populace welcomed us wholeheartedly. It truly seemed like we had the heavens on our side, the vitality and thriving nature of that time still vivid in my mind. Yet in just 10 short years has this place now transformed into our burial ground. Regardless, our forces in this battle stand at 800,000 against 200,000 with the advantage on our side. Zekras, what do you think? All eyes turned to the relatively smaller figure in the corner of the conference room. Zekras' deep black mane stood out sharply under the lights, his wings slightly trembling behind him, revealing his inner unease. He stepped forward slowly, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. Your Highness, your insight is profound. Just as he finished speaking, a burly warrior strode to the table, thumping it heavily. Our king speaks the truth. We have 800,000 troops, they only have 200,000. With a fourfold advantage in numbers, what is there to worry about? Indeed. Another commander echoed, though those human forces are well equipped, we are fighting on our own land with the geographical advantage. Moreover, their fleet has suffered heavy losses in the orbital battles. A third commander added, there are now few warships left capable of providing them with fire support. Wormgale nodded in satisfaction, yet his gaze remained fixed on Zekras. The calmness of this psychic was unsettling him. Zekras, I need to hear your true thoughts. Wormgale's tone grew serious. As our race's most powerful seer, you must have seen something. Zekras fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. My king, I do sense some unusual fluctuations. The conference room fell silent instantly, everyone holding their breath. The commander of that human fleet possesses a certain power. Zekras' voice carried a clear hint of confusion. It is not ordinary spiritual energy, but something much older, much deeper. A young commander growled impatiently. What, old or young? Humans are humans. We have been killing them for 10 years. Are we still afraid of them? Exactly. The other commanders joined in. Our warriors have been tempered by 10 years of war and are no longer the weak ones who were enslaved by humans. Wormgale raised his hand, signaling for silence. He approached the holographic projection, scrutinizing the deployment of both enemy and ally. Zekras' concerns are not without merit. His voice deepened, but as you all have mentioned, we possess an overwhelming numerical advantage. He turned to face everyone, his eyes burning with resolute light. Relay my orders. Consolidate all peripheral forces and concentrate the main force around Helgila City. We will fight to the death here on the land of our ancestors against the enemy. Fight to the death. All the commanders shouted in unison, their voices thundering through the war room. Fight to the death. The roars crescendoed, shaking the entire building. Wormgale watched the reaction of his subordinates with satisfaction, yet deep inside a voice kept reminding him this war may not be as simple as they envisioned. Meanwhile, on a high ground, Sarahal stood within a temporary command center, gazing at the distant massive black city. The enemy has begun to consolidate their forces. Raven approached him, a hint of excitement in his voice. It seems they are preparing for a decisive battle there. Sarahal nodded, golden eyes shimmering with the light of contemplation. Through the battles of the past few days he had fully recognized the strength of these Helgrath people. Tosaka, what do you sense? Sarahal inquired. The head of the think tank closed his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. My lord, the entire city is protected by a powerful spiritual energy shield. Moreover, I can sense an extremely powerful psychic at the center of the city. Whoever he is, let me deal with him. Cedras said loudly. Don't be hasty. Sarahal shook his head. The strength of the enemy in this decisive battle cannot be underestimated. He turned to face all the commanders inside the tent, his voice firm and powerful. Gentlemen, the final battle is about to begin.
The enemy has chosen to fight us to the death in their capital, which suits my intentions perfectly. General Carlson stepped forward. My Lord Sarahal, our forces are indeed at a disadvantage. But I believe under your command we will surely achieve victory. Sarahal's gaze swept over each person present. This war is not only to save Helgila. It is also to declare to the entire Ragnar Rift that the Empire will never fear any enemy. Helgelra city lay like a slumbering behemoth crouched in the depths of a vast canyon. Salahar stood on the observation platform of the makeshift command center, gazing through a high-powered telescope at the distant black fortress. The entire city was surrounded by sheer cliffs with only 2 narrow passages leading inside, each blocked by heavy fortifications. Even more troubling, a faint blue energy shield enveloped the entire city like a massive dome. By the Emperor above, Colonel Hope said as he approached Salahar, his voice tinged with unmistakable shock. This is nothing short of a natural fortress. Salahar lowered the telescope, his expression grave. In years of warfare he had witnessed countless formidable fortresses, but few like Helgelra occupied such a strategic position. The terrain of the canyon made it impossible for large armored units to deploy, while the energy shield negated the advantages of orbital firepower. Raven. Salahar activated the communicator. Yes, my lord. Raven's voice came through immediately. What is the enemy's deployment situation? All peripheral outposts have been cleared and the enemy forces have fully retreated into the main city. According to our observations, at least 600,000 Helgrathans are gathered there. Raven's tone carried a hint of concern. They are clearly preparing for a decisive battle here. Salahar nodded. This was precisely the scenario he had anticipated. The leader of the Helgrathans was evidently no fool. He had chosen the battlefield most advantageous to himself. Tosaka, what do you sense? Salahar inquired. The head of the think tank closed his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. My lord, the energy intensity of that shield exceeds my expectations. Moreover, I can sense an extremely powerful source of spiritual energy at the center of the city. How powerful? More powerful than any energy user I have ever encountered. Tosaka opened his eyes, a flicker of unease crossing his gaze. Salahar remained silent for a moment. It seemed this final battle would be more challenging than he had imagined. General Carlson. Salahar turned to the commander of Ragna. Yes, my lord. Carlson stepped forward immediately. Deploy the heavy artillery positions at once. I want sustained bombardment on that shield to deplete its energy. Understood. Carlson turned to relay the orders. Soon the combined forces began establishing a siege around Helgelra city. Dozens of heavy cannons were dragged into position, all aimed at the energy shield above the city. Meanwhile, the battleships in orbit adjusted their attack angles, preparing for a saturation bombardment. Fire! Salahar's command echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, dozens of searing energy beams and shells rained down upon the shield. The massive explosions reverberated through the canyon, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the shield. But frustratingly, such intense attacks only made the shield flicker slightly before quickly returning to its original state. Damn! Colonel Hope couldn't help but curse. The strength of this shield is terrifying. Salahar said nothing, but he understood in his heart that a direct assault alone would not penetrate this defense. At that moment, a hurried report came through the communicator. Command Center. We are under attack. The enemy has emerged from underground. Salahar immediately called up the tactical display screen. Behind the siege, several red dots were moving rapidly. Those were the Helgrathan assault troops who had used underground tunnels to bypass the combined forces. The 2nd Artillery Battalion requests assistance. There are too many enemies. The logistics base is under attack. They are sabotaging our supply lines. A series of distress signals came in from all directions. Salahar realized that the enemy had not chosen to passively defend but was taking the initiative to disrupt the siege. Raven, lead your squad to support the 2nd Artillery Battalion. Salahar quickly issued orders. Cedras, you are in charge of defending the logistics base. Understood. Both responded simultaneously. A complex battle of offense and defense began. The combined forces had to maintain bombardment on Helgelra city while also dealing with continuous attacks from underground. The tactics of the Helgrathans were quite shrewd. They always chose the most critical moments to launch attacks, forcing Salahar to continuously redeploy his forces. Hours later, Kerfalos' holographic projection appeared in the command center. My lord Salahar, I have made an important discovery. The synthesized voice of the Grand Sage carried a distinct excitement. Speak. Salahar replied succinctly. By analyzing the energy frequency of the enemy's shield, I have deduced the approximate location of the shield generator. Kerfalos displayed a detailed scan report. It is located within the tallest building at the center of the city. Salahar carefully examined the report. That building indeed stood as the highest point in the city, resembling a gigantic black spire from the outside. However, Kerfalah's tone turned serious. The defenses there are exceptionally tight. I detected at least 12 heavy fire points along with an unknown number of energy shields. Tosaka added, and that powerful spiritual energy is located within that building. Any approaching forces would suffer devastating counterattacks. Salahar fell into deep thought. Assaulting the shield generator was undoubtedly the most direct method, but the cost could be the complete annihilation of the entire assault force. He needed to find a more cunning way. Time was not on their side. The Helgrathans clearly intended to wear down the combined forces through attrition, and the current situation was indeed favorable to them. Cease bombardment, Salahar suddenly said. Everyone was taken aback. Colonel Hope asked in confusion, "My lord, are we giving up the attack?" No, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Salahar's eyes. Continuing direct attacks will only waste our strength. We need to identify the enemy's weaknesses. Turn to Raven. Deploy all reconnaissance teams to carefully search the terrain surrounding the canyon. I need to know if there are any other routes into the city apart from those two main passages. Understood. Raven immediately took action. Tosaka, I need you to attempt to penetrate that shield and probe the internal situation. But be careful not to expose yourself. The head of the think tank bowed deeply. I will do my best. With the orders given, the entire combined forces began a new round of preparations. Salahar knew that facing such a solid fortress, only by finding that crucial singularity could they turn the tide of battle. As night fell, Helgelra city shimmered with an eerie glow in the darkness. Salahar stood alone outside the command center, gazing at the distant enemy city. We will find a way, Salahar said to himself. My lord, we have discovered an ancient lava tube. Lei Wen's voice came through the communicator, carrying a hint of barely suppressed excitement. Salahar immediately shifted his attention from the main tactical screen, and a geological survey report just transmitted by the reconnaissance squad overlaid the entire display interface. Where is it located? On the western side of the canyon, several kilometers from the city center. Lei Wen's report was precise and efficient. This tube appears to be a relic of ancient volcanic activity. Based on the geological structure, it should lead directly beneath the area where the shield generator is situated. But my lord, this path is extremely dangerous. Salahar's gaze slowly moved across the scanned data, his mind functioning like a supremely efficient logic engine, rapidly analyzing the feasibility and risks of this route. The tube did exist, and its path perfectly circumvented the city's desperate frontal defensive system. However, as Lei Wen had emphasized, the danger was extreme. What specific dangers are there? The tube is filled with high-temperature toxic gases and unstable energy fields. According to the probe readings, temperatures in some areas exceed 300 degrees Celsius, accompanied by intense geological radiation. Lei Wen's voice paused, growing more solemn. Most importantly, the internal structure of the tube is complex and narrow. Large equipment cannot enter it. Most it can accommodate a single squad on foot. Just then Tosaka's weary yet clear voice sounded over the calm channel. My lord, I have just conducted a preliminary psychic probe of that tube. Beyond the harsh physical environment, I also sensed signs of life. Something immense, filled with primal hunger and ferocity. Salahar fell into a brief silence. I will lead the team myself. Salahar made the decision. My lord. Lei Wen's voice instantly became urgent, a rare display of emotion. This is too dangerous. Please allow me to undertake this mission in your stead. No. Tosaka must accompany us. I need his psychic senses to navigate unknown threats. And you, Lei Wen, are the sharpest spearhead of this operation. We must go together. Colonel Hope strode quickly to Salahar's side, his weathered face etched with worry. My lord, if you encounter misfortune underground, the entire joint forces command structure will. Precisely for that reason, this mission must succeed. Salahar turned his gaze, sweeping over everyone in the command post. If we continue to stalemate the enemy here, it is only a matter of time before we are ground down. Now it is time to put all our chips on the table. He activated the fleet-wide communication system, his voice clearly reaching every combat unit. All units, attention. Prepare for a general assault. The target is the main entrance of Helgelra city. I want the enemy's full attention drawn to the frontal battlefield. Understood. Responses from various unit commanders echoed. Salahar turned to the Astartes beside him. Lei Wen, bring your squad. Tosaka, you come too. We are going on a special hunt. Understood. 1 hour later, the joint forces launched a thunderous assault on Helgelra. Fierce artillery erupted from 3 directions simultaneously, and Ragnar's infantry, under the cover of bombardment, surged like a tidal wave toward the city's entrance. Beneath the deafening roar of gunfire, Salahar led the assault team quietly to the inconspicuous entrance of the lava tube on the western side of the canyon. The mouth was concealed by a massive rock inside pitch black like the gaping throat of a colossal beast. The environmental control system of the power armor has been adjusted to maximum power. Kruger's voice came through the communicator marked by a technician's precision. But according to simulations, even so, your activity time inside the tube should not exceed 3 hours.
Salahar nodded, checking his bolter and the power sword at his waist.
Remember, our target is the energy core of the shield generator.
Salahar issued the final instructions to the squad. Understood. 9 warriors answered in unison. Salahar was the first to bend down and enter the cave.
Instantly a scorching blast of air mixed with sulfur and metallic tang hit him. The power armor's alarm system immediately emitted a low hum. On the helmet display, the external temperature reading was climbing at an alarming rate.
The rock walls were covered with various mineral crystals reflecting eerie light under the helmet lamps.
The air was thick and oppressive, each breath felt like inhaling scorching gravel.
Maintain formation, watch your step. Salahar's voice sounded over the squad channel. They descended along the winding tube, each step crunching on shattered volcanic rock. A deathly silence surrounded them, broken only by their own footsteps and breathing.
Suddenly Lei at the front of the formation stopped and raised a fist.
What is it? Salahar asked in a low voice.
Vibrations. Lei's voice was grave. Coming from beneath our feet.
Almost as he finished speaking, Tosaka's voice rang out urgently, be careful. Something is coming. Right below. Boom.
The ground beneath the assault team exploded violently, sending rocks flying. 3 colossal creatures, each the size of a small armored vehicle, burst forth. They resembled giant mole rats, but their bodies were covered in hard rock like carapaces. They had no eyes, only terrifying maws lined with rows of jagged teeth. These subterranean creatures moved with astonishing speed. One lunged at an Astartes on the flank, its massive forelimbs striking with devastating force.
Clang!
The Astartes reacted instantly, raising his bolter to block, but the sheer force sent him crashing into the rock wall.
Open fire! Salahar roared, his bolter spitting flames first. Bolt struck the creature's carapace, exploding in sparks but leaving only shallow white marks.
These creatures' defenses were beyond imagination.
Their shells are too hard. Use chainswords. Lei bellowed, drawing his chainsword and charging forward.
The narrow tube instantly became a bloody slaughterhouse. These eyeless monsters relied entirely on vibrations and sound to locate their targets. Each strike was precise and lethal.
The Astartes were forced into close quarters combat with these behemoths in the confined space. Salahar dodged a bite, thrusting his power sword precisely into the gap between the creature's lower jaw and its carapace.
The disruption field instantly vaporized the creature's brain tissue, leaving only a charred cavity.
Meanwhile, Lei and 2 warriors fought another monster.
The chainsword screeched against the carapace, showering sparks but with little effect.
Until a warrior seized an opportunity and shoved a grenade into the monster's mouth.
The violent explosion blasted the upper half of the creature apart, splattering blood and flesh across the entire tunnel. After dealing with 2, the last creature seemed to feel fear, letting out a piercing shriek before burrowing back into the ground and vanishing.
Keep moving. After another grueling half-hour trek, they finally reached the end of the tube.
Tosaka closed his eyes, focused for a moment, and nodded to Salahar, my lord, this is the place.
The target is directly above us. Salahar looked up at the thick alloy ceiling, sensing the rhythmic pulse of energy emanating from above.
He turned to Lei, blow this open right here. Several Astartes quickly placed the high explosive charges they carried beneath the floor panel Tosaka had indicated.
Everyone fall back.
Prepare for impact.
Salahar ordered. As the countdown ended, Lei pressed the detonator. Boom!
A muffled yet devastating explosion occurred, tearing an irregular breach in the thick alloy floor.
The bright lights and piercing alarms of the core chamber poured down instantly. Boom!
Amidst the deafening roar, several high-energy explosives detonated simultaneously, blasting a massive hole in the several meter-thick alloy floor. Scorching metal fragments rained down like a storm, and alarm bells along with the roars of the alien creatures suddenly echoed from above.
They're here.
Raven raised his explosive rifle, vigilantly watching the hole above.
We don't have time to linger. Up!
Before the words could fade, he was the first to leap up, his body shooting into the core chamber above like a black cannonball, with the others following closely behind.
The scene inside the core chamber was even more complex than they had anticipated.
It was not just a massive generator, but a vast system comprised of countless pipes, cables, and control panels. Dozens of heavily armored Helgrathans had already reacted, raising their energy weapons to aim at the hole through which they had just burst forth.
For the Emperor!
A rookie shouted angrily, charging directly at the nearest enemy, using his body to shield the commander from the first wave of fire.
Scatter! Search for the core chamber! Salahar did not look back, his command was crystal clear amidst the fierce gunfire.
The assault team immediately split into several combat groups engaging in fierce battles with the tide of incoming enemies. The combat power of these enemies was far beyond that of ordinary soldiers. They coordinated seamlessly with ferocious firepower and even understood how to tactically evade using the complex environment.
Left flank.
They have heavy weapons. A soldier shouted in the channel as an energy cannon hit his chestplate, sending him flying back, the alarm on his power armor screeching sharp.
Salahar was accurately targeting with his explosive rifle while swiftly maneuvering through the complex corridors. "Follow me," he growled into the communicator. They dared not linger anywhere. Once entangled with the enemies, they would be overwhelmed by the relentless reinforcements.
It was a race against time. Around another corner, 3 aliens wielding energy spears leaped out of the shadows, their attack angles sharp and vicious, aimed directly at the gaps in the formation. Raven reacted swiftly, his chainsaw sword slicing through the air in a perfect arc, instantly severing 2 enemies into pieces. But the third enemy successfully broke through the defense, thrusting his spear towards the following Tosaka.
"Watch out!"
And Astartes suddenly pushed Tosaka aside, taking the fatal blow with his own chest. The energy spear struck his power armor fiercely, producing a sound of metallic distortion that sent chills down the spine. The energy field of the spear exploded in a brilliant spark against the heavy ceramic armor, but it did not completely penetrate. Nonetheless, the immense impact still sent him staggering back, leaving a horrifying dent in his breastplate, and the alarm system of the power armor wailed in distress. The alien clearly did not expect his full-force strike to be blocked. Just as he was about to withdraw his spear for another attack, the rookie let out a furious roar, ignoring the intense pain in his chest and the alarms from his system, and swung his chainsaw sword faster, cleaving the ambusher and his weapon in half. Chunks of flesh and metal splattered across the narrow corridor.
"Keep moving."
After paying a heavy price, they finally broke through several lines of defense and reached a massive alloy door.
The door shimmered with complex runes, and a chilling wave of energy emanated from behind it. "This is it," Tosaka panted, his face paler than ever behind the door. "There are psychics. One of them is the one I sensed on the track before. Blow it open."
Raven placed a thermite bomb against the massive door and quickly retreated.
Boom!
The massive alloy door was blown inward, and the sight behind it made everyone gasp in shock. It was a gigantic circular hall, and at the center a massive sphere emitting blue light was slowly rotating, connected by countless energy conduits resembling the heart of a colossal beast. In front of that heart, 3 Helgrathan psychics floated in midair, led by the winged Zekras.
Surrounding them stood at least 20 elite alien guards. "I have been waiting for you." Zekras's voice echoed directly in everyone's minds. "Your bravery is commendable, but your journey ends here." "Cut the nonsense." Salahar roared, the first to charge in. The battle erupted instantly. Tosaka immediately confronted Zekras, and the 2 powerful psychics engaged in a silent struggle in the mental realm.
The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze, invisible energy shockwaves radiating outward, causing the metal walls to groan under the unbearable strain.
The other 2 alien psychics targeted the remaining Astartes. Waves of purple lightning and psychic shocks fell like rain. The ferocity of this battle exceeded everyone's imagination.
The Astartes not only had to face the energy weapons in the guards' hands, but also had to constantly guard against the deadly attacks from the psychics. A rookie had just felled a guard with his chainsaw sword when he was struck by an invisible psychic shock, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. In the next moment, 3 energy spears pierced his body from different angles. For the Emperor, he uttered his final whisper, the life indicator on his power armor completely extinguished. Salahar's eyes turned crimson, and after killing the enemy in front of him, he charged directly towards the 2 psychics. He knew that unless he dealt with these spellcasters, they would eventually be worn down here. His power sword cut through the air, carrying Salahar's millennia of rage and sorrow. 1 alien psychic attempted to block with a psychic shield, but Salahar's explosive rifle shot disrupted his casting rhythm, and the power sword followed closely, cleaving him and the control panel behind him in half. The other psychic was alarmed, trying to unleash a more powerful spell. But just as he began to chant, another Astartes rushed up with a determination to die, taking the devastating purple lightning directly with his power armor. Before the lightning turned him to charcoal, he used his last ounce of strength to hurl his combat blade, which accurately pierced the psychic's throat. After eliminating the 2 supporting psychics, the pressure on the battlefield significantly decreased. However, Tosaka's situation was dire. In his conflict with Zekras, he had already begun to bleed from his mouth and nose, evidently at a disadvantage. "You cannot win." Zekras's voice echoed in the mental realm as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Just then Salahar charged from the side. "Your opponent is me." The power sword struck down with the force of thunder, forcing Zekras to interrupt his suppression of Tosaka, flapping his wings to narrowly evade the blow. Salahar and Zekras, one the top warrior and the other the most powerful psychic, engaged in a final deadly duel in the center of the hall. After paying a heavy price, Raven and the remaining warriors finally cleared all the guards. "My lord," Raven shouted, wanting to rush forward to assist.
Protect Tosaka. Destroy the core. Salahar's voice was hoarse yet resolute.
Raven gritted his teeth and immediately led the warriors towards the massive energy core. Seeing this, Zekras panicked. He let out an enraged roar and a powerful psychic storm erupted from him in an attempt to stop Raven and the others. But Salahar kept him firmly occupied with each swing of the chainsaw sword, forcing Zekras to respond with all his might.
Now is the time.
Tosaka expended the last of his strength and a golden psychic barrier unfolded before Raven and the others, blocking the residual waves of the psychic storm. Raven placed all the thermite grenades on the base of the energy core.
Farewell, alien scum. No. Zekras let out a desperate scream.
Seizing the moment of distraction, Salahar thrust his power sword into Zekras' chest. In the next second, a world-shattering explosion occurred. The massive energy core disintegrated in a blinding white light and the devastating shockwave instantly engulfed the entire hall. Above Helgr City, the indestructible energy shield shattered like glass struck by a giant hammer, disintegrating into a shower of light that faded in the crimson sky. At the moment the shield shattered, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence, only to erupt moments later with earth-shattering roars.
Colonel Hop's voice rang out over the communication channel. Charge the entire army. General Carlson's command followed closely behind. Hundreds of thousands of joint forces surged toward Helgrath City like a flood breaking through a dam.
The sounds of armored vehicles, the footsteps of soldiers and the clashing of weapons converged into a symphony of war. The infantry of Ragnar charged at the forefront, brandishing their battle flags and shouting their battle cries of vengeance. The auxiliary troops followed closely behind, with Colonel Hop leading the charge, vowing to avenge their fallen comrades.
Charge! For Ragnar! For the Emperor! Annihilate these alien scum! The shouts echoed and the morale of the soldiers reached an unprecedented peak. But the Helgrathans did not crumble. Without their shield they fought back like cornered beasts, unleashing even more frenzied resistance. Every street turned into a slaughterhouse, every building a blood-soaked fortress. Salahar and the remaining Astartes burst forth from the ruins of the core chamber, their power armor battered and scarred. Raven's shoulder plate was torn apart and blood seeped from beneath Torsaka's hood, yet their fighting spirit remained as solid as rock. "My lord, shall we continue to push toward the throne hall?" Raven asked while shooting.
Of course. They stepped over the corpses and traversed the fiery streets. A squad of heavily armored aliens charged out from the ruins, wielding massive energy weapons aimed at Salahar's team. Without hesitation, Raven charged forward, his chainsword tracing a deadly arc through the air. But the enemy was too numerous. An energy cannon blast struck his chest armor, the immense force sending him flying. "Raven!" Torsaka roared, and a wave of psychic energy instantly shattered 3 aliens into pieces. Raven struggled to rise his power armor, emitting a piercing alarm.
"I'm fine. Stay close to me." Salahar raised his power sword. "We're almost there." They stepped over pools of blood and past the ruins, finally arriving at the heart of the city. The throne hall was right before them, a massive black structure that loomed like an ancient temple, solemn and imposing. Salahar took a deep breath and forcefully pushed open the grand doors of the throne hall. The sight behind the door shocked them. It was a vast circular hall with a dome soaring hundreds of meters high, surrounded by columns intricately carved with complex patterns. At the deepest part of the hall stood a throne crafted from obsidian. Seated upon it was a colossal figure. It was Wormgale, the supreme ruler of the Helgrathans. He stood nearly 4 meters tall, his body adorned with magnificent exoskeletal armor, the surface of which was studded with countless gems that sparkled under the light. He wore a crown of iron upon his head, his eyes burning like smoldering coals as they fixed on the newcomers. On either side of the throne stood a dozen elite guards, their equipment even more refined, each exuding an air of danger. "You have finally arrived." Wormgale slowly rose from his throne, his voice booming like thunder in the hall. "I've been waiting for you." He picked up a massive energy battle axe from beside the throne, the blade emitting a low hum in the air. This weapon was nearly 2 meters long, with intricate energy circuits covering the blade, clearly a weapon of extreme danger. "Are you the commander?" Wormgale's gaze locked onto Salahar. "You don't look like much." Salahar did not respond to his provocation, instead drawing his power sword. "Raven Torsaka." Salahar's voice was calm. "You clear out those minions." "This big guy is mine." "Understood," the others replied in unison. The battle erupted instantly. The guards roared as they surged toward the Astartes, while Wormgale lifted his massive axe, charging at Salahar like a rampaging siege hammer. Raven darted through the ranks of the guards like a flash of lightning, using his superhuman reflexes and strength. Just as a guard thrust his spear forward, Raven sidestepped the chainsword, slicing upward and cleaving both man and armor in two. Another guard swung a warhammer from the side, but Raven deflected it with the ceramic steel armor on his arm, spinning around to fire the explosive round, detonating directly in the guard's face. Torsaka stood in place, his eyes glowing with the light of psychic energy beneath his hood.
He did not unleash a massive psychic storm but instead delivered precise and deadly strikes. A guard charging at the front suddenly froze, lifted into the air by an invisible force, and then smashed against the wall like a rag doll, his bones shattering completely. Another group of guards trying to encircle Raven found the ground beneath them collapsing, suddenly a rift constructed of psychic energy swallowing them whole. These guards, deemed invincible in the eyes of the Ragnar soldiers, appeared as lambs to the slaughter before the Astartes.
Their resistance was valiant but utterly meaningless.
In less than a few minutes more than a dozen guards were slaughtered. Raven flicked the blood and flesh from his chainsword and stood quietly with Torsaka to flank their commander. On the other side of the hall, the battle between Salahar and Wormgale became the true focus. The first clash made Salahar realize the strength of his opponent. Wormgale's power was indeed formidable. Each blow from his energy battle axe held the might to split mountains and shatter stones. Even more terrifying was that his speed belied his massive size, moving as nimbly as a leopard.
Boom! The battle axe slammed down towards Salahar, timely blocked by the power sword.
The immense force generated blinding sparks, and Salahar felt a numbing ache in his arm as cracks appeared in the stone beneath his feet. Wormgale offered no chance for him to catch his breath, continuously swinging the axe to form a web of attacks, each strike carrying the weight of thunder.
Salahar could only keep retreating, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. "Is that all you can do, is evade?" Wormgale taunted. Salahar remained silent. While the aliens were powerful, they also had weaknesses. He relied too heavily on strength and speed, lacking in technique, and his attacks were wild and wide open, leaving vulnerabilities in their wake. The opportunity had arrived. Wormgale's heavy strike missed momentarily, throwing him off balance. Salahar seized the moment, thrusting his power sword toward his opponent's waist. Clang! The power sword struck the exoskeletal armor but only left a shallow mark on its surface. The armor's defensive capabilities exceeded expectations. Wormgale scoffed coldly, countering with an elbow strike aimed at Salahar's chest. Salahar barely dodged but was still swept by the residual force, sliding backward several meters. The battle entered a stalemate phase. The two exchanged blows, engaged in fierce combat. Salahar's technique was superior, but Wormgale's strength and armored defense held the advantage. Finally, Salahar found his opportunity. Wormgale's attack was overly aggressive, causing him to lean too far forward. Instead of retreating, Salahar charged toward the battle axe. The power sword aimed precisely at Wormgale's throat, the weakest point of his armor. Wormgale was startled and desperately leaned back. The power sword grazed his neck, leaving a deep scratch on the armor. Wormgale let out an enraged roar as the battle axe swept toward Salahar. Salahar ducked his head to evade, simultaneously kicking toward his opponent's knee. Wormgale lost his balance, kneeling on one knee. This was the moment Salahar had been waiting for. With the power sword raised high, filled with endless rage and pain, he struck down fiercely. "For the Emperor!" Salahar let out a roar. The power sword accurately hit its mark, severing Wormgale's head along with his crown. The massive head rolled on the ground for a few moments before finally coming to a stop. The throne hall fell into silence in an instant. Salahar raised his bloodied power sword, his voice echoing in the hall, "The battle is over." The battle flag of the United Forces billowed above the ruins of Stellaris City. Salahar stood on the steps of the throne hall, gazing down at the city's desolation. The smoke still rose, but the clamor of battle had ceased. In its place, the thundering cheers of soldiers erupted, echoing from every corner of the city, merging into a symphony of victory. "My lord!" Colonel Hop rushed over. "We have won. However, there are still pockets of resistance." Salahar nodded. "What are the casualties?" he inquired. Hop's expression instantly turned serious. "The auxiliary troops suffered about 40,000 casualties. The Ragna forces faced even heavier losses, nearing 50,000. The specific numbers are still being counted." Salahar remained silent for a moment. Even in victory, the cost was so heavy. "What about the Astartes?" 5 brothers fell, including 1 veteran. Raven's voice came from behind. "They all died heroically." Salahar turned to look at Raven. This old brother, who had followed him for millennia, bore the marks of battle on his powered armor, with the left shoulder's plating nearly shattered, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Their sacrifice will not be forgotten," Salahar said. "Inform Iokas to immediately recover the gene seeds of all fallen brothers." "It's already underway, my lord." Iokas' voice came through the communicator. "I am at the temporary medical station in the eastern district of the city. The recovery of the gene seeds is expected to be completed within a few hours." Salahar descended the steps, stepping over the debris and blood on the ground. On the main street of the city, soldiers of the United Forces were clearing the battlefield. They were transporting the wounded, collecting weapons and equipment, their faces filled with relief from surviving the catastrophe. "My lord Salahar." A group of Ragna soldiers spotted him and immediately halted their work, shouting in unison, "Long live Lord Salahar! Long live the Empire!" The cheers surged and fell and the soldiers' eyes were filled with fervent admiration. Salahar did not linger continuing forward, he had more important matters to attend to.
The industrial district of the city had been completely taken over by Kerfaros tech squad.
Dozens of tech priests were busily dismantling the weapons and equipment of the Hellgraft, sorting valuable technological components.
Lord Salahar, you arrived just in time. The holographic projection of Kerfaros appeared beside a large workbench, his synthetic voice tinged with evident excitement. These alien energy technologies are even more advanced than I expected.
Salahar approached the workbench, observing the various devices displayed upon it.
There were core components of energy weapons, fragments of shield generators, and some mysterious devices he had never seen before.
What specific discoveries have been made?
Their energy conversion efficiency exceeds the Imperial standard by 40%. Kerfaros operated a mechanical arm lifting a glowing crystal. This crystal can store and release vast amounts of energy. If we can successfully replicate it, our weapon's power will be significantly enhanced. Salahar carefully examined the crystal.
It emitted a soft blue glow, and within countless tiny energies seemed to flow.
How long will it take to integrate these technologies into our equipment?
Give me a few months and I can craft a brand new weapon system for your warriors.
Kerfaros spoke confidently. Of course, this is contingent on your ability to provide sufficient raw materials and workspace.
Those are not issues. Salahar nodded. Get to work.
Leaving the industrial district, Salahar arrived at the city's archive. This had originally been a place where the Hellgraft stored important documents, but it had now been taken over by Ragna scholars.
Tosaka stood in front of a row of tall bookshelves holding an ancient parchment. His expression was focused and excited, as if he had discovered something significant.
My lord, you must see this.
Tosaka turned and handed the document to Salahar.
It was a fragmentary star map drawn on special material which still retained clear lines even after the passage of time. The edges of the star map bore ancient characters, a language Salahar had never seen before.
What is this? The Ragna referred to it as the Ancestors' Guidance.
Tosaka explained, according to their legends, this star map points to a mysterious place where the greatest legacy of their ancestors is buried. Salahar studied the markings on the star map closely.
Suddenly his brows furrowed.
These coordinates seemed familiar.
Wait.
He retrieved the crystal ornament acquired from the Lord of Sin, activating the star map projection stored within.
The two star maps overlapped in the air, forming a complete navigation chart.
A glint of sharp light flashed in Salahar's eyes.
They are complementary.
Tosaka exclaimed in awe. The star map of the Lord of Chaos provides the coordinate base, while the Ragna star map outlines the specific path.
Salahar nodded. Now everything made sense. Conquering Helblera was not the goal but a necessary step to obtain this complete star map. Where is the ultimate objective? Tosaka manipulated the projection, enlarging the star map.
Latian, a forest world located at the fringe of the Ragna star system.
What is so special about it?
According to Ragna's records, Latian has been categorized as an absolute forbidden zone for over 1,000 years. Tosaka's voice grew grave. Legends say that it harbors the greatest legacy, but it is also accompanied by the deepest curse.
Salahar pondered deeply.
A world sealed for a millennium, a place of such significance to the Lord of Chaos.
What secrets could it be hiding? My lord, do we really have to go? Tosaka asked. According to the records, the dangers there might exceed our imagination.
Salahar gazed at the star map before him, already knowing the answer in his heart. He had wandered through subspace for 10,000 years, facing countless dangers and challenges, all in search of a power that could change the status quo. Now the opportunity lay before him.
Prepare the fleet. He issued the command. We are going to Latian. Tosaka bowed deeply. As you command, my lord. As night fell, Helblera city slept among the ruins.
But in the camp of the united forces the lights were bright. Salahar stood before the window of the temporary command center, gazing into the distant starry sky.
In that darkness, Latian awaited their arrival. No matter what awaits us there, he said to himself, we must give it a try.
At the edge of the galaxy, Salahar stood on the bridge of the unyielding blade, gazing through the thick armored glass at the forest-covered world ahead. Latian. My lord, the Ragnar fleet has changed course and is returning to the home planet. Captain John's voice rang out on the bridge.
General Carlson has sent a farewell message thanking you for your assistance. Salahar nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the planet ahead.
After several days of travel, they had finally arrived at this world. From an external perspective, Latian was a beautiful forest world, its surface cloaked in dense green vegetation with hardly any signs of human construction.
What are the scan results? Salahar inquired.
Kruger looked up from the technical console. My lord, the energy readings from this planet are quite peculiar.
On the surface everything appears normal, but deep scans reveal a vast amount of metallic structures underground.
Tosaka opened his eyes from his meditative state, his expression under the hood grave. My lord, I can sense some mysterious presence on this planet.
Salahar was about to respond when Raven suddenly turned from the reconnaissance console. My lord. 3 unidentified ships have been detected in Latian's orbit.
The main screen immediately switched to show 3 black silhouettes of ships in the image, their hulls covered in strange modifications and corrosion spots.
When did they arrive? Salahar's voice turned icy.
Based on the residual heat from their engines, they arrived at least several hours before us, Raven reported swiftly. Moreover, my lord, their ships have assumed an offensive posture and all weapon systems are activated.
Salahar's brow furrowed.
The fact that they could arrive at Latian earlier indicated that the other party also had precise coordinate information. This was no coincidence.
Open a communication channel. Channel opened, my lord. Salahar approached the communication station. Unidentified fleet, we are the Imperial Expeditionary Force. State your identity and intentions immediately or we will consider this a hostile act. Silence filled the communication channel. Only the hissing of electronic noise could be heard.
Repeat. Salahar's voice grew more stern. State your identity immediately. Still there was no response. The 3 warships hovered silently above Latian like 3 silent beasts ready to pounce on their prey.
Tosaka suddenly shivered, his face turning pale as paper in an instant.
The eyes under his hood flickered with a painful light as if he had received some kind of mental shock.
Tosaka. Salahar immediately noticed the abnormality of the chief librarian. My lord. Tosaka's voice trembled. There is a familiar sensation. What sensation? Tosaka closed his eyes carefully, sensing the psychic waves emanating from the enemy ships and the planet Latian.
The energy felt so familiar, filled with the aura of betrayal, hatred and corruption. This sensation reminded him of that dark night 1,000 years ago, the burning of Caliban and the tragedy of brothers turning against each other. Tosaka opened his eyes, his voice laced with anger. The progeny of the First Legion, yet they bear the shadows of chaos.
Salahar's gaze turned icy in an instant, his fists clenched tightly, the joints of his power armor emitting faint grinding sounds.
He knew that what was destined to come would indeed arrive. The true traitors had appeared right in front of him. Those who had truly betrayed the Emperor, betrayed the Lion and betrayed the honor of the First Legion. John Salahar's voice rumbled like thunder. Relay to the entire fleet, battle alert. All weapon systems to charge shields at full power.
Yes, my lord. Captain John immediately began relaying the orders. The entire fleet instantly entered battle mode. The massive cannon of the unyielding blade began to turn and the shield generator emitted a deep humming sound. Other warships also adjusted their formations, forming an attacking wedge.
Raven, select the most elite brothers to form an assault team.
Salahar continued to issue orders. Tosaka, you come along as well. We are going to Latian ourselves.
My lord, wouldn't it be better to have the fleet fire directly?
Raven asked. Don't rush. Salahar shook his head. Their intentions are the same as ours.
If we allow them to find their target first, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. I intend to personally deal with these traitors.
Captain John looked worried. My lord, if you leave the fleet, what if the enemy launches an attack?
You command the fleet to keep a close watch on their movements.
Salahar's tone was firm. If they dare to fire, retaliate immediately. Do not hesitate. Understood. Preparations were swiftly completed. Salahar, along with Raven, Tosaka and 8 of the most elite Astartes, boarded a Thunderhawk gunship. The gunship's engine let out a deep roar as it slowly exited the hangar, diving towards the planet Latian.
Through the gunship's viewport, Salahar could see the 3 enemy ships still silently hovering in orbit.
They did not obstruct his actions, which made him even more certain that the enemy's target was indeed on the planet's surface. The atmosphere of Latian quickly enveloped the gunship.
Through the clouds, the forest world below gradually came into focus. The vegetation here was extraordinarily dense, with ancient towering trees stretching like a green ocean to the horizon. But deep within the forest, Salahar could see some unnatural geometric shapes which should be the ancient buildings buried underground. My lord, I have detected a landing signal. The pilot reported about 5 kilometers southwest of our position there is a small spacecraft. Salahar's eyes grew colder. As expected, the enemy had gotten there first. Find a place nearby to land, he ordered, but keep your distance, do not be discovered. The gunship found a small clearing within the dense woods and landed gently. The hatch opened and Salahar was the first to step out, followed closely by the others. The air of Latian was filled with the unique dampness of ancient forests mingled with the smell of decaying leaves and fresh plant aromas. Yet beneath these natural scents lay a faint imperceptible metallic tang and the fluctuations of psychic energy.
Tosaka, can you sense their location? Salahar asked in a low voice. Tosaka closed his eyes, carefully sensing the surrounding psychic waves. After a moment he pointed southwest. Over there. About 10 kilometers from us. They are moving deeper into the forest. How many of them? At least 10 and Tosaka's expression grew even graver. There is also one very powerful individual severely corrupted by chaos. Salahar nodded. Stay silent, follow my lead. 11 black-armored warriors ghosted through the dense forest.
Their movements were light and swift, making almost no sound. The camouflage system of their power armor blended them seamlessly into the surrounding environment like shadows in the forest.
Soon they discovered the enemy's tracks.
A squad of Astartes clad in deep black power armor was advancing about 100 meters ahead. Their armor was etched with chaos runes emanating an ominous red glow. Leading them was a tall warrior, his helmet adorned with twisted horn-like protrusions, carrying a massive power sword on his back.
Salahar quietly observed this enemy force.
They were clearly well aware of the target's location, heading straight towards some direction deep in the forest.
This further confirmed Salahar's suspicions. These traitors possessed the same information as they did. My lord, should we take action now? Raven inquired over the channel. Salahar shook his head no. Let's track them first, let them lead the way.
Once we find the location of the target, we will take action.
He understood that blindly searching in this unfamiliar forest would be foolish. Since the enemy knew the route, they would let them scout ahead.
At the critical moment, they would annihilate them in one sweep. Just as Salahar was formulating the tracking plan, the black-armored Astartes in the depths of the forest suddenly came to a halt. He slowly raised his head, greed and hatred gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at the sky of Latian, as if he could see the ships in orbit through the thick canopy. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. An inevitable fateful battle was about to unfold in this ancient forest.
Salahar's squad moved like phantoms through the primeval forests of Latian.
The ancient towering trees blotted out the sky, their thick canopies fracturing the heavens into countless shards. The humid air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves, and the low growls of unknown beasts echoed occasionally. Maintain distance, Salahar ordered softly through the communicator. Ahead, the squad was advancing along an ancient stone path nearly swallowed by vegetation. Their black power armor flickered in and out of sight among the dappled shadows, and the chaos runes on their backs glowed with an ominous crimson light. Tosaka followed close behind Salahar, his face pale beneath the hood. My lord, I can sense the corruption emanating from them growing stronger.
This forest seems to resist their presence.
As his words faded, a commotion arose ahead.
Several massive forest beasts burst from the depths, charging straight at the Chaos Squad. Flames of fury burned in the beasts' eyes as if summoned by some force. Roar!
A five-maternal bear-like creature slammed its massive claw at an Astartes. The warrior raised his chainsword to block, but the tremendous impact sent him flying several meters.
More forest creatures swarmed from all directions.
Giant birds, reptiles and beasts, all life forms, attacked the chaos invaders with frenzied fury, as if determined to drive them from this sacred land. Interesting, Salahar observed the melee ahead.
The forest is defending itself.
The Chaos Squad was locked in a bitter struggle.
Though their weapons were powerful, the endless onslaught of beasts slowed their advance considerably.
The towering figure at the lead swung his power sword, each strike felling a beast, but more creatures immediately filled the gap.
Raven whispered over the comms channel, "My lord, shall we continue to wait?"
No, Salahar replied, a gleam flashing in his eyes.
We will outflank them. Salahar led the squad in a silent change of direction, moving swiftly along a more concealed route. The ancient beings of the forest seemed to aid them. These creatures can distinguish us from the Chaos followers, Tosaka marveled. They know who the true enemy is. Half an hour later, Salahar's squad had completely overtaken the Chaos unit.
The sounds of bolter fire and beast roars grew fainter behind them, indicating the traitors were still locked in battle.
The target is ahead.
Tosaka pointed into the depths of the forest.
I can sense an ancient and powerful energy.
After another hour of arduous trekking, the forest finally came to an end.
Salahar pushed aside the last thicket, and the sight before them made everyone gasp.
It was a vast circular valley at least 10 kilometers in diameter. The valley's rim was lined with steep cliffs rising over 1,000 meters. At the center of the valley lay an awe-inspiring colossus.
It was a ship. But not an ordinary one. Its size rivaled a mountain range stretching over 20 kilometers in length and 5 kilometers at its widest point.
The gigantic vessel was embedded at a steep angle into the earth, its bow completely buried under rock and soil, with only the aft section exposed above ground. Years of weathering and vegetation growth had made the giant ship appear as part of the valley itself. Vines and moss covered most of the hull, and ancient trees grew from the cracks, adorning the entire vessel like a green hill.
Yet even so, the ship's grandeur and antiquity could not be concealed.
By the Emperor, Raven murmured. What is this? Kruger had already pulled out scanning instruments, eagerly probing the distant vessel.
My lord. The alloy composition of this ship is beyond anything I know.
The strength and stability of this material exceed the Empire's most advanced armor several times over. His voice trembled over the calm. The design.
This is a relic from the dark age of technology. Absolutely. Salahar stared at the colossal ship, a strange sensation swelling in his chest. Though ancient, the vessel was not completely dead. He could sense faint pulses of energy emanating from deep within the hull, like the slow beating of a sleeping heart. Kruger immediately contacted the fleet. This is Kruger connecting to Archmagos Kelpharos. The channel opened and Kelpharos' distinctive synthesized voice sounded. Status. We have discovered an ancient vessel. Its technological value is incalculable. Ancient vessel. Even Kelpharos' synthesized voice carried unmistakable excitement. Send coordinates. I will depart immediately. Coordinates sent. Received. After the transmission ended, Salahar studied the ship's structure, seeking a way inside. Soon he spotted a massive breach in the midsection, likely caused by the impact during the crash eons ago. Over millennia of erosion, the gap had widened enough to allow several tanks to pass through. We enter there. Salahar pointed at the breach. All personnel, check your gear. Prepare to enter. The Astartes began inspecting their weapons, ammunition, and life support systems. The interior of this ancient ship was completely unknown. Any negligence could be fatal. Just then Tosaka stiffened, his face beneath the hood turning pale as parchment. My lord. They are coming. The squad has broken free from the beasts and is heading this way. Salahar made an instant decision: enter the ship immediately. We must not let those traitors reach the target first. The squad quickly descended into the valley. Soon they stood before the massive breach. Up close the vessel was even more breathtaking. The hull armor was over 10 meters thick, covered in intricate runes and circuits. Even after tens of thousands of years of weathering, the runes remained clearly visible, glowing with a faint luminosity. These runes are not standard Imperial patterns. Kruger studied the armor surface closely. Salahar had no time to admire these ancient artworks. He could hear the approaching footsteps and metallic clatter. The Chaos Squad was closing in fast. Inside, Salahar leaped into the breach first, followed by the others. The ship's interior was pitch black, illuminated only by the dim glow of their power armor systems. The air was thick with the smell of rusted metal and an indescribable ancient aura. This had once been a cargo bay with ceilings dozens of meters high and enough space to accommodate an entire tank company. But now only endless darkness and silence remained. Stay alert, Salahar ordered quietly. Just as they steadied themselves, Tosaka warned again, my lord, they are here. From the breach behind them came the sound of metal striking metal. The enemy had entered the ship. The moment Salahar stepped into the massive ship, a cold metallic scent rushed to greet him. This had once been a cargo hold, but now it resembled a metallic labyrinth. Heavy armored plates hung down from the ceiling, forming countless twisted passages. Pipes and cables sprawled like a web, many of which were severed, exposing their cores that flickered with weak electric sparks. Maintain formation, watch your step, Salahar commanded in a low voice. The thud of his powered boots on the metal floor echoed dully, each step reminding them of the ship's true existence. Raven followed closely behind him, his chainsaw sword drawn. This place gives me a bad feeling, my lord. It's too quiet. No sooner had he spoken than a mechanical buzzing sound suddenly came from above. A section of the armored ceiling slowly slid open, revealing a pitch-black opening. In the next moment, an automated turret emerged from the opening, its red targeting laser immediately locking onto Salahar. Scatter! Salahar shouted, rolling to the left. The automated turret opened fire. Continuous beams of laser swept across the spot where he had just stood, leaving charred marks on the metal floor. Meanwhile, more turrets awakened from the walls and ceiling, instantly transforming the entire corridor into a death trap. Are these defense systems still operational? Kruger exclaimed while dodging laser attacks. This is simply incredible. Tosaka raised his hand and released a barrier of spiritual energy, blocking several laser shots. Their logic system has gone haywire, treating us as intruders. Salahar observed the attack pattern of the turrets. Though these ancient defensive weapons were powerful, their reaction speed had clearly diminished. He seized an opportunity and charged toward the nearest turret. With his powered sword raised high, he struck fiercely at the turret's base. The ancient metal shrieked under the energy field's cutting, but the material was exceptionally tough and a single blow did not completely destroy it. Damn it! Salahar cursed, delivering 2 more strikes before completely destroying the turret. The other Astartes began to counterattack. Raven aimed his explosive gun at a turret and fired repeatedly, the explosives detonating on the armored surface, scattering sparks. Leo charged forward with his shield, striking the turret's joint with the edge of his shield. After 10 minutes of battle, the squad finally cleared all the defense systems in this segment of the corridor. The ground was littered with the wreckage of turrets, and several Astartes had left behind scorch marks from laser burns. There's a light source ahead. Tosaka pointed deeper into the corridor. It should be in the direction of the bridge. The squad continued forward. The deeper they went, the more complex the structure of the massive ship became.
This was clearly the ship's core area with wider corridors and more exquisite wall decorations. However, the damage was also more severe. Around a corner, Salahar discovered several corpses. They were the skeletal remains of a human crew member clad in a decayed uniform. Scattered beside the skeleton were some personal belongings and a datapad. Salahar carefully picked up the datapad, discovering that the screen could still display. "Kruger, come take a look at this." Kruger took the datapad and quickly browsed its contents. This is a personal log of the crew member. The last entry is, "Let me see. Day 43. The storm continues. Navigation systems completely malfunctioned. We are trapped in some incomprehensible phenomenon. The captain ordered the lockdown of cargo hold 7. There is. What is it?" Raven asked. Kruger shook his head. "The rest of the content is damaged. But from these fragments it appears the ship crashed due to some sort of subspace anomaly. Moreover, they were transporting some important cargo." The squad continued to delve deeper. Along the way they discovered more skeletons. Some were human crew members while others were alien creatures that Salahar had never seen before. The shapes of these alien skeletons were bizarre, some resembling insects, others resembling reptiles, but all exhibited clear signs of intelligent life. At that moment distant explosions and metallic crashes echoed. Everyone immediately became alert. "They have come in too." Raven tightened his grip on his weapon. Salahar nodded. He could discern the characteristics of those sounds. The Chaos Astartes were ruthlessly clearing the defense systems, completely disregarding the preservation of the ancient equipment. "They are advancing quickly," Tasaka closed his eyes to sense. This made Salahar even more vigilant. It seemed the enemy not only possessed the same star charts as them but also had an intimate knowledge of the ship's internal structure. This was no coincidence. "Speed up," Salahar commanded, "we must reach the bridge before them." The squad began to move quickly. After another half-hour of progress they finally arrived at the ship's core area. There was a massive circular hall with a lift platform standing in the center. The platform led directly to the bridge above, which should be their ultimate goal. "This is it." Salahar looked at the lift platform. "The bridge is right above." But just as they were about to ascend the platform, the door of another passage suddenly opened. A team clad in black powered armor emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. At the forefront was a tall Astartes, his powered armor adorned with chaotic runes emanating an ominous red light. Twisted horn-like protrusions decorated his helmet and a massive powered sword was slung across his back. The most striking feature was the mark on his chestplate, the emblem of the First Legion, though it had been corroded beyond recognition. "Long time no see, my loyal brother." The voice emanating from the helmet speaker was laced with clear sarcasm and malice. Salahar recognized that voice, the brother he once fought alongside. Manuel. Salahar slowly drew his powered sword. "I thought you had died on Taliban." Manuel let out a low rumbling laugh. "Dead? No, I have been reborn. Look at my power now." He spread his arms wide, the chaotic runes on his body glowing even brighter. "And you still serving that decaying empire? Truly pathetic. You have betrayed the empire, betrayed the lion, betrayed the emperor." Salahar's voice was filled with anger. "You do not deserve to be called a scion of the First Legion." "Betrayal?" Manuel scoffed. "It was the lion who betrayed us. It was the empire that abandoned us. And I simply made a better choice." Both Astartes raised their weapons and the air around them grew tense. An inevitable battle was about to unfold within this ancient metallic tomb. "Long time no see, my loyal brother." With a faint metallic scrape, Manir removed his helmet. Salahar's movement paused for a moment. He had anticipated a face twisted and corrupted by chaotic energy, even completely inhuman, but what he saw was a visage all too familiar. Time and war had etched new scars upon that face, but in essence it was still the same Manir from 10 millennia ago. Yet something had fundamentally changed. Those eyes no longer held the honor of a knight, instead they harbored an unfathomable arrogance and a chilling cruelty. His skin bore an unhealthy pallor as if perpetually deprived of sunlight, yet his spirit burned with a morbid intensity. The corruption of chaos had not twisted his flesh, but it had long hollowed out his soul. "You look the same as before," Salahar said, his voice low as he tightened his grip on his power sword. This internal decay was far more nauseating and infuriating than any physical deformity. Manir let out a piercing laugh echoing through the empty hall full of mockery. "Strength does not necessarily mean turning into a monster, Astra. That is the choice of the weak. True power is to master it, to use it, not to be consumed by it." Behind him the bloodthirster warband roared with bloodlust. The members of this warband wore power armor of varied designs, clearly from different chapters, but their armor was daubed with the same chaos symbols in blood. The aura they exuded was not the maddening presence of chaos but the cold, efficient demeanor of professional killers. "They fight for you.
Salahar glanced at those warriors, each radiating a dangerous aura. They fight for slaughter, and I happen to be the one who can give them that. Manhwa put his helmet back on, his voice emanating through the vocalizer. And you, Astra, what can you give your brothers? Endless flight and illusory hope. Those words cut deep into Lei Wen. He could no longer bear this insult to his commander and the trampling of his own convictions. Shut your mouth, traitor. Lei Wen roared, charging forward first. The engine of his chainsword roared, deafeningly, carving a deadly arc through the air. For the Emperor. Battle erupted instantly. The warriors of the Bloodthirster warband reacted swiftly, immediately forming a defensive formation. Two warriors stepped forward, crossing their massive power axes to intercept Lei Wen's unstoppable charge. The deafening clash of metal rang out, sparks cascading like a waterfall. The two sides engaged in fierce combat on the massive lift platform. The space was open but surrounded by fathomless darkness. A misstep meant certain death. The ancient hull structure groaned under the strain of battle, with metal fragments occasionally falling from above, adding further unpredictability to the battlefield. Lei Wen was locked in a bitter struggle with two enemies. These bloodthirsters possessed superb combat skills and impeccable coordination, clearly seasoned veterans. Kalugo raised his bolter and fired repeatedly at an enemy attempting to flank. The bolts exploded against the warrior's shoulder guard, successfully driving him back a few steps, but the thick ceramite armor absorbed most of the damage. The bloodthirster roared, undeterred, swinging his chain axe in a sweeping arc. Kalugo could only roll backward to evade, barely avoiding falling off the platform. The battle reached its peak from the very start. An Astartes locked in a melee with an enemy was struck in the joint by a bolt pistol from behind, his movement faltering for a moment before a power sword pierced his chest. No! Lei Wen, witnessing his comrade fall, let out an anguished roar. His chainsword strikes became even more ferocious, cleaving through an enemy's power axe and leaving a deep bone-deep gash across his chest plate. But at the same time, another enemy's chain axe slashed across his back, tearing a grisly wound. Blood stained the cold metal deck. At the center of the battlefield, the duel between Salahar and Manhwa would determine the ultimate outcome. Manhwa swung his massive power sword, its blade hissing through the air with a mournful shriek. Unlike the crude chaos berserkers, his swordsmanship retained the precision and elegance of the First Legion, yet every move had become more vicious and deadly. A faint red glow adhered to the blade, and with each swing it corroded the surrounding reality. Salahar wielded his power sword, responding with calm composure and masterful technique. His movements were devoid of any excess, every parry was perfectly timed, every dodge ghostly. Yet with each clash of blades he could feel a cold, vile force seeping through the sword, trying to erode his will, whispering in his mind, amplifying his loneliness, fatigue, and despair. Clang! Another violent exchange sent Salahar stumbling back half a step. He could sense that Manhwa's strength was indeed greater than before, a wicked blessing from the— Give up, Astra! Manhwa roared between strikes. Look around you. Your brothers are dying. For what? For a long-rotted oath. For an empire that doesn't care whether you live or die. Salahar did not answer. His attacks became even more ferocious. Just then the entire lift platform shuddered violently, emitting a deafening rumble. The shockwaves of their battle seemed to have activated some ancient system. With a screech of grinding metal, the massive platform began to rise slowly. It seems we'll have to continue elsewhere. Manhwa sneered, watching the descending entrance. The platform ascended faster and faster, carrying this bloody battle deeper into the colossal vessel. The lift platform slowly ascended amidst the piercing sound of mechanical friction, elevating the bloody battle to a higher level. Do you feel it, Astra? Manuel's voice echoed through the helmet. The ancient power aboard this ship is awakening. It is welcoming us. In his hand the power sword began to emit an ominous red glow, twisted runes appearing along the blade. Manuel's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each strike carrying the might to devastate the world. Salahar relied on his honed combat instincts, narrowly dodging fatal blows time and again. His body moved like a phantom within Manuel's range of attacks, each evasion perfectly timed, each counterattack striking precisely at the enemy's weak points. The power sword transformed into the scythe of death in his hands, leaving deep gashes on Manuel's powered armor. The black armor began to crack, the glow of the chaotic runes becoming unstable. You are as stubborn as ever. Manuel roared during a lull in the battle. Give up, Astra. Look at me. Embrace the true deity and you will gain boundless power. We can rebuild the Legion and restore the glory of the past together. His voice carried a strange allure, as if it could reach the deepest desires of the human heart. Think about it, who could stop us if we join forces? The Dark Angels. The Empire. We both know the Empire has decayed. Those nobles only care about their own power and status, indifferent to the lives of those below. And the Emperor. He has long become a corpse languishing on the Golden Throne. Salahar remained unmoved, his attacks becoming even sharper. Each sword strike carried anger and pain, each blow declaring his loyalty. He knew that prolonging the battle was disadvantageous, he must end it quickly. Yet Manuel's power was undeniably increasing. As the fight progressed, the chaotic energy around him thickened and his movements quickened. If you are unwilling, then die. Frustrated from his inability to break through, Manuel became impatient. He suddenly halted his attacks, raising the massive power sword high, beginning to chant some ancient and malevolent words. His body instantly swelled, the previously well-fitted powered armor emitting strains of metallic distortion under the pressure. Burning marks appeared beneath his skin, the runes coursing through his veins like living entities, radiating a fierce red glow. This is the gift of chaos. Manuel cackled madly. And you still cling to those meaningless oaths? The giant sword in his hand also underwent a transformation. Flames of subspace ignited along the blade, an evil fire capable of burning souls. Manuel raised the burning giant sword and struck fiercely at Salahar. The force of this strike far exceeded any prior attack, even tearing the air apart with a deafening shriek. Salahar braced himself with the power sword, but the overwhelming gap in strength was beyond his endurance. At the moment of impact, he felt as if he had been struck by a mountain, his whole body forced back repeatedly. The energy field of the power sword emitted a foreboding wail under the searing of the subspace evil fire, and the blade even developed a slight crack. This weapon, which had accompanied him through countless battles over the years, was damaged for the first time in combat. Salahar was thoroughly suppressed for the first time in a direct confrontation. His powered armor began to alarm, indicating multiple system overloads. The armor on his chest showed significant dents, and the joint on his left shoulder emitted abnormal grinding sounds. Do you feel the gap? Manuel laughed triumphantly. This is unparalleled power. He did not give Salahar any chance to breathe, immediately launching a storm of fierce attacks. The burning giant sword traced fiery arcs in the air, each strike carrying destructive power. Salahar was still struggling to hold on. His combat experience proved crucial at this moment, each evasion precise to the millimeter, each block perfectly neutralizing the most lethal attacks. Yet even so, new scars continued to mar his powered armor. The pauldron was torn open, deep gashes appearing on the chest armor, and even the visor of his helmet was scorched indistinct by the splattering sparks. You won't last much longer. Manuel's attacks grew more frenzied. Surrender. I can grant you a dignified death. Salahar gritted his teeth, continuing to dodge the onslaught like a tidal wave. Just then Manuel seized an opportunity. Salahar stumbled slightly while dodging, his movements delayed by a fraction of a second. Manuel's giant sword struck down like lightning, precisely hitting the power sword that Salahar had raised. Clang, crack. In a fierce clash, Salahar's power sword could no longer bear the strain, producing a crisp sound as it broke in two. The upper half of the blade spun away, striking the metal floor with a crisp impact. The energy field vanished entirely, leaving only the powerless hilt in Salahar's hand. Ha ha ha. Manuel laughed triumphantly. Your weapon has abandoned you. This is the fate of loyalty. Seizing this rare opportunity, he swung his giant sword. This strike concentrated all his strength, the subspace evil fire on the blade burning even more fiercely. Salahar had no time to dodge. The giant sword struck heavily against his chest armor, the massive impact reverberating throughout his body. He felt as though he had been hit by an out-of-control battering ram, his internal organs shifting at that moment. The armor on his chest emitted a piercing metallic distortion, the heavy ceramic steel armor severely dented, nearly pressing against his chest within. Blood surged from the gaps in the visor, splattering onto the cold metal floor in drops. Salahar's whole body was propelled backward like a city gate struck by a battering ram, uncontrollably flying away. He crashed through the rusted metal railing at the edge of the lift platform, which groaned under the strain before breaking. The immense force continued to propel him backward, slamming him hard against a metal wall. The wall was relatively weak, instantly shattering under the impact of the heavy Astartes, revealing an irregular opening. Salahar's body passed through the opening, falling into a completely dark and silent chamber behind the wall. He landed heavily on the cold metal floor, multiple systems of the powered armor simultaneously issuing alarms. My lord! Raven and others shouted in desperate outrage upon witnessing this scene. Raven attempted to rush over to rescue, but was immediately blocked by two bloodthirsters. His chainsaw sword flailed wildly, trying to carve a bloody path, but the enemy's obstruction prevented him from escaping. Manuel stood at the edge of the platform, looking down at the gaping hole from a high vantage point. His giant sword still burned the subspace evil fire, casting his figure as a demon from hell. His doom has come. He turned to face the remaining loyal Astartes, the giant sword pointing at them. Now it's your turn. In the dark chamber, the heavily injured Salahar lay on the cold metal deck. He could hear the sounds of battle and Manuel's maniacal laughter from above, a wave of unprecedented despair surging with. The life support system of the powered armor emitted a faint buzzing sound, indicating that his life signs were rapidly declining. The wound on his chest continued to bleed and breathing became increasingly difficult. His consciousness began to blur, gradually darkness surging like a tide. Just as Salahal's consciousness was about to dissipate, a gentle light suddenly illuminated the secret chamber. This light was warm and pure like the first ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds at dawn, carrying with it an ancient aura. The light emanated from the center of the chamber. Salahal struggled to lift his head, peering through the broken visor towards the source of the light. It was an ancient-looking black sword, its long and elegant blade radiating a faint golden glow. It hovered silently within a translucent energy field as if awaiting his arrival. The hilt was forged from an unknown matte black metal, its form simple yet powerful. The blade displayed a deep black hue, yet the pressure it exuded commanded respect and caution. This radiance seemed to contain a special kind of energy. Salahal could feel that the warm power was dispelling the pain within him, stabilizing the damaged power armor system once more. The intense pain in his chest eased considerably and his breathing became smoother. He struggled to rise, discovering that he was in a small secret chamber. From the structure, this seemed to be a special cargo hold of a massive ship. The walls were embedded with numerous storage compartments, most of which were already empty. Scattered across the ground were a few ancient artifacts, but they had long lost their power, turning into useless scrap metal. Only the sword in the center seemed to transcend the limits of time, remaining intact. Salahal slowly stood up, taking steps towards the divine sword. With each step closer, he felt a powerful resonance rise from deep within his heart. The sword seemed to be calling to him, creating a strong resonance with the unwavering loyalty and will deep within his soul. The Emperor above. Salahal whispered softly. He could sense that this sword was no ordinary weapon. It carried an ancient will, a pure belief. That feeling was so familiar, as if. Salahal did not hesitate. He extended his trembling right hand, slowly crossing over the layer of energy barrier. The hilt felt cold and solid, yet it also bore an extraordinary warmth. At the moment he tightened his grip on the hilt, a pure vast ancient power surged into his body through his arm. That power washed over him, healing the wounds within. More importantly, he could feel his spirit being revitalized under the nourishment of this power. Two words emerged in his mind: unyielding. Next, more images flooded into his consciousness like a tide. He saw himself wielding this divine weapon, engaging in the final battle against the traitor Manhwa. The black sword transformed into the scythe of death in his hand, each strike carrying the weight of thunder. Manhwa's chaotic giant sword was effortlessly severed before the divine weapon like rotting wood. The traitor who betrayed the Legion and the Emperor ultimately fell beneath his sword. He saw himself leading his loyal brothers, piloting the battleship through the starry sea. Countless chaos Astartes crumbled before them, the howls of demons echoed across the battlefield, yet they could not halt their advance. The green tide of the orcs was torn to shreds and the alien swarms were incinerated. He saw himself stepping once more onto the land of Terra, walking towards the palace amid the cheers of countless imperial citizens. The Emperor, seated upon the golden throne, personally vindicated them, proclaiming their innocence. The entire galaxy celebrated the arrival of this moment. He witnessed the galaxy unite once again, human civilization revitalizing with vibrant life. Countless worlds shouted his name, venerating him as a hero and savior. The images were so vivid, so enticing. Salahal felt himself almost lost in them, believing this was his destined fate. But just then, in the shadows of those images, a pair of enormous hands quietly reached towards him. Those hands exuded a stench of decay and evil, attempting to drag him into an endless abyss. At this critical moment, a cold golden sun suddenly appeared deep within his consciousness. That sun radiated pure and majestic light, and the golden flames instantly incinerated those evil hands along with the demons behind them, pulling Salahal back from the edge of the abyss. Ah! Salahal suddenly awoke, realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. He looked down at the black sword in his hand, a wave of fear rising within him. Though the previous images were beautiful, they were laced with the temptation of chaos. Had the Emperor's will not timely intervened, he might have already fallen into an irretrievable abyss. Yet strangely, the blade of unyielding in his hand showed no other abnormalities. The blade continued to emit a pure glow, untouched by any taint of chaos. Just as Salahal was filled with doubt, the blade of the unyielding blade suddenly emitted a clear sword cry. That sound resonated like a deep bell, piercing through the heavy metal walls and echoing throughout the ancient ship. Accompanied by the sound of the sword cry, the golden patterns on the blade began to glow, becoming brighter and brighter, ultimately transforming into a brilliant column of light soaring into the sky. The golden light penetrated the ceiling, cutting through layer upon layer of the ship's structure, illuminating the battlefield above where fierce combat was taking place. On the lift platform, Manhwa, who had been relentlessly attacking Raven and others, suddenly halted his movements. He could feel that pure power which made his soul tremble emanating from below. What was it? That power was so pure, so immense, completely suppressing the chaotic energy within. His movements froze involuntarily, the smug expression on his face instantly solidifying. This is impossible. Manhwa muttered to himself. Below, Salahal felt the response of the unyielding blade. The sword acknowledged him, accepted him, and fully entrusted its power to him. Salahal slowly stood up, the unyielding blade in his hand radiating a gentle yet resolute The flames of battle reignited in his eyes. The sounds of combat from above reminded him that his brothers were still locked in fierce struggle. It was time to end it all. Salahar took a deep breath and leaped into the air, hurtling towards the battlefield above like a cannonball. The figure of Salahar soared from the breach, golden light erupting from the unyielding blade in his hand, illuminating the entire lift platform as if it were daytime. He landed back on the metal platform, the heavy power boots making a deafening impact. The platform shook violently, drawing the attention of everyone present. Salahar slowly stood up. His chestplate was still damaged with cracks clearly visible on the armor, yet his aura was completely transformed. His deep golden eyes burned with endless fury, no longer reflecting the previous exhaustion and pain but a pure destructive rage. Golden energy waves faintly surrounded his body, the unyielding blade humming lightly in his grasp, its blade shimmering with brilliant radiance. "This is impossible!" Manhwa exclaimed in shock, staring at the new weapon in Salahar's hand. The pure energy emitted by the black sword instinctively repelled the chaotic power within him. Manhwa roared in anger, raising the giant sword engulfed in subspace evil flames and slashing towards Salahar again. This strike concentrated all of his chaotic energy, carving a twisted red trajectory in the air. Salahar did not dodge. Holding the unyielding blade, he advanced instead of retreating, meeting the attack head-on. The two weapons collided in midair. Boom! A massive impact reverberated throughout the ancient ship. The pure golden light clashed violently with the red chaotic evil fire, generating a fierce wave of energy. The other warriors on the platform staggered back from the shockwave. However, this time Salahar remained unmoved. The unyielding blade effortlessly blocked Manhwa's attack, its golden light growing even more intense. In contrast, Manhwa's giant sword began to tremble the moment it made contact, the chaotic runes on the blade dimming. "What is that in your hand?" Manhwa roared, though a hint of fear crept into his voice. Salahar did not respond. His attack swept in like a storm. The unyielding blade transformed into the scythe of death in his hand. Manhwa was forced to defend with all his might. He swung the giant sword wildly, trying to block Salahar's strikes, but each collision brought immense pressure. Each of Salahar's strikes carried endless energy, incessantly battering against the chaotic power within him. Clang! 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 The continuous sound of metal clashing rang out like war drums. Salahar's assault surged like a relentless tide, each sword strike faster, fiercer, and more precise than the last. His figure flickered across the platform, elusive like a ghost. Manhwa began to feel the strain. His movements slowed and his blocks became increasingly forced. Worse still, with every clash of weapons, the pure energy of the unyielding blade eroded his chaotic power. Salahar suddenly altered his sword path, shifting from a frontal assault to a side strike. The unyielding blade traced a perfect arc, targeting Manhwa's left rib. Manhwa barely sidestepped, but the edge of the black sword still left a deep scratch on his side armor. Ah! Manhwa let out a pained howl. Salahar did not give him a moment to breathe. He pivoted, ghost-like, circling behind Manhwa, and swept the unyielding blade across. Manhwa hurriedly turned to block, but the angle of Salahar's attack was too cunning. The giant sword barely intercepted the main trajectory of the black sword, yet the tip of the unyielding blade still carved another wound on his shoulder armor. "Your power is waning." Before the words faded, the unyielding blade struck again. The sword light cascaded down like a waterfall as if countless swords attacked Manhwa simultaneously. Each beam of sword light was real, each strike carrying devastating power. Manhwa exerted all his strength to block, but his giant sword was utterly unprepared for such a dense onslaught. A beam of sword light sliced across his chestplate, leaving a deep mark on the armor. Another beam struck his greaves, nearly cleaving the entire piece of armor in two. A third beam of sword light came from the side, and Manhwa barely managed to block with his giant sword, but the immense impact forced him to stagger back. His footing began to falter and his movements distorted. "No! Impossible!" Manhwa let out a desperate howl. The chaotic energy within him began to spiral out of control, attempting a final counterattack. Manhwa's body swelled again, the veins beneath his skin writhing like snakes, emanating an ominous red glow. "I still have power!" Manhwa roared, channeling all the chaotic energy within him into the giant sword. The subspace evil flames burned hotter than ever, distorting the space around the entire sword. Salahar also sensed the threat. He took a deep breath, raising the unyielding blade high above his head. The golden runes on the black sword began to glow, growing brighter until they transformed into a dazzling beam of light. "For the Emperor," Salahar whispered, "for the glory of the First Legion." Both initiated their final strikes simultaneously. Manhwa's giant sword, infused with destructive chaotic energy, descended, warping the space around its edge. Salahar's unyielding blade met it head-on, the pure golden light clashing again with the red chaotic evil fire. In the instant both unleashed their full power, time seemed to freeze. Clang! A tremendous sound rang out, followed by a crisp breaking noise. The giant sword in Manhwa's hand shattered in two. The upper half spun out, crashing heavily onto the metal floor. The glow of the chaotic runes extinguished completely and the subspace evil flames dissipated as well.
Manor stared blankly at the remaining hilt in his hand, his expression shifting from anger to shock, then from shock to fear.
No. This is impossible. My power.
My weapon, he muttered, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him.
Salahar did not grant him more time to contemplate.
The unyielding blade swung out again, its edge aimed directly at Manor's throat. "It's over, Manor." Salahar's voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At this moment Raven and the others who were struggling against the chaotic warriors witnessed the scene. Their commander, the man they regarded as their spiritual pillar, had returned wielding a divine weapon like a celestial being.
"My lord!" Raven shouted in an excited roar. Salahar's victory instantaneously ignited the morale of all loyal Astartes.
It was as if they had gained boundless power, launching a furious counterattack against the chaotic warriors before them.
For the Emperor.
For the First Legion. The battle cries echoed throughout the entire platform.
Kruger's explosive gun fired in rapid succession, each explosive round striking the enemy's weak points with precision. Tosaka unleashed a powerful psychic shockwave, sending two chaotic warriors flying backward.
The balance of victory had tilted. Salahar raised the unyielding blade and golden light flowed along the blade, ready to grant this fallen brother his final purification.
"It is over, Manor."
Manor knelt on the ground with only the broken hilt left in his hand. His power armor was damaged in multiple places and black blood seeped from the cracks. Yet at this life and death moment a glint of madness suddenly flashed in his eyes.
"Is it?" Manor let out an eerie laugh, his finger suddenly pointing to the side.
"What do you see there?" As Salahar's attention momentarily wavered, Manor crushed a hidden talisman with great force. Crack! At the moment the talisman shattered, the space began to violently twist. The air behind Manor rippled like the surface of water, then tore open an irregular rift.
A powerful suction surged from the rift, causing Manor's body to start sliding backward. "A teleportation device!" Tosaka exclaimed. "He is trying to escape." Salahar rushed forward, attempting to deliver a fatal blow before Manor completely vanished. Too late.
Manor cackled madly, his body already being sucked into the rift. His voice grew distant, but the malicious curse remained clear. "This ship
will accompany you to the grave?" Ha ha ha. Just as he disappeared, boom. A series of dull explosions echoed from the massive ship.
Those were the bombs planted by Manor's team on their way here, now all activated.
The entire massive ship began to shake violently.
The metallic structure groaned under the unbearable strain, and the armor plates on the ceiling started to loosen and fall.
From afar, continuous explosions could be heard, each one more violent than the last. "Damn it!"
Raven cursed. "He wants to bury us all here."
The lift platform is shaking violently and the supporting structures are making a piercing metallic grinding sound. The entire platform could collapse at any moment. Salahar made a quick decision: retreat. Everyone rushed to the exit.
He opened the communication channel. Lightning Eagle squad, head to the entrance for extraction immediately.
"We need to evacuate urgently."
"Received, my lord." The driver's voice came through the communicator. "The Lightning Eagle is heading to the extraction point."
Salahar had no time to clear the battlefield or collect loot.
They had to escape this collapsing metal tomb immediately.
"Follow me." Salahar, wielding the unyielding blade, charged ahead. The squad quickly sprang into action. They retreated rapidly along the path they came, but the situation was worse than expected.
Manor's bombs not only damaged the ship's structure but also triggered a chain reaction. Ancient energy conduits began to leak, arcs of electricity dancing chaotically in the air.
Suddenly the passage ahead was blocked by a massive beam. The beam was nearly 3 meters thick, completely blocking the way. "Move aside." Salahar raised the unyielding blade.
The divine sword transformed into a golden lightning bolt in his hand, striking fiercely at the beam. The unmatched sharp blade easily sliced through the heavy metal, splitting the beam in two with a thunderous crash.
"Go!" Salahar urged his teammates to continue advancing. Just as they passed through the broken beam, the ceiling behind them collapsed completely. Countless tons of metal debris fell, completely sealing off their retreat. "Damn it!" Leo cursed. "That was close.
I almost got turned into a pancake." But the danger was far from over. The ship's vibrations grew more intense and the entire structure was on the verge of collapse. The walls of the corridor began to crack, exposing the densely packed pipelines inside. Some of the pipelines had ruptured, spraying high-temperature steam or corrosive liquid. Kruger ran while frantically scanning the surrounding equipment with his datapad.
Even in this life-and-death moment, he did not forget to collect precious technical data.
"Kruger,
focus on escaping," Raven shouted. "These data are too valuable."
Kruger replied without looking back. "If I miss them, I'll never find them again."
At that moment Salahar's communicator rang. It was the voice of the great sage Kelphoros. Salahar. What happened? My detectors show that the energy readings of the entire ship are skyrocketing.
Manhwaedit detonated the bombs.
Salahar replied, while running the entire ship is going to collapse.
You all need to evacuate quickly.
What? Retreat immediately. Meet at the entrance. Salahar ordered. The communication was cut off. Salahar hoped the great sage could escape in time. Another obstacle appeared ahead.
A massive energy conduit burst, spraying a plasma beam that blocked the entire passage. The high-temperature plasma formed a deadly barrier in the air. Any object that touched it would vaporize instantly.
Take a detour. Salahar immediately changed direction. But this was the core area of the ship and the passage choices were limited.
They could only advance along a narrower maintenance passage.
This route was even more dangerous.
The ceiling was low and both sides were lined with exposed pipes and cables.
The shock waves from the explosions caused these devices to sway wildly, threatening to hit their heads at any moment.
Tosaka was in the middle of the group, his face as pale as paper. He could feel the ship's death accelerating.
The ancient machine spirit wailed in agony as countless energy circuits fractured.
Up ahead is the main passage.
Salahar saw hope.
But just as they were about to burst out of the maintenance passage, a massive crashing sound came from the front. A whole wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, completely blocking the exit.
Damn!
Raven slammed his fist against the wall, but the thick metal would not budge.
Salahar raised the unyielding blade.
The golden light on the black sword blazed even brighter as he concentrated all his strength and struck down fiercely at the center of the wall.
Boom!
The sound of the sword slicing through metal was like thunder.
The unyielding blade carved a massive crack in the thick wall.
Salahar swung his sword repeatedly, quickly creating a gap wide enough for them to pass through.
Hurry!
The squad filed out, finally returning to the main passage. But the situation here was equally dire. Most of the lighting equipment on the ceiling had gone dark, with only the occasional flicker of emergency lights providing a weak. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning metal. Distant explosions and the rumble of collapsing structures echoed continuously.
How much further?
We're almost there.
Salahar pointed ahead. The exit is just there. A glimmer of light indeed appeared in the distance.
It was natural light from outside, signifying that they were about to escape this metal hell. But the final stretch was also the most perilous. The ship's vibrations reached a peak and the entire passage shook violently. Metal sheets continuously peeled off the walls, crashing onto their armor with sharp clinks. Just 100 meters from the exit, a deafening explosion erupted behind them.
Looking back, a massive fireball was rolling down the corridor.
That was a reactor undergoing a catastrophic failure, and the shockwave was racing toward them at an astonishing speed.
Run! Salahar shouted.
Everyone burst forth with their final speed. The auxiliary systems of their power armor operated at full power and the thrusters shot out blue flames. They sped down the corridor like a group of fleeing meteors.
The fireball drew nearer, the scorching waves already singeing their backs. Finally the exit was in sight. Salahar was the first to burst through the rift, once again seeing the sky of the Radian planet. The Lightning Eagle gunship hovered outside, its hatch wide open, anxiously waiting for them.
Hurry up, the driver shouted over the communicator. The squad members jumped onto the gunship one after another. Just as the last person boarded, a massive fireball erupted from the rift, spectacular and terrifying like a volcanic eruption.
Take off! Take off!
The Lightning Eagle gunship immediately ascended, escaping from this impending doom. Through the porthole they saw the massive ship experiencing its final death throes.
Countless explosions erupted throughout the ship like deadly fireworks.
Ancient metal melted in the high temperatures, flowing into a river of molten heat.
Salahar tightened his grip on the unyielding blade, complex emotions surging within him.
Although they had escaped with their lives, they had also lost an invaluable treasure. However, at least they were still alive. The Salahar team rushed onto the deck of the Thunder Eagle gunship, the hatch slamming shut behind them with a heavy pressurized sound. The red warning lights inside the cabin flashed incessantly, stinging everyone's eyes.
Take off immediately.
Sarahal's voice echoed through the communication channel. The pilot gripped the control stick tightly, pushing the engines to their limits. The gunship's engines emitted a piercing shriek as the entire fuselage shook violently before it shot upward like an arrow leaving the bow. Engine power has reached 120, the pilot shouted. If this continues, the propulsion system will burn out.
Hold on. Saharal ordered. We must get out of the explosion range quickly. Through the viewport they could see the ominous red glow emanating from the earth below, the entire planet's crust trembling.
In the distance, a transport ship of the mechanical divine sect burst forth from the explosion, its fuselage engulfed in flames, yet it stubbornly climbed higher.
It's Kelphoros.
Kruger pointed at the smoking transport ship. He also managed to escape.
Salahar let out a sigh of relief.
The great sage was crucial to them. They could not lose this ally. Just then the communicator suddenly crackled to life. It was Captain John's voice, filled with the roar of battleship engines and combat alarms in the background.
Sir, the enemy fleet is attempting to warp out. They want to escape.
John's voice came through, requesting instructions. Salahar clenched his fists, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He could not let them slip away so easily.
Attack with full force. Not a single one can escape. Sahal's command was short and resolute. Activate the main cannon and concentrate fire.
Understood, sir. John's voice carried a hint of excitement. The unyielding blade has locked onto the target main cannon, fully charged.
The communication was cut off. Salahar knew John would carry out his orders. Although young, that captain's tactical acumen and execution were impeccable.
At that moment, a massive beam of energy suddenly shot upward from the entrance they had just escaped, tearing through the earth and sky. The beam was so bright that it blinded them even in daylight. In an instant it engulfed hundreds of kilometers of forest, reducing everything in its path to nothingness.
By the Emperor!
Raven exclaimed, "What is that thing?"
It's the self-destruct sequence of an ancient ship system. Tosaka's voice trembled slightly. The entire planet is... The terrifying shockwave swept through like a planetary tsunami.
Everything in its path, towering ancient trees turned to ash and mountains were flattened. The earth appeared as fragile as paper before this power, splitting open with enormous cracks.
Magma surged from the depths of the earth, turning the planet's surface into a sea of fire. Accelerate! Accelerate!
Salahar shouted to the pilot, "Push through the atmosphere with all your might." The pilot had already diverted all reserve energy into the engines. The Thunder Eagle gunship emitted a painful metallic groan as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Yet it stubbornly climbed higher, trying to escape this apocalyptic disaster.
The edge of the shockwave caught up with them.
The Thunder Eagle gunship was violently swept by it, the fuselage shaking violently as if it were about to be torn apart. Alarms blared in the bridge, red warning lights flashing wildly. "Engines 3 and 4 have overloaded and shut down," the pilot shouted in despair. "We've lost half our thrust."
Salahar rushed into the cockpit, personally taking over the co-pilot position.
His fingers moved swiftly across the control panel, reallocating energy and adjusting the flight angle.
Divert all energy to the remaining engines. Salahar commanded, "Shut down all non-essential systems."
The gunship shot through the atmosphere like a precariously balanced meteor, escaping just before being consumed by the core of the shockwave.
Sahal let out a sigh of relief. They were safe for the moment. "John, report the situation." Salahar opened communication with the flagship.
"Sir, one enemy ship has escaped, the others have been destroyed, and we are heading toward your location," John reported.
Salahar nodded. Although they had let Manhwa escape, Salahar had a premonition that they would meet again.
"Prepare to pick us up," Salahar commanded, "then set a course to leave this star system." "Understood, sir," John replied. "The unyielding blade is ready to welcome your return." Salahar glanced at the black sword in his hand. The unyielding blade trembled slightly in his hand as if responding to his thoughts.
"Manhwa has escaped, but this is just the beginning."
Raven stood beside Salahar, his voice filled with determination. "We will find him and eliminate him completely."
Salahar did not respond.
He knew that compared to Manhwa they had a more important mission: to cleanse the stigma of the fallen angels, to restore the glory of the First Legion, and to fight for the Emperor and the human empire. And all of this would begin with the unyielding blade. In a secret chamber aboard the unyielding blade, soft blue light illuminated the metallic walls, casting regular geometric shadows. Salahar sat at the command table, gripping a black long sword. The blade shimmered under the light, revealing faint golden patterns like the glow of blood coursing through veins. It had been a month since the bloody battle on the Latian planet. The fleet was undergoing maintenance in the orbit of the Ragnar Prime Star, while Salahar had been engrossed in studying this weapon.
"My lord, you are staring at that sword again." Tosaka entered, weariness etched on his face.
The hood of the think tank director concealed much of his countenance, but Salahar could sense the concern in his eyes. Raven followed closely behind, the joints of his powered armor emitting faint mechanical sounds. "It has been a whole month you have been studying this weapon almost every day."
Salahar looked up, his golden pupils glimmering in the dim light. "It is very quiet. Since that day there have been no further anomalies."
"That is precisely what worries me," Tosaka said, sitting across the table with his hands clasped. "I can feel that this sword exerts some form of suppression on subspace. When I approach it, the whispers of subspace grow faint.
But beyond that, there is nothing else." Salahar interjected, placing the sword back on the table. "It is like an ordinary weapon." Raven paced anxiously.
"My lord, do you remember the visions you saw in the chamber?
Those images."
"I remember." Salahar's voice was calm and resolute.
"Galactic unity returned to Terra, the Emperor's acknowledgement."
"Those images were too beautiful, too unreal. Exactly because of that you must be cautious. Raven stopped and turned to face Salahar. Chaos excels at corrupting hearts with beautiful illusions. Perhaps this sword. Perhaps Salahar stood and walked to the porthole. But so far it has indeed helped us through the crisis. Ah! He clenched his fist, recalling the decisive battle against Manir. Without this sword they all would have perished on that ancient ship. Suddenly the communicator rang, interrupting his thoughts. Kelpharos' mechanical synthesized voice came through the speaker, brimming with excitement. Lord Salahar, I need to speak with you immediately. About the fragments of technology we salvaged from Latian, I have made significant discoveries. Salahar pressed the communication button. No, we cannot discuss this over the comm channel. Kelpharos' voice grew more urgent. Please come to the logic endpoint in person. What I salvaged from that explosion has finally yielded research results. Salahar exchanged a glance with Tosaka. The director of the think tank nodded slightly, indicating he felt no danger. We will be there shortly. Salahar cut off the communication. 30 minutes later a Ravenhawk flew out from the hangar of the Unyielding Blade, heading towards the nearby logic endpoint. The exterior of the logic endpoint had undergone significant changes over the past month. The Grand Sage had made extensive modifications to the hull using materials salvaged from the ancient ship. The originally menacing mechanical tentacles were now denser, and the newly added sensors and weapon arrays made the ship resemble a slumbering steel behemoth. The shuttles slowly entered the hangar. They were greeted by a technical priest of Kelpharos with the gear emblem of the mechanical church emblazoned on his chest. The Grand Sage is waiting for you in the deep laboratory. The mechanical voice was devoid of emotion. Please follow me. They traversed through narrow corridors. The walls were lined with various pipes and mechanical devices, the air thick with the smell of machine oil and metal. Occasionally they saw some technical servants busily maintaining the equipment, their movements mechanical and precise. The changes here are remarkable. Kruger observed the surrounding equipment, his eyes sparkling with the unique excitement of a technician. Kelpharos truly is a genius, Raven whispered, though a mad genius. The technical priest guided them to a heavy metal door. The door was inscribed with complex mechanical church runes, sliding open automatically as they approached. Behind the door was a vast circular laboratory with a ceiling soaring 10 meters high. In the center of the room stood a circular control platform adorned with various precision analytical devices. Hundreds of data lines hung from the ceiling, weaving through the entire space like a neural network. Kelpharos stood at the center of the control platform, his massive mechanical form appearing even more formidable amidst the array of equipment. Countless mechanical arms operated different instruments, simultaneously emitting a gentle buzzing sound. Ah, my allies. The Grand Sage turned around the remnants of his human head, revealing an eerie smile. Welcome to my new laboratory. You will undoubtedly be astonished by my discoveries. Salahar surveyed the surrounding equipment. What have you discovered? Patience, my friend. Kelpharos' mechanical arm pointed to a pile of metal fragments on the control platform. The fragments slowly rotated within a special energy field, their surfaces glimmering with faint blue light. These seemingly ordinary remnants actually contain incredible technological secrets. He pressed a control key and the central holographic projector activated. A complex three-dimensional image appeared in the air, showcasing the internal structure of a certain spherical device. Preliminary analysis results indicate that these fragments contain an energy shield technology we have never encountered before. Kelpharos' voice was filled with zeal. It is not a conventional void shield, but rather an intelligent protection system that can actively adapt to attack patterns. A holographic image rotated, revealing more details. Salahar could see densely packed energy circuits and data processing nodes. Moreover, Kelpharos continued, another projected image appeared beside it. There is also a highly efficient plasma reactor design here. Its energy output efficiency is 30% higher than our current systems, while its size is halved. I assert that if we can fully grasp these technologies, the entire fleet strength will experience a qualitative leap. Our warships will possess unprecedented defensive capabilities and firepower, rivaling even the Empire's most elite vessels. Salahar pondered. Such a technological enhancement was indeed enticing, but he also understood the risks involved. Any overly advanced technology could hide unknown dangers. How long will it take? He asked. At the current research pace, it will take at least 2 years to complete the preliminary technology digestion. Kelpharos replied. But this is just the beginning. Actually applying these technologies to our fleet may take even longer. It is worth the wait, Salahar nodded. But right now we have more urgent matters to address. Manhwa has escaped and he will not give up easily. Regarding this, I also have good news. Kelpharos' smile grew more peculiar. Please follow me, I have a surprise to show you. The Grand Sage turned and walked toward another door deeper in the laboratory. This door was heavier than the previous one, its surface covered with complex encryption devices. Kelpharos placed a mechanical hand on the scanner, and after a series of mechanical sounds the door slowly opened. Behind it was a smaller chamber yet more exquisitely decorated. The walls were polished metal surfaces and the ceiling was embedded with soft lighting. In the center of the room stood a transparent container within which quietly stood a set of black power armor. By the Emperor. Raven gasped. The design of the armor was extraordinarily exquisite, with delicate patterns etched on the black ceramite plates and the emblem of the First Legion emblazoned on the chest. But the most striking aspect was its overall configuration. This was clearly a set of Terminator armor but thicker than the standard model. "I present to you the unyielding type Terminator armor," Kelpharos said proudly. "This is my masterpiece, combining almost all technological achievements. It not only retains the formidable protective capabilities of the Terminator armor but also incorporates many innovative designs." He pressed a button on the console and the armor began to slowly rotate, showcasing the equipment on its back. "The greatest feature of this armor is its mobility," Kelpharos continued. "It is equipped with a personal teleportation system that can directly transport the wearer to enemy positions. Its sensitivity has been greatly enhanced and the defensive capability of the composite armor far exceeds that of the Empire's models, sufficient to withstand the vast majority of attacks. The armor's weapon system is also impressive. The left arm is equipped with dual storm explosive guns while the right arm features a plasma explosive energy gun. Both hands are fitted with energy gloves from which sharp energy claws extend. These weapons have all undergone special modifications," Kelpharos explained in detail. "The rate of fire for the storm explosive gun has increased by 20% and the energy output of the plasma explosive gun is more stable. The energy claws can easily slice through most armor materials. But currently there is only this one set," Kelpharos said regretfully. "Manufacturing such a suit requires a large amount of rare materials and precision craftsmanship, making mass production impossible in the short term." Salahar carefully examined the armor, complex emotions surging within him. The powered armor he was currently wearing had sustained severe damage during the battle with Manhwa, and the cracks on the chestplate had yet to be completely repaired. This new armor arrived just in time. "Is it prepared for me?" Salahar asked. Of course, Kelpharos nodded. "Given the risks you face in battle, this armor should be used by you. It will greatly enhance your combat capabilities and survival chances." Raven stepped beside Salahar. "My lord, this is indeed what you need. Your armor can no longer provide adequate protection." Tosaka also agreed. "From the perspective of psychic energy, this armor emits pure energy fluctuations. There are no signs of chaotic contamination." Salahar extended his hand, gently caressing the transparent surface of the container. He could feel the immense power contained within the armor. "I accept," Salahar finally said. "But I hope you can research a method for mass production as soon as possible. My brothers also need better equipment." "That is precisely my next plan," Kelpharos assured. Salahar nodded in satisfaction. He knew the arrival of this day would require time, but at least now they had a clear direction for development. In this perilous galaxy, technological superiority often means the difference between life and death. "Now let us test the performance of this armor." Kelpharos pressed the button to open the container. With a sound of pressurization, the transparent container slowly opened. A faint metallic and ozone smell wafted out. The black Terminator armor shimmered under the lights, waiting for its master. Within the bridge of the indomitable blade, a pale blue holographic star chart was projected above the central console, countless points of light twinkling like stars. Salahar stood before the star chart, his golden eyes scanning the navigational markers with intense focus. The past month of rest and recuperation had revitalized the fleet. Damaged armor plates had been replaced, weapon systems upgraded, and most importantly they had secured substantial supplies and technical support from Ragna. Archon Edmund Valen's generosity had surpassed everyone's expectations. "My lord, a transmission from Ragna ground control," the communications officer reported. Salahar pressed the comm key. Edmund Valen's voice came through the speakers. "Lord Salahar, may the Emperor bless your journey. Ragna will always be your ally." "I thank you for your generosity, Archon," Salahar replied. "The friendship of Ragna shall be remembered." After the transmission ended, a brief silence fell over the bridge. Everyone knew that this departure meant they were about to embark on a far more perilous campaign. "All ships report readiness status," Salahar ordered. "The indomitable blade is in optimal battle readiness. Main cannons are fully charged." The Logic Terminus reports all systems nominal. New equipment testing complete. The Morning Star and escort fleet are in position, ready to depart at any time. Salahar nodded with satisfaction. The month-long respite had significantly enhanced the entire fleet's strength. Kelpharos had utilized the technology acquired from the ancient vessel to carry out a comprehensive overhaul of the fleet. Though not yet at their ideal state, at least now they possessed the confidence to engage the enemy heathen.
Set course, target the planet Xenos. Salahar commanded. Just then Raven suddenly spoke. My lord, I. Salahar turned to face Raven, his expression calm. Speak. Raven took a deep breath, his tone resolute. My lord, I believe we should not return to Xenos. Continue. Raven walked to the star chart, pointing at several star systems on the edge of the galaxy. Now that we possess stronger technology and equipment, why return to that remote agricultural world? We should take the initiative, seek out more enemies and resources. Sustain war through war and expand rapidly. His words were met with a few murmurs of agreement from the bridge. Raven, have you gone mad? Kruger's synthesized voice carried obvious disapproval. Xenos is our first planet. It has the infrastructure we built and loyal citizens. Tosaka also shook his head. Vice Commander, your idea is too risky. Our strength has improved, but we are far from being able to rampage unchecked across the galaxy. Raven turned to them, a burning desire for battle in his eyes, but we cannot hide in the shadows forever. The Emperor's offspring should conquer the stars, not cower in a tiny agricultural world. The debate on the bridge grew louder. Some younger crew members were clearly swayed by Raven's words, yearning for more combat and glory. But the more seasoned veterans supported a steady strategy. They had experienced too many defeats and too much pain to understand the cost of rashness. Salahar raised his hand and the bridge instantly fell silent. He walked up to Raven, his golden eyes meeting the Vice Commander's gaze. Raven, you are right. We are the Emperor's offspring born for battle. Salahar's voice was low and forceful. But you have forgotten one thing. He turned to address the entire crew. We are no longer exiles. We are the starting point of a power destined to reshape the galaxy. Salahar approached the star chart console and called up detailed data on the planet Xenos. Look at these figures. Xenos' population has grown by 30% over the past year. Industrial output has doubled. More importantly, Xenos' strategic position is extremely significant. It lies at the intersection of three major trade routes capable of radiating influence across the entire sector. Once we establish a true fortress there, we can control all trade and military activity in this star domain. Tosaka nodded in agreement. From a psychic perspective, Xenos is also an ideal base. The warp environment there is relatively stable, suitable for large-scale fleet assembly and training. Kruger's mechanical arm pointed at resource markers on the star chart. Furthermore, the industrial foundation we built on Xenos has already begun to yield returns. If we abandon it now, all previous investments will be wasted. Salahar looked at Raven. I understand your urgency, brother. We all yearn to fight for the Emperor and restore the First Legion's honor. But true strength comes not from impulsiveness and recklessness but from wisdom and patience. He pointed to a safe trade route on the star chart. If everything goes smoothly, we can reach Xenos within 2 months. Then, using the resources we've obtained, we can begin true military expansion. Raven remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded. You are right, my lord. My idea was indeed too hasty. Salahar patted Raven's shoulder. Your battle fervor is a good thing, but you must learn to unleash it at the right moment. The crew members returned to their duties, making final preparations for the upcoming voyage. The fleet sailed toward the edge of the Ragna Rift, gradually approaching the Mandeville point at its boundary. All ships prepare for warp translation into the Imperium, Salahar commanded. Just as the fleet was about to engage the warp engines, Tosaka suddenly turned pale. He gripped his staff tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. My lord. Tosaka's voice carried unmistakable fear. I sense it. Salahar immediately turned to the librarian. What is it? Tosaka closed his eyes, attempting to perceive the aberrant energy fluctuation more clearly. An unknown storm awaits us on the course. Can you pinpoint the exact location? Salahar asked. Tosaka shook his head. Very vague. If we continue, we are likely to stumble into a trap. Just then the comm unit sounded. Kelfaros' mechanical voice came from the logic terminus. Salahar, I have just completed the final analysis of the ancient vessel's data. I found an interesting piece of information. Speak, Salahar replied succinctly. Among the corrupted data, I located an encrypted set of coordinates. They point to a star region marked as Forbidden Zone. The data is incomplete, but from the surviving records it seems some kind of catastrophe is occurring there. Salahar exchanged a glance with Tosaka. The librarian confirmed that the sensation he felt indeed originated from the direction Kelfaros mentioned. Halt warp preparations, Salahar ordered. Reassess the safety of the route. Raven walked up to Salahar. My lord, perhaps we should take a detour. Salahar stared at the star chart, deep in thought. The direct route was dangerous, but a detour would mean spending several additional months. Moreover, evasion was never the First Legion's style. Prepare for battle formation, Salahar finally decided. We will proceed as planned, but we must be ready to engage. The distorted light of the subspace streamed through the viewport like countless malicious eyes lurking in the darkness, watching the unyielding blade.
Salahar stood before the command platform, his golden pupils intently scanning the various data.
All ships enter level 1 alert status. Salahar's voice echoed within the bridge. All non-essential personnel evacuate key areas. Combat personnel prepare for action.
The alarm rang out within the bridge and red warning lights began to flash rhythmically.
The crew sprang into action, checking their equipment and weapons. Tosaka gripped his staff tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
He could feel the malevolence ahead gradually intensifying, like a giant beast opening its bloody maw waiting for its prey to fall into its trap.
Sir, the navigation system shows everything is normal.
Captain John's voice came through the communicator. The subspace engine is operating steadily.
Kruger checked the Geller field generator, ensure all backup power can be summoned instantly.
The technical sergeant's mechanical arm moved rapidly across the console, data streams rolling in his vision, field strength at 98%, all systems functioning normally.
The backup reactor has been preheated.
Raven walked to Saloar's side, his hand resting on the grip of his explosive gun. Sir, if we truly encounter danger, should we change course?
No, Salahar shook his head. Avoidance has never been an option for the First Legion.
We will continue forward, but be prepared for battle.
Just then the ship suddenly shook violently.
Everyone felt the terrifying impact emanating from deep within subspace.
Report. Salahar immediately turned to the sensor operator.
Detecting large-scale subspace disturbances ahead.
Energy readings exceed known parameters. Tosaka suddenly let out a pained groan, kneeling on one knee.
His spiritual perception was shattered by that terrifying force.
A storm, Tosaka said laboriously. An unprecedented subspace storm is approaching us.
Subspace storms are among the most fearsome natural disasters in the galaxy, with countless fleets having turned to ashes within such terrifying phenomena.
Attention all ships. Salahar activated the fleet-wide communication. We are about to encounter a subspace storm. All personnel enter emergency protective status. No sooner had he finished speaking than the storm's vanguard crashed into the fleet.
Reality itself seemed to tear apart. Purple and red energy lightning danced wildly in the void. Twisted geometric shapes flashed around the hull, appearing and disappearing. The unyielding blade shook like a small boat in a storm, tossed back and forth by immense forces.
Geller field strength has dropped to 70%.
Kruger shouted, energy output is unstable. The equipment within the bridge began to emit piercing alarms.
Several displays suddenly exploded, sparks flying. Salahar stood firm at the command platform, allowing the violent forces to batter the hull. Navigation system failure.
John's voice came through the communicator with the deafening sound of metal twisting in the background. We have completely lost our sense of direction.
Something even more terrifying was happening.
The Geller field began to flicker under the storm's impact. The energy barrier protecting the ship from subspace contamination was rapidly degrading. Through the viewport the crew saw a hellish scene. Countless demonic phantoms circled outside the hull, emitting frenzied screams, attempting to break through the weakening field barrier. Some smaller demons had even begun to materialize on the hull's surface, tearing at the armor with their claws. Geller field strength at 50%. At that moment a chilling scream echoed within the ship. Several ordinary crew members could not withstand the onslaught of the demons' whispers, their minds utterly collapsing.
Execute them. Salahar ordered without hesitation.
Kruger's automaton immediately acted, laser beams precisely piercing the heads of those crew members who had been tainted by chaos. Their bodies fell to the ground, black blood slowly spreading across the metal floor.
Geller field at 30%.
Kruger's voice was filled with fear, main generator about to overload.
Salahar knew they had reached the most dangerous moment. Transfer all non-essential energy to the Geller field. Salahar ordered, including backup energy from weapon systems and life support. Sir, if we do that we will lose all defensive capability.
Raven protested.
The most important thing now is to survive. Salahar's voice brooked no argument.
Kruger immediately executed the order. A massive flow of energy was diverted into the Geller field generator. The field strength stabilized temporarily at 40%, but everyone knew this was merely a stopgap. The storm's core had yet to arrive and their energy reserves were depleting rapidly.
At that moment Tosaka suddenly stood up.
The head of the think tank removed his hood, revealing a pale and haggard face from years of suppressed spiritual energy. I can no longer hide. Tosaka's voice, the weak, was filled with determination. My brothers need me.
Salahar turned to the head of the think tank. Tosaka, don't take risks.
Your spiritual energy will attract more demons.
Exactly, that's why I must act. Tosaka tightened his grip on his staff. I will be the lighthouse in the dark, not a coward hiding in the shadows.
Tosaka walked to the center of the bridge, closed his eyes and began to mobilize the spiritual energy he had suppressed for years. A golden light radiated from his body, contrasting sharply with the purple storm outside the ship.
What is he doing? Raven asked nervously.
He is integrating his spiritual energy into the Geller field system, using his flesh and blood to combat the subspace storm. Field strength rising to 80%.
Kruger reported excitedly, and it's continuing to strengthen.
But the cost was tremendous.
Tosaka's body began to tremble. Red blood flowed from his nostrils.
He was burning his life to maintain the field. The storm's core had finally arrived. The terrifying energy storm surrounded the entire fleet. Countless demons roared, trying to break through the spiritual energy barrier.
But Tosaka's power stood like an unshakable lighthouse, keeping all evil at bay. Hold on, brother. Salahar walked to Tosaka's side, placing a hand on the think tank leader's shoulder. We will weather this storm together. Tosaka forced his eyes open, looking at Salahar. For the Emperor, Tosaka said weakly.
Just then the storm began to weaken.
Tosaka's spiritual light gradually dimmed, his body swayed unsteadily. Aokus rushed to the think tank leader's side, preparing to administer first aid. Salahar knew they had to leave this damned place immediately.
Kruger.
Salahar commanded loudly, execute emergency reality space jump no matter the coordinates. The technical sergeant showed no hesitation, immediately initiating the emergency jump procedure.
A powerful force tore through the barriers of subspace, violently flinging the entire fleet back into real space. The unyielding blade shuddered violently as it was expelled from the subspace storm, its hull resembling the mangled remains of steel torn apart by a colossal beast. The voice of Salahar pierced through the cacophony of alarms.
Main engines 3 and 4 are severely damaged.
Captain John's voice crackled through the communicator, accompanied by the sound of explosions in the background.
Subspace jump capability temporarily lost. Kruger's mechanical arm worked frantically over the damaged control console, sparks flying from the ruptured circuits.
The gravity field generator is overloaded and will require at least 3 days to restart.
The life support system is running at minimal power.
Tosaka leaned weakly against the wall, his face pale as paper with blood seeping from his nostrils. He had nearly exhausted his life force to save the fleet.
My lord, we are still alive.
The director of the think tank managed to squeeze out a smile.
That is already a miracle.
Raven helped a dazed crew member whose powered armor was dented in multiple places.
Damn storm almost swallowed us whole.
The communicator suddenly buzzed and Kelferoz's mechanical voice came through.
Salahar, how is your condition?
The logic terminus is severely damaged, but the structural integrity remains intact.
We are temporarily safe, Salahar replied. What about Liana?
The Morningstar has lost 2 escort ships, but the main ship is unharmed.
Kelferoz paused. However, we are all facing the same problem, we do not know where we are. Salahar approached the main display screen, which showed a blank star map. The navigation database was completely unable to identify their current location.
Initiate scanning to detect surrounding star systems.
The operator's fingers flew over the keyboard. My lord, the scan results are in. We are located in an unknown star system with a total of 7 planets. Only the 4th planet lies within the habitable zone. Salahar stared at the planetary data displayed on the screen.
The atmospheric composition of this world indicated it was suitable for human life, but the surface temperature was relatively low.
Strangely, the orbital scan revealed clear signs of artificial modification to the planet's ecosystem. This is not a naturally formed ecological environment.
Tosaka struggled to walk over to Salahar, gazing at the data stream.
Something has modified this world. An imperial colonization world. Raven furrowed his brow. That's unlikely. Kruger pulled up more detailed scan results. The atmosphere contains unknown organic compounds and the energy readings are abnormal.
A large-scale ecological modification has occurred here, but the modification patterns do not match any known imperial technology. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, the sensors suddenly emitted a piercing alert.
My lord. We have detected a signal on the planet's surface. Salahar immediately rushed to the console. Detailed report.
The signal source is located in the northern hemisphere and the coordinates have been locked.
The operator pulled up the signal analysis data. This is an Imperial standard distress signal and the encoding format matches the Astartes communication protocol. Silence fell over the bridge.
In this forgotten star system there was actually an Imperial distress signal being continuously transmitted.
What is the signal strength? Salahar asked.
Very weak, but is continuously repeating. The operator continued analyzing. Based on the degree of signal decay, the emitter has likely been operational for a long time, possibly for days or even months.
Connect Kelferoz and Liana.
Minutes later, the commanders of the 3 main ships gathered through holographic projection on the bridge of the unyielding blade.
Everyone, you are all aware of the situation. Salahar got straight to the point. We currently have 2 options. Wait for the fleet to be repaired before finding a way to leave this star system. Or investigate that distress signal. Liana's holographic image spoke first.
Based on my years of navigation experience, that signal is likely from a downed Imperial warship. Perhaps we could gain valuable intelligence or resources from it.
Kel'Thuz's mechanical body emitted a low rumble. From a technical standpoint, repairing our fleet will take at least 2 weeks. During this time, dispatching a team to investigate the signal source is a reasonable choice. Raven voiced a differing opinion. My lord, our current state is fragile. Dispersing our forces for ground operations poses too great a risk. Salahar pondered for a moment. Raven's concerns were valid, but that distress signal might be their only clue in this unfamiliar star system. More importantly, if there were truly Imperial loyalists trapped there as the Emperor's offspring, he had an obligation to rescue them. Alright, I will personally lead a team to the surface to investigate the signal source. Raven, you and Aokus will accompany me. Tosaka will remain on the ship to recuperate, and Kruger will be in charge of fleet repairs. Tosaka weakly nodded. The director of the think tank had nearly exhausted his life force during his previous display of psychic energy and could not participate in combat operations for a short period. Kel'Thuz, have your technical team continue repairing the damaged ships. Liana the Morningstar will be on guard, monitoring movements at the edge of the star system. If there are any anomalies, notify us immediately. Understood, my lord. Everyone responded in unison. Salahar turned to the armory manager. Prepare a Thunderhawk transport. An hour later, the Thunderhawk is ready for departure. The pilot reported via the communicator. Departing. The Thunderhawk flew out of the hangar of the unyielding blade, heading toward the mysterious planet. Through the viewport, Salahar saw the surface of the world covered in strange purple vegetation with a faint mist wafting through the atmosphere. Atmospheric analysis shows it is suitable for breathing, but it is advisable to remain sealed. Aokus reported. The air contains unknown organic particles that may be harmful to humans. The Thunderhawk pierced through the atmosphere, flying toward the location of the signal source. Salahar noticed that the vegetation on the ground exhibited unnatural geometric patterns, as if deliberately arranged by some intelligent beings. The arrangement of these plants is strange. Raven pointed at the scene outside the window. As if someone is cultivating some special crops. The transport landed in an open area. The moment the hatch opened, a pungent sweet odor rushed into the cabin. Salahar stepped out of the cabin, feeling the soft moist ground beneath him. The soil beneath his feet was dark red, emitting a mixed scent of metal and blood. The surrounding vegetation towered into the clouds, forming a bizarre purple forest. The signal source is 2 kilometers to our northeast. Aokus checked the data panel. The energy readings are stable and should still be operational. Salahar activated the environmental scanning system of his armor. The data indicated that the biological activity in this area was exceptionally vibrant, but no large organisms were detected. Maintain combat formation and proceed toward the target, Salahar ordered. The three formed a triangular formation and slowly moved toward the signal source. The purple forest stood silently around them, with strange calls occasionally echoing from the depths. The purple forest stood silently behind them, while ahead a colossal metallic shadow began to reveal its silhouette through the mist. By the Emperor. Raven's breath caught for a moment. It was the wreckage of an Imperial rapid strike cruiser, its hull embedded into the ground at a terrifying angle, the bow almost completely shattered, exposing countless twisted metal structures. What drew their attention more was the emblem on the side of the hull, still visible despite the erosion of wind and frost. A blood drop with wings. Salahar's voice was low, his memory instantly dragged back 10,000 years, the insignia of the Blood Angels. But my lord, Kasi stepped closer, scrutinizing carefully. This emblem is somewhat different. The wings are more ornate, and the shape of the blood drop more like a chalice. I have never seen such a variant in the Legion's records. Perhaps a later successor. Salahar made a brief deduction and did not delve further. Look at these corpses. Raven's attention was drawn to the battlefield, pointing at the countless Tyranid remains scattered around the wreckage. There was a fierce battle here. Indeed. Hundreds of Tyranid corpses were piled up like mountains, from the most basic gaunts to the massive warrior organisms and even the colossal remains of several carnifexes. The Tyranid blood had long dried, appearing like solidified nightmares against the eerie purple vegetation. Salahar picked up a fallen breastplate nearby, engraved with exquisite angel wing patterns. The armor surface was riddled with acid-etched pits and terrible claw-gashed wounds. The signal source is nearby. He activated the Terminator armor's scanning system. Life signs are extremely faint. Raven checked the ammunition of his bolter, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Perhaps there are survivors. They did not enter the hull immediately, but followed the signal direction, circling around the crashed warp. The signal source did not seem to be inside the ship, but rather in an open area on the other side. Passing through a hill formed by wreckage and Tyranid corpses, the sight before them made them stop. It was a clearing stained dark red with blood. The bodies of several Space Marines in red power armor lay in a circle, having used their own bodies to build a final line of defense. In the center of the defense line, a figure knelt there. He too wore ornate red power armor, but unlike the other corpses, he bowed his head, one hand gripping a massive chainsword, its blade deeply embedded in the soil.
His body trembled slightly as if enduring immense pain.
Oi, Survivor Kasi whispered, preparing to approach.
Just then the kneeling warrior slowly raised his head. His gaze passed over the fallen bodies, landing directly on Salahar, who was clad in black Terminator armor. Horus! A heart-wrenching roar burst from his throat, filled with endless rage and the pain of betrayal echoing across the dead battlefield.
Salahar immediately raised his hand, signaling his team to prepare for battle. What's wrong with him?
Raven shouted. Before the words faded, the red-armored warrior had already charged like a cannonball. He drew his chainsword, the engine roaring harshly, transforming into a crimson lightning bolt lunging straight at Salahar. Raven instinctively rushed forward, raising his power sword to parry.
However, the fury-driven warrior's strength far exceeded his imagination.
The chainsword with brutal disregard cleaved through Raven's parry. Ugh! Raven grunted, sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. A deep bone-deep scratch was left on his power armor's chest, sparks flying, nearly disemboweling him.
Raven! Salahar roared.
But the crazed warrior had already relocked his target on Salahar, the chainsword whistling as it tore through the air, striking again. He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow while extending his left hand covered in an energy field to grab the opponent's swinging arm. But this red-armored warrior possessed terrifying combat instincts, reacting with astonishing speed.
He immediately slammed his knee into Salahar's abdomen while attempting to headbutt Salahar's faceplate. Salahar responded calmly. Fall back.
Salahar shouted to Kasi, who was about to advance, and Raven, who had just gotten up.
I'll handle this.
The crazed warrior roared again, swinging his sword in a powerful horizontal sweep.
Salahar leaned back, the chainsword's teeth grazing his chest armor, sending a shower of sparks. Now!
Salahar seized the fleeting opening, his right hand shooting out like lightning, precisely grabbing the opponent's wrist, holding the sword. The Terminator armor's power glove emitted a low hum, the immense grip causing the opponent's bones to groan under the strain. Without pausing, Salahar used his bow as center of gravity to execute a clean shoulder throw, slamming the warrior heavily onto the ground. Yet the opponent's resilience was beyond expectation. He rolled to his feet, almost instantly attempting to attack again.
Salahar would not give him that chance.
He stepped forward, closing into the warrior's embrace, applying a precise joint lock, tightly securing the opponent's right arm while using the weight of his armor to pin the body down.
Enough! Salahar tried to awaken the warrior's reason. The battle is over.
The crazed warrior still struggled violently, emitting beast-like roars, but under Salahar's control any struggle was futile, only tightening the joint lock further.
Kasi. Sedative. The apothecary immediately rushed forward, retrieving a large dose of potent sedative from his medical kit.
The needle precisely pierced the gap in the opponent's neck power armor, injecting the drug rapidly.
Seconds later, the frantic struggling finally subsided and the berserker's body went limp, falling into deep unconsciousness.
Salahar carefully released his hold, stood up and looked at this loyal son lying on the ground.
He's alive. Kasi quickly performed checks. Apart from some external injuries and severe dehydration, his vital signs are relatively stable.
Raven, clutching his smoking chest armor, approached and cursed with lingering fear. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this guy?
What could turn in a start into this? Not sure. Salahar looked at the unconscious warrior, his brow furrowed. Kasi carefully observed the ornate armor of the unconscious warrior. The red ceramite was engraved with unique personal heraldry and densely packed battle honors.
In any case, we must wait until he wakes up to speak.
Kasi said softly.
Prepare to bring him back to the ship. He is the only living witness to all the mysteries here.
Raven and Kasi carefully lifted the unconscious warrior. Salahar turned and walked toward the crashed warship. He needed to find more clues, especially about this strange madness.
Within the medical bay of that unbroken blade, azure life monitoring lights cast rhythmic patterns upon the walls. Kasi pushed open the hatch, a rare look of excitement illuminating her face.
My lord, he is awake. Salahar rose immediately, with Lei-Wen following closely behind.
The three of them strode swiftly through the corridor and arrived at the door of the isolation medical chamber. Through the reinforced glass they saw the crimson-armored warrior sitting on the bedside, his hands clenched into fists. His vigilance is exceptionally high, Kasi murmured. He has been observing his surroundings ever since he awakened.
Salahar pressed the door lock and the hatch slid open with a soft hiss.
The crimson-armored warrior turned his head in an instant, muscles tensed, ready for combat. When he caught sight of Salahar's black Terminator armor, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes.
Who are you?
I am Salahar, commander of this vessel. Salahar stepped slowly into the room, his hands visible to show he meant no harm.
This is my adjutant Lei-Wen and the apothecary Kasi.
The crimson-armored warrior's gaze swept over the three, finally resting on Salahar's armor.
You are the Dark Angels. Indeed.
Salahar replied succinctly. The warrior paused for a few seconds as if assessing the credibility of this answer. I am Lawfan, battle brother of the 3rd Company Golden Paladins chapter.
He rose slowly. Thank you for saving me. Lei Wen stepped forward. Golden Paladins. Not the Blood Angels. We are a successor chapter descended from the Blood Angels. What happened? Your vessel, how did it crash on this world? We received a distress signal from the Alex sector. Alex sector. Lei Wen frowned. A vital Imperial hub.
La Fen's voice grew heavy. A transportation and supply nexus for 3 subsectors.
If Alec falls, the entire sector's defensive line will collapse.
Salahar walked to the viewport, gazing at the starfield beyond the armored glass.
Continue. Our fleet encountered a warp storm during the translation. When we finally emerged from the Imperium, we collided with a hive fleet. Tyranids? Yikasi asked. Yes, tens of thousands of them.
La Fen's voice was laced with pain. They surged like a tide. We held out for 3 days and 3 nights, but in the end.
He paused for a long time. I must be the only survivor. Silence fell over the compartment, every Astartes understanding the agony of losing battle brothers. Salahar turned around. What is the situation in the Alex sector? Unknown.
According to the last communique, the situation is even worse than we anticipated.
He rose and walked before Salahar. Yikasi stepped forward.
How long can you estimate they can hold out?
Based on the last transmission, at most 2 to 3 weeks.
La Fen's voice was filled with despair. Without substantial reinforcements, hundreds of millions of Imperial citizens will be slaughtered.
Lei Wen and Yikasi exchanged a glance. This scale of warfare far exceeded their current capabilities. I beg you to lend aid to Alec. Lawfan suddenly knelt on one knee. As sons of the Emperor, we are duty-bound to protect loyal Imperial citizens. Salahar did not answer immediately.
He knew this decision would determine the fate of the entire fleet.
Rise, brother. Salahar extended his hand. I need to discuss this with my command staff.
Lawfan rose, hope flickering in his eyes.
Salahar turned and left the medical bay with Lei Wen and Yikasi following.
In the corridor, the 3 maintained silence until they reached Salahar private quarters.
My lord. Lei Wen hesitated. I know. Salahar pressed the hatch seal.
Summon all members to the bridge. We need to conduct a thorough deliberation.
20 minutes later, the bridge of the Unbroken Blade gathered all key personnel. Salahar, Lei Wen, Yikasi, Kaluz, Tuasaka and Kir Phalaosi and Liana via holographic projection.
Lawfan was also invited to attend, standing to one side.
Everyone is aware of the situation. Salahar got straight to the point. Now I need to hear each of your opinions.
Lei Wen spoke first, his voice brimming with fervor.
My lord, as warriors of the Emperor, we have no choice but to act. La Fen's eyes glowed with gratitude. Brother Lei Wen's courage commands my respect.
The hundreds of millions in Alec need your salvation. But Kaluz immediately raised an objection.
Wait. The Tech Marine's mechanical arm pointed at the data slate. Let us look at reality.
Our fleet has just endured a warp storm. Multiple systems are severely damaged. He called up a detailed damage report. Main engine efficiency is down by 30% and the Geller field generator requires at least a week for full repair.
To engage in combat under these conditions is tantamount to suicide. Yikasi also expressed concern.
From a medical perspective, our genocide reserves are at their limit. The apothecary's voice was grave. Any large-scale losses could lead to the complete annihilation of the chapter. Tuasaka leaned weakly against the wall. The psychic outburst from days ago had not yet fully healed. I can sense the despair and anguish emanating from the Alec direction.
The librarian closed his eyes. The situation there is even more dire than we imagined.
Lei Wen turned to face Kaluz, fury blazing in his eyes.
What are you saying? We are Astartes, sons of the Emperor. When Imperial citizens cry for help, how can we choose to I am not fleeing.
Kaluz's synthesized voice carried palpable anger. I am being responsible for the battle brothers we have lost. To send the remaining warriors to their deaths in a hopeless war, that is the true betrayal of the Legion.
The argument grew louder.
The younger warriors supported Lei Wen's view, seeing it as a chance to prove themselves, while the seasoned veterans leaned toward Kaluz's cautious stance.
The atmosphere on the bridge became tense, with 2 factions locked in heated debate. Lawfan watched it, all the hope in his eyes gradually dimming.
Just as the argument threatened to spiral out of control, everyone turned almost in unison to Salahar, who had remained silent all along. He stood before the holographic star chart, his golden pupils fixed on the burning Alex sector.
The entire bridge fell into a dead silence.
All waited for his decision.
All eyes were focused on Salahar, awaiting the answer that would determine their fate.
Salahar slowly turned around, his golden eyes sweeping over everyone present.
The galaxy is burning.
Just like 10,000 years ago the offspring of the First Legion, we will not stand by and allow any enemy to destroy all that we protect. We shall never yield. Our course is set, Alec. Rathan was so excited he almost knelt, but Salahar raised a hand to stop him. However, we are not going to our doom. We must enter the battlefield in the best condition, ensuring that every drop of blood serves its greatest purpose. Calpharos. Salahar opened the communication channel. Yes, my lord. The synthesized voice of the Grand Sage of the Dark Mechanic Society immediately responded. Immediately search for a suitable docking point. We need time for pre-battle preparations. Understood. I have scanned a deserted asteroid. Its position is concealed, suitable for large-scale repair operations. Very well. The entire fleet gather at the designated coordinates. 3 hours later the fleet docked on the shady side of the asteroid. This rocky planet had no atmosphere and was covered with metal veins, making it an ideal location for industrial work. The logic terminus of Calpharos was the first to deploy its massive mechanical arms, beginning the construction of temporary industrial facilities on the asteroid's surface. Countless mechanical servants surged from the ship's hull, bustling on the rock's surface like ants. In the hangar of the unyielding blade, Salahar gathered all core members. We only have 72 hours. Salahar stated bluntly, every minute must not be wasted. Krug pulled up the detailed damage report of the fleet. The main engine is repaired to 30%. An estimated additional 48 hours are needed. The weapon systems are mostly intact, but the ammunition reserves are insufficient. Aokus was reviewing the medical report. The warrior's injuries have mostly healed, but our reserve of genetic seeds has reached a dangerous threshold. Any large-scale casualties could be fatal. Salahar nodded, then made an unexpected decision. He took out the unyielding blade, placing the mysterious black sword in the center of the table. Krug Calpharos. Salahar's voice was filled with anticipation. I need you to study this sword. Krug's optical sensors immediately focused on the black sword. My lord, this is your weapon. Precisely why I need to understand its full potential. Salahar explained, this sword saved all our lives, but I feel it holds more secrets. A fascinating energy fluctuation. The Grand Sage's synthesized voice bore an unmistakable excitement. I detected an unknown energy signature. Raven looked somewhat worried. My lord, if any accidents occur during the research. There will be no accidents since this sword has made its choice. It will not harm us. In the following 24 hours the entire fleet entered a frenzied state of preparation. Calpharos ships operated at full capacity, producing various specialized ammunition and upgrade components. The temporary factory on the asteroid's surface emitted white steam with countless mechanical arms precisely assembling war machines. In the technical compartment of the unyielding blade, Krug and Calpharos were conducting a detailed analysis of the black sword. What are the scanning results? Salahar inquired. Krug shook his mechanical head. Completely incomprehensible. The internal structure of this sword is like a black box. Any detection signals are fully absorbed. Multiple mechanical arms from Calpharos rotated around the black sword, various precision instruments humming. Material analysis shows that the elements composing the sword's body exceed our comprehension. This is not any known alloy or ceramic steel. Then what can we do? Surface reinforcement. Calpharos suggested, although we cannot analyze the internal structure, we can design an external energy supply system for it. Krug nodded in agreement. Utilizing the energy conduction technology of the ancient ship, we can create a new hilt that directly transmits energy to the sword body. Salahar pondered for a moment. Let's begin. The next day the modified unyielding blade was returned to Salahar's hands. The new hilt was a deep black inlaid with intricate energy conduction circuits. The moment Salahar grasped the hilt, the entire sword immediately emitted a low humming sound. Golden patterns spread along the sword body, brighter than before. Energy output has increased by 30%, Krug reported, but this is only a temporary enhancement. The real secret still lies deep within the sword body. Salahar sheathed the sword. That's enough. On the third day all preparations were nearing completion. The fleet's damages had been repaired by 90%, the weapon systems fully upgraded, and ammunition stocks were sufficient. Tosaka's condition had also improved significantly. The director of the think tank donned his hood again, and the glow of spiritual energy flickered in his eyes. I am ready. Though Tosaka's voice remained weak, it was filled with determination. This time I will not evade. Rathan stood on the bridge watching the busy fleet with gratitude in his eyes. I have never seen such efficient preparations, Rathan said to Salahar. The Golden Paladin Legion will forever remember your kindness. Salahar did not respond, merely gazing at the starry sky ahead. At the end of the 72nd hour, Calpharos sent the final report. All ships are fully repaired. Combat capabilities are at their best. The temporary factory has been dismantled, leaving no trace behind. Salahar walked to the command platform and opened the fleet-wide communication. Attention all crew members. His voice echoed within every battleship. We are about to embark on a path leading to hell. The millions of innocent civilians in the Alec Star Zone are waiting for salvation.
We are their only hope. Salahar's voice became more resolute. I will not tell you this will be an easy battle. The enemy is numerous and we face absolute disadvantage.
However, we are the offspring of the First Legion.
Our ancestors once conquered the entire galaxy. Pure courage and loyalty flow in our genes.
Today we shall prove that even in the darkest of times the Emperor's light still shines upon the galaxy.
The entire fleet erupted in thunderous war cries. For the Emperor. Engage the warp engines. Target Alec Star Zone.
Massive energy gathered within the ship's hull and a rift in the subspace tore open before the fleet. The purple vortex resembled a gate to hell waiting for this brave fleet.
All fleet jump.
On the orbit of Alec, the symphony of war never ceased. The Empire Navy's dictator-class cruiser the Oath of Terra suddenly activated its broadside energy lance array and brilliant white beams of energy tore through the vacuum, precisely penetrating the engine compartment of a chaotic destroyer.
The traitorous warship erupted into a dazzling fireball in the silent void of space, with fragments scattering like deadly shrapnel in all directions.
The enemy shields are recharging.
All macro cannon cruise target locked on Cater's flagship the Iron Misery. Fire at saturation.
The captain of the Oath of Terra roared from the bridge, his voice distorted by the overloaded speakers.
Hundreds of macro cannons roared, unleashing a barrage of tons of armor-piercing projectiles towards the ironclad battleship that stood like a fortress.
The explosion's brilliance rippled across the void shield of the Iron Curse, each impact dulling that layer of energy protection. However, on the three satellites of Alec, the war blacksmith Cater's orbital artillery responded. Massive mass-driver cannons fired from the modified lunar surface, with projectiles screaming in at sublight speed, easily shredding a longsword-class escort.
The battle in space was a cruel mathematical game, with hundreds of warriors dying in explosions and depressurization each second.
On the ground, the capital hive of Alec presented a bloody hellscape. Delavasta's Fane kicked open a crumbling wall and charged into the smoke-filled room. The explosive gun in his hand roared like an angry beast, a short burst reducing a chaotic cultist attempting to ambush him to a pulp.
Clear the position.
The Imperial Fist warriors behind him quickly followed, their yellow power armor standing out in the dim ruins.
Lieutenant.
The iconic emotionless mechanical voice of the commander of the Krieg Death Legion came through the communicator. The 127th Regiment is under heavy fire in the West Square.
The traitors have deployed at least 3 heavy weapon positions.
Fane looked out through a shattered window. The vast square to the west had turned into a meat grinder. Krieg soldiers clad in their signature grey coats and gas masks charged wave after wave against the chaotic traitor defenses. Red beams from laser guns intertwined with the tracers of explosive guns to form a deadly web of fire. With every charge, hundreds of soldiers fell, yet those behind would immediately tread over their fallen comrades' bodies, continuing forward as if death were merely irrelevant data. This was the combat style of the Krieg Death Legion. "We are on our way," Fane replied succinctly. He turned to his warriors, the descendants of the 7th Legion, experts in siege warfare. "Brothers, prepare to breach.
Our mission is to clear those nails and open a path for the Kriegers."
13 Imperial Fist warriors advanced through the ruins like a moving fortress. The Alec sector, once a thriving transport hub, now lay in ruins, a burning city amidst endless corpses. The emergence of the Great Rift made it a prime target for the forces of chaos. War blacksmith Cater and his Iron Warriors had turned this place into a stage to showcase their siege artistry. Yet the will of the Empire had never yielded. The arrival of the 5th Company of the Imperial Fist, led by Fane along with the Krieg Siege Regiment, was like a shot of adrenaline injected into this desperate battlefield. In orbit, the Imperial Navy engaged the chaotic fleet in a brutal war of attrition. On the ground, the precise strikes of the Imperial Fist complemented the reckless charges of the Krieg Legion, slowly tipping the scales of victory towards the Empire.
Up ahead, enemy heavy weapon positions.
Fane's helmet scope locked onto the target. Behind a barricade made of rubble and armored vehicles, a dual heavy explosive gun was spewing flames, mowing down the charging Krieg soldiers in swathes.
"Demolition team, prepare the penetrator bomb," Fane ordered.
A soldier equipped with specialized gear stepped forward, retrieving a conical explosive from his back.
"Cover." Without further ado, Fane was the first to charge out from behind the cover. His explosive gun roared precise fire, suppressing the enemies behind the barricade, creating a path for the demolition expert, bullets sparking against the walls beside him. The demolition expert dashed to a crumbling wall, firmly pressing the bomb against the structure. Detonation countdown 3 seconds. Everyone immediately retreated back to cover. With a dull thud, the thick reinforced concrete wall was blown open, revealing the flank of the heavy weapon position. For Dorn and the Emperor. Fane led his warriors through the breach, the fury of the explosive gun instantly engulfing the unprepared chaotic traitors.
The traitors operating the heavy explosive gun didn't even have time to turn their weapon before being blasted to pieces by multiple explosive rounds.
3 minutes later the battle was over.
Thane stood on a twitching corpse, his yellow power boots stained with black blood.
Position secured, continue advancing.
Received. The bland response from the Krieg Commissar came through the communicator. The 128th and 129th regiments will continue to advance. The dawn of victory seemed to be within reach.
Just then a shrill alarm pierced the communication channel. Lieutenant! Emergency alert!
The voice from the orbital monitoring station was filled with panic. A massive unknown object has exited subspace and is heading towards Alec. It has broken through our interception fire.
Thane abruptly looked up at the sky.
A blinding fireball cut through the smoke-stained gray heavens like a star falling from mythology. The fireball trailed a plume of smoke stretching hundreds of kilometers, roaring over the hive city before vanishing beyond the western horizon.
Seconds later the earth trembled violently.
The ground beneath Thane's feet undulated like waves, distant structures groaning under the strain with more debris falling from the sky. A visible shockwave swept through, stirring up a dust storm that blotted out the sun.
The entire world seemed to brace for the apocalypse in the wake of this earth-shattering blow.
When the tremors finally subsided, Thane's communicator was filled with panicked calls and harsh static noise. "Report the situation," he shouted into the communicator.
"Lieutenant."
The voice of the Krieg commander wavered for the first time. "Our front reconnaissance units detected tens of thousands of biological signals in the desert. They are emerging from the impact site. It's the Greenskins."
Thane's heart sank.
A brand new, more chaotic enemy had joined this already bloody war in the most brutal way possible. The war blacksmith Cater stood atop the highest watchtower of the western nest city, his powered armor gleaming amidst the smoke as he gazed at the spreading green tide on the distant horizon. Tens of thousands of orcs surged forth from the impact crater like a torrent of green lava erupting from the depths of hell. They roared, brandishing crude weapons, trampling over each other's corpses, racing toward the city recently seized by the Steel Warriors. "Damn it," Cater's voice came through the speaker, "you've arrived at the worst possible time." He turned and walked towards the command platform, his steel boots thudding heavily on the metal floor.
"First squad, secure the southeastern defense line."
Second squad, open fire indiscriminately from the heavy artillery positions. Third squad, prepare the armored spearhead for assault.
Understood. Cater's gaze swept across the city.
The defensive positions of the Steel Warriors formed a fortress of iron completely sealing off the outskirts of the nest city. They had no intention of allowing a single green-skinned creature to enter the city. This was the war aesthetic of the Steel Warriors, to turn the battlefield into a furnace, reducing their enemies to slag. The vanguard of the Green Tide finally crashed against this wall of steel. The first wave of assault was more ferocious than anticipated. Thousands of orcs wielded chainsaw blades and inferior shotguns, howling as they charged toward the Steel Warriors' positions. They had no tactics, only pure boiling violence and madness. Fire! With the command, the earth began to tremble. The Devastator siege tanks and Serpent self-propelled artillery deployed behind the defense line roared in unison. Large-caliber shells sliced through the smoke-filled sky, shrieking as they smashed into the densest ranks of the orc charge. Each impact unleashed a horrific storm composed of earth, metal debris and green flesh, instantly clearing a vast area. The crossfire net formed by the heavy explosive gun positions scythed through the approaching greenskins like the scythe of death. Yet the orcs were utterly unconcerned with death. More greenskins charged forward over the exploded corpses of their comrades, their roars even overpowering the thunder of artillery. Such overwhelming firepower did not intimidate the greenskins, instead it ignited their bloodthirsty battle frenzy. Whack! The roar coalesced into a deafening wave. The orcs were completely high on battle, dragging forth makeshift killing cans and crude-towed artillery from the rear of their line. The massive metal claws tore through the earth, the thick barrels spewing unstable energy orbs that struck the front lines of the Steel Warriors, triggering waves of explosions. "Damn greenskins, there are more of them than cockroaches," roared a Steel Warrior as he shot a stray bullet striking nearby, sending countless fragments cascading down. "Then crush them." Cater's cold voice issued a new command through the command network: Punisher formation, advance. Execute armored spearhead assault. The massive gate at the center of the defense line slowly rose, and the engines of 3 Land Raider Punisher tanks rumbled deeply. They surged forth like prehistoric behemoths, their heavy armor disregarding the orcs' crude firepower, while the heavy explosive gun turrets on either side began to rotate, unleashing a rain of death upon the Green Sea. The front plow of the tank crushed hordes of orcs along with the debris beneath them, leaving behind tracks mixed with red blood and shattered entrails. Faced with this moving fortress of steel, the orcs did not retreat, instead they surged forward with even greater madness. A massive orc warboss roared, swinging a gigantic powered claw, and slammed it against the front armor of the leading Land Raider. A piercing metallic scraping sound echoed as the powered claw left a deep scar on the armor, sending sparks flying. In response, the twin-linked laser turret of the Land Raider swung towards him and a searing beam instantly pierced the war boss chest, reducing his massive body to charred remains. The battle evolved into a brutal meat grinder. The heavy artillery and armored spearhead of the Steel Warriors firmly suppressed the orc tied outside the nest city, the defense line as steady as a mountain. Yet the green sea seemed endless, crashing wave after wave against the steel dam, continuously raising the height of the battlefield with their own corpses. Cater watched the bloody scene on the battlefield, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, at that moment a disturbing message came through the communicator. Emergency report from the south: an unidentified derelict ship has crashed in the south, situation unknown. The sky over the southern nest city was shrouded in a layer of gray-green toxic clouds, the air thick with the stench of decay and death. Delavastus Fane stood on the observation deck of the temporary command post, gazing through his gas mask at the hellish scene before him. The derelict ship that had fallen from the sky resembled a rotting seed taking root and sprouting in the heart of the southern nest city. Thousands of shambling corpses crawled out from the derelict ship. They were once human but now reduced to decaying husks, driven by a thirst for flesh. Even more terrifying were the grotesque maggots covered in slimy secretions writhing along the streets, leaving a trail of corrosive residue in their wake. But the true threat lay in the figures clad in tattered powered armor. The stench assassins, the Death Guard warband worshipping Nurgle. Their armor was rusty, riddled with sores and parasites, each step releasing deadly plague spores. Report casualty status. Fane spoke into the communicator, his voice sounding muffled through the mask. Squad leader, most of the civilians inside the nest city have already been infected. There are probably millions, and they have all turned into those things. What is the rate of plague spread? We have set up flame barriers at the entrances of the southern nest city, but those drones. The officer's words were interrupted by a sudden explosion. Through the observation lens, Fane saw several drones emitting a stench of decay hovering over their defensive line. These machines had been thoroughly corrupted by the power of Nurgle, their surfaces covered in flesh tumors and tentacles spraying green toxic mist. All units don your gas masks. Flame troops advanced to clear those drones. The orange tongues of the heavy flamethrower ripped through the sky, incinerating one drone into a burning wreck. But more drones flew out from the depths of the southern nest city like pus oozing from a rotten wound. The soldiers of the Krieg Death Guard stood ready on the front line. They wore gray coats and gas masks resembling an army of the dead. Laser guns fired rhythmically in their hands, each shot hitting its target with precision. A wave of corpses charged toward the defense line. First row fire at will. Laser beams tore through the air, shredding the leading corpses to pieces. But there were even more, an endless tide. Second row fire at will. Another round of laser fire, more corpses fell, yet they did not die immediately. Some still had half their bodies crawling toward the Empire's defense line. Their numbers were simply overwhelming, as if the entire population of the southern nest city had transformed into these terrifying monsters. Fane gazed at the brutal scene on the battlefield, a wave of despair welling up inside him. If the plague spread to the entire planet, billions of Imperial citizens would face the same fate. Squad leader. A voice from the communicator belonged to an Imperial fist warrior. We hold fast. His voice was as firm as rock. We are the progeny of Dorn, we shall not retreat. Yet deep down Fane knew they needed a miracle. He could only hope reinforcements would arrive in time, otherwise the Alex system would fall completely, becoming a paradise of chaos and death. On the distant horizon the flames of war continued to burn. A thunderous boom. A plasma cannon shell precisely struck the fortress on the left flank. The shockwave of the explosion hurled 3 Astra Militarum soldiers into the air, their bodies tracing grotesque arcs before crashing heavily into the ruins. Della was EDC Fayen, crouched behind a half-collapsed wall, observing the battlefield through his scope. The Iron Warriors' assault surged like a relentless tide, wave after wave crashing against the Imperial defenses. Company commander. The left flank is in peril. A panicked cry from an Astra Militarum officer crackled through the Voxcaster. Fayen turned to see the fortifications, their reduced to rubble, surviving soldiers retreating desperately. Damn it! Fayen clenched his jaw. The main force of the Death Corps of Krieg had been diverted to deal with the Nurgle-worshipping warband to the south, leaving him severely undermanned. Second squad reinforced the left flank. Fayen barked into the Voxcaster, raising his bolter to fire. The bolt round struck a Chaos cultist square in the chest, turning him into a mist of blood. Yet the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. The armored columns of the Iron Warriors warband advanced slowly. 3 Predator tanks' turrets swiveled, seeking the most valuable targets. Their hulls gleamed with a cold metallic sheen in the firelight. Target locked. Imperial Dog's heavy weapon emplacement. Boom. The tank's main cannon fired. The shell screamed across the battlefield, precisely striking the heavy bolter position at the center of the Imperial line. The massive blast leveled the entire fire point, instantly vaporizing the several Astra Militarum soldiers manning the weapon. Fayen's heart sank.
Without heavy firepower they could never withstand the Iron Warrior's armored assault. Brothers, prepare for close combat. Fei-En leaped from cover, his power maul humming with energy.
A blue energy field enveloped the heavy head, starkly visible in the dim battlefield. Behind him the Imperial fists rose, their yellow power armor standing like mobile fortresses. They were sons of the 7th Legion, experts in siege warfare and warriors who never retreated. But the enemies they faced were equally formidable. The Iron Warriors' infantry phalanx advanced. These traitor Astartes wore silver-gray power armor etched with blasphemous runes. Their movements were precise and lethal, every step a calculated act.
For the Emperor. For Luo Guduoen. Fei-En roared his battle cry, charging first into the enemy ranks.
The Iron Warrior's champion strode forward. The traitor's helmet was adorned with skulls and chains, his power maul pulsing with an ominous red light.
The two warhammers clashed in midair. Clang!
The deafening impact echoed across the battlefield. Fei-En felt his arm shudder. The Iron Warrior's strength was greater than he had anticipated.
Imperial lapdog.
The Iron Warrior's champion's voice crackled through the vox speaker, dripping with contempt. He swung his maul in a horizontal arc, the heavy head hurtling toward Fei-En's waist with a terrifying roar.
Fei-En stepped back, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow.
The maul skimmed past his armor, its shockwave sending him staggering.
Counterattack. Fei-En lunged forward, his power maul sweeping upward in a fierce uppercut.
The blue energy head tore through the air, aiming straight for the enemy's chest. The Iron Warrior's champion calmly parried with the haft of his maul, and the two weapons clashed again. This time Fei-En felt the pressure distinctly. The enemy's combat skills were supremely refined, every strike was heavy and powerful, every defense unbreakable.
The surrounding battle was equally fierce. Imperial fists and Iron Warriors engaged in brutal close-quarters combat.
The roar of bolters, the hum of power weapons, the crash of armored collisions, a symphony of death.
An Iron Warrior's chain axe cleaved into an Imperial fist's shoulder.
The serrated teeth tore through the outer armor, blood seeping through the rent. But the loyal warrior did not fall. Instead, he used his wounded arm to lock the enemy in place, allowing a comrade to deliver a killing blow from behind.
Elsewhere, an Iron Warrior fought two Imperial fists. His fighting style was cold and efficient, each attack calculated to perfection. The power maul in his hand was like a scythe of death, shattering one Imperial fist's helmet. But the second Imperial fist had already circled to his flank. A power fist slammed into the Iron Warrior's back, shattering his spine.
The battlefield was a tableau of such life and death struggles. The duel between Fei-En and the Iron Warrior's champion continued. Both were seasoned veterans, elites of their respective legions. The impact of mauls sparked blinding arcs of energy, every exchange could decide life or death. Suddenly the Iron Warrior's champion changed his tactics. His maul traced a bizarre arc, bypassing Fei-En's guard, aiming for the side of his helmet. Danger! Fei-En twisted sharply to the left, the maul's wind nearly grazing his neck. He felt the searing heat of the energy field, a hair's breadth from having his skull crushed. But this also gave him an opening. Seizing the brief moment after the enemy's strike, Fei-En lunged forward low. His power maul swung with full force, striking the Iron Warrior's champion's right elbow joint. With a crunch of bone and armor, the enemy's entire arm twisted grotesquely and hung limp. Ack! The Iron Warrior's champion bellowed in agony. Blood from the severed arm stained the silver-gray armor. But he did not fall. The stubborn traitor grabbed a bolter pistol from the ground with his left hand and pulled the trigger at Fei-En. Fei-En reacted instantly, rolling aside. The bolt round flew past his helmet, blasting a large hole in the wall behind him. Seizing the moment while the enemy reloaded, Fei-En leaped up. The blue power maul with the force of a thunderbolt smashed down from above onto the Iron Warrior's champion's helmet. With a dull heavy crunch, the traitor's head and helmet were driven into his chest. The left flank had completely collapsed. Astra Militarum soldiers were in full retreat, with chaos cultists pouring through the breach like a flood. They brandished crude weapons, howling with fanatical fervor. Company commander! The left flank is lost. A desperate cry came through the voxcaster. Fei-En turned to see hundreds of cultists streaming through the gap, soon to encircle the Imperial main position. Damn it! Fei-En clenched his teeth. With his current forces he could not hold both fronts. Just then the roar of engines sounded from the sky. A Thunderhawk gunship dove down from the clouds. The thunderous roar of its heavy bolters drowned out all other noise on the battlefield. A torrent of explosive rounds swept across the breach like a storm, tearing the foremost cultists to shreds. The Thunderhawk hovered above the gap, its side hatch sliding open. Several figures leaped from 10 meters high. Their black Terminator armor gleamed in the firelight. Reinforcements! The power hammer of Fei-En still dripped with the blood of the traitor, but he had no time to savor this hard-won victory. The howls from the communicator and the collapse of the left flank on the battlefield tightened his heart. The breach was like an unhealable wound with frenzied chaos cultists pouring in from it ready to tear apart their already precarious defense from the flanks.
Second squad, rally to me. Block the breach. Fei En roared.
Just then the sky was torn apart. The deafening roar of engines echoed from above as a dark-painted Thunderhawk gunship dove down at a nearly suicidal angle. It ignored the scattered anti-aircraft fire below while the heavy explosive cannon on its nose began to roar.
The sound drowned everything out.
The dense barrage of bullets swept through the recently torn breach like an unstoppable iron curtain. The dozens of cultists at the forefront were instantly reduced to flying flesh and blood, not even able to let out a scream. The subsequent cultists were momentarily stunned by the sudden firepower, instinctively seeking cover. The Thunderhawk gunship executed a perfect hover above the breach and the massive side doors suddenly slid open.
Fei En and all the surviving Imperial Fist warriors instinctively looked up.
Then they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Several massive figures leaped down from a height of 10 meters without any descent equipment. Their heavy bodies crashed to the ground with a thud. Each impact produced a muffled sound shaking the surrounding ruins. They were Terminator armor clad in pure black, reflecting cold hard light amidst the chaotic battlefield flames.
Reinforcements.
Where did the reinforcements come from?
Fei En's mind went blank. The Oath of Terra in orbit was preoccupied and couldn't possibly send aid.
The lead Terminator warrior stood tall, towering over his companions. The indomitable Terminator armor made him look like a moving fortress of war. He did not wear a helmet, and a face resembling an ancient knight's statue was exposed to the smoke, with golden pupils scanning the battlefield as if all the chaos was within his calculations.
Raven left flank. Nemia right flank. Cedra's suppress front line.
The voice of Salahar came through the internal squad communications.
I've been waiting for this, my lord. Raven roared, his plasma explosive gun already charging with a dangerous hum.
Led by Terminator Salahar, the Astartes assault squad plunged into the chaotic formation of chaos cultists like a dagger.
Salahar led the way.
Dressed in heavy Terminator armor, his massive body moved with an agility that belied his size amidst the ruins. The twin-linked storm bolter on his left arm spat out fiery tongues of death, accurately blasting apart each enemy that attempted to approach. A chaos cultist wielding a chainsaw axe charged in from the side, trying to launch a surprise attack.
Salahar did not turn around. His left hand's energy gauntlet struck first, gripping the cultist's head. Splat.
Like crushing a ripe tomato, the mixture of skull and brain matter exploded between his fingers.
He casually tossed the headless corpse aside, knocking down two other enemies. For the Emperor.
Raven's roar echoed from the other side. Dressed in standard power armor, he moved even faster. The plasma explosive gun in his hand unleashed a sphere of searing energy, obliterating a makeshift heavy weapon position along with 3 cultists on it. The overheated barrel emitted smoke, but he paid no heed, drawing his power sword and charging into the enemy ranks like a tiger among sheep.
Nemia and Cedra's displayed the steadiness of seasoned veterans.
Nemia held the Caliban shield firmly at the forefront of the line, while his other hand's bolter continuously fired, providing cover for the battered Cedra's behind him. Cedra swung his massive chainsaw axe with every blow, sending blood and flesh flying, cleaving through 3 or 4 enemies at once. Although they did not possess the indestructible defense of the Terminator armor, their combat skills and ferocity were in no way diminished. Their fighting style was entirely different from that of the Imperial Fist. The Imperial Fist was like an unyielding bastion, advancing steadily step by step. In contrast, these black-armored warriors moved like a pack of hunters lying in wait in the shadows for millennia, each of their attacks filled with lethal efficiency and an ancient chilling elegance.
Fei En watched it all.
In less than 2 minutes they had pushed back the wave of hundreds of cultists. They not only blocked the breach but even began to push back, hunting down and executing the fleeing traitors one by one.
Squad leader.
An Imperial Fist warrior approached Fei En, his voice tinged with undeniable shock.
Who are they? Fei En shook his head. He didn't know.
All he knew was that these people were Astartes, the Emperor's sons. Their black armor bore no chapter insignia, only some ancient emblems he had never seen before. When the last chaos cultist was cleaved in 2 by Cedra's chainsaw axe, the battlefield momentarily fell silent. The 5 black-armored warriors halted, maintaining a combat formation while remaining vigilant.
Salahar turned, his golden pupils piercing through the smoke, landing on Fei En. He took heavy steps toward the Imperial Fist's position.
Fei En instinctively tightened his grip on the power hammer, and the warriors behind him raised their weapons, warily watching this unfamiliar powerhouse.
Salahar stopped 10 meters away from them. He made no threatening gestures, merely standing quietly. Who are you?
Fei En finally spoke up, his voice slightly hoarse from the recent battle.
We are warriors of the Emperor. Salahar's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. We have come to support Alec. Support. Fayan furrowed his brow. I received no notification of reinforcements. What is your chapter designation? Who is your commander? Salahar's gaze swept over Fayan and the battered yellow armor of those behind him. He noticed the insignia on their armor, a tightly clenched fist. The 7th Legion, Sons of Roble Dorn. A group of warriors worthy of respect. We are the 1st Legion Dark Angels, Salahar said slowly. My name is Salahar and I am the commander of this force. 1st Legion. Fayan's brow furrowed even tighter. The Dark Angels were known for their mystery and autocratic behavior. Their appearance here was already unusual. But before he could ask further, the distant sound of cannon fire intensified again. The next wave of the Steel Warriors' assault was on its way. He glanced at the already secured left flank and then at the black-armored commander who claimed to be a Dark Angel. Now was not the time to question motives. I am Fayan, squad leader of the 5th Company of the Imperial Fist. Fayan lowered the power hammer, revealing his identity. Thank you for your assistance, Salahar. But the battle is not over. I know, Salahar nodded. I need you to hold the left flank. Fayan pointed at the recently cleared breach. Can you do that? Salahar did not respond, merely turning around and issuing a brief command to the Thunderhawk gunship. All personnel drop and establish a defensive line. The Thunderhawk gunship flew in from the sky accompanied by several transport aircraft. A dozen Space Marines similarly clad in black power armor and over 1,000 well-equipped human auxiliary troops appeared on the battlefield. Colonel Hope and his soldiers swiftly constructed a defensive position at the breach, their movements as practiced as if they had drilled it countless times. The mortar and heavy weapon teams completed their deployment within minutes. Fayan watched the suddenly appearing well-trained force, his heart filled with doubt. What kind of power is this? The battlefield in the orbit of Alex Star was reaching a boiling point. The starboard shield is below 40%. Macro cannon groups 3 and 4 have lost response. Captain John listened calmly to the damage control team's report, his gaze fixed intently on the Chaos cruiser that was closing in on them on the main screen. Redirect all power to the forward shields. Order the Morning Star and Logic Endpoint II to flank from both sides and prioritize attacking the enemy ship's weapon arrays. We need to be a spearhead piercing directly through their formation. John's voice echoed on the bridge of the unyielding blade. Since their arrival in the Alex sector, this fleet had been embroiled in a brutal orbital battle. The Imperial Navy's cruiser Oath of Terra had sustained severe damage in previous skirmishes and could barely hold the line. The arrival of the Salahar fleet was like a shot of adrenaline, momentarily stabilizing the impending collapse. The Logic Endpoint II of Kalphoros displayed astonishing combat prowess. Its asymmetrical hull unleashed powerful firepower, cutting through the Chaos cruiser's shields and armor with surgical precision. Liana's Morning Star utilized the unique agile tactics of the merchant scavengers, continuously harassing the enemy's flank. Meanwhile, the unyielding blade, an ancient ship from the Great Expedition era under John's command, transformed into the sharpest spear. It abandoned close combat and charged with an almost reckless abandon straight towards the core of the Steel Warrior fleet, the Steel Curse. The Lord has said we are not here to fight a war of attrition. John said to the crew beside him, glancing at the rapidly approaching enemy ship on the screen. Our mission is to buy time for the ground forces. Then let's make as much noise as possible, forcing them to divert their attention from the ground. High-energy reactions detected ahead. It's the enemy ship's light spear array. Emergency evasive maneuvers. John shouted. The massive hull of the unyielding blade tilted at an incredible angle as the blazing white light spears grazed its belly, vaporizing a section of armor in an instant. All forward torpedo tubes fire. Dozens of torpedoes trailed long tails of flame, resembling a pack of bloodthirsty sharks rushing toward the Chaos cruiser that had just completed its firing and whose shield was wavering. The violent explosions erupted silently in space and the cruiser's bow was left unrecognizable. Well done. A brief cheer erupted on the bridge. Continue advancing, target the Steel Curse. On the surface of the planet amidst the ruins. Fine watched as Sarahal's troops swiftly and efficiently established a complete defensive line, a mix of doubt and shock swirling within him. Those mortal auxiliary troops, their proficiency in operating heavy weaponry and their fearless demeanor while fighting alongside the Astartes suggested they were seasoned veterans. Your troops are strong, Fine said sincerely as he approached Sarahal. They are just fighting to survive. Sarahal replied, looking at his soldiers with a flat tone. Just then the bombardment from the Steel Warriors struck again. Several shells landed on the newly established defensive line of Sarahal's troops, kicking up a cloud of dust. But as the dust settled, the defensive line stood firm. The energy shield generator deployed a pale blue barrier in front of the position, blocking most of the impact. Fine's pupils narrowed. Even the mortal infantry positions were equipped with small void shield generators. Such luxurious equipment was beyond what even their Imperial Fist could manage. What exactly is this Sarahal's background? Fine, Captain.
Salahar turned around, formally facing him. The battlefield needs a unified command.
I along with my entire force will temporarily accept your command.
Fine's expression showed no change. He hesitated not for a moment, nor did he scrutinize or question.
On the perilous battlefield of Alec, efficiency was life. He simply met Salahar's golden eyes steadily and nodded calmly.
Good. Fine's voice was calm and firm. Commander Salahar, your troops will be the key force in determining the outcome of this battle. Fine pointed to the south, where the sky was shrouded in a gray-green toxic cloud. The southern nest has already been occupied by the filthy followers. A Death Guard warband called the Rotting Assassins is spreading plague there. They've transformed millions of civilians and even summoned demons. He paused. The Krieg 946th Regiment is establishing a quarantine zone there, but they have suffered heavy casualties and are close to breaking. I need you to lead your entire force to immediately reinforce the southern front, cooperate with the Krieg Legion, and eliminate the source of the plague there.
Fine stared intently into Salahar's eyes, trying to discern any sign of retreat or hesitation.
Sending a fresh reinforcement straight into the most dangerous and filthy battlefield was in itself a cruel test.
But Salahar's expression showed no change. Understood.
He simply nodded, then turned and began issuing orders to his subordinates.
Colonel Hope.
Yes, sir. Colonel Hope rushed over immediately.
All troops assemble, prepare to mobilize towards the southern war zone. The transport aircraft will arrive in 5 minutes. Iokas, prepare double the detoxifiers and anti-plague agents.
Raven, Nemia, Cedras, your squads will act as vanguards, taking the Thunder Eagle gunship ahead to establish contact with the Krieg Legion. Orders were issued in an orderly manner, and the entire force completed the transition from defense to offense within minutes. Fine watched all of this, and the last shred of doubt in his heart vanished.
Salahar.
Fine called to Salahar, who was about to board the Thunder Eagle.
What is it, Captain?
Be cautious of those Death Guards. Fine said. They are traitors of the 14th Legion and experts in wielding plague and toxins.
I will be.
He turned and boarded the gunship, the hatch slowly closing. The Thunder Eagle's engine roared to life, lifting off towards the southern region, a symbol of death and decay. Fine stood in place watching them leave. He did not know whether sending this reinforcement to hell was the right decision or a reluctant mistake. But he knew the fate of Alec was now tightly bound to this dark angel. Inside the cabin of the Thunder Eagle gunship, the atmosphere was as oppressive as solidified cement. Through the porthole one could see the ground scenery rapidly retreating, the ruins of the city gradually replaced by a desolate, polluted wasteland. A faintly sweet and putrid odor began to permeate the air, making one feel nauseous even through the thick hull.
Sir, we are about to enter the southern war zone?
The driver's voice came through the communicator. The command center of the Krieg 946th Regiment has sent the rendezvous coordinates. Salahar sat at the front of the cabin cleaning his explosive gun. Upon hearing the report, he halted his actions.
Tosaka, how are you feeling? He inquired via the internal channel.
The director of the think tank, Tosaka, kept his eyes closed, his face under the hood appearing paler than usual. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, as if he were enduring immense pressure.
Very nauseating.
Tosaka's voice echoed in Salahar's mind, trembling slightly. The subspace here has been stirred into a putrid soup.
I can feel countless souls wailing in agony, dissolving.
The energy of the filth demon is too dense, like a mental swamp trying to drag us in every moment.
Can you determine the location of the enemy psionics? Too many, too chaotic. Whispers and sinister laughter abound.
But deep within the Nest City there is a particularly powerful presence. It is like a massive pus-filled tumor, the center of all corruption.
Salahar nodded, no longer pressing for details. He knew that having Tosaka conduct psionic detection in such an environment was a torment in itself. Raven.
He turned to his aide.
Yes, sir. Raven was checking his power sword, the blade crackling with blue arcs of electricity.
Tell the brothers that after landing strictly enforce the sealing protocol.
Any unit with damaged armor must retreat immediately. Iokas will establish a purification station. Understood. Also, Salahar added, remind them that our enemies are not just those traitorous Astartes. Those civilians infected by the plague. They are no longer human. Do not hesitate.
Raven paused for a moment, then nodded heavily. Yes, sir. A few minutes later the Thunder Eagle gunship began to descend. The sight below caused everyone in the cabin to gasp in shock. It was a massive defense line formed by countless corpses, vehicle wreckage and charred earth like an ugly scar across the land.
On one side of the defense line stood Krieg soldiers in grey coats and gas masks, standing like statues.
On the other side were an endless horde of shambling corpses. Thousands of corpses, once citizens of the Empire, now turned into bloated, rotting monsters. They tirelessly assaulted the Krieg defense line, emitting ghastly hisses. The Krieg soldiers responded with mechanical precision, firing in unison. Laser beams continuously punctured the tide of corpses only to be quickly filled by the ones behind. Heavy flammers spewed long tongues of fire, igniting entire groups of corpses, filling the air with the stench of burning flesh. Yet even as they became torches, those monsters continued to move forward until they were reduced to charred remains. The Thunder Eagle gunship landed behind the Krieg defense line. As the hatch opened, a wave of rancid odor and the smell of blood rushed in. A Krieg officer wearing a gas mask and displaying the insignia of a political officer was already waiting there. He straightened slightly as he saw Salahar and his group disembark from the gunship, performing a standard Aquila salute. "I am Stagler, the political officer of the Krieg 946th Siege Regiment. I have been instructed by Captain Fan to wait here for you, Commander Salahar." His voice transmitted through the speaker of the mask. "How is the situation?" Salahar asked directly. "It's dire. The enemy numbers exceed 1 million and continue to grow. The number of traitorous Astartes is unknown. They are entrenched in the governor's tower at the center of the Nest City, which is now their plague temple. Their drones are constantly spraying toxic mist over the battlefield, and our anti-air capabilities are about to run out." He pointed to the distant tower shrouded in green toxic clouds. "Our mission is to breach the Nest City and destroy that tower. However, all our assault units have been overwhelmed by the endless tide of corpses halfway there." "What are your casualties?" 23,427 dead. "Injured?" "We have no injured. I need you to open a path for us." Salahar stated, "My forces will act as the spearhead, driving straight into the governor's tower." Political officer Stagler glanced at Salahar and the dozen or so space marines behind him, then at the endless tide of corpses that resembled an ocean. He did not question it, merely nodded. "Very well. I will gather the strength of 3 regiments and launch a feint to draw the main force of the corpses. This will create a 15-minute window for you. You must break through the outer defense line and enter the Nest City within 15 minutes. That will be enough. My forces will provide fire support for you," Stagler added. "Good luck, Commander." "For the Emperor." With that he turned and left, beginning to mobilize his silent death legion. Salahar watched his retreating figure and said to Raven beside him, "Have Colonel Hope's forces follow. Their task is to secure the breach we have opened and establish a forward base." Soon the auxiliary forces led by Colonel Hope arrived via transport aircraft. When these mortal soldiers saw the hellish scene before them, many young soldiers turned pale. But Colonel Hope merely unsheathed his chainsword. "Soldiers, we are the shield of the unyielding blade. Before us stands the Emperor's angels. Prepare for battle." Under the leadership of the veterans, the auxiliary forces quickly entered combat mode. 5 minutes later, a sharp whistle rang out across the Krieg positions, the only signal for the assault. There were no war cries, no shouts, only the heavy and oppressive breaths beneath countless gas masks and the dull thuds of military boots on scorched earth. Thousands of Krieg soldiers formed a silent grey tide, charging desperately towards the green sea of corpses. Artillery fire began to rumble, laser beams and explosive rounds intertwining into a web. A larger-scale meat grinder war had begun. "Now is the time." Stagler's voice echoed in the communicator. "The path has been opened." Salahar saw that in the center of the battlefield the Krieg's desperate charge indeed drew the attention of most of the corpses, creating a brief, relatively weak spot in the defense line. "All forces charge," Salahar commanded. He was the first to charge out, his black Terminator armor resembling a vengeful reaper beneath the gray-green sky. "Forward! Forward! Do not stop!" Salahar's roar echoed through the communication channel. The blade of indomitable spirit in his hand had already been drawn, and with each swing he effortlessly cleaved 3 or 4 bloated corpses in half, their wounds not oozing pus but being seared and purified by a pure energy. Their assault formation was like a sharp witch fiercely driving into the tide of corpses. Raven and Cedrus flanked Salahar on either side. Raven's power sword danced up and down, each strike precisely severing the heads or spines of the undead. Cedrus' chainsaw axe was even more wild, the massive blade kicking up a storm of flesh and blood, clearing a path before him. Nimia's squad followed closely behind, using explosive rifles to accurately shoot down those undead attempting to flank from the side, stabilizing the wings of the assault formation. Iokas and his apprentice alchemist brought up the rear, ready at any moment to tend to the wounded and perform battlefield purification. Damn it, these things just won't stop coming. Raven swung his sword to decapitate one of the undead, but the headless corpse continued to flail its arms, reaching for his legs. He had to follow up with a kick, smashing it into the ground. "Do not engage with them. Keep your speed." Salahar shouted. "Our target is Governor Tower." The ground beneath their feet was no longer land but a carpet of rotting flesh and viscous pus, each step producing a sickening squelching sound. The stench in the air was suffocating. Even the filter systems of their powered armor began to emit overload warnings. Just then a buzzing sound came from the sky. "Watch out above." A dozen corrupted drones descended, their insect-like bodies covered in flesh lumps and tentacles, their underbellies starting to spray green foul-smelling toxic mist. Clear the sky, a roar from an Astartes echoed in the tactical network. A member equipped with a missile launcher kneeled, locking onto the target within seconds. Meanwhile, the other battle brothers raised their explosive rifles. Whoosh! A penetrator missile shot out with a blazing tail, accurately hitting one of the drones and exploding it in midair, turning it into a filthy fireball of twisted metal and rotting flesh. Next, the explosive rifles began to roar, a barrage of explosives tracing crimson arcs in the air, tearing apart two more drones. But the remaining drones were already close enough, nimbly evading the fire and pouring down deadly toxic mist. The green toxic mist poured down upon a Space Marine's black ceramite armor, emitting a piercing hiss. The surface of the armor was rapidly corroded, the coating peeling off and black smoke billowing out, but the sturdy powered armor temporarily resisted this deadly erosion. The warrior merely staggered slightly before regaining his footing, raising his explosive rifle to accurately shoot down the drone that was spraying toxic mist. For the Emperor, a warrior raised his power sword to the sky while his other hand held the explosive pistol, efficiently blasting a drone attempting to approach from the flank into a pile of burning wreckage. All units initiate emergency purification protocol. Iocast's voice rang out on the channel. Battle brothers with armor integrity below 70 retreat immediately. Do not touch any green liquid. Salahar looked up at the sky, knowing that these drones were the greatest threat. They could not only spread plague but also disrupt their assault rhythm. Kruger! Salahar called out. Here, my lord. The voice of the Tech Sergeant Kruger came from the back of the squad. He was operating a freshly assembled multi-barrel autocannon with several warriors. 3 seconds, bring down all the flies in the sky. At your service. Kruger locked onto the drones, a massive stream of data flashing rapidly before his eyes. The warriors behind him had already loaded crates of ammunition into the autocannon. Fire! Boom, 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 boom. The 6 barrels of the autocannon began to spin, emitting a thunderous roar. A torrent of blazing shells formed an unstoppable metal storm, instantly enveloping that airspace. The agile drones faced with this deadly barrage were like mosquitoes crashing into an iron wall, one after another blown to pieces, exploding into clouds of green fireworks in the air. The sky was cleared. Well done, Kruger. Raven laughed heartily. Basic Operation 56. With the aerial threat eliminated, their speed picked up again. They could already see the towering silhouettes of the Nest City's buildings, resembling a jungle of steel. But just as they were about to break free from the encirclement of corpses and enter the city, the true enemy appeared. From the shadows of the Nest City, a dozen massive figures slowly emerged. They wore corroded Terminator armor with disgusting pus dripping from the seams, and behind them buzzed a swarm of flies, death guards. They wielded gigantic plague scythes and dual plague sprayers, leaving a trail of rotten footprints with every step. The leader among them wore a helmet with 2 massive goat-like horns and looked at Salahar's assault team, emitting a terrifying laughter like grinding stones. He he he. Look what we have here. Fresh meat, come embrace the generous gift of the Father. Traitor! Raven roared, the first to charge forward. Raven, come back. Salahar tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Raven's power soared with the momentum of thunder, swung towards the withered leader. But the opponent merely raised the plague scythe in a casual manner. Bang! With a loud crash, Raven felt an irresistible force emanating from his sword, causing him to stagger back. A tiny chip appeared on the blade of his power sword, with wisps of black smoke seeping from the crack, corroding the blade. Too weak, little one, the withered leader mocked. Your hatred is as powerless as a baby's cry. Kruger's heavy explosive rifle roared, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the charging enemy. The explosives detonated against the bloated bodies of the plague warriors, bursting into clouds of rotten flesh and pus, yet these loathsome traitors seemed impervious to pain, continuing their heavy advance. Meanwhile, Cedrus' chainsaw axe let out a vengeful wail as it fiercely struck a plague warrior's shoulder guard. Sparks flew as the ceramite armor and corrupted metal were torn apart, green oil gushing forth. The monster retaliated with a heavy swing of its fist, the nauseating buzzing of flies accompanying the blow, which Cedrus narrowly dodged. Other plague warriors roared the foul names of the corrupted, colliding with the remaining assault team members, and both sides instantly fell into the most brutal close-quarters combat. The roar of explosive rifles and the roar of chainsaw swords echoed through the narrow passage. A warrior pierced his opponent's throat with his combat blade, only to have his helmet corroded by the acidic bile spewed by the foe. The entire battlefield transformed into a bloody mill of steel, brute force and faith. Salahar's gaze locked onto the withered leader. He knew that without eliminating this commander, they would be dragged to death here. Grasping the blade of indomitable spirit, he walked step by step towards the traitor, radiating endless malice. The withered leader too watched him with great interest, as if admiring a Suntobek-erupted work of art. At that moment, above them at the top of the Governor Tower, shrouded in green toxic clouds, a piercing malevolent green light suddenly illuminated.
A massive nauseating wave of spiritual energy instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Tosaka suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on one knee. My lord. They are summoning a demon. Around the Governor Tower, tens of thousands of hidden plague worshippers began to chant simultaneously, their bodies rapidly withering and decaying, all vitality and souls being drawn away, converging at the tower's peak. The toxic clouds in the sky began to swirl, forming a massive vortex flowing with pus. A gigantic indescribable shadow was slowly descending from the vortex. Roar! A roar that seemed to emanate from the deepest, most defiled corner of the universe erupted from the vortex in the sky. That sound was not merely a physical wave, it was a shock that directly assaulted the very soul. All those engaged in battle, whether Salahar's troops or the distant Kuligu soldiers, felt a visceral nausea and despair at that moment. Among the mortal auxiliaries, those with weak wills collapsed on the spot, kneeling and clutching their heads while letting out agonized screams. Green pus oozed from their eyes, ears, mouths and noses. Calm your minds. It's a warp illusion. Tuasaka's voice resounded in everyone's mind. He endured the excruciating pain of psychic backlash, striving to erect a mental barrier to shield his comrades nearby. But that power was too immense. His barrier flickered like a candle flame in the wind, on the verge of collapse. At the center of the vortex, the colossal shadow finally tore through the veil of reality. It was a bloated, grotesque behemoth beyond description. Its skin was a corpse-like greenish-gray, covered in festering sores and constantly bursting pustules. Its belly was as vast as a mountain, with a massive tooth-lined fissure stretching from its chest to its abdomen. Countless intestines and entrails spilled from the gash, dragging along the ground, crawling with plump nurglings. Its face bore a morbid, benevolent smile. One eye had already rotted away, leaving a hollow socket, while the other gleamed with cunning and malevolent light. In its hand it carried a rusted immense bell that dripped with pestilent liquid, and a blade equally colossal, like a butcher's cleaver, a plague sword. A great unclean one of Nurgle. As the demon prince fully manifested into the material realm, the ground around it instantly transformed into a festering swamp. The stench of decay intensified 100-fold, and a black cloud of countless flies swirled around it. He. My children, your grandfather has come to see you. The great unclean one's voice was a cacophony of patients' groans and coughs, brimming with nauseating affection. Come embrace your grandfather's gifts. With a casual wave of its hand, a green tidal wave of plague radiated from its feet. Several nearby auxiliary soldiers had no chance to evade. They were engulfed by the wave and instantly transformed into trembling plague trees covered in pustules. Open fire. Aim at that big bastard. Open fire. Colonel Huapu roared hoarsely. The auxiliary heavy weapon emplacements immediately swiveled their guns and mortars, autocannons and las cannons unleashed a torrent of fire upon the great unclean one. Shells and energy beams struck its massive frame, accurately exploding in bursts of fire. But it was utterly useless. Those shells only left insignificant scorch marks on its thick layers of fat, failing to draw even a single drop of blood. The wounds wriggled and healed within seconds, even sprouting new, more grotesque tentacles and eyeballs. Useless. The great unclean one let out a delighted laugh. Your toys cannot harm me. It raised its plague sword and casually cleaved toward the automatic cannon emplacement that Kulu-Go had just set up. A visible blade of pure plague energy howled through the air. The automatic cannon operated by Kulu-Go along with several nearby servitors was instantly struck by the blade. Under the corrosion of plague energy, the solid metal melted like wax, turning into a pool of bubbling liquid metal. My cannon! The tide of battle turned in an instant. The great unclean one's arrival rendered all mortal firepower meaningless. Meanwhile, within the Demon Lord's domain, the Death Guard Terminators received a tremendous boost in combat efficiency. Their wounds healed at an astonishing speed, and their strength and speed increased by an entire tier. Stellaris' chain axe was locked by a Blightlord's scythe, while another Blightlord took the opportunity to punch his chest plate. Stellaris spat out blood, flying backward as his chest plate bore a clear fist imprint. Stellaris. Enimia roared, raising his shield to shove aside the enemy in front of him and charging over to protect him. It's over. We're all going to die here. A young auxiliary soldier dropped his lasgun, fell to his knees and completely broke down mentally. Despair, like the plague itself, began to spread through the position. Salahar stood silently, ignoring the chaos and wailing around him. His gaze from start to finish was fixed on that enormous bloated demon. He could feel the demon's gaze settling upon him as well. Oh. An interesting little one. The great unclean one noticed the lone black armored warrior, who remained unaffected by its aura. A flicker of curiosity shone in its single eye. Your soul smells ancient, delicious, and carries a hint of a lion's scent. The demon prince tilted its massive head. A lost little lion. Hee, how amusing. Didn't your father teach you not to trespass in grandfather's garden? Salahar did not reply.
He simply raised the indomitable blade slowly. The black sword's golden veins blazed with intense light, exuding a pure majestic aura utterly incompatible with the surrounding filth. That aura even caused the great unclean one's smile to freeze for a moment.
What is that?
The great unclean one abandoned its disdain, sensing a threat from that black blade.
Something that can kill you.
Salahar's voice was ice-cold, and he began to stride forward, actively advancing toward the demon that resembled a mountain of flesh.
My lord. No. Kasi cried out. Come back, Salahar.
Lei Wen also broke free from his opponent, trying to stop him. But every Astartes present understood that facing a great unclean one, the combined attacks of all of them might be less threatening than Salahar alone. This was a duel befitting a commander, the key to determining the course of the battle.
Interesting, little one, you have courage.
The great unclean one laughed again. I will slowly, bit by bit, corrupt you and turn you into the most beautiful tree in grandfather's garden. It raised its plague sword, ready for battle.
Salahar said no more. He began to run.
His black Terminator armor carved a straight black line across the rotting earth, hurtling directly toward that colossal demon from the depths of the warp.
The duel has begun.
Salahar sprinted across the sticky ground, splashing not mud but rotting flesh and pus beneath his feet. The unclean one watched the small black dot rushing towards him, a mocking smile on its face. It casually waved the enormous bell in its hand.
Ding ding ding. A series of teeth-aching chimes echoed. Accompanying the sound, an invisible wave of plague spread out. Salahar felt a nauseating force surge into his body, attempting to corrode his organs and contaminate his blood.
The internal alarm of the powered armor blared wildly, the vital sign readings fluctuating violently. Any interstellar warrior would be rendered powerless under the toll of this bell of filth. But Salahar merely grunted, his momentum undeterred. His body, honed through millennia of subspace trials, exhibited resistance to chaotic corruption far beyond that of ordinary beings. More importantly, the unyielding blade in his hand radiated an energy that flowed throughout his body, gradually neutralizing and dispelling the invading plague power.
Oh!
The unclean one was somewhat surprised, not expecting this little guy to withstand its spell's sound. In that moment of distraction, Salahar had already dashed before it. He leaped high into the air, the massive Terminator armor resembling a cannonball, the unyielding blade in his hand whistling as it tore through the air, slashing downwards towards the unclean one's enormous head.
Too slow.
The unclean one roared, its seemingly clumsy body displaying astonishing reflexes.
It raised the plague sword in its hand, accurately parrying Salahar's strike. Clang!
The black sword collided with the plague sword, sending forth dazzling sparks of energy. An unimaginable force transmitted through the blade, sending Salahar flying back, tumbling several times in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a large crater. Cough! Salahar crawled out of the pit, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced. In a pure contest of strength, he was no match for this demon lord.
He, little lion, your strength is as feeble as that of a kitten.
The unclean one mocked, striding towards Salahar on its stout short legs. With each step the ground trembled. Salahar calmly assessed the situation. A heathen clash would lead to dead ends. He had to rely on his speed and technique. He refrained from charging recklessly again and instead began to move rapidly around the unclean one. His massive form left behind black afterimages on the battlefield, making it impossible to pin down his location.
Playing hide and seek. I love that game.
The unclean one became enraged, swinging its massive plague sword wildly in all directions.
Each swing unleashed a howling gale, carving deep bottomless trenches into the ground, flowing with green pus.
Salahar moved like a leaf in a storm, dodging the frenzied attacks, narrowly avoiding lethal strikes each time. He was waiting for an opportunity, a chance for a decisive strike. Suddenly the unclean one halted its assault, its massive gash in the abdomen gaping wide, revealing writhing, squirming entrails and countless sharp teeth within. PSH. A torrent composed of semi-digested souls, rotting flesh and plague erupted like a high-pressure water gun, covering a broad fan-shaped area in front of it.
Salahar's escape route was enveloped by this filthy torrent. Now's the time. Rather than retreating, Salahar accelerated and charged headlong into the torrent.
At the moment of being engulfed, he crossed the unyielding blade in front of him.
The black blade shone brightly and a golden energy barrier unfolded in an instant.
The filthy torrent crashed against the barrier, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound, yet could not penetrate. Salahar bore the weight of the torrent, forcing his way to the unclean one's abdomen.
What?
For the first time the unclean one displayed a horrified expression.
Salahar did not give it any time to react.
He retracted his long sword, charging up the energy gauntlet on his left hand to its limit, and struck fiercely into the maw full of sharp teeth in the unclean one's abdomen.
Aru! The unclean one's insides were thrown into chaos by the energy gauntlet's force.
Seizing the moment, it bent down. Salahar propelled himself off its belly, racing upwards straight towards its head.
Die for me! Salahar gripped the unyielding blade with both hands, pouring all his strength into it. The black blade was adorned with golden patterns glowing like a small sun.
He thrust downwards at the unclean one's rotting left eye, which was reduced to a mere eye socket.
Thrust.
The unyielding blade pierced through the demon lord's head without hindrance, emerging from the back of its skull.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment.
The smile on the unclean one's face froze, its single eye filled with disbelief. Its massive body began to tremble violently, golden cracks radiating from the unyielding blade rapidly spreading across its entire form.
No. It can't be. The love of the Father is eternal. It let out its final unwilling wail. Boom.
With a deafening explosion, the unclean one's massive body burst apart, transforming into a myriad of green light spots that filled the sky. A purifying energy storm swept across the entire battlefield, reducing all the corpses and filth swept up by the storm to ashes amidst their screams. The toxic cloud vortex in the sky dissipated and the long-lost grayish sunlight poured down once more. On the battlefield, everyone halted their fighting, staring in awe at this miraculous scene.
Salahar's figure descended from the air, kneeling on one knee.
He abruptly pulled out the unyielding blade that was embedded in the ground, bracing himself against it to support his wavering body.
He had won.
But the cost was tremendous. His Terminator armor was tattered, numerous sections corroded and penetrated, revealing the charred flesh beneath.
The energy gauntlet on his left arm was completely destroyed from overload, emitting black smoke.
Streams of red blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. In the recent duel he managed to evade most of the attacks, yet he was still corrupted by the unclean one's psychic energy and plague. At this moment he was sustained solely by his formidable will and the meager energy of the unyielding blade.
My lord. Aokus was the first to react, frantically rushing towards Salahar, pulling out large doses of antidotes and tranquilizers from the medical kit. Raven, Nania and Cedras also rushed over, surrounding him while vigilantly surveying the surroundings. With the death of the unclean one, the enhancement effects on the Death Guard Terminators faded away. They looked at Salahar, their eyes revealing fear for the first time. A powerful demon lord had actually been slain by him. Retreat. Withdraw to the governor's tower. The leader of the Withered Lord howled, being the first to turn and flee. The remaining Death Guards also retreated, disappearing into the shadows of the Nest City. The battle had temporarily come to an end. Salahar watched their retreating figures, unable to hold on any longer, his vision darkening as he lost consciousness completely. My lord. Salahar. This was the last voice he heard before falling into a coma. On the other side of Alexing, in the western nest, the warsmith Kato stood at the highest point of the watchtower, his cold gaze cutting through the smoke and resting on the endless green sea on the horizon. The rumble of artillery had persisted for 3 full days. The line of the steel warriors stood firm like a dam constructed of steel and concrete, holding the tide of green at bay outside the city. The shells from the snake monster self-propelled artillery and the destructor siege tanks relentlessly rained down upon the orc ranks, each explosion erasing large swaths of color from the green canvas. The crossfire formed by heavy explosive guns and automatic cannons turned the area hundreds of meters in front of the defensive line into a death zone. Any rational being faced with such fierce and precise firepower would have crumbled long ago. But orcs are not rational beings. Wa'ak. The thunderous roar even drowned out the booming of the artillery. More orcs surged from behind the horizon, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades, brandishing crude machetes and shotguns, their faces twisted in manic smiles as they charged headlong into the death line. Death did not instill fear in them, rather it exhilarated them. Blood and explosions were their favorite pigments. Warsmith, the synthesized voice of the lieutenant, echoed in Kata's helmet. Fortress 17 reports that their ammunition expenditure has exceeded the estimated by 200%. The frequency and intensity of the green skin assaults are increasing. Have the logistics drones expedite the supply. Kata's voice remained calm and unwavering. We are already at maximum speed. However, my lord, we have observed new developments. The green skins. They are evolving. Kato saw in the back of the orc line some massive orc technicians were hammering away at the battlefield debris, clanging and banging as they crafted something. Those were fragments of land raider assaults, the tracks of destructor tanks and the armor plates of Imperial drop pods. Under their crude craftsmanship, these precision creations from the Empire were being transformed into twisted, spiked and riveted war machines. A cannon made from 3 snake monster barrels bound together and welded onto a tractor chassis was pushed out. It lacked a precise aiming system, and the gunner merely adjusted the angle by feel before igniting the fuse. Boom! With a loud bang, one of the cannon barrels exploded on the spot, yet the other 2 massive shells were still launched. They traced ridiculous parabolas in the air. One shell disappeared into the unknown while the other unwittingly struck a watchtower of the Steel Warriors with uncanny precision. The watchtower collapsed with a thunderous explosion, silencing the heavy explosive guns atop it. A deafening cheer erupted from the orc crowd. Did you see that? The lieutenant's voice rang out again. They are learning.
using our weapons against us. Their kill can's armor is getting thicker and their weaponry larger. Just yesterday they were using shotguns and today they have begun using the heavy explosive guns we captured. Although most may misfire, some will undoubtedly fire.
Kato fell silent. He despised orcs. He loathed these chaotic disorderly beings devoid of any logic. To him war should be a precise science, a perfect amalgamation of mathematics, physics and engineering.
Every angle of artillery fire, every fortification should be calculated with utmost precision.
But orcs turned it all into a farce.
Their weapons should not fire, yet they did. Their tactics should have no effect, yet they wore down his perfect war machine bit by bit through endless numbers and frenzied will. What unsettled him further was the palpable frenzied energy permeating the battlefield. Whack! The force field was growing stronger. Under its influence the orcs became stronger, more ferocious and luckier.
What news from the southern nest?
Kato changed the subject. Thane's Imperial Fist and those Krieg mudfooters are still entangled with the dogs of Nagaroth. According to the last information relayed by the listening servitor skulls we deployed, they seem to have received a reinforcement.
Black armor to Astartes force.
Then communication was cut off, apparently due to some large-scale psychic explosion.
Black armor.
Kato frowned, thinking of a legendary legion, but quickly dismissed the notion.
Whoever they are, once I deal with these green skins they will be next.
Warsmith, we cannot sustain this expenditure any longer.
The lieutenant advised the orc numbers are endless at this rate. Before our ammunition runs out the barrels will melt first. Kato knew this all too well.
The perfect defensive line he established was like a high-efficiency meat grinder. But the problem now was that there was too much meat outside, too much for the machine to handle.
Where is their command core? Kato inquired.
We analyzed over 10,000 combat data fragments, the lieutenant replied. The green skins attacks seem chaotic, but they are not entirely devoid of pattern.
Every large-scale charge is initiated by a signal. A massive whack.
Battle standard.
Surrounding the standard are the largest and strongest orcs.
We deduced that their warchief is there. Kataskes locked onto the enormous flag, barely visible through the smoke in the distance. It was a flag pieced together from the skulls of various creatures and tattered cloth topped with a gigantic orc skull sporting a steel jaw. In the orc world there is no complex command chain. Only one simple and effective rule: the biggest, the strongest is the chief. As long as the chief remains, the whack will not cease. But what if the chief dies?
Warsmith, you mean?
The lieutenant seemed to guess his thoughts.
Maintain current firepower on the line.
Assemble all Terminator squads to my location.
Kato turned and walked towards the teleportation platform below the watchtower.
If this continues, these green skins will grow stronger in this meaningless battle until they truly threaten us. I cannot allow such a thing to happen. He disliked surprises, even more so unpredictable variables. I will personally eliminate the biggest variable from here.
Understood, Warsmith. The Tyrant Siege Terminator Squad Iron Ring Guard is standing by at the rendezvous point. Kato stepped onto the teleportation platform, the energies glow enveloping him.
He was about to execute a precision surgical decapitation operation. In the manner that Steel Warriors excelled, with the coldest logic and the most formidable firepower, to end this barbaric and chaotic farce. He intended to make these green skins realize that in the face of absolute power any fervor and will to fight are utterly meaningless. At the assembly point beneath the watchtower the air was thick with the scent of ozone and machine oil. 10 massive figures stood silently in the darkness like statues forged from steel. They were the elite warriors of the Iron Warriors, Kator's personal guard, the Tyrant Siege Terminators. Their Terminator armor was thicker than standard models, with Cyclone missile launchers mounted on their shoulder plates. Each warrior was a mobile fire platform, a war machine built to breach the most formidable fortresses. Beside them stood another 10 warriors of the Iron Ring Guard wielding thunder hammers and storm shields, Kator's final shield. The teleportation light faded, revealing Kator before them. He wore no helmet, exposing a face ravaged by mechanical modifications, leaving only a cold, ruthless gaze. In his hand he carried a massive energy hammer, its head crackling with dangerous electric arcs. Warsmith, the Terminator squad leader, stepped forward, his voice low and target acquired.
Kator was succinct.
Before him a holographic projection displayed the terrain behind the orc lines with a massive red marker flashing.
The orc war boss Ironfang Goges.
We will level everything for you, Warsmith. The squad leader pounded his chest plate with a power fist.
No, Kator shook his head. We are not here to level everything. We are here to decapitate. Speed and precision are key.
He pointed to a route on the holographic map. The artillery battery will conduct 3 saturation bombardments along this route before we move, clearing a path for us. Our mission is to penetrate under cover of the bombardment at maximum speed and strike directly at Goga's command post.
But Warsmith the Iron Ringguard captain raised a question: such a bombardment will inevitably alert all orcs. By the time we reach there we will face the entire greenskin horde. Exactly. A cold arc curved at the corner of Cater's mouth, or what could still be called a mouth, on his face. I want them all to come. I want them to watch as their boss skull is crushed by my hammer. He wanted not just to kill the war boss but to utterly annihilate the orcs' will to fight. The Land Raider is ready. It will deliver us to the point of assault. Cater issued the final command. Check your weapons. Calibrate your missiles. This will be a one-way trip. Either we return with the boss head or we all die in that green garbage heap. No one objected. They were Iron Warriors, sons of Percherabo. Born in siege, they would die in siege. The massive blast doors slowly rose and several Land Raiders covered in extra armor and warning stripes roared with a low growl. 30 Iron Warriors filed in, their heavy power armor thudding against the deck plates. Move out. Cater was the last to board the hatch, sealing heavily behind him. The Land Raider's engines erupted in a thunderous roar, its tracks grinding over rubble as it exited the line. The moment it left the line, the entire artillery battery of the Iron Warriors, hundreds of cannons, unleashed a earth-shattering roar. The sky was torn apart. A storm of steel, tens of thousands of shells swept through the route Cater had charted like the scythe of death itself. The earth trembled. The orc positions were blown apart, countless orcs that had been howling to charge were torn to shreds in the explosions. The fire and smoke of the explosions formed a corridor of death stretching for kilometers. Now! Cater ordered over the comms. The Land Raiders surged forward like arrows loosed from a bow, plunging into that sea of fire. Their front dozer blades shoved aside burning orc corpses and twisted metal wreckage, their thick armor shrugging off the sporadic return fire. The heavy bolter turrets on the sides of the hull blazed, turning any orc that survived the blast and tried to approach into pools of green plasma. The war machine sped through the corridor of death. Through the viewports Cater could see the hellish scene outside. Countless orcs were surging from all directions, their faces showing not fear but enraged madness. They're coming, the driver shouted. Good. Cater's voice remained cold. Minutes later the Land Raiders finally burst out of the bombardment zone. Ahead lay Goga's command post, a massive fortress built from countless shipwrecks and scrap metal. Atop the fortress the enormous Waak battle standard fluttered wildly in the harsh wind. Hundreds of orcs, far larger and stronger than the common boys, the knobs and meganobs, had already gathered here, swinging massive power claws and chain axes surrounding the Land Raiders. Clang! 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 Countless heavy weapons smashed against the Land Raiders' armor, creating deafening sounds. The vehicles shook violently, dents appearing on the armored plates. Engine overheating. Left track damaged 30%, the driver reported. Enough. Cater stood up. We're here. Tyrant squad, dismount. Use your missiles to clear a path. Iron Ring Guard with me. Our target is that banner. The hatches slid open violently. A wave of heat mixed with the stench of blood, smoke and orc filth surged in. Open fire. The Cyclone missile launchers on the Terminator's shoulders fired simultaneously. Dozens of micro-missiles screamed out, detonating around the Land Raiders, instantly clearing a wide area. The Iron Warriors charged out. They immediately formed a tight defensive formation, storm shields at the front, bolters behind, advancing like a mobile steel fortress toward the scrap metal mountain. Cater walked at the very center, his energy hammer humming in his hand. He looked up at the banner where a massive orc clad in a patchwork of power armor stood beneath it, looking down at them. That was Steeltooth Goga's. It was a full head taller than the surrounding orcs, wielding a power claw larger than Cater's entire body. Goga spotted Cater, bared its jagged teeth, and let out a thunderous roar. Then with its power claw it pointed at Cater, then at itself. This was the most primal, most direct challenge. Interesting. A cruel smirk flickered in Cater's eyes. Saves me the trouble of finding you. He led his elite guard step by step toward the scrap metal throne against the green tide. Wa'ak! The roar of steel-toothed Gorgoths swept across the entire battlefield. The elite orcs beside him, the iron jaw brutes, as if fueled by the strongest stimulant, with bloodshot eyes, wielded massive cleavers and wrenches, charging at Cater's assault team. Maintain formation. Crossfire, shouted the captain of the Tyrant Terminators. The ironclad line of 10 Terminators stood firm, unwavering. Their storm bolters on the left arms simultaneously spat fire, creating an impenetrable web of death. The dozen or so brutes at the front were instantly turned into sieves, red blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Yet more orcs surged forward, trampling the bodies of their fallen comrades. A particularly towering orc clad in heavy iron armor charged through the rain of explosive bolts. The massive chainsaw axe in its hands roared with a deafening noise as it struck fiercely against a storm shield of the Iron Ringguard. Clang! Sparks flew.
The Iron Ring Guard warrior was forced to stagger back from the tremendous impact, a deep gash visible on his shield. But he did not fall. Another guard warrior beside him quickly took his place, slamming a thunder hammer crackling with electricity onto the orc's head. Bang! The orc's head exploded like a watermelon, its headless body swayed and fell heavily. The battle instantly entered a brutal meat grinder mode. The formation of the Iron Warriors stood like an indestructible reef, unwavering despite the crashing green waves. Each shot and each hammer swing was honed to perfection, bursting with deadly efficiency. The orcs in contrast used sheer brute force and endless numbers to continuously assault this reef. They cared not for casualties or tactics, they only aimed to crush and tear apart these iron cans before them. Traitor did not participate in this melee. His gaze remained locked on the enormous figure atop the scrap mountain. With 10 iron ring guards, he cut through the chaotic formation of orcs like a scalpel, step by step edging closer to Gorguts. Any orc that stood in his way would be mercilessly smashed into pulp by the energy hammer in his hand or the thunder hammer of the guards beside him. Gorguts noticed him as well. It did not move, merely watching with interest as this tiny figure charged through its territory with his guards. It liked this. It liked opponents with guts. Get out of my way. Gorguts let out an impatient roar. That iron can is mine. The surrounding orcs immediately understood, retreating to the sides to clear a path to the mountaintop. They formed a massive circle, pounding their weapons in chests, creating a thump-thump-thump drumbeat to cheer on the impending duel. Traitor stopped in his tracks. He looked at the welcome passage formed by the orcs before him, then glanced at the domineering warlord atop the mountain. Foolish beasts, he murmured. To him, this sense of honor among orcs was their greatest weakness. Without hesitation, he stepped onto that path. His guards followed closely behind, storm shield protectors flanking him. As he reached the foot of the scrap mountain, Gorguts jumped down from its throne with a loud thud, causing the entire mountain to shake. The two massive figures finally faced each other under the watchful gaze of countless orcs. Iron can. Gorguts grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of massive tusks. Its voice boomed like thunder. I've had my eye on you for a while. You're pretty good. Much stronger than those yellow cans and grayskin punks. Traitor did not respond. He simply raised the energy hammer in his hand, the arcs of electricity crackling. I am Gorguts. Steel-tooth Gorguts. The orc warlord hammered its massive power claw against its own chest. Today I'm going to smash you and your insides into a pulp. Instead of roaring and charging like the other orcs, he sidestepped, instantly closing in on Gorguts' left side, swinging the energy hammer towards Gorguts' knee with thunderous force. The orc reacted almost instantaneously to Traitor's movement, not retreating but instead twisting its waist violently, the massive power claw sweeping through at an incredible angle, targeting Traitor's head. It aimed to exchange injury for a kill. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Traitor's eyes. He did not expect this beast to react so quickly. He immediately abandoned the attack and raised his left arm to block. Clang! The power claw struck hard against his armor. Traitor felt an irresistible force surge through him, sending him crashing sideways, landing heavily against the scrap mountain and creating a human-shaped dent. The surrounding orcs erupted in thunderous roars. Traitor stood up from the dent, shaking his head. His left arm armor bore 5 deep claw marks and the internal systems emitted overload warnings. You've got some skill, Iron Can. Gorguts laughed heartily, charging forward again. This time it was smarter, spinning the massive power claw into a whirlwind, giving Traitor no chance to close in. Traitor could only keep retreating, using the energy hammer to block the torrential assault. Each collision erupted into blinding sparks, numbing his arms. In pure strength he was no match for this beast, enhanced to the extreme by the whack. Force. War Ironsmith, his guards attempted to rush in to help. Fall back. Traitor shouted over the comms, this is my fight. Just as he was being pushed back with no apparent means to retaliate, a glimmer of light flashed in Traitor's eyes. He deliberately left an opening, slowing his blocking action by half a beat. Gorguts took the bait. It thought Traitor was exhausted and roared, gathering all the energy of the power claw for a deadly strike. Now's the time. Just as the power claw was about to smash into his chest, Traitor did not retreat but instead advanced, lunging forward into Gorguts' embrace. At the same time he swung the energy hammer at a tricky angle from below, smashing it hard against Gorguts' jaw. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. Gorguts' steel jaw was completely shattered, its massive head thrown back violently. Its deadly power claw grazed past Traitor's shoulder armor, leaving only a few sparks. Arg! Gorguts let out a painful roar. Traitor would not give it a moment's respite. He drew the plasma pistol from his waist and fired 3 shots at Gorguts' belly. Boom! 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 The scorching plasma bursts exploded on Gorguts' belly, burning through its thick layers of fat and muscle, revealing the writhing entrails within. I'm going to kill you. Gorguts went completely insane. It swung the power claw recklessly like a frenzied beast. But its attacks had lost all form.
Cater calmly dodged like the finest matador taunting an injured bull. Finally Gorget's movements slowed due to excessive blood loss. Cater seized the opportunity. He leaped up, stepping on Gorget's knee, then its belly, climbing all the way up to finally land on its shoulder. He raised the energy hammer. All the energy in the hammer erupted at that moment, shining like a small sun. Die. He brought it down hard onto Gorget's head. Bang. Gorget's head, along with its arrogant expression, was smashed deep into its chest cavity. The massive body swayed, then fell straight back with a loud crash. Cater pulled out the energy hammer embedded in the corpse, shaking off the red blood. Then he bent down, using the chainsaw sword to sever Gorget's already misshapen head, holding it high. Your boss is dead. His voice resonated through the entire battlefield. Now it's your turn. In the medical bay of the unyielding blade, the sterile air was filled only with the rhythmic beeping of the life monitor and the faint sound of the servo arms moving. Salahar's consciousness slowly rose from a dark abyss. The first sensation he felt was excruciating pain, as if every cell in his body was being torn apart and scorched. Then he heard a voice. The vital signs are stabilizing, but the gene erosion index remains at a critical level. Some force within him is combating the contamination, but the progress is slow. I have never seen such tenacity in life. It was the voice of Ioka's. When will he wake up? I don't know. Perhaps in the next moment, or perhaps never. His body is fighting and his soul is fighting as well. All we can do is wait. Salahar tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as if filled with lead. He attempted to move his fingers, but this simple action drained him of all his strength. He moved. I saw him move. Raven exclaimed with joy. Do not disturb him. Let him wake up on his own. Salahar concentrated all his willpower and finally managed to crack his eyes open. The blinding medical lights were hard to adjust to. He saw blurry figures, Raven in black power armor and Ioka's in white apothecary garb. My lord. Raven's voice was choked. How long have I been asleep? 48 Terra Standard hours. You have been unconscious for 2 days. Salahar tried to prop himself up, but a sharp pain shot through his chest, causing him to collapse back down. He looked down and saw that he was bare-chested with thick biowraps covering his chest, abdomen and arms connected by various tubes. His left arm from the elbow down was replaced by a metallic brace. The armor. It is being urgently repaired by the sages of Krug and Kelphora. How is the battle situation? Raven and Ioka's exchanged glances. After you slayed that abomination, the Death Guardians retreated to the governor's tower. There has been no further movement. We, along with Colonel Hope's forces, have held the line controlling parts of the southern nest. The plague has been temporarily contained. Only contained. Salahar frowned. Yes, my lord. Raven's expression grew solemn. The governor's tower is like a massive tumor. As long as it stands, the plague will not completely vanish. We have attempted to launch attacks, but the defenses inside are formidable and the terrain is complex. Nimia and Cedras led 2 assaults, both suffering heavy losses and forced to retreat. Salahar fell silent. He knew that engaging the Death Guardians in close quarters within the cramped nest buildings was the most foolish choice. What about the west? How are the Steel Warriors and the Greenskins faring? That is precisely what we need to report to you. Raven brought up a holographic display showing the battle situation in the western nest. While you were unconscious, significant events unfolded in the west. The warsmith named Cater personally led a team and beheaded the Orc warchief. The projection displayed a blurred image of Cater and his Terminator guard cutting through the Orc ranks, ultimately smashing the Orc chief's skull with his own hands. He won, Salahar assessed as he watched the footage. The Orcs are in disarray. Indeed. Raven nodded. The Orcs lost their command, turning into a scattered mess, divided, encircled and annihilated by the Steel Warriors' defenses. Now the entire western nest has fallen into Cater's hands. Salahar's heart sank. He understood what this meant. A Steel Warrior commander who had resolved his rear concerns and was buoyed by victory would naturally know what to do next. What about Captain Fane of the Imperial Fist? They are still holding out in the ruins of the central nest, Ioka said. However, just half an hour ago Cater launched a full-scale assault. The holographic display shifted. The sky of Alexia was painted red by artillery fire. Countless Steel Warrior siege tanks, Land Raider assault vehicles and even several roaring demon engines surged forth from the western nest like a tidal wave of steel, crashing violently against the already battered defenses of the Imperial Fist and the Krieg Death Corps. The communication channels were filled with desperate cries from the Imperial side. This is the 7th defense zone. We have been breached. Repeat, we have been breached. Demons' engines are everywhere. Requesting artillery support. Coordinates. A Krieg commander's voice was drowned out by the sound of explosions. For Dorn. For the Emperor. Hold the line. Never retreat.
Fane's roar echoed in the channel, but it sounded increasingly strained. The Imperial defenses were being slowly torn apart and consumed.
What about our men?
Nimia and Cedras have already led all the brothers who can still fight to support Fane's flank. Raven said Colonel Hope's auxiliary forces have also pushed forward.
However, there are too many enemies. They're armored units. We simply cannot withstand them. Salahar struggled, attempting to sit up again. My lord. You cannot move.
Iokas pressed him down. Your injuries are too severe. Your internal organs are still bleeding and the plague's corrosion has not been completely eradicated. If you go to the battlefield now, you are merely seeking death. If the line collapses, we are all dead.
Salahar's voice was not loud but held undeniable authority.
He looked at Iokas, fire burning in his golden pupils. I am the commander. My soldiers are bleeding and dying.
I cannot lie here.
But.
No buts, Iokas. Salahar pushed his hand away, using all his strength to finally sit up.
The intense pain made his vision blur, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Raven, he turned to his aide.
Yes, my lord. How much of my armor has been repaired? The chest plate and helmet have been barely repaired, but the energy gauntlet on your left arm is completely destroyed. Krug has replaced it with a temporary mechanical arm. The other systems are still on the brink of overload. That is enough.
Salahar tore away the biowraps covering him, revealing a web of wounds and burned skin beneath. He looked towards the medical bay exit as if his gaze had pierced through the ship's armor and was directed at the burning earth outside.
Put on my armor.
Iokas wanted to say something more, but seeing Salahar's expression he could only lower his head and sigh.
Yes, my lord.
He knew he could not stop a lion determined to return to the battlefield, even if that lion was already gravely wounded. The defense line of the Imperial Fists had become a mere shadow of its former self.
Dravastus Fayan leaned against a crumbling wall, his yellow power armor scarred with black scorch marks and riddled with bullet holes.
The barrel of his bolter had turned red-hot from sustained fire, yet he continued to pull the trigger, turning wave after wave of charging chaos cultists into bloody pulp.
Hold this position.
Hold it, he roared into his vox, but the only response was piercing static and sporadic gunfire. His company had fewer than 30 men left. The other brothers had either fallen in battle or were holding back the enemy surging from other directions amidst the ruins.
A Contemptor dreadnought emerged from the smoke, its heavy footsteps thundering.
The twin-linked Lost cannons on its arm opened fire, and a searing white beam instantly vaporized the cover in front of Fayan, annihilating an Imperial Fist warrior along with the wall.
Damn it! Fayan bellowed, rolling aside to evade a second laser blast.
He drew a melt-a-bomb from his belt, ready to charge forward and destroy the iron coffin at the cost of his own life.
Just then a familiar engine roar echoed from the sky.
A black Thunderhawk gunship flying at a dangerously low altitude screamed overhead. The side hatch was already open, and the heavy bolter aboard unleashed a torrent of fire, forcing the Contemptor dreadnought to stagger backward as sparks flew from its armor. Then the ventral hatch of the gunship opened and dozens of black-clad figures dropped from the sky.
They landed like dark meteors, crashing into the heart of the Iron Warriors formation.
The leading figure wielded a black sword gleaming with golden light. The moment he touched the ground, he swung his blade and cleaved the nearest Iron Warrior in half.
It was them. The reinforcements. Fayan stood frozen in shock.
He had never imagined that when their own lines had completely collapsed, this reinforcement force would not retreat but instead plunge directly into the enemy's core position with the most direct and ferocious manner.
That's Commander Stellaris. A warrior beside Fayan recognized the figure. Stellaris' assault was like a sharp dagger thrust deep into the soft underbelly of the Iron Warriors.
The Chaos forces that had been relentlessly assaulting the Imperial Fists line were utterly unprepared for an enemy appearing in their rear.
Kill them! An Iron Warriors officer roared, turning his weapons. But it was too late. Stellaris warriors were like tigers among sheep.
They cared nothing for defense or formation, their sole purpose was slaughter. Raven's power sword flashed in a whirlwind, each stroke claiming a traitor's head.
Cedras' chain axe stirred up a storm of gore, splitting a Chimera transport vehicle along with the cultists inside into two halves.
Raffen unleashed the savage fury befitting a son of the Blood Angels, like a Red Reaper charging back and forth through the enemy ranks. The wrath of his bolter and chainsword burned even more fiercely than that of the black-armored warriors.
What are you waiting for? Fayan shouted to his men. Counterattack! Counterattack! Coordinate with them. Drive these traitors out.
The morale of the Imperial Fist soared. They surged from behind cover, joining forces with Stellaris troops to launch a pincer offensive against the panicked Iron Warriors. Within mere minutes the tide of battle had turned dramatically. The Iron Warriors who had been the attackers now found themselves caught in a crossfire and thrown into chaos.
Salahar hacked off the leg of a demon engine, then crushed its cockpit with a single punch from his crude mechanical fist. He watched the Chaos forces retreat step by step, but he felt no relief. He knew this was only temporary. Their numbers were too few. Once the enemy regrouped and reorganized, they would be utterly overwhelmed by this sea of steel. He had to find the enemy commander. Kruger. Salahar called over the Vox. Where is the enemy's command node? Analyzing, my lord. Kruger's voice came through. The enemy's encryption is high, but I've intercepted a signal source continuously issuing orders. It's located in the ruins of a cathedral about 2 kilometers northeast of your position. Good. Stellaris' gaze fixed on those ruins. Then a heavy earthquake-like footfall echoed. The Iron Warrior's ranks parted like a tide, making way for a passage. From the end of the passage, a massive figure clad in Terminator armor bristling with heavy cannons and warning stripes slowly emerged. In his hand he carried a power hammer taller than a man. On his shoulder he bore a freshly severed yellow power armor helmet still dripping blood. It was the helmet of an Imperial fist. Warsmith Cator. Behind him followed his elite tyrant Terminator guard. Cator's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield and landed directly on Salahar. He discarded the helmet and pointed his power hammer at Salahar. His meaning was clear. My lord. Raven rushed to Stellaris' side. It's that bastard. I know. Stellaris' voice was calm. He knew that the final duel of this battle had finally arrived. He glanced at Fei Yen. Be careful. Salahar said to the Imperial Fist's captain. Fei Yen looked at him, then at the menacing Warsmith in the distance, and nodded heavily. You too, brother. Salahar said no more. Holding the unyielding blade, he strode step by step toward Cator. The dozens of Astartes behind him, along with Fei Yen's remaining 20-odd Imperial Fists, automatically formed a fragile but resolute line between him and Cator, isolating them from the surrounding battlefield. For a moment the entire clamorous battlefield seemed to fall silent. Every eye was fixed on the 2 giants about to collide. One was a battle-hardened, cold-blooded Warsmith, one of Perturabo's most outstanding sons. The other was a grievously wounded, spent exile knight, once a son of the Lion. The hammer was about to meet the anvil. Cator looked at the black-armored warrior approaching him, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. He could tell that the opponent was severely injured, moving with an unmistakable stiffness. The Terminator armor he wore was tattered, with his left arm even replaced by a crude mechanical contraption. You are a warrior worthy of respect, but unfortunately your story will end today. Salahar did not respond. He simply raised his unyielding blade in silence. Years of exile had taught him never to engage in a war of words with an enemy. Victory is achieved on the battlefield, not through words. It seems you are eager to meet your hypocritical emperor. His massive frame erupted with a speed that belied his size, charging forward like a battering ram, raising the energy hammer high, whistling through the air as it came crashing down. The blow was powerful enough to shatter the front armor of a tank. Salahar did not try to take it hidden. His body was no longer in peak condition, and competing in strength with Cator was akin to striking a stone with an egg. He sidestepped swiftly, barely dodging the fatal blow as the power hammer smashed into the ground where he had just stood, causing the earth to crack and debris to fly. Seizing the moment when Cator's attack missed, Salahar struck with the unyielding blade, aiming at the joint of Cator's underarm armor from an awkward angle. That was one of the weakest points of the Terminator armor. Clang! The tip of the unyielding blade struck its target with precision, but only a shower of sparks erupted, failing to penetrate even the surface layer of the armor. Naive! Cator roared, elbowing Salahar in the chest with force. Salahar immediately blocked with the mechanical fist of his left arm. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the makeshift mechanical arm crafted by Kruger deformed and shattered under the immense impact. Countless parts and hydraulic tubes exploded. Salahar was sent flying by the force, tumbling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Cough! Cough! He struggled to get up, feeling the wound in his chest reopen. Your technique is good, very old. Cator advanced step by step. It should be swordsmanship from the time of the Great Expedition, but you are too weak. Your body cannot keep up with your sword. Salahar ignored his taunts. He calmly analyzed their previous exchange. Cator's armor had undergone special enhancements, making conventional weak-point attacks ineffective against him. Moreover, his strength and reaction speed far surpassed Salahar's. A direct confrontation would lead to certain death. He had to find Cator's flaw. Taking a deep breath, Salahar charged forward again. This time he did not attempt to attack, but focused all his energy on evasion and blocking. He moved like the most agile dancer, constantly weaving around Cator. The unyielding blade became a series of black shadows in his hands, each strike deftly deflecting Cator's powerful attacks. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed incessantly.
Salaral's figure darted amidst the furious hammer strikes like a small boat amidst a raging storm, appearing as if it could be swallowed at any moment, yet always managing to turn danger into safety. But Salaral knew he was nearing his limit. Each block sent vibrations through his hands, making his internal organs churn. The plague within him was wildly consuming the last remnants of his strength. His movements began to slow down. "You're tired." Cater noticed this change and intensified his assault. He roared, the energy hammer swirling like a whirlwind, forcing Salaral to retreat constantly. Finally Salaral stumbled slightly. Cater seized the fleeting opportunity, lunging forward and crashing his shoulder into Salaral's chest. Puff! Salaral felt as if he had been struck hard, flying away like a kite with a broken string crashing heavily several meters away. The unyielding blade slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground far away. "It's over." Cater, holding the energy hammer, walked step by step toward the fallen Salaral. "My lord!" Raven and Fane exclaimed in unison, wanting to rush forward to help. But they were firmly blocked by Cater's tyrant Terminator guard. Salaral struggled, trying to rise, but his body no longer obeyed him. He could only watch helplessly as that massive figure approached, raising the power hammer in hand. "Your legion, your faith are all as fragile as you." Cater's voice was filled with the arrogance of a victor, die dog of the Emperor. The hammerhead of the energy hammer glowed with blinding light, aimed at Salaral's head, and came crashing down. Salaral closed his eyes. He thought of the forests of Caliban, of the lion, of the brothers who had exiled with him for millennia. Was it to end like this? With endless grievances and unwillingness? No. Just as the hammer was about to strike, Salaral used the last ounce of his strength to roll to the side. The energy hammer smashed into the ground beside him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Still struggling, Cater was slightly surprised and raised the hammer again. But this time he had no chance to swing it down again. A figure clad in ancient olive green power armor appeared out of nowhere between him and Salaral. The figure appeared so abruptly, as if it had always been standing there unnoticed. It simply extended a hand, effortlessly catching Cater's power hammer that was coming down with full force. Bang! A sound loud enough to shatter eardrums resonated. Cater's full force strike, capable of piercing fortresses, was firmly caught by that hand. The arcs of electricity on the power hammer danced wildly, yet could not budge that hand. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire battlefield fell into silence. Cater looked at the sudden appearance of this figure, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Salaral was also stunned. He gazed at the familiar back that had only appeared in dreams for millennia, at the well-known markings and the ancient insignia of the First Legion on the shoulder guard, long forgotten by the world. His heart skipped a beat. The figure slowly raised its head, revealing a face lined with endless frost and fatigue. In its eyes burned a golden light identical to Salaral's. "Who are you?" All sounds on the battlefield, gunfire, roars, screams, were abruptly silenced in that moment, as if severed by an invisible hand. The mind of the warsmith Cater had never been so clear, yet never so chaotic. He could feel the power hammer in his hand shrieking wildly, its overcharged energy core striving to utterly annihilate the figure before him. But he could also feel that force sufficient to melt a tank being brutally suppressed and smoothed by a power far more savage and overwhelming the instant it touched the palm of the other. Cater's optical sensors flickered madly with overload warnings. He saw the man before him clearly, a suit of ancient dark green powered armor and a face weathered by countless storms, yet as sharply defined as a marble statue. Fear. An emotion Cater had thought himself long forgetful of surged up from the deepest recesses of his spine like the most venomous poison, instantly drowning every neuron in his body. Fragmented memories surfaced, but the face was more aged than in his recollections. Yet that mattered little. What mattered was that he recognized it, the lion Iyer Johnson. Impossible. It must be impossible. Had not that fellow claimed the era of the Primarchs was over? Had he not said they were the new masters of the galaxy, that the gods of the old age had fallen or decayed? Lies. All lies. You. Cater's throat forced out a dry, rasping syllable. Lion did not answer. He merely gazed at Cater with those eyes calm and level, as if regarding a stone obstructing his path. Cater's composure shattered completely in that moment. He lunged backward, the engines of his Terminator armor screeching in a piercing wail, seeking only to flee, to put as much distance as possible between himself and this awakened nightmare. But Lion was faster. Or rather, they existed in different temporal dimensions. Cater saw only a blur that cleaved the space between them. The next instant he felt his body grow lighter. He looked down. His lower half still maintained a running posture, but the upper half was slowly sliding away. At the smooth incision, the wires of his power armor sparkled futilely. He felt no pain. The sword of loyalty had moved beyond the perception of nerves. In his final field of vision stood the dark green figure like an eternal monument at the center of the battlefield. And the sky. The sky was torn asunder.
Countless crimson lights pierced the cloud layer, falling like a meteor shower, the drop pods and Thunderhawk gunships of the Xingxue Tianshi. Then a colossal battleship gold and crimson broke through the atmosphere. Its magnificent and majestic hull eclipsed the dim sun of Iraq, and the giant angel statue at its prow gazed down upon the burning land with a mixture of pity and indifference. The war is over. That was Cater's final thought. Then his consciousness was consumed by eternal darkness. Layan's appearance was like a signal. The already chaotic battlefield underwent an avalanche-like reversal. For the Emperor and Sanguinius. With a battle cry that shook the heavens, hundreds of Xingxue Tianshi descended from the sky. Clad in power armor of brilliant red or golden yellow like avenging seraphim, they plunged fiercely into the disordered lines of the Gangtai Yongshi and Siwang Shaowei. Lathan saw the familiar chapter insignias and his eyes instantly moistened. He let out a roar mingled with ecstasy and grief, swinging his chainsword with even more ferocity. Captain Fian of the Digua Jiquan gazed at the battleship suspended in the sky, then at the dark green giant who had slain Cater, and finally at the Xingxue Tianshi descending like divine warrior. His taut nerves finally relaxed. He leaned against a wall and slowly slid to the ground. They had won. They had truly won. The Gangtai Yongshi, utterly leaderless and facing a pincer attack from the far superior Xingxue Tianshi, saw their lines collapse in a short time. The greenskins had already fallen into greater chaos after Cater's death, turning on each other or fleeing in all directions. And the Siwang Shaowei, the spawn of Nurgle, upon seeing the vessel from Baal, showed no desire to linger. They withdrew like an ebbing tide, rapidly pulling back their forces to their orbital ships and vanishing into the void. The battle became a pursuit and mop-up. The warriors of the Xingxue Tianshi reaped the remaining traitors with elegant and deadly efficiency. Salahar's warriors also joined the fight, fighting alongside these legendary sons of the 9th Legion. Only Salahar did not move. He struggled to rise from the ground, retrieving his unbending blade. The ruined mechanical arm hung limply at his side, and the searing pain in his chest made every breath feel like a knife cut. Step by step he walked toward the man who had ended everything. The clamor of the battlefield seemed to recede from his world, leaving only that tall, familiar yet utterly alien silhouette. Lion Iyer Zhuangsun slowly turned around. He sheathed the sword of loyalty, which vanished without a trace as if it had never existed. His gaze crossed the corpse-strewn battlefield and settled upon Salahar. That look was complex, full of scrutiny, weariness, remembrance, and a trace of sorrow. Every cell in Salahar's body screamed and trembled. It was the mark deep in his genes, the instinctive reverence for his genetic father. But he suppressed that instinct. 10,000 years of exile and grievance had condensed into a cold fury supporting his shattered body. He raised his bolter, and the dark muzzle, under the horrified gaze of countless Xingxue Tianshi and Digua Jiquan warriors, was steadily aimed at the god who had just saved them. Aimed at his genetic father. At the supreme master of the 1st Legion, Lion Iyer Zhuangsun. Silence. A deathly silence. Hundreds of gazes converged upon two figures. The subordinates of Salahar reacted in various ways. The veterans who had followed him through the passage of 10,000 years, such as Raven and Tosaka, wore expressions of shock and horror. Their lips moved, yet no sound emerged. The new recruits who had joined after the Kosi's incident displayed an entirely different scene. They instinctively raised their weapons, pointing their guns at Ryan from all directions. Lower your weapons. The Blood Angels also surrounded them. They did not raise their guns, but their golden red figures formed an invisible wall enclosing Salahar and his subordinates, the atmosphere tense and charged. At the center of it all stood Ryan L. Jansen, seemingly detached from the situation. He did not look at the new recruits aiming their guns at him, nor did he glance at the Blood Angels surrounding him. His gaze never left Salahar's face. That young yet aged face. For a moment Ryan's memory flickered. It was as if he had returned to Caliban, back to the fortress of Odwin, which he had ordered to be bombed himself. Amidst the soaring flames and the curses of traitors he had seen countless faces like that. Young, confused, angry, having taken the wrong path by following a misguided leader. That face was very familiar. The 1st Legion Dark Angels. The 14th Battle Group Expeditionary Fleet Sequence. 4th Company Knights. Name Astra Salahar. Staying behind in Caliban with Luther, a traitor. Ryan looked at Salahar, gazing into his eyes that burned with golden flames. In those eyes there was anger, unwillingness, and pain, but no trace of chaotic madness or corruption by the dark gods. Those were the eyes belonging to a knight of the 1st Legion. At that moment a roar of engines approached from afar. A Thunderhawk gunship adorned with splendid angelic carvings slowly descended. The hatch opened and a figure clad in golden power armor wearing a mask emerged, escorted by a squad of Blood Angels. The commander of the Blood Angels, Dante. He walked through the crowd, reaching the center of the standoff. Lower your weapons, heirs of the 1st Legion. Before you stands the progeny of the Emperor, the genetic template of the 1st Legion, Ryan L. Jansen. This name detonated like thunder among the unsuspecting crowd. The hostility on the faces of the new recruits instantly froze, transforming into blankness and disbelief. The guns in their hands felt as though they weighed 1,000 pounds, no longer able to be raised. Progenitor. The legendary father of genetics. Salahar certainly knew who he was. The moment that silhouette appeared, he recognized him. But he could not lower his gun. Millennia of solitude, of flight, of grievances surged to the forefront of his mind at this moment. He looked at Ryan, observing that face which was older than he remembered, with fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was no longer the radiant deity in the portrait, but rather a mortal burdened by a heavy past. This gave him greater courage. "I ask you," Salahar's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed from his throat, "Ryan L. Jansen. Why have you returned? Why do you attack us?" His voice grew louder, finally transforming into a roar suppressed for millennia. "Why did you destroy Caliban?" Raven and Tosaka closed their eyes, lowering their heads in pain. That was the question they all asked themselves time and again during their millennia of exile, during midnight dreams. Why? Faced with this heart-wrenching question, Ryan L. Jansen remained silent. He did not rage as he had 10,000 years ago when faced with accusations. He simply stood quietly, allowing the piercing gaze of the question to stab into his chest like a blade. After a long time he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of weariness and hoarseness that even he had not noticed. "Lower your guns, my children. Let us talk." Talk. The word coming from the father of genetics, who had destroyed their homeland and cast them into the hell of millennia of exile, was filled with endless absurdity and irony. "There is nothing to discuss here." Salahar's voice was as cold as iron. "Either you completely annihilate us today or what? Revenge." The word made Salahar's pupils constrict sharply. For millennia it had been the thought that sustained him and his brothers in their struggle to survive in the subspace. Revenge against the progenitor who had betrayed them, revenge against the unjust empire. Yet when the object of that revenge truly stood before him, he found that beneath the flames of hatred lay a deeper sorrow and confusion. "Enough." Dante's voice broke the deadlock. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Ryan and Salahar. "Lord Ryan, I understand that your reunion with your heirs is of great significance. But this is not the place for reminiscing. Allow me to clear a space." Ryan did not object, merely nodding slightly. Dante understood, turning to all the Blood Angels, the Imperial Fists and Salahar's subordinates. "All units withdraw 500 meters, establish a circular defensive line, tend to the wounded and secure the battlefield. Without my command no one is to approach." "Understood, Commander." The soldiers, though filled with curiosity and doubt, still executed the orders without hesitation. Captain Fane took a deep look at Salahar and Ryan, then retreated with the remaining soldiers of the Imperial Fists. Raven, Tosaka and others withdrew under Dante's cold gaze. Soon in the center of the ruins only 3 figures remained. Ryan, Salahar and Dante as the witness. "Now you may speak." Salahar still did not lower his gun, but his tone had shifted from a roar to a suppressed murmur. "The destruction of Caliban may have been a mistake." Salahar trembled, almost convinced he had misheard. "It was my mistake." Ryan continued, meeting Salahar's scrutinizing and doubtful gaze with calmness. "When I returned to Caliban, what awaited me was the bombardment from my homeland. Luther, my most trusted brother, the mentor I left to guard our homeland, raised the banner of treachery against me. At that moment anger and a sense of betrayal consumed me. I thought the entirety of Caliban had followed him in betraying the Empire, betraying me. I issued the order to attack, vowing to purify all traitors along with the tainted land." His voice was laden with deep remorse. "I was wrong. I was wrong to let my anger blind me, wrong not to give those young knights who were as clueless as I was a chance to explain. I treated everyone as if they were Luther. I treated my homeland as if it were an enemy's fortress. But it was all too late. Once the flames of war are ignited, they can never be extinguished. Until the rifts in subspace devoured everything, until I fell into slumber, for these 10,000 years the flames burning in Caliban have never ceased to scorch me in my dreams." Salahar's arm dropped weakly, the explosive gun hanging heavily at his side. Was it really like that? He recalled the resolute expressions on the faces of his predecessors when Caliban fell, and also remembered Ryan's face twisted with rage in the sky above. "I feel guilt for this, Salahar. I harbor an irredeemable remorse for every loyal heir who died because of my mistakes." He gazed into Salahar's eyes, and then his tone sharpened. "Millennia of time are enough to change everything. I have never betrayed." The oath rang out like the clash of steel echoing long in the deathly stillness of the ruins. Lionel Johnson stood silently gazing at the son who knelt before him. He could sense the boundless vicissitudes and unyielding will that the oath contained. 10 millennia had not eroded his glory, instead they had tempered it into something even purer. "Rise, Knight of the First Legion." Lionel Johnson stepped forward, extending both hands to personally lift Sarl from the ground. "You are worthy of the name of the First Legion.
You and your warriors in the deepest darkness have still fulfilled the duty of the Emperor's angels. Your loyalty needs no further proof. He patted Saral's solid shoulder pauldron, which was covered with shocking battle damage. The 10th Ascendier exile is over. Come back, my warrior. Return to my side. The Imperium now is corrupt, decadent, and riddled with wounds. It needs true warriors. It needs the sons of the First Legion to cut away the darkness and restore order. Join me in saving the Imperium you have defended with your life for 10,000 years. 10,000 years of waiting, 10,000 years of hope. Wasn't this the moment? To earn the recognition of the Genofather, to reclaim the glory of the Legion. Yet when that moment truly arrived, Saral looked at the father before him, both familiar and unfamiliar, and a thought beyond his control surged from the depths of his heart. I am willing. But... Saral's tone shifted. He raised his head, and those golden eyes rekindled the fighting spirit and pride of a knight. Before that, I have one request. He lifted his intact right hand and grasped the hilt of the unbending blade. My father Saral's voice was calm and firm. We have been exiled for 10,000 years. To survive, we learned, adapted, and changed. We are no longer the young knights of Caliban. We are lone wolves that hunt alone in the dark forest. We follow the strong, follow leaders who can guide us to victory. That is how we have survived to this day. You have slept for 10 millennia. Time has left its marks on your face. I wish to know, and I must know for the brothers who have entrusted their lives to me, whether you, the aged lion, still possess the same claws and fangs as in the days of yore. Whether you can still lead us to carve a bloody path through this corrupt star sea. I challenge you to single combat. Saral's voice was not loud, but every word reached the ears of Lion and Dante clearly. Behind Dante's golden mask came a barely audible intake of breath. Challenging a pre-march. Even if it was merely a spar, it was an act bordering on madness. Yet on Lionel Johnson's face there was not a trace of anger. This was a knight of the First Legion. Not blindly obedient, not superstitious, trusting only the power seen with his own eyes and tested by his own hands. Loyal, but never foolishly loyal. Slowly the corners of Lion's mouth curled into a genuine smile, one that had not appeared for 10 millennia. Your request is granted. Come, let me see what you have learned over these 10,000 years. Saral said no more. He drew a deep breath, summoning every ounce of power within him, every battle instinct honed through countless life and death struggles over the millennia. He knew he had only one chance to strike. Against a pre-march, even an aged unarmed one, any probing was foolish. He must condense his strongest attack into the first blow. The wind swept through the ruins, stirring up dust as if raising the curtain for this duel spanning 10 millennia. Without any warning, Saral's figure vanished from the spot. He did not choose a straight charge. Instead, like a phantom, he cut in on Lion's left flank along a curved trajectory. The moment he closed in, the unbending blade in his hand moved. The black blade, in the simplest, most direct, and most lethal angle, swept upward from below toward Lion's throat. This strike condensed all of Saral's spirit, energy, and essence. Just as the tip was about to touch Lion's neck, Lion moved after the strike, but arrived first, as if he had already foreseen the sword's trajectory. He simply extended his index and middle fingers. Then, with a gentle pinch. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. That deadly weapon, faster than the eye could follow, was firmly caught between Lion's two fingers, the blade trapped. The tip stopped less than a centimeter from Lion's throat, unable to advance further. Saral's mind went blank for a full second. An irresistible clamping force transmitted from the blade of the unbending blade. After a second, his battle instinct took over his body. He violently flexed his arm muscles, trying to pull the sword back. But it did not budge. He immediately abandoned the twisting his wrist to use the blade as a pivot and rammed the hilt into Lion's face. In the instant his wrist turned, Lion's two fingers pinching the blade flicked gently. Whum! A colossal, irresistible force surged through the sword and struck Saral's arm. His entire right arm went numb, his tiger's mouth ached fiercely. The unbending blade with that light flick was shaken from his grip and flew away. The black longsword arced through the air and with a clang embedded itself deep into the ground far away. Alarms blared in Saral's mind, his body reacted before thought. He crouched low, his right fist wrapped in the energy field of the Terminator armor like a cannonball shooting straight for Lion's abdomen. But his fist met empty air. Lion's figure seemed like a wisp of smoke. The moment Saral's fist came, he had already drifted half a step back. That half-step caused Saral's full-force blow to land on nothing. The immense power left him momentarily off balance. Your speed is good, but you rely too much on momentum. Thump. A dull impact. Saral felt as if he had been hit not by a man's shoulder but by a comet flying at near sublight speed. His proud, indomitable pattern Terminator armor, the heavy plate that could withstand tank shells, the chest plate dented inward in an instant, groaning under unbearable strain. The internal energy conduits instantly overloaded, bursting into a cascade of sparks. And he himself, like a pebble kicked by a giant, flew backward, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows in the ground, crashing through 3 broken walls before stopping amidst rubble and debris. With a PFF, a mouthful of blood mixed with visceral fragments sprayed uncontrollably from the gaps of his helmet. The wound on his chest, which had split open during the fight, burst completely. Agony flooded him like a tide. But he did not fall. Sarl pushed himself up with his remaining right arm, struggled and staggered to his feet. He had lost. Lost without any suspense. Dante, far away, took in the entire scene. Sarl wiped the blood from his lips, raised his head and looked at the figure slowly approaching him. In his eyes there was no longer any fighting spirit, no resentment, only a reverence born from the depths of his soul and a hint of ecstasy. Lion walked to him, pulled the unbending blade from the ground and handed it back to Sarl. Sarl, trembling, reached out and took his own sword. This time willingly he knelt on one knee before Lion. "My father." His voice was filled with heartfelt awe. "I and all my warriors will follow you until death parts us." Lion reached out and lifted him to his feet. Dante. Lion turned to the golden-armored chapter master. "My warriors need your aid." "Understood." The apothecarian and tech marines of the Blood Angels boarded the unyielding blade. As they beheld the dilapidated interior of the antique warship and the various makeshift power armors assembled by Salahar, incredulous expressions spread across their faces. Aeokus, the apothecary of Salahar, received the Blood Angel's sanguinary priest in his medical chamber. When the priest saw Aeokus' rudimentary equipment and the remaining gene seeds carefully preserved in stable containers, even he, accustomed to life and death, could not help but sigh. "You use these to sustain the continuation of the warband." "We have no other choice," Aeokus replied calmly. The sanguinary priest remained silent for a long while, then opened his medical kit, revealing neatly arranged vials of soft glowing life gel, an automatic suturer and various precious potions. "Now you have these." A similar scene unfolded in Krug's tech shrine, where the tech marines of the Blood Angels brought forth a plethora of spare parts, blessed machine oil and high-purity energy crystals. Krug gazed at these materials, which appeared to him as sacred relics, and for the first time a fervent greed flickered across his usually stoic face. Salahar himself was invited to the medical deck of the Light of Baal. His damaged, unyielding type Terminator armor was carefully disassembled by several tech marines using energy cutter. When he stood bare-chested, revealing a body riddled with old and new scars and skin darkened by the corruption of Nurgle, even the apothecaries of the Blood Angels gasped in shock. They could hardly imagine how one could endure such severe injuries and chaotic corruption while still engaging in intense combat against the warsmiths and abominations. In the following hours the entire Alec battlefield was immersed in a tense yet orderly bustle. The colossal logical terminus stretched out its arms like a merciful mother. Countless small shuttles and transport ships darted back and forth between it and the unyielding blade, ferrying supplies and personnel. Eventually, guided by several massive tractor beams, the weathered warship Unyielding Blade slowly sailed into a large dock beneath the logical terminus, capable of accommodating several escort ships. As the gates of the Forgiven Fury closed and the lights inside flickered on, Salahar's warriors had their first opportunity to observe the warship up close. Magnificent. Solemn. The ceiling was so high it was beyond sight, adorned with epic murals depicting St. Gilliam and Horus battling on the walls of Terra. Massive Gothic columns rose like a forest of steel supporting the entire dock. Countless mortal crew members and servitors clad in red uniforms bustled about at their posts, their faces reflecting heartfelt piety and pride. For the veterans who had followed Salahar into exile for 10,000 years, this was a scene long blurred in their memories, a relic of the Imperial Golden Age fleet. They greedily inhaled the pure recycled air of this place, their eyes moist with emotion. For the new recruits, however, it was an entirely different world. The most magnificent creation they had ever seen was the battered Unyielding Blade. Raven led them as they filed down the gangway. A Blood Angel squad leader awaited them. "Welcome aboard the Forgiven Fury, brothers of the First Legion. Lord Dante has arranged a rest area and armory for you. Your equipment will receive the best maintenance and replenishment here." "Thank you, brothers of the Ninth Legion," Raven replied with a bow, striving to keep his voice calm, though a slight tremor betrayed his inner excitement. During the subsequent rest period, Salahar's forces were temporarily housed aboard the Blood Angel ship. Their weapons were sent to the armory for maintenance and blessings, while their power armors were disassembled by tech marines to replace damaged parts and recalibrate systems. Salahar himself, after undergoing the highest level of purification rituals and treatments, had his injuries and plague corruption temporarily suppressed. He donned a spare set of black power armor which, though not as powerful as his Terminator armor, allowed him to regain the feeling of being in Astartes. He stood in the observation dome of the Forgiven Fury, gazing down through the massive armored glass at the scarred planet below. Ryan L. Johnson appeared at his side at some point. "How does it feel?" Ryan asked. "Like a dream." "It is not a dream," Ryan replied. "This is what you deserve. You have earned all this with millennia of loyalty.
Your forces will temporarily retain their designation. You are still the unyielding blade and you remain their commander. You have your own way of fighting and your own legacy. Forcing a change will only have the opposite effect. What I need is a sword that can stand on its own, not a group of recruits who need my constant oversight, Ryan explained. You and your warriors have proven that you are a capable sword. But Ryan shifted his tone, those new recruits do not know me, they know nothing of the First Legion. They need to understand what they are fighting for and who they are fighting for. I understand, Salahar nodded, I will teach them myself. Very well, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Dante has prepared the conference room. It's time for us to discuss the upcoming war. Deep within the bridge of the Pardon of Wrath ship lies a strategic chamber not open to the public. Here there are no extravagant decorations, only the cold metallic walls and the flowing holographic screens displaying vast streams of data. In the center of the chamber is a massive circular table made of obsidian, above which hovers a three-dimensional slowly rotating star map of the galaxy. 4 figures are seated around the conference table. Ryan L. Johnson, casually seated, naturally became the center of the entire room. Behind him stand 2 warriors clad in black power armor, their faces obscured by hoods rendering their features indistinguishable. They stand motionless like statues, emanating an aura of silence that is more profound than the void. They are the Angels of Pardon, the first followers awakened from slumber by Ryan. Dante, the embodiment of the ancient blood angel, sits opposite Ryan. He has removed the iconic death mask, revealing a face lined with wrinkles reminiscent of ancient parchment, yet still exuding an air of majesty. His eyes seem to harbor the sorrow and glory of the entire ball galaxy. Salahar sits to Ryan's left, experiencing this high-level meeting for the first time. He gazes at the vast star map on the table marked with countless star systems and battle zones he has never heard of, feeling for the first time a sense of looking at the sky from a well regarding the battles his fleet has waged for millennia. What they refer to as navigating the star sea is merely a small commotion in the corner of this true galactic chessboard. The meeting has been underway for some time. According to our latest intelligence, the situation is even more dire than we anticipated. Dante gestures, manipulating the holographic projection, and the focus of the star map rapidly shifts to a more distant and perilous star domain. The markers there are all deep red, densely packed with warning symbols that resemble drops of blood. The demon demigod Vashtor and the chaos warlord Abaddon have assembled a massive chaos fleet. They have built colossal harbingers of doom, these warships far surpassing conventional vessels in size and firepower. More importantly, according to the intelligence we have gathered, Vashtor and Abaddon have collected all the key fragments in the Somnium disaster belt. Key fragments. Salahar furrows his brow. They are creations from ancient times. Legend has it that when all fragments come together, they can unlock a long-sealed gateway to a treasure vault. What lies within the vault is unknown, but the chaos placed such importance on it, illustrating its dangerous nature. Dante nods in confirmation. Intelligence also indicates that the Dark Angels are mobilizing in large numbers and are heading to the Somnium disaster belt. Salahar's heart tightens suddenly. Dark Angels. Why are they going there? While we do not know their true intentions, it is clear that this star domain is about to become a critical battlefield that will determine the fate of the galaxy. Ryan stands, his massive frame casting a large shadow under the chamber's lights. The entire galaxy is engulfed in war. The star beacon of Terra sways precariously, and communications across various star domains are intermittent. This is a war concerning humanity's survival. I, along with the Blood Angels, have decided to head to the Somnium disaster belt. Whatever schemes Chaos is plotting there, we will crush them. Without hesitation, Salahar replies, we have no choice, Father. However, Salahar continues, the merchant rogue ship Morningstar with Liana Van Koren and the great sage Kelphiros' logical endpoint have been engaged in battle for quite some time. They need to rest and resupply. He suggests instead let the unyielding blade accompany the Blood Angel fleet while the other ships return to the Kosi system to recuperate. Ryan thinks for a moment and nods in agreement. You are right. This war cannot be won by numbers, the key lies in the elite. He looks at Dante. Dante, how prepared is your fleet? We can set off at any time. After the meeting, Salahar immediately returns to the bridge of the unyielding blade. Raven is waiting there and approaches as he sees Salahar return. My lord, what was the outcome of the meeting? Prepare for battle, Raven. Salahar replies succinctly, we will follow Lord Ryan to the Somnium disaster belt. Finally, real combat is about to begin. Not so fast. Salahar stops his excitement. Help me connect to Liana and Kelphiros communications. Soon 2 holographic images appear on the communication console of the bridge. Liana Van Koren is still dressed in her splendid merchant rogue uniform, but she clearly shows signs of fatigue. Kelphiros' mechanical body appears somewhat dim, evidently drained of energy from the recent battle. Captain Salahar, Liana speaks first. I heard you encountered the legendary original entity.
Indeed, Lord Ryan has awakened and we are about to follow him to the Somnium Disaster Belt to undertake an important mission. The voice of Kelphyros mechanical in tone follows.
Somnium Disaster Belt.
That is a dangerous star domain filled with unpredictable variables. According to my database records, the subspace there is exceptionally active. Precisely for this reason this mission can only be executed by the most elite troops. Saharil explains, I need you to return to the COSI system, recruit more forces and repair and build more ships.
Liana nods in understanding. A wise decision. The Morning Star indeed needs substantial repairs and we have many unfinished trade agreements in COSIs. The multiple mechanical eyes of Kelphyros turn simultaneously to Sarahal. We will accelerate the industrialization of COSIs. When you return from Somnium you will see a brand new COSI system. I trust in your capabilities.
Keep the communications open and once we need support we will contact you immediately.
We will absolutely complete the mission.
The communication ends.
Notify all departments to prepare for entering subspace. Check all systems and resupply ammunition and provisions. Yes, my lord. Sarahal stands alone in front of the observation window of the bridge gazing at the massive blood angel worship in the distance.
The millennia of exile is about to end, but even greater challenges await them. The Somnium Disaster Belt, that place filled with death and curses, is about to become their ultimate battlefield to prove loyalty.
24 hours later a fleet assembles at the edge of the Alex system.
The Blood Angel's Pardon of Wrathstrike cruiser looms like a moving city, its massive hull obscuring half the starry sky. The unyielding blade with its ancient and majestic appearance remains awe-inspiring, its black armor marked with the scars of millennia of battle, each scratch telling a legendary story.
Dante's voice comes through the intership communication. All ships prepare to enter subspace navigation mode. Destination Somnium Disaster Belt.
Saharil stands on his bridge watching the void ahead that is about to tear reality apart.
Tosaka, do you sense anything? Darkness, my lord. An unprecedented darkness. But there is also light, faint yet steadfast. We are heading towards the intersection of fate. Prepare to enter subspace. Dante's command resonates throughout the entire fleet. The massive subspace engines begin to operate and the boundaries of reality start to blur. The golden red and black silhouettes of the ships simultaneously vanish into the rift of the void, flying towards that star domain filled with unknowns and dangers. In the endless void of the idolater system, the vast fleet of the Dark Angels descended like vengeful ancient gods, sowing death and light upon the filthy creations of chaos. Lance batteries tore through the twisted hulls and the roar of macro cannons transformed into silent blossoms of destruction in the vacuum. Each Imperial vessel was like a mobile steel cathedral, its gun muzzles chanting hymns of hatred, pouring the flames of judgment upon the Omen-class arc blade of the Netherworld. The armor of this colossal vessel was covered in molten wounds, its blasphemous spires fractured in chain detonations, and countless twisted demon engines were hurled into the cold void, thrashing futilely before being utterly erased by the following salvos. On the bridge of the rock, Supreme Grand Master Azrael stood before the command throne. Target shields collapsed, structural integrity below 15%. The command was issued and more lances converged into a beam of judgment, piercing precisely through the reactor core of the blade of the Netherworld. After a moment of silence, a small silent sun was born in space, devouring the Omen-class ark and all its attendant vessels. The Chaos Fleet thus reduced to the most insignificant part of the stardust under the thunderous strike of the Dark Angels. The aftermath of victory had not yet faded when the alarms on the bridge abruptly switched to a sharper, more urgent frequency. My lord, detecting a strong warp signal source. From that planet. The smoke of battle had not yet cleared when the image of that planet was magnified and displayed on the main screen. In an instant every unforgiven on the bridge felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. Azrael's gaze froze. He rapidly scanned the images of that world, his sensory processors frantically analyzing every frame. His retinas reflected a hellish industrial scene, undulating rock beds covered in steel, rivers of flame winding through them like the planet's bleeding veins, machines crammed with giant gears and pistons beating like the heart of a monster, tirelessly pulsing, each surge spewing thick sulfurous smoke into the pitch-black sky. He saw cities, those malformed creations gleaming with the fires of forge factories spreading wantonly from steel mountains or smoke-filled chasms like patches of ever-proliferating metal cancer. He saw the edges of the land twisted grotesquely with dense steel structures interlocking with seas of burning oil and molten metal. The most eerie were the black objects that resembled forests. They rose from the ground, branches twisted, but any rational person knew that on such a heavily polluted world so close to its star, vegetation could never grow. The scene was shocking, but what truly made Azrael and every Dark Angel present feel their blood run cold was a piece of information from their own systems. Data matching, terrain features, geological composition, warp signal spectrum, match degree 94. 7. Warning: identified target possesses high warp contamination and physical distortion. Final identification confirmed. A comparison image of the visual recognition flashed across Azrael's retinal display. On the left was a verdant planet from an ancient star chart, on the right was this burning hell before them. The outlines of city clusters, the distribution of oceans and forests. Everything was twisted and deformed as if a crude mockery maliciously crafted. Yet the comparison result was so close that no doubt was possible. Identification result: Caliban Dragon Forest Planet. Caliban.
That name struck like lightning, cleaving the souls of all sons of the First Legion. 10,000 years of hunting, 10,000 years of penance, 10,000 years of secrets. All of it stemmed from that long-destroyed homeworld.
But now it lay before them. A Caliban defiled, desecrated, transformed into a demon forge. Now perhaps to be called Dragon Forest Planet. A volcanic fury erupted from Azrael's chest.
His gauntlet fist clenched, the joints grinding against the metal of the armrest, producing a piercing screech.
This was not mere anger but a fury mixed with betrayal, shame, and the desire for holy vengeance. Their homeworld, the home of Lionel Johnson, the cradle of the First Legion, had now become a nest of chaos reduced to this state.
This was the ultimate insult to the First Legion. All companies prepare for ground assault. Azrael's voice was low and hoarse, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth, carrying a chill that could freeze magma.
Ravenwing, clear the orbital space. Deathwing, prepare for orbital drop. Purify this land.
He did not lose his reason to anger, on the contrary, his mind became unprecedentedly clear and sharp under the tempering of his rage.
Danger.
The entire world before them was danger. But for the unforgiven, when their honor was so trampled, danger itself was the path they must crush.
We will erase this blasphemous creation and everything on it from the universe completely. Azrael turned to his battle brothers, his eyes burning with fury beneath his helmet.
For the Lion, for the Emperor. The unforgiven never forgive. On the bridge, all Space Marines struck their chest plates with their fists, producing a dull synchronized roar. It was not a cheer of victory but an oath of war. A forgotten memory returns in the most disgraceful manner. A war destined to flow with blood is about to begin. Hundreds of armored transport ships surged like furious meteors, trailing long streaks as they plunged into the atmosphere of Longland Star, thick with swirling smoke and toxic miasma. The cabin walls screeched in piercing protest against the violent friction with the air as high temperatures turned the porthole a deep crimson. As they pierced through the clouds seemingly composed of sulfur and resentment, the sight that met even the battle-hardened interstellar warriors elicited a visceral revulsion. There was no sky here, only a dome stained dark ochre by industrial pollutants, interspersed with flashes of energy discharges like lightning. Beneath them lay a canvas of evil, a chaotic dance of demons. The once vibrant Caliban forest was now left with lifeless pitch-black deadwood, their branches twisted into shapes of agony as if silently wailing. Amidst the deadwood stood towering steel sculptures adorned with spikes and entangled in thick cables, not motionless but quivering slightly like living beings, continuously spewing forth noxious gas from exhaust vents. The cities themselves were colossal machines running amok. Everywhere one looked there was an industrial hell constructed of brass and steel. The fortresses, filled to the brim with pollutants, resembled enormous tumors perched atop the surface. The rivers flowed not with water but with gleaming molten metal or thick viscous liquids resembling tar bubbling ominously. The intertwined transport roads and tracks connected in an antiphysical, anti-logical manner, continuously deconstructing, moving and recombining before the eyes of the interstellar warrior. Within those semi-transparent tubes countless blurred silhouettes could be seen, cursed mortal souls imprisoned in these endless tragic journeys, serving as fuel to drive this hellish world. The twisted Gothic fortresses loomed over the shattered plains of steel and gorges. At first glance their shapes bore some resemblance to the Empire's grand cathedrals and defensive turrets, yet the deeply ingrained malevolence and wickedness were stains no loyalist's hand could ever touch. Inside and outside the fortresses, large and small steel frames, furnaces and conveyor belts formed a complex, maddening factory of slaughter. All units prepare for impact, commanded the voice of the commander over the communications channel of the Crow Wing Squadron. Enemy anti-air fire has been activated. Before the command could finish, the entrenched turrets turned towards the sky. Their eyes glowed with an ominous red light, and the next moment a torrential barrage of rockets and searing beams screamed towards the dropping transport fleet. A Thunderhawk gunship was struck simultaneously by multiple beams at shield, instantly overloading, transforming the entire vessel into a rolling fireball in the air, the explosion's shockwave violently shaking the surrounding friendly craft. Another transport ship had its wing blown off by a rocket, trailing black smoke and flames spiraling downwards like a bird with broken wings into the endless steel jungle below. Interceptor squadron, disengage. Eliminate the anti-air positions. Dozens of Crow Wing interceptors immediately broke away from the escort formation, darting towards the enemy aircraft that had taken to the skies from the foul towers. They were swarms of hellish drakes, their metallic wings slicing through the polluted air with a shrill sound, belching forth subspace flames. There were various other flying demonic machines, each with distinct forms but all exuding the same madness and murderous intent. The sky was instantly imbued with life by the raging flames of battle. Lines of tracer rounds wove a deadly web in the air as fighter jets maneuvered through the labyrinthine pipes, vertical frames and massive columns of smoke soaring and diving, each intersection accompanied by explosive flashes and the wails of metal.
On the ground, as the first batch of transport ships forcibly landed, the intensity of the war instantly surged to its peak. The doors of the transport ship slammed down onto the oil-stained steel floor littered with shattered bones, producing a deafening roar. Clad in bone-white Terminator armor, the Deathwing Knights stepped out first, their heavy footsteps echoing as they unleashed a barrage of storm bolter fire upon the swarming enemies. A torrent of demonic engines, cultists wielding crude weapons, and traitorous interstellar warriors clad in rusted power armor surged forth from those terrifying factory fortresses like a top. A massive copper bull-like demonic engine charged forward, carrying a roaring Gatling gun atop its back, firing wildly as it advanced. Bullets struck the ceramic steel armor of the Deathwing Terminator, sparking showers of fire but failing to budge them in the slightest. One Deathwing Knight steadied his assault cannon, and a round of armor-piercing ammunition struck the demonic engine's head with pinpoint accuracy, the massive explosion shattering its brass head, yet its colossal body continued to surge forward for dozens of meters under inertia before crashing to the ground. The cultists screamed, brandishing chainsaw axes and automatic guns, fearlessly charging towards the lines of interstellar warriors. They were the expendables of this world, mere cannon fodder to exhaust the loyalists' ammunition. Their flesh and blood were easily torn apart under the bombardment of explosive rounds, severed limbs and shattered bodies splattering everywhere, yet the following cultists stepped over the corpses of their comrades, relentlessly pressing the attack, their eyes ablaze with fervor for the blood god. For the lion. Purge these heretics. A squad champion raised his power sword high, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue energy field, and with one swing cleaved a traitor interstellar warrior in half armor and all, spilling steaming innards and blood onto the ground. The unforgiven stepped onto this horrific land. Each of them felt the world's erosion and mockery of their souls, yet the only response to all this was an even colder, more lethal firepower. They were the progeny of the First Legion, the Emperor's angels tasked with bringing the Emperor's light to the darkest corners. The flames of war rapidly spread across the steel continent of Lon Lin Star. Azrael and the Inner Circle members of the Dark Angels continued to undertake the most crucial combat missions as always. This place appeared to be a massive waste processing facility littered with mountains of metallic debris and countless storage tanks deep and swirling with foul blood. Their target was the location of the most potent evil power on this colossal continent, the Demon Forging Palace. From above, it resembled a gigantic metallic spider perched upon the earth. Its twisted factories and towering fortresses formed its body and limbs, while above it rows of biomechanical towers shot skyward like a colossal crown forged from bones and steel, piercing the An unusual and extremely intense subspace signal was continuously emanating from this location. The technical soldiers pointed out in their briefing that the frequency spectrum of this signal bore similarities to that of a teleportation portal, but its strength and complexity far exceeded any ancient technology they were familiar with. Azrael and his comrades had a bold hypothesis: this might be the true core of the Creator Vashtor's steel web. The champion warriors of Abaddon might have gathered the key fragments they plundered from across the galaxy through the teleportation portal here. If that were the case, no place would be more likely to find Vashtor himself than this. And even if he were not present, this place radiating such powerful energy remained the most valuable target for an assault in this demonic world. Purification begins. Azrael's voice resonated through the battle group's communication channel, unwavering. He was the first to charge down the slope of the transport vessel, the Sword of Secrets buzzing in his hand, while the Lion King's Wrath, a vintage combination plasma gun, was fully charged in his other hand. Following closely were the heroes of the battle group, the Deathwing Grandmaster Belial, whose heavy Terminator armor was inscribed with marks of honor, Chief Scholar Ezekiel with a glimmering aura of psychic energy beneath his hood, and the Inquisition priest Asmodee wielding the Staff of Truth, flames of judgment burning in his eyes. Under their leadership, the battle monks clad in green armor surged like a torrent into the outer structure of the Demon Forging Palace. Meanwhile, in other areas of the Demon Forging Palace, the interstellar combat units of the Forgiven Angels and other subgroups launched fierce maneuvers with explosions and gunfire resounding from all directions, composing a symphony of destruction. Upon entering a cavernous chamber reminiscent of a grand cathedral, alarms blared throughout the space. Every archway and every dark corner erupted with a multitude of guards. Twisted mechanical monstrosities, horrific amalgamations of flesh and steel, led the charge with their piercing shrieks. Behind them were throngs of servicultists chanting blasphemous scriptures. These once human beings had now become mere puppets implanted with weapons and obedience protocols. Further back were dense formations of armed slave laborers, demons of machinery roaring like beasts, members of the Eradicator cult burdened with heavy weapons, and renegade interstellar warriors from various fallen warbands. The booming sound of explosive rounds echoed between steel frames held together by tendons and spiked towers. Plasma bolts whistled sharply as they zipped past, detonating into massive fireballs that roared like ancient behemoths. The audio waste barrage from the sonic emitters formed invisible shockwaves, attempting to disrupt the senses and minds of the interstellar warriors. The relentless clattering of gears and pistons composed the background music of this battle, a sound potent enough to drive mortals insane. This was an extremely chaotic fight. Only superhuman warriors like the interstellar fighters, whose bodies and minds had been forged through countless trials, could maintain absolute rationality and lethal efficiency on such a frenzied battlefield. Azrael stared calmly at the tide of enemies rushing toward him, raised the Lion King's wrath and pulled the trigger.
A sphere of overloaded plasma energy screamed forth, striking a Chaos Astartes squarely in the chest. The traitor, along with several nearby cultists, was instantly vaporized, leaving only a slowly dissipating blue halo in the air. Belial and his Deathwing squad formed an impenetrable wall. The tons of flame from the Stormblast gun wove a deadly net, reducing any enemy attempting to approach into a blurred mass of blood and flesh. Ezekiel extended his hand, clad in a psychic glove, a bolt of blue lightning shooting from his fingertips, freezing a charging mechanical monstrosity midair, and then with a sudden clench of his fist crushed the creature into a mass of scrap metal with a near-piercing metallic distortion. Asmodee swung his staff, each strike smashing the helmet of a renegade interstellar warrior with precision, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Repent. For the Emperor's judgment has come. This was a bloody melee occurring in the steel hell. Every advance made by the unrepentant came at the cost of blood, yet they showed not a hint of retreat. In their hearts burned the fury of millennia, a fire that sustained them and drove them to transform into the most ruthless and determined purifiers on this desecrated homeland. They would wash away the shame of Caliban with the blood of their enemies. They would offer the last requiem for this land with the wails of the heretics. The gates of the demon-forging palace had been opened, the path to the heart of hell lay beneath their feet, and they would march forward without hesitation. The battle within the Magic Forge Palace was more bizarre and arduous than anyone could imagine. Alert! Structure is being reorganized. Before the words could settle, the corridor ahead was completely blocked by a towering iron structure engulfed in raging flames that rose from the ground. The tower was covered with automated turrets which immediately unleashed a torrent of fire upon the interstellar warriors. The Predator tanks at the rear roared their turrets, swiveling towards the new target. The shells of the Annihilator cannons, imbued with the will of destruction, struck the tower with tremendous force. The first shell was blocked by some sort of energy shield, creating ripples, but the subsequent second and third shells completely shattered the shield. Heavy explosive shells and thermite beams joined the fray. In the deafening sound of explosions, the once formidable burning tower was blasted into a heap of flaming debris. Maintain formation, continue advancing. However, this was merely the beginning. The entire space they occupied was constantly changing. Walls shifted, the ground flipped, and passages appeared and disappeared at random. This was not merely an architectural trap, but an attack on the mind from the subspace attempting to dismantle the attackers will through endless changes and disorientation. As they navigated a narrow canyon formed by countless pipes and cables, the iron walls on the side suddenly blossomed open like petals. Flank. Enemy attack. A massive army surged forth from the newly appeared breach. Leading them was a gigantic demon prince, a horrifying fusion of metal and flesh with 6 mechanical arms extending from his back, each ending in a deadly weapon. I am Paraxy. The emissary of Vashtal, the demon prince roared in a tongue that mixed the sounds of metal scraping and flesh howling. Your flesh and souls will become the new fuel in the Creator's furnace. Behind him was a legion of mechanical mutants. Some retained the outline of humanity, but most of their bodies were replaced by crude machinery. Others had completely transformed into twisted monstrosities, as if creations from the darkest nightmares of a mad technoman. The appearance of this ambush immediately put the Dark Angels formation in a perilous situation as they were attacked from both sides. Hold the front. Combat teams turned to face the enemy. Belial roared as the Terminators he commanded quickly formed an impenetrable defensive core, using a dense firepower net to firmly block the enemies rushing from the front. Azrael led the battle monks forward to confront Paraxy and his mechanical army. The secret sword clashed violently with the demon prince's power claws, producing dazzling sparks. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The number of mechanical mutants far exceeded that of the interstellar warriors, who charged fearlessly, using their bodies and rudimentary weapons to assault the defense line. An interstellar warrior was tackled by 3 or 4 mutants, instantly overwhelmed by countless mechanical appendages and claws. His explosive gun let out its last few angry roars before falling silent. At this critical moment, a sharp engine roar echoed from above them, from the sky, the dome composed of pipes and steel beams. The Crow Wing has arrived at the target area. In the next second, several massive steel plates above the dome suddenly exploded, revealing the dark red sky outside. Dozens of black assault ships and ground vehicles swooped in like diving raptors through the breach. A new batch of transport vessels carrying the counteroffensive force of the Crow Wing squad suddenly charged into this enclosed battlefield. The transport ship's doors opened midair, and numerous Crow Wing knights riding black motorcycles controlling their roaring mounts leaped down from a ramp 20 feet off the ground like divine warriors descending from the heavens. The motorcycle tires traced elegant arcs in the air, landing steadily behind the ranks of mechanical mutants. The dual explosive guns and plasma pistols in the knights' hands began to spray fire frantically the moment they landed, instantly tearing bloody gaps in the enemy formation. The appearance of this reinforcement completely turned the tide of battle. Paraxy's flanking attack instantly transformed into being encircled. The demon prince let out an angry roar, clearly caught off guard by the enemy's rapid and precise aerial support. However, the malice of the Magic Forge Palace was far from over.
Just as the Crow Wing Squad turned Paraxy's army upside down, the entire palace began to reorganize again. New turrets and fortresses rose from the ground, attempting to divide and encircle the Dark Angels, trying to trap them within this steel maze. We are surrounded. The firepower is too intense, requesting support. The communication channel was filled with a cacophony of urgent calls. All units gather around me. With our will and firepower, carve out a bloody path. He raised the secret sword high, the shimmering light flowing along the blade illuminated the faces of all the warriors around him. It was an indomitable will burning with the fury of 10,000 years. The loyalists relied on this will and unparalleled firing discipline to break through traps and encirclements time and again. They suffered heavy losses with every meter gained marked by the fall of a brother, yet behind them lay thousands of enemy corpses. After fighting through countless nightmare hours in this demonic world, paying an unimaginable price, Azrael and his comrades finally arrived at the heart of the demon's lair. They burst through a narrow corpse-laden corridor, and before them opened a vast expanse. It was a massive plaza situated at the far end of a spider-shaped shadow. The air in the plaza was thick with the stench of blood and ozone mixed with a nauseatingly sweet scent emanating from the subspace. Azrael's gaze was immediately drawn to a towering structure at the end of the plaza. He spotted the enormous brass emblem of the Chaos Blood God overseeing all. In the braziers above the emblem burned flames that would never extinguish, seemingly composed of pure rage. Rivers of blood truly formed from blood wound down from more than a dozen altar-like platforms along carved channels, eventually flowing into a massive bubbling blood pool in the center of the plaza. Swaths of followers of the Blood God and traitorous interstellar warriors from the Devourer's Legion gathered in enthusiastic throngs at every step and path. Their armor was stained deep red with blood, and many were even bare-chested, their skin etched with runes dedicated to the Blood God. Amidst the crowd, several grotesque mechs painted in red and brass colors belonging to the traitorous knight family Bazka could even be seen. These zealots roared in unison, praising their Blood God in various blasphemous tongues. They were chanting some dark rituals, prayers, their voices filled with the desire for slaughter and endless hatred, as if wishing to drag the whole world into eternal war. Many stood before heaps of headless corpses, loudly reciting hymns, offering these newly slain sacrifices to their deity. Here was the source of the subspace energy that the Dark Angels had been tracking all along. But this was not Vashtel's hiding place. This was a colossal summoning array. Anger and hatred surged like tangible energy, flowing continuously from every corner of the array towards its center. At the highest point of the plaza stood several priests clad in deep red robes. They held aloft obsidian daggers engraved with runes. The final sacrifice was about to be completed. Their chanting grew increasingly fervent, and the energy of the entire plaza began to converge upon them. No. Chief Strategist Ezekiel let out a painful groan, feeling the immense malice that was about to tear reality apart. They are not creating something. They are summoning. In an instant Azrael understood. They had been misled. Vashtel might have harnessed this energy source, but his true purpose was to conceal a far more horrific ritual. They had fought valiantly, drenched in blood, only to become the final witnesses of this evil ritual. All units. Focus fire on the platform. Stop them. Azrael took a deep breath and issued his most urgent command since landing. Just as he ordered the attack, the chanting of the red-robed priests reached its climax. They simultaneously plunged the daggers into their own hearts. A tremendous force erupted from the platform, indescribable by words. The fire of subspace surged forth like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the red-robed priests and the brass structure at the top of the tower, reducing them to ash. A blood-red pillar of energy shot skyward, tearing through the murky sky of Dragon Forest Star, piercing the veil between reality and subspace. In the cataclysmic explosion, flames and shadows intertwined, coalescing into a terrifying, ever-expanding gigantic figure. First appeared a pair of enormous wings formed of pure rage, followed by an immensely large body. His skin was a hellish deep red, muscles rippling as if shaped by anger itself. His face bore an eternal beastly roar. When he fully took shape, it seemed as if the entire planet let out a painful groan. The Blood Angel, the demon primarch of the Devourer's Legion, Angren, had arrived. Blood sacrifice to the Blood God. Offer your skull to the throne. At the moment Onran descended, all the Devourers and followers of terror on the square plunged into a frenzy of bloodthirst that doubled in intensity. They roared like a tsunami, abandoning all formation and reason, rushing toward the Dark Angels at the entrance of the square like a flood of blood breaking the dam. Azrael stood frozen in place as he watched the towering demon entity unfurl its wings and soar into the sky, then dive toward his strike force like a burning meteor. At that moment, this supreme leader of the Dark Angels, who had remained resolute since the onset of war, began to waver for the first time. An emotion he had not felt for centuries began to bloom in his heart. It was fear. Faced with a powerful awakened demon entity, even the proud offspring of the First Legion felt the helplessness and despair of mere mortals. The nature of war changed completely at that moment. As the surface of Dragon Linxing transformed into a hellish battlefield, the battle above in its orbit escalated to a fever pitch. The Dark Angel fleet had just celebrated the victory over the Ark of Misfortune when a piercing fleet-wide alarm shattered their joy. Massive signal detected. It's Abaddon's fleet.
A massive fleet bearing the emblem of the Black Legion appeared in the void. At the forefront was the legendary and infamous battleship, Soul of Vengeance. Its bow resembled a ferocious beast opening its mouth filled with turrets as if to devour the entire star system.
Following closely was Vashtor's fleet of calamity.
These warships had even more bizarre shapes, as if they were forcibly pieced together mechanical creations, their hulls covered with illogical spires, massive gears and writhing cables.
All ships reformed the formation. Prepare to engage, roared Fleet Master Naker. The Chaos Fleet advanced in a massive pincers maneuver encircling the Dark Angel fleet. Soul of Vengeance fired its main cannon first.
A devastating torrent of energy crossed tens of thousands of kilometers of void, striking a Dark Angel's strike cruiser with pinpoint accuracy. The void shield of that ship shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer, instantly covered in cracks before collapsing completely. The energy torrent pierced through the hull, triggering a violent chain explosion, turning the entire battleship into a cloud of expanding plasma in the silent void.
Counterattack. For the Lion King, let them pay the price. Naker's command echoed through the fleet channel. The Dark Angel fleet struggled to retaliate.
Light spears and torpedoes wove a web in the void between the two fleets, marking a path of death. One of the Calamity Fleet's warships was focused down, its massive gears grinding to a halt before being torn apart by internal explosions. But more Chaos warships filled the gaps, suppressing the Loyalist fleet with even fiercer firepower. Naker realized they had fallen into a trap. The surface battle had tied down their most elite forces, and now the enemy's main fleet had seized the moment to appear, clearly intending to wipe them out. Amidst the chaos and despair spreading across the battlefield, a new and unexpected variable emerged. On the battlefield's flank, reality itself was torn apart, but this time it was not the taint of chaos that appeared. After the flash of the jump, a magnificent fleet adorned in crimson and gold, decorated with the emblem of double-winged blood droplets, cut into the battlefield like a sharp scalpel. At the forefront was the majestic Saint Blood Angel battlecruiser Wrath of Redemption. New Imperial signal detected. Identification code, it's the 9th Legion, the Saint Blood Angels. Naker's aide could hardly believe his eyes. The Saint Blood Angel fleet showed no hesitation, immediately targeting the flank of the Chaos Army and launching a fierce attack. Their attacking style, contrasting sharply with the calm precision of the Dark Angels, was filled with fervent, reckless fury. Attack boats and gunboats swarmed like bloodthirsty bees, pouncing on the Chaos warships, ripping open the enemy's armor with thermite bombs and close-range fire. Naker felt confusion and disbelief at the arrival of the Saint Blood Angels. At that moment, the Saint Blood Angels sent a signal to connect. A holographic image of an elderly and imposing figure appeared on the Dark Angel ship's screen. Clad in golden power armor, his face was lined with the marks of time, but his eyes still shone brightly like stars. It was Dante, the commander of the Saint Blood Angels, the oldest star warrior in the galaxy. "This is Dante, commander of the Saint Blood Angels. We have come to provide assistance, and it seems we have arrived just in time." However, Naker's reply was filled with the unique vigilance and stiffness of the First Legion. "Lord Dante, thank you for your assistance. But we did not send a distress signal. For the unforgiven, any unexpected reinforcements could hide unknown risks. The secrets they bore made it difficult for them to trust anyone easily, even the legendary noblest and most loyal Saint Blood Angels." Dante seemed to have anticipated this reaction. His aged face showed no signs of disturbance. He simply stated a message that would send shockwaves through all the Dark Angels. "Not long ago we encountered the Emperor's progeny, a slumbering lion who had slept for 10,000 years. Naker's breath caught. "The Lion King. Rain Al Jansen has awakened." His words were transmitted clearly through the communication channel to the bridge of the monolith, reaching Naker's ears. "He has departed from my flagship by a means we cannot comprehend. He should have gone to the world before you. The Lion King has returned." Countless questions exploded in his mind like a storm. Why did the Saint Blood Angels find him? Why did he leave alone? Where is he now? Is this news true? But the situation at hand permitted no moment of hesitation. "All units." Naker's voice rang out once more. "Coordinate with the Saint Blood Angels. Clear the enemies in orbit. No matter what, we must secure air supremacy in this star system." Meanwhile, the indomitable Blade, following the Saint Blood Angels, also joined the battle. On the surface of Longlin Planet, the battle could no longer be described as merely brutal. The communication channels had long been drowned out by the warp energy unleashed during Angren's descent and the deafening audio static. Azrael and his warriors were utterly unaware of the earth-shattering reversal unfolding in orbit. All they could do was continue fighting amidst blood and fire, hoping their sacrifices would pave the way for ultimate victory. Yet the hope of victory seemed impossibly fragile before the wrath of the demon Primarch. Every charge of Ongran was like an unstoppable natural disaster. His colossal frame shattered steel walls and Gothic pillars, and with each swing of his massive axe he claimed the lives of several or even a dozen space marines. The Dark Angels were forced to retreat along the path they had come, a corridor strewn with blood flames and the corpses of their battle brothers. To delay the enemy's advance, the Death Wing Company with me. Hold the rear. Grand Master Belial roared his final command. He and his most elite Terminator Knights formed a bone-white line of defense standing directly in the path of the charging demon Primarch. Chief Librarian Ezekiel stood beside him, his eyes blazing with psychic energy. He thrust his hands forward, conjuring a barrier of pure will before them. This was a rearguard action with no hope of victory. Angren's axe easily cleaved through Ezekiel's psychic shield, a barrier strong enough to withstand tank fire, yet it crumpled like paper before the Primarch's might. Ezekiel grunted, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, but he remained standing, using his last vestiges of strength to bind Angren's movements with psychic energy. Death! Onran roared. With a backhanded swing of his sword, the serrated teeth of the Soul Eater tore through Ezekiel's chestplate, nearly cutting the mighty librarian in two. For the lion! Belial swung his thunder hammer, striking Angren's knee with brutal force. The heavy warhammer collided with the demon Primarch's leg bone, producing a dull thunderclap, and Angren's form staggered. But in the next moment the great axe spinebreaker swept through the air with a shrieking roar. Belial raised his storm shield with all his might to parry, but the shield forged from adamantium and ceramite shattered into fragments upon contact with the axe. The axe blade, undiminished in force, struck Belial's body with savage impact. The Grand Master of the Deathwing, one of the most unyielding warriors of the First Legion, flew backward as if struck by a battering ram, crashing heavily into the distant wall. His massive Terminator armor was utterly deformed, with a deep bone-exposing wound across his chest, blood and shattered organs visible. He was at death's door. This tragic rearguard action bought precious minutes for Azrael and the main force. They withdrew into a relatively intact Gothic structure where the complex layout, narrow corridors and sturdy walls might somewhat hinder the demon Primarch's movements. Establish a defensive line. All heavy weapons target the entrance. Azrael's voice was hoarse and urgent as he personally dragged a wounded battle brother behind cover. The Dark Angels had suffered their heaviest casualties since the Horus Heresy. Many veteran Deathwing warriors and powerful librarians had fallen in that brief, desperate struggle. Just as they finished setting up a makeshift defense line bracing for the next wave of the World Eater's Legion, a different engine roar came from the sky behind their flank. Several Red Thunderhawk gunships and Storm Ravens broke through the polluted clouds, braving intense ground fire to force land on the open ground outside the structure. Ramp doors opened and a group of Space Marines in crimson power armor surged out. Their armor was adorned with golden wings and blood drops. At their head was Chapter Master Dante. The Blood Angels had joined the ground battle. They did not attempt any communication with the Dark Angels. Under such heavy interference, any communication was a luxury, but their actions spoke volumes. Dante led his sanguinary guard like the sharpest spearhead, charging directly into the flank of the World Eaters who were pursuing the Dark Angel. Golden blades clashed with blood-red chain axes, ornate red armor interlocked with corroded traitor plate. The Blood Angels' combat style was a blend of grace and fury. They were like Death Angels on the battlefield, each strike precise and lethal. Azrael froze for a moment, then reacted. All units, coordinate attack. Pin the enemy from the front. With the Blood Angels' flank assault, the pressure on the Dark Angels eased dramatically. They reorganized their firepower, forming a deadly crossfire with the reinforcements mowing down lines of Chaos Space Marines. Dante had only one target, Angren, who was butchering the remnants of the Deathwing. He led his elite guard straight into the heart of the battlefield. For Sanguinius. For the Emperor. Yet even Dante was outmatched against the demon Primarch. Onran noticed this new vibrant threat. He let out an impatient roar, abandoning the pursuit of the Deathwing survivors, and turned to face Dante. Dante, relying on millennia of combat experience and unmatched skill, managed to parry Onran for a few exchanges. But the absolute disparity in power was insurmountable. Onran suddenly swung his axe, forcing Dante back, then delivered a savage headbutt that slammed into Dante's helmet. The aged Chapter Master was hurled backward by the immense force, a visible dent on his helmet, his sensory systems flooded with white noise. Just as Onran raised his axe to deliver the final blow to the venerable opponent, a figure appeared between them without warning. He arrived on no vehicle, appearing as if he had always been there, only now choosing to reveal himself to the world. He was towering, even taller than Belial in his Terminator armor. But what drew the most attention were his eyes. Eyes that burned with fire, filled with wisdom, majesty, and the endless weariness and sorrow of 10,000 years of slumber. In his hand he held a massive energy-glowing blade. Angren's movements froze. For the first time the face of the demon Primarch, so full of rage, showed a flicker of confusion, a complex expression woven with hatred and ancient memories. Azrael and all the Dark Angels saw that figure. Their breath stopped, their hearts seized as if by an invisible hand.
That face which existed only in legend, that image etched into their very genetic code, that name they had sought and guarded for 10 millennia. The Lion L. Johnson. Their genofather, the Primarch of the First Legion, had returned in the darkest hour. Under the crimson sky of Long Lin Star, amidst the steel ruins, two brothers lost for 10 millennia were reunited once more. Lionel Johnson stood still, his ancient dark green power armor appearing as steadfast as a mountain amidst the explosions and flames around him. His gaze passed over Angren's massive and twisted form sweeping across this utterly desecrated land. He saw the twisted forests of steel, smelled the stench of sulfur and blood in the air, and felt the bone-deep agony and wailing of this planet. Across his face, as resolute as an ancient Terra sculpture, flickered a profound sorrow. Onran let out a low bestial roar, shattering the momentary silence. He was not interested in the newcomer's emotions, he only sensed the vast and pure power within the other, a power that could rival his own, the power of a Primarch. This stirred within him an even deeper blood-godless lust for slaughter. Lion! Onran roared, his voice no longer a mere scream but carrying a twisted, mocking humanity. The sleeping lion has finally awoken. Did you wake up just to see your home reduced to this? Look at what's beneath your feet. This is power. This is freedom. He spread his arms as if to embrace this hell. Lion's gaze refocused on Onran. Angren, he said, slowly raising the sword of the lion in his hand, the energy flowing along its blade growing ever brighter. You are not free. You are a slave. A slave to rage, to hatred, to the butcher's nails embedded in your neck. What do you know? Onran was utterly enraged by these words. The butcher's nails were the source of his agony and the wellspring of his power. Being so bluntly exposed by Lion ignited an unprecedented fury within him. Without another word, he beat his wings, his massive form becoming a red lightning bolt. The Spinebreaker and Soul Reaper in his hands crossed in a downward strike, carrying enough force to cleave a mountain aimed directly at Lion's head. Facing this cataclysmic blow, Lion did not retreat. He simply took a step forward, raising the sword of the lion in an upward arc. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a crisp, almost elegant clash of metal. The tip of the lion's sword precisely struck the intersection point of the two chain weapons. It was a perfect fulcrum that deflected the majority of the force. Angren's berserk attack, capable of destroying a Night Titan, was thus casually neutralized. The immense force was channeled to the sides, carving two deep trenches several meters deep into the ground beside him as molten metal and rock sprayed outward. In that instant the duel truly began. This was a battle beyond mortal comprehension. Two Primarchs, two demigods, engaged in a mythic clash that transcended time and space upon this ruin. Angren's attacks were wild, savage, and utterly without form, yet each blow carried pure world-ending power. His great axe in chainsword whipped up a storm of steel, tearing everything around to shreds. Lion, meanwhile, danced like a supreme swordmaster at the heart of the storm. His movements were precise, efficient, and deadly. He never met Angren's strength hidden. Every block, every dodge, every counter was executed with sublime perfection. He was like a seasoned hunter toying with an enraged beast, constantly draining its stamina, searching for its single flaw. The sword of the lion seemed to come alive in his hand. At times it struck like a viper, leaving wounds burning with purifying fire on Angren's demonic form. At others it blocked like a shield, precisely meeting the chain axe at its weakest point. Azrael and the other dark angels had completely forgotten the battle. They stared in awe at the scene, watching their genofather as if in legend battling a demon Primarch. It was a devotion and reverence for their leader etched into the very depths of their genes. That is a Primarch, murmured a young battle brother, his voice trembling. Silence. Asmodai hissed, but his own eyes were filled with tears of emotion. Witness and remember this moment. This is the lion's judgment upon the traitor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, another fierce battle was also reaching its conclusion. Astra Salahar led his brothers together with a contingent of blood angels sent by Dante in an assault on a force of dozens of world eaters and hundreds of corn cultists. Sahal, clad in his black Indomitus pattern Terminator armor, was like a moving black fortress among the enemy. His fighting style bore some resemblance to Lion's but was more direct and efficiency-focused. His left arm, a twin-linked storm bolter, spat fire at a constant grim rhythm, each bolt finding its mark in a cultist's head or a gap in a world eater's armor. His right arm, a plasma gun, calmly charged, and with each discharge it erased the most stubborn targets, such as a bloodthirster or a chaos Astartes, from the battlefield. When a world eater champion wielding a massive chain axe charged at him, Salahar showed no sign of panic. He sidestepped, using his shoulder pauldron to absorb the impact, while his right hand, clad in a power fist, grabbed the descending chain axe. The energy field clashed with the demon weapon, producing a piercing shriek. The next second, Sarahal's left hand released the storm bolter's grip, and his left fist, also in a power fist, struck the side of the world eater champion's helmet from a tricky angle. With a dull crunch, the champion's head and helmet were driven into his chest cavity. Captain, a gap on the right flank.
Ninia's voice sounded over the squad channel as he used his Calibanite shield to bash a cultist and simultaneously thrust his power sword cleanly through another enemy's heart.
Cedric, take your squad to plug it. Sarahal commanded calmly, tossing aside the still-twitching corpse.
Roger, came Cedric's boisterous voice as he swung his massive chain axe and charged like a whirlwind toward the gap. Under Sarahal's precise and efficient command, this temporary mixed force of fallen angels and blood angels displayed astonishing combat effectiveness. They were like a precise killing machine, steadily devouring the enemy before them. Just as they finally cut down the last World Eater, the communication indicator lights on the helmets of the blood angels they had been fighting alongside suddenly began flashing simultaneously.
We have received orders from Lord Dante. All blood angels units are to evacuate this planet immediately. Sahal's gaze swept across the corpse-strewn battlefield to the two massive figures locked in combat in the distance. Evacuate. Sahal's gaze swept across the corpse-strewn battlefield to the two massive figures locked in combat in the distance. Evacuate.
When their pre-march had just returned and was locked in a death struggle with another demon.
Withdraw. Raven's voice rang out through the squad's comm channel, thick with fury and bewilderment.
He crushed the skull of a dying cultist beneath his boot, his helmet turning toward Sarhal.
Captain, have the blood angels lost their minds? The lion is fighting there. How can we retreat at a time like this? Sarhal did not answer immediately. His gaze pierced through the drifting smoke, fixed unblinkingly on the earth-shattering duel in the distance. Every collision between Lion and Onran made the ground tremble and sent ripples through the very fabric of space. It was a war among demigods mere mortals did not even have the right to approach. He could sense the lion's might, a power as steady as bedrock, as vast as the deep ocean. Yet at the same time he also felt Angren's boundless warpborn rage. This battle would not end quickly. And Dante's order.
Sarhal's mind raced. Dante, one of the most respected commanders in the galaxy, would never issue such an ill-timed command without reason. Unless something catastrophic had occurred in orbit beyond their knowledge, or he foresaw a threat more terrible than Onran about to descend.
They are not mad, Raven. Tasakana's weary, wisdom-laden voice cut through the channel. I can feel a great sorrow and urgency from Dante.
He is enduring immense pain, yet he still made this decision. This order is to conserve strength.
Conserve strength. We are Space Marines. Our duty is to fight to the death. Raven retorted. Our duty is to serve the Emperor, brother. Sometimes surviving takes more courage than dying on the battlefield. Ioka's added, calmly, injecting a stabilizer into a wounded blood angel.
The captain of that blood angel guard looked at Sarhal, waiting for his decision. Though they belonged to different chapters and Sarhal's official imperial records branded him a traitor, the shared battle had earned him the purest military respect from these warriors. Carry out your orders, Sarhal finally spoke, his voice as steady as ever. The unbending blade will provide covering fire for your extraction. But my lord. The blood angel captain hesitated. What about you? Lord Dante's order was for all combat-capable units. We are sons of the First Legion. Sarhal interrupted him. Our pre-march is before us. We will not leave. These words were spoken both for the blood angels and for his own brothers. Raven ceased his argument, silently checking the ammunition of his bolter. Nemia and Cedras likewise led their squads to re-establish defensive positions. Kruger began rapidly assessing each warrior's armor damage and distributing spare magazines. Their actions were their answer. The blood angel captain gave Sarhal a long, deep look, then struck his chest plate with his fist in a crisp salute. May the Emperor protect you, sons of Caliban. With that he led his guard in an orderly retreat toward their transport's landing zone. Along the way they carried every wounded warrior they could still move, be they dark angels or blood angels. Sarhal's squad occupied advantageous terrain, using precise fire to suppress the sporadic chaos demons and cultists attempting to pursue, buying time for the blood angels' withdrawal. John Sarhal contacted Captain John of the Unbending Blade on a private channel. What is the orbital situation? Intense, my lord. Abaddon's main fleet and Vashtor's mechanical constructs are besieging the First Legion's fleet. But the Blood Angels' arrival broke the stalemate. Now we are coordinating with the Blood Angels, striking at the enemy's weak points. The situation is fluid but temporarily stable. Temporarily stable. Sarhal repeated the word. This meant the situation could deteriorate at any moment. Dante's retreat order was likely a contingency for the worst-case loss of orbital control. If air superiority was lost, every ground force would be trapped like rats in a jar. I need you to do something. Sarhal watched the distant battle. Analyze the energy signature of the pre-march. Lion L. Johnson. Compare it with mine. At the same time scan the entire battlefield for any unidentified Space Marine signatures similar to ours. The analysis is already underway, Shipmaster.
Captain John replied.
Preliminary comparison shows that your gene sequence and psychic fluctuation share a high degree of homology with the target lion, far exceeding that of other First Legion units.
As for other signals, battlefield interference is too strong, it will take time.
Just then the distant battle shifted once more. The clash between Lion and Onran had reduced that entire area to a wasteland. Angren's speed and strength seemed inexhaustible under the Blood God's blessing, while the Lion, though his swordsmanship remained flawless, began to breathe heavily.
He was, after all, old. Onran seized an opening, brutally parrying the loyal sword with his massive axe, then slammed his colossal frame into the Lion like a runaway train.
The Lion was driven back by the savage force, the steel floor beneath his feet cracking inch by inch.
Do you see? Onran roared, pressing his shoulder against the Lion.
Your skill, your pride, worthless before pure power. He opened his gaping maw, a torrent of blood and fire gathering in his throat for a killing blow.
Sarhal's heart plummeted. He could wait no longer. All units advance with me.
He gave the order no longer for cover but for assault. Target support the pre-march.
Captain, well, only be a burden.
Raven urged.
We are not going to fight.
Sarhal's voice was cold and resolute. He drew the ancient black sword that had accompanied him for years, the unbending blade.
We are going to remind him that he is not alone.
The sons of the First Legion have never truly left. He gripped the hilt and led his few remaining brothers charging straight into the energy storm of the two demigods' battle. It was a faint hope, a decision bordering on suicide. But for these exiles who had borne 10,000 years of injustice, it was the only choice they could make, and the only one they had to make. Hidden near the core of the Longland Star is a supreme chamber where the creator Vashtor brought the Thorolka engine, merging it with the Ouroboros and the Heart of Plague, permanently installing these three entities in his realm of demons. When the harmonious engine was completed, it began to pulse like a dark heart, and the operational speed of Longland Star accelerated as well.
As the Dark Angels launched their assault on the demon realm, they were met with a hellish factory-like scene.
However, this was insignificant compared to the cataclysm that would soon unfold on the planet. The entire world began an extreme and violent reorganization. Gigantic gears and chains spun wildly. Billions of cursed souls were thrown into the furnace, and sulfurous smoke and energy pillars shot into space.
Countless loyal warriors perished in an instant during this catastrophe.
From space, the planet resembled a mechanical puzzle being continuously deconstructed and reformed by an unseen god. The divination instrument of the loyal fleet briefly regained functionality before being overwhelmed by supernatural energy signals emanating from the planet's core. The onboard aircraft burned out from overload, and the operators, after witnessing indescribable readings on their screens, succumbed to mental collapse, unclean marks appearing on their skin as immense fear swept through the ranks of the loyalists. In stark contrast, on the bridge of the Soul of Vengeance, the great raider Abaddon wore a cold smile of victory. He understood that the creator Vashtor had completed his masterpiece, the disharmonious engine. The Longland Star as the key had fully awakened, unleashing its tremendous power.
No matter how the loyalists reacted, it was too late.
Abaddon and Vashtor had already won this war.
Meanwhile, in the ever-changing hellish core of Longland Star, Ryan L. Swanson was executing his strategy.
He found himself within a maze of enormous pipes and cables.
The Forgiven Angels. Ryan's guard.
Damn, they're about to break. Raven tightened his grip on his explosive gun.
And indeed it was.
These grotesque hills of flesh continuously spewed forth colorful subspace mists. The density of these gases was so rich that they nearly obscured his vision. Even with the superhuman senses of his original form, he could only see a few steps ahead.
Yet a faint, desolate smile appeared on Ryan's face.
Come on, Angren, he murmured, his voice dissolving into the thick fog in the forests of Caliban. I am the foremost hunter. He suppressed all his presence, his massive form blending into the mist like a phantom. The servos of his armor buzzed at the lowest, setting his footsteps as light as a falling leaf. He was no longer the radiant commander on the battlefield, but had reverted to the solitary knight hunting colossal beasts in the jungles of Caliban. Onran charged into the mist right behind him, only to find his opponent had vanished.
Ryan!
He let out a deafening roar, his voice echoing through the maze-like pipes filled with uncontrollable rage. Coward!
Come out! The Red Angel was thoroughly enraged.
His strong demonic body would not tire, but his mind, repeatedly tormented by the butcher's nails, could not endure the frustration of being unable to unleash his bloodlust for so long. This battle had dragged on for too long without him claiming any valuable skulls, a tremendous shame for a terror demon of his kind. The butcher's nails crashed madly in his brain, each impact tearing at his soul, drowning his sanity in boiling rage. Now, with his prey vanished, he was consumed by fury.
I can smell you. Onran roared, using his demonic senses to try to pinpoint Ryan's location in the mist. I can smell the dust on your armor, your hypocritical loyalty. I can hear your heartbeat. He sensed Ryan's powerful and pure life signs like a beacon in the night. However, this eerie mist seemed to possess a life of its own, distorting his perception and blocking his subspace vision. All he could see were ever-changing phantoms projected by his own inner anger and hate. He swung the breaker of spines, violently shredding a shadow that lunged at him, half real and half illusory. Just then Ryan burst forth from the mist behind him like a ghost. He did not use his sword but channeled all his strength into the Emperor's shield, slamming it forcefully against Angren's back. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Onran stumbled forward from the massive impact. He flapped his wings to barely stabilize himself, and as he angrily turned around, Ryan had once again vanished into the mist. Ah! Onran let out a roar that was inhuman. He began to frantically attack everything around him, his massive chain axe and chainsword cleaving through thick pipes, molten metal and foul liquids splattering everywhere. He was like a beast trapped in a cage, futilely venting his rage. Meanwhile, Ryan moved calmly in the mist like a patient hunter waiting for his prey to exhaust itself. With each breath, Onran unleashed roars of fury and curses which to Ryan served as the clearest coordinates. He constantly shifted positions, using the pipes and flesh hills as cover, occasionally darting out to launch a swift attack with his shield before retreating back into the fog. He never lingered in battle, each attack aimed not to inflict significant damage but to provoke Onran, further driving him into a deeper frenzy and madness. "Will you only hide like a rat, Ryan?" Onran roared, cleaving a meat hill that was spewing mist and half-sticky liquids and entrails spilling everywhere. Ryan's voice came from another direction. "Anger is a weapon, but when it controls you, you become a slave to the weapon. You are now a slave to that nail. Shut up." Onran abruptly turned toward the source of the voice, only to see a giant piston suddenly surge up from the abyss below. Boom! The piston crashed violently against the limiter above it, unleashing a powerful steam shockwave. This sudden shockwave instantly dispersed the dense fog within dozens of meters. In the midst of movement, Ryan was fully exposed. He was positioned to Angren's side, ready to launch the next harassment attack. And in that brief moment of clarity, Onran saw his enemy. In that instant, all rational thought evaporated from Angren's mind. He was completely overtaken by the primal urge to kill instilled by the blood god. He didn't even roar. Instinctively he flapped his wings, his massive body charging at Ryan like an avalanche. His two weapons, the breaker of spines and the soul reaper, swung with all his might, striking at Ryan from both sides at a perfect angle. This was a guaranteed lethal strike, an attack from which evasion was impossible. Even the Emperor's shield could not withstand the simultaneous onslaught of primal power from two directions. A savage and cruel smile appeared on Angren's face. He seemed to envision Ryan being torn apart by his weapons. Yet this time Ryan made no defensive moves. Facing the cataclysmic onslaught of the two colossal weapons, he executed a singularly simple action. He slightly bent one knee, lowering his center of gravity while bracing the loyalist's sword with all his Bodhi's strength. He aimed the sword's glowing tip, radiating purifying light, directly at the charging Onran. Time seemed to stretch at this moment. In the twisted vision filled with anger and pain, the figure of Ryan appeared extraordinarily clear. He neither blocked nor dodged, but simply pointed the damned longsword at himself. How arrogant this was! Angren's fury had reached its peak. He sought to use his own power to crush the self-righteous brother along with the sword. He infused more subspace energy into his arms, the roar of the Spinebreaker and Soul Eater becoming sharper and faster. Yet Ryan's expression remained unchanged. In his deep ancient eyes there was only the calm of a hunter watching its prey. He calculated everything: Angren's speed, Angren's strength, Angren's charge trajectory, and the limits of what his own body could endure. In the next instant, sword met flesh. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull teeth-clenching sound of piercing. The tip of the sword of loyalty accurately pierced Angren's chest. The skin and muscle of the demon's true form, capable of withstanding the bombardment of great cannons, were as fragile as paper before this weapon blessed by the Emperor himself. The terrifying kinetic energy generated by Angren's own charge became the force that ended him in that moment. The blade pierced through his entire torso without obstruction. Ugh! Angren's charge came to an abrupt halt. He lowered his head, incredulously staring at the blade protruding from his chest. The purifying fire burning on the blade was crazily scorching his demonic essence, causing a deeper pain than the nails of a butcher. Blood gushed from his nape like a fountain. The tip of the sword of loyalty had already protruded from his back. Under the tremendous inertia, the two massive bodies fell to the ground, rolling several steps away on the oil-stained and debris-laden steel floor. Onran lay on his back, one burning giant wing pinned under his body, twitching incessantly. The sword of loyalty remained embedded in his body, its purifying power acting like maggots, preventing his demonic form from making any effective repairs. No. It's impossible. The Blood Angel let out a beastly roar, violently twisting his body as he reached a clawed hand toward his chest, trying to grasp the hilt of the sword stained with his blood. Ryan staggered to his feet. His body was also covered in wounds, the ancient green power armor marred by bloodstains and dense with several armor plates cracked. The earlier reckless collision had also inflicted tremendous shock on his body. He gasped heavily, each breath tugging at the pain in his ribs. But he did not pause for a moment. He knew that for a demon's true form, as long as he was given the slightest opportunity, he could make a comeback. He did not want to leave Onran any chance. Ryan looked down at his former brother, watching him struggle in agony on the ground. There was no joy of victory in his eyes, only a profound sorrow that spanned millennia. Then he gripped the Emperor's shield tightly with both hands. He raised the golden shield engraved with the Emperor's double-headed eagle insignia with all his strength. For the Emperor. For Caliban. Ryan L. Jorgensen let out a roar filled with millennia of anger and sorrow, crashing the edge of the shield glowing with energy against the demon's skull. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering bones echoed. The immense force shattered Angren's nose. The metallic edge of the shield sunk deep into the flesh and bone composed of anger and hatred. Angren's movements halted. For the first time, his eyes, burning with eternal fury, revealed a hint of confusion. Then his physical form exploded violently like a shell detonated with pure hatred as its charge. Boom! A wave of blood-red energy shockwave swept out from Angren's corpse. The instantly released immense anger completely shattered his mind, scattering his soul and forcibly expelling it back to subspace. Ryan was blown away by the violent shockwave colliding heavily against a distant pipe. As he struggled to stand again, the cloak on his back had turned into a piece of smoking rags, and the cracked power armor was also heavily blackened. Around him silence finally returned, only the distant sounds of this world fracturing remained. Ryan breathed heavily, the fierce battle and the final explosion leaving countless wounds on his body. Yet he endured the pain step by step, staggering toward the deep pit corroded by Angren's demonic blood where the sword of loyalty had fallen. He bent down and picked up the sword that still shone with light from the blood-soaked ground. He knew that Onran had not truly died. He was merely banished. One day, when the followers of the blood god chant his name again and offer sufficient sacrifices, he would return. Ryan had a vague premonition that day might come faster than he expected. But at least at this moment in this profane world named Caliban, Onran had been defeated. Ryan sighed deeply, gently shaking his head as if to shake off the millennia of fatigue within him. He activated the communicator in his helmet connecting to the Dark Angel's command channel and began to listen intently to the conversations within. All units converge on point G. Repeat, converge on point G. Hold the line at all costs. The soul of vengeance is adjusting its trajectory. They are about to launch an attack. Lord Dante. Your guard has suffered heavy casualties. For your safety, please evacuate immediately. The channel was filled with chaotic, despairing shouts and the noise of battle. There was no expression on Ryan's face, he simply listened silently, quickly constructing the situation of the entire battlefield in his mind. Then he picked up the Emperor's shield again, turned and staggered towards the nearest evacuation point mentioned in the communication. As he walked, he carefully contemplated his actions today and the choices he had made for his long-lost genetic progeny throughout the galaxy. He had too much to tell them and too much to do. It was time to return to his progeny. From now on he would begin his work so that his past sacrifices would not be in vain. On the other side of this tormented continent, Azrael, Dante and the surviving warriors continued their approach towards the evacuation point. Damn it, this cursed place is still changing, a voice of a dark angel roared through the communication channel. As soon as he finished speaking, the metallic ground beneath their feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Countless gigantic gears and pistons erupted from the depths of the originally flat steel plane, churning the surface and directly overturning and crushing several Rhino transport vehicles that were unable to dodge in time. All units spread out. Look for stable ground. This was no longer a mere battlefield but a living gigantic machine. They charged through one nightmarish horror after another, where gigantic tentacles twisted from cables and flesh emerged without warning from the cracks, sweeping through the sky cruelly as if a mischievous child were swatting at insects. A Thunderhawk gunship flying at low altitude executed a dramatic roll to avoid the tentacle's assault but still brushed against the end of the tentacle. The left engine of the gunship erupted in a burst of sparks, billowing thick black smoke as it careened towards a distant mountain formed of countless pipes. Death Bird. Death Bird. Respond. The comm channel of the Corvidi squad was filled with anxious calls. All that answered him was the distant sound of explosions. Another ship lost. Dante's voice echoed in the command channel. His holy blood guard nearly wiped out the remaining warrior's armor, smeared with black oil and red blood, the once magnificent decorations now tattered from repeated brutal battles. The environment around them was a jungle of twisted metal struts and corroded pipes. The air was thick with the acrid scent of chemicals and the stench of blood, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Beneath their feet lay lakes bubbling with thick petrochemical foam, the surface littered with the remains of unknown creatures and broken mechanical parts. At that moment a sharp-eyed holy blood angel pointed into the distance. Look! Over there!
Everyone followed his gaze and saw flickers of flame from jet engines in the far distance.
Several gunships emblazoned with the Imperial Aquila insignia were taking off from a relatively open metal plain.
It was the evacuation point.
This discovery invigorated everyone. "Have we made contact?" Azrael immediately pressed.
"The signal interference is too strong, my lord," a tech sergeant shouted back. "I am trying to filter out the noise."
"It's connected."
A broken voice came through the communicator.
"This is the evacuation point defense team. We are under attack. Repeat, we are under attack. The enemy consists of scattered traitorous warbands and heretical technopriests. Their target is the transport ships. We are on our way." Just as Azrael was about to end the call, the ground beneath him shook violently once more.
The metallic struts around them screeched and collapsed one by one.
Filthy chemical liquid burst from the ruptured lakeshore, forming patches of foul-smelling swamp. More terrifyingly enormous metallic constructs rose from the path ahead.
These metal blocks were covered in rivets and armor plating resembling colossal bunkers or some sort of cargo elevator to hell. Atop these metal fortresses, cannons encased in thick iron armor slowly turned their muzzles towards them. Operating these cannons were groups of pale-skinned figures with manic smiles, their bodies fully fused with the rusted machinery indistinguishable from flesh and blood. "It's the followers of Nurgle," the chief apothecary beside Dante whispered. "Beware of those shells. The plague they carry is deadlier than the shells themselves." As the cannons creaked and smoke belched from their mouths, enormous blast doors lined with jagged metal teeth slowly opened. Toxic steam poured out from the doors, and through the poisonous mist bloated shuffling figures emerged. Some had bellies swollen like balloons, dragging their rotting intestines on the ground. Others were covered in festering sores, each step bursting them and spraying forth green foul liquid. Yet others wielded rusted weapons caked in filth, mumbling incoherently in praise of Father Nurgle. A horde of plague demons completely blocked their path.
"We are surrounded." The warriors of the Dark Angels and Holy Blood Angels had been fighting for far too long. Most were injured, many heavy weapons damaged or lost in previous battles, and ammunition was running low. Yet even with their combat strength severely diminished and trapped in a tight encirclement, these elite warriors of the Emperor showed no sign of fear. They quickly sprang into action, each squad consolidating their formation into a tight defensive line, protecting the few remaining armored vehicles at their center. "Psychers! Suppress them!" The voice of the chief psycher Ezekiel rang out over the psychic channel. He and the remaining psychers extended their hands, blue psychic lightning converging at their fingertips, transforming into torrents of energy that slammed into the demon horde. The dozens of plague demons at the front were instantly shredded by the purifying energy, turning into puddles of foul ichor that returned to the warp. Tanks. Devastators. Hellstrike bombers. Target enemy artillery. Fire. Azrael's orders followed closely. The turret of the Predator tank swung towards the towering bunkers, and the Devastator cannon roared. The soldiers of the Hellstrike bomber squad readied their heavy weapons, rockets trailing flames as they shot forth. The deafening explosions echoed through the metallic jungle. One cannon on a bunker was directly hit, exploding into a pile of burning scrap. But more shells fired from other bunkers, whistling sharply as they smashed into the Space Marine positions. One shell landed next to a tactical squad of Dark Angels, the shockwave knocking them to the ground. The green plague gas quickly spread, and the power armor's sealing systems emitted sharp alarms. "Left flank. Hold steady. Lord Dante. We must break out. If this continues, we will all be worn down here." Dante looked at the tide of plague demons surging toward them, and then at the evacuation point in the distance under attack. He knew Samuel was right. "Samuel, lead the Corvidi squad and all our assault troops for a frontal strike. Tear open a gap. Azrael, you command the heavy fire units to provide cover. We must carve a bloody path. For the Emperor and Saint Guilliaman." The assault warriors of the Holy Blood Angels activated their jump packs, engines roaring with blue flames. For the Lion and the Emperor. The tactical squads of the Dark Angels gripped their chainswords tightly. A decisive battle for survival was about to begin. Charge. Mentor Samuel led the charge, his specially modified hover motorcycle roaring like a black arrow, piercing directly into the enemy ranks. Following closely were the remaining Crow Wing Knights and the assault warriors of the Holy Blood Angels. They surged like two torrents, one as dark as night and the other as red as blood, crashing into the plague tide composed of rotting flesh and rusted steel. The heavy plague bearers let out deep growls, swinging their massive plague swords in an attempt to block this steel tide. But the Crow Wing Knights maneuvered their motorcycles nimbly through the enemy formation, their dual grenade launchers spitting fire as they blasted apart demon after demon. The assault warriors of the Holy Blood Angels descended from the sky, their chainsaw swords and power axes infused with unmatched fury, striking fiercely at the demons. One Holy Blood Angel warrior was pierced through the chest plate by the mandibles of a massive plague bee, but he did not retreat. Instead, with his last ounce of strength, he stuffed a thermite bomb into the demon's mouth. The next moment a violent explosion reduced him and the demon to ashes. Keep up with them. Suppressive fire. Azrael commanded the heavy fire units at the rear, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire on both sides of the demon formation to relieve pressure on the assault team. The soldiers of the destroyer squad calmly reloaded their ammunition, their every shot precisely annihilating the most threatening targets. A rust-covered demon engine marched forward with piston-driven legs, its shoulder-mounted Gatling gun spinning up ready to unleash a hail of deadly bullets. But before it could fire, it was struck by 3 rockets from different directions, the massive explosion reducing it to a pile of twisted parts. However, the enemy numbers were simply overwhelming. They seemed endless, surging forth continuously from the doors, emitting toxic mists. Though the assault team fought valiantly, their advance grew increasingly sluggish, gradually becoming encircled by the demons. "My lord! We are trapped." Samuel's voice crackled through the communication, tinged with urgency. Surrounding his hover motorcycle were 7 or 8 plump Nurgle beasts, these repulsive creatures constantly spewing slime, attempting to drag him off his bike. At that moment a massive shadow loomed over them. It was an incredibly large and bloated demon, its skin a filthy pale color riddled with oozing sores and writhing maggots. The rotund body was covered with exhaust vents spewing thick smoke and erratically inserted tubes. In its hand it grasped a massive rusted plague bell dripping with foul liquid. The unclean one, the demon of filth, Egabarekos. "Little bugs." Egabarekos spoke with a grinding voice, "The embrace of the Father is your best resting place." It lumbered forward, the chemical slime around it surging forth in a wave of stench towards the struggling Crow Wing Knights and hovercraft. Several knights were swept away by the wave, instantly engulfed by the foul liquid. Even more terrifying, from within the black chemical liquid, new demons rose up, their bodies dripping with slime as they joined the assault. "No!" Samuel roared, turning his bike in an attempt to rescue his brothers, but it was already too late. Egabarekos had taken notice of him. This demon lord had long served the Soul Furnace, and now he had finally awaited an opportunity, a chance to repay his debt to Vashtor by eliminating the Space Marine commander. It gaped, its mouth filled with rotten teeth, emitting a nauseating laugh before raising the plague bell in its hand and bringing it down violently upon Samuel. "Watch out!" On the other side, Dante and his Holy Blood Guard were also embroiled in a fierce battle. Several enormous hellish machines charged towards the Deathwing Terminators, protecting the injured mentor Belial. These Terminator warriors were the toughest shields of the First Legion, but facing these hellish steel beasts their line began to falter. "For St. Gilliam!" Commander Dante roared, leading the last few Holy Blood Guards to stand in front of the hellish machines. His pistol let out a sharp report, a beam of golden energy striking the head of a demon machine with pinpoint accuracy. The machine staggered back a few steps, its optical sensors exploding in a shower of sparks before it collapsed, foul ichor spilling out from the cracks in its body. But another demon machine's massive power claw had already swung down. A Holy Blood Guard warrior raised his spear to block, but under the immense force the spear shattered instantly and the power claw continued its momentum, turning his upper body into a puddle of flesh. The communication channel brought even worse news. Due to the heretical forces still assaulting the evacuation point, they were unable to receive any reinforcements. "It's over." This thought simultaneously flashed through Azrael's and Dante's minds. They had tried their best. They fought until the very last moment. But in the face of this endless tide of decay, their strength seemed so insignificant. Azrael envisioned several methods to lead the troops out of this perilous trap, but each plan required more manpower, heavier firepower, or more time. And they had none of those. Ryan had just returned to his progeny, giving Azrael a task to accomplish. They could not fall in this manner amidst the bubbling mire and the miasma swarming with flies. A foul-smelling plague warrior charged at him with a battle axe, and Azrael raised the Sword of Secrets to block. The clash of blades produced a harsh scraping sound. "For the Emperor!" Azrael shouted angrily at the rotting face before him. At that moment an unexpected turn occurred. The head of the plague warrior exploded without warning, like a watermelon smashed from within. A black power fist covered in brain matter and shattered bones appeared where its head once was. Azrael was stunned. Following the power fist, he saw a figure clad in black power armor. The armor was of ancient design, scarred by the marks of millennia of battle. The face was obscured by a hood, rendering the features indistinguishable. "Who is this?" Azrael looked around and was horrified to discover that, unbeknownst to him, a whole group of Space Marines clad in the same black armor had quietly appeared on the battlefield's flanks. They emerged like ghosts from the shadows, silent yet exuding a suffocating, killing intent. As soon as they appeared, they launched a fierce attack on the demon's flank. The roar of grenade launchers echoed, but the sound was more thunderous and powerful than any grenade launcher Azrael had ever heard. Each round struck the demons with the force of a hammer, shattering their bodies. The chainsaw swords and power swords in their hands carved lethal arcs in the air, with each swing accurately severing the demons' joints and necks. Their fighting style was calm, efficient, and deadly. This sudden reinforcement struck like a sharp scalpel, precisely cutting into the chaotic battlefield and turning the tide of battle. Salahar led his brothers through the ever-changing steel labyrinth, struggling to move forward. The surface of Longlin Star had gone completely insane. Giant gears emerged from the ground only to suddenly sink back down. Pipes twisted like snakes, reassembling themselves. Where there had just been a wall, the next moment became an unfathomable crevice. "Damn it," Raven muttered under his breath, "this hellhole is even weirder than the subspace." Salahar did not respond. His attention was fully focused ahead. Through the helmet sensors he could hear the distant sound of explosive guns and the shrieking of chainsaw swords. It was the sound of interstellar warriors in battle. Captain Tosaka's voice crackled through the comms. "I sense familiar spiritual energy fluctuations. It is not the aura of chaos. The brothers of the First Legion. Uncertain. But definitely loyalists." Salahar quickened his pace. They passed through a forest of twisted steel beams, circumventing several massive chimneys spewing toxic gas, until they finally arrived at the source of the sounds. The sight before them made everyone gasp in shock. A small squad of 5 interstellar warriors was being besieged by dozens of traitorous interstellar warriors and hundreds of chaotic cultists in a narrow steel canyon. They wore black power armor and hoods obscuring their faces. But that silent yet deadly combat style was immediately recognizable to Salahar. The Forgiven Angels. Ryan's Guard. "Damn, they're about to break." Raven tightened his grip on his explosive gun. And indeed it was true. The Forgiven Angels had their backs against a high wall, forming a tight defensive formation. Their firepower was precise and lethal, with each bullet taking an enemy's life. But the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. The traitorous interstellar warriors wore rusted power armor, wielding bloodied chainsaw weapons, charging like rabid dogs. The cultists provided fire support from behind, with a dense rain of bullets pouring down. One Forgiven Angel had his left arm ripped apart by a chainsaw axe, blood seeping from the wound. Another Forgiven Angel had a deep gash on his helmet, having barely escaped being disemboweled by an enemy. "We must take action," Salahar calmly said. "Nimia, take your squad to flank from the left. Sidra's right wing. Raven, charge Heaton with me." "Understood. Received." Salahar checked his weapons. The blade of Indomitable was quietly waiting at his waist. The plasma explosive gun was fully charged, and the dual storm explosive gun was well stocked with ammunition. For the First Legion. For the First Legion. In the next moment Salahar charged out from behind cover. His Terminator armor thudded heavily on the steel ground like a moving war machine. The dual storm explosive gun roared to life, unleashing a barrage of explosive rounds at the enemy. The first explosive round struck an enemy traitor's helmet, the massive explosion obliterating his head. The second round penetrated the chest of a cultist, causing his entrails to splatter everywhere. Third round, fourth round, fifth round. Each explosive round signified the death of an enemy. Raven followed closely, his explosive gun also spitting fire in a frenzy. The officer's shooting skills were nothing short of perfect. Even while moving at high speed, every bullet found its mark. Meanwhile Nimia and Sidras attacked from both flanks. Nimia brandished the Caliban shield like a moving wall, providing cover for his comrades behind him. His power sword went in and out of enemy flesh, taking a life with every swing. Sidras swung the massive chainsaw axe like a harvester, carving a bloody path through the enemy ranks. His usual carefree personality vanished in battle, replaced by a cold and efficient killing machine. Under the three-pronged assault, the chaotic army's formation collapsed instantly. The traitorous interstellar warriors found themselves trapped. With the precise firepower of the Forgiven Angels in front and the fierce attack of Salahar's squad behind, their escape routes on both sides were cut off. "Kill them all." A traitorous interstellar warrior captain let out a desperate roar, charging at Salahar with a flaming chainsaw sword. Salahar showed no signs of panic. He sidestepped the attack while raising his right arm. The plasma explosive gun emitted a deep hum and a blue-white plasma sphere shot out. The traitorous interstellar warrior captain didn't even have time to scream before being vaporized by the high-temperature plasma. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. When the last cultist fell in a pool of blood, the canyon finally returned to a brief silence. Salahar sheathed his weapon and approached the surviving Forgiven Angels. "I am Bowles. Thank you for your assistance, brothers," said the leading Forgiven Angel, his voice coming through the helmet speaker. "Astra Salahar, how are your injuries? Still able to fight?" Bowles glanced at his injured brothers, who were conducting emergency repairs on the battlefield. "We are searching for Lord Ryan. Do you know his location?" "We are also looking for him," Salahar replied. "This planet is filled with strangeness. It is best for us to act together and watch each other's backs." Bowles nodded. In this mad steel inferno, having one more loyal comrade meant one more chance of survival. Just as they were preparing to leave this bloody battlefield, a sudden, even more intense explosion echoed nearby, shaking the steel ground beneath their feet. Immediately after, the sky was filled with the sound of explosive gunfire and the piercing noise of energy weapons firing. "Captain!"
The sensors indicate large-scale fighting to the northeast. The energy levels are extremely high, far exceeding our previous battle.
Meanwhile Tosaka also lifted his head, his brows furrowed. I sense a multitude of spiritual energy fluctuations, as if several powerful spiritualists are engaged in combat.
There is chaotic filth, but also whoever is fighting there, if they are loyalists of the Empire, they must surely need help right now.
Bull said sullenly, his hand tightening around the explosive gun again.
Then there's no time to hesitate. Our primary mission is to find the genetic prime, but we cannot ignore our brothers in danger.
He turned to the gathered two squads. Everyone prepare, advance toward the combat zone. Let's see if there are any allies in need of our assistance.
For the First Legion. For the First Legion. The soldiers responded in unison. The newly formed joint squad quickly reformed and charged toward the more intense and perilous battlefield.
Who are they? A Dark Angels company commander asked over the Vox channel. This question was also the greatest doubt in Azrael's mind.
These new warriors wore black power armor, the shadows beneath their hoods, and that silent lethal fighting style.
All too familiar. Familiar enough to send a chill down his spine. Fallen angels.
The thought wormed into his mind.
Impossible.
The fallen were traitors, the shame of the Legion, the sworn enemies they had hunted for 10 millennia. How could they be here and fighting alongside them against chaos?
My lord, their identification signals.
They are ancient First Legion codes. The Tech Marine's voice crackled again, but
there is no chapter data matching them in the database. They appeared out of nowhere. Azrael's heart sank. Ancient codes and unregistered chapter. All clues pointed to the answer he feared most.
The newcomers' armor was scarred and battered, their weapons thick with dried blood. Clearly they had endured fierce battles before arriving in this world.
Azrael yearned to know where they had been and why they had joined the fight.
He had too many questions for these warriors who so resembled the fallen. In that moment of hesitation, a plague fiend noticed him swinging a rusted cleaver and charging with a howl.
Azrael instinctively raised his sword to parry, but another black figure moved faster.
The black-armored warrior sidestepped, dodging the demon's strike, and swept his power sword upward at a sharp angle, precisely slitting the demon's throat.
Black pus gushed out as the demon clutched its neck and collapsed. The black-armored warrior turned the shadow beneath his hood, facing Azrael. Azrael tightened his grip on the Sword of Secrets, every muscle tensed. If the opponent was truly a fallen angel, then what followed would be a fight to the death.
Yet the warrior did not attack.
He stood still, then spoke in an ancient raspy Calibanite dialect, uttering words Azrael would never forget. Supreme Grand Master, we are here to help. Azrael's mind went blank. Help.
A fallen angel telling the Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels that he was here to help. It was the most absurd joke under the heavens. Yet the scene before him was real.
These black-armored warriors were fighting alongside them, buying time for the Dark Angels and Blood Angels lines with their lives.
On the other side, the massive Great Unclean One Ogabrakos was about to smash its plague bell down upon Samel.
Suddenly over a dozen figures dropped from the sky, landing heavily around it.
They were warriors in black Terminator armor. Their armor was even more ancient, bearing the style of the Great Crusade. The leader, armed with a twin-linked storm bolter on his left arm and a plasma cannon on his right, opened fire upon Ogabrakos the moment he landed. The storm bolter roared with a dull thunder, a stream of bolts tearing into the Great Unclean One, exploding chunks of flesh. The plasma cannon fired a blinding ball of energy, burning a massive hole straight through the Great Unclean One's belly.
Roar! Ogabrakos bellowed in agony, abandoning its attack on Samel to turn and face these new enemies. Samel seized the chance, gunning his bike and speeding under the Great Unclean One's crotch, narrowly escaping.
Shaken, he stared at the Terminator warrior, filled with the same confusion as Azrael.
Azrael's thoughts were pulled back by a call. Lord Azrael.
Dante, the aged chapter master leading his last sanguinary guard, had fought through wave after wave of enemies to reach Azrael's side.
Lord Dante, Azrael gestured at the black-armored warriors. They are allies. Now is not the time to question their identity. We must seize this opportunity and break out. Dante's words awakened Azrael.
Yes, now was not the time to pursue this. Whoever they were, their appearance had created a perfect chance for a breakout. Just then the black-armored warrior who had saved him earlier stepped before him again.
This time Azrael saw his face.
It was a weathered face, a vicious scar cutting across his right eye, replaced by a glowing red bionic eye.
I am Bors. Our brotherhood will hold that demon. You take your troops to the extraction point. You. Azrael frowned. How many of you are there? That is a Great Unclean One. Enough. We have an old debt to repay. Old debt. Repay what? Suspicion churned again in Azrael's heart.
He almost drew his sword against the warrior named Bors, driven by instinctive disgust. What right did a fallen angel have to speak of repaying? Duty itself is the reward, Supreme Grand Master Bors said, looking at Azrael.
He once told us that and expects the same of you. Azrael's heart clenched.
He thought of the figure who had appeared out of nowhere at the most desperate moment.
The figure wielding a giant sword standing alone against the demon Primarch. Lion L. Johnson. These warriors were the Lion's men.
The thought made him dizzy. If they were the Lion's men, why did they wear the black armor of the fallen? Why would the Lion have accepted them? Could it be that the truth about the fallen was completely different from what they had always believed? Countless questions exploded like a storm in his mind, threatening to shred his sanity.
For the Lion,
Bors shouted, issuing the command to his battle brothers. He ignored Azrael, who stood frozen, and turned to charge at the Great Unclean One locked in combat with the Terminator Squad.
The black-armored warriors also raised an ancient battle cry, following their leader plunging headlong toward the colossal demon. A deep gnawing suspicion churned in Azrael's chest, yet he had witnessed these Astartes arriving with the Lion and fighting for him.
He had no doubt of their loyalty to the Primarch.
As the black-armored warriors charged the Great Unclean One and its minions like moths to a flame, Azrael finally made his decision.
He seized the chance they had bought with their lives.
All units, follow the assault force to the extraction point. Full speed breakout. At all costs, get out.
He seized the chance they had bought with their lives.
All units, follow the assault force to the extraction point. Full speed breakout. At all costs, get out. At all costs, get out.
Azrael's command was like a shot of adrenaline injecting into the hearts of every surviving warrior.
For the Lion. For Sanguinius.
The warriors of the Dark Angels and Blood Angels roared with earth-shaking fury, following Samuel's assault force like an unstoppable tide of steel, crashing fiercely into the breach torn open by the black-armored warriors. Yuga Blacos was tightly entangled by the Astartes led by Pols and Salahal, letting out enraged roars as it tried to shake off these annoying pests, but to no avail. Salahal's squad stood as solid as a rock, their storm bolters and plasma weapons weaving an impenetrable web of fire, pinning the Great Unclean One firmly in place. Meanwhile, the She-Angels led by Pols like a pack of the most lethal hounds constantly circled the Great Unclean One, striking its legs and joints again and again with their power weapons.
Other plague demons surged toward their master like a tide scrambling to aid Yuga Blacos.
But this played right into Azrael's hands.
The enemy's formation fell into chaos and gaps as they rushed back to defend. Now, charge!
Samuel roared, leading his Ravenwing Knights and Blood Angels assault warriors like a red-hot blade slicing deep into the chaotic battlefield. The roar of chainswords, the hum of power axes, the thunder of bolters mingled with the screams of demons and the war cries of warriors, composing a symphony of destruction. The combined forces of the Dark Angels and Blood Angels broke through the trap that had besieged them for so long, gaining momentum as they surged forward with nothing left to stop. The planet's surface trembled violently beneath their feet as if the entire world was tearing apart. On the distant horizon, colossal pillars of warpfire erupted into the sky, staining the heavens with eerie hues. Within the jungle of steel and cables, hordes of demons still poured forth, but they were utterly unable to withstand these angels of death now so close to their salvation.
At the final moment of breaking out, Azrael looked back.
He saw the massive Great Unclean One writhing in agony under the assault of the black-armored warriors. Its body was covered in wounds, green pus and entrails spilling across the ground.
Those black-armored warriors had also paid a heavy price.
Many of them had been torn apart by demonic claws or dissolved by the filth spewed by the enemy.
But the rest continued to fight, not a single one retreating. Pols, wielding his power sword, leaped onto the back of the Great Unclean One and drove the blade deep into the demon's nape.
Salahal, the commander in Terminator armor, seized the plague bell swinging from the Great Unclean One's hand with his power fist, holding it fast. They were like legendary dragon slayers, mortal bodies pitted against mythic demons. Just then, from the distant demon artillery positions, the rumble of cannons sounded again. This time the shells targeted not the retreating Dark Angels but the black-armored warriors and the Great Unclean One in the center of the battlefield. Those maddened Nurgle worshippers no longer cared about friend or foe, they only wanted to annihilate everything before them. Dozens of shells streaked through the air like falling meteors. Azrael's heart clenched. No, he cried out instinctively. But it was too late.
A violent explosion consumed everything. The demon and the warriors vanished into the towering smoke and flame.
The entire battlefield was leveled.
Azrael stared blankly at the sea of fire, his heart a maelstrom of emotions.
Relief because his forces were saved. Grief for the black-armored warriors who had sacrificed so bravely.
Confusion, why did they do this? And a trace of shame.
A group of fallen angels they had been hunting had saved them with their lives.
My lord! Hurry! The enemy is closing in.
A company commander's voice snapped him from his daze.
Azrael came to his senses, knowing this was no time for sentiment. The opportunity those warriors had bought with their lives must not be wasted. With this conflicted heart he led his forces across the edge of the metal jungle, finally reaching the metal plain that served as the extraction point. On the plain the battle still raged. Several warbands of renegades fighting independently were frantically attacking the Imperial forces guarding the transport shuttles. These renegades clearly also wanted to escape this dying world. "Pincer them," Azrael commanded. The strike force, fresh from breaking out of the encirclement, slammed into the renegade formation from behind like a tiger descending a mountain. With the solid defense line of the extraction point ahead and the fierce assault of Azrael's forces from behind, the renegades collapsed instantly. Under the two-pronged attack the battle ended quickly. Azrael and the survivors stepped over piles of wreckage and shattered bodies, boarding the transport shuttles waiting in the distance. His and Dante's forces were the last to arrive, so after they boarded, the original guard units evacuated with them. The shuttle's hatch slowly closed, sealing off the hellish scene outside. The engines roared and the gunship lifted off. Through the viewport Azrael saw the ground-shaking racing auroras and lightning setting the sky ablaze. Retreat now might be too late, Azrael thought, but they had to try. He bore the duty entrusted by the Lion and must see it through. His only hope now was that after all these upheavals his forces had at least succeeded in creating an opportunity for the Rock to deliver the final strike. Yet he did not know that the true trial had only just begun. "Ascend! Quickly ascend! Dodge that thing!" The pilot of the Thunder Eagle gunship roared with a hoarse voice. Azrael was pinned firmly in his seat by the immense overload peering through the narrow armored porthole. A massive tentacle composed of flesh and cables suddenly shot out from the rolling sulphurous smoke below, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the air, sweeping violently towards their gunship formation. A slightly slower St. Blood Angel Storm Raven gunship was directly struck by the tentacle, and the sturdy aerial fortress was shattered like a fragile toy, instantly transforming into a fireball that rolled through the sky. Emperor above. Dante watched the scene outside, a hint of pain revealing itself on his aged face. The pilot suddenly pushed the control stick and their gunship performed an almost impossible vertical ascent, narrowly avoiding the next sweeping strike of the tentacle. Azrael could clearly hear the agonizing sound of the tentacle scraping past beneath their fuselage. "Steady! All gunships maintain formation and break through to higher altitudes." Azrael commanded through the command channel, "We must leave the atmosphere as soon as possible." However, the malice of this world was far from over. Just when they thought they had shaken off the ground threat, a sharp metallic screech echoed from all directions, detecting a large number of aerial targets. "It's..." The co-pilot's voice was filled with terror. Figures twisted and contorted emerged from the murky clouds surrounding them. They had bat-like wings, but the wings were stitched together with rusted metal plates and human skin. Their bodies were a terrifying amalgamation of flesh and machinery, equipped with various lethal weapons, multi-barreled melt guns, plasma cannons, and rotating chainsaw claws. They were the chaotic Hell Dragons. "Fire! Open fire!" The heavy explosive shells on the side of the gunship and the laser cannons at the front began to unleash a frenzy of firepower. Energy beams and explosive trajectories wove a net of death in the sky. A Hell Dragon was directly hit by a laser cannon, its wings completely severed, screaming as it plummeted towards the ground. Another Hell Dragon was turned into a sieve by the barrage of heavy explosives, exploding into a cloud of black mist in the air. But more Hell Dragons charged courageously forward, unafraid of death. Their target was not to shoot down these gunships but to entangle them. One Hell Dragon suddenly pounced onto a Dark Angel gunship, gripping the fuselage tightly with its chainsaw claws. The gunship's pilot attempted to shake it off through violent rolls, but to no avail. The Hell Dragon opened its massive jaws, aiming the plasma cannon at the gunship's cockpit. "No!" Azrael watched helplessly as the cockpit of that gunship was engulfed by a blue-white glow, followed by a violent chain explosion that obliterated the entire ship. "You bastards!" A pilot of the St. Blood Angels roared, driving his gunship fiercely into another Hell Dragon that was preparing to attack their allies. The two war machines tangled in the air like two prehistoric giants, rolling and biting, ultimately plunging together into the endless abyss below. This was a brutal and desperate aerial battle. Every second a gunship was shot down or perished alongside the enemy. They had suffered nearly one-third casualties before finally breaking through the encirclement of the Hell Dragons, ascending into the higher, thinner clouds. About to leave the atmosphere. Prepare for the void environment. When the gunship finally burst through the dark red polluted sky into the cold silent universe, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, when they clearly saw the scene in orbit, that relief instantly lodged in their throats. The orbit of Dragon Forest Star had transformed into a vast graveyard of warships. Dozens of battered shipwrecks drifted silently in the void, some still burning, others having been split in two. Slowly spreading clouds of debris dotted this deathly starfield like stardust. There were chaotic warships and Imperial cruisers alike. In the center of the battlefield, a colossal mobile fortress towering like a mountain faced off against a monstrous battleship, its bow resembling the maw of a giant beast. It was the megalith and the soul of vengeance. Surrounding them were fleets of Dark Angels, fleets of Saint Blood Angels, and those bizarre disaster fleets from Washed are all entangled in combat. Light spears and torpedoes crisscrossed with each firing of the massive cannons, making the void shudder. This is Azrael. We have left the surface. What is the status of the fleet? Azrael immediately contacted the megalith. Grand Mentor. The voice of Fleet Grand Mentor Naker came through the communication, carrying a hint of relief from survival. You're alive. Emperor bless. Get to the point, Naker. Yes, my lord. The situation is not optimistic. The number of Abaddon's fleet and Washter's mechanical monstrosities far exceeds ours. But Lord Dante's fleet arrived in time, alleviating the immense pressure on us. We just repelled one of their assaults, pushing Abaddon's main forces back a distance, but our losses were equally severe. Azrael looked at the brutal battlefield outside the porthole, a sharp pain gripping his heart. Each piece of floating wreckage once represented the pride of the First Legion, and within each there had once been his brothers. All evacuation gunships immediately returned to your respective motherships. The fleet must reform its formation, preparing for the enemy's next attack. Azrael issued the command. The gunship he was aboard began to slowly fly towards the distant megalith. As they passed through the remains of an Imperial cruiser, Azrael saw the body of a Dark Angel clad in green power armor quietly drifting in the void, his helmet shattered, his face still bearing the expression of anger from the battle. Azrael silently averted his gaze. He knew that the casualties on the planet's surface and the losses in orbit were unforgivable. This time the unforgivable had suffered the heaviest blow since the Horus Heresy. They might never recover their combat strength to what it once was. Just then a solemn, steady voice tinged with fatigue cut through all communication channels, overwhelming the chaotic sounds of the battlefield. All ships heed my command. Azrael's heart skipped a beat. It was the voice of Lion L. Jorgensen. His genetic father, the returning Primarch. Eshgabrakos let out a thunderous roar, wielding the massive plague bell in its hand, exuding a stench that corroded everything. Salahar's plasma explosive gun fired again, the blue-white energy sphere crashing violently into the chest of the Unclean One, exploding in a fiery shower of flesh and blood. Damn it! Raven's explosive gun roared madly, a barrage of explosive rounds striking the demon's legs, but those wounds were quickly filled with newly formed pus. The Forgiven Angels, led by bolts, moved like black phantoms, constantly circling around the Unclean One. Their power blades shimmered with energy, each attack precisely targeting the demon's joints and vital points. Attack its left knee. Salahar's voice echoed in the communications channel. He had spotted the Unclean One's weakness, a deep crack in that leg left by the recent plasma cannon strike. Nimia charged forward, holding the Caliban shield, the edge of the shield slamming hard against the crack. The Unclean One stumbled, its massive body leaning to one side. At that moment Cedras seized the opportunity, his chainsaw axe roaring as it cleaved towards the demon's ankle. The teeth whirled madly, slicing through the rotten flesh and bone. Roar! Eshgabrakos howled in pain, swinging the plague bell, trying to crush these annoying insects. But Salahar's storm explosive gun had already aimed at its wrist. Continuous explosive rounds hit their mark. The Unclean One's wrist was blown to a pulp and the plague bell flew from its grasp, crashing heavily onto the steel ground in the distance. Now! Bolts leaped up his power blade, stabbing straight into the demon's throat. The blade pierced through the rotten flesh, black pus gushing out. But the Unclean One did not fall. It opened its massive mouth, spewing forth a cloud of green poison from its throat. Bolts couldn't dodge in time, engulfed by the toxic mist. His armor began to smoke, the surface coating corroded and mottled. Bolts! Salahar wanted to move forward to assist, but more plague demons surged from all directions. Those fat, bloated monsters waved their rusty weapons, surrounding them. Tosaka's psychic lightning detonated among the demon horde, tearing several plague beasts to shreds. But his complexion grew paler. The prolonged battle had nearly drained his psychic energy. Captain! We are surrounded! Raven shouted while firing. His ammunition was running low, each bullet had to be used sparingly. Just then a rumble of cannon fire echoed in the distance. Dozens of shells trailed, flames raining down on the battlefield like a meteor shower. The explosion's fire consumed everything. The silhouettes of demons and warriors vanished in the thick smoke and fire. Salahar was knocked to the ground by the massive shockwave. His Terminator armor emitted a piercing alarm. The armor plate on his left arm cracked, blood seeping through the gap. He struggled to stand, but his body wouldn't obey. Eshgabrakos emerged from the sea of flames, its body covered in wounds yet still standing. Fury burned in the Unclean One's eyes. It was determined to crush these insects that dared to challenge it. It ends here. The Unclean One raised its massive fist, preparing to deliver a final blow to Salahar. At that critical moment the roar of engines thundered from the sky. Two Thunderhawk gunships burst through the smoke, the laser cannons at the nose and the heavy explosive rounds on the sides firing simultaneously. A torrential barrage poured upon the Unclean One. Eshgabrakos was forced back, blood bursting from its body with each hit. The gunship's hatch opened and a figure leaped down from the air. The green power armor shimmered in the firelight, the sword of loyalty in hand radiating a purifying glow like a star in the darkness. Ryan L. Johnson.
As the Lion King landed, the entire battlefield fell silent. Ryan charged directly towards the unclean one, the sword of loyalty slicing through the air in a silver arc.
Eshkabrakos roared in challenge, its massive fist smashing towards the one who dared to confront it. But Ryan's speed was astonishing. He sidestepped the demon's attack, the blade striking precisely at the unclean one's wrist. The purifying energy erupted instantly, the rotten flesh sizzling as it burned. Ah!
The unclean one howled in agony, swinging its other hand towards Ryan. But the Lion King had already predicted its move, sliding forward to evade the strike. The sword of loyalty swung again, this time targeting the demon's knee. The blade sliced through the rotten skin and bone, causing the unclean one to kneel on one knee.
Ryan gave it no chance to breathe.
He jumped onto the demon's back, gripping the sword with both hands and thrust with all his might towards the unclean one's nape.
For the Emperor.
The blade pierced through flesh, purifying light bursting forth from the wound. Eshkabrakos' body began to tremble violently, sensing the call from deep within the subspace.
No. Impossible.
The unclean one's voice weakened.
Its body began to turn transparent like dissipating smoke.
Return to where you belong, Ryan said coldly. He twisted the sword's hilt with force, the sword of loyalty completely penetrating the demon's neck. Eshkabrakos let out one final roar before vanishing completely, leaving behind only a foul pool of pus, a testament to its former existence. The surrounding plague demons lost their master's control, beginning to scatter in all directions. But the Thunderhawk gunships quickly cleaned them up. Ryan jumped down from the spot where the demon had vanished and walked towards the fallen Salahar.
Are you still alive, child? He squatted down to check Salahar's wounds. I can still fight, father.
Salahar struggled to get up, but Ryan pressed down on his shoulder.
Rest a moment. You've done enough. Ryan turned to the other survivors. Bolts and several forgiven angels were clearing the battlefield, their armor marked with signs of corrosion, yet they continued to fight. Raven, Nimia and Cedrus were also injured.
We must leave this place, Ryan said, looking at the ever-changing terrain in the distance.
The entire planet was disintegrating. If they didn't leave soon, it would be too late. Yes, my lord. Bolts nodded.
He helped Salahar up and the others began to gather their gear. The Thunderhawk gunship landed nearby the hatch opening. A squad of blood angels emerged, led by an old veteran sergeant.
My lord Lion King, we must evacuate this planet quickly. Understood. This is Ryan A.E.L. Johnson.
The voice of the original body came through the fleet communication network, clearly reaching the bridge of every loyal ship and into the ears of every commander. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a weight that seemed capable of penetrating steel and soul, causing the tumultuous battlefield to quiet significantly. The fleet's Grand Master Naker, who was commanding the battle on the bridge, suddenly straightened his body. His weathered face was filled with excitement and awe. On the flagship Wrath of Pardon, Dante, who had just returned, struggled to sit up from the medical chair. He gestured for the pharmacist not to assist him, gazing intently at the signal source representing the Lion King in the holographic projection. Remaining near this demon world will pose a risk of complete destruction. Ryan's voice calmly stated a cruel fact: the heretics have awakened something incomprehensible to us. No earthly weapon can destroy it. Our original plan has failed. Continuing would be akin to seeking our own demise. I command all ships to immediately disengage from battle and regroup at the monolith, preparing for retreat. Retreat. Naker was momentarily stunned. In the dictionary of the First Legion, this term was rarely found, especially in light of their original body just returning and being on the battlefield. What they should be doing is gathering all their strength to fight the enemy to the death, offering victory to the Lion King. But my lord. Naker couldn't help but speak up. We can still fight. As long as you give the order, the main cannon of the monolith is ready. We can. Follow the orders, Grand Master Naker. Ryan interrupted him. Yes, my lord. Naker lowered his head. He could not comprehend, but he had to obey. It was an instinct imprinted deep within the genes of every descendant of the First Legion. Dante. Ryan's voice turned towards the flagship of the Blood Angels. I need your fleet to cover our flank. As you wish, Lord Ryan. Dante answered without hesitation. He understood better than anyone that the battlefield decision-making of an original body was far beyond what mere mortals could grasp. If Ryan said they must retreat, there must be unimaginable deeper reasons. Perhaps he had foreseen a threat more terrifying than the chaotic fleet in orbit. Unyielding blade, you will serve as the rear guard. Block any pursuing enemies before all ships enter subspace travel. We have no other choice, father. A steady voice responded. Azrael's brow furrowed. Unyielding blade. Whose ship was that? Why would he refer to the Lion King as father? He recalled the mysterious black-armored warriors and the one-eyed warrior who called himself Bolts.
Could it be? We must act quickly. Ryan's voice resounded again, interrupting Azrael's thoughts. At this moment, time is more precious than anything. The Dark Angels can no longer prevent the terrifying things appearing here, but we can still preserve our lives to fight another day. We will ultimately triumph over the schemes of traitors and demons.
Ryan's words were like a calming balm, bringing tranquility to all the confused and reluctant commanders. Yes, the original body was right. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as they are alive, as long as the Lion King is present, they still have a chance.
All units execute the original Bodis orders. Azrael took a deep breath and issued orders in his command channel. All ships begin to disengage from battle and head towards the monolith. Prepare for jump.
The Blood Angels fleet acknowledges. The command was rapidly relayed. No loyal ship captain had the authority or desire to contradict the orders of an original body. The Dark Angels and Blood Angels fleets began to alternate in their cover, slowly disengaging from contact with the chaotic fleet. The shots from the light spears became sparse, replaced by dense defensive firepower to intercept pursuing torpedoes and attack aircraft. The chaotic fleet clearly did not anticipate the sudden retreat of the enemy. After losing several destroyers, they finally reacted and began to pursue frantically. Soul of Vengeance fired its main cannon again. A devastating torrent of energy grazed a Dark Angel strike cruiser, causing its void shield to flicker violently. But the loyal fleet no longer wished to fight. They braved the fire and hurriedly converged towards the rallying point. When the gunboat carrying Azrael finally landed in the hangar of the monolith, he felt the deck beneath his feet tremble slightly. That was a sign that the monolith's engines were running at full capacity, preparing for a subspace jump. He disembarked from the gunboat, immediately surrounded by a group of think tank members and priests waiting here.
Grand Master. Are you all right? How are the injuries of Master Belial and Master Ezekiel? How many brothers have we lost? Azrael did not answer them. He merely waved his hand and strode towards the bridge. He had too many questions that needed immediate answers.
When he stepped into the familiar cathedral-like grandeur of the monolith's bridge, he saw that all tactical projections had switched to the retreat route map.
Naker was methodically issuing the final orders. The last transport ship has returned to the fleet. All units have arrived at the rally point. The subspace engine is fully charged. Ready for jump. Jump. Naker issued the final command. Behind them, the demon world named Dragon Forest was undergoing some indescribable, terrifying transformation. The entire planet seemed to convulse, with massive chasms opening in the surface and a dark red blood-like light emanating from the depths of the chasms. The fleet of loyal ships, like a startled school of fish under the lead of the monolith, activated the subspace engines. Reality was torn apart and distorted portals opened in the void. The ships entered the portals one by one, disappearing into the unknown subspace. Only one ship remained behind. It was a black, ancient and majestic vessel. Its armor was covered with the scars of millennia of battles. Approaching the unyielding blade, Salahar opened his eyes. Through the porthole he saw the flagship that had accompanied him for countless centuries. The unyielding blade quietly hovered in the void like a silent ancient beast. Surrounding it were the massive fleets of the Dark Angels and Blood Angels, which were withdrawing in an orderly manner. Further away were the chaotic armies of Abaddon and Vashtor, blocking out the sun. John Salahar connected to the flagship's communication. What is the situation? My lord, you have returned. We received Lord Ryan's orders and are covering the fleet's rear. The enemy is pursuing but is temporarily held back by our firepower. Well done. Prepare to receive us. Yes, my lord.
The gunboat slowly entered the vast hangar of the unyielding blade. A hatch opened and a familiar scent mingled with oil and incense rushed in.
Salahar was the first to descend the gangway. Waiting in the hangar were the remaining mortal crew and servitors.
Upon seeing Salahar and the interstellar warriors behind him, they all lowered their heads and performed a standard eagle salute.
When they saw the tall and imposing figure following Salahar, everyone was stunned. Ryan A.L. Johnson.
Although they had never seen the true form of the original body, the innate irresistible aura that made one want to kneel could not be disguised. Captain John quickly stepped out from the crowd, kneeling on one knee before Ryan. My lord, Captain John of the Unyielding Blade wishes to pay his respects to you.
Rise, Captain. You and your crew have performed excellently. It is our duty, my lord. Ryan nodded and then turned to Salahar.
Your ship is quite remarkable, he said, full of the marks of time yet still sturdy and reliable.
Just like its master. Thank you, father. Let's go to the bridge.
The group walked through the long corridor and arrived at the bridge of the Unyielding Blade. The decor style here was different from the Gothic opulence of the monolith, filled with a practical simplicity and a cold metallic feel. Only in the center of the bridge on the massive tactical command table hung a tattered ancient banner belonging to the First Legion. The enemy fleet is gathering, seemingly preparing to concentrate their forces to break through our defenses.
The soul of vengeance is moving in our direction. They will not succeed. Krug, activate the gift we prepared for them. It's ready, Captain. I guarantee it will surprise them.
On the holographic star map behind the unyielding blade, the recently traversed star region filled with shipwrecks suddenly erupted with countless intense flashes. We laid a large number of subspace mines on our retreat route. Salahar explained to Ryan, these mines not only cause physical damage but more importantly they temporarily disrupt the local subspace, making the enemy's short-range teleportation and engine overload highly unreliable. As soon as he finished speaking, several chaotic destroyers rushing at the forefront suddenly experienced violent chain explosions. Clearly they had detonated the mines while attempting a short-distance pursuit. The pursuit momentum of the chaotic fleet came to a halt.
Ryan looked at Salahar, his eyes revealing deeper admiration. Well done, my child.
At that moment the public communication channel of the fleet was re-established.
Unyielding blade, the fleet has all entered subspace. You may retreat. May the Emperor bless you.
Received.
Salahar responded. John, prepare for jump. Yes, my lord. The subspace engines of the unyielding blade began to operate and the boundaries of reality started to blur.
On the bridge of the Soul of Vengeance everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on the planet once known as Longland Star, which could no longer be described using any known celestial terminology.
It was no longer a solid planet.
Its crust had completely collapsed, revealing a core pulsating like a heart composed entirely of pure energy.
Countless massive rib-like steel structures extended from the core and then retracted as if the entire planet were breathing.
Veins made of lava and subspace energy crisscrossed the surface of the planet, reconnecting the shattered continental plates floating in orbit. From space it appeared as a mechanical puzzle crafted by an invisible deity, continuously deconstructing and reconstructing, imbued with a sense of blasphemy.
Energy readings have exceeded all measurable limits. A trembling tech slave reported. I saw numbers. They are burning.
Before he could finish, a spark erupted from the console in front of him and the slave screamed as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing with unclean geometric marks appearing on his skin.
A tremendous fear spread among the mortal crew on the bridge like a plague. Silence. Abaddon roared and the bridge fell into deathly silence once more.
Abaddon paid no heed to the commotion of the mortals.
His gaze was fixated on the scene before him. He could sense a vast and unprecedented power emanating from subspace gathering on that planet. This power belonged neither to the terrifying terror nor to the Nagwa nor to the Jinchi or the Semeh. It was a primal force older and purer, inherent to creation and destruction itself. This is the power of Washitor. Did you see it, great plunderer?
Washitor's voice echoed again, filled with the pride of a creator admiring his masterpiece. This is the true form of the key.
What is it now? Abaddon asked. It is a mobile fortress, a colossal structure that can traverse between reality and subspace.
It is an inexhaustible armory capable of continuously producing my creations. It is also a weapon, one that can tear through the fabric of reality and rewrite the laws of physics.
Now it will lead us to search for the Lock of Secrets. What exactly is the Lock of Secrets? Abaddon finally asked his most pressing question. The Lock of Secrets is a door. A door sealed by ancient, long-forgotten deities.
Washitor explained, legend has it that behind the door lies the most powerful secret from the birth of the universe. Some say it is an ultimate weapon, others say it is a shortcut to a higher dimensional existence, still others claim it seals an ancient evil god capable of devouring the entire galaxy. Regardless of what it is, Washitor's voice brimmed with greed, it will belong to us.
Where are we going to find it? I do not know.
Washitor's answer surprised Abaddon. The location of that door is hidden by a force we cannot comprehend.
It could be in any corner of the galaxy, or perhaps
it does not exist in this dimension at all.
But the key can find it. When the power of the key is fully unleashed, it will resonate with the Lock of Secrets. We simply need to follow the direction of the resonance to find it.
As they spoke, the anomaly of Longland Star reached its climax.
Suddenly the planet's core shrank sharply and then expanded violently.
A gigantic halo composed of pure subspace energy and indescribable in words erupted from the planet's center, spreading outwards. Wherever the halo passed, space was distorted and time was disrupted. The wreckage of warships floating in orbit was disassembled into the most primitive particles upon contact with the halo.
Abaddon's fleet narrowly avoided the direct impact of the halo by retreating in time.
But even from tens of thousands of kilometers away, the void shield of the Soul of Vengeance flickered violently and the entire warship groaned under the unbearable strain. When the light dissipated, Longland Star, or rather the key, had completely transformed. It had become a massive mechanical body composed of countless concentric rings and rotating gears filled with a dissonant beauty. At its center, a dark red energy core resembling an eye coldly gazed at the entire universe. Then this colossal mechanical body began to move slowly. It did not use any conventional thrusters, it merely moved as it was. As if the physical laws of the entire universe lost their meaning before it.
Its direction of movement pointed towards the depths of the galaxy into an unknown dark star domain. It has begun. Washiter's voice echoed in Abaddon's mind. Catch up to it, Abaddon. Our expedition will enter a new phase.
Abaddon gazed at the incredible creation receding in the distance, feeling a surge of mixed emotions.
His long-standing goal was to overthrow the decaying rule of the Emperor and plunge the entire galaxy into chaos.
For this goal he had launched 13 black expeditions, paying countless prices. But now Washiter had shown him a brand new path, one filled with even greater temptation. If he could obtain the power behind that door, perhaps he would no longer need the four gods of chaos.
He might become a new existence that transcends all deities.
All ships adjust course. For the war, Marshal. For chaos. The massive chaotic fleet, like vultures chasing carrion, closely followed the enormous mechanical body heading towards an unknown and unpredictable future. A dark expedition to find the lock of secrets which would determine the fate of the entire galaxy had begun. Meanwhile, the Imperial fleet that had just escaped disaster remained unaware of all this. They were rejoicing at their survival from a devastating defeat, oblivious to the fact that an even more terrifying threat capable of overturning the entire universe had silently arrived. After the meeting concluded, the command hall fell into silence.
Azrael stood there, his fists clenched tightly.
The belief that had sustained him for 10,000 years had crumbled in an instant, and he needed time to digest this cruel truth. Belial leaned against the wall, his pale face etched with confusion. Ezekiel and Asmodai likewise bowed their heads, lost in their own thoughts. Dante was the first to break the silence.
Lord Lion, the Blood Angel shall return to Baal.
This campaign has cost us dearly, and we require time to recover and rebuild.
The Lion nodded.
Go, Dante. You and your warriors have done more than enough.
Dante turned and departed, his sanguinary guard following close behind.
Before leaving, he glanced at Saraha.
Brother, may the Emperor protect you. And may the Emperor protect you, Lord Dante.
After the Blood Angels had left, the Lion rose to his feet.
Azrael, you need time to accept all this. I understand. My lord, we.
Let the past lie in the past, the Lion said, his voice gentle. What matters is the future.
He looked at Saraha.
What are your plans?
Saraha stepped forward. Father, I wish to ask for your permission.
My brothers and I wish to return to the Corsus system.
That place needs someone to guard it. He glanced at Azrael and the others. Our return has made some brothers uncomfortable. Perhaps giving them some time would be better. Azrael's face grew even more grim.
Though Saraha's words were tactful, their meaning was clear.
The Lion pondered for a moment. You are right. After this campaign, the Dark Angels have suffered grievous losses. There are too many worlds in the Imperium Nihilus that need protection.
The Corsus system indeed requires a reliable guardian. It has only recently returned to Imperial rule, and the forces of chaos may strike again at any moment.
We will not let you down, Father. I know.
The Lion reached out and placed his hand on Saraha's shoulder.
Go, my son. That star sector is yours to oversee. Bors and the other redeemed angels also stepped forward and saluted.
My lord, we will remain here to continue serving you.
Good. We have much to do. Saraha turned to face Azrael.
Supreme Grand Master, let our grievances end here.
Azrael looked at him and after a long moment spoke. I understand.
Saraha extended his hand. May we both fight for the glory of the Imperium. Azrael hesitated but finally grasped the hand.
May the Emperor protect us. 3 days later, in the hangar of the Rock,
Saraha and his squad stood before the Thunderhawk gunship, ready to return to the Unyielding Blade.
Torsaka checked his equipment. Captain, are we truly leaving?
Yes, Saraha said firmly. This is not our place.
At least not now.
Raven, carrying a bolter, walked over.
I think Azrael and the others still look at us strangely.
Give them time, said Iokas.
10,000 years of hatred cannot be resolved overnight.
Kruger fiddled with his mechanical device nearby.
It doesn't matter where we are. As long as there's work to do. The Lion appeared at the hangar entrance, followed by Bors and several redeemed angels. Are you ready? Yes, Father. The Lion walked up to Saraha.
The defense of the Corsus system is in your hands. If you encounter a threat you cannot handle, contact me at any time.
I will. The Lion took a small box from his pocket. This is for you. Saraha took the box and opened it.
Inside was an ancient badge engraved with the emblem of the First Legion.
This is a badge from old Caliban. Now it belongs to you. Salahar knelt on one knee.
I will not betray your trust.
Rise. Go, my son. May the Emperor's glory be with you. Salahar and his squad boarded the gunship.
The engines ignited and the gunship slowly ascended. Through the porthole Salahar saw the lion still standing there watching them depart. Ors was also there, raising his hand in a farewell gesture.
The gunship flew out of the hangar heading toward the Unyielding Blade.
On the bridge of the Unyielding Blade, Captain John was checking navigational data.
Captain, a Thunderhawk gunship requests landing clearance. Landing granted.
John turned to look out the viewport. In the distance, the massive form of the rock was slowly receding.
Minutes later, Salahar appeared on the bridge. Welcome back, my lord. Are you ready to return? We can depart at any moment, my lord. Destination: the Courses system. Salahar walked to the command console and studied the star chart. Initiate the warp engines. We are going home. Yes, my lord. The engines of the Unyielding Blade began to hum.
The boundary of reality blurred and the rift of the warp slowly opened.
At the last moment, Salahar looked back.
The rock had vanished into the sea of stars. They had set out on the journey home. On the bridge of the escort ship Iron Guardian, Captain Malcolm Vane stood before the observation window gazing at the breathtaking sight before him.
The Kosi star system, a gem on the dark side of the Empire.
A few years ago it was merely a remote agricultural world. Now it has become the most important strategic hub in this star region. Captain, we are about to enter the orbit of the Kosi's main planet. The voice of the first officer came from behind.
Malcolm nodded, his gaze still fixed on the porthole.
The sight in orbit left him in awe every time he saw it. Dozens of Imperial Navy warships were patrolling along their designated routes, ranging from light frigates to heavy cruisers. Their hulls shimmered under the starlight, resembling a ring of steel around the stars. Further away, a massive orbital defense platform was slowly rotating. That was the Eagle Shield defense station, completed just 3 months ago, equipped with gigantic laser arrays capable of tearing apart battleships. Communications officer, have we received a signal from the Kosi's Defense Command?
Yes, Captain.
They have confirmed our identity and permitted us to enter the inner orbit.
Malcolm nodded with satisfaction. The surface of the Kosi's main planet was ablaze with lights.
From space, the entire planet resembled a gem that had been illuminated. Smoke rose from the chimneys of the industrial area. Transport ships shuttled through the atmosphere and newly constructed cities sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Captain, look over there, the first officer pointed towards the second planet of the system. Following his finger, Malcolm saw that Kosi's 2 had undergone a complete transformation. The once barren rocky world had now been transformed into a massive industrial complex. The surface of the entire planet was covered with metallic structures and countless giant factories' chimneys pierced the sky. That was the masterpiece of the Mechanicus. The Grand Sage Kelpharos had turned this lifeless planet into a standard foundry world in just a few short years. Every day tens of thousands of weapons and equipment were produced here, supplying the Imperial forces throughout the star region.
Incredible indeed.
The first officer marveled.
This is the power of the Astartes.
Captain, we have received a communication request from the Kosi's main planet.
Connect it. A middle-aged officer in an Imperial Navy uniform appeared on the main screen. Malcolm recognized him as Colonel Hope, the Kosi's defense commander.
Captain Vane, welcome back to Kosi's. Hope's voice came through the communicator.
Thank you for your hard work on this transport mission. It is my duty, Colonel. The cargo is ready to be unloaded. Very well.
Please transport the cargo to the third orbital station according to the established procedures.
Their specialized personnel will be waiting to receive it.
Malcolm nodded in confirmation. This time he was transporting technicians and rare minerals from other planets, all vital resources for Kosis development. After the communication ended, Malcolm continued observing the thriving star system. In the orbit of the main planet he spotted several merchant raider ships. Those magnificent merchant vessels were engaged in trade activities, bringing supplies and information from across the galaxy to Kosis. On the outskirts of the planet, Malcolm could also see a few black warships patrolling. Those were the Astartes ships responsible for the outer defense of the system.
Captain, we are approaching the unloading point.
Good. Notify the cargo hold to prepare for unloading.
Kosis had transformed from a near-collapsed agricultural world into the most important strategic hub on the dark side of the Empire.
Here there was not only a strong military force but also a rapidly developing industry and trade. Hundreds of thousands of well-trained auxiliary troops were stationed on various planets.
A powerful Imperial Navy fleet defended the safety of the system.
The Mechanicus foundry world continuously produced weapons and equipment. Most importantly, the Primarch and his Astartes warriors were right here. All of this filled Malcolm with immense pride and a sense of security. As an officer of the Imperial Navy, he had witnessed too many broken and despairing worlds. But Kosi's was different. It was filled with hope and vitality. On the backside of the highest peak of the Kosi's main planet, an ancient fortress monastery stood silently on the cliff. Once a private castle of the local nobility, it had now been transformed into a stronghold for the Astartes. The thick stone walls and steel defenses made it appear unassailable. In a hidden chamber deep within the monastery, Salahar, clad in a simple black robe without the armor's encumbrance, looked more like a hermit monk than the legendary Astartes. Aeokas sat opposite him, also without armor, his face etched with fatigue. 16 laughed. Aeokas' voice was a bit hoarse. After the previous battles, we are down to only 16 battle brothers now. Salahar nodded in silence. What about the new recruits? They still need time. Aeokas shook his head. Although we have successfully transformed nearly 100 candidates, they are still far from meeting combat standards. At least another 2 years of training are required to form real combat capabilities. Salahar rubbed his temples. The shortage of manpower had always been his biggest concern. Although Kosi's had hundreds of thousands of auxiliary troops, only the Astartes could play a decisive role when facing true threats. Any news from Liana? I just received a communication from the Morning Star. Aeokas picked up a datapad from the table. She found an abandoned Imperial outpost in the Viridia sector which may contain the genetic seed reserves we need. When will she be back? It may take a few more months. The situation at that outpost is quite complex and will take time to clear. Salahar nodded. Liana Van Koren had become one of their most important allies. This merchant raider not only brought Kosi's a substantial amount of trade income, but more importantly, her intelligence network spanned the entire star region. What about Kelpharos? He is still in his laboratory. He mentioned he is researching some new genetic enhancement technology, but he refuses to disclose the specifics. Salahar frowned. Although that mad Mechanicus was their ally, sometimes his research directions caused concern. Has he crossed the line? Not yet. But I recommend staying vigilant. Aeokas' voice was serious. Some of his research, even we cannot fully comprehend the consequences. Salahar pondered for a moment. Kelpharos' technical abilities were beyond doubt. The transformation of Kosi's too was the best proof of that. But as Aeokas said, vigilance must be maintained. Increase monitoring of his laboratory. Report immediately if any anomalies are found. Understood. The two fell into a brief silence. In the chamber, only the faint humming of the ventilation system could be heard. The flickering candlelight on the wall cast dancing shadows on the stone walls. Salahar. Aeokas suddenly spoke. Have you ever thought about our current situation? What do you mean? We have already gained the recognition of Lord Lion, clearing the stigma of fallen angels. Kosi's is also thriving. In a sense, we have achieved our initial goal. Salahar looked at his old friend. What are you trying to say? I was just thinking perhaps we could consider settling down. No longer waging wars like in the past, but focusing on building Kosi's into a true bastion of the Empire's dark side. Salahar was silent for a long time. Aeokas' words made sense. After millennia of exile and warfare, they indeed had reason to seek stability. Kosi's development also required their full commitment, but deep down Salahar knew that this was impossible. My old friend, I understand your thoughts. But we are the Astartes, the Emperor's angels. Our mission is not to settle but to fight. Even if there are only 16 of us left. Even if I am the last one standing. Aeokas sighed. He knew Salahar's character. The blood of the First Legion flowed through this man's veins, and battle and conquest had become his instinct. At least wait until the new recruits complete their training. We need more combat power. Of course. I will not joke with the lives of my brothers. Just then there was a gentle knock on the door of the chamber. Come in. Tosaka pushed the door open. The expression of the director of the think tank was unusually grave, his eyes flickering with unease. Boss, it seems our vacation is coming to an end. Boss, it seems our vacation is coming to an end. Yikasi, who had just relaxed, became tense again and looked at his old comrade with concern. Tosaka, what's wrong? It's not my problem. Tosaka shook his head, stepping to the center of the secret chamber. He extended his hand and a pale blue psychic flame rose in his palm. It's a message, a distress signal that forcibly broke through the warp storm and astropathic interference. It is extremely powerful and also desperate. Salahar frowned. Who sent it? The Blood Angels, from Dante himself. Dante. Salahar's heart stirred. In the brutal battle on Longland Star, he had fought shoulder to shoulder with this ancient chaptermaster and held him in high esteem.
For Dante to issue such an urgent plea, the matter must be extraordinary. What did he say? Salahar pressed. The Attilian Gate.
A newly discovered stable passage through the Great Rift.
The lifeline from the Imperial Dark Side to Holy Terra. Now it is under attack. Who is the attacker? The Death Guard Tosaka opened his eyes, which were bloodshot. Typhus. Typhus himself leads the Plague Fleet. Their goal is to completely destroy the Attilian Gate and replace it with Nurgle's Plague Garden. Dante requests our support, Tosaka continued.
The Blood Angels' forces are scattered across various war zones, unable to gather sufficient strength and time. And the Imperial defenders within the Attilian system have already been shattered. They are using guerrilla tactics to buy time, but they won't hold out much longer. Yikasi looked at Salahar, his eyes filled with worry.
Salahar, we just returned. The brothers need rest and the new recruits haven't completed their training. Our available forces are insufficient.
Yikasi's words still echoed in his ears. He also yearned for stability, for a true home for these brothers who had followed him for 10 millennia.
The Kexis system was flourishing, everything brimming with hope. But he was an Astartes. He was a son of Lionel Johnson. His destiny was to fight. We have just washed away the stain of fallen angels, and our father acknowledged our loyalty. Now the Imperium needs us. This is not just Dante's plea, it is our chance to prove to the entire Imperium who we are. But this is too risky. Everything we have now was bought with the blood of our brothers. Kexis, the home of tens of millions, needs our protection. If we commit all our strength and fail. If the Attilian Gate falls, do you think Kexis can remain untouched? Salahar turned and stared directly at his old friend. The Imperial Dark Side will be completely cut off from Terra, and the tides of chaos will drown everything here. By then we won't even have the chance to fight. We are not taking a risk, Yikasi. We are doing our duty. Salahar's gaze swept over Yikasi and then to Tosaka. He understood their concerns, he felt the same. But he knew more clearly that some responsibilities must be shouldered. He remembered the hopeful look in his father Lion's eyes when he left. He remembered Dante's blessing at parting, "May the Emperor protect you." He remembered the names of the new recruits who had died during the augmentation surgery flickering on the memorial tablet. They did not die to hide in a safe rear and enjoy peace. Tosaka Salahar issued the order. Immediately summon all corps members to the strategic meeting room of the Unbending Blade. Lewin Kaluj and Imiasai Delasai, not one missing. He then pressed the communicator. Connect Colonel Huapu, Captain Yuhan and Archmagos Kuor Filowosi. Meeting begins in 10 minutes. Tosaka nodded. The psychic flame in his palm slowly extinguished. Understood, boss. In the strategic meeting room of the Unbending Blade, the long metal table reflected the soft light from the ceiling but could not dispel the suffocating weight. Salahar sat at the head. He had changed into his ancient black Terminator armor, his helmet placed aside. Behind him hung the old battle banner representing the glory and sorrow of the First Legion. His core battle brothers sat around the table. Squad leaders Lewin and Imia and Sidelasai sat on his left, their faces beneath their hoods as resolute as ever. Apothecary Yikasi, Tech Marine Kaluz and Librarian Tosaka sat on his right, each with an expression of extreme gravity. At the other end of the table 3 holographic projections glowed blue. Captain Yuhan in Imperial Navy uniform, Colonel Huapu of the Auxilia and the massive Archmagos Kuor Filowosi of the Dark Mechanicum, surrounded by countless mechanical arms, their figures clearly presented before the assembly. This is the situation. Salahar's voice broke the silence. He had just succinctly recounted Dante's plea and Tosaka's psychic detection results. The Attilian Gate is in imminent danger. The main fleet of the Death Guard is there. Dante requests our support. The Blood Angels' main fleet is en route but needs time. We are the closest mobile force capable of intervening. Finally a battle. Lewin was the first to speak, his voice barely containing excitement. These lads need to see blood. Real blood, not the kind in training. I agree to the expedition. Beside him Sidelasai grinned, revealing a row of metal teeth, and slapped the table. My axe has been waiting. Let them see how the sons of the First Legion smash those rotten meat cans. At that moment Kuor Filowosa's synthesized voice sounded. I am very interested in the biological entropy multiplication method of Nurgle's Garden. Typhus flagship is said to incorporate a unique warp plague engine. Acquiring its operational data would yield exponential gains for my purification protocol research. My Scitarii and Legio Cybernetica crave combat data. Therefore I Kuor Filowosi vote in favor of the sortie. These words stunned everyone. This mad Archmagos was always concerned with his research. Salahar turned his gaze to Tosaka. Tosaka rubbed his weary brow.
The echoes of the warp tell me that if we stand idly by, a greater darkness will envelop the sector. The fall of the Attilian Gate is only the beginning.
We cannot escape. Salahar nodded. He knew it was time to make a decision. He stood up the servos of his Terminator armor, emitting a low hum. Father has just acknowledged our identity. This is our first battle since our return.
It is not to prove anything to anyone but to fulfill the oath we have never forgotten for 10,000 years. To protect the innocent, to fight against the darkness. He walked to the table and pressed his power fist heavily onto the cold metal surface. I will not send the new recruits to die. They will fight alongside us old bones led by us personally.
I will stand in the front. As for the risk,
surviving the warp storm was the greatest risk. Defying the misunderstanding of the entire world and living for 10,000 years, that itself was impossible.
We have come this far not by avoiding risk but by overcoming it. Salahar's eyes blazed as he looked at each person. I have decided we will embark on the expedition to Attilian.
This is not a gamble, it is our destiny.
In the meeting room no one raised any further objection.
Yikis' lips moved but finally turned into a sigh.
Lei Wen inside Delis' eyes burned with battle fervor.
Yuhan and Huapu straightened their bodies awaiting orders.
Salahar's voice regained its calm but the resolve within it was even stronger. Meeting adjourned. Now return to your posts.
Yuhan, I give you 3 days to assemble all available ships.
Huapu, your auxilia, all personnel aboard, prepare for ground combat. Kourfiluosi, I need your fleet and your Skitarii. Bring all your new toys. Kaluj, inspect all power armor and weapon systems.
Yikasi, prepare medical supplies.
Leiwan Ni Miasai Delasai, in the most brutal way you can imagine, in the next 3 days tell those new recruits what war truly is. We are going to take back the Attilian Gate.
Aye Lord, they all answered in unison. Thus began a war that would determine life and death.
3 days, an almost impossible timeframe for an interstellar expedition of unprecedented scale. Yet Corses accomplished it.
The entire star system had transformed into a war machine operating at full throttle. At the spaceport of Corses Prime the sight was magnificent. Dozens of massive transport ships hovered in orbit like mountain ranges, their bellies wide open as countless shuttles and landing craft darted to and fro like worker bees, ferrying tens of thousands of auxiliary soldiers and mountains of supplies into their holds. Colonel Hope stood atop the highest command tower of the spaceport, gazing through the vast observation window at the bustling scene below. Under his command, tens of thousands of auxiliary soldiers boarded the ships with astonishing efficiency. These soldiers were no longer the farmers who could barely hold a rifle. The bloodbath of Viridia had forged them into true warriors. They queued in silence, checking their lost guns and gear, their eyes devoid of a recruit's fear, only the calm of those about to face battle. A young soldier was wiping his lost gun when his comrade patted him on the shoulder.
Hey, heard the enemy this time is the Death Guard. Death Guard. What's that? Can I eat it? All I know is we belong to Lord Salahar. Where he goes we go. Besides, last time against the orcs you were scared shitless, but you survived, right? True. As long as we follow those giants in black armor there's nothing to fear.
Such conversations took place in countless corners. For these mortal soldiers, Salahar and his Astartes were the guarantee of victory, the embodiment of their faith. At the other end of the system, on Corses II, a planet that Kelpharos had transformed into a forge world, the terrifying industrial might was on full display. On the planet's surface, countless enormous factories crouched like steel behemoths, belching thick smoke. Millions of servitors and laborers toiled without rest at their stations, production lines churning out weapons, ammunition and war material at unprecedented speed. In the massive orbital dockyards, an inky black fleet was making final preparations. It was the Cult Mechanicus fleet of Kelpharos, led by his flagship, the Arc Mechanicus vessel Logica Terminus. This ship dwarfed even the indomitable Blade in size, its form embodying the eerie yet potent aesthetics of the Dark Mechanicum, with countless gun barrels and sensor arrays jutting out like thorns from its hull. Thousands of Skitarii, the Cult Mechanicus soldiers, marched in precise emotionless columns onto the transports.
They were half-human, half-machine war constructs, each utterly loyal to the Omnisia.
Their weapons were bizarre and varied, ranging from radcarbons that fired lethal radiation to arc lances capable of tearing through tank armor.
For Kelpharos this war was a prime opportunity to collect data.
He had already infused his Skitarii with the latest combat logic, and he was eager to see how these logics would generate perfect killing data against the Nurgle's chaotic creations.
Meanwhile, aboard the expedition fleet's flagship, the indomitable Blade, another kind of war was underway.
Inside the massive training chamber, recruits in black power armor endured the most brutal trials of their lives.
Clang.
The screech of power swords clashing was ear-piercing.
Once again Karl was kicked to the ground by Raven.
His armor was dented and scarred, alarms blaring from every panel.
Worthless. Where's your strength? That ogre-like power of yours.
Raven stood over him, his power sword pointing at the recruit's throat, berating him mercilessly.
How many times have I told you? Stop moving in straight lines. Every move you make screams I'm going to attack from here. On the battlefield a fool like you wouldn't last 3 seconds.
Carl lay on the ground gasping for air.
His enhanced lungs heaved like a broken bellows. He wanted to retort but couldn't utter a word. For 3 days 24 hours a day, except for necessary rest, he had been sparring with Raven. He felt his bones were about to shatter. Get up. Again.
Raven sheathed his sword. Carl gritted his teeth and rose without a word.
He could feel his control over his strength and his understanding of combat improving at an incredible rate. Elsewhere, Leo was conducting tactical simulations with Nimia.
On the holographic sand table, countless symbols representing friend and foe moved at high speed.
Your flank is exposed. Nimia's voice was calm.
He pointed at a gap on the map. If I were the enemy, my squad would break through here. Within 5 minutes your command post would be wiped out.
Leo was drenched in sweat. He frantically redeployed his troops to plug the hole, but it was too late.
On the sand table, the symbol for his command post turned red.
Battle isn't a one-man show. You have to learn to trust your comrades and entrust your flank to them. A 9-man tactical squad must think and act as one whole.
In the heavy weapons training area, Stellaris was roaring, instructing the recruits on the use of heavy bolters and plasma cannons.
You limp-wristed weaklings. Fire. Don't fear overheating. Weapons are for killing. If they jam, Kruger will fix them. If you lose your life, Iacast can't conjure a new one.
The entire Indomitable Blade had become a massive military academy, forging these recruits into true killing machines through the most extreme and brutal methods.
Salahar stood on the bridge gazing silently through the vast observation window at the colossal fleet.
Captain John walked up to him and handed him a data slate. My lord, the fleet has assembled.
Our main combat vessels 3.
Archmagos Kelpharos fleet, including the Logica Terminus, totals 5 capital ships.
All auxiliary vessels and transports are ready. Auxiliary forces 181,400 troops, all embarked.
Kelpharos Cult Mechanicus forces, including a Titan Legion maniple, total over 100,000 soldiers.
It was a staggering number.
This was the fruit of Salahar's years of painstaking accumulation in courses.
Good.
He set down the data slate and turned to face the bustling crew on the bridge.
Captain John. Set course for the Audilon system. Engage the warp engines. We depart.
With his final command before the massive fleet, the fabric of real space was torn open, revealing brilliant and terrifying wounds. One by one the warships transformed into streaks of light, plunging into that chaotic dimension of nightmares and madness. The expedition had truly begun. The Blade of Unyielding sailed through the subspace.
Unlike any previous journey, this trip was fraught with turbulence and unease.
The Geller field was operating at overload, emitting a harsh buzzing sound, barely isolating the ship from the madness of subspace. Through the field, bizarre scenes unfolded outside as countless illusory creatures made purely from emotion swam alongside the fleet, emitting silent shrieks. On the bridge, the atmosphere was tense. Tosaka closed his eyes, beads of sweat covering his forehead, his complexion paler than usual as the eyes of the fleet in subspace he bore the greatest pressure.
The route
is extremely unstable. His voice trembled through the psychic amplifier on the bridge. The chaos corrosion is too severe, it contaminates this space like a plague.
I can feel ahead.
A vast ocean of pus and despair.
We are sailing at its edge.
Salahar stood beside the captain's throne, one hand pressed on the armrest to steady himself. He could feel the whole ship quivering slightly.
Can we navigate around it? No, Tosaka replied. That is the only route to Adiran. We can only charge through it. How long until we reach it? 100 standard Terra hours. Salahar nodded. Notify the entire fleet to enhance Geller field output.
The order was quickly relayed. In each ship of the fleet, priests began chanting prayers loudly in their sanctuaries, their faith coalescing into spiritual barriers.
The think tank released its psychic energy, remaining vigilant against any entities attempting to infiltrate.
As this vast fleet struggled through subspace, their destination, Adiran star system, had already plunged into a nightmare worse than hell. The initial warning of disaster did not come from the fleet's arrival but from a series of inexplicable, chilling omens. On the edge world of Heller in the Adiran star system, a ragged prophet suddenly appeared in the Nest City Square, his eyes streaming with tears of blood as he hoarsely proclaimed the arrival of the apocalypse.
Before he could finish, he was struck down by arriving enforcers wielding riot sticks and dragged into a dark alley.
In the industrial world of Dyrok, a massive reservoir providing drinking water for millions of residents suddenly began to spout thick, foul-smelling blood without warning.
The entire water supply system of the Nest City collapsed instantly, panic spreading like a plague.
In the agricultural world of Mbo, a heretical organization called the Whisperers rapidly rose to prominence. They preached the arrival of a benevolent father, claiming that diseases were not curses but blessings. When the Imperial Defense Forces attempted to eradicate them, they discovered that the cultists' bodies had undergone terrifying mutations. They felt no pain and feared no death, ultimately devouring the entire extermination squad with flesh and plague. In the civilized world of Brezhantius, astronomers at the observatory were horrified to find that the birds on the planet began to fly backward in flocks as if time was reversing for them. Meanwhile, in the ocean world of Fathom, fishermen reported that strange green lights flickered deep beneath the sea and the fish brought up were rotten and covered in pus. Mutations, plagues and spontaneous psychic phenomena swept through the entire Audiran star sector like wildfire. Among the most terrifying were the plague zombies that accompanied the epidemic. Those who died from the disease would rise again within hours, becoming staggering husks intent only on spreading infection. A small squad from the Interstellar Warriors Eagle of Stars chapter was urgently deployed to the star language relay station Cobalt, attempting to cleanse the world overwhelmed by plague zombies. But they quickly found that these enemies were endless while their numbers were far too few. After a brutal battle, the entire squad lost contact. The governor of the Audiran star system, Ulrich Kren, a rotund and incompetent bureaucrat, sought to keep all of this under wraps. He feared provoking widespread panic that would shake his rule. He ordered the news to be suppressed and deployed large numbers of Planetary Defense Forces (PDF) into the lower nests to hunt down those infected, then incinerate them along with their homes using flamethrowers. But this proved futile, only stoking greater resentment and unrest. As the situation spiraled out of control, Governor Kren panicked and ordered his most elite PDF units to reinforce the planets exhibiting phenomena trying to contain the disaster within the star system. He naively believed this was merely a larger cult rebellion and plague. He was completely unaware that these were merely a few discordant notes before the grand symphony began. The true disaster came from beyond the star system. At the Mandelbiel point on the edge of the Audiran star system, space suddenly tore open like a rotting curtain. There were no dazzling lights nor magnificent sights. From that rift flowed a nauseating bile-like yellow-green glow. Following that, bloated rotting warships seemingly stitched together from tumors and rust slowly emerged from the rift. Their hulls were covered in massive pus-filled blisters and holes continuously dripping slime. Ancient macro cannons were corroded beyond recognition, yet still exuded a dangerous aura. Across the hull's surface, countless rotting corpses bound by chains silently wailed in the vacuum. Leading them was a far larger battleship, like a mobile source of iron plague. Its bow was a massive skull-like ram adorned with countless banners of the vanquished. This was the flagship of the Death Guard's Captain Typhus, the time of termination. The plague fleet had arrived. On Governor Kren's desk, a red alarm suddenly blared furiously, the shrill sound jolting him from his embrace of wine and women. "What is going on?" he roared angrily. A sweating aide stumbled and his face drained of color. "Governor. A fleet. An unidentifiable massive fleet has appeared at the edge of the star system. Is it pirates? Or some clueless merchant rogue?" Governor Kren waved his hand impatiently. "Have the Navy deal with it." "No. It's not." The aide's voice trembled like a sieve. "Their signal is chaos. It's the plague fleet." Governor Kren's complexion drained instantly. The wine cup in his hand slipped, crashing onto the precious carpet with a muffled thud. He knew it was all over. Admiral Lawrence Fogg, the commander of the Audiran star system's defense fleet, stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Loyal Horn, gazing at the holographic star map. He was an experienced veteran, having dedicated his life to serving the Empire and witnessing countless battles. Yet the sight before him still sent a chill seeping from his bones. On the star map, the red runes representing the enemy fleet were densely packed, at least 3 times the number of his own. Even more terrifying was the shape of those runes, a blasphemous triple circle symbol, mark of the pestilence. "Is it confirmed?" His voice was hoarse. "Confirmed, Admiral," the communications officer replied, unable to hide his fear. "It's the plague fleet." The energy signature and outline of their flagship perfectly matched that of the End of Days. "It is Tethys. He has come personally. We are completely surrounded, Admiral." Fogg closed his eyes. He knew what this meant. A premeditated, meticulously planned ambush. The plagues and rebellions within the star system were merely a smokescreen to divert their attention. Send the highest level distress signal to the entire Empire. Fogg's eyes shot open, burning with a fierce determination. "Tell them Tethys is here. Repeat the signal until we are destroyed." "Yes, Admiral." Just then the enemy fleet moved. The prow of the End of Days belched forth massive shells seemingly composed of congealed pus from the corroded megacannon barrels. These pestilence mortars traced revolting green arcs through the air, striking the outermost frigates of the Imperial fleet. There were no violent explosions. The void shields of the frigates dissolved silently upon contact with the shells like paper corroded by strong acid. Immediately the shell struck the hull, bursting open, and countless demon engines resembling maggots and corrosive gas instantly enveloped the entire ship. On the bridge everyone could see through the observation window as those frigates transformed into heaps of floating debris covered in tumors and rust within mere seconds. The hull, twisted and distorted like melting wax, and green tendrils could be seen reaching out from the gaps in the shattered armor.
Oh my god. A young crew member couldn't help but gag. Is this how they attack? Fogg clenched his fists. Conventional kinetic and energy weapons still had void shields to rely on. But this direct, corrosive, reality-disrupting pestilence attack rendered their defense system utterly useless.
Admiral. The enemy's main fleet is advancing at full speed.
Their target is us.
Fogg looked at the unstoppable red arrow on the star map and made the most difficult and painful decision of his life.
We cannot defeat them.
In a heat-in collision we will be annihilated within 10 minutes. His voice was unusually calm.
Order the entire fleet to disperse immediately.
Abandon all formations, break out in single or pairs of ships and scatter in all directions within the star system.
Admiral. The officer was taken aback. Isn't that seeking death? We will buy the most precious thing for this star system, time. Fogg interrupted him, sweeping his gaze over every face on the bridge. Listen, we are the Imperial Navy. Our duty is to protect this star sector. Right now we cannot win, but we cannot die in vain. Every ship, I want you to become a nail driven firmly into the path of the pestilence fleet. With our lives we will hold them back. Send out the distress signal. Tell everyone on the ground to await reinforcements.
Prepare them to hold every inch of land at all costs.
On the bridge everyone was shaken by the Admiral's resolute will.
Fear was replaced by a sense of tragic mission.
For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Execute the order.
The engine of the Loyal Horn roared to life, breaking formation and charging in an unexpected direction. Then the entire Imperial fleet scattered like startled fish, fleeing in all directions. Tethys on the bridge of his flagship watched the scene through a window comprised of countless wailing souls.
Cowards.
His voice, rolling like a millstone, was filled with disdain.
Pass the order down, crush these flies one by one.
I want this star system to greet the benevolence of the Father in utter despair. A deadly game of cat and mouse unfolded across the vastness of the star system. The Imperial Navy's ships utilized their familiarity with the meteor belts and gas clouds within the star system to maneuver against enemies that outnumbered them. A sword-class frigate hid itself in the magnetic field of a giant gas giant, and as the chaotic fleet passed by it suddenly charged out, launching all torpedoes at the engine of a chaotic cruiser, then collided recklessly, creating an opportunity for its comrades to escape in the mutual destruction. A Moon-class cruiser disguised itself as a massive piece of space debris, and when the enemy scout ship approached it suddenly activated all turrets, shredding the opponent at an unimaginably close range. These sporadic resistances, while unable to turn the tide of battle, successfully delayed the overall advance speed of the pestilence fleet like countless irritating mosquitoes. Tethys was forced to divert a significant amount of troops to eliminate these guerrillas. And this was the precious time bought by Admiral Fogg's life.
On the main nest planet of the Adiran star system, Hanabastar ear-piercing air raid alarms echoed in every corner.
The commander of the Planetary Defense Forces, a general from Cardian, was roaring at the holographic map.
The Navy is done for. We can only rely on ourselves. Move all available forces to the defense line. Safral's 76th Regiment hold the western launch site. Lucas 128th Regiment, the southern starport is yours.
Great Sage Teshin, the eastern industrial zone is entrusted to you and your protective army. The Knights of the Charuz family, you are our reserve force ready to support any breached defense line. The orders were quickly disseminated.
The entire planet was mobilized. Countless planetary defense soldiers rushed up the walls, setting up heavy weapons.
Massive anti-aircraft batteries slowly turned towards the sky, their dark muzzles aimed at the green-tinted universe.
However, their enemies chose not to attack from the front.
The commander of the Death Guard, a chaotic lord known as the Decaying Lord Grogger, disdainfully gazed at the planetary holographic map.
The defenses of mortals are as fragile and easily shattered as their bodies. He pointed at the vast desolate desert between several nests.
They have concentrated all their power on the walls of the nests, neglecting their soft underbelly in between. Order all forces to land in these areas. The command was given. Countless burning meteors appeared in the sky over Hanabastar. These were thousands of drop pods and landing craft filled with death and pestilence dropped from orbit.
They evaded the dense anti-aircraft fire of the nests, accurately landing in the vast deserts and wastelands.
The hatches opened and the bloated and hulking figures of the Death Guard emerged. Behind them was a tide of raging cultists and staggering pestilence zombies. Further away, several corrupted chaotic knights exuding an ominous aura also took heavy steps forward.
A deadly assault from the flank was about to commence.
At the Nanchado starport on the front line of the Lucasi 128th Regiment, the atmosphere was as taut as a steel wire pulled to its breaking point. Soldiers lay behind makeshift barricades of sandbags and metal plates, their laser guns slick with sweat from the tension. Their commander, a colonel with a bushy beard, raised his binoculars, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the horizon where a blinding dust storm rose, blotting out the sky. "They're coming!" a lookout shouted hoarsely. From the dust storm, countless figures surged forward like a tidal wave. They were cultists and plague zombies, ragged and armed with crude weapons, charging with frenzied roars. They were like a moving wall of flesh and filth. "Open fire!" the colonel roared. The heavy bolters, autocannons and mortars on the position immediately thundered. A dense curtain of fire tore through the charging horde. Swaths of cultists and zombies were blasted into pieces, their blood and gore spattering the sand. But those behind, heedless, trampled the corpses of their comrades and kept charging forward. They were but cannon fodder. The true threat lay behind them. Boo! 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 Heavy footsteps like the heartbeat of a colossal beast echoed from the depths of the dust storm, each step making the earth tremble. Then 5 enormous corroded steel demons, their forms twisted beyond recognition, burst out of the dust. Chaos Knights. Their bodies were even more twisted and massive than Imperial Knights, their armor covered with pipes oozing pus and constantly opening maws filled with teeth. Their weapons were massive chainswords dripping with venom and plasma cannons glowing with an ominous green light. Heavy weapons. Target the Chaos Knights. Fire! Fire! The colonel's voice was hoarse. All anti-tank laser cannons and missile launchers on the position were aimed at those moving steel fortresses. Dazzling energy beams and missiles with trailing flames screamed toward the targets. Explosions erupted one after another on the Chaos Knights, fire and smoke engulfing them. But when the smoke cleared, the soldiers despairingly discovered that these attacks had only left scorched marks on their armor, not even slowing their advance. The leading Chaos Knight, its name long forgotten, now known only as the Withering King, raised the massive meltagun on its arm, its muzzle glowing with devastating light. A thick orange-red torrent of energy instantly crossed several kilometers, precisely striking a laser turret. That turret, forged from heavy alloy along with its operators, was vaporized in an instant, leaving only a huge, still melting crater. The Withering King's slaughter began. As it advanced, it systematically destroyed the Lucasi 128th Regiment's heavy firepoints with its melta gun and shoulder-mounted Gatling bolter. Each thunderous blast signified the destruction of a position and the deaths of dozens of soldiers. The line began to crumble. Hold the line. No retreat. For the Emperor, a commissar wielding a chainsword stood at the forefront of the position, trying to boost morale. But the next second, a bolt shell exploded beside him, blowing off half his body. Ah! The Withering King had already reached the front line. Its chainsword, larger than a chimera transport, swept across with a screeching roar. Sandbags, metal plates and the flesh of soldiers were like paper before it. A wave of flesh and steel was thrown up, carving a bloody gap tens of meters long in the position. A breach had been opened. A tide of cultists and plague zombies poured through the gap, screeching. Close behind were the plague marines of the Death Guard. They wore corroded Terminator armor, their steps heavy and resolute. Their combi bolters and plague spewers relentlessly reaped the remaining defenders. A soldier of the Lucasi regiment mustered his last courage, clutching a melta-bomb, and charged from the side at an advancing Terminator. For the Emperor. He successfully attached the bomb to the Terminator's leg. The violent explosion sent the Terminator stumbling, melting a large chunk of its leg armor and exposing the rotten flesh and writhing maggots beneath. But the Terminator merely shook its head, turned around, and with a swing of its power axe cleaved the soldier in two. Despair completely enveloped the battlefield. This was not a battle of equals, it was a one-sided massacre. The starport defense line of Nanchado collapsed entirely in less than an hour under the onslaught of the Chaos Knights. The Withering King kicked open the heavy alloy gate of the starport and strode in first. Behind it stretched the endless Chaos Army, spreading death and plague. The colonel stood amid the ruins of the command post, watching the enemies pouring into the hive city. He dropped his bolt pistol and slowly drew his power sword. Lucasi 128th Regiment. Charge! He roared and charged toward the massive Chaos Knight. His figure was soon swallowed by the Chaos Tide. In less than a day, Nanchado, a hive city of millions, fell completely. The city was filled with burning ruins and plague zombies gnawing on corpses. The once bustling streets had become a bloody slaughterhouse. The air was thick with a heavy stench of blood and nauseating decay. Decay Lord Geluelage stood atop the highest point of the hive city, overlooking his masterpiece. One has fallen. His voice, filtered through a respirator, betrayed no emotion. Next. His gaze turned to the other end of the desert. There another Imperial force was marching toward him. It was the Imperial Knights of the Calusi family alongside their Skitarii allies. Let the knights greet them, Geluelage ordered. Let them have some fun in the desert. The 4 Chaos Knights, including the Withering King, which had emerged from the siege almost unscathed, turned their massive bodies and strode into the depths of the desert. A clash between steel behemoths was about to unfold in that deadly sea of sand. In the vast desert, yellow sand filled the air and the howling wind seemed to dye even the sunlight with a layer of despairing dusky yellow. In this lifeless sea of sand 6 enormous figures were laboriously advancing. They were the Imperial Knights of the Calrus family, the most loyal war machines of the Empire. At the forefront was the family lord Baron Calrus piloting the knightly exemplar that had been passed down for centuries, the Wrath of Glory.
Baron, we have received the final communication from the South Nest.
The voice of the Grand Sage Turgeon came through the communication channel. They
are all done for. Baron remained silent, his wrinkled face betrayed no emotion, yet the data displayed in the cockpit indicated that his heartbeat was accelerating.
I understand, Grand Sage. His voice was as dry as the rocks in the desert. We must avenge them. Moreover, we must stop those chaotic knights, or the East Nest will face the same fate.
The Omni Mechanic will guide us.
Turgeon replied, one of my Skitarli scout teams has been deployed ahead. They will provide you with fire support and battlefield data.
Good.
Just then the night sensors emitted a sharp alarm.
Multiple large heat source signals detected. Directly ahead, 12 kilometers away, shouted a young knight piloting a ranger knight. They're coming. Baron's voice was calm. All units, battle formation. Target enemy chaotic knights.
For the glory of the Calrus family.
For the Emperor.
The 6 Imperial Knights immediately spread out, forming a standard battle wedge formation. The weapons in their hands, whether it was the roaring Gatling gun or the humming chainsaw sword, were already prepared for battle. At the edge of the wind and sand, 4 even larger and more twisted figures slowly emerged.
The Chaotic Knights.
The King of Withering led the way. Its armor, scorched by laser cannons during the siege, appeared not ruined but rather like a healed scar, making it look even more fearsome.
Charge!
With a command from Baron, the Wrath of Glory was the first to charge. This multi-ton war machine sprinted across the desert, each step kicking up massive waves of sand.
Fire!
The missile bay on the shoulder of Wrath of Glory opened and several rockets roared out, heading straight for the King of Withering. Simultaneously, the thermal cannon on its arm began to charge. The King of Withering did not dodge, it raised its massive shield, absorbing all the explosions. At the same time, the Gatling explosive gun on its other arm spat forth a torrent of deathly fire. A dense rain of explosive rounds hammered against the ion shield of Wrath of Glory, creating ripples. In an instant the battle escalated to a fever pitch. An Imperial Knight wielded a massive Reaper chainsaw sword, charging toward a chaotic Tyrant Knight wielding dual thermal spears. The chainsaw sword and thermal spear collided violently, producing a deafening sound of metal grinding, sparks flying everywhere.
The knight's strength was greater, overpowering the opponent as the teeth of the chainsaw sword carved deep grooves into the opponent's weapon.
But that chaotic Tyrant Knight suddenly extended several thick suction cup-covered tentacles from a crack in its chest armor, wrapping tightly around the Holy Knight's body.
The Holy Knight's pilot was taken aback, attempting to retreat, but it was too late.
The other thermal spear of the chaotic Tyrant Knight plunged into the cockpit of the Holy Knight. Inside the cockpit, it instantly turned into a sea of flames. This loyal war machine let out a cry of unwillingness before crashing to the ground. On the other side, an Imperial Ranger Knight was engaged with 2 slightly smaller chaotic knights.
Utilizing his superior speed, he constantly distanced himself from the enemies, accurately targeting the joints of the battlehounds with his thermal lance.
One battlehound's leg was hit and stumbled. Just then the Skitarli scout team hidden in the dunes opened fire. Their armor-piercing rifles accurately struck the melting armor gap in the battlehound's leg. The joint of that battlehound's leg exploded with a burst of electric sparks, rendering the entire leg incapacitated. It fell to the ground with a cry, yet it still frantically clawed at the sand with the slaughter claws on its arms, trying to stand up. The Ranger Knight did not give it a chance. A single thermal beam accurately struck its head. But at that moment another battlehound struck fiercely at the Ranger Knight's back with its massive chainsaw claw. The rear armor of the Ranger Knight was torn open and the reactor's alarm blared throughout the cockpit.
No!
The young knight let out a desperate roar as he spun around, thrusting his thermal lance like a spear into the chest of that battlehound. The 2 massive war machines thus embraced, both exploding into 2 pillars of soaring flames. On the battlefield, only Baron and another shield-bearing Crusader Knight remained, facing the King of Withering and another equally powerful chaotic knight.
Cover me! Baron shouted angrily over the communication.
The Crusader Knight immediately stepped forward, placing the massive ion shield in front of Baron, while his shoulder-mounted Gatling gun and thermal cannon poured relentless fire upon the enemy.
Wrath of Glory seized the opportunity to maneuver to the side of the King of Withering. Now is the time.
Baron pushed the engine's power to the limit and his fist of thunder, imbued with tremendous force, slammed down hard on the waist of the King of Withering.
Crack!
A sound of metal breaking that sent shivers down the spine echoed. The King of Withering staggered as its massive body was struck. The armor at its waist caved in, countless cables and pipes ruptured, spewing out green liquid. Roar! The King of Withering let out an angry bellow, suddenly turning to abandon its attack on the Crusader Knight, pouring all its fury onto Wrath of Glory. Its enormous chainsaw sword, fueled by vengeful rage, struck down fiercely upon Wrath of Glory. The ion shield shattered instantly. Wrath of Glory's left arm, along with the thermal cannon mounted on it, was severed at the root. Father! The pilot of the Crusader Knight was Baron's son, and upon witnessing this his eyes filled with rage. Don't worry about me. Continue the attack. Baron roared in the cockpit, his half-face cut by flying debris, blood streaming down. He did not retreat. Instead, he piloted the damaged knight and crashed it fiercely into the King of Withering. He wanted to create an opportunity for his son with his last breath. The King of Withering clearly did not expect such madness, and it was pushed back repeatedly. This was the chance. Baron's son, piloting the Crusader Knight, poured all energy into the thermal cannon on his arm. A beam of energy thicker and more dazzling than any before surged forth from the cannon, accurately striking the damaged waist of the King of Withering. This time the armor could not withstand it. The thermal beam penetrated the King of Withering's body, igniting its internal reactor. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the King of Withering's body was blown apart from the waist, splitting into two halves. The upper half flew into the air and then crashed heavily onto the sand, becoming a pile of burning scrap metal. However, Baron's Wrath of Glory was also blasted away by the shockwave due to its proximity to the explosion, crashing heavily onto the ground, no longer moving. Father! Baron's son let out a sorrowful cry. Yet the battlefield gave him no time for grief. The last chaotic knight had already cleaved through his ion shield with its chainsaw sword. The battle in the desert came to an end. When the surviving Skatarli scouts arrived, what they saw was a graveyard of steel giants. All 6 Imperial Knights of the Kalrus family had been destroyed. Their enemies had paid a heavy price as well. 4 chaotic knights, 3 completely destroyed and 1 severely injured. Ranger Alpha gazed at this tragic scene, silently removing his hood to pay tribute to these loyal warriors. They served the Emperor faithfully. He sent his final message to Grand Sage Turgeon in binary code. The Kalrus family, a knightly lineage that had protected the Audilon star system for centuries, shed its last drop of blood today. In the eastern Nest City, the industrial zone has transformed into a living hell. The great Sage Turgeon stood atop his command sanctum, a massive mobile command platform with 12 metallic limbs, coldly observing the battlefield below. His holy guard was engaged in a brutal tug-of-war with enemies outnumbering them several times over. Thousands of Skatali's soldiers built iron defenses among the abandoned factories and twisted pipelines. With their laser carbines and arc rifles, they unleashed deadly energy, turning wave after wave of cultists and plague zombies into ashes. Behind them, several massive Onyx Dunewalkers moved through the ruins, their mechanical legs resembling those of a spider. The neutron laser cannons on their backs cleared a long, completely obliterated path through the tide of corpses with each shot. The skies belonged to the pterosaurs and prototype machines. The Empire's aircraft and chaotic plague drones swarmed the skies like 2 massive clouds of metallic locusts, viciously tearing at each other with explosions and falling debris resembling the fireworks of the apocalypse. But the enemy's numbers were overwhelmingly high. More terrifying were the Death Wardens, who rampaged across the battlefield like invincible plague demigods. Neither Skatali's energy weapons nor the neutron lasers of the Dunewalkers could inflict lethal damage on their blessed Terminator armor. With a loud bang, a Dunewalker had its legs severed in one stroke by a Death Warden lord wielding a massive energy scythe. The war machine fell with a mournful wail, quickly submerged by the tide of plague zombies. Data does not match. A hint of fluctuation appeared in Turgeon's synthetic voice. On the holographic screen before him, the blue dots representing their units were extinguishing at an alarming rate. Their physical and entropy resistance exceeds all theoretical models. O god of myriad machines, what are they? Worse still was the plague. The plague spread by the Death Wardens had polluted the entire industrial zone. Water sources, air, and even metals began to rust. A Skatali's vanguard was shooting with his laser carbine. Suddenly the barrel of his gun snapped without warning like a rotting branch. Looking down, he discovered his mechanical arm which held the gun was already covered in green rust, rapidly spreading. Warning! Integrity of the body has dropped to 30%. Unknown biological corrosion detected. His internal alarm system blared wildly. Before he could react, another comrade beside him suddenly convulsed and collapsed. The half of his face that was once metal began to ooze yellow-green pus like rotting flesh. Purification protocol activated. Turgeon coldly watched the scene as he issued the command. The last glimmer in the eyes of the rotting Skatali's extinguished. The microbomb in his brain detonated, turning him and several other similarly infected comrades into a mix of flesh and metal fragments. This was a cruel measure necessary to prevent the plague from spreading within the army. Yet each such purification further drove the morale of the Holy Guard into the abyss. They were creations of the god of myriad machines, perfect steel bodies meant to be immune to the weakness of flesh. Yet now they fell helplessly like mortals before the plague. This wavering of their own faith was far more lethal than the enemy's artillery. Great Sage. The decayed lord, the enemy is about to break through. An urgent communication from an aide interrupted Tertian's thoughts. The observation window of the command sanctum immediately locked onto the massive figure. Grulgo, wielding a gigantic energy axe still dripping with venom, led his elite Wraith Lord Terminator squad plunging like a burning dagger into the defenses of the Holy Guard. Wherever they passed, the Skitali's defenses were effortlessly torn apart as if made of paper. A squad of Skitali's ironclads bravely charged forward. With their electric spears crackling with arcs of electricity, they struck at the Terminators. But the Terminators merely withstood their assault with their immense bodies, then swung their chainsaw axes and flails, crushing these ironclads along with their weapons into twisted scrap. Grulgo's target was clear: Tertian's command sanctum. He knew that once this command hub was destroyed, the remaining Holy Guard would be like lambs to the slaughter. All units, focus fire. Tertian commanded. Instantly, every weapon that could fire on the battlefield directed its aim at that enormous figure. Neutron lasers, thermal beams and plasma shells rained down like a torrential storm. Grulgo and the Terminators beside him were engulfed by the explosive flames and smoke, but when the smoke cleared they still stood there, their armor charred yet free from lethal damage. Useless struggles. Grulgo's roar even drowned out the battlefield's roar. In the embrace of the Father feel eternity. They began advancing again. Tertian watched the approaching unstoppable figure, and for the first time his mind, composed of intricate gears and logical circuits, felt the overflow of a data called despair. He knew that conventional methods could no longer stop them. Slowly he raised a mechanical arm and connected with the artillery positions behind. A few heavy howitzers from the Safral 76th Regiment were still operational. Safral artillery positions. This is Great Sage Tertian. Coordinates 74 Gamma. Perform indiscriminate saturation bombardment. The artillery officer on the other end paused. Great Sage. That coordinate is your front line. Execute the order. Tertian's voice was devoid of emotion. This is the will of the god of myriad machines. He knew this was his last chance to bury both the enemy and himself under a sweeping destructive bombardment. Perhaps this would buy a little more time for this nest city. Understood. Understood. The artillery officer gritted his teeth and issued the firing command. Behind East Nest City, dozens of massive earth dragon lizards and scorpion lions roared thunderously. Tertian watched the red ballistic trajectory representing death approaching his position on the holographic screen. He closed his optical sensors and sent a final prayer composed of pure data into the void. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. God of myriad machines. Save us. Boom rumble. 7.3 seconds after the command was issued by the Grand Sage of Titian, the first shell landed. The entire world was instantly dyed a pure white. Light, destructive light, devoured everything. Sounds, matter and even the very concept of time were completely erased in that moment. In the command sanctuary of Titian, the war machine, composed of countless intricate parts and weighing several tons, was destroyed in the first wave of shock. The blessing of Nagwa transformed into an unbreakable decaying barrier, firmly repelling the tide of destruction. Shockwaves and flames battered Griorgo and the withered Lord Terminators beside him, yet only produced a dull thud from their heavy ceramic armor. The torrent of energy washed over them in vain, leaving only spiderweb-like scorch marks and nearly negligible shallow pits on the surface of their armor. On the surface they appeared almost unscathed. This saturation bombing initiated by their own empire surpassed any battle Griorgo had ever experienced. The shells were loaded not only with high explosives but also with the specially designed purification fire warheads that could trigger chain reactions. A storm of flames swept across the industrial zone, transforming several square kilometers into a roiling sea of lava. Steel melted rocks boiled, and both the remains of the Skitali soldiers and the corpses of plague zombies were reduced to nothing in the extreme heat. The great fire burned for a full 3 hours. When the last embers extinguished, the original industrial area had completely vanished from the map of Hanabastar. In its place was a massive crater over 5 kilometers in diameter, its depths unfathomable, with molten lava still flowing at the edges. At the bottom lay a field of glassy black crystals that shimmered with an eerie light. At the center of the crater stood the massive figures of Griorgo and his indomitable withered Lord Terminators. His armor bore only a few inconspicuous marks from impacts, and the enormous energy axe still hummed ominously. He had survived, and all of them had survived. In every moment of the bombardment the will of Nagwa embraced him like a father's hug, transforming the futile wrath of mortals into a harmless breeze. Mortals. He slowly turned around, surveying the devastated land wrought by the hands of mortals themselves as well as the immortal warriors beside him. Next. Go and crush their hopes. Along with their bones.
His gaze crossed the vast crater directing towards the last line of defense on Hanaba Star, the launch silos of the West Nest. The defenders there were the 76th Regiment of Safral. It was this regiment's artillery that had just showcased a grand yet futile fireworks display for him. He began to move, leading his retinue step by step toward the new target. Their heavy footprints left imprints on the scorching glassy surface as if announcing the inevitable fate of this world. Meanwhile, in the distant Forge world, Gilax-6, another war concerning survival, had escalated to its most intense phase. In the Forge world Gilax-6 there was no blue sky, no white clouds, only an eternal sky stained dark red by industrial fumes. The massive forge temples towered like iron mountains, piercing the clouds, their surfaces covered with countless pipes, chimneys and cranes. The air was perpetually filled with the scent of machine oil, ozone and the aroma of molten metal. The Forge General Zeta-77, the supreme ruler of Gilax-6, stood in the command room atop the highest temple, heart of all machines. His body had long been replaced by machinery, only his brain, preserved in a nutrient solution tank, remained connected to the nerve center of the entire Forge world by countless data lines. Before him was a massive holographic star map. On the map the enemy, represented by ominous red glowing runes, had completely surrounded the blue point representing Gilax-6. Confirm enemy identity. Zeta-77's synthetic voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Confirmed, General, answered a mechanical servant, signal identified as the Black Legion's Black Beast Warband. The flagship is confirmed as the embodiment of fear. The commander is King of Fear, Horus Said. Horus Said, one of the most brutal emissaries under the Raider Abaddon, a madman who relished in slaughter and destruction. He was clad in a set of Terminator armor distorted by subspace energy, adorned with trophies made from the skulls of victims. His weapon was a massive demon axe named Soul Whale, said to emit the cries of countless vengeful souls with each swing. They have begun to land, the mechanical servant continued to report. The perspective of the holographic star map instantly shifted to the planetary surface. In the sky countless objects resembling burning meteors trailed long plumes of black smoke as they screamed towards the ground. Those were the Hell Dragon's drop pods and heavy transports of the Black Legion. The anti-aircraft fire network of Gilax-6 was instantly activated. Thousands of anti-aircraft positions opened fire simultaneously, creating an impenetrable net of death composed of lasers, plasma, and solid shells. In the sky chaotic aircraft were continuously shot down, bursting into brilliant fireworks. However, under the relentless orbital bombardment from the enemy fleet, the areas without void shields quickly suffered breaches in the defense. Countless Chaos Space Marines, cultists and war thralls successfully landed on the ground like a swarm of locusts. Everything is according to plan. Zeta-77 observed all of this, his voice still calm. Order the 1st to 12th Inquisitorial Legions to withdraw to the Forge area. Order the 9th, 15th and 21st Tech Servitor Battalions to hold their ground at all costs and delay the enemy. Forge General, that is equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Their sacrifice will bring greater glory to the God of all machines. Execute the orders. The commands were swiftly transmitted down. On the ground, the newly landed Chaos forces encountered the easiest resistance since their landing. Those tech servitors, composed of ordinary humans and low-level servitor robots, though fearless in battle, wielded weapons that posed no threat to the Chaos Space Marines. Ha ha ha. Is this all these tin can slaves can do? A warrior of the Black Legion cleaved a charging tech servitor in half with a single swing, laughing maniacally. Don't be careless. These Mechanicum folks are full of tricks. Yet the joy of victory quickly clouded the minds of most. They surged forward like a tide, hunting down the retreating Inquisition forces. They saw the Inquisition forces abandoning large amounts of equipment, fleeing awkwardly into a labyrinthine industrial area composed of massive pipes and smelting furnaces. Pursue. Leave none alive. The Chaos Army, thus unprepared, plunged headlong into the trap Zeta-77 had meticulously prepared for them, the Forge. In the command room, Zeta-77 watched as the red dots representing the enemy forces on the holographic map had all entered the preset encirclement. He slowly raised a mechanical arm. Initiate the purification protocol. A loud crash echoed as if a deity had closed the gates to hell. The chaotic interstellar warriors at the front suddenly halted in their tracks, their faces filled with terror as they realized the wide passage behind them had been completely sealed by a thick, dozens of meters tall descending alloy gate. Immediately similar thunderous sounds resonated from all directions. They were trapped. What happened? It's a trap. We fell for it. Panic spread through the chaotic army like a virus. They frantically attacked the gates with explosive guns and chainsaw swords, but aside from sparking a flurry of sparks and leaving some superficial scratches, it was utterly ineffective. At that moment, the enormous smelting furnaces above them suddenly lit up. But instead of spewing molten iron, they released robots. Hundreds and thousands of red and black painted robots rained down from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The Intelligent Control Legion. Leading the charge were dozens of Castellan robots resembling mobile fortresses.
Their round, seemingly clumsy bodies were equipped with massive power gauntlets and dual phosphor energy cannons. On their faces there was only a single ominous red eye radiating a sinister glow. Behind them loomed an even larger and more terrifying presence. The Tantaluskless siege robots. These war machines affiliated with the Destruction Tribunal towered over several meters, shouldering plasma mortars capable of leveling a city. Then there were the Domina battle robots, rare killing machines resembling giant steel beasts wielding massive siege hammers and explosive cannons, each step shaking the earth. Fire. The command of Zeta 77 was transmitted through invisible binary code to the logical cores of every robot. In the next second the entire furnace area transformed into a storm of death composed of energy and ammunition. The Castellan robots' phosphor energy cannons unleashed dazzling white beams. The cultists struck by them were burned to charcoal before they could even scream. One chaotic interstellar warrior attempted to cleave a Castellan robot with his power axe, but the robot merely swatted him away with its massive power gauntlet. The plasma mortar of the Tantalus robots began to roar. Massive plasma orbs glowing with an eerie blue light detonated within the chaotic army. The terrifying energy obliterated everything in its vicinity, leaving behind smoking, melted craters on the ground. The Domita battle robots charged into the enemy formation like a herd of mad bulls. Every swing of their siege hammers shattered the bones of multiple enemies. Their explosive cannons ruthlessly harvested lives at close range. This was a complete massacre. No. This can't be happening. The captain of a chaotic squad watched helplessly as his brothers were crushed one by a Domita robot as if they were mere insects. He let out a desperate roar. He raised his plasma pistol and fired frantically at the robot's head. The overcharged plasma beam finally melted through the head armor of the Domita robot. The massive robot staggered and halted. But before the captain could breathe a sigh of relief, the chest of the Domita robot suddenly opened and a hidden flamethrower unleashed a torrent of deadly fire, consuming him instantly. The battle lasted less than 2 hours. When the last gunshot fell silent, the furnace area had transformed into a true hell. All around lay broken bodies and twisted steel. The air was thick with the smell of charred flesh and leaking machine oil. Tens of thousands of landing chaotic forces, including elite chaotic interstellar warriors, were nearly annihilated. A surviving cultist quivered beneath a pile of corpses, peering through a crack in his helmet at the unscathed war machines marching in an orderly fashion to begin cleaning the battlefield. Their movements were calm and efficient, as if they had just completed not a bloody massacre but a routine parts recovery operation. At that moment a thunderous voice filled with endless fury suddenly boomed through his helmet's communicator. Wastes. A group of wastes. It was the King of Fear, Horus Zaid. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes as he raised his head and looked through the dark red sky of the forged world. He saw a chaotic battleship larger and more menacing than all the others slowly descending, breaking through the atmosphere. The King of Fear was about to descend himself. The penal world agrees. Here was the Empire's junkyard, the end of all sin and despair. The entire planet was a vast open-air prison. Millions of prisoners would spend their tragic lives here. The sky was forever gray and acid rain was a frequent visitor. The earth was riddled with wounds from mines and factories, and the air was perpetually filled with the stench of sulfur and decay. Here the only law was survival of the fittest. People were beaten to death every day over a piece of moldy bread or an unintentional remark. Corpses were carelessly thrown into massive incinerators or simply decomposed on the spot, becoming emergency food for some gangs. Alpha 73, that was the codename he had given himself. He wore the tattered prison garb like the other inmates, his face smeared with grime and his disheveled hair obscured half of his face. No one could tell that beneath this seemingly frail body lay a genetically modified perfect killing machine. He was a chaotic interstellar warrior of the Alpha Legion. Water. Give me some water. A dehydrated prisoner on the verge of collapse reached out and grabbed his pant leg. Alpha 73 looked down expressionlessly at him, then kicked his hand away and continued walking forward. He arrived at a so-called tavern built from scrap metal and plastic sheeting. Inside, a dozen burly prisoners were arguing over a woman. That woman was the only luxury in this mining area. Alpha 73 did not enter, he simply leaned against an iron pillar at the door and listened quietly. You filthy whore. Didn't you promise to accompany me yesterday? Roared a one-eyed prisoner. Bullshit. She took my cigarettes. Today she belongs to me. Another scarred prisoner drew a dagger sharpened from scrap iron. A fight was about to break out. The corner of Alpha 73's mouth curled slightly in the shadows. He pulled out a small shard of sharp glass from his pocket and discreetly flicked it away with his finger. The glass shard traced an almost invisible arc through the air, piercing the neck of a prisoner from another gang who was watching the commotion. The prisoner clutched his neck, collapsing in disbelief as blood gushed forth. Who?
Who did this? His companions instantly roared, drawing their weapons. It was Scarface. I saw him do it. A sinister voice rang out from the corner of the crowd. In an instant the entire tavern erupted into chaos. What had begun as a dispute between two people quickly escalated into a bloody gang fight involving dozens. Daggers, iron pipes, stones, anything that could be used to kill was put to use. Taking advantage of the chaos, Alpharus 73 silently slipped into the backstage of the tavern. His objective was a small communication amplifier located here. This was the only device in the mining area that could connect with the outside world, tightly controlled by the gang leader. Like a ghost, he quietly eliminated two guards and then installed a tiny, nearly undetectable jamming device on the amplifier. Having completed all this, he blended back into the shadows. This was only the third day since he arrived at Agri's. In 3 days he had incited 7 gang fights, assassinated 5 gang leaders and blown up a food warehouse, pushing the tensions in the mining area to a critical point. He was like a venomous snake slithering through the shadows, spreading seeds of suspicion and hatred with the most inconspicuous of actions. He did not need to fight personally, he only needed to give a gentle push to a domino and watch the entire structure collapse with a thunderous crash. Not enough yet. He gazed at the towering observation tower belonging to the Planetary Defense Force (PDF) in the distance, murmuring to himself, "I need a fire." He knew that no matter how large the prisoners' uprising was, it could not shake the PDF's dominion. He needed an opportunity, a chance to unite all the prisoners against the PDF. He set his sights on the massive searchlight atop the observation tower. Tonight that searchlight would accidentally go out of control and accidentally sweep over the PDF officer's secret liquor store, allowing all prisoners to see that while they were starving, the rulers above were enjoying fine wine and delicacies. Once the fire of hatred was ignited, it could never be extinguished. Long live the Hydra. The beam of the searchlight, like a divine sword of judgment, cleaved through the darkness, revealing the food of the PDF officers to tens of thousands of starving prisoners. In that instant all of Agelisai erupted into absolute madness. They have food. So much food. Kill them. Take everything they have. The rage and hunger suppressed for countless years erupted like a volcano in that moment. Prisoners surged from every corner where they had hidden, clutching anything they could find, screaming and rushing toward the PDF defensive line like a filthy, unstoppable tide. The PDF soldiers were stunned by the sudden riot. Though well-equipped, they were vastly outnumbered. "Open fire! Open fire!" the commander shouted hoarsely. The roar of heavy bolters and the crackle of laser fire tore through the night sky. Wave after wave of prisoners fell in their charge, but those behind trampled over their comrades' bodies and pressed on without pause. Their eyes saw only the tempting food and the boundless hatred for their oppressors. The defensive line was soon overrun. Alpharus 73 mingled with the crowd, watching it all with cold indifference. Like an experienced shepherd, he used the most cunning methods to guide this frenzied flock of sheep toward the slaughterhouse. He quietly circled to the flank of the PDF command post and used a bomb prepared long ago to destroy the backup generator. The entire PDF command system instantly fell into chaos. "Sir! We can't hold. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting orbital support." A PDF officer screamed in despair into his dead communicator. Meanwhile, in orbit above Agelisai, a silent hunt was also nearing its end. 2 Imperial Navy frigates, the Sword of Loyalty and the Emperor's Shield, had just arrived near Agelisai when they received a distress signal from the surface. "It seems we've arrived just in time," said Kangnade Wozi, captain of the Sword of Loyalty, a seasoned veteran gazing at the gray planet beyond the viewport. "Anything on the scans?" he asked. "Nothing, Captain. Everything appears normal except for the riot signals on the surface," the radar officer replied. "Too normal, that itself is abnormal." Kangnade frowned, a foreboding sensation washing over him. "All hands to battle stations. Raise shields full." The moment he gave the order, alarms blared across the bridge. "Energy signature detected. Directly astern. It's a Chaos warship." Kangnade spun around to see a Chaos cruiser painted in eerie blue-green like a deep-sea predator silently materializing out of nowhere. Its prow was already aimed at them. Evasive maneuvers. But it was too late. The macro cannons of the Chaos cruiser spat forth devastating lances of light. The first salvo struck the unprepared Emperor's shield with precision. Its void shields collapsed like a punctured balloon, bursting instantly. Then a massive gash was torn in the hull and a violent explosion ripped the frigate in two. The Emperor's shield is down. Enemy vessel is charging weapons. Target locked on us. Chaos reigned on the bridge of the Sword of Loyalty. "Return fire. Fire at will." Kangnade roared. All turrets of the Sword of Loyalty began to rotate, unleashing a furious barrage at the Chaos cruiser. But their firepower was like a tickle against a cruiser. The second salvo came as expected.
The engines of the Sword of Loyalty were struck. The entire ship shuddered violently.
All lights went out, leaving only emergency red lights flickering. Damage report.
Kangnade gripped the armrest of his command chair, steadying himself.
80% engine damage. Weapons systems offline.
We've lost power, Captain, came the voice of the chief engineer. It was over. Only those two words remained in Kangnade's mind. On the bridge of the Chaos Cruiser, the Alpha Legion squad commander watched the disabled Imperial frigate floating helplessly on the hololith and smiled a cold smile.
The prey is in the net.
Informed the brothers on the ground to prepare for the cleanup.
Hail the Hydra. Captain, what do we do? Kangnade Wozi did not answer.
He stared at the gray planet beyond the viewport, at the patches of flame from riots and explosions on its surface, his mind racing.
Retreat. Impossible.
The engines were wrecked, they were a sitting duck.
Surrender.
Thoughts of the horrific tales of how Chaos worshippers treated prisoners flashed through Kangnade's mind.
No, that was worse than death. Wait for rescue. Even more ludicrous. They couldn't even send a distress signal. That left only one path.
Open shipwide broadcast.
Captain. Do it.
The first officer hesitated, then pressed the broadcast switch.
Kangnade cleared his throat.
His voice through the speakers reached every corner of the Sword of Loyalty. Crew of the Sword of Loyalty, this is your Captain Kangnade Wozi.
Our engines are destroyed. Our weapons are dead. Our only end is to be captured by the traitors of the Empire or crushed like insects. Silence fell over the broadcast. Everyone knew the captain spoke the truth. But we are the Imperial Navy. Loyal blood flows in our veins.
Our souls belong to the Emperor.
We will not surrender. Look at that planet below. It is an Imperial world.
Now it is being consumed by rebellion and chaos. Tens of thousands of criminals are about to become the claws of chaos to ravage the entire sector.
We cannot save it. But we can cripple it.
We can use our lives to serve the Empire one last time.
Kangnade took a deep breath, staring at the red button marked Emergency Thrust before him. That button was meant to feed all reactor power into the remaining thrusters for a final charge in an emergency. Chief Engineer. Aye, Captain. Route all power to the forward thrusters.
I want this ship to become a bullet aimed at hell.
Aye, Captain. For the Emperor. Navigator. Calculate the most densely populated area of the rebel forces on the surface. Set our destination there. Aye, Captain. For the Emperor. Kangnade's gaze swept across every face on the bridge.
Brothers and sisters, it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve alongside you. Now let us fulfill the oath we once swore. He slammed the red button. The Sword of Loyalty, a ship already on the brink of death, let out one final roar. The few remaining thrusters erupted with blinding blue light, pushing the heavy hull into a slow accelerating descent toward the surface of Agelisai.
On the Chaos Cruiser, the Alpha Legion commander watched in astonishment. What are they doing? Suicide. They're going to ram the planet. Quick! Grab them with a tractor beam.
Or blow them apart, the commander shouted.
But it was too late.
The Sword of Loyalty had entered Agelis's atmosphere.
The hull, grinding against the air, transformed into a massive burning fireball.
On the bridge, the heat had begun to melt the metal walls. Kangnade watched the ground, now closer and more hellish, and smiled. He could almost see the terrified expressions on the faces of the prisoners who thought they had gained freedom.
For the Emperor.
He shouted with the last of his strength. The next second, the enormous fireball crashed precisely into the central square where the prisoners had gathered.
A deafening explosion louder than the roar of the Chaos Cruiser's engines shook the heavens.
A colossal mushroom cloud of fire, dust and flesh rose slowly from the surface of Agelisai. This world had fallen. But the enemies of the Empire had paid a grievous price for it. Above Jilax 6, the world of forging, the colossal body of the embodiment of fear cast a layer of despairing shadow. Horus Zade, known as the King of Fears, stood in the flagship's assault chamber. His black and gold Terminator armor appeared particularly menacing under the red lighting. In his hand, the demon axe Soul Whale emitted a series of haunting whispers. Behind him stood hundreds of the Black Beast Warband's elite chaotic interstellar warriors, along with a mysterious squad from the Alpha Legion. Their faces showed no expression, only a thirst for slaughter.
The Empire's lackeys have cost us precious warriors with their foolish tactics.
Horus Zade's voice echoed through the assault chamber via the built-in amplifier. Now it is our turn. We shall make them understand what true fear is. Our target is their largest energy factory, the heart of Omnimesia. Once we destroy it, the defense system of this forging world will crumble. I will personally dig out that forging general hiding in his iron shell. I want his brain to be the new decoration on my axe. For the War Master. For the Dark Gods. For the War Master. Everyone roared in thunderous unison. The doors of the assault chamber burst open. A wild wind mixed with the scent of gunpowder and oil rushed in. Horus Zade showed no hesitation, leaping down first. His Terminator armor plummeted like a black meteor crashing into the ground. Following him were hundreds of identical figures. Behind them countless hell dragons and transport ships approached like a looming storm. This time they did not disperse during the landing but concentrated all their forces on a single point. In the command room of Zeta-77 alarms blared. Detected large-scale airborne deployment. Target Heart of Omninesia. Enemy Commander Horus Zade confirmed to have landed. Their main fleet is conducting a saturation attack on the energy factory's void shield. Zeta-77 looked at the holographic map where the rapidly enlarging red arrow represented the enemy's main force. For the first time his brain composed of logical circuits sensed a data flow called pressure. All units. Reinforce the Heart of Omninesia immediately. Hold that position at all costs. The order was given. The entire Gilax 6 began to move. Countless Adeptus Custodes, mechanized legions and war servants surged toward the massive energy factory like a tide of steel. A decisive battle that would determine the fate of this world was about to begin. Horus Zade crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive dent in the alloy surface. He did not even pay attention to the rain of laser beams shooting at him from all directions. Those attacks couldn't even leave a white mark on his armor. He raised his head to gaze at the enormous structure in the distance, buzzing like a pyramid. That was the Heart of Omninesia. Charge! He roared, swinging the demon axe as he was the first to rush out. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. The roar of chainsaw swords intertwined with the buzzing of electric spears, creating a jarring symphony. A black beast warrior grinned savagely, allowing the laser beams fired by the Scatalis to splash harmless sparks on his heavy pauldrons. He roughly reached out, seizing a Scatalis vanguard's head, crushing its metallic skull into a deformity. Amidst the terrified binary screams of the enemy's comrades, he used the half-mechanical body as a meat shield, striding forward against the concentrated fire. Saturation radiation activated. In front of the line, a squad of Scatalis vanguards had their radiation generators at full power, enveloping the battlefield with a deadly invisible aura. The few cultists at the forefront did not even have time to scream before their skin melted like wax, black blood gushing from their mouth and nose as they slumped to the ground. But this had no effect on the chaotic interstellar warriors. Amidst the wild laughter, a Chaos Astartes smashed the already lifeless meat shield into the Scatalis ranks, instantly crushing 3 or 4 Adeptus Custodes. In the chaos, a black beast warrior clad in black and gold armor flashed a glimmer of calm that was starkly different from the surrounding frenzy. He was a member of the Alpha Legion. He stumbled and collided with a berserker wielding a power axe, crashing into the back of its knee. "You are looking for death." The berserker cursed as he lost his balance, his massive body crashing through the Adeptus Custodes' defenses like a battering ram. The Alpha Legion warrior ignored the curses behind him, his figure flashing like a specter as he passed through the breach. Not wanting to linger in battle, he raised his explosive gun slightly, and a distant mechanical priest directing a turret had its head exploded into a mist of red mixed with brain matter and metal part. The defense line is collapsing. Requesting Castellan robot support. No. They are entangled with the demon engines. The Adeptus Custodes' communication channel was filled with panicked static. Their precise calculations and coordinated fire appeared so fragile in the face of absolute power and reckless madness. The front line had turned into a meat grinder. Horus Zade was like an unstoppable prehistoric behemoth. Wherever he passed, whether it was the Adeptus Custodes' lines or sturdy fortifications, he easily tore them apart. With every swing of his demon axe, lives were snuffed out. A Castellan robot attempted to block Horus's advance with its massive power fist. "Get out of the way, you damn tin can!" Horus roared, severing the robot's arm at the root with a single axe strike. Immediately after, he unleashed a torrent of ammunition from the explosive gun in his other hand, aimed at the robot's chest. The violent explosion turned the Castellan robot into a pile of burning scrap metal. Behind Horus, 3 massive demon-possessed war machines joined the fray. Demon engines. Their bodies were a horrific fusion of steel and flesh. Their weapons consisted of enormous barrels capable of spewing molten metal and sharp claws that could tear through any armor. Their target was the energy factory's heavy alloy gates. A brutal and fierce offensive and defensive battle unfolded before the gates of the Heart of Omninesia. The left flank. The left flank has been breached. Heavy fire support. We need heavy fire support. Those demon engines are about to break through the gates. Medic. We need medics here. The communication channel is filled with the terrified shouts of the protectors and the roar of weapons. Zeta-77 coldly watched the holographic map where the blue dots representing friendly units were being devoured at an astonishing speed by the red tide representing the enemy. He had committed all the forces he could muster. His most elite Skeetal Legion, his secretive mind control legion, and even those unstable war prototypes still in the experimental phase were dispatched to the battlefield. But they still could not hold the line. Horus Zaid was like a burning poison dagger deeply thrust into his heart. Data does not match. A fluctuation appeared in Zeta-77's synthetic voice which couldn't be explained by logic. His combat power exceeded all theoretical models. His armor's resistance to energy and kinetic weapons was nearly more terrifying were the 3 demon engines. 2 scorpion-tailed lion demons abandoned their engagement with infantry and charged straight for the energy core's gate. The other one, a blasphemous machine with dual cannon arms, halted at the rear, charging its cannons to provide long-range suppression for its companions. 2nd and 5th Mind Control Squads. Intercept them. Zeta-77's command was instantly transmitted through binary code. Several massive Dometa battle robots marching with heavy steps proactively moved forward. These rare war machines wielded siege hammers, and the explosive cannons on their chests let out a deep roar, unleashing a hail of bullets towards one of the scorpion-tailed lion demons. The explosives detonated against the demon machine's distorted shell, leaving only shallow dents. The demon engine let out a roar that mixed metallic friction with a soul-piercing wail, suddenly accelerating and crashed into a Dometa robot with its massive lava-dripping claws. The thunderous clash of metal made the ears of the surrounding Skeetal soldiers ring painfully. The Dometa robot's siege hammer struck the demon engine's shoulder, cracking its shell, but the demon engine's claws also pierced through the Dometa's chest armor, wildly thrashing inside. The machine's soul is damaged by 70%. The reactor is about to overload. He did not choose to retreat but issued one last command. The Dometa robot abandoned all defense, allowing the demon's claws to tear it apart, yet its remaining arm clung desperately to the demon engine's waist. For the god of all machines. The priest shouted the final prayer. Boom! The Dometa robot's reactor was detonated and a small plasma sun instantly engulfed the 2 massive war machines. After the shockwave, the Dometa had completely vanished and the scorpion-tailed lion demon it had embraced had one leg blown off its body, charred and slowing down. There's a chance. On the other side, a Caslan robot that had been entangled with the second scorpion-tailed lion demon suddenly abandoned its opponent, awkwardly moving forward to aim the dual phosphor impact cannon at the injured demon. The white energy beam accurately struck the severed leg of the demon engine. The wounded demon engine let out a shrill wail, finally crashing to the ground. But no one had time to celebrate. In the brief seconds when all firepower was concentrated on the first demon engine, the second scorpion-tailed lion demon was already unstoppable. It charged like a beast, breaking free from its cage, tearing through the weak defense formed by the Caslan robots. Meanwhile, the blasphemous machine's firepower peaked at that moment, with dozens of energy beams crossing and striking a Tanatar siege robot that had just turned its cannon, reducing it and its plasma mortar to fragments. The firepower network had developed a deadly gap. Boom! The second scorpion-tailed lion demon slammed its massive body against the thick 100-meter alloy gates of the heart of Amnesia. They ignored all the fire directed at them, using their massive forms to repeatedly and frantically crash against the 100-meter thick alloy gates of the heart of Amnesia. Each impact made the entire energy factory tremble. Countless enormous cracks had appeared on the gate. We cannot continue like this. Zeta-77 knew that once the gate was breached, everything would be over. He made a difficult decision, the only one he could make as the Forging General. Connect to the reactor control center of the heart of Amnesia. Forging General. Execute the order. The communication was established. This is Zeta-77. His voice reached the deepest control room of the energy factory, where only a few high-level mechanical priests were maintaining the colossal artificial sun. I authorize you to initiate the final purification protocol. Silence fell in the control room. All the priests halted their work, staring incredulously at the communicator. The final purification protocol is simple: overload the reactor and then detonate it. A self-destruction capable of flattening half a planet, burying both the enemy and oneself. Understood, General. An aged voice slowly responded after a long silence for the god of all machines. Zeta-77 cut off the communication. He looked at the holographic map where the building representing the energy factory began to flicker with blinding red lights indicating extreme danger. The countdown has begun. On the battlefield, Horus Zaid also felt something was amiss. The ground beneath his feet trembled violently at an abnormal frequency. The air was filled with a violent, uncontrollable energy. What are they trying to do? He looked up at the massive energy factory. He saw cracks appearing on the factory's surface, blinding white light spilling out from the fissures. This is bad. They are going to self-destruct.
Retreat. Fall back now. Horus finally reacted, letting out a hoarse roar. But it was all too late. Boom. A tremendous sound, the wail of Gilax 6 echoed throughout the entire star system. The heart of Omnisia exploded. A gigantic white sphere of light more dazzling than a star rose from the horizon and then suddenly expanded. The devastating shockwave swept across the entire battlefield at an unimaginable speed. Whether it was the Chaos Space Marines or the Protectors, whether it was the Demon Engines or the Mind Control Legion, all seemed so insignificant before this pure energy capable of annihilating everything. They were vaporized, torn apart, erased. Horus Sade was timely rescued by the teleportation beam of his flagship at the last moment, but his Black Beast warband along with the squad from the Alpha Legion suffered near total annihilation. The massive explosion even affected the fleet in orbit. Several Chaos frigates that got too close were directly torn to pieces by the shockwave. When the light faded, the former energy factory had transformed into a bottomless chasm, still spewing plasma flames outward. Gilax 6 was preserved. But the cost was severe. Half of the industrial capacity of the entire forging world vanished with that explosion. Zeta 77's protectors were also nearly wiped out. They won this battle, but they no longer had the strength to launch another large-scale counterattack. Meanwhile, the Chaos fleet still loomed over them. A long, bloody and seemingly endless war of attrition had begun. Both sides licked their wounds, waiting for the next opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Attila, a planet slightly smaller than Terra, is almost entirely occupied by a single continent. The center of this continent is an extreme wilderness where the summer brings scorching deserts and the winter frozen wastelands. On the outskirts of the continent near the coastline lies fertile grasslands and lush forests dotted with mountains and lakes. Thousands of years ago, the ancestors of humanity arrived here and quickly adapted to the environment, living a nomadic life. They were born riders, seamlessly merging with the land and the steeds beneath them. Kanasang is the only city on this planet and serves as the gathering place for all tribes and the political center. At this moment, in the most magnificent palace of Kanasang, the one known as the King of Thousand Skulls, Khafra was listening impatiently to reports from his subordinates. His throne was constructed from countless enemy skulls, each one once a powerful figure of the grasslands, now serving as stepping stones to his authority. Your Majesty. The entire star language communication channel is filled with distress signals. Hanaba Star, Gilax 6. Battles are erupting everywhere. Our distress signals are like stones thrown into the sea with not a single echo. Khafra waved his hand irritably. I know. I've heard this nonsense dozens of times. Tell me, what can we do? We can only reinforce the city walls and gather all warriors. The messenger lowered his head, not daring to meet Khafra's gaze. And continue sending distress signals. Useless. Khafra kicked over a wine cup beside him, the deep red liquid spilling onto the ground resembling dried bloodstains. His source of distress was not just the distant distress signals but also the massive shadow looming over him. Days ago, a monster formed from the wreckage of countless abandoned ships appeared in Attila's orbit, escorted by the fleet of Tefengsi, the death messenger from ancient legends. Then it crashed down without warning. The impact point was in the west of the continent, where several small tribes had their winter pastures. The colossal impact raised a dust storm that blotted out the sky, shaking the entire planet. Khafra initially thought it was merely an accident or a foolish attack. He dispatched the most elite scout cavalry to investigate. However, only one returned. He was a seasoned warrior with scars on his face symbolizing his bravery, yet upon returning he was as frightened as a child. He kept repeating one word: the dead. The dead have come back to life. Countless monsters emerged from the wreckage referred to as the abandoned ship. These necromancers spread like a plague across the western grasslands. They indiscriminately attacked all living creatures in sight, be it the fierce Overture giant beasts or the tribal people of Attila. Those killed by them would quickly rise again, joining their ranks. News spread and the entire Attila fell into panic. The nomads of various tribes abandoned their pastures, driving the surviving livestock as they frantically fled towards the only city, Kanasang. Your Majesty, the number of refugees outside the city is increasing and our food won't last long. The logistics officer reported anxiously. Let them camp outside the city. Assign soldiers to maintain order. Now is not the time for mercy. Khafra shouted. Where are the enemies? Where have those monsters gone? They are still in the west, but there are too many, like a tide. Several tribes that tried to resist have been completely overwhelmed. Khafra stood up, pacing back and forth in the hall. He was a king raised on horseback, spending his life in battles and killings. He knew how to deal with cavalry and how to breach enemy camps, but he did not know how to confront an unkillable, tireless army of the dead. Are the lords of those tribes fools? Engaging in trench warfare with these things? Khafra cursed angrily. What is our advantage? It's horses. It's speed. It's this vast grassland. His mind raced. They could not confront them, Hedon, absolutely not. Send my orders. Summon the leaders of all tribes. Tell them not to crowd into Kanasang. Let them take their cavalry and move across the grasslands. What do you mean? Tear their formation apart with our hunting lances at the moment of charge. Our horses are faster than theirs and we can quickly disengage after a devastating impact. Harass them, divide them, lead them towards those cursed deserts and swamps. We cannot destroy them, but we can slow them down. Slow their advance. Khafra's command spread like a gust of wind, quickly blowing through the chaotic refugee camp outside Kanasang. The tribal leaders who had originally been fleeing seemed to find their backbone upon hearing the king's orders. They were born warriors and fear was but temporary. When the battle horn sounded, their innate aggression and courage would be awakened. Soon cavalry units of varying sizes separated from the chaotic refugee camp. Each cavalryman was equipped with a hunting lance featuring energy-enhanced tips, a laser pistol and a heavy blade sword at their waist with fragmentation grenades in their saddlebags. They spread out across the vast grasslands like a pack of wolves initiating a grueling guerrilla war. Using the terrain, they lured small groups of zombies into open spaces suitable for charging, and with a whistle the cavalry descended like thunder. The 3.5-meter-long hunting lances detonated upon striking the enemy, blowing the front ranks of zombies into scattering, rotting flesh. After completing a charge, they would immediately discard the disposable lance, drawing their laser pistols to accurately shoot while retreating or using their heavy blades to sever any approaching minions. Against particularly large mutated monsters, they would switch to thermite spear tips or Clark spear tips, concentrating fire for a breakthrough assault. At times they would even employ the dangerous Hellfire spear tips to create a wall of flames among the corpses, blocking the enemy's pursuit. The cavalry of Attila engaged with the chaotic plague army in their high-speed, lethal and costly manner. They could not completely eradicate the enemy, but they successfully stalled this unstoppable wave of death on the western grasslands, buying precious time for Kanasang. However, in Attila's orbit, the Death Guard commander Tefengsi coldly observed everything on the ground through the holographic projection of his flagship, the time of end. A bunch of annoying insects. His modified buzzing voice echoed on the bridge. The progress on the ground was much slower than he had anticipated. The resistance of these mortal cavalrymen, though trivial in his eyes, had effectively delayed his plan to purify this planet with the blessings of the necromancers. It seems I need to give these lost lambs a little guidance. Tefengsi turned to a death guard beside him clad in bulky exterminator armor and commanded, Gaylor, take your squad and an infantry regiment with you. Go to the surface, gather those headless flies of corpses and give them a clear objective. Understood, master. The death guard named Gaylor bowed and accepted the order. Soon several landing craft separated from the plague fleet, plunging toward Attila's atmosphere. A new deadlier storm is about to rise over the grasslands. Meanwhile, in the city of Kanasang, King Khafra was still immersed in the joy of the initial success of guerrilla tactics, unaware that he and his people were about to face an enemy far more terrifying than the zombie tide. On the vast Attila grassland, a massive force of 5,000 cavalry was galloping swiftly. They were warriors from the Hongba tribe, personally led by their chief, the spearbreaker Ulan. Ulan was a robust man in his prime, with a deep scar running from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, a glorious mark left from his Kamingafage ceremony. To make it more noticeable, he had deliberately smeared it with ash. At this moment he was riding a black warhorse, scanning the distant horizon. In the past few days he and his tribesmen had been haunting the sluggish zombies like phantoms on the grassland. They had achieved some victories, successfully exterminating thousands of zombies. Chief, look. Those corpses are gathering again, spinning around like headless flies. Let's charge again, opening up a few big gaps with our hunting spears, and we can clear a large area. Ulan's deputy, a young and spirited lad, said excitedly. Ulan did not respond. He furrowed his brows as an increasing sense of unease surged within him. Something was not right. It was far too wrong. A few days ago, although the zombies were numerous, they moved chaotically, driven solely by instinct to pursue living beings. But today the horde of zombies he saw from afar had changed dramatically. They were no longer a disorganized mass, but had formed large orderly formations, marching with synchronized steps toward a clear direction, the east, toward the city of Kanazan. Within this massive army of the undead, Ulan saw many living people wielding weapons and shouting blasphemous slogans. They were cultists, traitors who had betrayed the emperor. What chilled him to the bone even more was that among these cultists and zombies he saw 7 towering figures. They wore bulky, decayed green power armor, and each step they took caused the earth to tremble. Even from a distance Ulan could feel the suffocating pressure and malevolent aura radiating from them. Chaos Space Marines. Ulan's mind buzzed. He had heard the legends of these demons from the eldest shaman of the tribe. They were the harbingers of disaster, each possessing the strength to take on 100 foes. Chief. What's wrong? The situation has changed those things. Our little tricks may no longer work. He knew that guerrilla tactics would be utterly ineffective against such an organized and powerful army. Their one-time hunting spears might open a bloody path, but they could not guarantee any lethal damage to those armored monsters. Once the momentum of the charge was halted, their cavalry would be swallowed by the endless tide of corpses. Then, what should we do? Should we bypass them? Bypass them. Ulan glanced at the direction in which the army was advancing. If they were allowed to continue like this, in just a few days they would be at the gates of Kanazan. At that point the meager defenses of Kanazan would be utterly inadequate to hold them back. We cannot retreat. We are the Hongbai tribe, the bravest warriors of Attila. Behind us lies our homeland, our wives and children. If we retreat, what will happen to them? The deputy fell silent. He looked at the resolute profile of his chief, and the fear in his heart was slowly replaced by a surge of blood. Ulan took a deep breath. The air on the grassland, fragrant with earth, felt particularly heavy at this moment. He glanced at the 5,000 tribesmen behind him. They were the entirety of the tribe's strength, the future of the tribe. We have only one chance. We must strike at their command corps, those 7 green armored monsters. All squads equipped with thermal spear tips. Your target is them. With our speed like a burning spear, we will pierce directly into their hearts. As long as we kill them, this great army will revert to a disorganized mass. To charge into a formation made up of tens of thousands of zombies and cultists led by 7 Chaos Space Marines. What difference was that from suicide? I know what you are thinking. This is a charge with no return. Many will die here, including myself. However, if we can trade the lives of 5,000 for the safety of Kanazan and the survival of our families, then our deaths will have meaning. He drew his heavy blade, its edge glinting coldly in the sunlight. A man should die on the battlefield. Why should he be wrapped in horsehide? Now, with our lives and courage, let us prove our loyalty to the Emperor. Let us show those rabble that the will of humanity cannot be destroyed. For the Emperor. For Attila. Ulan raised his heavy sword and let out a thunderous roar. For the Emperor. For Attila. 5,000 cavalrymen simultaneously drew their weapons. Fear and hesitation were completely replaced by the battle fervor ignited at that moment. In their eyes the fire of the grassland warriors was rekindled. Ulan turned his horse's head, pointing toward the distant green tide that was advancing. Warriors of the Hongba tribe. Charge! With a single command, 5,000 warhorses sprang into action, moving from a slow trot to a brisk run, then to a full-speed gallop. The earth began to tremble violently as if 1,000 troops were galloping. The torrent formed by 5,000 cavalry surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, launching a death charge against an enemy many times their number. In the lines of the Death Guards, Commander Gaylor noticed the enormous cloud of dust rising in the distance. A twisted smile appeared on his face beneath his decayed helmet. The torrent of cavalry was getting closer, the sound of hooves like a dense drumbeat pounding in everyone's hearts. Ulan led the charge at the forefront, catching the nauseating stench of decay wafting in the wind, but he did not slow down in the slightest. Grenadiers fire at will. The soldiers responsible for fire support among the cavalry raised their grenade launchers and fired the first round of high-explosive shells into the dense enemy formation. Dozens of grenades arced through the sky, accurately landing among the tide of corpses, exploding into bursts of bloody light. The hundreds of zombies and cultists at the forefront were instantly torn to shreds by the shockwave of the explosions. But for the massive tide of corpses, this was merely a drop in the bucket. The zombies behind trampled over their fallen comrades and continued pushing forward. The cavalry did not pause. The second and third rounds of grenades followed in quick succession, forcibly clearing small gaps within the enemy formation. The distance was closing rapidly. Activate the hunting spears. Prepare for the charge. Ulan shouted furiously. The cavalrymen pressed the activation buttons on their hunting spears. The spear tips, about 3.5 meters long, began to emit a dangerous hum and faint glow. In the next moment the steel torrent smashed violently into the wall formed of flesh and blood. There was no dull thud of spears piercing flesh. Instead, there were thousands of deafening explosions erupting simultaneously. The energy from the activated spear tips detonated upon contact, hundreds of explosion points igniting simultaneously within the tide of corpses, unleashing a horrific wave of flesh, bones and shattered metal. The first row of zombies was instantly blown to smithereens. The explosive force tore open a massive gap, and the subsequent cavalry rushed through this scorched earth and blood mud, continuing their advance inward. Abandon your spears. Draw your swords. Ulan discarded the now useless spear shaft, drawing his heavy sword and laser pistol, accurately shooting a cultist attempting to approach, burning a charred hole through its skull. All cavalrymen executed the same action. Propelled by the inertia of their charge, they discarded their disposable hunting spears and drew heavy swords and laser pistols, engaging in the fiercest close-quarter bloody battle with the enemies surging in from both sides of the breach.
In the moment of impact, a series of intense explosions replaced the simple sound of flesh being torn apart, shaking the heavens and the earth. The hundreds of cavalry charging at the forefront, their hunting spears detonated in an instant upon contact with the enemy as the energy-concentrating charges at the spear tips were fully ignited. Both men and horses crashed into an invisible wall composed of explosions and shockwaves, instantly tearing apart the frontline cultists and zombies into fragments. The mournful cries of warhorses, the shouts of warriors, and the roars of explosions intertwined, forming a more frenzied and bloody symphony. Yet this brutal sacrifice opened a wide gap for the comrades behind. Kill! Ulan's eyes burned red and the spear in his hand, a thermal spear tip glowing ominously red, struck precisely at a cultist blocking his path. The searing energy instantly melted through the opponent's armor, triggering a violent chain explosion. Ulan didn't even have time to feel the heat wave rushing toward him. He simply let go of the one-time weapon to fulfill its mission while drawing out the heavy blade sword at his waist. Under his command, the warhorse deftly avoided the outstretched claws, and the heavy blade sword carved deadly arcs, cutting down the surrounding zombies and cultists one by one. The momentum of the cavalry's charge was soon suppressed by an endless tide of corpses. Their warhorses became trapped in a pit of bodies and mud, slowing down increasingly. Enemies surrounded them from all sides, stretching out their decaying hands, pulling at the horses' legs and gnawing at the warriors' flesh. Cavalrymen were continuously dragged down from their horses, instantly overwhelmed by the surging zombies, leaving only a brief cry of despair. "Don't stop! Charge forward!" Ulan shouted hoarsely, his body already smeared with the black blood of enemies and the fresh blood of comrades. 5,000 cavalrymen charged like a burning dagger, repeatedly thrusting into a wound, cutting through the enemy's lines. They utilized the impact of their warhorses to send hunting spears into the enemy lines to detonate, then relied on their superb riding skills along with their heavy blade swords and laser pistols to break through the encirclement, regroup, and prepare for the next charge. The finest horsemanship on the grassland was fully displayed at this moment. Each charge plowed a bloody furrow through the tide of corpses, but it also left behind the bodies of hundreds of brave warriors. They charged back and forth 7 times. However, the disparity in numbers was insurmountable. As the horn for the 8th charge was about to sound, Ulan gathered his troops at the outskirts of the Sea of Undead. Looking around, he found that fewer than 100 cavalry remained with him, each one injured, their horses panting heavily, covered in blood and bits of flesh. The chaos of battle seemed to momentarily drift away from them at this moment. Ulan removed his helmet and wiped the blood from his hands with his sleeve. He looked at these bravest of his kin who had followed him thus far. There was no fear in their eyes, only burning exhaustion and determination. He put his helmet back on and raised his heavy blade sword, pointing the tip directly at the 7 gigantic figures standing like mountains in the distance. With his last ounce of strength, he let out a roar that reverberated across the battlefield. Cavalry unit attack! For the glory of the Emperor! The last knights showed no hesitation. They urged their battered warhorses onto the predetermined path. Their goal was no longer to pierce through the lines, but to charge into those 7 fortresses of steel and plague with their lives and honor. At the rear of the line, Commander Gaylor of the Death Guards watched with keen interest as this last unit initiated a suicidal charge. "Their courage is commendable," he murmured. "As a reward, let us personally grant them the respect they deserve." He nodded to the 6 brothers beside him. The 7 Death Guards stepped forward with heavy strides, proactively meeting the charging cavalry. They moved like 7 mobile fortresses, effortlessly pushing aside or crushing any zombies or cultists in their path. What awaited the cavalry was cold steel and merciless slaughter. A cavalryman raised a hunting spear tipped with a Clark spearhead, charging fiercely at a Death Guard. The explosion detonated on the titanium steel armor, creating a shockwave that merely chipped off some paint, leaving a charred mark. The Death Guard didn't even glance at him, casually waving his powered gauntlet. That cavalryman, along with his horse, was directly smashed into a mass of indistinguishable flesh and blood. Another cavalryman's heavy blade sword struck fiercely against a Death Guard's helmet, sparking a shower of sparks, yet only leaving a shallow white mark. The Death Guard, enraged, reached out a hand, grasping his neck and lifting him from the horse. With a sickening crack of bones, the cavalryman's skull was crushed. The roar of the explosive gun echoed, and the massive plague scythe swung easily, severing 3 or 4 cavalrymen along with their horses. This was an utter slaughter. The finest cavalry of Attila was as fragile as paper before the Chaos Space Marines. In the torrent of the charge, Ulan was struck heaton by Galar's powered axe. He didn't even get within 10 meters of the enemy as his entire body, along with his loyal warhorse, was completely evaporated in a flash of energy. The battle was over. The 5,000 cavalrymen of the Red Scar tribe were annihilated. As the sun set, the vast grassland was littered with corpses, and the twilight painted this land in a tragic canvas of golden red and dark red. Countless zombies and cultists fell on their path of charge. In the distance, a few warhorses that had lost their masters lingered, lowering their heads and gently nudging the fallen knights as if waiting for them to rise again and lead them into the next charge. With their lives and courage, they composed a tragic battle song. The hymn of humanity is a hymn of courage. On the bridge of the end-of-day ship, Typhon looked at the bloody battlefield displayed on the holographic screen, remaining silent for a long time. clear the battlefield and continue forward.
At the edge of the Autiran star system, Admiral Fogg's flagship the Indomitable will limped with its damaged hull hiding in the gravitational shadow of a gas giant.
On the bridge the atmosphere was stifling, suffocating. The surviving crew members wore expressions of fatigue and despair, having survived the ordeal. Days ago the plague fleet of Typhon launched a surprise attack and Admiral Fogg's fleet was utterly defeated, outmatched in both numbers and firepower. He had no choice but to order the fleet to break into smaller units, utilizing the complex terrain of the star system to engage the enemy in guerrilla warfare, sacrificing themselves to delay the enemy's advance. Admiral, the 7th Patrol Fleet has lost contact. We have lost 3 more frigates. Fogg closed his eyes and remained silent. He could imagine the final moments of those 3 frigates most likely choosing a heroic collision, buying precious minutes for the entire star system with their vessels. His fleet was nearly out of ammunition. "Have we received any response to our highest level distress signal?" he asked, clinging to the last shred of hope. "No, Admiral. The entire subspace route has been contaminated by the enemy and our signals cannot get through." It was over. Admiral Fogg's heart sank to the depths. The Autiran star system was destined to fall. Just then a piercing alarm suddenly rang out on the bridge. Massive subspace fluctuations detected. At the Mandeville point. A fleet is emerging. Admiral Fogg's eyes snapped open as he gripped the armrests of his chair.
Is it the enemy? Is it reinforcements from Typhon? No. No.
The identification signal is
the Empire. It's the Empire's fleet.
The radar officer's voice became sharp with excitement. "Oh my God, their scale." Everyone on the bridge rushed to the windows. In the distant expanse of space a massive rift pulsating with blue light was torn open. Following that, one after another enormous ships painted in red and black slowly emerged from the rift.
Their bows bore a giant emblem, half skull and half mechanical gear.
The Machine God Cult. It's the fleet from Mars. An officer recognized the emblem and shouted excitedly, "We're saved.
The Emperor hasn't abandoned us."
Among this massive fleet of the Machine God Cult, an especially unique attack cruiser drew everyone's attention. Its hull was grayish-white with rigid lines and a sword piercing through a book was engraved on its prow.
"That's the Grey Knights." Admiral Fogg gasped.
He had only seen records of this mysterious battle group in the oldest archives. They were the Empire's most elite demon punishment armed force, existing solely to combat chaos. The fact that they had arrived indicated that the Empire's high command was aware of the seriousness of the situation here.
"Contact them immediately." Admiral Fogg commanded excitedly. "Tell them our situation. Inform them of the location of Typhon's main fleet."
Soon communications were established.
"This is the Demost Expedition Fleet Commander, the Wise Sage Kurt. We are ordered to cleanse the Autiran star system of its chaos pollution. Please report your position and the information regarding the enemy present." Then another voice emerged, cold and authoritative. "This is the Grey Knight's Purity Blade Grand Master Anvar Loken.
We need to know the exact coordinates of all demon incursions in the star system." Admiral Fogg suppressed his inner excitement and reported everything he knew as quickly as possible.
"The situation is worse than we expected."
The mechanical voice of the Wise Sage Kurt revealed no emotional fluctuation. "Typhon's main fleet has blockaded the main route, but their forces on the periphery of the star system are relatively weak. Grandmaster Loken, Admiral Fogg, I suggest that our 3 forces unite, concentrate our strength to break through the enemy's outer blockade and join with the surviving Imperial forces within the star system."
"Agreed. For the Emperor."
A counteroffensive battle concerning the fate of the Autiran star system had begun. The Demost fleet led by the Wise Sage Kurt possessed the most advanced technology of Mars. Their warships were equipped with powerful nova cannons and energy lances. Though the Grey Knight's Purity Blade was merely an attack cruiser, its combat capability was comparable to that of a conventional battleship. Alongside Admiral Fogg's remnants, which although battered were experienced. Remaining on the periphery was a Chaos subfleet consisting of several Butcher-class cruisers and several Raider-class frigates. As the nova cannons of the Demost fleet unleashed their first roar, the commander of the Chaos fleet was still aboard his flagship, enjoying the torment of the captives.
A massive energy sphere instantly engulfed an unprepared Butcher-class cruiser. Its bloated, decaying hull was vaporized in the blinding light. Enemy attack. It's the Imperial Navy. The communications channel of the Chaos fleet was thrown into chaos. Counterattack. Give me a counterattack. However, their counterattack appeared feeble against the tightly organized and ferociously armed joint fleet.
The ships of the Demost fleet formed a formidable array, energy lances striking true, shredding the Chaos warships to pieces.
Admiral Fogg's fleet acted like experienced hunting dogs specifically tasked with hunting down those enemy ships attempting to flee.
Meanwhile, the Grey Knight's Purity Blade moved like a solitary assassin.
Utilizing astonishing speed, it plunged directly into the heart of the enemy fleet. Countless turrets on its hull fired wildly, a storm of explosive rounds and energy lances, leaving enemy ships riddled with holes. In less than an hour, the Chaos fleet responsible for the outer blockade was utterly routed. We did it. We've opened the route to Jilax 6 in hand. Don't celebrate too soon. Taifeng's main force is still out there. Moreover, based on Admiral Fogg's intel, the situations at Jilax 6 and Agris are both extremely urgent.
Jilax 6 is a forge world and its industrial capacity is crucial for us, Kurt analyzed. I will lead the main force of the fleet to provide immediate support. The remaining missionary forces there combined with my psychic control legion should be able to stabilize the front line. Agris has completely fallen, turning into a source of chaos troops that must be purified. I will lead the Purity Blade and a detachment to deal with threats on other planets and finally address Agris.
Then what about Hannibal and Atira? Admiral Fogg asked anxiously, knowing that there were the most Imperial civilians there. We must face reality, Admiral.
Loken's voice was cold and rational.
Taifeng's main fleet is currently in orbit around Atira, and our present strength is insufficient to confront them head-on.
Charging in recklessly would only lead to futile sacrifices. We must first stabilize other front lines and consolidate all forces to engage in a decisive battle with Typhon.
Admiral Fogg fell silent.
He understood that the Grand Master of the Grey Knights spoke the truth.
War could be cruel, requiring tough choices to be made. Understood. He nodded painfully.
My fleet will cooperate with your actions. The massive joint fleet quickly divided into two paths after a brief rest.
The wise sage Kurt led the main force of the Demost fleet towards the blazing forge world of Jilax 6. Little did they know a deeper despair awaited them there.
When the imposing figure of the Demos reinforcement fleet appeared in the orbit of Jilax 6, the remaining zealots of the casting world erupted in cheers of binary code and human language. In the command sanctum of Zeta-77, now reduced to ruins, the casting general left with only a brain observed the magnificent warships adorned with Martian insignia through external sensors. For the first time, his intellect, constructed from logical circuits, generated a data stream named Joy.
Reinforcements have finally arrived. All units,
coordinate with allied forces and launch a counterattack.
Recapture the ruins of the Omni Messiah's heart. Completely eradicate those chaotic lapdogs from our world. Zeta-77 commanded all surviving combat units with his last authority.
On the ground, the Zealots and the Intelligent Control Legion, who had been pushed back by the remnants of the Black Legion, regained their morale upon seeing the countless drop pods descending from the orbit. New war machines descended from the sky. Fully armed Scatali's Rangers, Castrellan robots equipped with powerful weapons, and even more advanced intelligent combat robots from Demos surged onto the battlefield like a tide of steel. The remnants of the Black Legion had suffered heavy losses in the previous battle and were unable to organize effective resistance against this high-spirited, well-equipped fresh force. They were driven back relentlessly, quickly compressed to the vicinity of the massive crater formed after the explosion of the Omni Messiah's heart. Victory seemed within reach. However, aboard the flagship of the Black Legion, the embodiment of fear, the Fear King Horus Zaid gazed upon the defeat below with eyes burning with the flames of hatred. In the explosion of the Omni Messiah's heart, he had lost nearly all his elite warriors.
This was an unbearable humiliation and failure for him.
Failure?
No. Horus Zaid, the most loyal warrior of the warlord, shall never fail. He roared at the trembling, chaotic interstellar warriors on the bridge.
His reason was utterly consumed by anger and humiliation.
Do you think this is over? Do you think you can defeat me with these tin cans?
He laughed maniacally, spreading his arms wide. I will show you what true power is.
What true fear is. He began to chant an ancient and blasphemous incantation in a dark language.
The lights on the bridge started to flicker wildly and the air filled with the scent of sulfur and blood. Energy from the subspace began to gather around him, forming a visible twisting vortex.
As a sacrifice of my soul,
at the cost of the blood of my battle comrades,
I offer a prayer to the four gods of chaos. Open the gates of the abyss.
Let destruction descend upon this damned world.
He raised the demonic axe Soul Whale high and drove it forcefully into the deck of the flagship.
The next moment, on the surface of Jilax 6 at the center of the vast crater space was torn apart.
A colossal shimmering crack appeared out of nowhere.
It was not a subspace crack but a direct portal to the chaotic demonic realm.
Thunderous roars and maddening whispers emanated from the crack.
Immediately an endless flood of demons of various forms surged forth from that demon gate like a burst. There were succubi wielding long whips with graceful forms, there were plague flies with wings dripping with pestilence, there were bloodthirsty tormentors engulfed in flames brandishing brass axes, and there were terrifying beings whose forms constantly shifted while chanting bizarre incantations. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of demons flooded the battlefield in just a few minutes.
The Imperial forces, who had just been celebrating their victory, instantly fell into hell.
Their laser guns and explosive grenades proved ineffective against these beings made of pure energy. However, the demons' claws and magic could easily tear apart their armor and corrode their souls. Ascatali's vanguard had just taken down a bloodthirster with his arc rifle when in the next moment a succubus ensnared his neck with her long whip, choking him to death in extreme pain and strange ecstasy. A Castrolin robot shattered a group of plague flies into pieces with its powerful phosphor energy cannon.
But those fragments reassembled into smaller, more corrosive plague spirits upon landing, crawling all over the robot, gnawing at its armor and circuits.
Soon this powerful war machine was emitting black smoke and collapsed to the ground. On the bridge of the Great Sage Kit's ship, everyone was stunned by the horrifying scene before them. Detected massive demon invasion.
The numbers.
The numbers are uncountable.
The entire crater area has been completely inundated by demons. Ground forces are collapsing. Lines 7, 12 and 23 have been breached. We are losing control of the battlefield. This was no longer a conventional war. Great Sage, what should we do? Ground forces request orbital bombardment.
Conduct indiscriminate purification of the crater area.
A worried aide asked. No. Kurt immediately vetoed the proposal. Our forces are entangled with theirs. Orbital bombardment would annihilate our own people too. Moreover, conventional orbital bombardment will not have a decisive effect on those demons. Then what should we? Retreat.
Kurt struggled to utter two words: order all ground units to immediately tighten their defenses, abandon the outer industrial zones and fall back to the last starport.
We cannot hold this world anymore.
The command was transmitted through the data chain to every ground unit's receiver.
Those zealots and Scatalis, still fighting bravely, were stunned upon hearing the retreat order. Retreat.
Why should we retreat?
Didn't the reinforcements arrive? We cannot retreat.
Behind us is the casting temple. However, when they saw the endless demon army, all their courage and fighting spirit were instantly replaced by despair. These were foes they could not defeat. The Imperial counterattack, having begun less than an hour ago, had turned into a panicked rout. And the instigator of all this, Horus Zaid, stood on his flagship's bridge laughing maniacally. His body had become emaciated due to the sacrifice, but his spirit was exhilarated to the extreme.
Do you see? This is the power of chaos.
This is the wrath of the gods. You Imperial lapdogs shall wail in despair. This planet will become the first offering I present to the dark gods. The Grey Knight strike cruiser Blade of Purity was hurtling away from the recent battlefield at an astonishing speed. Inside the vessel, red alert lights still flashed, and the sounds of power armor repairs and the hum of medical service skulls filled the air. On the bridge, Grand Master Anwar Lokan stared silently at the star map. His silver Terminator armor bore the scars of battle, yet his face, chiseled like a statue, betrayed no emotion. The recent skirmish with the Outer Chaos Fleet had ended in victory, but it had also revealed their position. Grand Master said, a Grey Knight brother clad in power armor, his helm bearing the insignia of Chief Librarian, as he approached. Grand Muggos Coat's fleet has already departed for Jylak 6. What is our next target? Lokan's gaze moved across the star map, lingering on the planets marked in red. Agri's penal world had fallen completely, becoming a hive of the Alpha Legion, ceaselessly converting prisoners into new chaos minions. Hannibal, a hive world, was under siege by the main forces of the Death Guard, its situation precarious. Attila, a feudal world, was where Typhus's flagship, the Hour of the End, lay anchored like a citadel of death suspended overhead. Each was a formidable challenge. Our strength is limited. Typhus is our ultimate goal, but before that we must cut off his wings and weaken his power.
The threat of Agri's is long-term but not the most urgent.
The mortal defenders of Hannibal are beyond our reach.
The optimal choice is...
Before he could finish, a radar officer suddenly shouted.
Grand Master. Detecting intense warp energy fluctuations on Jylak 6.
Energy levels exceeding our measurement limits. Lokan spun around, staring at the holographic screen.
The light point representing Jylak 6 flickered wildly in red, with ripples of demonic energy spreading outward. It's a demonic invasion. A massive demonic invasion. The Chief Librarian exclaimed, sensing the vile psychic force emanating from the distant star. Coat's fleet just arrived there.
He immediately understood what had happened.
It was a trap.
The Black Legion's lord had used his own defeat as bait, luring Imperial reinforcements and then summoned demons.
Grand Master, we must go to their aid.
The forces of the Adeptus Mechanicus cannot face a massive demon army alone.
Moreover, the energy signature indicates the presence of greater demons. I know. Lokan nodded.
But within his mind a fierce battle raged. As Grey Knights, their primary duty was to fight demons.
Demons had appeared on Jylak 6, they were honor-bound to go at once.
But Jylak 6 was also a forge world. Once they intervened, and the battle could not be contained according to the most stringent edicts of the Ordo Malleus to prevent the spread of chaos corruption, they would be duty-bound to enact the final purification protocol upon the entire planet after the battle.
That is exterminatus.
To destroy a forge world vital to the Imperium along with all its Adeptus Mechanicus allies. The burden was too heavy. Perhaps, we can trust Grand Muggoscote, the chief librarian said quietly, sensing Lokan's hesitation. The technology of Mars may have means to counter demonic corruption. We can deal with other threats first and wait for the situation on Gylax 6 to become clear. It was a rational suggestion. But in Lokan's heart a voice told him he could not wait. As he wavered, the alarms on the bridge blared again, more piercing than before. Alert! Enemy fleet detected. Directly aft. It's the Death Guard. The flagship hour of the end. Lokan turned sharply. Through the viewport he saw a colossal rotting beast of a vessel that would be forever etched in his memory. Typhus's flagship had left Attila's orbit and was personally hunting them. How did they find us? An officer cried in disbelief. Nurgle sorcery. Grand Master, what do we do? All eyes on the bridge fixed upon Lokan. Flee. Before the hour of the end they could not escape. Surrender. That word did not exist in the Grey Knight's lexicon. There was only one option left: fight. We are the guardians of humanity. Our very existence is to oppose the darkness. Now darkness stands before us. It is arrogant, mighty, and believes us to be fragile. Then let it witness the purity of fury. The will of the Emperor. All hands to battle stations. Target hour of the end. Engage. Lokan gave the order. For the Emperor. The Grey Knights on the bridge roared in unison. The engines of the Blade of Purity thundered at full power. It no longer fled but turned its prow, charging like a fearless gladiator toward the beast many times its size. Soon the two fleets became entangled. From the hour of the end countless plague batteries spewed forth deadly corrosive shells. The Blade of Purity like a nimble dancer weaved through the hail of fire, striking at the enemy's weak points with precise lances and macro cannons. The battle erupted into a white-hot frenzy from the very start. Yet the disparity in strength was immense. The Blade of Purity's attacks had little effect against the titanic hull and powerful Nurgle blessings of the hour of the end. Meanwhile each hit from the enemy left patches of corrosion on the Blade of Purity's void shields and hull. Hull damage at 17%. Void shield energy down to 40%. Macro cannon battery 3 destroyed. Geller field fluctuating. Something is trying to break through. Damage reports streamed in from every station. Lokan knew they could not hold out much longer. Paladins prepare for teleportation. Target enemy bridge. Decapitate Typhus. Lokan gave the final command. It was their only chance. But just as the teleportation array was about to activate, a vile psychic pulse emanated from the hour of the end. Do not think so. Typhus's mocking voice echoed directly in the minds of all Grey Knights. An invisible psychic barrier enveloped the entire battlefield. Teleportation was blocked. It's over. No, not yet. Lokan looked at the enemy vessel now closing like a yawning abyss, his gaze still calm. If today is destined to be our end, then we shall burn our last loyalties in the flames. Overload the engines. Ram them. The Blade of Purity roared its final cry, charging with resolute will toward the hour of the end. But just before the two ships collided, a power so immense and incomprehensible intervened in the battle. A beam of green energy radiating an ominous light shot from the distant edge of the system, striking the flank of the hour of the end with pinpoint accuracy. The void shields capable of withstanding a battleship's main battery salvo shattered like bubbles before the beam. Then the beam carved a massive wound into the thick hull of the hour of the end. Everyone was stunned. Typhus let out a roar of fury and terror. Then at the edge of the system a fleet beyond anyone's imagination materialized silently. They were neither Imperial nor Chaos vessels. Their forms were ancient and alien, their hulls made of living metal gleaming with a ghostly green light in the void. The emergence of this fleet came without any warning. They did not tear through a subspace rift, nor did they pass through a Mandeville point. It was as if they appeared out of thin air, as though they had always been there. The Sotek dynasty, a fleet of space undead that had slumbered for millennia within the galaxy, has awakened. Their appearance momentarily stunned everyone on the battlefield. On the bridge of the Purity Blade, Grand Master Lokan gazed at the bizarre deathly green warships emanating an aura of mortality. For the first time his usually calm heart felt genuine shock. He had read about these Sotek aberrations in the oldest forbidden files of the Tribunal. They were a race so ancient it defied imagination, possessing technology beyond mortal comprehension, and were the nemesis of all life. The files described them in just 2 words: extinction. Who? Who is their target? A Grey Knight asked tremulously. No one could answer. The newly emerged fleet of space undead aligned all their weapons against the largest and most energetically reactive target on the battlefield, the flagship of the Death Wardens, the Twilight of the End. Green Gauss beams like the scythes of death disregarded distance and the laws of physics, instantly traversing the vast void to bombard the hull of the Twilight of the End with relentless precision. The hull of the rotting ship blessed by the filth was rendered as vulnerable as wood gnawed by termites before the Gauss weaponry. Chunks of armor were disintegrated into molecules, revealing the writhing grotesque flesh beneath.
Typhonus let out a thunderous roar of rage. He was incensed.
How dare these tin cans emerging from nowhere attack him? Attack the most favored apostle of the filth.
Return fire.
Blast those damned coffins into pieces.
He bellowed, giving the order.
All cannons of the Plague Fleet pivoted to target the mysterious fleet and began unleashing a torrent of fire.
However, a horrifying scene unfolded.
The plague shells capable of melting the ceramite armor of interstellar warriors were halted by an invisible energy field the moment they struck the space undead vessels. Even when a few shells breached the energy field and inflicted damage upon the living metal hulls, those wounds would slowly heal. Meanwhile, the counterattack from the space undead fleet grew increasingly ferocious. Their ships moved with a completely unorthodox method, violating the laws of physics, executing instantaneous maneuvers on the battlefield. One moment they were firing from a distance, and the next they suddenly appeared at the flank of a Death Warden cruiser using close-range particle whips to slice it into segments.
The entire battlefield descended into chaos.
The Death Warden fleet, once pursuing the Grey Knights, now became the hunted. Their pride in resilience and corrosive power seemed laughable before these ancient foes.
Everyone aboard the Purity Blade was left dumbfounded.
One moment they were preparing to face death, the next their enemies were being ground into the dirt by an even more terrifying force.
Grand Master Wee. Retreat, Loken ordered without hesitation.
Withdraw immediately from the battlefield and rendezvous with the fleet of Sage Kot. The battle here has exceeded our control. He understood well that these space undead were not allies, they were merely clearing out what they perceived as vermin. Once they dealt with the Death Wardens, their next target could very well be them. Purity Blade immediately powered up its engines and quietly withdrew from the battlefield, racing towards Jilax 6 while the two aberrant fleets clashed.
On the bridge of the Twilight of the End, Typhonus was seething with rage.
His fleet, the Plague Fleet he took pride in, was being slaughtered. The ships he had spent thousands of years corrupting and modifying were rendered as inferior toys before these eerie green monsters.
No. I will not allow this. Typhonus roared.
He could not accept such a failure. I will personally drag those tin cans out of their shells one by one. He seized a massive, ominously glowing sickle, the Reaper. Prepare for teleportation.
Target enemy flagship. He commanded the Withered Lord's Terminator squad beside him. Master the enemy's technology is strange, their energy field may interfere with teleportation.
Then use the jump torpedoes.
Clear a path for me.
Soon several massive modified jump torpedoes were launched from the firing tubes of the Twilight of the End, trailing green flames as they hurtled towards the largest command ship of the space undead fleet, resembling a pyramid. Most of the torpedoes were destroyed mid-flight by precise Gauss beams. However, one successfully broke through the fire net and slammed violently into the hull of the command ship. The violent explosion tore open a massive breach.
Now! Typhonus roared, the first to leap into the teleportation array. Next came his elite Terminator squad.
A flash of green light occurred and they vanished from the bridge. When Typhonus opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the cold metallic corridor of the space undead warship. The air was devoid of any noise, only an unsettling silence pervaded. The corridor walls were etched with intricate ever-flowing green patterns as if the entire ship were alive.
Come out! You cowards hiding in your metal shells! Typhonus shouted, brandishing his sickle.
As soon as he finished speaking, pairs of red glowing eyes lit up at the end of the corridor. Following that, rows of skeletal metal warriors armed with Gauss rifles emerged from the shadows, stepping with synchronized lifeless precision.
Space undead warriors! Kill them all! Typhonus screamed, the first to charge forward.
An extreme conflict representative of life and death, chaos and order erupted within the ancient warship. Meanwhile, in other parts of the Audilon system, this sudden upheaval triggered a chain reaction.
On Jilax 6, the endless army of demons suddenly fell into disarray. Some lower-tier demons even began attacking one another.
On the plains of Atira, the undead army led by the Death Wardens lost unified command and reverted to disarray. This unexpected change provided a precious moment of respite for the beleaguered Imperial forces. King Khafra of the Thousand Bones stood atop the walls of Kanazan, perplexedly watching the distant, once again chaotic undead. Sage Kot on the bridge of the Logical Truth observed the newly emerged eerily green fleet engaged in battle with the Death Wardens on the holographic screen. His logic-driven mind plunged into unprecedented confusion. A new, more powerful and even more unknown player had entered this already chaotic game. The fate of the Audilon system became all the more enigmatic.
Typhus and his Blightlord Terminators rampaged through the interior of the Necron vessel like bulldozers.
Each swing of the Reaper scythe cleaved several Necron warriors along with their Gauss rifles into two halves. Green energy arcs leaped across the narrow corridors, corroding the metal walls into smoking craters.
The Blightlords were even more unstoppable.
Their bulky Terminator armor could barely deflect a portion of the Gauss beams, but sustained fire left deepening scorch marks and molten pits on its surface. The plague spewers in their hands sprayed corrosive slime blessed by Nurgle everywhere the Necron warriors touched by it began to show signs of melting on their living metal bodies.
Ha ha ha. See that?
This is the gift of Grandfather Nurgle.
In the face of absolute decay, you cold iron shells are meaningless.
A Terminator laughed maniacally, punching through the chest of a Necron immortal with his power fist. However, the Necrons felt no fear, no pain, and did not retreat. A warrior cleaved in two still stared at the enemy with its crimson eye sockets, its upper body trying to crawl forward and attack. A warrior being melted still raised its weapon, firing a final Gauss energy bolt before completely liquefying into a pool of metal.
Damn it.
These things are endless, a Terminator roared, having just crushed a Necron's head underfoot. Even worse, the completely destroyed Necrons would dissolve into a green light, then vanish from the battlefield in a flash of energy, teleported back to their resurrection crypts.
Though this process took time given their vast numbers, the frontline forces seemed almost undiminished.
Meanwhile, more warriors teleported in from the shadows deeper in the corridor, filling the gaps left by the fallen. Then grind them to dust. Typhus roared, his psychic energy surging stronger. With his bellow, the destroyer hive on his back erupted. Tens of thousands of flies carrying the Nurgle plague swarmed out, forming a black storm that blotted out the sky. This living storm not only disrupted the Necron sensory systems with its buzzing and decaying aura, but any mechanical warrior approaching would be instantly engulfed, their armor rapidly corroded by acidic secretions and endless gnawing. The battle reached a stalemate. The Death Guard were powerful, but they were too few. The Necrons, relying on their bizarre teleportation repair technology and home field advantage, continuously drained the invaders' strength. After clearing the nearby mooks, Typhus realized this. He knew that if they continued to be bogged down in the corridors, they would eventually be worn down. We must find this ship's commander.
Or its power core. Typhus shouted into the communicator. Everyone follow me. Breach their defenses.
The Death Guard Blightlords instantly gathered behind their lord, forming an indestructible battering ram. As a single entity, they charged with steel-like ferocity along the channel with the strongest energy signature. Typhus led the charge, tearing apart any Necron in his path or letting them be consumed by the swarm of flies around him. Soon he led his forces into a massive circular hall. At its center floated a colossal sphere composed of countless green light rays.
Complex runes flowed across the sphere's surface.
All the energy in the hall originated from it.
Found it. Typhus let out a triumphant laugh.
He raised the Reaper, ready to strike the energy sphere a decisive blow. At that moment, an icy mechanical voice echoed directly in his mind.
Intruder. Your journey ends here.
Typhus spun around, seeing a tall figure emerge from the shadows at the far end of the hall. His form was much larger than an ordinary Necron, almost as tall as Typhus in Terminator armor. He was clad in ornate golden armor engraved with the sigils of the Sotek dynasty, wielding a massive staff known as the Scythe of Annihilation. Behind him floated two guards armed with Gauss cannons.
A Necron lord. Finally something worthy.
I thought you'd only send cannon fodder to die.
You organic beings are always filled with pointless pride and emotion. The Necron lord's voice remained icy.
Your chaos has polluted our galaxy. According to the code of the Infinite Empire, you will be completely eradicated.
Eradicate me. Ha ha ha. Typhus laughed as if hearing the funniest joke.
With you. Without further words, he swung the Reaper and charged at the Necron Lord. The Necron Lord raised the Scythe of Annihilation, its tip glowing with a blinding green light. A thick beam of energy shot forth, striking Typhus mid-charge. Typhus felt an irresistible force, his massive body abruptly halted. His vaunted Terminator armor screamed in agony under the beam, its disintegration far exceeding the damage of ordinary Gauss weapons, and even Nurgle's blessings could not instantly restore it.
What? Typhus couldn't believe it. He roared, pushing his Nurgle psychic energy to the limit.
A green shield of plague and decay formed before him, barely blocking the annihilation beam. Some skill, Typhus growled through clenched teeth. He abandoned the charge, planted the scythe on the ground, and began chanting a vile curse.
Answer my call. Children of Nurgle. Bring a grand plague for your father.
As he chanted, the metal floor beneath him grew soft and rotten. Bloated plague toads covered in pustules emerged from the decaying floor, croaking as they hopped toward the Necron Lord. The two guards behind the Necron Lord opened fire, immediately Gauss beams bursting the plague toads. But the corrosive liquid splashed from the explosions left deep pits in the ground. Taking advantage of this, Typhus flickered like a ghost to the side of the Necron Lord.
Die. The Reaper in his hand carrying a force that could tear space itself slashed viciously at the Necron Lord's neck. Yet the Necron Lord's reaction was faster than imagined. Without even turning, he merely shifted his body at an impossible angle, dodging the fatal blow.
Simultaneously, the Scythe of Annihilation used like a spear thrust backward into Typhus' abdomen. Typhus was shocked. He tried to bring the scythe back to parry, but it was too late. With a wet thud, the tip of the Scythe of Annihilation pierced his armor and sank into his body.
An icy decomposing energy exploded within him. Ugh! Typhus screamed in agony.
He felt his internals, if he could feel them, being disintegrated. He kicked the Necron Lord hard in the chest, using the recoil to pull himself off the scythe.
A horrific gaping hole appeared in his abdomen. Green blood and rotting organs spilled out.
For any other space marine, such a wound would be instantly fatal. But Typhus was Nurgle's favored. The flesh around the wound began to writhe madly. Fat maggots emerged from it, rapidly filling the injury.
Within seconds, the deadly wound healed. I am immortal.
Typhus panted, staring at the enemy before him. Immortality is but a relative concept. The Necron Lord's voice betrayed a hint of something akin to curiosity for the first time.
Your life form is intriguing.
I will bring your sample back to the dynasty for thorough study. As he spoke, his figure vanished from the spot. The next instant he appeared behind Typhus, the Scythe of Annihilation thrusting again. Typhus, prepared, spun around and blocked the strike with the Reaper's haft. The two divine weapons clashed with a deafening thunderclap. A powerful shockwave of energy radiated from the pair, causing the entire hall's walls to tremble with a resonant hum. Typhus, the harbinger of death who had roamed the galaxy for 10 millennia, found himself in a desperate struggle. While Ty thinks he was locked in a desperate struggle against the Overlord aboard the Necron flagship on the surface of Attila, another eerie battle had reached its crescendo. The unit of 7 Death Guard and cultists had suffered casualties under the harassing Hitandran tactics of the Audilon cavalry, yet they gradually drew closer to the city.
Yet the greater threat came from the wrecked, derelict vessel.
After Typhonus' fleet was entangled by the Necrons, this monster, which had drifted through the Imperium for eons and been utterly corrupted by Nurgle's power, began to reveal its true nature.
It was no longer a mere zombie transport ship. Its wreckage, like a giant pulsating heart, began to spew pure chaos energy outward.
The surrounding land rapidly became blighted.
Foul-smelling verdant plants erupted from the parched earth, forming a small garden.
What emerged from this garden were no longer sluggish zombies.
They were true demons.
Swarms of Nurglings spread across the steppe like a green carpet. Wherever they passed, all vegetation instantly withered, and every living thing was infected by the virulent toxins they carried, dissolving into a pool of pus in agony. Winged plague drones circled overhead, their buzzing enough to drive even the most stalwart warrior mad. The corrosive fluid they spat could easily melt rock. More terrifying still, at the center of that garden, a colossal figure was slowly taking shape. It was composed of countless rotting corpses, twisted plants, and foul slime, its body like a small hill with a drooling maw on its belly. It carried no weapon, but each step left a venomous bog in its wake.
A great unclean one.
Cafula, the Bone King of 1,000 skeletons, standing on the walls of Canazon, watched the expanding green cloud of death in the distance, and the colossal demon true despair etched itself onto his face.
He knew his city was doomed.
Mortal armies could never stand against such a monster. Yet just as he prepared to order the evacuation of the elderly women and children through the east gate and to lead his last warriors in a death-defying stand, the sky suddenly darkened. It was not clouds obscuring the sun. Countless metallic locust-like craft blotted out the heavens. Crescent-shaped, with ghostly green lights shimmering on their hulls, they descended from the sky in a formation so precise it was suffocating.
The Necron aerial forces had arrived.
"What is that?"
"Imperial reinforcements,"
asked a soldier, staring at the unfamiliar craft in confusion.
"No, not at all." Cafula shook his head.
The chilling, lifeless aura radiating from these new arrivals stirred a primal fear within him. The Necron Air Force paid no heed to the mortals standing ready on Canazon's walls. Their target was singular, the ever-expanding Nurgle Garden and the Great Unclean One.
Countless doomsides like stooping falcons swooped down upon the demon horde below. The Gauss cannons under their wings spat dense beams of death.
The Nurgle demons that seemed invincible to mortal eyes were utterly fragile before Gauss weaponry. Swaths of Nurglings were disintegrated into molecules under the sweeping beams. Plague drones were struck with precision in midair, erupting into green fireworks. A swift, merciless slaughter unfolded across the steppe. The Great Unclean One, clearly enraged by these sudden flies, let out a deafening roar, opened its gaping maw, and spewed a colossal torrent of plague and curses toward the sky.
Yet the Necron craft, with uncanny agility, easily evaded the attack.
Then more fighters converged from all directions, unleashing a concentrated barrage upon the Great Unclean One. Gauss beams like green rain fell densely upon the bloated form of the Great Unclean One.
Its body, composed of pure chaos energy and Nurgles, possessed high resistance to physical attacks.
But Gauss weapons did not attack on the material plane, they directly disassembled the fundamental particles of matter. Amidst agonized roars, huge unhealing voids began to appear on the great unclean one's body. It flailed its arms furiously trying to swat the annoying flyers, but each time they dodged with nimble grace. At that moment more things descended from the Necron mothership. These were enormous spider-like war machines known as Triarch Stalkers. Upon their backs they carried massive doomsday arc cannons. Upon landing, these war machines immediately deployed, training their cannons on the besieged Great Unclean One. 3 energy beams far thicker than any before shot forth, simultaneously striking the same target with pinpoint accuracy. This time the Great Unclean One had no time even to scream. Its entire body under the illumination of those 3 beams rapidly melted and disintegrated like snow under sunlight. In the end only a roar of bitter resentment and spite echoed across the Imperium, and then it was gone completely. After annihilating the demons, the metallic constructs turned their cold green glowing eyes toward Kanazan. Cafula's heart sank like a stone. He understood. These things had not come to save them. They were merely purging the unstable elements from this planet. Whether chaos demons or living humans, in their eyes all were subjects to be cleansed. Prepare for battle. Cafula drew his scimitar, his voice hoarse with despair. No sooner had they seen off a pack of wolves than a pride of tigers arrived. The fate of Attila seemed doomed from the very beginning. Yet just as the Necron ground forces were finishing off the remaining Nurgle demons at the edge of the star system and the severely chaos-corrupted warp rod, a massive fleet finally burst through the last obstacles and translated into real space. Leading the fleet was a battlecruiser, scarred but still majestic. On its prow was carved an unyielding blade. Salahar's expeditionary force had arrived. Report. We have successfully exited the hyperspace. Coordinates confirmed Audilon star system. Captain John's voice, tinged with fatigue yet brimming with excitement, resonated from the bridge of the unyielding blade. Navigating through the region of hyperspace composed of pus and despair for over 100 standard tera-hours was a grueling trial for every member of the fleet. Every flicker of the Geller field caused hearts to leap to throats. The scholars and priests nearly exhausted all their spiritual energy and faith to barely maintain the psychic barrier, resisting the unceasing whispers and temptations from the hyperspace. Salahar stood in the center of the bridge, his Terminator armor still retaining a trace of the atmosphere from hyperspace. He did not speak, merely gazing at the holographic star map with a furrowed brow. On the star map, the blue light points representing the Imperial forces were nearly depleted, while the red representing chaos and the green indicating the unknown were almost ubiquitous throughout the entire star system. The entire Audilon star system had turned into a bloody melee slaughterhouse. What's happening here? The distress signals we received mentioned only the Death Wardens, didn't they? What are those green signals? They are xenomorphs. A kind we have never encountered before. The voice of Tsukigami's curator Torsaka echoed nearby, his face pale, clearly having expended too much during the recent hyperspace journey. I can sense the cold lifeless aura emanating from them, akin to that of a grave. They hate life even more than chaos. Space Necrons. A mechanical synthesized voice came from the communicator near. It was the Grand Sage Calfiros from the logical endpoint. According to the oldest records in my database, these are the mechanical undead of the Satka dynasty, which has been dormant for tens of millions of years. Theoretically they should not appear here. Calfiros's voice carried a hint of excitement. Perfect killing machines. I must obtain their data. Now is not the time for research, Grand Sage. We must immediately decide our next course of action. Should we go to assist the Hive City on Hannibal or head to the Forge world of Jilax 6? Just as the debate raged on, an unexpected communication request suddenly came through. The signal originated from the Purity Blade. This is Grandmaster Anvil Loken of the Grey Knights. Unidentified Imperial fleet, please identify yourselves. The bridge instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to Salahar. The composition of their fleet was too complex, containing Pardon Angels Mechanicus and a large contingent of mortal auxiliary troops. Salahar remained silent for a moment, stepped forward and pressed the communication button. This is the unyielding blade Astra Salahar. We are the support fleet from the 1st Legion, Dark Angels dispatched at the request of Chapter Master Dante to assist the expeditionary forces in the Audilon star system. He directly invoked Dante's name. On the other end of the communication there was a long silence. Clearly the immense weight of the name Dante even shocked Grandmaster Loken. I need to verify your identity. Loken eventually spoke. I have Grand Sage Kot from Deimos on board who can verify our identity. A voice suddenly interjected. The others then realized that there was also a signal from the Mechanicus on the Grey Knight's communication channel. Grand Sage Kot. Calfiros immediately recognized the other party. I am Calfiros. I never expected to see you here. Calfiros. You, the tech heretic wanted by Mars, how did you end up in this fleet? Kot's voice was filled with caution.
It's a long story. But for now we are allies, Calfiros succinctly stated. After a complicated intense identity verification, the remaining Imperial forces in the Odilon star system finally made contact with this powerful fresh force. They quickly exchanged intelligence. When Salahar learned of the Demon Gate on Gilax 6 and the space necrons of Attila, his expression turned gravely serious. The situation was 100 times worse than he had imagined. We must take action immediately. Salahar looked at the chaotic star map and made a decision. Captain John Colonel, hope you will lead the auxiliary troops and most of the naval vessels with me to Hannibal, assisting the planetary defense forces there to stabilize the defense line of the Hive City.
Yes, Commander. Grand Sage Calfiros, your fleet will cooperate with Grand Sage Kot's Deimos fleet and the Grey Knight's Purity Blade and head to Gilax 6 immediately. Your objective is to destroy the Demon Gate. I do not care what methods you use, it must be closed in the shortest time possible.
That suits me perfectly. A gleam flashed in Calfiros' mechanical eye. I can't wait to witness the structure of the higher demons. Grandmaster Loken, please temporarily set aside your prejudice against tech heresy. Right now we need Calfiros' strength. The silence on the other end of the communication lingered. After a moment he slowly spoke. Fine. But only for this operation. Then Commander. Raven couldn't help but ask, what about Attila? The main forces of Typhons and the Space Necrons are there. Are we to abandon that place? All eyes were focused on Salahar, awaiting his response. Salahar's gaze fell upon the planet on the star map representing Attila, surrounded by green light points. However, his expression was not one of worry but rather a profound hunter-like scrutiny. No, we will not concern ourselves with it. What? This answer left everyone shocked. But Commander, that is the center of the battlefield. Precisely because it is the center we cannot easily step in. Salahar interrupted them. The Space Necrons and the Death Wardens are currently locked in a fierce struggle, providing us with a perfect opportunity. What kind of opportunity? An opportunity to watch the tigers fight while we sit on the mountain. The more fiercely Typhons and those cold mechanical monsters clash, the more they deplete each other, which is more beneficial for us. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Alright, the main battle fleet will set off with me to Hannibal to secure the flank. Meanwhile, dispatch a reconnaissance fleet to closely monitor the situation at Attila. I need to know when those two beasts will fight until both are severely injured. Only then will be our moment to step in and clean up the aftermath. The cold mechanical synthetic voice of the Space Undead Lord echoed in Typhus' mind like a chilling wind in a tomb. Your lifeform is quite intriguing. I will conduct an in-depth study of your sample. Before the words faded, his figure vanished from the spot. The instinct honed through millennia of combat allowed Typhus to act without thought as the enormous Reaper war scythe was swung back in a perfect arc, the scythe handle smashing into the void. Clang! A deafening sound erupted as the annihilation staff collided solidly with the handle of the war scythe. A powerful shockwave centered around the two men rapidly spread outward, causing the walls of the massive circular hall to vibrate with countless green runes flashing chaotically on the walls. Typhus felt an overwhelming force emanating from the scythe handle. His massive frame-clad in Terminator armor was pushed back repeatedly, each step leaving deep imprints on the hard metal floor. Damn it, how can this thing have such power? Typhus cursed in his heart, his arm muscles bulging as the power of the Nego blessing surged violently, resisting that bizarre energy that could disintegrate everything. He stared intently at the mechanical monster before him, its electronic eyes glowing red, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only cold absolute logic. Your resistance is meaningless, chaotic organism, the Space Undead Lord's voice rang out again. Submitting to order is your only destiny. Go to hell with your order. Typhus roared. The withered Terminators behind him finally recovered from the earlier shock and, seeing their master in a hard fight, rushed forward like mad. Feel the decay of a father. A Terminator's plague sprayer let out a roar, spewing a large amount of bubbling thick green slime toward the Space Undead Lord. Another Terminator swung a massive power gauntlet, smashing towards the opponent's head from the side. However, the Space Undead Lord's figure blurred again, performing a short-distance teleportation that transcended physical laws, easily dodging the double assault from the two Terminators. He appeared behind a withered Terminator, the annihilation staff transforming into a green flash of lightning, instantly piercing through the thick armor. The withered Terminator barely had time to emit a complete scream. His body, blessed by Negu, rapidly disintegrated and vaporized from the energy of the annihilation staff as if thrown into strong acid. In just 2 seconds, the massive Terminator armor had turned into a hollow shell, crashing to the ground, leaving only a pool of smoking metal liquid. Damn it! Another Terminator let out an angry roar. At that moment of distraction, the two guards behind the Space Undead Lord seized the opportunity. Two precise Gauss beams shot out, instantly hitting the helmet of this Terminator. The ceramic steel helmet rapidly peeled away under the disintegration beam, revealing a decayed, distorted face below, and soon the entire head was consumed by the flow of energy. A bunch of useless trash.
Typhus seethed with rage, but he knew deep down that his loyal subordinates after 10,000 years were not useless. It was just that this ironkin was too strong. This bizarre teleportation ability and deadly weapons seemed tailor-made to counter heavy armored warriors like them.
We can't afford to drag this out any longer.
A glint of determination flashed in Typhus' eyes. He glanced at the enormous energy ball in the center of the hall and then at the space undead lord blocking his path.
He knew he had only one chance. Hear my command, charge. Typhus issued his final order over the communication channel.
The remaining withered Terminators did not hesitate at all. They abandoned their fight with the space undead lord and roared, pouring all their energy into their leg armor, charging forward like a herd of rampaging rhinoceroses, bypassing Typhus and heading straight for the energy core in the center of the hall. Foolish, the space undead lord coldly evaluated.
He raised the annihilation staff, preparing to take down these charging Terminators one by one.
But this was exactly the opportunity Typhus wanted.
In the instant all the withered Terminators charged out, Typhus moved too.
But he did not go forward, he went backward. His massive body crashed against the metal wall behind him, creating a huge dent in the solid structure. Using this recoil, he hurled the Reaper Warscythe like a javelin, using all his strength to throw it out. The Warscythe traced a green arc in the air, suffused with a deathly aura, its target not the space undead lord but the dome above him, filled with complex energy conduits. The space undead lord immediately sensed Typhus' intention, but it was too late for him to stop it. He could teleport in an instant and easily kill those Terminators, but he could not simultaneously intercept Typhus' full-force strike.
Boom! The Reaper Warscythe accurately struck the energy node of the dome.
A violent explosion erupted.
Countless energy conduits instantly ruptured and wild unprocessed energy poured down like a flood.
The entire circular hall, along with all surrounding chambers, was instantly engulfed by this torrent of energy. The withered Terminators rushing towards the energy core did not even have time to scream before being vaporized along with their armor. The space undead lord, however, managed to open a green energy shield in front of him with the annihilation staff at the moment of the explosion, barely withstanding the first wave of impact. But in his eyes the flickering red light trembled violently for the first time. He saw that damned organic being, the Lord of the Death Guardians, actually laughing maniacally, actively charging towards him amidst the shockwave of the explosion. In the raging energy storm, his indestructible Terminator armor began to shatter bit by bit as his skin and flesh were burned and disintegrated by the energy. But he did not care. The remaining will within him drove this broken body to crash violently into the energy shield of the space undead lord. Crack! The energy shield shattered in response. Typhus' hand, now only charred flesh and blood, tightly grasped the armor of the space undead lord. With his last ounce of strength he poured all the filthiest and most malicious plague spiritual energy belonging to Negu into the opponent's body. Die!
Typhus let out his final roar.
The body of the space undead lord trembled violently.
For the first time the living metal within him experienced the concepts of decay and entropy.
The green energy began to grow murky and spots of rust appeared on the armor. Outside this enormous pyramid warship, this suicidal attack occurring in the core power room triggered a chain reaction. The entire warship's energy supply was instantly cut off and all the green lights on the hull extinguished. Following that, a series of self-explosions ripped through the ship from the inside, leaving a gaping hole several kilometers long on the hull. Typhus' broken body, along with the remains of the space undead lord, was thrown into the cold void. With the destruction of the command ship, the cold and efficient Sotok dynasty fleet in space suddenly fell into a brief halt. Then, as if receiving a unified command, all the warship's engines ignited simultaneously, beginning an orderly retreat from the battlefield, disappearing into the depths of the universe. On the surface of Attila, the space undead forces besieging the city of Kanasang underwent the same change. Those destroyer fighters and the three holy apostles, after precisely eliminating the last visible batch of Negu demons, transformed into beams of green light soaring skyward, disappearing from the King of Bones. Khafra on the city wall stared blankly at all of this.
The enemy just left like that.
On the bridge of the ship, the moment of doom.
Typhon was urgently transported back, lying on a specialized medical platform.
Although the gaping wound in his abdomen caused by the annihilation staff no longer oozed rotting entrails, its edges were covered with an unshakable greenish glow, preventing the restoration of the divine power. The energy of the living metal was engaged in a silent tug-of-war with the regenerative power of the plague.
The Lord.
He.
Shut up.
A withered Lord Terminator, the only survivor of this jump operation besides Typhon, roared with a hoarse voice, "The Lord is immortal. The blessing of the divine power is with him."
However, looking at Typhon's unprecedented severe injuries, he felt uncertain.
A commander of the Death Guard, Galer, who previously commanded troops on the surface of Attila as a chaotic interstellar warrior, was now standing in the center of the bridge through a holographic projection.
His complexion was terrifyingly gloomy.
The fleet has suffered over 60% losses. The structure of the moment of doom is severely damaged, and most critically the Lord.
Galer glanced at Typhon on the medical platform and did not continue. We must retreat. Another captain stated through communication the Lord needs time to recover. We must safely bring him back to the plague star. That's the most important thing. Retreat. After we have paid such a heavy price, are we just going to flee? Attila is right beneath our feet. The newly arrived Imperial fleet hasn't even steadied itself yet. This is our best opportunity. Opportunity. Gaylor, are you crazy? The captain retorted, our main fleet has been nearly destroyed. Charging in now is just a death wish. Without the Lord, how can we fight against a complete Imperial expeditionary force? Coward. We should continue spreading the gifts of the Father. Turn this star system into a garden of divine power. My primary duty is to ensure the Lord's safety. The quarrel escalated and the once unified plague fleet rapidly split into two factions after Typhon fell severely injured and unconscious. One faction advocated escorting Typhon for immediate withdrawal to conserve strength. The other faction insisted on continuing the attack to conquer the Attilan star system. In the end, no one could convince anyone else. A few cruisers and frigates of the escort faction surrounding the flagship The Moment of Doom slowly withdrew from the battlefield, activating their engines towards the edge of subspace. Meanwhile, the hardliners led by Gaylor regrouped the remaining warships in orbit around Attila like a wounded, more ferocious beast licking its wounds while glaring fiercely at the interior of the star system. All of this was observed by an Imperial reconnaissance ship far at the edge of the star system. On the bridge of the unyielding blade, the massive holographic star map showed the red dots representing the Death Guard fleet splitting into two groups, one moving away while the other remained near Attila. They have split. Raven gazed at the star map, his tone carrying a hint of excitement and murderous intent. Boss, this is a good opportunity. Typhon has fled and what remains is just a rabble. If we charge in now, we can wipe them all out. He tightened his grip on the explosive pistol at his waist. Salahar did not respond immediately. Dressed in the ancient black unyielding Terminator armor, he stood quietly in front of the star map, his golden eyes betraying no emotions. He had seen this opportunity, but he perceived much more. Tosaka, what do you sense? The chief of the think tank, Tosaka, who had been standing behind him with closed eyes, slowly opened them. Death. And order. Tosaka's voice was somewhat weak. The main fleet of those aliens has indeed retreated, but they haven't gone far. At the edge of the star system in the shadows of the asteroid belt, I can feel their gaze. Cold, devoid of emotion, like a scholar observing experimental subjects. Observation. Raven frowned. What do you mean? What are they waiting for? I don't know. Tosaka shook his head, but that feeling makes me very uneasy. Their technology and way of thinking are beyond our comprehension. Recklessly pursuing the remnants of the Death Guard could very well lead us into their sphere of influence, or worse, become their new experimental subjects. Salahar nodded. Tosaka's psychic intuition confirmed his own suspicions. These space undead were more unpredictable and dangerous than chaos. I cannot gamble the entire fleet on an unknown possibility pursuing the main force of the Death Guard. We do not have enough strength. So what should we do? Just watch. Raven felt somewhat unwilling. No. Salahar extended his hand, marking two targets on the holographic star map. We have more important matters to attend to. Hanaba, the Nest World, Jilax 6, the Forge World. These two worlds are the heart and armory of the Empire in this star region. They have endured too much suffering before our arrival. Now it is time to reclaim them. He paused and looked at Raven. The reconnaissance fleet continues to monitor Attila's movements. Do not engage, maintain distance. The main fleet full speed ahead to Hanaba. I do not wish to hear any more news of that world falling. Yes, my lord. Although Raven felt reluctant, he absolutely obeyed Salahar's orders. At this moment, the battle for Hanaba had entered its most brutal phase. On the outskirts of the ruins of West Nest World, the auxiliary forces commanded by Colonel Hope were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the remnants of the Death Guard. Second Company. Left flank. The heavy bombardment position over there has gone silent. Push forward. Colonel Hope stood on the command tower of a Lehman Russ tank using binoculars to observe the battlefield, his voice hoarse from prolonged shouting. Explosions and smoke filled the air. Imperial tanks and the chaotic demonic engines plague crawlers exchanged artillery fire amidst the rubble. A Chimera transport vehicle was struck by a plague mortar, instantly turning into a burning mass of iron oozing green slime, with the soldiers inside unable to even scream. The soldiers of the auxiliary forces took cover behind the ruins, desperately blocking the charge of the cultists and plague zombies with their Centurion laser rifles and heavy weapons. But the most troublesome were the enemy's armored units. Colonel. 3 o'clock. It's that monster. A tank commander shouted in terror over the comms. Hope immediately adjusted the binoculars. Behind a collapsed building, a huge twisted figure slowly emerged. It was a chaos knight, but it looked utterly miserable.
This was the Chaos Knight that had been severely damaged by the Charu's family in the desert. Half of its body was blown apart, one leg replaced with a crude makeshift limb made of multiple metal rods limping as it walked. Its weapon was reduced to just one meltagun. Yet even so it remained the most terrifying harbinger of death on the battlefield. All tanks, focus fire on that target. Don't let it get close. Colonel Hope shouted. The turrets of several Lehman Russ tanks immediately turned and the battle cannons roared. The shells accurately struck the Chaos Knight, exploding into fiery bursts against its damaged armor. However, the knight merely swayed and continued its staggering advance. It raised its remaining meltagun and a blinding energy beam shot out. Boom! The front armor of a Lehman Russ tank beside Colonel Hope was instantly melted through. The high-temperature energy exploded inside the tank, turning it into a massive iron coffin. Damn it! Colonel Hope slammed a fist against the edge of the command tower. Conventional weapons were too limited in their effectiveness against it. The heavily wounded Chaos Knight advanced step by step like an unyielding steel zombie, systematically destroying the Imperial tanks with its meltagun. The defensive line was on the verge of collapse at any moment. Colonel Hope grabbed the communicator and connected to the flagship's channel, his voice tinged with determination. Unyielding blade, this is Colonel Hope. My unit is encountering heavy armored units, resistance, requesting tactical support. Repeat, requesting tactical support. Inside the cockpit of the Thunder Eagle gunship, the violent turbulence forced everyone to grip tightly onto the nearest fixtures. Red lights flickered within the cabin, while outside the sounds of anti-aircraft explosions and the thudding of metal shells being hit echoed. We are entering the target area. Prepare for aerial drop. The pilot's voice came through the built-in communicator. Levin checked his powered armor, finding that both his explosive blaster and plasma gun at his waist were fully charged. He glanced at the four brothers beside him, all clad in black armor, silently awaiting the impending battle. The boss order is to take down that tin can at all costs. Levin's voice rang out over the tactical channel. The coordinates for the orbital strike are locked, but we need to provide a clear window for the gunners of the unyielding blade. Our mission is to create that window. Understood. Colonel Hope and his mortal brothers are barely holding on. We need to make this quick. Levin added. Through the observation window on the side of the gunship he could see the hellish scene unfolding on the ground. A gap had been torn in the Empire's defense line, and the stumbling Chaos Knight was like a wolf among sheep, mercilessly slaughtering the Empire's armored forces. The hatch is about to open. With a screech of hydraulics, the rear hatch of the Thunder Eagle gunship swung down violently. A torrent of turbulent air and deafening battlefield noise rushed in. For the Lion. For the Emperor. Levin roared as he was the first to leap out of the cockpit. He plummeted to the ground like a meteor, igniting the thrusters at just the right moment to cushion the massive impact. Boom! Levin landed heavily on the roof of a collapsed building, the concrete beneath him cracking instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, his explosive blaster began to roar. The dense barrage of explosive rounds whipped through the air like a steel whip, mercilessly striking a group of charging plague zombies, tearing them apart. The other four warriors followed closely behind, landing around Levin and quickly forming a defensive formation. Target in sight. About 800 meters ahead, the damaged Chaos Knight had just destroyed another Chimera with its melt cannon. It seemed to sense a new threat as its massive mechanical head slowly turned toward them. It sees us. Open fire. Suppress it. Levin shouted. The 5 Space Marines fired simultaneously. The explosive blasters unleashed tongues of death while the plasma guns shot out balls of scorching blue energy. Countless attacks pounded against the Chaos Knight. The explosives detonated on its armor, creating a shower of sparks, but with little effect. The plasma energy balls melted fist-sized craters into its body, smoking, but it was still far from fatal for its massive frame. The Chaos Knight let out a piercing roar akin to metal scraping. It abandoned its assault on the mortal tanks, directing its soul melt cannon at Levin and his team. Scatter! Levin bellowed. The 5 of them activated their thrusters, leaping away in different directions. Just as they vacated their positions, a devastating beam of molten energy shot forth, vaporizing the rooftop they had just abandoned and leaving behind a massive pit with lava flowing at the edges. This guy's reaction speed is impressive. Levin steadied himself amidst the ruins, cursing inwardly. Going Hedon wasn't a solution, even though their firepower was formidable. Destroying a knight was still far too difficult. Brothers, execute Plan B. Levin ordered. I will draw its attention. You 2 flank from the left and the other 2 from the right. Look for an opportunity to attack its leg joints. Even if we can't break it, we need to make it stop. Understood. Levin took a deep breath and burst forth from his cover, unleashing his plasma gun at maximum power. Balls of energy even brighter than before screamed toward the head of the Chaos Knight. This was pure provocation. The Chaos Knight was indeed enraged. It advanced with its crude jointed legs, making a loud clanking noise as it charged at Levin.
Come on. You pile of scrap metal. Levin shouted, retreating while continuously firing his explosive blaster, pouring ammunition into the front of the Chaos Knight.
Meanwhile, the other four silently maneuvered around to the side and rear of the Chaos Knight.
Target joints locked. Fire. Four plasma beams from two different directions accurately struck the knee joints of the Chaos Knight's intact mechanical leg.
Blinding blue light erupted and the high-temperature energy instantly melted through the thick armor, even burning through the internal drive structure. The Chaos Knight let out a cry of agony as the leg supporting most of its weight buckled. The massive body lost its balance, crashing heavily to one side and stirring up clouds of dust.
Well done. Levin praised over the Calm's unyielding blade. Target secured. You may fire.
Just as he finished speaking, a faint beam of light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flickered in the sky. Then a colossal spear of light brighter than the sun tore through the murky sky of Hannibal, descending with the force of thunder.
It was the deadly strike from the weapons of the unyielding blade, the Apocalypse-class bombing array. Orbital bombardment. The fallen Chaos Knight seemed to sense the arrival of its doom, futilely raising its melt cannon to attempt to shoot into the sky.
But it was all too late. The spear of light silently pierced its massive body, entering through its chest and pinning it firmly to the ground. There was no violent explosion, only a haunting process of disintegration. At the point where the spear struck, the body of the Chaos Knight, made of steel and demon flesh, began to rapidly disintegrate and vaporize inch by inch until it vanished. On the ground, only a circular pit over 50 meters in diameter, deep and smooth as a mirror, remained.
An eerie silence fell over the battlefield.
All the Imperial soldiers and Chaos cultists engaged in battle paused, staring dumbfounded at the scene of utter destruction.
The enemy's knight
has vanished. A soldier of the auxiliary army stammered.
It is the Emperor's wrath. Another soldier shouted fervently. Reinforcements.
It's the Space Marines.
Our reinforcements have arrived. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted from the Imperial ranks. Colonel Hope lowered his binoculars, letting out a long breath.
He looked at the 5 black figures emerging from the ruins, resembling gods, filled with awe.
All units counterattack across the board. Drive those chaotic scum out of Hannibal.
With his command, the engines of the Empire's tanks roared back to life and the infantry shouted, following the tanks to launch a tidal wave of counteroffensive against the already demoralized enemy. At that moment, the fate of Hannibal was irrevocably altered.
Gilax 6, once known as the Heart of Omnimesia, has now transformed into a veritable hell of demons.
A massive twisted fissure hovers in the center of the crater, continuously spewing forth the tainted energies of the subspace and an endless tide of demons. The lustful sorceresses danced with elegant yet deadly steps, the bloodthirsty marauders howled as they sought skulls, the whimsical pink-haired fearmonger cackled while unleashing unpredictable magic, and the pestilent harbingers of decay spread repugnant diseases. The Imperial Coalition's defense line was pushed to its limits right in front of the Demon Gate. The protective forces of the Damas Expedition Fleet, the surviving mind control corps of Gilax 6 and the Grey Knights led by Grandmaster Loken, formed a bulwark of steel and faith, struggling to withstand the demonic onslaught. The right flank needs support. A horde of marauders has breached Skitalis' defenses. The psionic suppressors are overloaded.
Grand Sage, we need more energy. Purifying fire. The purifying fire is ineffective against those lustful bastards. They're too fast.
The communication channel was in chaos. The Grey Knights were the backbone of the resistance against the demons. They wielded the vengeful goddess's psionic weapons, reciting sacred prayers, each strike capable of erasing a demon completely from the material universe. Grandmaster Loken was like the eye of a storm, each swing of his titan sword cleaving a path through the corpses of demons. But the sheer number of demons was overwhelming.
Just as the defense line teetered on the brink, a new force entered the battlefield.
Dozens of uniquely shaped mechanical ecclesiastic ships brimming with various probes and appendages broke through the atmosphere and descended directly into the rear of the battlefield. As the hatches opened out stepped not ordinary protectors but a battalion of ominous mechanical ecclesiastical troops. Leading them was a massive creature stitched together from countless mechanical parts, containing only a tiny human head preserved in the center of its body. It was none other than the Grand Sage of the Dark Mechanicus, Kelferus. Data confirmed subspace fissure energy level extremely high. Threat assessment annihilation level. Kelferos's multiple speakers resonated simultaneously, emitting an emotionless synthetic voice meets purification standards. He ignored the astonished gazes of the Imperial commanders and walked straight to Grandmaster Loken and Grand Sage Kote.
Grandmaster Loken, Grand Sage Kote.
Kelferos gave a slight nod as a greeting. Captain Sarahal sent me to assist you. According to my calculations, the success rate of conventional sealing rituals or saturation attacks is below 17.4.
We need a more efficient solution.
What do you suggest? Grandmaster Loken had no fondness for this being radiating the aura of technological heresy, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Reversal. Kel'Theros replied succinctly. Reversal.
Grand Sage Kote asked in confusion.
Yes, reversal.
A mechanical arm of Kel'Theros extended, projecting a complex energy model in the air.
This demon gate is essentially a one-way energy conduit directing subspace energy into the material universe. My plan is to use the singularity generator I brought to create a backwards higher energy singularity at the center of the fissure.
It won't close the fissure, instead it will forcibly and irreversibly expand it. What? Expand it? Grand Sage Kote gasped. Are you out of your mind? That will let in even more demons. Logical error. Kel'Theros coldly corrected. What happens when the pull far exceeds the push?
It won't flood in but rather be drawn out. My singularity generator will instantaneously siphon all the subspace energy within this crater along with its attached manifestations, namely these demons, back into subspace.
In simple terms, it's a large-scale toilet flush effect. Grandmaster Loken and Grand Sage Kote were left speechless. This theory was too insane, too heretical.
Forcibly expanding the subspace fissure was playing with fire.
This is too dangerous. What if there's a calculation error? My calculations never fail. Kel'Theros interrupted Grand Sage Kote. I need your cooperation.
Grey Knights, use your psionic energy to establish a temporary reality stabilization field around the singularity generator, ensuring it is not disturbed by subspace energy before activation. Kote's forces concentrate all firepower to clear a path to the center of the crater for me.
My protectors will escort the equipment forward.
A frenzied counterattack commenced. On the other side, in the punitive world of Agres, a distinctly different purification was unfolding. The black-painted Mechanicus fleet loomed over the grey planet like a dark cloud. The ships of the Alpha Legion had long fled, leaving only the instigated rebel prisoners on the planet as the instructions left by Kel'Theros were mercilessly executed.
Without warning, without surrender offers. Orbital bombardment commenced.
Thousands of light spears rained down, plowing across the planet's surface again and again. The prisoners who had just thought they had gained freedom and were fighting each other for scraps of food didn't even have time to look up at the sky before being vaporized in an instant. Their riots, their ecstasy, their hatred all seemed so insignificant in the face of absolute power.
The bombardment lasted an entire standard day.
When the cannon fire ceased, the surface of Agres was devoid of any intact structures. Only charred wastelands turned to glass and massive craters remained.
But it wasn't over yet.
Countless drop pods like a heavy rain smashed down onto this silent land. As the hatches opened out, emerged rows of silent ecclesiastical robots and Scutali scouts, their eyes glowing ominously red. They had only one command: eliminate all signs of life. They combed the planet from one end to the other like a comb. Any creature that survived the orbital bombardment, whether hiding in underground bunkers or the fortunate mutated beasts, would be mercilessly torn to pieces by the gunfire upon discovery.
A Scutali's Alpha led his team into a half-destroyed underground mine. Thermal imaging showed a few faint life signals deep within the mine.
They held their arc rifles, advancing cautiously. At the end of the mine they found several survivors. These were prisoners huddled together in fear and hunger, and upon seeing the ecclesiastical troops, despair washed over their faces.
Please. We surrender. We just want to live, an older-looking prisoner pleaded, trembling as he knelt on the ground. The Scutali's Alpha did not respond.
He simply raised his arc rifle. In the doctrine of the Mechanicus there was no term for surrender among those who betrayed the Emperor and consorted with chaos.
Only purification.
A blue-white arc flashed and silence returned to the mine.
Area cleared. No high-value targets detected. Continue advancing. The Alpha reported through communications in his emotionless synthetic voice. When the last patrol reported no organic lifeforms on the planet's surface, this brutal purification was declared complete. Agres, once a world of punishment, had now become a true graveyard.
Apart from the cold Mechanicus soldiers, there were no living souls left.
A message was transmitted via subspace communication back to the indomitable Blade. Report to Captain: the Demon Gate of Gilax 6 has been closed. The purification of Agres planet is complete.
Our unit is about to rendezvous with the main fleet.
It was the unique synthetic voice of Kel'Theros.
Captain Sarahel looked at the two markers on the star map, which had shifted from red to blue, his expression unchanged.
He understood Kel'Theros' methods and tacitly approved of such efficiency-first practices.
In this dark era, mercy was the most expensive luxury.
Very well, he replied simply. All fleets prepare for the next battle.
His gaze fell upon the planet still flickering with ominous red light.
Attila.
The atmosphere on the bridge of the Blade of Resilience was solemn and filled with tension. The expedition fleet of Salahar united the mechanical teaching fleet of the Great Sage Kota, the Grey Knight battleships of Grand Master Loken, and the remnants of the Imperial Navy gathered by Admiral Fogg, forming a complex coalition fleet. Battle cruisers, attack cruisers, Gothic-class cruisers, combat barges, mechanical teaching arcs. Dozens of warships of various sizes moved like a forest of steel advancing towards Attila. This was the strongest force gathered by the Empire since the fall of the Audilon star system. Salahar stood before a massive holographic star map, and behind him sat several key figures in this joint operation. Grand Master Loken of the Grey Knights quietly polished the energy sword of the Goddess of Vengeance in his hands. The recently concluded battle against the demons on Gilax 6 had taken a toll on his battle group, yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. Great Sage Kote cast a complex glance at Kel Pharos, who had just arrived. He was both amazed by the unheard-of and almost heretical technological methods of his counterpart and deeply worried about the disregard for the traditional doctrines of the mechanical teachings. Your singularity generator violates at least 17 tenets of the Martian scriptures, Kota stated with a voice-processed biological engine. But it is effective, isn't it? Kel Pharos' synthetic voice retorted, efficiency is the only standard by which truth is measured. Those ancient tenets will only bind our progress. Progress. What you call progress is only a hair's breadth away from technological heresy. Boundaries are meant to be broken. As the two great sages were about to begin their theological debate again, Salahar had to interrupt. Great sages' discussions about technological routes can wait until we win this war. His voice was not loud, but it silenced the entire bridge. Right now we have only one enemy. His hand pointed to the Red Fleet marker hovering in the orbit of Attila. According to the latest report from the reconnaissance ship, the remnants of the Death Guard fleet are commanded by a Chaos Lord named Galil. He refused to retreat alongside Typhon and seems to be a stubborn hardliner. Raven added from the side. They have about 15 warships including 2 cruisers. Though not many, they are relying on the planetary orbit for defense, having the advantage of terrain. Just a group of defeated soldiers without a leader. Grand Master Loken spoke coldly. Their morale and command system must be compromised. A decisive decapitation operation could lead to their complete collapse. I agree, Grand Master Loken. I need you and your Grey Knights to execute the critical jump assist mission once again. Their flagship, that Morning River-class heavy cruiser, is our primary target. It is our duty, Loken replied. Kel Pharos, your fleet will take the left flank using your technological advantage to disrupt their fire control and shield systems. Gladly. My Razorby attack craft are itching for action. Kel Pharos' mechanical head slightly turned. Great Sage Kote, your arc fleet will take the right flank using your powerful macro cannons to tear apart their formation. For OM Messiah. Great Sage Kote replied. Admiral Fogg. Salahar looked at the gray-haired naval veteran. Your fleet will be central, acting as reserves and intercepting all enemy ships attempting to flee. This time no traitor must escape. Understood, Captain. Admiral Fogg stood up and performed a standard eagle salute. In his eyes burned the flames of vengeance. His fleet had been destroyed by Typhon himself. Raven Ioka's Krug. Salahar turned to his brothers. You will lead the first and second squads riding the Gauntlet assault craft, and as soon as the Grey Knights open a breach, follow in immediately to expand our gains and clear the enemy ships. Yes. The 3 responded in unison. Tosaka. Salahar looked at his chief strategist. Throughout the battle I need you to continuously monitor the subspace. I have a feeling that those aliens are still watching us. Tosaka nodded with his eyes closed. I will, Captain. They have always been. The battle plan was quickly formulated. The massive coalition fleet began to change its formation like a giant net, slowly tightening as it moved to encircle Attila. On the bridge of the Death Guard's flagship Rottingheart in orbit around Attila, the atmosphere was equally tense. Commander Galil was pacing back and forth irritably. Those cowardly Imperials finally dare to come. He looked at the densely packed blue dots on the radar screen, revealing a sinister smile. Relay my orders. All warships enter battle mode. We will show these Imperial lapdogs that even without Lord Typhon the Death Guard remains invincible. Sir, the enemy's numbers are more than 3 times ours, a lieutenant cautiously reminded. Numbers. Galil snapped back, slapping the lieutenant to the ground in the face of the blessing of Nago. Numbers mean nothing. We have impenetrable ships and we have plague shells that corrode everything. In this battle we will win. His fervor infected the other crew members on the bridge. They began to scream madly, praying in the name of Nago. At that moment a piercing alarm rang throughout the fleet. Detecting a large fleet emerging right in front of us. It's the Imperial fleet. They are coming. Galil rushed to the viewport, and in the distant cosmos one massive Imperial warship after another emerged like ghosts from the void, revealing their ominous forms. The overwhelming and suffocating pressure froze Galal's smile on his face. Fire! He murmured, then yelled hoarsely, fire! Open fire!
Turn them all into space debris. The battle erupted suddenly without any warning. The gun muzzles of dozens of Imperial warships lit up simultaneously and thousands of luminous spears and macro shells formed a devastating barrage that covered the entire space where the Death Guard fleet was located. At the same time the Death Guard's warships began to retaliate. Green corrosive plague shells trailed long tails as they surged towards the Imperial fire. This ancient and unchanging silent place was ignited in an instant by countless explosions and flashes. One of the Death Guard's escort ships was hit by multiple beams simultaneously during the first volley, its void shield unable to hold for even a second, and the entire warship was torn apart, transforming into a brilliant display of fireworks. Meanwhile a plague shell fortunately broke through the barrage and struck an Imperial Navy's Invincible-class light cruiser. The impacted area saw the hull armor quickly corroded and melted, creating a massive breach on the ship from which green toxic gas erupted. The two fleets collided like two prehistoric behemoths, beginning the most primal and bloody tearing. The chaos and bloodshed of the interstellar naval battle exceeded anyone's imagination. On the bridge of the ship Unyielding Blade, Salahar calmly observed the holographic battlefield. Countless light points representing the warships of both sides intertwined, collided, and then extinguished on the three-dimensional star map. Each disappearance of a light point signified the loss of an expensive warship and the lives of thousands of crew members. Left flank report. The Razor B attack aircraft of Sage Calfaros has been launched. Successfully disabled the shield generator of an enemy Slaughter-class cruiser. Right flank report. Sage Kotez Arc fleet is concentrating fire on the target. The enemy formation has been torn open. Central fleet report. Our lunar-class cruiser Emperor's Fury has been heavily damaged. Retreating. Battle reports continued to pour in, and Raven was quickly processing the information beside him, relaying Salahar's orders to the various fleets. Order the left flank fleet not to engage, continue electronic suppression. Order the right flank fleet to widen the gap to clear a path for the assault troops. Salahar's voice remained steady, as if everything before him was merely a simulation on a chessboard. His gaze was fixed on the enemy flagship, the Rotten Heart. At that moment a communication request from Grandmaster Loken came through. Captain Salahar, we have arrived at the designated position. The enemy's anti-aircraft fire is dense, but we can break through. The Pure Blade will provide cover for you, Salahar replied. Good luck, Grandmaster. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. The communication was cut off. On the other end of the battlefield, the Grey Knight's attack cruiser Pure Blade slipped away from the main battle line like a specter, using a field of destroyed warship wreckage for cover, silently maneuvering to the flank of the Death Guard fleet. Jump team, prepare for teleportation. Grandmaster Loken stood in the center of the teleportation chamber with 12 Grey Knight Terminators behind him already in position. Their silver armor shimmered with a sacred glow under the lights of the teleportation chamber, forming a stark contrast with the chaotic, polluted universe outside. Target enemy flagship bridge. Coordinates locked, a technical sergeant reported. Initiate teleportation. Buzz, a strong wave of psychic energy spread out from the Pure Blade. 12 silver light points vanished from the warship in an instant. The next moment, on the massive and filthy bridge of the Rotten Heart, the space began to distort. Detected unknown psychic energy fluctuations. Its teleportation, a foul servant on the bridge screamed. Commander Galal turned abruptly, only to see 12 giants clad in silver Terminator armor suddenly appear in the center of the bridge. It's the Grey Knights. A flicker of fear flashed in Galal's eyes, but it was quickly replaced with madness. Kill them. For the Father. Dozens of Death Guard Chaos Space Marines and mutated guards on the bridge roared as they charged forward. Explosive guns, plasma weapons, and various foul armaments all opened fire on the Grey Knights. But the Grey Knights had already activated their holy shield techniques. Golden shields composed purely of faith appeared before them, blocking the majority of the attacks. Purify this filth. Grandmaster Loken roared, being the first to charge forward. The Titan sword in his hand burned with silver mental fire, cleaving a leading Death Guard and his plague axe in half with a single strike. At the wound no putrid blood flowed, but rather it was charred by the holy fire. A brutal melee erupted in an instant at the heart of the enemy. The Grey Knights formed a circular formation, back-to-back, resisting attacks from all directions. Their vengeful psychic weapons could easily slice through the Death Guard's proud decayed armor with every swing. The explosive guns on their arms continued to roar, firing specially made explosive rounds inscribed with purification runes into the bodies of the enemies. However, the number of Death Guards was overwhelming and they charged fearlessly. One Grey Knight pierced a Death Guard's chest with his psychic spear, but just before that Death Guard died he clung tightly to him and detonated the bomb on his body. The violent explosion blew apart half of the Grey Knight's body. Brother, another Grey Knight yelled, rushing to drag the heavily injured comrade back into the formation. Worse still, as the battle progressed, true demons began to appear on the bridge. Several bloated nurgling spirits crawled out from the slime on the floor, attempting to drag the Grey Knight's feet with their slime-covered claws.
These things are never ending, a Grey Knight shouted over the calm's Grandmaster. We must send the beacon quickly.
Hold on.
Grandmaster Loken cleaved a nurgling into a puddle of mud with a single sword strike, knowing that every second they held on here meant more preparation for Salahar's forces. Just as they were caught in a bitter struggle, an unexpected accident occurred. A Grey Knight responsible for the rear guard stumbled when blocking a Death Guard's power axe, tripping over a corpse and crashed his back against the bridge wall.
This should have been a trivial mistake.
But no one expected that the hull of the Rotten Heart had already been corroded by nurgling energy to the consistency of cheese. With just a light bump, the wall behind him collapsed silently. Even more critical, behind the wall were exposed rapidly spinning energy conduits of the ship. The Grey Knight didn't even have time to scream as half of his body was sucked into the wall, torn and devoured by the raging energy flow. His Terminator armor, along with his flesh and soul, was instantaneously transformed into pure chaotic energy.
No.
Loken watched his brother sacrifice himself in this manner, his eyes bloodshot. He knew there was no time to waste.
Now is the time. Activate the beacon.
Loken shouted at a device on his wrist. The three Grey Knights beside him immediately understood, abandoning their defenses to plunge their psychic weapons into the ground, beginning to chant complex spells. A beam of pure psychic energy forming a beacon shot up from the center of the three of them, piercing through the hull of the Rotten Heart and pointing straight into the cold universe.
We did it.
A Grey Knight chanting spells wore a contented smile. The next second his chest was cleaved open by a massive power axe.
For the beacon. Hold the line.
Loken roared, swinging his Titan sword towards the Death Guard commander who had just succeeded.
The remaining Grey Knights understood that their mission was complete.
They abandoned all defenses, trading injury for injury and life for life, using their last moments to buy precious time for the impending reinforcements. On the bridge, the sacred silver light intertwined with the filthy green light. The sounds of explosions, roars and prayers merged into a tragic war song.
Beacon activated. Coordinates confirmed.
In the teleportation chamber of the Unbending Blade, Tech Sergeant Kuluj's voice cut through the blaring alarms with startling clarity. His oil-stained fingers danced across the Reniched console, streams of data flashing across his visor.
Teleportation matrix energy stable. Precision deployment possible.
Salahar stood at the center of the teleportation platform, flanked by Leiwan Kasi and 10 other warriors clad in black unyielding pattern armor. They were the legacy of the First Legion, the last bastion amidst the storm.
Grandmaster Luokan and his brothers have opened the door for us.
Salahar's voice, transmitted through the tactical network, reached every soldier.
We charge in and slaughter everything behind that door.
Show no mercy, hesitate not.
He offered no further words of encouragement.
For these brothers who had drifted through the warp with him for 10,000 years, combat was an instinct carved into their very bones.
For the lion.
Leiwan growled, raising his power fist. For Caliban, the others roared in unison.
This was their ancient war cry, a testament to a long-lost home and an unwavering loyalty. Teleport. Kuluj pressed the final activation rune. A blinding light consumed everything. Salahar felt the familiar vertigo.
When his vision cleared, a thick, nauseating stench of rot blood and ozone flooded his respirator. They had arrived. Before them lay the bridge of the Rotten Heart, a true charnel house. Corpses littered the floor, silver Grey Knights, green Death Guard, and grotesque mutants and demons of every shape. A thick, slippery slime coated the deck, and nameless flesh pulp writhed on the walls. At the center of the bridge, the few surviving Grey Knights stood back to back with the fading golden beacon, locked in a final desperate struggle against overwhelming foes. Grandmaster Luokan, drenched in blood, his Titan sword's glow dimmed, nonetheless held the line, standing firm as the foremost shield. Across from them, Death Guard Commander Jalaer grinned savagely, raising his massive power axe for the killing blow against Luokan.
Too late, you lapdog of the Emperor. Jalaer roared. Is that so?
A frigid voice sounded suddenly behind him. Jalaer sensed a terror so cold it could freeze the ages, right at his back. He wanted to turn, but his body refused to obey. Salahar materialized behind Jalaer like a phantom. No flashy maneuver, simply thrust his power sword, the Unbending Blade, into Jalaer's back, straight through the heart. The motion was clean, precise, merciless. The pure energy field of the Unbending Blade instantly annihilated every trace of life within Jalaer.
You.
Jalaer twisted his head with difficulty, his helmeted face a mask of disbelief.
He hadn't even seen his killer approach.
Salahar said nothing, only twisted his wrist and withdrew the blade.
Jalaer's massive frame crashed to the deck.
The sudden turn of events brought a momentary pause to the entire battlefield.
Reinforcements, a surviving Grey Knight cried out in joy. Kill! Salahar's roar shattered the stillness.
He and his 10 warriors surged into the chaotic melee like a black tide of steel. Lei Wen charged ahead, roaring his power fist, pulverizing the upper torso of a Death Guard who blocked his path into a bloody smear. Kasi calm and collected struck at vital points with his scalpel and bolt pistol while also injecting a healing agent into a fallen Grey Knight. Salahar moved like a ghost of the battlefield. Unlike Lei Wen's thunderous style, every step, every strike was lethally efficient. A Death Guard swung a chain axe at him. Salahar sidestepped by a hair's breadth, his unbending blade rising to neatly sever the enemy's wrist. As the Death Guard froze in shock and pain, Salahar's sword swept across his throat. Another Plague Marine tried to unleash his Plague Spewer, but Salahar was faster. His left-arm twin-linked Storm Bolter barked a short furious burst, riddling the Plague Marine and his weapon with holes. He could perceive every attack intent and weakness in an instant, delivering lethal counterstrikes with minimal energy and maximum efficiency. The Grey Knights, their perilous situation eased, reformed their lines and fought alongside Salahar's force, turning the tide against the bridge's defenders. Grandmaster Luokan caught his breath watching the black figure carve through the enemy like a wraith. He was filled with awe. He knew Salahar was strong, but he had never imagined such devastating power. The battle ended less than 5 minutes after they boarded. When the last Death Guard had his skull crushed by Lei Wen's power fist, the blood-soaked bridge fell silent. "We won?" a young Grey Knight asked, staring at the mounds of corpses in disbelief. "We won." Grandmaster Luokan leaned on his Titan sword, breathing heavily. He looked at Salahar and nodded solemnly. "Thank you for your timely aid, Captain." "You created the opportunity, Grandmaster," Salahar replied, his tone flat. He glanced at the fresh scratches on his armor and his brother's tending wounds nearby. The seemingly easy victory came at a cost. One brother had taken a plasma bolt to the chest, not dead, but his armor was ruined and he was in a deep coma. Several others bore injuries of varying severity. "Secure the bridge, prepare to scuttle the ship," Salahar ordered Lei Wen. "Aye." Before they could catch their breath, the bridge's sirens blared again, more frantic than before. But this was no internal breach alarm. "Captain. New contact." Kaluja's hologram materialized in the center of the bridge, his voice thick with urgency and confusion. "Massive fleet signatures detected. They just emerged from the warp. At the edge of the system." "Typhus." Lei Wen tensed immediately. "No. Not Death Guard." Kaluja's voice trembled. "By energy signature and hull profile. Dear Emperor. Orcs. An orc fleet of unimaginable size." On the holographic star chart beyond the zone where the Imperial combined fleet and the Death Guard remnants clashed, a dense mass of red enemy markers appeared. Their number exceeded even the Imperial fleet. Like sharks scenting blood, they hurtled toward Attila in a chaotic yet swift advance. Wa'ak! A colossal savage roar brimming with primal violence and glee echoed through the entire system via some unknown psychic power, piercing even the warship's armor and reverberating in every mind. On the bridge, every face, whether Salahar's Astartes or the surviving Grey Knights, turned ashen. One enemy remained unsolved, and now a far more troublesome irrational foe had arrived. The appearance of the orcs was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. The entire Attila orbital battlefield erupted in an instant. The massive orc fleet, cobbled together from countless pieces of junk, showed no distinction between friend and foe. Their target was everything moving and firing on the battlefield. An orc stone ship transformed from an asteroid and armed with huge cannons ruthlessly rammed into a Death Guard assault ship entangled with an Imperial frigate. The violent explosion turned 3 ships into massive fireballs simultaneously. Countless ornately painted orc warplanes swarmed out from the dilapidated motherships. They did not pursue any tactical formation, instead they screeched and aimed their noses at the nearest target, unleashing all their bullets, if one could call those things bullets, in a torrential downpour. "What the hell is that thing?" A naval radar officer on the bridge of the Unyielding Blade shouted in terror, pointing at the holographic screen. Several missiles resembling gigantic drill bits flew towards a mechanical Faith warship, trailing black smoke and veering wildly. Upon striking the warship's shield, the missiles did not explode, instead they spun madly, forcibly drilling through the shield and burying themselves into the hull. Then the tails of the missiles opened and a group of orc boys wielding machetes in one hand and pistols in the other charged out, howling as they unleashed a bloody frenzy within the mechanical Faith warship. "Jumping torpedoes." "No, it's jumping merman torpedoes." Raven grimaced at the scene. "These orc lunatics." The entire battlefield was completely thrown into chaos. What was once an Imperial joint fleet encircling the remnants of the Death Guard had now transformed into a 3-way melee. The Imperial fleet had to attack the Death Guard while defending against the orcs from all sides. The already disadvantaged Death Guard fleet was further exacerbated, being besieged from 2 sides and sinking one after another. "Captain, what should we do?" Admiral Fogg's communication came through, filled with helplessness. "Our formation has been shattered. Those green-skinned brutes are completely unpredictable. All fleets consolidate the line.
Move towards the Attila orbital. Salahar decisively ordered abandon the pursuit of the Death Guard, prioritize clearing the orc warships around us. Re-establish the defense line. He knew that when fighting orcs the worst mistake was to be dragged into a chaotic fight. They must first stabilize their footing and leverage the firepower and range advantages of the Imperial fleet to find an opportunity amidst the chaos. Master Loken, you need to return to the Purity Blade immediately. Salahar contacted the Bridge of the Rotting Heart. This ship is too big a target and will become a focus for the orcs. Raven, you retreat as well. But Captain, this ship. Raven wanted to say something more. Follow orders. Yes.
Raven gritted his teeth, ceasing further argument. He hoisted the comrade whose chest had been burned through by plasma and had fallen into unconsciousness onto his shoulder while raising the explosive cannon with his other hand.
The surviving Grey Knights received the same order from Master Loken.
They quickly regrouped, covering the injured as they rushed towards the main hangars of the Rotting Heart. Their route of evacuation was 100 times more difficult than their initial infiltration.
The entire cruiser shook violently.
Outside, countless orc shells and missiles bombarded the massive warship indiscriminately. The lights inside the ship flickered madly, pipes on the ceiling burst sporadically, spewing foul liquid and steam. Just as several soldiers dashed around a corner, a huge drill missile tore through the sidewall of the corridor. A group of orc boys wielding machetes and chainsaw axes charged out from the breach, screeching "Whack!"
For the lion.
The black space marines collided with the green beasts in the narrow corridor. The roar of the explosive cannon and the orcs' brutish howls mingled together, and blood and shredded flesh stained the passage.
Salahar did not linger in battle. Every swing of his unyielding blade accurately sliced open an orc's throat. Don't stop. Keep moving. The Raven Hawk gunship is waiting for us at Hangar 3.
They fought while retreating, finally bursting into the hangar.
A black Raven Hawk gunship had long been waiting there, its hatch wide open and its turbine engines roaring loudly.
Just as they boarded, a small orc assault ship crashed through the hangar's outer wall, accompanied by a screeching sound of metal scraping forcing its way in.
Hurry!
Raven pushed the last wounded soldier onto the ship and turned to fire a shot from the shoulder-mounted multi-barrel Melta at the bridge of the assault ship.
The violent explosion engulfed the entire hangar.
The pilot of the Raven Hawk seized the fleeting opportunity, pushing the engine power to the limit, bursting forth from the Rotting Heart as it was about to disintegrate. When they returned to the safety of the Bridge of the Unyielding Blade, the sight before them made everyone gasp in shock. On the holographic star map, the blue dots representing the Imperial fleet had already extinguished 7 or 8.
Among them was even a mechanical faith warship belonging to the Damas fleet. Admiral Fogg's Loyalty frigate has gone dark.
The Heart of Steel cruiser is under orc attack and is requesting urgent assistance.
Damn. That Chaos cruiser has self-destructed. It took 3 orc frigates down with it. Bad news kept pouring in. The Death Guard fleet, which they had originally encircled, had completely collapsed under the onslaught of the orc fleet.
They were like wounded prey targeted by a swarm of sharks, torn to pieces one after another. However, before their annihilation, they still caused considerable trouble for both the orcs and the Imperial fleet with their last frantic efforts. The entire battlefield had turned into a boiling cauldron of steel. Explosions and flashes of fire erupted everywhere, with projectiles and warplanes flying chaotic. The orc fleet resembled a pack of mindless rabid dogs biting anyone they encountered. Their warships came in all bizarre shapes, some resembling huge beasts constructed from scrap metal, while others were simply asteroids fitted with engines and cannons.
Their tactics.
They had no tactics. Ramming, jumping, bombarding the nearest target with the largest caliber guns, this was their entire strategy.
Simple, crude, yet damn effective. All fleets heed my command. Form a defensive line centered around the unyielding blade. Create a circular defensive formation.
All cruisers bring their main guns to the front while frigates provide fire coverage on the periphery. Curl Pharos the Great Sage, I need your disruption array to scramble communications in this airspace.
I do not want any ship facing the orcs alone.
Master Loken, your Purity Blade will defend our rear. Captain John, integrate all operational naval vessels to fill the gaps in the formation. Clear commands were swiftly relayed through encrypted channels to each ship's captain. The chaotic Imperial fleet seemed to have found their backbone as they began to endure the orcs' frenzied attacks while laboriously regrouping towards the designated coordinates.
All fleets hear my command.
Salahar's voice, transmitted through the highest priority encrypted channel, reached every Imperial warship captain still fighting.
Abandon pursuit of all remaining Death Guard remnants.
Using the Indomitable Blade as the core coordinate, immediately contract the defensive line.
Form a circular defensive formation.
All cruisers forward main batteries concentrate fire to eliminate the most threatening orc targets. Escort frigates establish fire suppression on the periphery, intercept their attack craft and boarding torpedoes. Corfarin Grand Sage, he switched channels, I need your jamming array to disrupt the communications in this sector. I do not want any ship to face the orcs alone, nor do I want any effective communication between the orcs.
Analysis request is reasonable. Executing.
But I must remind the captain the orcs' communication methods are inherently close to noise. The jamming effect may be limited.
Corferon's unique synthesized voice responded. Grandmaster Lokan, your pure blade will be responsible for defending our rear. You are our shield. Understood. Lokan's voice was brief and forceful. Admiral Vog, consolidate all naval vessels that can still move, fill the gaps in the formation.
Do not spare ammunition, fire all your macro cannon shells. A series of clear commands like the divine needle that stabilizes the sea quickly gave the chaotic Imperial fleet a backbone. The Imperial warships which had been scattered by the orcs began to arduously converge toward the coordinates of the indomitable blade under the greenskins' frenzied attacks. Just then Kruger's voice sounded again, carrying deeper unease.
Captain. Planetary orbital scan complete. There are
a massive number of orc landing craft breaking through the atmosphere.
Their target is the Attila surface. Count. Cannot be precisely estimated, but at least several hundred landing points.
Salahar's gaze shifted to the green planet below the star map. The battle in orbit was already a disaster. Now the flames of war were about to spread to the ground. On the Attila surface, the Imperial forces that had just survived the massacre by the Death Guard were utterly incapable of resisting such a scale of greenskin invasion. He glanced at the holographic projection of Colonel Hope standing beside him. This composed auxiliary commander had been following the fleet since the liberation of Hannibal.
Colonel Hope. Salahar spoke. Yes, my lord. Colonel Hope immediately stood at attention.
I need you and your auxiliary forces to land on Attila immediately. Your mission: delay the orc advance as much as possible, hold the only city on Attila, Carnazin City, and the spaceport outside the city.
That is our only foothold on the surface.
Colonel Hope asked calmly, my lord, all troops?
All the troops you can take.
Salahar replied, all the Lehman Russ tanks, Chimera stormlords, and tens of thousands of auxiliary legionnaires.
I will have Grand Sagecoat's fleet cover your landing.
It was a brutal decision. It meant Salahar was committing his primary ground conventional forces into a battlefield that would surely become a meat grinder. Meanwhile, his own fleet would have to face the numerically superior orcs alone in orbit.
Yes, my lord. For the Emperor.
Colonel Hope saluted with the Aquila and his projection vanished. He was going to assemble his soldiers. Raven, watching the scene, couldn't help but speak. Boss, sending Colonel Hope and his troops down will put too much pressure on us in orbit.
What if? No what ifs. Salahar cut him off. We must hold either orbit or the ground.
If the ground is lost, we become ruthless wanderers with no supply or repair.
If orbit is lost, Hope and his men on the ground will be completely isolated, doomed.
What we must do now is to use the orbital fleet as a shield to buy time for the ground forces to establish a solid defense line.
He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone on the bridge.
This war from now on has truly entered its most difficult phase.
Everyone return to your stations. Tell our brothers behind us is Attila.
We have no room to retreat.
Salahar turned and faced the massive holographic star map again. The red that represented the orc fleet had completely surrounded their small blue defensive circle.
He knew this would be a long, bloody and hopeless war of attrition. On the other side of Attila, dozens of heavy transport ships and landing craft escorted by several Mechanicus warships broke away from the raging orbital battle, adjusted course and plunged toward the green planet below. Colonel Hope stood in the command cabin of a Stormlord. Through the armored viewport he could see ridiculous orc fighter craft streaking past outside and the escorting Mechanicus warships continuously firing, turning the approaching greenskins into bursts of fire. All units report landing readiness, he shouted into the communicator.
1st Armored Regiment ready. 3rd Infantry Regiment ready. Heavy Artillery Battery ready.
Listening to the familiar unit designations responding, Colonel Hope's heart grew extremely heavy.
Navigator, target the western plains of Carnazin City, execute landing procedure. Yes, Colonel. The transport ship's engines roared, the hull shuddered violently, and red-hot gas enveloped the entire vessel.
As they broke through the clouds, the vast grasslands of Attila appeared before them and everyone drew a sharp breath. On the ground, patches of green mold seemed to have grown. Those were orc camps built from scrap metal and garbage.
Countless greenskins were reveling in fighting in these camps.
More landing craft like black meteors continuously fell from the sky, crashing into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust.
My Emperor.
A young soldier muttered, gazing at the apocalyptic scene.
Colonel Hope clenched his fists. Gunner.
Heavy bolters at the ramp. Free fire, he shouted, let these greenskins taste the might of the auxiliary.
The transport's ramp slammed open and wind howled in.
Dozens of heavy bolters roared in unison, sending a hail of shells into the ground, tearing apart a group of orcs that had been watching their descent.
We've arrived, boys.
Colonel Hope's voice rang out on all channels. This is Attila. Beneath our feet is Imperial soil. Now let's drive these filthy greenskins off our land. The transport slammed hard onto the ground and the massive rear ramp crashed down. Colonel Hope was the first to charge out, drawing his chainsword, and let out a thunderous roar at the sea of green before him.
For the Emperor. Advance. In the city of Kanasang on the planet Attila, the banner of the Skyhawk still flies. During the invasion of the Death Guards, it narrowly escaped the direct blow of the plague. But now it has become the epicenter of the Orc storm. Colonel Hope's auxiliary army is like a nail firmly wedged between Kanasang and the vast plains leading to the spaceport. His 150000 troops quickly constructed a circular defense line using hundreds of landing ships and transport aircraft as makeshift cover, protecting the two most crucial strategic points, the city and the spaceport. The cannons of the Lehman Russ tanks aimed into the distance heavy explosive crossbows and laser cannons mounted on the wreckage of the landing ships, while the infantry nervously checked their Centurion laser guns in the hastily dug trenches. The air was thick with the smell of earth and oil mingled with the distinctive clamor and stench of the orcs coming from afar. Report. A large-scale orc force has been spotted approaching from the 3 o'clock direction. Number. Unknown. There are also numerous makeshift combat vehicles. The report from the forward observation post crackled through the communicator, laced with an unmistakable tension. They've finally arrived. Colonel Hope stood atop the command tower of a Lehman Russ conqueror, peering at the distant horizon through his binoculars. A green wave surged from the distant grasslands. Countless orc youths waved crude machetes and handguns, shrieking as they charged forward. Amidst them were many trucks and motorcycles cobbled together from scrap metal, spewing black smoke. On those so-called combat vehicles, absurdly large-caliber machine guns were crazily sweeping fire towards the side, the bullets kicking up clouds of dust before the Imperial positions. All artillery units. Target area coordinates XXXXXX 3 rounds rapid fire. Bring their arrogance down. Colonel Hope calmly ordered. Fire. Dozens of Griffin mortars and petrified lizard self-propelled artillery deployed behind the defense line roared in unison. Screaming shells tore through the sky, raining down like raindrops into the charging orc horde. The ground trembled. Violent explosions sent towering plumes of smoke and earth into the air, countless orc limbs and bodies flung skyward. A crude battle vehicle was directly hit, turning into a burning wreck. The green wave momentarily faltered. Well done. Colonel Hope praised all tanks. Battle cannons. Load high explosive rounds. Once they come within 2,000 meters, hit them hard. Yet orcs are orcs. After a brief moment of chaos under the roar and kicks of their leader, they not only did not retreat but became even more frenzied. They trampled over their comrades' corpses, rushing forward at an even faster pace. Whack! The earth-shattering roar seemed to tear the sky apart. 1,500 meters. Fire! Colonel Hope swung his arm. The main guns of dozens of Lehman Russ tanks fired simultaneously, massive shells whistling down into the orc mass, each explosion clearing a large area. The heavy explosive crossbow positions also began to roar, a dense rain of bullets falling like the scythe of death, furiously reaping the lives of the green-skinned foes. But the number of orcs was simply overwhelming. They surged like an endless tide, wave after wave, recklessly charging towards the Empire's iron defense line. They're coming. 500 meters. Fix bayonets. In the trench, an old soldier sergeant shouted at the trembling new recruits beside him, "Kid, don't be afraid. Remember, aim for their heads. Their skin is tough." For the Emperor. The orcs finally crashed into the defense line. An utterly primal and bloody melee erupted in an instant. An orc boy jumped into the trench, his ugly face filled with ecstatic joy, swinging a massive machete at an auxiliary soldier. The soldier instinctively blocked with his laser gun, which was sliced in half with a crack. Just as the orc prepared for a second strike, an old soldier next to him thrust a bayonet deep into its neck. Green blood splattered onto the old soldier's face. Damn green skin. The old soldier spat, kicking the orc's corpse away. Such scenes were everywhere on the battlefield. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, the roar of chainsaw swords, and the orc's brutish howls blended together, creating a symphony of hell. A battered orc battle vehicle charged through the smoke, crashing into the front lines. The orcs on the vehicle frantically shot and tossed bombs into the trenches, causing immense casualties in an instant. Tank! Take out that junk vehicle! Colonel Hope roared through the communicator. A Lehman Russ turned its turret and a close-range shell obliterated that battle vehicle. The battle lasted from dawn until dusk. By the time the sun set, a thick layer of green corpses lay before the Imperial positions. The air was permeated with the nauseating smell of blood and gunpowder. The auxiliary soldiers gasped for breath, many covered in blood, unable to distinguish whether it was their own or that of the enemy. They leaned against the bodies of their fallen comrades and the craters, vigilantly watching ahead.
They had repelled the orcs' first large-scale assault, but the cost was heavy. At least several thousand soldiers had fallen forever on this battlefield and a dozen tanks had been destroyed. Have the casualty figures come in? Colonel Hope's voice was hoarse. Report, Colonel. Preliminary estimates indicate we have lost 5,121 men with over 3,000 seriously injured. An officer reported. Colonel Hope nodded, remaining silent. He knew this was just the beginning. The orc corpses were being dragged away by their kin used as food and parts. At that moment a distinctive engine roar came from the sky. It's our people. A soldier shouted, looking up. 5 black hovering motorcycles swooped in like ghosts from the direction of Kanasang, landing beside Colonel Hope's command tank. Leading them was Raven. He and 4 other space warriors rode high-speed vehicles tasked with reconnaissance and rapid response. Colonel Hope, how's the situation? Raven jumped off his motorcycle, removing his helmet with some green blood smeared on his face. Not too good, Lord Raven. Colonel Hope replied with a wry smile, we just repelled one of their charges, but they seem like an endless swarm of cockroaches. How about you? We circled around Kanasang. Raven pointed into the distance. The situation is worse than here. The orcs have surrounded the city from all directions. We just destroyed one of their assembling siege artillery positions, but that was merely a drop in the bucket. Their numbers are even greater than we imagined. The boss order is to hold this position at all costs. Raven continued, he's locked in a fierce battle with the orc fleet in orbit and can't provide us with more support. We can only rely on ourselves. Colonel Hope nodded, understanding this truth. We will hold, Lord Raven. He looked at his weary yet resolute soldiers. Even if it comes down to the last man. I need more detailed information. Where is the orc commander? Where is their main force gathering? Their supply lines. Oh, they have no supply lines. We are also trying to gather intel, but... Colonel Hope pointed to the sky, we don't have air superiority. As soon as our planes take off they get swarmed by those chaotic orc fighters. Air superiority. Raven frowned. This was a critical issue. Without air superiority it meant they were blind, only able to passively endure the attacks. I will report to the boss. Raven said, but don't get your hopes up. Things aren't good for the Navy either. He put his helmet back on and mounted his motorcycle. We will check the east side again to see if we can find their leader. You all hold this position. Good luck, my lord. The 5 hovering motorcycles roared back to life, engines growling as they accelerated and vanished into the night. Colonel Hope watched their departing figures, letting out a deep sigh. He knew the battle on this grassland would be incredibly difficult. He grabbed the communicator. All units prepare to rest. Restock ammunition, tend to the wounded, reinforce the fortifications. They will come again after dawn. In the stillness of the night only the groans of the wounded and the faint whack roars coming from the distant orc camp echoed across the grassland. Kanasang, the last solitary city of Attila, hangs precariously in the balance. In the polluted sky of Attila the Thunder fighters of the Imperial Navy's 37th Fighter Wing engaged in a hopeless dogfight against a swarm of orc Daka fighters that outnumbered them several times over. Sir. Enemy on my 6. Can't shake him. Wingman 2. Break left. I'm coming to help. Damn it. My laser cannon is overheating. The frantic shouts of the pilots filled the calm channel. Squadron leader John Iron Fist Kowalski, a veteran pilot who had served in Admiral Fogg's fleet for over 30 years, was locked onto an orc fighter in his mount, the Emperor's Spear. The orc fighter flew erratically without any discernible pattern, but the crude rockets slung under its wings posed a lethal threat to Colonel Hope's troops, who were still fortifying their defensive line on the ground. Got you locked, you green scum. Kowalski growled, pressing the firing button. The quad autocannons beneath the nose roared and a whip of tracer fire lashed precisely into the tail of the orc fighter. The Daka fighter instantly turned into a fireball, but before it plummeted it released all its rockets. Ground forces beware. Incoming rockets. Kowalski bellowed over the all-frequency channel. On the ground several Hydra self-propelled anti-aircraft guns immediately swung their turrets, unleashing a dense barrage that burst in the air, intercepting most of the rockets. Yet a few slipped through, slamming into a freshly dug trench, churning up a mixture of flesh and earth. Kowalski's heart sank. This was the battle they faced every day. The orc fighters were too numerous and they cared nothing for losses. The air battle had been raging for nearly 2 days. From the moment Colonel Hope landed, this naval aviation wing detached from the combined fleet had shouldered the heavy responsibility of defending the skies over Kanasang City. Their mission: protect the last spaceport from destruction, attack the orc landing zones, provide limited air support for ground troops, and bomb the orcs' grotesque war machines. But they were desperately short-handed. The entire wing at full strength had fewer than 100 Thunder and Lightning fighters along with a dozen Marauder bombers.
And their enemy consisted of hundreds of orc fighters. Squadron leader. Our right flank is about to be breached. The greenskins have deployed heavy bombers. The voice of wingman Quick Hands Eddie came through. Kowalski immediately climbed, scanning the right flank.
Their three massive orc heavy bombers, cobbled together from the wreckage of several ships, were lumbering toward the spaceport, escorted by over a dozen DACA fighters. Under the bellies of those bombers hung huge bombs that looked like iron oil drums. If they ever reached the spaceport, the consequences would be catastrophic. All aircraft still airborne. Follow me. Stop them at all costs. Kowalski shouted into the channel. His Emperor's Spear was the first to turn in charge.
For the Emperor.
A dozen Imperial fighters, like a flock of brave falcons, dove toward three hideous vultures.
Eddie. You 3 and 4, take out the escort DACAs. Everyone else concentrate fire on the biggest one in the middle. Roger. Kowalski weaved his fighter through dense anti-aircraft fire. He could clearly see countless orc boys manning crude machine guns on the orc bomber, blazing away at them. This isn't an aircraft. It's a flying garbage heap. Eddie cursed over the comm.
One Thunder fighter tried to approach from below but was instantly riddled by concentrated fire, trailing black smoke as it spiraled toward the ground.
Wingman 5. No. Don't get distracted. Keep attacking. Kowalski's eyes were red.
He yanked the control stick, the fighter executing a beautiful roll to evade a stream of shells, and pressed the missile launch button.
2 Hellstrike missiles streaked with fiery tails, slamming precisely into the bomber's left engine.
A massive explosion erupted, the smoking engine sputtered and died, and the entire bomber began to list to the left.
Nice shot. But the orc bomber didn't stop. It just flew slower and more crookedly. The bomb bay doors beneath the fuselage were already open, and those huge bombs could drop at any moment. No. We don't have enough firepower. We can't destroy it before it bombs. Eddie yelled anxiously. Kowalski glanced at his ammunition indicator.
The autocannon rounds were spent, only one missile remained. He looked down at the stubbornly resisting spaceport and further away at the city that represented Attila's last. He thought of his wife and daughter evacuated to the rear before the war erupted.
He didn't know if he would ever see them again.
A thought flashed through his mind. A mad but supremely glorious thought.
Eddie.
His voice suddenly became eerily calm.
Yes, squadron leader. Take the rest back. Tell Admiral Fogg we completed our mission. Squadron leader. What do you mean? Well, bring it down together and go back for a drink. Eddie sensed something wrong. I'm out of ammo.
Kowalski smiled, the first time he had smiled so easily since this damned war began.
But I still have one last missile. No. Squadron leader. Don't.
Eddie screamed hoarsely.
Eddie, you're a good kid.
Survive. Kowalski cut the private channel. He opened the all-squad broadcast.
37th Fighter Wing, hear me. This is Emperor's Spear. I'm executing a final attack. Cover me.
He slammed the throttle forward, pushing the engines to maximum power. The Emperor's Spear let out a defiant roar and, like its namesake, transformed into a true spear, hurtling straight toward the massive orc bomber.
For the Emperor. For Attila. For Squadron Leader Kowalski.
The remaining Imperial fighters, driven mad, poured all their ammunition into the surrounding DACA fighters, clearing a straight path for their squadron leader, a path to death and glory. The orcs clearly hadn't expected this human pilot to do such a thing. The gunners on the bomber frantically swung their weapons, but it was too late. In Kowalski's eyes there was only the ever-growing hideous cockpit ahead. He could see the orc pilot inside, wearing an iron mask, staring at him in terror.
In the name of the Emperor.
He closed his eyes.
Boom.
A colossal firework brighter than the sun burst in the sky. The Emperor's Spear, a battle-scarred fighter, rammed itself into the core of the orc bomber. The violent explosion triggered a chain reaction, detonating all the bombs carried by the bomber.
The terrifying shockwave even flung another nearby bomber aside. A moment of silence descended upon the sky. On the ground, Colonel Hope and his soldiers stared blankly at the magnificent firework in the sky. They succeeded.
Salute to the 37th Fighter Wing. Colonel Hope took off his cap and said solemnly.
All soldiers spontaneously saluted the sky. Squadron leader.
Eddie circled in his fighter, tears blurring his vision. He knew they had temporarily saved the spaceport. But they had also lost their commander forever.
This brutal war every second saw such heroism and sacrifice.
Eddie wiped away his tears and gripped the control stick again.
All aircraft returned to base. Replenish ammunition. The battle was far from over.
In the strategic command room of the unyielding blade, the holographic star map displayed that the blue dot representing the Imperial Joint Fleet had diminished by 1/3 since the battle commenced. In contrast, the red dots representing the Orc fleet remained dense and overwhelming. The orbital battle had entered the most brutal phase of attrition. Thanks to the calm command of Salahar and the superior performance of their warships, the Imperial fleet barely maintained their circular defense line. Yet every minute saw more warships severely damaged or sunk under the Orcs' frenzied assaults. Salahar stood quietly before the star map, his ancient black Terminator armor now bearing several new battle scars. Just an hour ago he personally led a team of Terminators to board an Orc slaughter cruiser attempting to ram the unyielding blade via the gauntlet assault boat, detonating it from within. This was his second time personally participating in a boarding battle. "Boss, we can't continue to drag this out like this." Revan's voice was tinged with urgency. "We've lost over 50% of our escort ships and most of our cruisers are damaged. The fleet of Grand Sage Kote reports that their macro cannon ammunition reserves have fallen below the alert line. If we continue like this, we will be ground to dust by these green-skinned fiends." I know. Salahar's voice betrayed no emotion. He certainly understood. The Orcs' tactics were devoid of strategy. They compensated for their lack of quality with sheer numbers, substituting madness for logic. Each precise artillery strike from the Imperial fleet could destroy an Orc warship, but immediately 3 more would take its place. At that moment an urgent communication request came through. It was Kruger. "Captain, we have received a high-priority distress signal from the planet Hannibal." Kruger's voice was hurried. The signal is weak and was sent through an ancient star language array. It took me a long time to decode it. "Read it out." The signal content is: "Hannibal is in peril, green skin. Blood god. Emperor, save us." Followed by unrecognizable noise and screams. "Green skin and blood god." The cold voice of Grandmaster Loken echoed as he sat nearby, eyes closed, recovering the psychic energy expended in the previous battle. Upon hearing blood god, his eyes snapped open. "Terror demon," Loken stated with absolute certainty. "The Orcs and the Terror demon have appeared together on a planet. This is going to be quite an interesting carnival. Hannibal is also under Orc attack." Revan exclaimed in surprise. "Where the hell are these greenskins coming from? Their numbers are too large." Salahar's brow furrowed. He reached out to find the coordinates of Hannibal on the star map. There only a weak blue dot representing the Imperial garrison flickered wildly, threatening to go out at any moment. "Kr Pharaohs, what is your analysis of this Orc invasion?" Salahar turned to the massive mechanical creature. "Data is insufficient to establish an accurate model. However, based on its scale and suddenness, it can be preliminarily inferred that this is not a conventional WAC. It resembles a migration-style invasion guided by a powerful will with a clear target." "You mean the main force of this Orc fleet is not aimed at us?" Grand Sage Kote inquired from the side. "The logic is correct," Kr Pharaohs responded. "They seem more like they are conducting a grand armed parade. And the Adelan star system unfortunately lies in their parade route." This conclusion sent a chill through everyone present. If this fleet that was already giving them a hard time was merely the Orcs' vanguard or flank, how terrifying must their main force be? "This is not the time to discuss that," Salahar interrupted them. "Hannibal is falling. We must make a decision." The command room fell silent. Everyone understood the dilemma they faced. Their joint fleet was entangled by the Orcs in the Attila orbit, unable to protect themselves, let alone spare forces to support Hannibal. "We cannot spare any troops," General Fogg's projection said solemnly. "Diverting any cruiser could cause our defense line here to collapse." "But we cannot abandon Hannibal." Grand Sage Kote exclaimed passionately. "It is the most important nest world in this star region after Gilax 6 was destroyed. It holds the accumulated knowledge of our mechanical faith over thousands of years. And billions of Imperial citizens. Life and death are fated." Grand Sage Loken said coldly. "For the greater good sometimes sacrifice is necessary. Our primary task now is to hold Attila, to delay this Orc fleet and buy time for the Empire. Do you call this sacrifice?" "This is slaughter," Grand Sage Kote retorted. Enough. Salahar's voice was soft but commanded immediate silence from the arguing pair. "Abandon Hannibal. No. It is not just a nest world, it is the industrial heart of this star region. Once lost, even if their fleet won at Attila, it would become a drifting fleet without supplies, ammunition, or the ability to repair, ultimately leading to their demise." But dividing forces. General Fogg was right. In the vast ocean of the Orc fleet, any act of splitting forces would be akin to suicide. This is a deadlock. Salahar's gaze swept across the profiles of several key figures on the star map. Loken's Grey Knights, Kote's mechanized faith, Kr Pharos mechanized fleet, and General Fogg's remaining navy. Countless battle examples from the Great Expedition flashed through his mind. What did the Lion do against the Orcs? What did Gilliman do? Concentrate superior forces, attack a single point, open a gap, then
No, not now.
They do not have superior forces.
Then they could only gamble with minimal cost to seek maximum benefit. Grandmaster Loken Salahar finally spoke. I'm here.
Your Purity Blade and the remaining Grey Knights are currently the best assault force in our fleet. Salahar said your mission is not a large-scale fleet battle but precise lethal strikes and sabotage. Loken remained silent waiting for Salahar to continue.
Grand Sage Koti, although your fleet has little ammunition, its hull structure is still adequate, allowing it to undertake a covering mission. Captain, are you suggesting? Kotes seemed to have guessed something.
My decision is, Salahar stated clearly, to split forces. At these words the room was filled with shock.
Boss. Are you mad? If we split forces now we will be torn apart by the orcs here. I am not mad.
We cannot fight on two fronts, but we can make the enemy fight on two fronts. He extended his hand and drew a bold course on the star. Grandmaster Loken, you will command your Purity Blade along with 3 escort ships from Grand Sage Kote's fleet, forming a small rapid response fleet, immediately departing the battlefield at full speed for Hanaba.
What is our mission? Loken asked. Your mission is not to engage the orcs or demons directly but to set a fire.
Hanaba is currently embroiled in a 3-way melee with the Imperial garrison orcs and terror demons.
It is a perfect arena. The orcs fight for whack, and the demons for skulls. Their essence is the same, both pure violence and destruction.
They are natural enemies. I need you to use yourself and your Grey Knights to induce and provoke, making the orcs and demons see each other as the primary enemy.
Let them engage in a bloody brawl amidst the ruins of Haniba cities. Use chaos to wear down the xenos. Use the xenos to restrain the chaos.
Loken fell silent for a moment after hearing this. This plan was crazy bold. I understand, he nodded. We will turn Hanaba into a slaughterhouse that satisfies both the demons and the greenskins. Very well, Salahar nodded. We will do our utmost here to hold back the orc main fleet and buy you time.
However, I cannot give you much time. Once the situation in Hanaba is under control you must return immediately. It's settled then, Grandmaster Loken. Grand Sage Kote, prepare at once. In an hour your fleet must set out.
Yes, Captain.
The projections of the 2 commanders vanished.
In the command room only Salahar and a few of his brothers remained.
Boss, this is too risky. Relying on sowing discord.
This is not the style of the First Legion.
Times have changed.
We are no longer the Lion Sons with an invincible legion. We must use every means at our disposal, even those we once scorned, to win the right to survive.
Remember, surviving is more important than anything else.
His gaze returned to the blood-red star map.
After splitting forces the pressure on his defense here would multiply.
This was indeed a gamble. If they won, the entire situation would be revitalized. If they lost, it would be total defeat. The grasslands of Attila are no longer the lush pastoral paradise they once were.
Now they have become a hell of fire and steel.
Countless orc garbage war vehicles, assault motorcycles and crude walking mechs are rampaging across this vast plain, their sole objective being to crush the fragile defense line formed by the Imperial auxiliary troops outside the city of Kanazan.
Wa'ak! The roar of engines, the howls of warriors and the booming of large-caliber weapons mixed together, creating a deafening cacophony. Quick! Quick! Heavy artillery positions. Blast them to hell. Don't let their battle fortresses get close.
An Attila cavalry officer stood on a hastily constructed earthen mound observing the battlefield through a telescope. The warhorse beneath him nervously pawed at the ground, clearly frightened by the chaotic environment. Just a few kilometers ahead, an orc battle fortress converted from a massive bulldozer was crushing everything that stood in its path. Its enormous bulldozer blade was welded with spikes and its body was covered with various calibers of artillery resembling a moving steel porcupine. Several shells from the petrified lizard landed around it, kicking up clouds of dirt, but they failed to halt its advance.
Useless.
Our shells can't penetrate its frontal armor, a despairing artillery observer shouted. Just then a roar of engines came from their rear. The knights are here, a cavalryman shouted excitedly.
5 black hovering motorcycles shot out from the side of the Imperial position like arrows released from a bow.
Leading them was Raven. They had donned lightweight power armor specially designed for high-speed maneuver warfare.
Iokas, take 2 men and flank from the left. Kruge and I will go from the right. Attack its treads. Raven commanded through the tactical channel. Understood. The 5 hovering motorcycles traced 5 elegant arcs across the bumpy grasslands, skillfully dodging the orcs' wild gunfire.
Raven pushed the motorcycle to its limits, the wind of the grasslands howling past his ears.
He could clearly see countless young orcs atop the battle fortress wildly firing their weapons at them. Come on, greenskin scum.
Raven growled, controlling the motorcycle with his left hand while drawing his explosive pistol with his right. He aimed not at the vehicle itself but at the exposed orc gunners.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several orcs operating heavy machine guns fell in response.
Meanwhile, Ioka's squad had already approached the rear of the battle fortress from the other side. Target the drive axle.
Prepare the thermite bombs. Two space marines while speeding accurately threw thermite bombs at the fortress's tracks made of countless iron plate.
Boom! Boom! The intense heat instantly melted the thick tracks and the internal drive structure. The massive battle fortress let out a piercing metallic wail as its left track was completely incapacitated.
The enormous vehicle lost control, spinning in place before finally crashing onto its side. The orcs aboard were thrown into chaos before they could recover. Countless rockets and mortar shells raining down from the Imperial position completely overwhelmed the disabled war machine.
Well done! The Attila cavalry erupted with thunderous cheers. Don't celebrate too early.
Raven shouted over the comms, more of them are coming. At the horizon's edge, more orc war vehicles and motorcycles formed a tide of steel rushing toward them.
Attila cavalry squadron.
Charge with me. The cavalry officer from earlier drew his saber and roared for the Emperor.
For Attila. For the Emperor. For Attila. Thousands of Attila cavalry, the pride of the grasslands, let out their traditional battle cry.
They activated the hunting spears in their hands, the energy explosives at the tips emitting a dangerous hum. They chose not to hold their ground but to take the initiative, fighting in their most familiar manner. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed as thousands of cavalry formed a massive wedge formation, charging bravely into the orcs' tide of steel. Beside them, a dozen dune walkers mechs belonging to the Damas Protectorate stepped forward, their spider-like legs providing fire support with neutron laser cannons for the cavalry.
These mortals
really have guts, Raven murmured as he watched the scene. Though he felt this charge was akin to suicide, a sense of respect inevitably arose in his heart.
We cannot let them die in vain. Ioka said, we'll flank them and disrupt their formation.
Let's do it. The 5 hovering motorcycles accelerated again like black daggers, fiercely stabbing into the side of the orc war vehicle cluster. A bizarre battle mixing prehistoric savagery with futuristic technology unfolded across the plains of Attila. The Attila cavalry skillfully weaves between the orc war vehicles, plunging their hunting spears into the weak spots of the vehicles before activating the explosives.
One after another, the crude orc trucks were blown to pieces.
However, they also paid a heavy price. The heavy machine guns on the orc war vehicles fired wildly, turning whole battalions of cavalry and their horses into a bloody mist. An orc motorcycle rider swung a massive chainsaw axe, cleaving a cavalryman in half. Raven and his hovering motorcycle moved at such speed that the orcs could not lock onto them. Raven was like a furious knight driving his motorcycle alongside an orc assault vehicle, swinging his power gauntlet with force, smashing the orc driver and the vehicle's metal cabin into a pulp.
Kruge preferred to use his modified plasma gun.
He continuously fired short but precise shots, each plasma energy sphere accurately detonating an orc motorcycle's fuel tank, triggering a series of explosions. Ioka's, like a calm surgeon, specifically targeted the massive orc war machines, using his surgical precision with a firearm to destroy their weapon systems and observation windows. The battle reached a fever pitch. The entire plain had turned into a burning slaughterhouse. Everywhere lay the wreckage of tanks, the corpses of warhorses, and the shredded flesh of green-skinned orcs. One Attila cavalryman's warhorse was hit by a stray bullet and fell with a sorrowful cry.
He was thrown off and broke a leg.
He looked up at a massive orc war vehicle rolling toward him, despair etched on his face. Just then a shadow swept over his head. It was Raven. Raven, driving his hovering motorcycle, swooped down at the last moment before the war vehicle crushed the cavalryman, grabbing him from the ground and with a swift maneuver tossing him to a safe area behind.
Get down and don't move, kid. Raven shouted before charging back into the battlefield.
The young cavalryman stared at the black figure, filled with awe and gratitude. However, individual valor ultimately struggled against the overwhelming numerical disadvantage.
There were simply too many orcs.
The Imperial cavalry mechs and space marines stood like rocks, desperately holding their ground against the green tide, ready to be engulfed at any moment.
Lord Raven. We can't hold out much longer. Our ammunition is almost depleted, the cavalry officer shouted despairingly over the comms. Hold on. Raven shouted as he just smashed the head of an orc warlord with his power gauntlet. Reinforcements are on the way. Just as he finished speaking, a dull thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Everyone, including the orcs, instinctively looked up. They saw dozens of massive drop pods trailing long flames, plummeting like meteors and crashing into the rear of the orc formation. The hatches opened and out came hundreds of soldiers clad in black standard armor, wielding Centurion laser rifles. Among them were several towering fortress-like sentinel mechs. Leading them was Colonel Hope. He stood atop a freshly dropped Stormlord transport vehicle, raising his power sword high. All troops charge. Crush these greenskin scum. The dual-barreled heavy bolter on the Stormlord roared terrifyingly, unleashing a torrent of fire that created a death zone behind the orcs. The newly deployed fresh troops smashed into the orcs' chaotic formation. The surrounded orcs finally showed signs of collapse. Counterattack. Full-line counterattack. Raven exclaimed with joy upon seeing this, immediately shouting. The Imperial line, which had been on the brink of collapse, sounded the horn for a counterattack at that moment. All the soldiers unleashed their final strength, launching a tide-like counterattack against the enemy. In the temporary command center of Kanasang City, a room that had been half destroyed by bombs was now repurposed as Colonel Hope's field headquarters. An electronic map hung on the wall marking the interlocking front lines of both sides. Red dots represented the orcs while blue dots denoted the Imperial forces. Red still held an overwhelming numerical advantage, but the blue dots, like stubborn nails, tenaciously held the key defensive lines surrounding the city and the spaceport. Report, Colonel. The Western Front has just repelled the 7th Orc charge. Our casualties exceed 300. We destroyed 11 enemy vehicles. Northern Front reporting. Our heavy cannon position was hit by a suicide attack from Orc Gretchen bombs. Heavy losses. Requesting fire support. Lord Raven's Rapid Response Force reports they have spotted an unprecedented armored force assembling in the eastern plains. The orcs are expected to launch a general assault in 3 hours. Battle reports streamed in, continuously knotting Colonel Hope's brow. The ground war had already lasted 5 full days. Of his 150000 troops, over 30000 had fallen forever on this soil. Ammunition, medicine, food, every resource was depleting at a terrifying rate. Though they had held back wave after wave of orc assaults with stubborn will and superior equipment, everyone knew it was only a matter of time. We can't go on taking blows like this. Salahar's figure appeared on the holographic projection device. He still wore his black Indomitus pattern Terminator armor, but without his helmet. Captain. Colonel Hope, you and your men have done well. Salahar first acknowledged their achievements. You've bought us precious time, but pure defense cannot win this war. We must seize the initiative. Sir, you mean decapitation. Every whack is built around its war boss. Kill him and the orc command structure will fall into chaos. Their offensive will stall for at least a few days. That will give us breathing room and a chance to counterattack. But Sir, Colonel Hope's face showed concern. We have no idea where the orc war boss is. Lord Raven's squad has been searching, but the orc camp is too vast and chaotic. I know where he is. Salahar's gaze fell on an area heavily marked on the electronic map, a massive garbage mountain built from countless wrecked warships and industrial refuse located at the center of the orc front line. That is the largest orc camp on this planet, their sacred mountain. Their war boss must be there. We tried bombarding it with heavy artillery. The effect was minimal. They have extensive anti-air defenses, and their structures are too chaotic for conventional shelling to cause significant damage. So I won't use artillery. I'll go myself. What? Everyone in the command center was stunned. Boss, you're going in person. Raven's voice cut in from another comm channel. He had obviously heard the conversation. That's too dangerous. Precisely because of that I need to go. Only the strongest assault force can break through the orc lines and complete the decapitation in the shortest time. Raven, you and your squad provide support and create chaos outside. Iokas Kruger and the remaining brothers of First Squad follow me. Colonel Hope, I need you to do one thing. Once my operation begins, you must concentrate all your forces for a feint attack across the entire orc front line. The bigger the commotion, the better. Draw all orc attention to your main front. Yes, sir. Mission guaranteed. Good. Operation time 2 hours. Codename Decapitation. Salahar's projection vanished. In the command center, everyone felt enormous pressure and a tinge of excitement. A high-stakes gamble that would decide the ground battle of Attila was about to begin. 2 hours later. Night fell. A black Thunderhawk gunship like a ghost in the night skimmed silently over the burning plains at ultra-low altitude, heading toward the massive garbage mountain. Inside the cabin, Salahar and the 11 warriors behind him made final checks. Storm bolter magazines were loaded, power swords and power axes hummed with low energy. Boss, are we really doing this? Kruger asked while adjusting the plasma cannon on his arm. This is even crazier than last time we boarded the Death Guard's flagship. Check your gear. I don't want mission failure because your gun jams at the critical moment. My calculations are never wrong. Kruger muttered. We're approaching the target zone, the pilot's voice came. Colonel Hope's feint has begun. Through the observation port they saw the horizon ablaze with fire explosions like festival fireworks, continuous and unending. The entire Imperial line had turned into a steel wall of fire, exchanging fire furiously with the orcs. Countless orcs drawn by the battle howled toward the Imperial positions. This created a perfect opportunity for infiltration. The Thunderhawk deftly skirted a few sparse anti-air positions and finally hovered over a relatively secluded midslope of the garbage mountain. Ramp opening. Good luck, my lords. The ramp lowered and Salahar leaped out first. His heavy armor crashed onto the scrap metal ground with a dull thunder. Their landing point appeared to be an orc repair workshop. Everywhere were dismantled vehicle parts and giant wrenches. Several orc mechboys busy hammering and welding were startled by the black giants falling from the sky. Before they could raise an alarm, they were shredded into green pulp by a hail of bolter fire. Stay quiet. Move fast. Target the largest building on the summit. 12 warriors like silent black reapers began to creep along the labyrinthine paths inside the garbage mountain toward the top. Their movements were silent. Any orc they encountered was eliminated before making a sound. Every time Salahar's unbending blade was drawn, it claimed a greenskin life. However, the higher they climbed, the fiercer the resistance became. When they burst onto a vast platform, they were finally detected. Whack! Sneaky gits! Hundreds of orc knobs who were drinking and fighting on the platform spotted them. These creatures, a size larger than ordinary orc boys, immediately dropped their ale barrels, grabbed huge choppa and shuddas, and charged with roars. Open fire! On the narrow platform, a brutal close-quarters battle erupted instantly. They formed a defensive circle. Their storm bolters spat death, tearing bloody gaps in the orc ranks. But the orcs were overwhelming in number. One warrior was tackled by 3 knobs simultaneously. Countless choppa and axes rained on his armor, sending sparks flying. Kruger! Plasma cannon! Salahar bellowed. The plasma cannon on Kruger's arm screeched, and a ball of searing blue energy roared forth, turning the few orcs in the ground around the fallen Terminator into a pool of molten rock. I can't hold much longer. Fight through. Don't stop. Salahar split a sneaking orc in two, with his sword leading the charge toward the ramp leading up. They fought and retreated, finally breaking through the knob's encirclement. But when they reached the massive palace at the summit, everyone gasped. At the palace entrance stood a row of at least 30 orcs, each over 4 meters tall. They wore thick armor made from worship plates, wielding enormous power claws and chain axes. They were the warboss bodyguards, meganobs. Behind them on a throne inside the palace sat a monster twice their size. It was the warboss of this whack. Steel Smasher Uzrog. His body was heavily augmented with machinery. One arm was a massive power claw, the other a multi-barreled rotary cannon. Ha! Interesting little bugs. Uzrog laughed like thunder when he saw them. You actually made it to my turf. You got guts. I like gits with guts. Target confirmed. Salahar's voice was ice cold. All troops maximum firepower at the warboss. The moment he spoke, every weapon aimed at Uzrog on the throne. But the meganob's bodyguards, like moving walls, shielded their boss. Countless bolter rounds and plasma blasts hit them, only producing sparks and shallow dents. Their obscenely thick armor seemed immune to these attacks. Crush 'em. 30 meganobs charged at Salahar's squad with heavy steps. Spread out. Hit and run. Salahar ordered immediately. But the space was too cramped. One warrior, too slow to dodge, was grabbed by a meganob's power claw. With a nauseating screech of twisting metal, half of the warrior's body along with his armor was crushed into scrap. No. Fall back. He knew the decapitation mission had failed. They had severely underestimated the warboss guard. If they continued fighting, the entire squad would be annihilated. Come and go as you please. Not so easy. Uzrog grinned, raising his rotary cannon arm. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, a terrifying storm of metal engulfed the entire platform. Activate emergency beacon. Thunderhawk. Maximum altitude pickup. Salahar shouted, shielding Iokas, who was tending to a wounded comrade. Countless heavy caliber rounds slammed into his Indomitus Terminator armor with deafening explosions. In the sky, the Thunderhawk dove through dense anti-air fire. Go. Go. Uzrog watched the fleeing black bugs but did not order pursuit. He merely licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Interesting. Very interesting. This fight is getting more fun. Inside the Thunderhawk, a deathly silence reigned. Of the 12-man squad, only 8 returned and all were wounded. Iokas was frantically trying to save a brother whose chest was completely pierced, but the warrior's vital signs were fading fast. Salahar stood silently by the window, staring down at the brightly lit orc sacred mountain, at the warboss laughing maniacally on his throne. The operation had failed. But he had not returned empty-handed. His gaze fixed on Uzrog's mechanically augmented rotary cannon arm covered in tubes and cables. In his mind an even crazier bolder plan began to take shape. Kruger, he suddenly spoke. Yes. Yes, boss. Analyze the data we recorded on the war boss. Especially the energy supply pattern and structural weaknesses of his modified arm. Boss, you still want to? Yes. If decapitation won't work well, try another way. Well, do a pinpoint demolition. Haniba East Nest City Water Purification Station No. 37. Private Calvin Hale, a rookie from the conscription station less than half a year ago, was huddled with his squad leader veteran Haas behind a makeshift shelter made of sandbags and rusty metal shivering. The air was thick with a pungent stench, a mixture of machine oil, decaying corpses, and the excrement of the greenskins. Not far away, a destroyed Chimera transport vehicle was still ablaze in the ruins, dark smoke billowing into the sky. Squad leader. How much longer can we hold out? Calvin's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. His Centurion laser gun's barrel was hot enough to fry an egg. Just moments ago they had repelled another charge from the greenskins. Shut up, kid. Haas spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. As long as we can still breathe, we have to hold on. This is Purification Station No. 37, the only clean water source in the lower district of the entire Nest City. If we lose this place, millions will die of thirst. Calvin dared not speak further. He knew the squad leader was right. Since the Orc fleet suddenly appeared in the skies of Haniba 88 days ago, this place had turned into a genuine hell on Earth. They spread across the planet like a green plague, swiftly engulfing everything. Only the capital East Nest City managed to hold on with the remnants of the PDF Planetary Defense Force and a mechanized cult's crusaders. But everyone knew they were merely hanging on by a thread. The siege had lasted 88 days. 88 days of hellish nights and days. Food was strictly rationed, with each person receiving just a block of synthetic nutrient paste that tasted like sawdust each day. Ammunition was even scarcer, with the command issuing a deadly order that fire could only be returned when the orcs were in clear sight. Calvin's squad originally had 10 members. Now only his squad leader Haas and a heavy weapons specialist named Mickey remained. The other 7 brothers had fallen forever in this wasteland over the past 88 days. Mickey housed the situation with the heavy explosive crossbow. Haas shouted to the other end of the shelter. It's okay, squad leader. Mickey's voice sounded weak, but we're down to the last half of the ammo belt. Save it, we can still fend off one more charge. Damn it, Haas muttered under his breath. The heavy explosive crossbow was the most crucial support at their fire point. Once it fell silent, their 2 laser guns would be utterly insufficient to stop the tough-skinned orcs. Squad leader, look over there. Calvin suddenly pointed to the sky in the distance. Haas immediately raised his binoculars, alert. In the far-off skyline, several dark dots were rapidly enlarging. They were not the orcs' crooked aircraft. Their flight patterns were stable, exuding an elegant aura of impending doom. Are those our planes? Calvin asked uncertainly. I don't know, but they should be ours. Are they here to rescue us? Rescue us? Haas chuckled bitterly. Kid, don't dream too much. Just as he spoke, a piercing shriek suddenly came from the flank of their defense line. The sound was filled with a frenzied desire for blood, sending chills from the depths of the soul to all who heard it. What? What is that sound? Haas didn't answer. He just stared intently in the direction from which the sound came. Behind a collapsed building's ruins, the space began to warp as a blood-red rift seemingly leading to hell was forcibly torn open. Immediately, countless red monsters with claws and horns roared forth from the rift. Their skin was crimson, eyes burning with frenzied flames, wielding hellish blades that emitted black smoke. They were the bloodthirsty harbingers. Demon! Demon! Mickey's voice trembled, nearly dropping his heavy explosive crossbow. Amidst the throng of bloodthirsters, an even larger and more terrifying figure slowly emerged from the rift. Standing over 10 meters tall, it had the head of a bison and a pair of massive bat-like wings unfurling behind it. It wielded a gigantic axe engulfed in hellfire and a long whip made of skulls. The harbinger of terror, Skull Reaper Kahaban. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Kahaban roared with a thunderous voice, the subspace power in his voice causing the surrounding air to boil. By the Emperor. Haas despairingly closed his eyes. The orcs had not been dealt with, and now the demons of terror had arrived. Haniba was truly doomed. The target of the demon army was unmistakably clear the area with the most living beings on the battlefield. They ignored the battling orcs and charged straight toward the defense line where Haas and the others were. Open fire! Open fire! A PDF officer screamed hysterically over the comms. However, the energy beams from the laser guns merely left shallow scorch marks on the bloodthirsters without stopping their advance. Mickey's heavy explosive crossbow could indeed blow them apart, but there were too many demons and they seemed impervious to pain. Even if their limbs were severed, they would crawl over with their teeth to continue the assault. In an instant, a breach was torn open in the defense line. A bloodthirster leaped into Haas' shelter, its eyes burning with fury, fixating on the trembling Calvin. It's over. Calvin's mind went blank. Just then a silver flash of lightning descended from the sky. Boom! A grey knight clad in silver Terminator armor crashed down upon the bloodthirster like a meteor, squashing it into a puddle of mush. Purify this filth. More grey knights descended from the sky, their vengeful psychic weapons burning with a silver soul fire. With every swing they obliterated a demon from the fabric of reality. Leading them was Archmagister Loken. The Titan sword in his hand was like a silver storm, turning demons to ashes wherever it passed. Reinforcements. The Emperor's angels. The desperate PDF soldiers erupted into cheers of joy. Yet Loken's face showed no sign of relief. He glanced at the battlefield where orcs, demons and human defenders were in chaotic conflict. He knew that they as Grey Knights could never clear the planet's threat alone. He looked at the terrifying harbinger of terror wreaking havoc in the distance, then at the orcs gathering on another side preparing to watch the show. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. All brothers, heed my command. Loken's voice rang through the Grey Knight tactical channel. Abandon the attack on the ordinary demons. Our target is that big fellow. He pointed at the harbinger of terror, Kahaban. We need to provoke it. Let it unleash its most powerful strength. Then we will direct that power toward those greenskins watching the show. We must make the orcs realize that there are targets on this battlefield more worthy of their whack than us little fry. We must incite these two races who only know destruction and slaughter to turn on each other. Execute the plan. The east nest of Hannibal has completely transformed into a frenzied gladiatorial arena on the 8th hour of the 88th day of the besieged city. When the terrifying demon Kahaban tore apart the veil of reality, descending with its bloodthirsty legion, everyone believed the end had arrived. The PDF defenders line was on the brink of collapse under the demon's first wave of assault. The laser guns had minimal effect on the demons, while heavy weapons positions were easily breached and destroyed by the agile bloodthirsters. The desperate cries of the soldiers mixed with the frenzied roars of the demons, forming a hellish tapestry. Private Calvin huddled in the shelter, watching helplessly as a bloodthirster ripped open a comrade's chest with its claws as if tearing paper, then pulled out the still beating heart and stuffed it into its mouth. Calvin retched, emptying the little synthetic nutrient paste he had in his stomach. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, immobilized. Just when he thought he was doomed, a silver deity descended from the heavens. The appearance of the Grey Knight briefly dispelled the despair. They stood like the most formidable dam, steadfastly blocking the demon's raging tide. What are they doing? Have they gone mad? Sergeant Haas murmured beside him, the giant is simply not something they can handle. On the other side of the battlefield, the orcs who were preparing for the next wave of assault also paused. They watched the sudden scene with great interest, as if witnessing an exhilarating gladiatorial performance. An orc warchief sat atop a massive war vehicle assembled from the wreckage of several tanks, picking its teeth with a large iron hook while squawking at the other chiefs beside it. Ha! Look! Those rats in tin cans actually dare to provoke that big red one. Whack! There's a show to watch. Quick! Bring me a roasted mushroom. This is a good show to drink to. I bet on the red skin winning. I want to wager my new knife I just stole. The orcs danced and howled with excitement, showing no intention of intervening. They were eager to see these two foes fight to the death. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Master Loken had already faced off against the terrifying demon Kahaban. Insignificant mortal. You dare challenge Kahaban? Your skull will become the most glorious sacrifice to the blood god. The terrifying demon roared, its massive axe burning with hellfire slicing through the air as it swung down towards Loken. Loken's titan sword, burning with silver spiritual fire, struck fiercely at the demon's knee. Clang! A loud sound echoed, sparks flying. The titan sword left only a shallow white mark on the demon's obsidian-like skin. Ha ha ha! Are you scratching me? Kahaban laughed wildly, swinging its whip in retaliation. Loken teleported to evade once more. The other Grey Knights also harassed the terrifying demon in the same manner. Their attacks could not inflict substantial damage on this powerful entity from another dimension, yet their purpose was not to do so. Each of their strikes landed precisely on the joints of the demon that were not covered by heavy armor. Every teleport they executed allowed them to evade lethal attacks while appearing in positions that were most uncomfortable for the demon. A swarm of flies buzzed around a lion, occasionally landing a bite. Although it didn't hurt, it was infuriating to the extreme. Enough! Kahaban was finally provoked. Its fiery eyes turned crimson. It no longer paid attention to the minions but directed all its fury at Loken, the foremost among them. Each swing of the massive axe carried world-destroying power, smashing the ground into large craters. Each lash of the whip struck like lightning, leaving bloody afterimages in the air.
Amid the torrential storm of attacks, Loken struggled like a small boat in a tempest, relying on his exquisite skills and precise teleportation to hold on.
He knew the moment was approaching. Now's the time.
A Grey Knight who had been lingering on the periphery suddenly stopped. He planted his energy spear into the ground, raised both hands high and began to chant a complex incantation. From his silver eyes shot two pure beams of energy, directly striking the warchief's vehicle in the distant orc lines.
Boom! A violent explosion of energy flame erupted from the vehicle.
The warchief was left covered in soot, and its beloved flagpole made from the teeth of a space wolf was snapped clean off.
This action completely stirred up a hornet's nest. Whack!
The orc warchief let out a thunderous roar.
Its face turned purple with rage.
In orc culture, this was the utmost humiliation. It failed to see where the attack had come from and only saw the enormous red demon in the center of the battlefield flaunting its might. In its simple and crude mind, a logical chain instantly formed: the strongest here is that big red guy.
That last attack was definitely its doing. It is provoking me. Lads!
The orc warchief pointed at the terrifying demon in the distance with its massive power claw, roaring hoarsely, "That red skin is eyeing me.
It's looking at me. Let's take it down." Whack! The entire orc horde was ignited by their chief's fury. They no longer watched the show or hesitated.
Their green eyes were filled with the fervor of battle. In their eyes, that enormous, similarly violent red demon was clearly a more thrilling opponent than those humans who could only hide behind cover.
Charge!
Countless war vehicles roared their engines, and hordes of young orcs raised their axes like a green tsunami, launching a massive charge against the newly arrived demonic army.
K'haven was taken aback for a moment.
It did not expect that these green beasts who had been watching from the sidelines would suddenly launch an attack.
Come! More skulls! More blood!
It let out an even more ecstatic roar, raising its massive axe to meet the charging orcs. The green tide crashed violently against the red tide.
Private Calvin stared blankly at it all, even forgetting to breathe.
He saw an orc lad leap onto a bloodthirster's back, biting fiercely into its neck. The bloodthirster then swiped back with its claw, tearing the orc's head and spine out in one motion. He witnessed an orc war vehicle and a terrifying brass scorpion, like two prehistoric beasts, tearing and colliding with each other, ultimately perishing together in a massive fireball. He saw the enormous orc warchief driving its vehicle, roaring as it charged towards the terrifying demon, engaging in a breathtakingly savage battle.
The entire battlefield had turned into a boiling pot of bloody flesh. Did we survive? Calvin murmured. No, kid.
We just jumped from the frying pan into the fire. He glanced at the silver figures that were taking the opportunity to retreat and reorganize.
But at least now we have a chance to breathe.
Haas grabbed his laser gun, shouting at Mickey and Calvin beside him, "For heaven's sake, don't just stand there.
Now's the time to reinforce the fortifications. Replenish ammunition. Prepare for the next battle." The streets of Hannibal have transformed into a meat grinder.
As the green tide of the orcs collided head-on with the red wave of the terrifying demons, the entire nest city trembled. This was a war purely for the sake of slaughter, devoid of any tactics or reason, driven only by the most primal violence and the most frenzied desire for destruction.
Whack! For the blood god. The young orc swung his buzzing chainsaw blade, engaging in a fierce battle with a bloodthirsty demon wielding a hellblade.
An orc was beheaded by the bloodthirsty demon, but before dying he used his last ounce of strength to shove a grenade into the demon's mouth, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered both into pieces. A massive, terrifying demon engine, the Soul Crusher, charged forward with its metal legs resembling those of an arthropod. Its gigantic claws easily tore through the armor of an orc war chariot, and in the next moment over a dozen orc tank killer youngsters with rocket launchers emerged from the rubble, unleashing a barrage of rockets upon it. Amidst a series of explosions, this powerful demon engine was reduced to a pile of burning scrap metal. So spectacular. On a half-destroyed high-rise in the distance, Private Calvin and his squad leader Horst were watching this divine battle through a telescope, dumbfounded.
"Shut up, kid, this isn't a circus show,"
Horst whispered sharply. "Stay sharp.
Do you see those stragglers?
No matter if they're red or green, if they enter our range, make sure to shoot them down."
"Yes, squad leader." Calvin immediately perked up.
He raised his laser gun and aimed at an orc struggling against a bloodthirsty demon. The orc had already lost an arm but was still desperately clinging to the demon's thigh, trying to bite.
Calvin pulled the trigger.
A red laser beam accurately struck the bloodthirsty demon in the back. The demon let out a painful shriek as its body began to destabilize, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. The orc, having lost its opponent, collapsed to the ground. It looked up, seemingly wanting to see who had helped it, but was met with another laser shot from squad leader Horst.
"Well done, kid," Horst praised. Calvin's heart trembled. It was an experience unlike any other.
This feeling was both absurd and tinged with a hint of morbid thrill.
The pressure on the Imperial Guards was greatly relieved. They abandoned most of their outer positions, retreating to a few key easily defendable nodes, using the chaos to frantically repair fortifications, replenish ammunition and tend to the wounded. And the instigator Grand Master Loken and his Grey Knights vanished like ghosts into the shadows of the battlefield. They had completed their mission and were now hiding in the underground pipeline system of the Nest City, coldly observing the inferno they had ignited. Grand Master, according to the psychic energy readings, reinforcements of demons are continuously pouring out from the fissures. The orcs seem to have taken this planet as their holy land, with more and more landing craft descending. The scale of this war is spiraling out of control. That's exactly what I want, Loken said, wiping his titan sword stained with demon ichor, his voice icy. Let them fight. The more ferociously they fight, the better. For every enemy they kill, the Empire loses one foe. We just need to wait for them to mutually destroy each other, or wait for one side to give birth to a true king. Loken's gaze turned to the center of the battlefield. There two of the largest beasts were engaged in an earth-shaking duel. The terrifying demon Kahaben faced off against the orc war boss Blastjaw Groshnik. Groshnik abandoned its flashy war chariot and took the fight personally. Its massive body was even bulkier than Kahaben. Most of its body was replaced by crude machinery, with one arm transformed into a gigantic power claw and the other into a continuously rotating Gatling gun. Its jaw had been replaced with a massive iron structure engraved with orc totems, which seemed to house an explosive device within. Wa'ak! Groshnik roared, using its power claw to grab the wreckage of a chimera transport vehicle and hurled it towards Kahaben. Ignorant beast! Kahaben swung its massive axe, effortlessly cleaving the incoming debris in two. It flapped its wings, soaring into the air, its skull whip crackling like a blood-red lightning bolt towards Groshnik. Groshnik did not flinch, but instead unleashed a barrage of gunfire from its Gatling arm into the sky. The dense rain of bullets managed to disrupt the whip's assault. Then it suddenly stomped the ground, its colossal body leaping like a cannonball, crashing directly into the airbound Kahaben. Boom! The two giant beasts collided violently in midair before crashing down together, flattening a small building. They rose from the rubble, engaging in the most primitive hand-to-hand combat. The power claw clashed against the hell axe and the iron jaw met the demon's horns. With each collision, blinding sparks erupted and deafening booms echoed. The area surrounding them became a forbidden zone of life, with any approaching orc or demon torn to shreds by the aftermath of their battle. This king versus king battle completely ignited the atmosphere of the battlefield. All orcs and demons seemed to be inspired, fighting with even greater ferocity and recklessness. A terrifying skull cannon demon engine had just fired a round composed of boiling blood into the orc lines, when in the next second its head was smashed to pieces by a rocket-propelled orc motorcycle crashing down from the sky. An orc boss had just crushed a bloodthirsty demon's skull with its power claw, but before it could celebrate, it was pierced through the chest by the tail of a copper scorpion that had emerged from the ground. Slaughter, endless slaughter. Loken watched it all quietly. His face bore no expression, but deep inside he felt a twinge of sorrow for the lives being extinguished. Whether orc or demon, they were all tumors of the universe, entities that needed to be excised. Yet witnessing their mutual destruction in this manner still evoked a sense of absurdity rooted in the essence of life within him. All PDF and Adeptus Mini-Storum forces abandon all unnecessary defensive zones and consolidate to the Imperial Shield Fortress in the upper district of the eastern Nest City. Use this time to reinforce the fortress defenses to the limit. We will be there awaiting the final outcome of this bloody carnival. Yes, Grand Master. The orders were quickly relayed. The Imperial Guards, struggling at various fire points, began to orderly provide covering fire while retreating to the highest point of the Nest City, the final fortress that loomed like a mountain. Private Calvin carried the severely injured Mickey on his back, running behind squad leader Horst amidst the rubble. He glanced back at the area below that had been completely transformed into a hell of flesh and blood, feeling a mix of emotions. He did not know what the future held. He did not know if they would survive until tomorrow. But he knew that at least for today they had survived. And all of this was thanks to those silver angels descending from the heavens and their crazy yet deadly plan. He looked up at the magnificent fortress at the peak of the Nest City, where they would face their last, possibly final battlefield. Report to the captain: the fleet of Grand Mentor Loken has arrived at the Hannibal star system 3 standard days ago. According to their last encrypted message, they have landed and successfully instigated a war between the orcs and demons. At present, the situation in Hannibal is temporarily under control and our defending forces have retreated to the last fortress. Well done. I knew that the Grey Knights had a way to deal with the demons. Now that Hannibal is stabilized, can we call them back? The brothers in orbit are about to collapse. Raven slammed his fist on the dusty tactical table, raising a cloud of dust. Salahar did not respond. He quietly gazed at the holographic star map before him, projected by a portable projector. On the star map, the blue defense circle representing the Imperial Joint Fleet had shrunk again compared to a few days ago.
Several escort ships and an attack cruiser had permanently extinguished their lights amidst the orcs' relentless assaults. They were like people trapped in quicksand. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. And the land beneath their feet, Attila, was the very center of this quicksand.
We can't call them back.
Why? Haven't the battles already started in Hannibal? Let them tear each other apart. Loken and his men can't do much good there.
The orbital fleet needs them. Just one more attack cruiser would relieve a lot of pressure. What you see is merely the surface. Salahar extended his hand and zoomed in on the star map of Hannibal.
The war between the orcs and the demons can indeed buy us time.
However, this balance is fragile.
Whether it is the orcs or the terrifying demons, they gain strength through constant battle and slaughter. Now Hannibal is a perfect training ground and altar for them. If the war continues, the final outcome will not be a mutual destruction but rather the birth of an unprecedented and immensely powerful war king atop countless corpses.
It could be an orc warlord infused with enough whack
energy, or perhaps a demon blessed with the ultimate gift of terror. By that time, whoever stands at the end will be tenfold, 100-fold stronger than now. And its next target will inevitably be us, who are already exhausted. Loken and his Grey Knights must remain there. They must constantly monitor the two beasts locked in combat and at the most critical moment deliver a fatal blow to one side, or, at the moment the king is born, eradicated at any cost.
I understand now. Chief, how much longer can we hold out?
We have 40% of our ammunition left. The average damage to the ship's hull exceeds 35% and personnel losses have already surpassed 40%.
At the side, Iokas reported a series of cold numbers transmitted from the orbital fleet.
He was a pharmacist and also managed personnel and material statistics for the troops. Each number felt like a knife stabbing into everyone's heart.
What is the situation with Kelfaris' fleet? Salahar asked.
Worse than ours. His fleet, although technologically advanced, primarily consists of specialized ships with insufficient frontline firepower and weak armor. Under the irrational charges and barrage attacks of the orcs, his Razor Wasp attack aircraft have been nearly depleted and 2 of his research ships have been forced to self-destruct to prevent the orcs from providing assistance.
Keep him on electronic interference.
Tell him that once we win this battle, I will allow him to study a complete orc warship.
Salahar said calmly.
Yes. Raven twitched at the corner of his mouth, knowing that this condition would be more enticing than any reward for that tech fanatic. How is Colonel Hope doing? The ground is also not optimistic. Raven's expression turned grave. After the last assassination operation failed, the orcs' offensive has grown even more frenzied.
Colonel Hope's troops have been firmly suppressed within the Kanazan defense line, engaging in brutal trench warfare nearly every day.
Casualties are extremely high. My rapid response team can only conduct guerrilla tactics around the defense line, destroying some orc siege weapons, but cannot fundamentally change the situation. The number of those greenskin creatures shows no signs of diminishing, rather it seems to be increasing with every battle.
Once again a heavy silence fell over the command center.
The distant rumble of artillery reminded them that they were at the center of the battlefield.
Time is not on their side.
Tosaka, who had been standing silently with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His complexion was even paler than a few days ago, his eye sockets sunken as if all energy had been drained. Being in Attila, constantly feeling the twisted land affected by whack energy in war, was a tremendous torment for him.
Captain, what do you sense? Salahar asked. Aside from the orcs' noisy whack, is there anything else? Tosaka closed his eyes as if carefully sensing something.
After a long time he weakly spoke.
Death and order. It's that same feeling.
Space Necrons.
Raven frowned. Are they still around?
While we are fighting the greenskins here, are they just watching from the sidelines?
Yes. Tosaka nodded.
Their gaze has never left this battlefield. Cold, devoid of emotion, like a scholar observing 2 bacteria devouring each other in a petri dish. I can feel that their forces lie in hiding in some corner of this planet.
What are they waiting for?
I don't know.
Tosaka shook his head.
But I can feel that their patience seems to be running thin.
This battlefield is too noisy, too dirty.
It does not align with their. A group of walking tin skeletons understands what order. Do not use our reasoning to speculate about them, Kruger.
Salahar interrupted him.
Tosaka's psychic sensing confirmed a suspicion in his heart and solidified his final resolve. He could not wait any longer. Whether waiting for the situation in Hannibal to become clear or for the orcs to exhaust themselves, both were too long and too passive. And those space Necrons lurking on the sidelines were the greatest variable. He absolutely could not allow his forces to become the next experiment of the space Necrons after exhausting each other with the orcs. The deadlock must be broken. A decisive victory is needed to change everything. He turned his gaze once again to the massive garbage mound on the map representing the Orc Command Center.
Although the last assassination operation failed, it allowed him to gather enough intelligence. Raven.
Yes, Chief. Use the safest route to bring Colonel Hope over. At the same time connect the channel with Kel Pharaohs in orbit.
We will not wait any longer, we will take the initiative.
Raven was taken aback for a moment, then excitement erupted in his eyes.
Yes.
Chief. A storm sweeping across Attila is about to brew in silence.
Your plan carries immense logical risks with a success rate below 23.7%.
In the strategic command chamber of the indomitable blade, Kir Phalawos' massive mechanical form swayed slightly as multiple vocalizers emitted a cold synthesized voice. According to my calculations, to execute what you call precision demolition, we would need to deliver a singularity bomb, one powerful enough to cripple a cruiser's reactor, precisely to the target 30 meters beneath the throne of the Orc warlord Waziliuoj, with an error margin no greater than 5 meters. To achieve this, we would need to breach at least 17 layers of anti-air defense nets around the outskirts of the junk mountain, penetrate over 50 meters of mixed structure composed of unknown alloys, and refuse while simultaneously facing interception from at least 5 heavy Orc army groups within. This is physically nearly impossible. Kir Phalawos' mechanical arm extended, projecting a complex three-dimensional structural diagram in the air with countless danger points marked in red lines. I concur with the great sage. Colonel Hopu, standing nearby, also spoke with a grave expression.
Captain, this plan is too risky.
You will personally lead the assault team, which is itself a colossal gamble. Should any misfortune befall you, the morale of our entire fleet and ground forces will collapse in an instant. In the strategic command chamber, everyone's gaze converged on Salahar. Moments ago, Salahar had unveiled an extraordinarily audacious plan to them. He intended to assault the Orcs' sacred mountain once more, but this time the objective was no longer to slay the warlord but to detonate a devastating singularity bomb provided by Kir Phalawos at the very core of that junk mountain. I have calculated the risks.
Salahar's voice was calm and steady. He walked to the holographic model, extended a finger, and traced an improbable route upon it.
We will not go through the air nor through the ground.
We will go underground.
Underground.
Yes. Attila is an ancient colony planet. Before the Hive City was established, there were several geological survey and mining outposts here.
According to data I retrieved from the ancient archives of the Indomitable Blade, beneath the city of Kanasang lies a mining tunnel abandoned for millennia.
One of its branches passes directly beneath that junk mountain. Kir Phalawos, I need your drilling equipment. A small hell mole drill capable of carrying 10 warriors.
We will use it to bore a vertical passage from the abandoned tunnel upward directly to the target zone. Kir Phalawos' multiple optical lenses flickered for a moment as if performing high-speed calculations.
Data confirmed. Theoretical feasibility exists.
However, I do not possess such an archaic device as the hell mole. But I can modify the chassis of a tarantula sentry turret, adding a plasma drill salvaged from the Grand Ring.
Estimated time required 6 standard hours. Very well. Salahar nodded. I need it in 6 hours.
Then the composition of the assault team.
Myself, Yikasi Kalugu, and the first squad. Salahar's answer held no surprises. We will escort the bomb and install it at the designated location.
Colonel Hopu, he turned to Wapuas, before I need you to launch a feint to draw the attention of all Orcs. But this time it will not be a full frontal feint. Instead, concentrate all armor and artillery firepower to assault the western flank of the junk mountain, creating the illusion of a massive flanking attack.
Yes, sir.
Raven Salahar finally turned to his adjutant. You and your squad will be responsible for our extraction. After the bomb's countdown begins, you must pilot the Thunderhawk to the designated extraction point to pick us up.
Understood, Chief.
Raven's face was etched with excitement and tension. This plan was intricately interlinked and audacious to the extreme.
Every step trod on the edge of a blade.
But if successful, it would single-handedly overturn the entire war situation on Attila.
Then go prepare. Salahar waved his hand. 6 hours from now the operation begins.
6 hours later, deep beneath the city of Kanasang. In the abandoned mining tunnel, utter darkness reigned, broken only by the pale white glow of power armor searchlights and a hastily erected illumination lamp. The air was thick with the scent of dust and rusted metal. A bizarrely shaped machine stood at the center of the tunnel. It resembled a giant metallic beetle, its front end fitted with a menacing plasma drill that still radiated residual heat. This was the temporary hell mole that Kir Phalawos had fabricated in 6 hours.
Salahar and his 11 warriors had already taken their positions around the machine.
On the machine's back, a spherical device radiating a dangerous aura was fixed, the singularity bomb.
Chief, is this thing really reliable?
Kaluga knocked on the drill's casing, producing a dull thud.
I feel like it could fall apart at any moment. Kir Phalawosis' calculations are never wrong. Salahar replied, flatly calibrating the timer on his wrist. Just then the entire tunnel began to tremble slightly and muffled thunderous explosions echoed from above. Colonel Hoapus feint has begun, said Yikasi. We must begin as well. Salahar glanced at the timer. Kaluga, start it.
Yes, sir. Kaluga connected a thick power cable to the drill's energy interface. The drill emitted a piercing hum and the plasma drill at the front began to spin at high speed, emitting a dazzling blue light.
Drilling upward. Target depth 54 meters. Activate silent mode.
The massive drill aimed at the tunnel's ceiling and rotated upward silently. There was no loud noise, only a faint cheese-cutting-like sizzle. The superheated plasma instantly vaporized rock and metal. The drill began to ascend slowly, carrying the 12 warriors and the deadly bomb, launching a silent charge toward the surface, toward the heart of the orcs. Above ground, the western flank of the junk mountain had become a sea of fire. Colonel Hoapu had committed every movable armored unit at his disposal into this frenzied feint. Dozens of Lehman Russ tanks lined up, unleashing devastating bombardments on the orc fortifications with their main cannons. Hundreds of auxiliary soldiers advanced behind the tanks, shouting battle cries. The orcs, infuriated, mistook this for the Imperial Army's main assault and immediately redeployed forces from all directions to the western battlefield. Countless orc war vehicles and Imperial tanks clashed in the most brutal collisions and skirmishes within this narrow area. One Lehman Russ, surrounded by 3 orc war vehicles, detonated the ammunition of one enemy vehicle with its final shell before being destroyed, triggering a massive chain explosion. An auxiliary soldier clutching a satchel charged threw himself at the feet of an orc walker, perishing with the enemy. The savagery of the battle far exceeded any previous engagement. Colonel Hoapu stood on the command tank, watching his soldiers fall one by one, his heart aching. But he knew that for every orc they drew here, Salahar's mission gained one more chance of success. Fire! Pour it on, he roared into the communicator, eyes bloodshot. Throw every shell we have at them. For the Empire. This symphony, composed of steel and flame, played its most stirring movement beneath the junk mountain. And beneath this cacophony, the silent hellmole was inching closer to its target, 1 centimeter at a time. Inside the drilling machine it was cramped and stifling. 12 soldiers were squeezed into the tiny space, hearing only the grating hiss of the drill cutting through rock and metal and the thunderous explosions from above like muffled thunder. Salahar stood silently, his eyes closed as if sensing something. His fingers rhythmically tapped on the hilt of the unbroken blade. Depth 40 meters. Energy consumption 60%. Drill temperature overload 120%. Kelyuja's voice sounded over the comm channel. Boss, this thing's drill bit is about to give out. That old bastard Kir Phalawosi must have used shoddy materials. Make him shut up. Salahar said flatly to Yikasi without opening his eyes. Yikasi patted Kelyuj on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Depth 52 meters. We're almost there. Just then the drilling machine shuddered violently and came to a halt. The plasma drill at the front let out an ominous whine and its light quickly dimmed. What's wrong? The drill is burned out. Kelyuj yelled, we hit a super-dense alloy plate. It must be the reactor casing of some warship. We're stuck. How far to the target? Vertical distance. Less than 2 meters. Enough. Salahar stepped forward and placed his hand on the front of the drilling machine. He could sense that behind the thick alloy plate was their target area, a vast underground space filled with garbage and discarded machinery. Everyone prepare for battle. Yikasi, ready the melta-bombs. Well, breach it manually. Yes. Yikasi unstrapped several melta-bombs from her back and carefully installed them around the drill. 3, 2, 1, detonate. Boom. A muffled explosion echoed in the narrow passage. The high-temperature energy instantly melted the sturdy alloy plate, leaving an irregular hole above them. A nauseating stench of oil-rotten orc sweat immediately poured in through the hole. Go. Salahar was the first to activate his thrusters and emerged from the hole. They arrived in a massive cavern. It seemed to be a giant garbage processing plant inside the trash mountain, filled with towering piles of scrap metal and unidentified mechanical parts. Several orc boys on guard duty were roasting a giant mutated rat around a fire. Before they could react, they were riddled with bullets by the black giants that suddenly emerged from underground. Coordinates confirmed were directly below the target. Kelyuj said excitedly, looking at the locator on his wrist. Stop the chatter, install the bomb. 2 soldiers immediately dismounted the spherical singularity bomb from the drilling machine and began installing and calibrating it in the center of the cavern. Salahar formed a defensive formation with the others watching warily around. 5 minutes left. No, 3 minutes. They've spotted us, a soldier on watch suddenly shouted. At the several large entrances of the cavern a flood of orcs surged in. They were attracted by the earlier explosion.
Leading them were several orc mechboy wielding giant wrenches and chainsaws. Whack! Some rats sneaked into our kitchen. Kill them. Open fire. Hold them back. By time for the installation. Salahar roared. Storm bolters roared to life once more.
The soldiers using the surrounding trash mounds as cover engaged in fierce gunfire with the incoming orcs. But the orcs were too numerous. They came from all directions fearless of death. A soldier was seized by the leg by an orc mechboy with a huge mechanical claw and smashed violently against the wall. His armor let out a loud crash and his entire body was embedded in the wall.
Kel'Uj. Yikasi. Is the bomb ready? Salahar roared while blasting an approaching orc in half with his bolter. Just one last step. Energy core calibration. Kel'Uj shouted, sweating profusely, his fingers flying over the bomb's control panel. No time.
Salahar saw the increasing number of orcs, among which even some heavily armored knobs appeared.
He knew they were about to be overwhelmed. He made a decision. Kel'Uj, start the manual countdown. 30 seconds. Then everyone rally to me. 30 seconds. Boss. We won't make it out. Kel'Uj exclaimed in shock. Execute orders. Yes. Kel'Uj gritted his teeth and pressed the red button. Beep beep beep.
On the singularity bomb a bright red number began to flash rapidly: 302928.
Everyone. Rally to me. Salahar bellowed, shielding all his brothers behind him.
He drove the unbroken blade fiercely into the ground, pouring all his energy and will into the power armor's defensive systems. A nearly tangible energy shield enveloped the 12 of them tightly.
The orcs seemed to sense the ominous energy fluctuation emanating from the bomb.
They let out terrified cries and began to instinctively retreat.
But it was too late. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No sound, no flames. At the center of the singularity bomb an absolutely dark, ever-expanding sphere instantly appeared.
It devoured everything. Light matter energy sound.
All the orcs touched by the sphere along with the trash mountain beneath them were instantly disintegrated into elementary particles and sucked into the tiny singularity.
The black sphere expanded rapidly upward, penetrating dozens of meters of trash and metal, directly appearing in the throne hall at the mountain's peak.
War boss Waziliuoj, who was laughing wildly on his throne, didn't even have time to let out his final whack. Before half of his body along with his magnificent throne was silently swallowed by the dark sphere.
The entire trash mountain, the orcs' sacred mountain, was hollowed out from within, leaving a massive, perfectly smooth spherical cavity.
Losing its core support, the massive trash mountain began to groan under its own weight, then collapsed with a thunderous roar.
Inside the cavern.
After the devastating energy storm passed, the shield having exhausted its last bit of energy silently shattered. Salahar suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. His indestructible, indomitable pattern Terminator armor was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The other soldiers were in even worse condition. Almost all of them had fallen unconscious, their power armor's energy indicators flashing wildly. Only he barely managed to stay conscious.
He knew they had succeeded.
Just then the rubble above them was thrown open by a tremendous force.
A beam of searchlight shone in.
It was Leywen's Thunderhawk gunship.
Boss. Are you still alive? Boss. Salahar looked up at the familiar black gunship, at the anxious Leywen leaning out of the cockpit.
He wanted to say something, but only a taste of blood filled his throat. With his last strength he spoke 3 words into the communicator.
It's done.
Then darkness enveloped his vision and he completely lost consciousness. Inside the medical bay the mingled scents of disinfectant and regenerative gel were both pungent and cloying.
Salahar opened his eyes, his vision gradually sharpening from blurred obscurity.
A white ceiling, flickering life sign monitoring runes, and the ever-present compassionate expression on Yikas's face.
Chief, you're awake.
Yikas's voice was soft as he replaced a vial of nutrient fluid in Salahar's arm. Salahar tried to sit up, but a searing pain from his chest drew a sharp gasp, his bones feeling as though they were shattered. He looked down. His indomitable class Terminator armor had been removed and his body was covered in thick layers of biogel and bandages.
Don't move, Yikasi said, pressing a hand to his shoulder. Your internal organs sustained severe shock and there are multiple microfractures in your bones. Surviving is already a miracle.
The energy leakage from that singularity bomb rattled nearly every cell in your body. A mortal would have been reduced to a pulp.
How long was I out?
3 days.
Or 4, the timekeeping here is chaotic.
Yikasi replied. Leywen brought you and the brothers back and you've been unconscious ever since.
The others aren't much better off, they're still lying in medical bays. Salahar closed his eyes, the absolute darkness that devoured everything flashing through his mind. He knew he had walked through the gates of death. How's the battle situation? He did not dwell on the relief of survival but immediately asked the most critical question. Yikasi sighed, a heavier shadow of worry crossing his face. Very bad and also bizarre. He called up a tactical projection and a map of Adila's surface appeared in midair. The massive red marker representing the Orc command hub Lajishan had vanished, replaced by a vast black area flashing with danger signals. Beyond that area, countless small red dots like a virus spread across the entire prairie. Yuziliuoj is dead and Lajishan has collapsed. Logically, the Orcs should have collapsed, Yikasi said, pointing at the scattered dots. But they haven't. They split into dozens, even hundreds of tribes of varying sizes. With no war chief to suppress them, the Orc chieftains started fighting among themselves over territory and who would be the new leader. They're infighting. Yes, more fiercely than they fight us. Yesterday 2 Orc tribes clashed less than 5 kilometers from our defensive line using tanks and walking mechs. Both sides were nearly annihilated. The victor pulled the loser's teeth and dragged their corpses away. This gives us a brief respite, Yikasi continued, but it also plunges the entire battlefield into chaos. We can no longer predict their attack directions or scale. Any tribe might suddenly charge at us on a whim from some Orc chieftain. Colonel Huapus forces are pinned down at the Kanazan city, defenses exhausted and suffering increasing casualties every day. Salahar stared at the map in silence. The snake was dead, but its body still writhed, even splitting into countless smaller snakes, each ready to bite. That was Atullah now. What about our fleet? Kir Falawosi and Admiral Fugue are still in orbit trying to sweep up the scattered Orc landing craft and warships, but the Orcs are too numerous to finish. The fleet's ammunition and fuel are below the warning line. That iron lump Kir Falawosi has complained no less than 10 times that his Razorby attack craft are nearly depleted. Salahar braced himself against the bed and struggled to sit up again. This time he endured the pain. As a commander, he could not remain lying here. Bring me my armor. Chief, your body. Bring it. Yikasi knew it was futile to argue, so he shook his head helplessly and turned to prepare. Just then Tech Sergeant Kelyuj limped in, half his face still covered with a regenerative patch and one arm in a fixed support. Chief. You're awake. Great. Kelyuj's face showed the exhilaration of survival but quickly turned serious. Something's happening in orbit. He hurried to the console and called up another data stream. The Indomitable Blade's long-range scanning array just detected a massive energy surge at the edge of the star system. A star map unfolded in the air with a glaring red dot flashing madly at the system's edge. It's a warp emergence signal. The scale is enormous. Kelyuj's voice tightened. Not Orcs, their signals aren't this clean. Not the Necrons we've seen before either, their signals are ghostly green and not Orcs, not Necrons. Who could it be? The energy signature of the source. It's familiar yet alien. Kelyuj scratched his head. It's like Imperial Navy standard reactors, but with a power output far greater than any Imperial warship we've seen, and the number. By the Emperor, the number is too great. He pointed at the data being deciphered on the screen. Preliminary estimates indicate at least 100 independent signal sources. Several of them have energy reactions exceeding our own Indomitable Blade. 100 Imperial warships. In this forgotten system, in an era where the Imperium's borders have long fractured, the sudden appearance of an Imperial fleet of this scale was anything but ordinary. What were they here for? Reinforcements? Or can you identify the flagship's transponder? Salahar asked in a low voice, attempting to. The encryption is extremely high. It's the highest level encryption protocol originating from Terra. I've only seen such authorization levels in the oldest archives. Before he finished, a piercing alarm blared throughout the temporary base. Alert! Detecting a second massive warp emergence signal, shouted a terrified auxiliary soldier monitoring the sensors. Kelyuj immediately switched the scanning interface. On the opposite end of the star map, a dark red energy cloud like a festering wound invaded real space. Countless twisted, ominous-looking warships poured out of the cloud. Chaos signatures identified. Kelyuj's voice turned shrill. It's the Red Pirates. It's Blackheart Xylan's fleet. Chief. Kelyuj swallowed hard, looking at Salahar. What? What do we do now? Salahar did not answer. He simply gazed at the star map, watching the 2 enormous halos representing the Imperium and Chaos bearing down inexorably upon the Atullah system, upon them with unstoppable force. In the high orbit of Atullah, the unyielding blade quietly floated among the stars. Surrounding it were several uniquely designed mechanical church ships from Kir Falawosi, along with the remaining dozen Imperial Navy frigates.
They formed a small fragile defensive perimeter. On the bridge the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The massive mechanical figure of Kir Fei Luosi stood before the control console, dozens of optical lenses flashing red as they processed vast amounts of data. Admiral Fogg gripped the railing tightly, his wrinkled face reflecting an extreme gravity of expression. On the enormous holographic star map before them, one side represented the Empire with orderly blue light points while the other side depicted chaos with disordered and malevolent red light points, and they were but a tiny insignificant white dot caught in between. The scale of this Imperial fleet exceeded everyone's imagination. Hundreds of warships formed a perfect spindle-shaped formation. Leading them was a magnificent battleship, its bow adorned with a golden double-head eagle emblem. Surrounding it were several battleships, dozens of attack cruisers and strike cruisers, along with countless swarms of frigates. Each warship was brand new and imposing, painted with the striking insignia of the unyielding expeditionary army. The precision and discipline they displayed while sailing made Admiral Fogg, a seasoned Navy veteran, feel a wave of shame and awe. His fleet in comparison resembled a makeshift convoy of armed merchant ships. Incredible. This is nothing short of a complete expedition fleet. Logic error. Admiral Kir Fei Luos's synthesized voice chimed in. Their target is not the Adelan star system but the Adelan Gate. This star system is merely the entrance to the passage. According to my calculations, the mission of this fleet is to physically and permanently secure the safety of this strategic passage. At that moment a wideband communication request penetrated all interference and directly accessed the bridge of the unyielding blade. A commanding resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears. This is the Imperial Navy Unyielding Expedition 37th Battle Group. By the orders of Supreme Lord Terra Imperial Regent Robert Kiriman, we are here to eliminate the enemies in the Adelan star sector. All Imperial ships in this star system, immediately identify yourselves and accept unified command. Repeat, all Imperial ships immediately identify yourselves and accept unified command. Admiral Fogg's body jolted as he instinctively wanted to respond. Do not respond. A calm voice came from the communicator in the back of the bridge. It was Salahar. Admiral Fogg was taken aback. Captain. I said do not respond. Kir Fei Luosi analyzed their fleet composition. I need to know what they are bringing. Executing. Kir Fei Luos's mechanical arm extended, drawing countless streams of data in the air. The main body of the fleet consists of strike cruisers from several Space Marine chapters, identifying the markings of the Ultramarines, Imperial Fists and Blood Angels. Most are original forged Space Marines. There was also a large mechanical church subfleet, with the flagship being an Arc Mechanicus class Oklahoma. The scale of the Astral Army's transport fleet is staggering, carrying at least 5 or more legions. Wait a moment. Kir Fei Luos's voice suddenly paused for a moment as all of its optical lenses focused on a ship next to the glorious Queen-class battleship. The ship was not particularly large, even smaller than an ordinary attack cruiser. But its design was extremely ancient, lacking any chapter or legion insignia, only adorned with some inscriptions in ancient Tyran. The energy signal it displayed on the holographic star map was also quite bizarre, not belonging to a plasma reactor nor a conventional fusion core. It was a kind of energy characteristic that had never been seen in Kir Fei Luos's database, powerful, reserved and pure to the extreme. Unknown model ship detected. Energy signal cannot be analyzed. Structural material cannot be determined. Threat level cannot be assessed. Just as everyone was captivated by that mysterious black warship, something even more terrifying occurred. On the other side of the star map, warships were being spewed forth from the chaotic energy cloud that had just torn through the reality of the universe. Their shapes were bizarre, some appearing as steel monsters wrapped in countless tumors and tentacles, while others were crudely welded together from the wreckage of several ships covered in profane symbols and bloody offerings. Leading them was a flagship named Arachne, its hull adorned with 8 thick limbs laden with various calibers of cannons and spoils of war. Red pirates. Admiral Fogg's face turned pale. It is the fleet of the raider Huron. How did they end up here? As soon as this chaotic fleet appeared, they unhesitatingly launched an attack on the massive Imperial fleet. Countless plague shells, curse rockets and beams formed from demonic energy rained down upon the Imperial fleet's formation. In contrast, the Imperial fleet's response exhibited astonishing discipline and efficiency. All fleets transitioned to defensive formation. All cannons fire. Target enemy flagship. Strike fighter groups thunder and storm launch, intercept enemy bombers. With the authoritative command, the massive Imperial fleet extended its mighty hand, closing in to form a solid fist. Hundreds of warships simultaneously adjusted their positions, pointing their thickest bows towards the incoming firepower. In the next moment, a devastating counterattack commenced. Thousands of cannons opened fire simultaneously, scorching shells tracing dazzling trajectories in the vacuum, crashing violently into the chaotic formation of the chaotic fleet. A red pirate frigate was instantly reduced to fragments by the concentrated barrage. Another cruiser had its shield shattered under the relentless strikes and was then pierced by a precisely aimed armor-piercing round, triggering a violent catastrophic explosion. Space at that moment was illuminated by countless explosions and flashes of light. On the bridge of the unyielding blade, everyone was awestruck by the spectacular yet terrifying spectacle before them. The forces both sides committed were sufficient to ignite a world-destroying battle in any star sector.
Captain Wee. Admiral Fogg struggled to speak. Maintain silence, reduce engine power, activate the cloaking field.
Sarah's voice remained calm. Kirfe Luos's optical lens turned to Admiral Fogg, a logical decision. Based on the current battle situation analysis, our fleet has a 98%
probability of being destroyed within 17 standard minutes if we forcefully intervene.
At that moment, an officer responsible for tactical monitoring suddenly reported loudly, "Alert!
A chaotic strike cruiser has disengaged from the main battlefield and is heading towards Attila.
Its course is headed straight for the city of Kanazan." A red light point on the holographic star map trailing a long tail rushed towards that battle-scarred planet. The war in orbit was already terrifying, and now the flames of battle were about to descend to the ground in the most direct and brutal way. On the surface of Attila, at the outer defense line of Kanasang City, Colonel Hope stood atop the command tower of a Lehman Russ tank, observing the distance through binoculars. On the prairie, two different orc tribes had just ended a bloody internal conflict, leaving a chaotic battlefield littered with hundreds of green-skinned corpses. The air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and orc blood. His soldiers seized this rare moment to drag the wounded, replenish ammunition, and reinforce the positions repeatedly ravaged by artillery fire. Fatigue was etched on every face, their eyes dull, having grown accustomed to death.
"Colonel, there's not much ammunition left at position 3. We have less than 10 boxes of heavy explosive rounds left," reported a breathless messenger. "Have logistics find a way to transfer the reserve ammunition over first.
Tell the brothers to hold on a little longer, support from the rail will arrive soon." Before he could finish, a sharp whistling sound suddenly filled the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see a massive fireball trailing thick black smoke descending towards them at an odd angle. "Is it a meteor?" a young soldier asked.
"No.
That's a ship."
Colonel Hope recognized it as a vessel with sharp ram horns and blasphemous symbols. "All units. Anti-air fire. Target that object and bring it down."
Colonel Hope shouted into the communicator, his voice hoarse with urgency. On the defense line, the few remaining Hydra anti-aircraft towers immediately pivoted their guns and unleashed a barrage of fire. However, for a starship weighing tens of thousands of tons, these attacks were nothing more than a tickle. The burning Chaos cruiser continued to disintegrate as it fell, large chunks of armor and twisted metal raining down like hail, creating massive craters on the prairie.
Ultimately, its massive hull crashed with a thunderous roar, striking less than 3 kilometers from the Imperial defense line. Boom! A terrifying shockwave mixed with dirt and metal fragments flipped several Chimera transport vehicles that were too close to the ground. The sandbags and barbed wire on the Imperial defense line were blown apart. Soldiers were thrown into disarray, their ears ringing with a buzzing roar.
Colonel Hope clung tightly to the tank turret, preventing himself from being thrown off. He lifted his head, gazing towards the wreckage of the warship. There a small mushroom cloud was slowly rising.
Was it over? No. Hell was just beginning.
From the burning wreck of the warship, several massive hatches were violently kicked open from the inside.
"For the dark gods!"
Accompanied by frenzied war cries, a group of star warriors clad in deep red power armor, spiked and chain charged out from the flames. They were Chaos Space Marines, the elite of the Red Pirates.
Following closely behind were thousands of mortals, ragged and wildeed, twisted by desire and lies.
Even more terrifying among them were hulking beasts with horns and hooves, beastmen. They let out piercing howls, swinging massive battle axes, their eyes filled with the thirst for blood.
Enemy attack. Chaos. To the west. They're coming.
The alarms on the defense line and the screams of soldiers became a chaotic mess.
Colonel Hope's heart sank.
The thing he feared most had happened. In addition to the endless orcs, they now had a new enemy, one more cunning, cruel, and insane.
"All units. Focus fire to the west. Lehman Russ tanks. Open fire. Don't let them get close." Colonel Hope drew his chainsword, the blade humming with energy. However, this descending chaos force was far beyond his imagination.
The Chaos Space Marines easily tore through the auxiliary forces' fire network. Their explosive guns accurately targeted the heads and chests of Imperial soldiers, each shot claiming a life. One Chaos Space Marine even charged through the hail of fire from heavy explosive rounds, reaching the front of the line and cleaving a gunner in his position in half with his chainsaw axe. The Beastmen formed the most brutal assault team, their massive bodies crashing through the sandbag and concrete barricades, then using their axes to turn the soldiers behind into mush.
Unyielding blade, medical bay. Salahar had donned his battered Terminator armor.
Though every movement sent waves of pain through his body, his gaze was as cold as ice that had never melted for millennia. The tactical screen in front of him displayed the tragic situation at Colonel Hope's defense line.
"Boss, we have to do something," Raven said anxiously from behind him.
His power armor was also ready, the explosive guns gleaming. The other surviving members of the first squad had gathered.
"Colonel Hope can't hold on much longer.
Those mortal auxiliary forces are no different from lambs before the Chaos Space Marines."
Salahar did not answer immediately.
He looked at the gaping breach on the screen, watching the Imperial soldiers dying horrifically under the Chaos blades, his fingers lightly tapping on the hilt of the unyielding blade.
He was deep in thought. The current situation was no longer just a simple rescue mission.
In orbit, the Imperial fleet and the Chaos fleet were locked in a deadly struggle while space phantoms lurked menacingly. On the ground, the Orc tribes were locked in a chaotic melee, now joined by a highly potent Chaos force. Their small contingent thrown into this fray was like tossing a stone into the ocean, likely causing not even a ripple. But he watched the screen as Colonel Hope personally led the guards into the breach, engaging in battle with a Chaos Space Marine using his chainsword. He saw those mortal soldiers clearly terrified, yet still not retreating a single step, using their flesh and blood to fill that gap. They were soldiers of the Empire.
"Raven.
Here, boss. You lead the first squad, take the Thunderhawk gunship and cut into the battlefield from the south. Do not get into a prolonged fight. Your targets are to destroy the enemy's heavy fire positions and eliminate those cult leaders to create chaos."
"Understood.
Iokas, you and Kruger stay at the base to coordinate logistics and medical treatment for Colonel Hope."
"Yes, Captain." "And what about you, boss?" Raven asked.
Salahar's gaze fell on the screen where several rampaging Chaos Space Marines wreaked havoc.
"Me."
He slowly drew the unyielding blade from his back, the black sword glinting ominously under the medical bay's stark white light.
"I'm going hunting."
With that, he took heavy steps towards the hangar. Raven watched his back, feeling a surge of fervor. This was their captain. No matter the dire straits, he was always the one at the front.
He yelled into the communicator, "First squad. Follow me. Prepare to depart.
Let's deliver a greeting from Caliban to those Chaos scum." The crashed Chaos cruiser lay across the land like a steel mountain range, billowing black smoke from its wreckage, staining the surrounding sky a filthy gray. Centered around it, a bloody melee raged fiercely. Colonel Hope's auxiliary forces had been breached by the Chaos forces, and both sides were locked in a bitter tug-of-war at the gap. The roar of heavy bolters, the shriek of lasguns, the hum of chainswords, and the screams of the dying merged into a symphony of hell. A Chaos Space Marine wielding a power axe effortlessly cleaved through a concrete bunker. Just as he prepared to harvest the trembling Imperial soldiers behind it, a rocket-propelled grenade slammed into his chest. The violent explosion staggered him back, but his thick power armor only bore scorched marks. He raised his head, his crimson visor locked onto the soldier with the rocket launcher in the distance, and lifted his bolter. Before he could fire, a stream of bolter rounds lashed into his helmet from the side. Then a towering figure dropped from the sky, slamming heavily onto him.
It was Salahar.
He didn't even glance at the Chaos Space Marine, whose chest was crushed and armor deformed beneath his boot. His storm bolter was already tracking the next target. The twin barrels spat tongues of death, a dense hail of fire that engulfed a small group of charging cultists, tearing them into flying fragments of flesh and blood.
"My lord. Hold your line, Colonel. I'll deal with these tin cans."
With that, he activated his jump pack and launched himself toward the densest cluster of Chaos Space Marines. His fighting style was simple, direct, and every strike targeted the enemy's vital points with precision. A red Corsair swung a chainsword at him.
Salahar didn't dodge or evade, he parried the attack with his left arm's power fist.
Amidst the screeching clash, the unbreaking blade in his right hand traced a silent black arc flashing through the neck joint of the enemy's armor. The Chaos Space Marine froze, then his helmet along with the head inside parted from his body.
Another Chaos Space Marine attempting a backstab raised his plasma pistol. Salahar spun his black sword, slicing upward, cleaving both man and weapon in two.
He was like a black whirlwind of death. Wherever he passed, those Chaos Space Marines, who seemed like demons to mortals, were as fragile as paper. In less than a minute, 4 red Corsairs had fallen to his blade. This terrifying killing efficiency not only stunned the surrounding Imperial soldiers but also instilled fear in the maddened Chaos followers. Yet just as Salahar prepared to press his advantage, a heavy metallic scraping footstep echoed from within the wreckage of the crashed warship. A colossal form emerged from the flames and smoke. It was a Chaos Knight. Its frame was slightly smaller than a standard knight, but its appearance was infinitely more grotesque. Its armor was covered in twisted runes and jagged bone spikes. A massive thermal cannon sat on its shoulder, while its arm was a giant chain blade dripping with oil. The cockpit was replaced by a huge emblem with 2 hollow eye sockets glowing crimson. It had clearly just been awakened from slumber, with several sections of armor damaged from the crash. Yet the oppressive aura of brutality and destruction made the entire battlefield pause.
The thermal cannon on its shoulder began to charge, the muzzle glowing with a blinding solar light. Scatter! Salahar roared over the calm.
The next second a thick beam of energy erupted, striking an Imperial Lehman Russ tank. The heavy tank's frontal armor melted and pierced like butter before the thermal beam. Then the tank's ammunition detonated in a thunderous explosion, consuming the entire vehicle in a roaring fireball.
Everyone was stunned by the horrific power. The Chaos Knight did not pause. It took heavy strides, the giant chainblade on its arm roaring to life, charging toward the Imperial lines. It must be stopped. We have no weapons capable of dealing with such a monster. Salahar stared at the charging Chaos Knight, his gaze more solemn than ever. He knew that in his current state taking on a knight would be suicide. His Terminator armor was no better than paper before its thermal cannon. At that critical moment the roar of Thunderhawk gunship engines filled the sky. Raven's squad had arrived. "Chief! We're here. Leave the big guy to us." Raven's voice crackled over the calm. A Thunderhawk swooped low, its belly hatch opening as 5 Space Marines dropped directly from the air, their jump packs tracing white contrails behind them. Raven and 3 other warriors fanned out, pouring bolter and plasma fire at the Chaos Knight's head and joints, trying to draw its attention. Meanwhile another warrior carrying a melta-gun circled to the knight's flank, seeking an opening. Little insects. The Chaos Knight's Vox amplifier bellowed in rage as it pivoted, its chainblade arm sweeping horizontally toward Raven and the others in the air. Raven nimbly climbed higher, dodging the lethal strike. But a warrior beside him was too slow. The tip of the chainblade caught him, sending him flying like a baseball, his power armor exploding into a shower of parts and blood. "Damn!" Raven roared, switching his plasma gun to overload and unleashing a searing orb of energy that slammed into the Chaos Knight's cockpit. The enormous goat skull emblem shattered in the blast, revealing the cockpit lined with cables and flesh. The Chaos Knight let out a pained roar and raged. Its thermal cannon began recharging, the barrel aimed at Raven in the sky. "Now!" Raven shouted over the calm. As the Chaos Knight focused all its attention on Raven, the warrior on the flank finally found his chance. He knelt, pressing the melta-gun's muzzle firmly against the knight's leg joint. A thermal beam even thicker than the one that had struck the Lehman Russ slammed into the target. The Chaos Knight's left knee joint, a complex assembly of heavy armor and hydraulic systems, twisted and melted under the heat. A deafening crack echoed as the knight lost balance, its massive frame toppling sideways, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. "Nice shot!" But before they could celebrate, the fallen Chaos Knight in its struggle drove its chain-blade arm deep into the adjacent Chaos Cruiser wreckage. With a screech of tearing metal, it slowly hauled its colossal body back upright inch by inch. One leg was crippled, but it used its arm weapon as a substitute leg. This monster! Raven couldn't believe his eyes. In that moment of despair, Salahar's voice rang calmly over the calm. "Raven, lure it to the reactor core of the crashed ship. Now!" Raven paused, then understood Salahar's intent. "Roger. Brothers, follow me. Let's take this big guy for a walk." With that, he and the remaining warriors took to the air again, peppering the staggering Chaos Knight with fire, steadily drawing its fury deeper into the wreckage of the massive warship. In the void beyond the Attila system, one of the most colossal and bloodiest fleet battles raged on, reaching its white-hot intensity. The 37th Expeditionary Battle Cluster of the Imperium locked in a savage primordial struggle with the Red Corsairs of Huron, the Blackheart, 2 prehistoric beasts tearing at each other. Every second millions of tons of steel and flesh were reduced to cosmic dust under the baptism of macrocannons and lance batteries. On the bridge of the Imperial flagship, the Blade of Victoria, the atmosphere was solemn and deadly. Dressed in a resplendent marshal's uniform, the Astra Militarum commander Draco Valens stood before a colossal holographic star chart, calmly deploying millions of ground troops. Beside him stood Isabella, the canoness of the Order of the Bloody Rose, her chainsword in hand, her eyes blazing with fanatical fury against heretics and traitors. Further back in the shadows, the silent chapter master of the Lions of Glory stood like a statue of black iron. Marshal Chaos in the right flank of the Chaos Fleet. "Their Desecrator-class cruisers are being besieged by our 3rd Strike Squadron," a naval officer reported excitedly. "Order the Emperor's Wrath battle barge to deliver a precision lance strike on the target. Canoness Isabella, your penitent boarding team may prepare to assault," Marshal Valens said without turning his head, but the knuckles on the hand gripping his command staff whitened slightly. "For the Emperor," Canoness Isabella growled, then turned and strode from the bridge. In that moment of turning, her gaze involuntarily lingered on the unknown variable represented by the golden dot about to appear, a complex look mingling awe and battlelust. Just then another tech priest responsible for intelligence analysis suddenly gasped. "Detecting a precise microscale teleport assault. Target the bridge of the enemy battlecruiser Gilded Blasphemy." On the star chart, a tiny golden dot materialized from nowhere onto the red marker representing the enemy vessel. "Whose unit is that?" "I authorized no teleport action." Marshal Valens frowned. "Unidentifiable, my lord." The signal source is.
Meanwhile on the bridge of the Red Corsair's battlecruiser gilded blasphemy filled with acrid incense and unholy litanies. A Chaos Lord adorned with vile runes sat high upon his command throne savoring the destruction beyond the viewport. Around him a full retinue of elite traitor marines, their twisted power armor etched with offerings to the dark gods. Suddenly the space at the center of the bridge twisted.
The next second a flash of gold.
A golden figure taller than a space marine appeared from nowhere. He wore magnificent custodian power armor wielding a massive guardian spear. His arrival was like a sun descending into this hall of filth. And with him came a specter, a female figure bearing an executioner greatsword who emerged silently from the shadow he cast.
She had no aura, no presence, a void in the cosmos, the embodiment of silence. Talons of the Emperor.
A custodian and a sister of silence.
Kill them.
The Chaos Lord roared and his traitor marines immediately raised their bolters and opened fire. Yet within the absolute null field projected by the Sister of Silence all psychic whispers and the protection of the warp vanished. The traitors felt an emptiness and terror from the depths of their souls. The custodian moved. His form became a golden blur, the guardian spear in his hand a swirling untouchable curtain of light. The rain of bolter fire could not even touch his armor, severed and detonated mid-flight by the spear's edge. He charged into the enemy ranks like an unstoppable storm. Every strike was precise and lethal. One traitor's chest was pierced by the spear tip, exploding along with the console behind him. Another tried to parry with a chain axe, but his weapon and both arms were severed effortlessly. Meanwhile the Sister of Silence moved through the edges of the battlefield. Her executioner greatsword cut through the air, silently cleaving a chaos sorcerer attempting a flank attack in two. The sorcerer didn't even let out a scream, his psychic fire was extinguished completely in the sister's presence. It was a slaughter of devastating efficiency. The custodian crushed all physical resistance hidden, while the Sister of Silence eliminated all metaphysical threats and delivered lethal strikes from the shadows. Within a minute over a dozen traitor marines on the bridge were butchered.
Finally only the terrified Chaos Lord remained. You.
He stammered, raising his power sword. Custodian Shield Captain Valerian walked slowly toward him.
His sculpted handsome face bore no expression. In the name of the Emperor, traitor. Your blasphemy ends here.
The guardian spear became a golden lightning bolt, easily piercing the Chaos Lord's defenses and pinning him to his command throne.
On the bridge of the Blade of Victoria everyone witnessed the stunning scene.
Just two individuals had crippled the command center of an enemy capital ship.
Marshal Valens gaped speechless for a long moment.
He knew the talons of the Emperor were represented in the fleet, but he never imagined they would execute their mission so directly, so overwhelmingly. Shield Captain Valerian withdrew the spear from the corpse, not a single drop of blood adhered. He turned and spoke into the communicator, issuing a command to the Blade of Victoria.
The target vessel has been decapitated. But the war is not yet over.
I detect a First Legion energy signature on the surface of Attila.
Faint but present.
Marshal Valens, prepare a Thunderhawk gunship.
I will personally go to the surface for an assessment.
While the Empire and Chaos fleets clashed savagely for control of Attila's orbital supremacy, painting the void with rivers of blood and blotting out the sun, the silent observers lurking at the galaxy's edge finally lost their patience. In a pitch-black starfield, dozens of crescent-shaped warships glowing with a sickly emerald light materialized without a sound. They drifted like phantoms awakened from ancient tombs, bearing the aura of death and eternal stillness.
At the forefront loomed a Kane-class tomb ship dwarfing even the Empire's battlecruisers.
Its hull resembled a colossal pyramid adrift in space, its surface etched with intricate hieroglyphs that pulsed with flowing green energy. Within its bridge, if one could call it that, a towering metallic figure stood before a throne woven from pure energy.
This was the supreme commander of the Sotek dynasty's expeditionary fleet, the Overlord Imnehi.
His optical lenses flickered with cold, calculating light, reflecting the distant chaos of the battlefield.
Too many.
These short-lived beings are like runaway bacteria in a petri dish, multiplying far too fast. Imnehi's synthesized voice echoed through the empty bridge, carrying the grating quality of grinding metal.
Their wars lack all logic and beauty.
Merely chaotic, meaningless consumption.
A dynasty lord beside him bowed and said, "Great Overlord, shall we continue observing?" No longer. Imnehi raised a metallic arm.
The unchecked proliferation of these organisms now threatens the purification protocol of this star system. Their numbers have exceeded the threshold. Their very existence is a form of contamination.
Issue my command. The Overlord's voice turned ice-cold.
Initiate the Great Cleansing Program. Target all non-Sotek lifeforms in this system.
Prioritize elimination of highest energy units. As you command, Great Overlord.
In the next instant, the entire Necron fleet stirred.
They did not form complex formations like the Empire, nor did they roar with fervor like the Chaos fleet. With absolute geometric precision they glided silently toward the battlefield. A cold efficient slaughter began. An Imperial frigate locked in broadside exchange with a Chaos cruiser suddenly found its shield indicator flickering wildly. Before the crew could react, a beam of emerald light shot from an impossible angle, silently piercing its shields, its armor, its reactor core. That frigate, along with its hundreds of crew members, did not explode or ignite. In an instant it was disassembled from the material plane, reduced to the most fundamental particles of the universe. Elsewhere, a Chaos Idolater-class destroyer in pursuit of Imperial fighters was struck by several whips of green energy. Through the breach, Chaos Space Marines and crew could be seen dissolving in terror under the green radiance. The Necron attacks were precise, lethal, and indiscriminate. They were like a gardener wielding a pesticide sprayer, dousing every undesirable insect in the garden without distinction. Whether it was the Imperial fleet representing order, the Chaos fleet representing disorder, or the drifting orc wreckage, all were mere pests to be cleansed in their eyes. The already chaotic battlefield, with the forceful intervention of this third party, degenerated into a mad six-sided free-for-all that no one could comprehend. Aboard the indomitable Blade, alarms blared without cease. Necron fleet detected. They're attacking everyone. The frigate loyalty is lost. It's gone. Kale Pharaoh's Archmagos. Your research vessel Spear of Logic is being pursued by 3 Necron Scythe-class fighters. Admiral Fogg's face had drained of all color. In his decades of service he had never witnessed such insanity. Are these things mad? He roared. No, they are not mad. Quite the opposite, they are more lucid than any of us. Kale Pharaoh's synthesized voice was eerily calm. Before his massive frame, dozens of analytical screens unfurled, frantically processing the Necron tactical data. Their attack patterns follow an impeccable mathematical logic. They are striking at command nodes, weapons platforms, and supply lines of all fleets. This is not an annihilation battle, they are performing a surgical excision of the entire star system's ecosystem. Several of Kale Pharaoh's optical lenses swiveled toward the comm image of Captain Salahar. Captain Salahar, I must concede that your earlier decision was correct. We are small enough, insignificant enough, that our priority in the Necron's first cleansing wave was placed last. Salahar watched the star map as the green dots representing the Necron swallowed and erased the blue and red dots one by one. He felt no relief. He knew this was only temporary. Once the big ones were cleaned up, they would be next. We cannot wait any longer, Salahar said gravely. Admiral Fogg, Kale Pharaoh's execute Operation Gecko. Operation Gecko. Admiral Fogg was taken aback. Yes. Salahar's gaze fell upon the sallow planet of Attila. Sever the tail to save the body. Order all remaining ships to abandon high orbit and shrink toward Attila's low orbit and atmosphere. Use the planet's gravity and complex environment as our cover. That's too risky, Captain. Admiral Fogg exclaimed. Entering the atmosphere will make us sitting ducks. In high orbit we are already sitting ducks, Salahar countered. In space we cannot match the Necron's precision. But in the atmosphere, amid clouds and storms, their advantage diminishes. Our fighters and gunboats will gain home field advantage. It is a mad gamble, Kale Pharaoh's synthesized voice intoned. But it is our only chance at survival. Execute the order. Aye, Captain. Just as the indomitable Blade and its escort fleet began their desperate dive toward Attila's atmosphere, one of Kale Pharaoh's optical lenses locked onto the colossal Kane-class tomb ship. He detected that the energy core of the pyramidal dreadnought was climbing at a geometric rate. Warning. Detecting ultra-high-scale energy buildup. Source Necron flagship. It's charging. Its main cannon is charging. He rapidly calculated the weapon's energy level and firing trajectory. Target locked. By my computational units. Kale Pharaoh's multiple vocalizers emitted a burst of meaningless static. Its target is the main engagement zone of the Empire and Chaos fleets. The area where Victoria's Blade and Arachne are located. The power of that shot is enough to erase everything in that region from reality. When the gods in orbit used light spears and macro cannons to turn stars into tombstones for one another, the surface of Attila had already become a hell for mortals. On the western defense line of Kanasang City, the 87th Adilan Infantry Regiment was engaged in a hopeless, bloody battle. Left flank. The left flank needs support. Those horned monsters are charging. A platoon leader, his face covered in blood, shouted hoarsely into the communicator. In his field of vision, dozens of massive Chaos Beastmen wielding giant axes stained with flesh and blood crashed into the trenches. They ignored the laser beams striking their bodies and in the most primitive and brutal manner smashed the Imperial soldiers and their fortifications into pieces. A young soldier had just thrust his bayonet into a beastman's belly when in the next moment his head was split open like a watermelon by the battle axe of another beastman. Meanwhile, at the other end of the defense line the situation was equally precarious.
The Red Corsairs who descended from the sky despite losing most of their space marines to the ambush by Salahar and Raven's squad still had the remaining cultists and Chaos Lords who charged the defense line like a pack of mad dogs. What made matters worse was that the orc tribes which had been fighting among themselves were also drawn by the scent of blood. A warband composed of the Goths clan Howling joined the battle from the flank. They attacked neither Chaos nor the Imperium, they attacked anything that moved. In an instant Colonel Hope's forces were trapped in a desperate situation besieged by three sides. Ammunition. I need ammunition. A heavy bolter operator despairingly slapped the empty ammunition crate. Medic. Over here. Save him. A soldier holding a comrade whose legs had been blown off cried out helplessly. Colonel Hope stood in the command post watching the tactical map where the blue dots representing his own forces were being gradually devoured and engulfed by red chaos and green orc dots. He could name every single one of them. Now they were to die like expendable assets on this cursed planet. Colonel, we can't hold out much longer. The commissar walked up to him, his voice hoarse. We must tighten the defense line and fall back into the city. No. Hope Eyes Red slammed his fist on the table. Behind us is the spaceport. That's our only escape route. If the spaceport is lost, we'll all die here. At that moment of despair the sky was suddenly torn apart. Dozens of massive heavy transports broke through the clouds and descended behind the battlefield. Their hatches opened revealing rows upon rows of heavy bolter turrets inside. Rat-a-tat-tat. A devastating storm of metal swept over the orc warband that was assaulting the Imperial rear. The howling greenskins fell in droves under the hail of bullets, their bodies riddled like sieves. Immediately after, from the bellies of the transport's Chimera APCs painted with Cadian insignia were airdropped. Their tracks had barely touched the ground when the turrets on top began to rotate, providing covering fire for the follow-up troops with multi-laser cannons and heavy bolters. Then the true protagonist made its entrance. Hundreds of soldiers clad in standard Cadian armor and wielding hellguns poured out of the transports like a tide. They were not the motley auxiliary forces under Hope's command, they were the Imperium's most elite assault troops, the Cadian shock troops. Their ranks were immaculate, their movements decisive and efficient. Upon landing under the command of officers and commissars, they quickly formed standard battle formations and then launched a textbook countercharge against the Chaos and Orc positions. For Cadia. For the Emperor. Their battle cry was unified and thunderous, filled with fearless courage and unyielding conviction. What shocked Colonel Hope even more was yet to come. The largest transport ship slowly descended. Hanging from its belly was a colossal behemoth that would awe any tank. A Baneblade-class super-heavy tank. This war machine, a mobile fortress, slammed its tracks onto the ground with a dull thunderous roar. Its massive Vulcan main cannon, powerful enough to level a city, began to slowly traverse its muzzle, locking onto a bloodletter of chaos wreaking havoc in the distance. Boom! A high explosive shell crossed several kilometers and struck the target with pinpoint accuracy. That bloodletter, considered an elite demon even in the warp, along with a large area around it, was directly vaporized in the violent explosion. Colonel Hope stared blankly at the scene before him, almost unable to believe his eyes. Reinforcements. Imperial reinforcements. An old general in a splendid marshal's uniform, his chest covered with medals, strode into Hope's command post, flanked by a squad of elite Cadian guards. He was the ground commander of the 37th Battle Cluster of the Indomitus Crusade, Marshal Draco Valens. Are you the commander here, Colonel? Marshal Valens looked Hope up and down as well as his crude command post with a hint of disdain in his tone. Yes, my lord. Hope straightened his chest and saluted smartly. Your troops fought well. Though their equipment is subpar and their morale could be improved. Marshal Valens nodded a gesture of acknowledgement. From now on your forces will be integrated into my command structure. I will resupply you with equipment and ammunition. Your mission is to take on the toughest nuts. It is my honor, Lord Marshal. Hope replied loudly. At that moment Sarahar's voice came through an encrypted channel to Hope's personal communicator. Colonel, do not trust them completely. Hope was taken aback. He saw on a ruin at the edge of the battlefield Sarahar's tall black figure standing silently gazing from afar at the newly arrived Imperial reinforcements. Why, Captain? They are the Imperial military. Hope asked in confusion. Armies are not all the same. Sahar's voice was devoid of emotion. I saw their banners. Besides the Cadian battle standard, there is also a Space Marine chapter's war banner. Isn't that better? We have the support of our Astartes brothers. No. Salahar cut him off. That chapter's emblem is a roaring lion bound by iron chains. They are the Lions of Glory, a new chapter composed entirely of Primaris Space Marines. They are known for their fanatical adherence to the Codex Astartes, and they harbor great hostility toward any non-standard Space Marines. He did not understand what Salahar meant. Then,
What should we do?
Keep your distance, carry out their orders, but do not reveal my presence.
Salahar said. Raven and his squad will temporarily accept their command. As for me, I need to go meet some more important people.
With that, Salahar cut the communication. Hope watched the distant battlefield being swept by the Imperial tide, his heart filled with mixed emotions. As expected by Salahar, the intervention of the Lion of Glory battle group was direct and forceful. 3 Thunder Eagle gunboats landed precisely beside the newly established Imperial Army frontline command center. The hatch opened and 30 original forged Star Warriors clad in brand new Mark X powered armor stepped out in perfect unison. Each of them was tall, and the emblem of their battle group, a roaring lion chained in iron, stood out vividly in the dim sunlight of Attila. At the forefront was their battle group leader, Daniel Cole. His armor was even more resplendent, with a flag billowing behind him, and he held no weapon, merely wearing a pair of powered gauntlets. Raven and his 3 surviving teammates had just finished a purge of the Chaos cultists when Colonel Hope dispatched them to make contact with these new brothers. When Raven saw these original forged Star Warriors, he whistled. "Hey, check out these big guys. They look pretty impressive." He nudged his teammate with his elbow and whispered. His teammate appeared somewhat nervous, feeling the scrutinizing gazes emanating from the others. Raven strode forward, instinctively reaching out to pat the shoulder of the opposing battle group leader in greeting, but Cole merely shot him a cold glance, slightly turned his body and evaded his hand.
The atmosphere became somewhat awkward.
"Which battle group are you from?" Cole's voice was as cold as his expression. "Your armor is black, yet your emblem has been worn away."
"I have never seen your standard."
Raven shrugged, locking eyes with Cole, his voice deep and powerful. "We are the First Legion, the Dark Angels, descendants of Lion King Ryan L. Johnson."
This statement fell like a boulder into a calm lake.
Cole and the original forged Star Warriors behind him stirred slightly. The reputation of the First Legion was known to all, yet the appearance of these few warriors was far from the legendary Dark Angels.
First Legion.
Cole's tone was filled with doubt as he scrutinized Raven's battle-worn, heavily modified black-powered armor.
"As far as I know, the emblem of the Dark Angels is a winged sword. Why have you worn it away? Your equipment is also highly irregular, resembling a rabble." Raven's anger flared up instantly. "Hey buddy, speak more politely."
His voice dropped. "We wore away the emblem because we were on a covert mission. As for this irregular equipment, it just took the heads of over a dozen Chaos Star Warriors.
It may not look good, but it works."
"Are you questioning the honor of my battle group?"
Cole's gaze turned dangerous.
The original forged Star Warriors behind him stepped forward in unison, their explosive guns raised slightly.
Raven was equally unyielding, with the remaining 3 warriors gripping their weapons tightly.
"I am not questioning your honor, I am merely stating facts."
Raven stood his ground. Loyalty is proven through discipline and order.
Cole stepped forward, his tall stature imposing immense pressure. To claim to be descendants of the First Legion yet behave so furtively, disregarding the regulations of the Astartes Codex.
You unidentified wanderers must undergo the strictest scrutiny.
Surrender your weapons, remove your powered armor, and await the inquiry of the Inquisitor.
What did you say?
Raven could hardly believe his ears.
Disarm us. In this hellhole. Are you kidding me? This is an order. To hell with your order.
Raven was thoroughly enraged, his right hand gripping the handle of his explosive gun. The son of the Lion shall never lay down arms to anyone. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a low rumble of engines sounded from above.
Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw a sleek, ancient-looking shuttle entirely black silently descending onto the empty ground beside them.
There were no emblems on its hull, but its smooth lines and intricate craftsmanship spoke volumes of its noble lineage.
The hatch slowly opened. A golden figure emerged from within.
He was clad in an exquisitely ornate Imperial Guard-powered armor, wielding a massive guardian spear. The aura of authority and might radiating from him sent a shiver through the souls of all present Star Warriors. The arrogance and coldness vanished from Cole's face. He straightened his chest and knelt on one knee, with all his warriors bowing their proud heads.
The Lion of Glory battle group pays you homage.
The Imperial Guard Shield Officer Valerian did not glance at the original forged Star Warriors kneeling on the ground. His gaze passed over everyone and landed directly on Raven.
Descendant of the First Legion. His voice was not loud but resonated clearly in every ear. Your wandering ends now.
Now tell me, where is your Knight Commander? Where is your Knight Commander, Astra Salahar? Valerian's voice struck like a massive stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. He did not question their claimed identities at all, instead he directly and accurately called out the name of their legion.
I do not understand your meaning.
Revan tightened his grip on the explosive gun, although they had already admitted to being offspring of the First Legion. Being so plainly addressed by the Emperor's custodian regarding their commander's name still placed immense pressure upon him. They had no idea how much this golden giant truly understood about them nor what attitude he held. Commander Cole and his original Astartes raised their heads, gazing at the confrontation with expressions of extreme shock and disbelief. They had just learned that these mysterious allies were the legendary First Legion brothers of the Dark Angels. And now, with the Emperor's custodian descending personally, the atmosphere became incredibly tense, clearly harboring secrets unknown to them. Valerian ignored Revan's wariness, stepping forward a few paces, the immense pressure causing Revan and Aeokas to instinctively tense their bodies. Astartes, there is no point in concealing anything before the custodians. Valerian's voice remained calm, yet the authority contained within it seemed to freeze the very air. Our database is directly linked to the Records Hall of Terra. The Imperial Regent Robert Gilliman, upon his return, has issued a decree: all progeny of gene legacy must undergo re-evaluation and registration regardless of their location. His golden gaze lingered on Revan and Aeokas for a moment. According to the records, you do not belong to the combat roster of the Dark Angels or any of their subsidiary chapters. You are an unregistered force. Valerian's tone was devoid of bias, as if stating a fact: we have been observing your actions all along. You have dealt a heavy blow to the Death Guard fleet, destroying the Orc War Corps, buying time for the Imperial main forces. Your combat style is filled with the hallmark of the First Legion: precise, efficient, and deadly. Revan and Aeokas felt a slight easing in their hearts. They were not being treated as traitors, but were instead undergoing a procedure. However, the custodian shield officer shifted his tone: your loyalty must be verified. Your chain of command must be clear. Now I ask again. Valerian's guardian spear lightly struck the ground, producing a crisp sound. Where is your Knight Commander Astra Salahar? Let him come forth to see me. He has 1 minute to explain to me to the Emperor's custodians whom he now serves. Revan and Aeokas exchanged glances, both understanding each other's intentions. This was a query from Terra, as well as an opportunity to declare their existence to the core of the Empire's highest authority. In this dead silence, a heavy footstep accompanied by the sound of metal grinding slowly echoed from the battlefield ruins not far away. All eyes turned toward that direction. A tall figure clad in black power armor emerged from the shadows. His armor was battered, riddled with marks from explosive guns and scorch marks from energy weapons. A massive claw mark extended from his chest plate down to his abdomen, nearly tearing the armor apart. He wore no helmet, revealing a face sharply contoured like that of an ancient knight. He was Astra Salahar. He walked step by step to the center of the arena, coming before everyone. He did not look at the astonished original Astartes, nor did he glance at his subordinates. His gaze directly met that of custodian shield officer Valerian. One was the Emperor's oldest, most loyal guardian, an extension of Terra's will. The other was a scion of the First Legion, lost for millennia, a warrior who had just returned to the Empire following the Genefather. Two lines of sight transcending time and space intersected in the air. Salahar could read the inquiry in the other's eyes. And Valerian also saw something he was very familiar with in the other's eyes. It was a deep-rooted pride and resilience unique to the First Legion. This was a confirmation of identity. A confirmation of how this force of returnees would position itself within the Empire's new order. He stepped before Valerian and halted. His battered black power armor contrasted sharply with the pristine golden armor of the custodians. But unlike Commander Cole, he did not kneel on one knee. He merely straightened his broken form, clenching his right fist and placing it horizontally across his chest. This was an ancient knight's salute, one that only circulated within the First Legion. First Legion Astra Salahar. His voice was calm yet filled with power. I pledge my loyalty to the Emperor of Mankind. At this point he paused, and the golden custodian warriors remained expressionless, seemingly awaiting the most crucial answer. Salahar's gaze sharpened immensely, and he articulated a phrase capable of shaking Terra word by word. My orders come directly from the returned Genefather, the Master of Caliban, Lionel Johnson. Boom. This statement struck like thunder. But this time it did not strike the minds of the warriors of the First Legion. Instead, it struck hard at the heart of custodian shield officer Valerian. The Lion has returned. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared on the golden giant's eternally calm visage. The words of Salahar echoed powerfully, resonating across the desolate battlefield. The battle group leader of the Lion of Glory Corps and the original forged space marines behind him were all frozen in place. Their expressions shifted rapidly from initial shock and doubt to a blend of awe and uncontrollable ecstasy. Another heir of the Emperor had returned, blessed be the Empire. The impact of this news far surpassed the confirmation that these veterans were descendants of the First Legion. Cor opened his mouth but found himself unable to produce any sound. The instinctive exclamation of outrage was stuck in his throat, transformed into silent astonishment. However, the most moved in the crowd was still the shield officer of the Imperial Guard, Valerian. Beneath his golden visor his eyes weathered by millennia sparkled with intense emotional fluctuation.
He stepped forward, his massive frame bringing forth a mountain-like sense of oppression. Is this true?
Salahar, you must understand that swearing in the name of the original body carries more weight than the stars.
The price of a lie is one that you and your legion cannot bear.
I swear by the glory of the legion and my life.
Salahar met his gaze unwaveringly, his voice resolute. The mighty lion has awakened from slumber, walking among the stars gathering his lost progeny. Valerian fell silent.
As the Emperor's guard, he understood better than anyone the significance of a loyalist return of the original body to this crumbling empire. This was not only a leap in military strength but also an unparalleled boost to the spirit of all humanity. He gazed deeply at Salahar, his scrutinizing expression gradually replaced by admiration. The pride of the First Legion truly lives up to its reputation. Valerian's voice regained some composure. He paused, shifting the conversation, throwing out the truly crucial question. Your genetic father, the mighty lion, has indeed returned. But now the one commanding all armed forces of the Empire is Regent Robert Kilimon. His orders are the will of the Emperor. Will you obey? This was a trap. A verbal trap testing whether he still acknowledged the current order of the Empire.
Salahar was silent for a moment.
Lord Kilimon is the hope of the Empire. His wisdom and courage deserve the respect of all Astartes.
If his orders are to protect humanity and safeguard the Empire, I and my troops will execute them without hesitation.
This response was flawless. It expressed respect for Kilimon while preserving his own bottom line. His loyalty was solely to protect humanity, not to blindly follow any individual.
Valerian was satisfied with this answer.
He nodded, ready to say something.
Suddenly, Wa'ak! A deafening roar erupted from the ruins on the flank.
A large group of freshly assembled orcs drawn by the powerful energy signals gathered here charged in. They saw the glimmering Imperial Guard and the imposing original forged Space Marines. In their simple minds this represented good loot and a good fight. Hundreds of orc lads brandished crude machetes and pistols, howling as they rushed forward. Behind them were a dozen larger armored orc big boys along with 2 kill cans, walking mechas made from scrap metal emitting black smoke.
Enemies.
Battle Leader Kor immediately snapped back to reality from his shock. He raised his power fist and shouted at his subordinates, form a firing line. For the Emperor and the original body. Purge these greenskin scum. The original forged Space Marines immediately sprang into action, kneeling on the ground, their grenade launchers forming an impenetrable wall of fire. But the trouble did not end there. At the same moment the orcs appeared. An eerie green arc suddenly materialized in the air on the other side. Space warped and 3 towering metal skeletons wielding massive scythes appeared out of thin air on the far side of the battlefield. They were the phantom units of the Space Necron. Their target was clear, the individual with the strongest energy response in the scene, the shield officer of the Imperial Guard, Valerian.
Damn it!
Raven cursed, these tin cans are joining the fray. In an instant the 3 parties that were originally in tense standoff were forced into a sudden
for the Emperor. Battle Leader Kor roared, charging first into the orc line.
His power fist crackled with energy. With one punch he smashed the head of an orc big boy, exploding it like a watermelon. His original forged warriors with precise explosive firepower were crazily harvesting the charging orc lads. On the other side Valerian faced the 3 silently approaching Space Necrons, his face devoid of expression.
Overconfident. His figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt, actively kneading them.
The spear of the Guardian in his hand traced trajectories invisible to mortal eyes. Just as one Space Necron raised its scythe, its head was precisely struck by the tip of the spear, exploding into a burst of green energy sparks. Another Space Necron attempted a sneak attack from behind. Valerian did not look back, thrusting backward with his spear piercing through its chest. His battle was like a grand yet deadly dance filled with absolute power and skill. Meanwhile Salahar issued the most correct command at the first moment. Raven. Iokas. Lead everyone to attack those kill cans. They are the greatest threat to the mortal forces.
Yes, boss.
Salahar and his subordinates did not vie for the spotlight with the original forged Space Marines, nor did they assist the extraordinarily powerful Imperial Guard. They moved like a pack of experienced hunters, directly targeting the greatest threat to the entire battlefield.
Raven and 2 warriors flew into the air using thrusters, suppressing the cockpit of the kill can with plasma weapons.
Salahar and Iokas advanced from the ground, their weapons precisely targeting the joint of the walking mech's legs. Their coordination was at its peak. Without a word of unnecessary communication, each person's actions seemed to have been rehearsed 1,000 times. In less than 30 seconds a kill can collapsed under the dense firepower, its leg joint shattered. Following that, Salahar's blade of the Indomitable thrust through the cockpit's gap, ending the life of the green pilot inside.
This small-scale skirmish came swiftly and departed just as quickly.
With the combined strength of the Imperial Guard, original forged Space Marines and veterans of the First Legion, the attacking orcs and Space Necrons were soon completely eradicated. The battlefield regained a brief moment of calm. Battle Leader Kor gasped for air, his power fist still stained with green orc blood.
He looked at Salahar and his well-coordinated subordinates, his expression complex.
He had to admit that these returnees who directly followed the original body surpassed his expectations in combat strength and tactical acumen. Though few in number, each was an elite veteran capable of taking on 10. Valerian had also dealt with the 3 space Necrons. His golden armor remained spotless. He turned around, looking back at Salahar. Your combat skills have not diminished. Still the style of the First Legion. It is something engraved in my bones, impossible to forget, Salahar replied calmly.
Valerian was silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something.
Then he made a decision.
The situation with Attila is more complex than we anticipated.
Chaos Orcs and these awakening ancient aliens, relying solely on the 37th Combat Cluster, it will be difficult to clear them in a short time. From now on, you and your fleet will temporarily merge into the command sequence of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces. You will receive supplies and repairs, but you will also accept my direct orders to execute the most dangerous tasks.
This is your chance for redemption. This is not a request, it is an order. Salahar knew he had no room for choice. He glanced at Raven and Iokas behind him, they were all waiting for his decision. Salahar sheathed the blade of the Indomitable and again placed his right fist across his chest. We accept the orders. Just then a synthetic voice with the sound of electricity suddenly cut into everyone's communication channel. It was Kel'Theros. A proposal that is logically acceptable. I have established contact with the Arc Mechanicus fleet in orbit and have assisted them in optimizing their fire control protocols. Their technology is very ancient, but there is room for improvement. Additionally, I suggest that we prioritize dealing with the flagship of the Space Necrons in orbit. According to my calculations, it will launch a formatting strike on the surface in 3 minutes. The target of the strike is precisely where you currently stand. A formatting strike in 3 minutes. Kyr, the chapter master of the Lion of Glory, was the first to break the silence. His voice, which had just moments ago trembled with elation upon confirming the Primarch's return, was now filled with shock and disbelief. Yes, a conclusion derived from existing data and logical deduction with a probability exceeding 99.7. The main cannon of that tomb ship, its energy output pattern matches the characteristics of a planetary purification weapon. Once fired, all matter within a 50-kilometer radius beneath our feet will be disintegrated into fundamental particles. These words plunged everyone present into a profound silence. Neither the proud Primaris Space Marines nor the battle-hardened mortal officers could conceive of destruction on such a scale. We must evacuate. Thunderhawk gunships. All gunships launch immediately. It's too late. Salahar's voice rang out, his gaze still fixed on the custodian shield captain Valerian, not even glancing upward. From here to breaking atmosphere, then escaping the gravity well, the time we need far exceeds 3 minutes. In high orbit, we are the Necron fleet's highest priority target. Then what do we do? Wait to die. Execute the Gecko plan. Salahar's voice, transmitted through an encrypted channel, simultaneously reached the bridge of the Indomitable Blade in orbit. Admiral Fugue understood Salahar's intention almost instantly. This was the most desperate escape plan pre-established among all contingencies. All ships. Abandon high orbit. Target Attila's low orbit and upper atmosphere. Repeat, this is not a drill. Execute the Gecko plan. On the bridge of the Indomitable Blade, everyone sprang into action. The shrill wail of alarms and the bellowing of helmsmen merged into a cacophony. The battle-worn strike cruiser turned its prow like a wounded leviathan and plunged resolutely toward the ochre planet below. Close behind were the oddly shaped research vessels of Kyr Phalaosi and the last few escort ships. They formed a small, unremarkable arrowhead diving into the turbulent atmosphere. On the vast scale of the cosmos, their movement was like dust motes falling into a storm, drawing no attention. By now the outer reaches of the Attila system had become a meat grinder. Each broadside from the macro battery arrays of the Imperial Indomitable Expeditionary Forces 37th Battle Group could reduce a Chaos cruiser into a burning. Meanwhile, the manic vessels of the Red Corsairs, like bloodthirsty sharks, tore into the Imperial fleet lines with boarding torpedoes and ramming prows. But the true reapers were the Green Phantoms. The Necron fleet executed no superfluous maneuvers. They moved like machines, executing a precise program, leading through the battlefield at geometric angles incomprehensible to mortals. A beam of viridian light silently sliced through the void, striking the bridge of an Imperial Dictator-class cruiser with pinpoint accuracy. The command systems of the giant vessel were instantly paralyzed, then several more beams severed its engines and weapon arrays. It drifted in space, a colossal steel coffin. On the other side, a Chaos Slaughter-class warship which had just crippled an Imperial frigate was about to turn and seek its next prey. Suddenly, space around it twisted and 3 crescent-shaped Jackal-class fighters materialized out of nowhere. They did not open fire, they simply rammed. There was no violent explosion. At the moment of impact, the Chaos vessel several kilometers long vanished from reality as if erased by an invisible cloth along with its thousands of crew and Chaos Space Marines. They're disintegrating. On the bridge of the Blade of Victoria, a naval staff officer stared at the holodisplay, his voice trembling. Marshal Draco Valen's face was ashen. His fleet, his pride, the Imperial Thunder, was as fragile as paper before these ancient monsters. Yet what terrified him more was the floating pyramid-class Kane tomb ship. At its core, the ominous green energy source had blazed to its peak intensity. A visible beam of coalesced energy was gathering at its apex. Marshal. Necron flagship main cannon fully charged. Target. Target is our main fleet concentration. It's over. Only those two words echoed in Marshal Valen's mind. On the edge of this battlefield shrouded by the shadow of death, another group of beings ignored by all also made their decision. Boss. Look at that. All shiny. Must be a good get. On the bridge of a hideous Kilkrusha-class vessel cobbled together from countless wreckage and space debris, an orc warboss with a massive iron jaw peered through his crude telescope at the distant Necron flagship. He was Gitsnik, a warboss from the Skullkrusha clan. In his simple direct mind crammed full of waak energy, the brighter, bigger and more formidable something looked, the more it was a good fight. And that glowing pyramid was undoubtedly the best fight on this battlefield. Boys. Gitsnik tossed aside the telescope and raised his power claw larger than a space marine himself. See that big pointy thing? There's gotta be good loot on it. Ram it. Knock it down for me. Waak. At the command, the fleet of several dozen junkships under Gitsnik's command immediately roared into motion. They had no formation whatsoever, like a swarm of flies drawn to blood, their engines belching black smoke as they lurched and staggered toward the perfectly ordered Necron fleet in a suicidal charge. A Necron dynastic lord, in the midst of precisely calculating firing angles, suddenly had his optical sensors filled with a rapidly expanding orc vessel, a grotesque amalgamation of twisted metal and colossal drills. These organic entities' behavior conforms to no known tactical logic. But it had no time left to calculate. Boo! The orc ship, driven by a headlong madness, slammed into the side of the Necron vessel. The violent explosion engulfed both ships in a fireball. This was only the beginning. More orc ships, heedless of death, smashed into the Necron's perfect geometric formation. They fought in the most primitive and savage way, the way they knew best, ramming, boarding and swamping everything with a relentless, aimless hail of Daka fire. The entire Necron fleet formation was thrown into chaos by these irrational madmen. And the Kane-class tombship, preparing to fire, was forced to divert part of its processing power to deal with the green-skinned lunatics now swarming into its face. Its main cannon, already aimed at the Imperial fleet, shifted by an infinitesimal angle. At that moment it fired. A beam of ghostly green light, more dazzling than the stars, erupted from the top of the Kane-class tombstone battleship. It silently sliced through the dark cosmos, causing ripples in space like glass shattering wherever it passed. The unfortunate Chaos destroyers and orc junkships that stood in its path along with the surrounding space debris were vaporized. On the bridge of the Blade of Victoria, Marshal Draco Valen's and all the crew stared wide-eyed as the beam representing absolute death rushed towards them. Time seemed to stop at that moment. Some drew the symbol of the eagle on their chests, some clung tightly to the consoles beside them, while many merely gaped in despair, awaiting the arrival of their end. However, just as the beam was about to engulf the main fleet of the Empire, it grazed the edge of the flagship Blade of Victoria's shield at an extremely slight angle and flew past. The terrifying energy scraped past the shield, igniting an intense flash comparable to a supernova explosion. The entire battleship's shield overloaded, and the hull emitted a painful groan as countless alarm lights flashed frantically on the bridge. But they survived. The beam shot toward the empty void, ultimately disappearing into the darkness of the universe. Are we still alive? Shield overload. Energy systems down to 30. Hull integrity at 72. We survived. The euphoric relief of surviving filled the entire bridge. Marshal Valen's leaned against the command platform, gasping for breath, his uniform soaked in cold sweat. He did not know what had happened, but he knew that they had just been yanked back from the gates of hell. Meanwhile, on the surface of Attila, amidst the ruins, Salahar, Valerian and Cole also saw the green divine punishment that split the sky. It hung over them like the sword of Damocles, instilling a profound sense of insignificance and helplessness deep within their souls. It's over. But the beam strangely deviated from its course, shooting towards the horizon's opposite end. The expected formatting strike did not. What happened? Commander Cole raised his head, a confused expression on his face. Logical deduction shows deviation. Recalculating variables. According to the latest orbital scan data, 0:37 seconds before the Necromancer flagship fired, an orc fleet executed a saturation ramming attack on its flank. This illogical suicidal assault caused a
001 calibration error in the Necromancer flagship's fire control system.
This error, after traveling tens of thousands of kilometers in interstellar space, was magnified, ultimately leading to the deviation of the attack trajectory.
Kel'Tharos paused, grappling with the perplexing fact that even his precise calculation unit found difficult to comprehend. Conclusion: the stupidity of the orcs to some extent saved us.
This conclusion left everyone present feeling a wave of absurdity.
They, the elite of the Empire interstellar warriors, the Emperor's elite guard, were saved by a bunch of greenskins whose minds were filled only with whack.
We cannot expect such luck next time. Their first strike missed, but the second will soon come.
His words were not yet finished when a sound reminiscent of metal scraping against glass suddenly emanated from the shadows of the ruins behind them.
Tosaka, the usually silent think tank, suddenly trembled.
A look of extreme agony crossed his face, hidden beneath his hood.
They are coming. Not from above, but from our shadows.
Just as he finished speaking, a soldier from the Cadia unit standing at the edge of the formation let out a horrific scream that resembled no human sound.
Everyone immediately turned to look.
They saw that the soldier's body was being slowly dragged into the darkness by a monstrous entity emerging from the ground's shadow. It was a horrific creature composed of twisted metal skeletons and ragged blood-soaked human skin. Its fingers were long, glimmering metallic claws. Its face was covered with a human face that had been brutally peeled off, the expression forever frozen in a moment of extreme terror.
The Skinner. Open fire.
Commander Cole was the first to react, angrily raising his explosive gun.
But it was already too late. More Skinners silently emerged from every shadow and every corner of the ruins.
They were like a swarm of nightmares crawling out of hell, exuding a strong smell of blood and death. They bore no weapons, their bodies were weapons.
One Skinner lunged at a Mark X power-armored space marine in a physically impossible manner.
Its sharp claws sparked against the chest plate of the Mark X armor, creating a series of blinding flashes. Another Skinner let out a distorted shriek mimicking a human scream, a sound that could burrow directly into one's brain, driving people mad. In an instant, the entire position fell into extreme chaos and panic. These monsters brought not only a physical threat but also a psychological terror attack.
Steady yourselves. They are tangible. Not ghosts. Salahar shouted.
His storm grenade launcher had already begun to roar. The double-barreled gun spat out a dense rain of bullets, tearing a Skinner attempting to approach into pieces. The shattered flesh and metal bones danced in the air.
Valerian's figure transformed into a golden flash.
The spear of the Guardian moved so fast in his hands that it left only a remnant shadow. He ignored the ordinary Skinners. His target was one of the noticeably larger Skinners, a Skinner Lord draped in the skin of a space marine. However, just as the elite on the Imperial side engaged in bloody combat with these necromancer monsters emerging from the shadows, another chaotic battle began on the opposite end of the battlefield. A red pirate army composed of Chaos Space Marines and numerous cultists was gathering in an open area.
Their commander, a Chaos Lord riding a nightmare beast, was preparing to lead them to utterly destroy Colonel Hope's crumbling defense.
Suddenly the earth trembled.
Whack!
Accompanied by the earth-shattering war cry, hundreds of orcs known as speed freaks riding makeshift motorcycles and warboars appeared over the horizon like a green tide, crashing violently into the chaos lines.
They did not care who the enemy was. They only knew there was a fight here. A three-way melee involving orcs, chaos and Imperial mortals completely erupted.
The attack of the Skinner was less of a battle and more of a one-sided slaughter. They came from the shadows and vanished back into them. They did not seek a quick kill but reveled in the process of their prey struggling in fear. A Cadia soldier had just emptied his magazine and was bending down to reload when a pale human hand suddenly emerged from the shadow beneath him, gripping his ankle tightly.
He let out a terrified scream as he was yanked down with tremendous force.
His comrades could only watch helplessly as he was slowly consumed by the darkness, leaving behind a swiftly congealing pool of blood.
"They're dragging our soldiers away!"
Colonel Hope roared into the communicator, his voice cracking with anger and fear.
These monsters were more savage than orcs and more evil than chaos. Do not stray. Form a circular defense. Use fire. Burn away all the shadows.
Commander Cole bellowed, and the original forged space marines around him immediately formed a protective circle, back to back, their explosive guns and plasma flammers creating a barrier of steel and energy. But the angles of the Skinners' attacks were too bizarre. One original forged space marine was firing frantically ahead when a Skinner suddenly crawled out from the shadow of a tank behind him, its sharp claws driving directly into the connection point of his power armor at the back of his. The space marine let out a muffled grunt, his tall body crashing to the ground. The Skinner cackled as it began to skillfully use its claws to cut away at the power armor, seeking a complete new outfit. "Bastard!" Raven shouted, and the thrusters on his back ignited, propelling him forward like a bullet. With his explosive gun he blasted the Skinner into pieces at close range.
But he couldn't save everyone. The battlefield was filled with cries of agony and the wails of the dying. Purge them. Valerian had already dealt with the Skinner Lord, pinning the creature clad in space marine skin to the wreckage of a Lehman Russ tank with his guardian spear, green energy blood oozing from the wound. At this moment his golden figure was the only sun on the battlefield. Wherever he went the Skinners seemed to encounter their natural enemy screaming in terror, trying to retreat into the shadows. But Valerian did not give them this opportunity. The built-in explosive gun on his guardian spear began firing at an astonishing rate. Each explosive round precisely struck a Skinner attempting to flee, blowing them apart into metal scraps. Salahar meanwhile moved like a silent hunter. He did not shine like Valerian nor roar like Cole. He simply moved across the battlefield, his battered black Terminator armor blending perfectly into the ruins. Every strike he made was simple yet deadly. A Skinner had just poked its head out from the shadow of a broken wall when Salahar's blade of unyielding silently swept across, severing its head. He did not even look at the result. His storm explosive gun had already turned to another target, turning a Skinner attacking a mortal soldier into a sieve. His combat was filled with pragmatic efficiency. He did not chase after powerful targets but prioritized eliminating the enemies that posed the greatest threat to the mortal auxiliary forces. Under his protection, Colonel Hope's troops finally managed to stabilize their footing, beginning to lay down heavy fire on the Skinners. With the combined might of the Imperial Guard, original forged Space Marines, and veterans of the First Legion, the Skinners' offensive was finally contained. These monsters from the depths of nightmare also realized that their prey was a tough nut to crack. They emitted a series of reluctant shrieks as their bodies began to turn insubstantial, slowly sinking back into the shadows and disappearing. The battle was over. But the battlefield was eerily silent. The surviving soldiers were pale, gasping for breath. Many even sat on the ground, their eyes vacant, clearly still in shock from the earlier terror. Colonel Hope looked at the scattered limbs and bloodstains left by those dragged into the shadows, his heart bleeding. In just a few short minutes of battle he had lost at least thousands of men from his forces. And they had not even figured out the enemy's numbers. Clean up the battlefield, treat the wounded, and tally the losses, Colonel Hope commanded in a hoarse voice. Aokus and his medical team rushed out. But there was very little they could do. Most of the soldiers attacked by the Skinners were in such a terrible state that there was no hope of saving them. On another front, a different melee was also nearing its end. The orc speed freaks had finally broken through the Red Pirates' defenses at a heavy cost. The Chaos Lord riding the Nightmare Beast was crushed into a pulp by an orc warboss wielding a massive power claw along with his mount. The remaining Chaos cultists screamed and scattered in all directions. Meanwhile the orcs began gleefully cleaning up the battlefield, scavenging for the good stuff from the corpses of the Chaos Space Marines. The surface of Attila temporarily returned to a strange calm. But everyone knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The real crisis still hung over everyone's heads. The underground bunker of Kanazan City had been temporarily converted into a frontline command center. This had once been the governor's refuge, but now the elegant tapestries on the walls had been replaced by crude tactical maps. The air was filled with a strange odor of disinfectant oil and sweat. A meeting that would determine the fate of everyone on this planet was taking place here. Around the long conference table sat all the high-ranking officials of the Empire on the ground during this war. The Marshal of the Astral Army, Draco Valen, sat at the head with a grim expression. The recent Skinner attack had inflicted significant losses on his elite Cadia shock troops, severely damaging his pride as a renowned general. Next to him was Commander Daniel Cole of the Lion of Glory Warband. His brand new Mark X power armor was also stained with the Skinner's foul blood and some shard marks. Colonel Hope, as the highest commander of the local auxiliary forces, was also given a seat. He sat in silence, listening to the discussions of these elites, his fated officers' uniform clashing with the ornate armor and uniforms surrounding him. Salahar stood with Raven and Aokus in the corner of the conference room like three silent statues. But everyone's eyes, intentionally or not, drifted toward the golden figure standing before the holographic star map. The shield captain of the Imperial Guard, Valerian. He was the true authority in the room. The situation is clear. In orbit our fleet is being besieged by three forces, and the purging of the space dead may fall upon us again at any moment. On the ground we are surrounded by orcs, chaos, and those monsters crawling out of the shadows. We are trapped. With our current forces, engaging in a conventional positional battle will only lead to a slow death. I will not allow the warriors of the Empire and the Emperor's Astartes to perish in such meaningless attrition. Shield Captain, my suggestion is that we should concentrate all armored forces with the Blade of Bane at the core and launch a decisive counterattack towards the spaceport. As long as we can regain control of the spaceport, we can gain a strategic advantage. A very conventional tactic, Marshal. Valerian said without turning back, but you overlook one problem. Our enemies are not just one. When you concentrate your forces to attack the orcs, chaos will stab you in the back. When you turn to deal with chaos, the Skinners will crawl out from your shadows again. We cannot passively respond to all threats.
We must take the initiative and break this deadlock.
Valerian turned around, his golden gaze sweeping over everyone in attendance.
The only way is to decapitate. In the shortest time, destroy the command core of one enemy, create chaos among them, and then take the opportunity to pick them off one by one. The Orc command structure has collapsed after their warboss death. They are now a scattered mess not worth decapitating. The commander of the Space Dead is in that pyramid. His finger pressed heavily on the red light spot on the star map that represented the Red Pirate Fleet. Thus our only target is him, the Reaver Huron Blackheart, and his flagship the Tyrant's Claw. Attacking a flagship of a Chaos capital ship, while surrounded by 3 hostile fleets in an orbital battlefield. This is suicide. Marshal Valens was the first to voice his opposition. We have no air superiority.
Our gunboats can't even approach that ship. Glorious death is better than meaningless survival. Commander Cole, however, stood up, his eyes burning with fervent battle spirit. This is a classic lightning raid in accordance with the Astartes Codex. I am willing to lead my Lion of Glory as the spearhead of this decapitation operation. Valerian glanced at him non-committal.
His gaze passed over everyone, landing on the silent black figure in the corner.
Knight Commander Salahar. For the first time he used this ancient title belonging to the First Legion to address Salahar.
You have fought against these traitors in the warp for millennia.
You understand them better than any of us.
What is your assessment of this plan?
All eyes turned to Salahar. Salahar stepped out of the shadows, the heavy metal sound of his towering Terminator armor echoing with each step.
He approached the holographic star map, gazing at the massive Tyrant's Claw surrounded by countless red light spots. Scenes of countless simulated battles against Chaos fleets flashed through his mind.
He recalled the operation that had destroyed the Orc Holy Mountain with singularity bombs.
This plan was 100 times more insane than that one.
The probability of success was almost zero. But Valerian was right. This was their only way out. This plan is insane. But I like it. Like.
The 2 words uttered by Salahar made the atmosphere in the conference room become strange. Marshal Valens looked at him with the eyes of a madman. The leader of the Coral Battle Group revealed an expression of as expected, as if Salahar's response confirmed his stereotype of the First Legion being a group of frenzied warriors unafraid of death.
Marshal Valens couldn't help but question, do you understand what this means?
It means we will have to use several ships to traverse a deathly web of heavy artillery, energy lances, and countless fighter jets. Our warriors won't even have the chance to board the enemy ships before being torn to shreds.
Salahar ignored his questioning, simply looking at Valerian and continuing, the Lord Shield Officer is right, we cannot be passive.
But the key to the decapitation operation lies not in the cutting but in how to deliver the blade to the enemy's neck. He extended his hand encased in a power fist, manipulating the holographic star map.
A direct frontal assault is indeed suicidal.
The Red Pirates warships have been personally modified by Huron. Their Closian firepower is more than 3 times denser than that of the Empire ships of the same class.
Any aircraft attempting to approach will be turned into Swiss cheese. Leader Coral frowned. So what you mean is strike from the east to hit the west.
We must create a sufficiently large turmoil, a threat so immense that Huron Blackheart will have to redirect his flagship's escort fleet and fighter groups to deal with.
What kind of threat could be greater than an Imperial expeditionary fleet? Marshal Valens countered. Salahar did not respond, his gaze shifted to the other end of the conference table.
There a massive figure composed of countless mechanical limbs was listening in on the meeting via remote communication. Curl Pharaohs, the Great Sage.
Salahar said, how many of your Razor Wasps attack aircraft are left? After previous losses and repairs to some damaged units, there are still 7 launch nests remaining, totaling 84 aircraft.
The synthesized voice of Curl Pharaohs replied, their suicide attacks are enough to cripple a destroyer or severely damage a cruiser's shields.
Not enough. Salahar shook his head, we need a more conspicuous target.
His finger traced over a cluster of red fleets on the star map. That was the supply line of the Red Pirate Fleet, comprised of several massive slow-moving armed transport and fuel ships.
These ships are Huron's lifeline.
If we attack here with the Razor Wasps, he will undoubtedly send a fleet to rescue them.
A good idea, Leader Coral nodded, but it's not enough.
Huron is cunning, he may send a portion of his fleet, but his flagship the Claw of the Tyrant will definitely not move easily. Thus we also need a second threat. Salahar's gaze turned to Coral Battle Group leader, where is your fleet? The 3rd Strike Squad of the 37th Battle Cluster right now, on the other side of the galaxy, engaged in combat with the chaotic flank fleet. Order them to disengage and come here at full speed. Prepare to meet up with the main fleet and launch a pincer's assault against the Claw of the Tyrant. That will expose them to the enemy's main firepower.
Coral immediately objected. Yes, Salahar looked at him calmly, but that is the cost.
A bluffing feint to secure a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for decapitation.
This is the only way to divert Huron's attention from his flagship. The entire conference room fell silent once again. Salahar's plan was cold, ruthless and filled with sacrifice. Valerian the Golden Giant displayed an expression that could be described as appreciation on his face. He possessed qualities akin to a lion willing to pay any price for victory. Let's do it. Valerian made the final decision.
Marshal Valens, your ground troops will be responsible for clearing the remaining orcs and chaotic forces, solidifying the defense lines to secure our rear.
Coral, your fleet will execute the feint plan. I do not ask for victory, I only ask that you buy us 10 minutes.
Curl Pharaohs, your drones will signal the start of this grand performance.
Valerian's gaze finally landed on Salahar. The decapitation team will be composed of us.
About 40 Astartes divided into 2 squads.
He paused, seemingly contemplating the choice of commander.
Leader Coral immediately straightened his chest, his eyes filled with anticipation. I will personally lead the first squad breaching the bridge to seize the command core.
Then he looked at Salahar. Salahar, you will lead the second squad.
Your mission is to destroy the enemy ship's engine room and force field generator, creating chaos and supporting my attack from below.
We will strike the tyrant from 2 directions, delivering a fatal blow.
Once the command was issued, the war machine of the Empire under Attila operated with astonishing efficiency. Outside the frontline command post at a temporary assembly point, the members of the execution squad were making their final preparations. 30 original forged interstellar warriors from the Lion of Glory battle group, led by their squad leader, stood in an orderly line, checking their explosive rifles and power armor. Each of them was tall, brimming with the youthful spirit and pride of the new battle group.
Opposite them stood the team led by Salahar.
Besides himself, there were Raven, Aeocus, Kruger and 3 other veterans from the 1st Legion who had survived previous battles.
Together they totaled only 7.
They did not form a neat line but stood casually, each tending to their battered weapons. Raven was replacing the energy core of his plasma gun while Kruger was adjusting something on a portable device. The 2 groups were distinctly different, forming a striking contrast. A young original forged interstellar warrior gazing at the few veterans across from him, dressed in various makeshift armors devoid of any battle group insignia, couldn't help but whisper to his companion, are we really going to carry out a mission with these
wanderers? Their equipment doesn't even meet the most basic standards.
Shut up, rookie, his squad leader, a scarred veteran of the original forge, reprimanded softly.
This is the order of the Shield Marshal. Don't underestimate them.
Just now when facing the Skinner, I saw that one in black armor take down 4 monsters' heads with a sword in 3 seconds. The young warrior fell silent.
Salahar ignored the scrutinizing gazes. He was simply inspecting his Terminator armor. The massive claw mark left by the Chaos Knight had been sealed with makeshift wells by Kruger. Although ugly, it at least ensured airtightness. His body had not fully recovered from the impact of the Singularity Bomb. With each breath his lungs sent waves of searing pain. Yet he did not care.
10,000 years of wandering and fighting had long accustomed him to battling with pain.
Boss.
Raven approached, handing him a high-energy nutrition bar.
Get some energy.
We are in for a tough fight.
Salahar took it, ripped open the packaging and ate silently.
Just then Valerian approached, accompanied by a squad of Imperial guards.
Are you ready? He asked.
Ready to depart at any time, Salahar replied.
Valerian nodded and then looked at the original forged interstellar warriors.
From now on you will temporarily be under the command of Knight Salahar. His orders are my orders.
Any questioning or disobedience will be considered treason. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. The original forged interstellar warriors responded in unison, their voices booming. Very well. Valerian turned and said, let's move. 2 modified pitch-black Thunder Eagles were already waiting on the landing pad.
The members of the execution squad quickly boarded. As Salahar entered the cabin, he could feel the mixed gazes of curiosity, doubt and a hint of defiance from the original forged interstellar warriors. He said nothing, simply sat in his seat and closed his eyes.
The roar of the engines grew louder.
The Thunder Eagle slowly ascended, passing through the clouds toward the burning battlefield.
Inside the cabin there was silence.
Only the faint sounds of weapons and armor clashing could be heard. Through the porthole the hellish scene outside was visible.
Countless explosions burst in the dark universe like fleeting fireworks. Lasers and shells formed an impenetrable net of death.
Suddenly in the distant starry sky 7 tiny points of light lit up. The Razor Hornet of Kerr-Pharos has launched. Kruger looked at his datapad and said. The 7 points of light traced bizarre arcs in the air, splitting into over 80 smaller points like a swarm of enraged wasps darting toward the rear of the Red Pirate fleet. Almost simultaneously in another star system, a fleet consisting of a dozen Imperial warships suddenly broke away from the original battlefield, advancing rapidly toward the area where the Claw of the Tyrant was located.
The feint began. Hold on tight. The pilot shouted over the communication. The Thunder Eagle accelerated, the entire fuselage shaking violently. It shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, plunging into the most chaotic airspace. Countless anti-aircraft fire erupted around them. A stray bullet hit the wing, causing the entire body to lurch violently. We are locked on. Launch the interference missiles. Execute evasive maneuvers. Inside the cabin, the red alarm lights flashed frantically. Salahar kept his eyes closed, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the hilt of the blade of indomitable will. He was calculating. Calculating the enemy's anti-air firepower net, calculating the flight trajectory of the gunboat, calculating the distance between them and the target. 30 seconds to target. Enemy fighters are intercepting ahead. Fire. Shoot them down. The laser cannon in front of the Thunder Eagle began to unleash a torrent of fire. Finally, after breaking through layer upon layer of fire, the massive battleship resembling a moving fortress appeared before them. Claw of the Tyrant. It loomed like an ancient behemoth lurking in the cosmos, its hull adorned with blasphemous symbols and menacing horns. Prepare to jump. The nose of the Thunder Eagle was aimed at a relatively weak area on the battleship's belly, its massive heat exhaust vent. Just as the gunboat was about to crash into it, the hatch of the cabin suddenly opened. For the Emperor. Accompanied by a thunderous battle cry, Salahar was the first to charge out. Accompanied by a piercing sound, the thermal cutter of the Thunder Eagle gunboat burned a massive breach into the hull of the Tyrant's claw. The scorching metallic liquid splattered in all directions, revealing the dark interior of the ship's cabin. Without a moment's hesitation, Salahar was the first to leap into the breach. His Terminator armor crashed heavily onto the deck, emitting a dull thud. Following closely behind were Raven, Krug, Aokus and 30 original forged Space Marines, who entered in a line. They entered the lower deck of the warship, a vast engineering area resembling a labyrinth. The air was filled with a nauseating stench, a mix of ozone fuel and the scent of blood. The walls around them were inscribed with twisted, ominous, chaotic runes glowing with a sinister red light. Countless thick pipes and cables sprawled above and below like the veins and nerves of a monster. What made their hearts race was the sight of mortals welded to the walls and machinery treated like mere parts. Some among them still retained a human form, their eyes vacant, murmuring blasphemous prayers unconsciously. Others had completely merged with the machines, becoming half-human, half-machine servitors that wailed incessantly. These bastards. Raven squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth as he looked at the hellish scene before him. Stay alert. This is the enemy's heart, every step could be a trap. No sooner had he finished speaking than a shrill alarm blared throughout the entire cabin. Intruders. In Sector G7. Kill them. For the plunderers. Accompanied by fervent battle cries, a large number of chaotic cultists surged from the surrounding passages. They were ragged, wielding crude machetes and automatic pistols, their eyes wild like a pack of hyenas catching the scent of blood, charging towards the Space Marines. Form a defensive line. Fire at will. The original forged Space Marines quickly formed a semicircular line of fire, their explosive rifles beginning to fire in precise and efficient bursts. With each gunshot, a cultist at the forefront was blasted apart, their remains scattered. Yet these cultists showed no fear of death. They stepped over the corpses of their companions, continuing to charge forward madly. These mortals are mere cannon fodder. The real enemy lies behind them. Indeed, amidst the tide of cultists, several figures clad in deep red power armor emerged. They were the chaotic Space Marines of the Red Pirates. Their explosive rifles accurately targeted the Imperial positions. An original forged Space Marine who was firing was hit in the helmet by a round, toppling backward. Suppress them. The original forged squad leader roared as his plasma incinerator spewed forth a stream of searing fire, incinerating several cultists along with a chaotic Space Marine behind. Krug Aokus, decrypt the area map here and find the way to the engine room. While using his explosive rifle to turn a chaotic Space Marine attempting a flank into a honeycomb, Salahar calmly directed his team. Raven, you take 5 warriors and secure our rear. Don't let them trap us. The rest follow me. We're cutting a path. Salahar charged ahead, his towering black Terminator armor resembling an unstoppable battering ram as it crashed into the crowd of cultists. He didn't even use his sword, merely swinging his left fist encased in a power gauntlet casually. With each punch, several cultists were smashed, their bones shattered, flying away like ragdolls. A chaotic Space Marine swung a chainsaw axe at him. Salahar did not flinch or evade, directly blocking the axe blade with his power gauntlet. Amidst the ear-piercing friction, his right hand's blade of unyielding silently traced a black arc, slipping through the gap in the opponent's power armor. The chaotic Space Marine froze, his arm along with the chainsaw axe fell to the ground. Before he could scream, Salahar had already kicked him away, slamming him against the wall. This scene left the original forged Space Marines following behind him dumbfounded.
They had always believed that their new generation of space marines who had undergone the forging trials were the future of the Astartes. Yet this veteran clad in ancient Terminator armor fought in a manner simpler, more brutal and deadlier than any warrior they had ever seen. He made no unnecessary movements, each attack precisely targeted the enemy's weaknesses. He was like the most perfect war machine born for slaughter. Don't be dazed. Keep up. The original forged squad leader shouted at his subordinates. They, the Lions of Glory, had always prided themselves on adhering to the Astartes Codex, looking down on these scruffy wanderers. Under Salahar's leadership they tore through the chaotic defenses like a searing dagger. Boss. The map has been decrypted. Krug's voice came through the comms. The engine room is on the third lower level. However, the passage is blocked by a heavy blast door. Moreover, I detect a massive energy reaction behind the door. It's a trap. Can we bypass it? No. This is the only way. Then blow it open. Salahar's response was simple and direct. Squad leader, prepare your warriors with thermal bombs. The heavy alloy blast door glowed red under the high temperature of the thermal bombs, ultimately collapsing inward with a loud bang. A wave of scorching air mixed with plasma and stench rushed toward them from behind the door. The sight beyond the door made everyone gasp. It was a huge chamber. This was the engine room of the Tyrant's Claw. Several massive plasma reactors glowing with a ghostly blue light resembled imprisoned stars rumbling deeply in the center of the chamber. Countless thick energy conduits extended from the reactors, connecting to the surrounding walls. Within this chamber a chaotic force was already on high alert. Iron Warriors. Their power armor, marked with yellow and black stripes of the Mk3 iron type, had each undergone mechanical enhancements to varying degrees. Some had plasma cannons for arms while others had metallic tendrils growing from their backs. Leading them was an exceptionally tall Astartes. Half of his body had been transformed into a grotesque war machine, and he wielded a massive, still smoking power hammer. I have been waiting here for a long time, Emperor's lapdog. Your heads will serve as the finest sacrifice for the 4th Legion. Open fire. Before he could finish, Salahar had already given the order. The Iron Warriors formed an impenetrable web of fire behind their reactors. Their heavy explosive rounds and plasma cannons unleashed a torrent of fire towards the entrance. Salahar's squad, using the doorframe and passage for cover, retaliate. Their firepower is too intense. We can't break in. Their cover is the reactors. We can't use heavy weapons. The original forged squad leader shouted anxiously. Once the plasma reactor here detonated, not only would they be obliterated, but the entire Tyrant's Claw would be blown sky high. Who says we can't use them? His blade of unyielding suddenly emitted a deep hum. A faint glow radiated from the black blade. He stepped forward, emerging from the cover of the passage, and thrust the black sword violently into the deck beneath him. In the next moment a translucent black energy shield burst forth, expanding around. The explosive rounds and plasma beams aimed at him vanished without a trace upon contact with the shield. What is this? The original forged squad leader stared in astonishment. He had never seen such an odd defensive mechanism. It did not resemble a conventional energy shield, but rather something. Cover me. Salahar growled. He pressed against the black shield step by step, advancing towards the Iron Warrior's position across from him. Kill him. Kill him. The Steel Warrior roared madly, directing all firepower at Salahar. The black shield seemed like an insurmountable wall of size. Now's our chance. Charge. The original forged squad leader snapped back to reality, knowing this was their only opportunity. He led all the original forged space marines, following Salahar, charging towards the enemy. Closer. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Just as Salahar was about to reach the chaotic Astartes, the black shield beneath his feet suddenly flickered violently and then vanished. Die. The enemy seized the opportunity, raising the power hammer above his head and swinging it down with tremendous force towards Salahar's head. However, Salahar was faster. At the moment the shield disappeared, he had already drawn the blade of unyielding from where it was embedded in the ground. A flash of black sword light sliced upward in an instant. The massive power hammer halted midair. Then his mechanically enhanced massive body split cleanly in half from the center. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Salahar did not even glance at the two falling corpses. His gaze had already shifted to the next target. The enemy, having lost their commander, fell into disarray. Soon they were slaughtered by the charging original forged space marines. The battle was over. Krug, install the bombs. The rest stay alert. That shield had nearly drained all his stamina and will. Boss. Are you all right? Raven rushed over and supported him. I'm fine. Just then Valerian's voice came through the comms. His tone sounded somewhat urgent. Salahar. We've been ambushed.
Huron is not on the bridge. It's a trap.
We're being surrounded by a large number of chaotic terminators.
I need your support. We're on our way. Salahar replied.
He glanced at Krug, who was installing bombs, and then at the massive plasma reactors. An even more insane plan began to form in his mind. Krug set the bomb's yield to maximum.
Then install it directly on the core controller of the main reactor. Boss. What are you planning?
Krug exclaimed. That will blow the whole ship to pieces.
I know. Salahar stood up, a near-mad glimmer in his eyes. We don't have time. We must find Huron in the shortest time possible.
So we need to force him out. You're insane, Salahar. The Primaris captain's voice was filled with shock and fury.
We're still on the ship.
Are you trying to make all of us buried with him?
I am not insane, Captain. This is the only way to break the deadlock.
If we fight our way through methodically, by the time we arrive everything will be too late.
This is a gamble. Salahar's gaze swept across every Primaris space marine present.
A gamble that Xioluan Xin values this ship more than we do. A gamble that he will personally come out to stop us in order to save his flagship. The Primaris captain opened his mouth but found no words of refutation.
He knew that what Salahar said was true.
On the battlefield, sometimes the most insane plans are the most effective.
Kulugu, execute the order. Salahar no longer paid him heed and commanded the tech marine. Yes, Chief. Kulugu gritted his teeth and began to operate.
He connected the singularity bomb to the complex control core of the main reactor.
Countless arcs of electricity leaped between the bomb and the reactor. The countdown is set to 10 minutes, Salahar said. In 10 minutes, if I do not issue the termination command, it will detonate automatically.
Now we go find Xioluan. Having said that, he turned and walked towards another exit of the engine room. The Primaris captain watched his back with a complex expression.
Finally he waved at his own men. Follow him.
On the upper deck of the Tyrant's Claw, inside a large chamber converted into a temple of chaos, while Lilian and his partner were facing the trap that Xioluan had prepared for them. There was no brutal struggle here, only a cold and efficient slaughter. When they charged into the chamber, what awaited them was not Xioluan's throne but 20 Chaos Space Marines in Terminator armor, the veteran warriors of the Tyrant Legion. Each one was a killing machine crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But they were facing the Emperor's claw. While Lilian, a custodian of the Emperor, and beside him the silent battle sister, a sister of silence. 2 against 20 Chaos Terminators. Even in this confined space they felt no pressure at all. For them this was not a balanced fight but merely a cleanup task that required some time to complete. The Guardian Spear transformed into a golden lightning bolt. Each swing precisely pierced the strongest joints of the Terminator armor, shredding the traitor's body within. While Lilian's figure darted through the enemy formation, leaving only after images the heavy power axes and chain fists of the Chaos Space Marines could not even touch his cloak. And the Sister of Silence presented a different scene. Wherever she passed, the roar of chaos turned to silence and the unholy glow of demon weapons dimmed. Her mere existence was the greatest weakening of these warp-spawned creatures. Her greatsword silently cleaved a Terminator along with his demon-possessed armor in two. For the Emperor. While Lilian's battle cry echoed through the temple, but without anxiety, only the supreme majesty of the Emperor's representative. He parried a chain fist with his spear shaft, then spun around, driving the tip into the Terminator's visor, jaw piercing through the entire head. This was merely a few more minutes of cleanup. At that moment the entire ship suddenly shuddered violently. A piercing alarm sounded in every corner. Warning! Warning! Main reactor core overload. Energy output exceeds critical threshold. Hull will disintegrate in 10 minutes. Repeat. Hull will disintegrate in 10 minutes. This voice caused the already uneasy Chaos Terminators, due to the presence of the Sister of Silence, to fall into complete disarray. Their formation collapsed instantly under the dual assault of mind and reality. What's going on? The leading Chaos Terminator champion roared into the communicator, but he received no answer because while Lilian's Guardian Spear had pierced his chest. At that moment one entrance of the temple was blasted open. A black-scarred Terminator figure rushed in like a specter. It was Salahar. He and the Primaris Space Marines behind him charged into the temple ready for a fierce battle, but the sight before them made them pause. The temple was in ruins. Only 2 or 3 of the 20 Chaos Terminators remained, putting up a desperate resistance. The remains of most enemies were strewn across the floor. While Lilian had just executed their commander and the Sister of Silence decapitated the last enemy. The battle was already over when they arrived. Salahar's gaze swept over the carnage and immediately locked onto his true target, the real commander, standing at the deepest part of the temple watching coldly. A tall Chaos Lord in ornate purple power armor with a pair of metal wings on his back.
He was not Xiaoluan Xin but exuded a powerful and evil aura second only to Xiaoluan. He was the commander of the Tyrant Legion, the fallen chapter master Raven Sualong. Perfect timing. Sualong looked at Salahar charging towards him, a cruel smile on his face, seemingly indifferent to the destruction of his troops. I was just lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent. He drew his two demon swords. Two figures collided. The unbending blade and the two demon swords burning with black flame clashed in the air, sending out a series of dazzling sparks. Salahar. Walili An's voice sounded in the calm. Where is Xiaoluan? I don't know. Salahar replied while blocking Sualong's storm of attacks. The whole ship is a huge bait. He himself is probably not here at all. This conclusion weighed on the hearts of the Primera Space Marines behind Hua Lian. No. Wrong. Koluga's voice suddenly cut and distorted with excitement. I intercepted an encrypted communication. It was sent from this temple. The recipient is a hidden chamber beneath the bridge not marked on any structural schematics. Xiaoluan Xin is there. He is remotely commanding his fleet through that chamber. He is watching us. This discovery lifted everyone's spirits. Kill him. Hua Lian ordered Salahar, then turned and his golden figure moved without pause. We go to the bridge. As you command. Salahar roared. Hua Lian along with the Sister of Silence led the newly arrived Primera Space Marines towards another exit. The temple was left with only Salahar and the enraged Chaos Lord. Think you can leave? Not so easy. Sualong roared, the demonic power within him beginning to swell madly. Your opponent is me. Salahar roared back, pouring all his strength into the unbending blade. Xiaoluan Xin is there. He is remotely commanding his fleet through that chamber. He is watching us. This discovery lifted everyone's spirits. Kill him. Hua Lian ordered Salahar, then turned and his golden figure moved without pause. We go to the bridge. As you command. Salahar roared. Hua Lian along with the Sister of Silence led the newly arrived Primera Space Marines towards another exit. The temple was left with only Salahar and the enraged Chaos Lord. Think you can leave? Not so easy. Sualong roared, the demonic power within him beginning to swell madly. Your opponent is me. Salahar roared back, pouring all his strength into the unbending blade. Two demon swords engulfed in black flames clashed violently, with an ancient longsword radiating a dim glow at the center of the temple. Clang. The deafening sound of metal colliding transformed into visible shockwaves spreading outwards. The remains of the chaotic interstellar warriors were sent flying, and the blasphemous runes on the temple walls shattered after a flickering dance of light oozing black ichor. The smile on Raven Solan's face froze. The scene he had envisioned, where his twin swords severed the opponent's weapon and cleaved them in half, did not materialize. His two demon swords struck against an unshakable concept. From the seemingly unremarkable black sword of his opponent emanated an indomitable power. That power did not belong to the subspace nor to the physical reality. Interesting, Solan thought as he retracted his swords, his metallic wings flaring as he floated backward, distancing himself from Salahar. His eyes burning with corrupt energy scrutinized his opponent. This warrior clad in ancient Terminator armor was unlike any Imperial lackey he had encountered before. There was no fervent faith upon him nor any foolish hymns. Only a profound silence. You do not belong to this era. Solan's voice turned somber. Your combat style, your armor, your aura. You hail from the Great Crusade. Salahar did not respond. He merely adjusted his grip on the sword, the burning sensation in his lungs searing through his nerves. The clash from earlier had provoked his still healing body once more. But he did not care. His gaze locked onto Solan. State your name, Solan demanded. I do not slay the nameless. First Legion Astra Salahar. First Legion. Dark Angels. I see. Solan let out a low rumbling laugh. Today let me end your suffering. Before the words faded, Solan's figure vanished from his position. In the next moment he appeared to Salahar's left side. The metallic wings behind him were not just for show, they granted him unimaginable mobility. The two demon swords transformed into black lightning, slicing towards the neck of Salahar's Terminator armor from an exceptionally tricky angle. Too fast. So fast that even the power armor's auxiliary systems couldn't react in time. Salahar casually swung the blade of resilience to the left and back. Clang. Clang. The two crisp sounds of impact rang out almost simultaneously. Solan's determined attack was precisely parried. How is that possible? His attack, combining the speed of chaos and the techniques of his legion, was nearly unstoppable.
Yet his opponent seemed to have eyes in the back of his head predicting all his moves. He instantly changed tactics, his twin swords flashing like a torrential storm, striking wildly at every joint and crevice on Salahar's body. For a time the temple was filled only with the sound of relentless rain pounding against metal. Sparks flew. Salahar's massive Terminator armor remained utterly unmoved under Solin's furious assault. Each of his parries was perfectly timed. Roar! The inability to break through was a severe blow to Solin's pride. He let out a furious roar as the corrupt energy within him surged violently. The two demon swords in his hands ignited with even more furious black flames. Die for me! He abandoned all fancy techniques, pouring all his strength into his twin swords, launching the most savage frontal assault against Salahar. Boom! This collision was even more ferocious than the last. The deck beneath Salahar cracked inch by inch, directly sinking down. A tremendous force surged from the sword. Salahar let out a muffled groan as the overloaded joints of his power armor emitted a piercing wail. A mixture of rusty and charred blood surged up from his throat, which he forcefully swallowed. He was pushed back. The heavy Terminator armor carved deep grooves into the deck as he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself. Ha ha ha. Solin laughed heartily. Old man. Your era has passed. The galaxy now belongs to us. He pressed his advantage, his metallic wings fluttering again, propelling him like a black meteor straight towards Salahar. With his twin swords raised high, ready to deliver a fatal blow, Salahar looked at the charging Solin. His expression remained calm. But the right hand gripping the blade of resilience bulged with veins. Just as Solin was about to reach him, Salahar made an unexpected move. He turned the blade of resilience upside down and plunged it forcefully into the deck in front of him. What are you doing? A semi-transparent black energy shield opened once more, centered around the blade of resilience. Boom! Solin's twin swords struck heavily against the black shield. This time he felt as if he had struck into a void-like quagmire. The terrifying force capable of cleaving tanks was completely absorbed and neutralized upon contact with the shield. What the hell is this thing? Solin's manic laughter turned into shock. He had never seen such an bizarre defensive measure. This exceeded his understanding of energy shields. Salahar did not give him time to think. Raven. Received. Raven, who had been guarding the entrance of the temple, immediately understood his commander's intent. He began to charge the plasma gun in his hand. Cover him. Raven shouted at the few remaining veterans nearby. They immediately unleashed all their firepower upon the dazed Solin. The bullets from the explosive gun struck Solin's armor, creating a series of sparks. Although they could not inflict substantial damage, they successfully drew his attention. A bunch of flies. Solin roared, swinging his twin swords to deflect the incoming bullets. Now! The plasma gun in Raven's hand had charged to its limit. A blazing blue orb of light shot forth, heading straight for Solin. He sensed a deadly threat. His previous all-out strike had left him briefly vulnerable. He could only watch helplessly as the plasma orb grew larger in front of him. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed Solin completely. The scorching shockwave swept through the entire temple. When the light faded, Solin's figure re-emerged looking utterly miserable. His once splendid purple power armor was charred black, and the chest piece had a massive hole melted through it, revealing the writhing mutated flesh beneath. One of the metallic wings on his back was also severed. You all shall die. Solin let out a beastly roar, completely enraged. However, what awaited him was a silent black swordlight. Salahar drew the blade of resilience from the ground. The earlier shield had nearly drained all his strength. But he seized on a weakness, a fatal flaw exposed by Solin's overwhelming anger and arrogance. In his rage, he did not notice that the ancient man he had always looked down upon had charged up to him, braving the aftermath of the explosion. Solin's roar came to an abrupt halt. His pupils widened in disbelief. The black ancient sword had pierced through his body from the gaping hole in his chest, emerging from his back. WWHY. You are too loud, Salahar calmly replied in a voice audible only to the two of them. He withdrew the blade of resilience. Solin's towering figure swayed, the corrupt energy flames that burned on him swiftly extinguished. His once fiery eyes dimmed and lost their brilliance. Ultimately he toppled backward like a statue stripped of its soul. Commander. Raven and a few veterans rushed over, supporting the swaying Salahar. Fine. Warning. Main reactor will overload in 5 minutes. We need to go. Kluger's voice crackled through the communicator. Lord Valerian and the others have reached the bridge. But they are blocked by the force field. Huron is inside. Let's go provide support for them. Salahar kicked open the twisted metal door and charged into the temple.
He had prepared himself for a fierce battle, yet the sight before him left him and his warriors stunned. This was no Chaos Temple but a far vaster and more blasphemous space. It was the final gateway to the main bridge of the Baojunshi Zhao, an enormous circular hall. The dome of the hall soared high, adorned with twisted star charts in which countless wailing souls were imprisoned, emitting silent screams. The floor of the hall was already strewn with corpses. The vast majority belonged to the Primaris Space Marines of the Rongyao Zhishir chapter. Their brand new MKX power armor was torn apart and pierced, shattered blue armor plates mingled with crimson flesh, a scene of utmost brutality. In the center of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood the battle still raged. Golden Lightning, that was the custodian shield captain Walalayan. With every swing of his guardian spear he traced a lethal arc, precisely piercing and severing enemy bodies. Wherever the Silent Sister passed, the energies of the warp receded and the roars of chaos turned to silence. Her very existence was the greatest weapon against the enemy. The greatsword in her hand moved silently, and with each stroke she utterly erased a Chaos Space Marine along with his demonic corruption. But their enemies were equally terrifying in their might. A full squad of Chaos Space Marines clad in black Terminator armor, the elite bodyguard of Xiuluan Heixin, the Haojie Zhao. Each was a veteran of countless rebellions and slaughters, their armor scarred with battle damage and profane runes, their combi bolters and power weapons exuding an ominous glow. The Primaris Space Marines were no match for them. These young warriors, armed with the Codex and Theory, found their tactics and formations utterly futile against these madmen who lived only for slaughter. One Primaris Space Marine had just fired his bolter at a Terminator's shoulder guard, sparking a shower of sparks only to have the enemy's chain axe cleave him from head to toe in the next second. Another Primaris tried to parry with his combat knife, but the enemy's power fist crushed both the knife and his arm into paste. It was a massacre. The Rongyao Zhishir chapter captain, the Primaris officer who had earlier questioned Salahar, now with bloodshot eyes was frantically firing his plasma incinerator, but his attacks could only barely slow the enemy's advance. Beside him fewer than 10 warriors remained, struggling to hold on. And at the end of this bloody melee, on the highest steps of the hall, stood a colossal throne forged from bones and wailing souls. A towering figure sat lazily upon the throne, chin resting on one hand, watching the slaughter below with amusement. He wore an extremely ornate Terminator armor modified countless times. One arm was a grotesque mechanical claw fitted with a combi heavy flamer. In the other hand he held a power axe radiating terrifying energy. He was the Luejuos, the ruler of the Red Corsairs, the tyrant of Badab, Xiuluan Heixin. A custodian. A Silent Sister. Xylan's voice echoed through the hall via his voxcaster, tinged with amusement. Rare guests indeed. Has that bookworm Guilaiman finally decided to send some proper toys for me to play with? Walalayan did not reply. His battle cry was his only answer. The guardian spear transformed into a streak of light, piercing the throat of a Chaos Terminator before him, golden energy erupting and blowing his head into fragments. But he was immediately entangled by 2 other power axes, unable to advance. Xiuluan paid no heed to his subordinate's death. His gaze crossed the battlefield and fell upon Salahar and his group, who had just burst in. Oh! More guests. His eyes lingered on Salahar's ancient scarred black Terminator armor. Judging by the pattern. A ghost from the past. Interesting. Very interesting. Salahar ignored his prattle. On his tactical helmet display flooded with combat data and alarm signals, only one target was locked: the Chaos Terminators slaughtering the Primaris Space Marines. Leiwan left flank. Yikasi tend to the wounded. Kelyuch suppressive fire. The next moment his massive black form, like an out-of-control siege tank, crashed directly into the fray. A Chaos Terminator who had been swinging his chain axe to chase down the Primaris captain never saw what hit him. He felt a colossal force slam into his side. Salahar's power fist smashed viciously into his waist. Accompanied by the sickening sound of twisting metal and shattering bone, the Terminator flew sideways like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the far wall, sliding down and lying still. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Don't freeze. Counterattack. The Primaris captain roared at his nearly broken men. Salahar lacked Walalayan's elegant skill or the Silent Sister's uncanny power. His fighting style was simple, direct and efficient. His storm bolter fired short, controlled bursts at astonishing speed, each bolt round precisely finding gaps in enemy armor or sensor lenses. His power fist with every swing carried immense force, blocking, smashing and sending enemies reeling. And his Buku Jiren was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, striking at the most unexpected moments from the most cunning angles, reaping an enemy's life in a flash. Leiwan and the other veterans followed closely behind him, their coordination instinctive. Leiwan's plasma gun handled armor piercing, while the others provided suppressive fire and finishing shots with their bolters. This small squad, like a sharp scalpel, precisely cut into the most chaotic part of the battle, forcibly halting the Chaos Terminators' massacre. Hold the line. We're holding. One surviving Primaris Space Marine cried out, his voice choked with tears and the ecstasy of survival. On the throne Xiaoluan Heixin finally sat up straight. The amusement on his face slowly faded. He watched the warrior in ancient black Terminator armor, noted his textbook perfect yet brutal killing techniques. He had thought this was just a boring slaughterous diversion against the lapdogs of the Imperium. But now he found that matters had become interesting. That black warrior was no ghost from the past. He was a genuine threat. Warning. Main reactor core approaching overload.
The piercing alarm blared again, causing the entire hall to shake violently.
Dust and debris rained from the ceiling. Xiaoluan Heixin slowly rose from his bone throne. It seems playtime is over. You have broken my ship. Now I will personally tear off your heads one by one to decorate my new flagship. As the massive frame of Xian Xiaoluan took each step forward, the deck beneath his feet groaned under the unbearable strain.
The Terminator armor on his body was no longer merely a protective tool, it was more like a mobile shrine bearing endless malice, each joint movement accompanied by faint wails of souls. Your armor, your combat style, all reek of decay. Name your legion and your name, and let me see if your skull is worthy of a prominent place on my throne.
Salahar did not reply.
He merely used a storm bolter to turn a Chaos Terminator attempting to ambush the Primaris captain into a sieve, then used the spare half-second to adjust his stance, covering the flanks of Hua Lilian and the Silent Sister within his protection.
His silence seemed to anger Xiaoluan. Won't talk. No matter. Xiaoluan sneered. When I crack open your helmet, your genocide will tell me everything. Before the words faded, his figure vanished from the spot. It was not high-speed movement but some kind of warp jump.
The next instant he appeared before Hua Lilian, that enormous power axe wreathed in black lightning descending in a cleaving strike.
Clang.
Hua Lilian reacted with extreme speed, crossing his guardian spear to precisely parry the blow. The golden spear and the black axe collided with a thunderous impact, erupting in blinding energy sparks.
An unimaginable force transmitted through the spear shaft. Even a custodian as strong as him was driven half an inch into the deck by the axe blow. Not bad strength.
Hua Lilian's voice remained calm, but the muscles of his arms gripping the spear shaft bulged.
Xiaoluan let out a wild laugh.
Technique is something only the weak need.
Before absolute power, everything is illusion.
The mechanical claws on his arms suddenly spread wide, and the heavy flamer at the tip spewed a searing torrent that engulfed Hua Lilian. Yet within the flames a golden light flashed. Hua Lilian's figure had already appeared at Xylan's flank rear, the tip of the guardian spear like a venomous serpent thrusting straight at the joint of his armor's neck. Just as the spear tip was about to reach its target, Xiaoluan, as if having eyes in the back of his head, without turning swung his axe backhanded, once again precisely blocking the lethal strike. At the same time a silent sword stroke slashed toward Xylan's knee joint from another direction. It was the Silent Sister. Her attack was soundless yet carried the nullifying power of oblivion.
A trace of irritation appeared on Xylan's face. This annoying feeling again.
He abandoned his suppression of Hua Lilian, spun around and carved a semicircle with his power axe, forcing the Silent Sister back.
The baleful energy aura on his body visibly dimmed for an instant under the presence of the Silent Sister. This opening was seized by Salahar. Salahar's figure appeared at Xylan's other side as if teleporting.
He did not use the unyielding blade, but poured all his strength into the power fist on his left arm.
A straightforward, unadorned straight punch slammed viciously into Xylan's flank.
Xiaoluan tried to turn to defend, but the attacks of Hua Lilian and the Silent Sister were already upon him again. He could only watch helplessly as the black iron fist grew larger in his vision.
Boom! A dull impact resounded throughout the hall. The punch knocked him half a step sideways.
A visible dent appeared on the armor at his waist.
You! Xylan's gaze finally changed.
If Hua Lilian and the Silent Sister were troublesome opponents, the Black Terminator before him made him sense true danger.
Interesting. Xiaoluan licked his cracked lips, the madness in his eyes growing more intense. You three indeed have the right to make me take this seriously. Warning. Main reactor core is about to overload.
Energy fluctuations are uncontrollable. The violent shaking of the ship interrupted Xylan's words. A huge ceiling armor panel came loose and crashed nearby, crushing two Astartes locked in combat.
My ship. You broke my toy. You all will die.
A storm of baleful energy mingled with blood red and pitch black erupted violently from him.
Hua Lilian and the Silent Sister were forced back by the energy shockwave.
But Salahar stood firm against the storm, driving the unyielding blade into the deck to barely stabilize himself. All power armor indicators flashed red wildly on the tactical helmet's display.
Feel the pain.
Feel the despair. Xylan's figure became blurred within the baleful storm. His speed and strength were elevated geometrically under the blessing of the dark gods. He turned into a black blur and charged before the Silent Sister. He knew that this woman was his greatest bane, she must be dealt with first. The power axe and mechanical claws turned into a barrage of attacks from all directions enveloping the Silent Sister. The Silent Sister swung her massive sword, forming a silent web of blades. But this time she was completely on the defensive. Each clash of weapons forced her back a step. The webbing of her hands was split and bleeding. Salahar. Wily An's voice rang out in the comms. He was locked in a desperate struggle with two fearless Chaos Terminators unable to break free. Salahar drew his black sword about to advance. But he suddenly stopped and rolled to the side. The instant he left his spot, a thick plasma beam shot through where he had stood, melting a huge crater into the floor. It was the Chaos Terminators. Seeing their master gaining the upper hand, they immediately diverted fire to suppress Salahar at range. Damn it! Lewin roared, returning fire with his plasma gun, but the enemy's numbers and firepower far exceeded theirs. Salahar's squad was once again dragged into a bitter struggle with the Chaos Terminators. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle situation was becoming precarious. Under Xylan's storm-like assault, the Silent Sister's defensive perimeter shrank. Finally, Sholuin seized an opening as she gasped for breath. His grotesque mechanical claw at an impossible angle bypassed the greatsword's defense and lunged viciously at her head. The ferocious mechanical claw tore through the air. At the moment the claw was about to touch the helmet of the Silent Nun, she made an extreme evasive maneuver, her body arching backward at an impossible angle. Screech! The harsh sound of metal scraping echoed. Huron's claw grazed her faceplate, leaving 5 deep claw marks on her silver armor. Though she dodged the fatal blow, the evil power clinging to the claw infiltrated her body insidiously. The Silent Nun let out a muffled grunt, her body flying backward and crashing heavily against the wall of the hall, the impact causing the entire ship to shudder before she collapsed weakly to the ground. The giant sword in her hand slipped free, embedding itself into the floor a short distance away, quivering slightly. She struggled to get up, but a torrent of hot blood surged uncontrollably from the seams of her faceplate, clearly indicating that she had been gravely injured and had completely lost the strength to fight. Ha! Huron exhaled with satisfaction, his voice filled with long-repressed contentment and brutality. Without the Silent Nun's suppressive presence, the subspace energy in the entire hall surged like a beast released from its shackles, roaring and sweeping through every corner. The evil energy aura surrounding the Chaos Terminators grew even more radiant, their power and speed receiving a geometric enhancement under the whispered influence of the Dark God. And Huron Blackheart, like a demon freed from its chains, radiated an even stronger aura, black lightning visibly swirling around him. Now much better. He cracked his neck, a series of audible pops emanating from it. Without that annoying fly, the game can truly begin. For the Emperor. A furious roar interrupted his soliloquy. Valerian had finally dealt with the 2 Terminators that had been entangling him. His golden figure transformed into a furious streak of light, charging directly at Huron. The tip of the Guardian Spear erupted with unprecedented brilliance. The Emperor's elite guard never easily lost their temper. But the fall of the Silent Nun ignited a flame within him. She was the other half of the Emperor's claw, their most trusted comrade. To harm them was the most direct provocation against the Emperor's majesty. Huron did not dodge or evade, he gripped his power axe and met the charge head-on. Boom! This collision was more ferocious than any previous one. The golden light and black lightning exploded in the center of the hall. The visible shockwaves sent surrounding corpses and debris flying. Valerian's full-powered strike was hard-blocked by Huron. Anger will only make you weaker, lapdog. It will blind your eyes, preventing you from seeing reality. He suddenly exerted force, pushing Valerian away, then sweeping his power axe horizontally. Valerian could only block with the spear shaft. The massive force sent him flying sideways, rolling for several laps before coming to a stop. Before he could steady himself, Huron's mechanical claw struck down upon him. It's over. At this critical moment, a black figure collided with him. It was Salahar. He used his own body clad in battered Terminator armor to slam into Huron's side. The immense impact caused Huron's attack trajectory to deviate slightly. The mechanical claw struck the floor beside Valerian, creating a massive dent in the sturdy deck. You again. That annoying fly. Huron was utterly enraged. He abandoned his pursuit of Valerian and turned to unleash all his fury upon Salahar. The power axe struck down with overwhelming force, one blow after another. Salahar wielded the unyielding blade into a curtain of black light, struggling to defend. Clang! 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 The sounds of dense metal clashes melded into one. Salahar had completely fallen into the disadvantage. With the absence of the Silent Nun's suppressive stance, Huron's power exceeded what he could confront head-on. Each block sent tingling numbness through his arms, and the power armor's joint overload alarms blared. His still injured lungs were filled with waves of tearing pain. He could only rely on the experience and skills honed over millennia of combat to constantly deflect and redirect, barely maintaining his undefeated stance amidst the storm of attacks.
Boss.
Raven watched with wide eyes, his plasma gun already overheating and urgently cooling down. He could only futilely fire explosive rounds at Huron with the under-barrel grenade launcher, but those explosives couldn't even leave a scratch on Huron's armor. On the other side, the situation for the Primaris Space Marines was even worse. Without the protection of the Silent Nun, these warriors who had almost no resistance to subspace power were like lambs to the slaughter in front of the Chaos Terminators.
The squad leader of the Glory Lion, after incinerating an enemy with his plasma flamer, was struck from behind by another enemy using a power fist, shattering his chest plate.
He took one last look at the battlefield, his eyes filled with unwillingness before collapsing weakly. The remaining Primaris warriors were also ruthlessly slaughtered one by one in despair.
Warning. The main reactor core will overload in 2 minutes. All personnel evacuate immediately.
The entire warship began to violently disintegrate.
The walls cracked open with enormous fissures, revealing the burning cosmos outside. A powerful suction pulled some corpses and debris into the void. Ha ha ha. Let's die together. You Imperial lapdogs.
A Chaos Terminator cackled, madly struck by a falling ceiling tile, but before he died he used his chainsaw axe to sever the head of a Primaris warrior. The battlefield had transformed into a hell on the brink of explosion. Salahar was struck on the shoulder by Huron's axe, sliding backward for several meters. A massive gash opened in the Terminator's shoulder armor, revealing its underlying flickering mechanical structure.
It's over, old man. Huron approached him step by step, wielding the power axe. Your time has long passed. Now let me send you to meet your false emperor. Valerian charged from the other side, trying to assist, but was forced back by Huron's claw without so much as a glance. 2 against 1, they were no longer a match. Salahar leaned on the unyielding blade, barely managing to stand.
He looked at the approaching Huron, at the surrounding hell on Earth, at the fallen Silent Nun and the Primaris Space Marines lying in pools of blood. His gaze became eerily calm. On the tactical helmets display, the countdown for the singularity bomb set by Kruger had entered the final minute and a half.
Conventional tactics had no chance of success.
If this continued, they would all die here, accompanying this cursed warship to its grave.
The only way.
Salahar's gaze fell upon the unyielding blade in his hand. There was only one way left, a crazy, mutually destructive way. No, if this continues, we will all die here.
This thought was incredibly clear in Salahar's mind.
His tactical mind was racing, analyzing every variable on the battlefield: Huron's strength, speed and attack patterns, Valerian's position and condition, his own physical state and the damage to his powered armor, and most importantly the cursed countdown that had only 1 minute and 20 seconds left. All calculations pointed to the same conclusion: failure.
Conventional tactics had failed. Skills, experience, coordination. All became meaningless in the face of Huron's unreasonable godlike absolute power.
The fall of the Silent Nun was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The balance had been completely shattered. What they faced now was not a chaotic interstellar warrior, but a demigod walking among mortals, an embodiment of pure slaughter and destruction.
Fighting Hedon was a dead end. Escape. Impossible.
Huron was faster than any of them, and in this Sunto-explode enclosed space there was nowhere.
Then there was only one path left. To exchange life for a chance.
To use his own life to buy a possibility of victory, even if that possibility was only 1 in 10,000. After 10,000 years of wandering and battling, he had encountered countless such dire situations. In the forests of Caliban and the endless nightmares of the subspace, he had long since learned how to make choices in such moments. For victory, any price could be paid. This was what the Lion King had taught him, a creed etched into his very bones. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Raven and the others were still struggling with the remaining chaotic Terminators, while Iokas was risking gunfire trying to get closer to the fallen Silent Nun. Valerian had just steadied himself, his golden armor covered in scars, but he was still ready to charge again. They all needed a chance. A chance that would allow them to survive.
Salahar took a deep breath, the burning pain in his lungs nearly making him faint.
But he forcibly suppressed the intense pain.
Through the encrypted communication channel he sent Valerian a very simple message.
Not in words, but a data stream containing tactical intent. Request fire diversion.
Target enemy front. Duration 3 seconds. Purpose to create a lethal attack window. Valerian understood Salahar's intent almost instantly.
This was a suicidal plan. Salahar intended to draw all of Huron's attention to himself, creating a killing opportunity for Valerian.
And those 3 seconds would be hell for Salahar. Negative.
Valerian's voice carried a hint of emotional fluctuation. The Knight Commander of the First Legion should not sacrifice himself in such a manner.
Execute the orders, Shield Officer.
In their communication channel, the Knight Commander's rank was higher than that of the Shield Officer.
This was an ancient law from the era of the Great Expedition. Valerian fell silent. He looked at the black and battered figure as if seeing the shadow of another person. The one who was equally stubborn, equally willing to do anything for victory, the Gene Father. As you command, Knight Commander. Valerian's voice carried an unprecedented. He raised the spear of the Guardian. Who are you talking to, old man? Huron had already stepped in front of Salahar, looking down at this opponent who could barely stand, his face filled with the cruel delight of a cat playing with a mouse. Are you praying to your false emperor? It's useless, he can't hear you. He raised his powered axe high. Now die. For the Emperor. A thunderous roar came from his side. Valerian transformed into a burning golden lightning bolt, abandoning all defenses, all techniques, pouring everything into this desperate strike. He seemed to merge with the spear of the Guardian, not to attack Huron but to entangle him with his own body. It's you again. Huron had to divert his attention to deal with this life and death strike. He roared, swinging the powered axe to meet the golden lightning. Now. The 3-second window had begun. Salahar moved. He did not charge forward but made a move that left everyone confused. He slammed the hilt of the blade of unyielding into the chest of his Terminator armor. There lay the core energy interface of the powered armor. Boss. What are you doing? Kruger screamed in horror over the comms mandatory energy overload. The blade cannot withstand the full output of the reactor. A singularity collapse will occur. Your body and soul will be torn apart by the energy torrent. Salahar did not respond. He used the unique blade of unyielding, capable of suppressing subspace energy as a temporary, highly unstable energy conduit, forcibly connecting it to the plasma reactor of his Terminator armor. This was an absolutely mad act. It was akin to inserting a glowing red iron rod directly into a high-voltage electrical box. Buzz, a piercing cosmic hum resonated from within Salahar. His black Terminator armor glowed ominously from every seam. The air around him began to twist and collapse. The blade of unyielding let out a painful wail under the overloaded energy. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the blade, seeming ready to disintegrate at any moment. Salahar's eyes through the visor of his tactical helmet locked onto Huron, who was grappling with Valerian. His body was beginning to collapse under the immense energy overload. The inner wall of the tactical helmet was splattered with spots of blood resulting from the burst capillaries in his eyes. He could feel his bones groaning, his organs burning, every gene seed screaming in a death throe. But he did not care. He focused all his will, all his strength on the sword in his right hand. Then he stepped forward. That step consumed all the strength in his body. The deck beneath his feet turned to dust the moment he stepped down, and time seemed to stretch at that instant. He was not charging, he was burning himself. One step. Just one step. Salahar's figure vanished from his spot, instantly reappearing behind Huron Haishin. This was not physical movement, it was a suicidal short-range teleportation, using the unyielding blade as a mad beacon, forcibly overloading himself, twisting and tearing the microscopic space around him. The price was his very life being sacrificed. He felt his lungs like sponges soaked in molten lead, each breath expelled boiling blood foam and the charred stench of cooked organs. Every nerve fiber screamed in the agony of melting, transmitting pain far beyond the limits of flesh, enough to drive a mortal mad. But what Huron Haishin felt was something else entirely. An extreme shadow of death, enough to make his arrogant soul, blessed by the dark gods, tremble, crept up from behind. He wanted to turn to dodge. But Valerian, the damned golden giant, used his own body and the Guardian spear like a red-hot brand, entangling him fiercely, leaving him no room to escape. Get off! Huron roared, his mechanical claws slashing across Valerian's breastplate, leaving wounds deep enough to see bone. Golden armor plates flew, the sacred blood of the God Emperor's creation gushed forth. But Valerian only grunted, blood trickling from his lips. Instead of retreating, he used the spear shaft to lock Huron's joints with even greater ferocity. With his own flesh and blood he bought Salahar that final lethal second. Time at this moment stretched infinitely slow. Before Salahar's eyes everything was blood-red. His retinas burst from overload, leaving only blurred outlines and distorted light. On the tactical helmet's display all readings had maxed out, turning into a sea of burning garbled code. He could hear the crisp snap of his ribs breaking under the heat and pressure. He could feel his blood boiling and evaporating in his alveoli. He could even taste the nauseating rusty iron flavor of his own cooked flesh mixed with overloaded plasma. But the hand gripping the sword was as steady as an ancient eternal rock. He drove the unyielding blade, dull-glowing its blade riddled with cracks, upward from below, using an ancient, almost forgotten sword technique from the First Knight Order of Caliban, precisely into the back waist of Huron's Terminator armor. There lay the most concentrated node of the armor's power conduits and neural bundles. It was also the weakest point of his defense. This strike carried no earth-shattering force. Put. The one.
6-meter-long blade of the unyielding blade sank entirely into Huron's massive body from tip to guard. It was silent, yet it contained all the power of Selahar's burning life soul and 10,000 years of solitude.
Huron Hykeson's body stiffened abruptly. The fury and cruelty on his face froze. In its place came an incomprehensible extreme shock and absurdity. He felt the colossal stellar-like power of the warp within him. Severed in an instant. He looked down at the tip of the sword protruding from his abdomen, a black gleam that seemed to devour even light. No. My power. This is impossible. He wanted to roar, but no sound came. The relentless force within the unyielding blade raged wildly inside him. It severed not just power conduits and neural bundles. It severed the link between Huron and the vast warp energy within him. It severed his arrogance as the Lord of the Red Pirates. It severed his pride as a self-proclaimed chosen one. It severed the very root of the Dark God's gift, the twisted self-righteous immortality itself, like a power cord yanked from its source. The warp light on Huron's body faded and died like a popped balloon. His colossal frame seemed drained of all strength, beginning to wilt. The power axe in his hand clattered to the ground. Warning. Main reactor core imminent detonation. Countdown. 10-9-8. The cold countdown continued. With the last of his strength, Salahar pulled back the unyielding blade. A torrent of black blood mixed with a foul stench gushed from Huron's wound. Salahar could no longer hold on. The world spun before his eyes, and finally, amidst the heart-wrenching cries of Kruger and Raven, he sank into eternal darkness. His massive black Terminator armor, like a statue drained of its soul, fell straight backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The unyielding blade on his chest, having served its purpose as a conductor of energy, had its light extinguished completely. Covered in cracks, it was now no different from common iron. The battle was over. Valerian released the Guardian Spear, knelt on one knee, and gasped for breath. He looked at Salahar lying on the ground, then at Huron kneeling like a pile of rotten meat. Beneath his golden helmet his gaze was profoundly complex. He had won. They had won. But the price was too heavy for him to bear. Chief. Knight Commander. Raven and Kruger's startled cries came from not far away. They had finally finished off the last Chaos Terminator and were sprinting madly toward them. Valerian struggled to his feet. He lifted the Guardian Spear and walked step by step toward the kneeling Huron Haishin. No matter what, he must confirm the kill. He would personally cut off the tyrant's head. Just as the tip of his spear was about to touch Huron's neck, a faint but sharp static noise suddenly crackled in his helmet's communication channel like fingernails scraping glass. In the tail of the noise there seemed to be an extremely low snake-like hiss. Change struck again. The shadows in the far corner of the hall had become at some unknown moment deeper than darkness itself. The light there seemed to be devoured. Even the beams of the armor's searchlights, when projected there, were eerily bent and absorbed at the edges as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Then several blurred figures stepped out silently from that twisted shadow. Their power armor was a deep blue-green painted with a Hydra emblem resembling a sea serpent. Their appearance was utterly silent, as if they had always been there, only now deciding to be seen. It was the Alpha Legion. I am Alpha Wraithas. A calm synthesized voice composed of countless overlapping tones echoed in the desolate hall. The voice did not originate from a specific direction, but rather emerged like a specter from every shadowy corner, behind every corpse, and even from deep within everyone's helmet communicators. Valerian's movements suddenly halted. The tip of his spear was less than a centimeter away from Huron's nape. Golden energy hissed at the spear's tip but could advance no further. Alpha Legion, the 20th Legion, masters of deceit Hydra. In the Empire's records they were labeled traitors. But to those who truly understood them, they were enemies more dangerous and unpredictable than any demon. For you never know how many faces are hidden beneath their masks, nor how many layers of lies are concealed within their words. In that half-second pause of Valerian, the Alpha Warriors moved. Their actions were precise, efficient, and embodied the beauty of tactical synergy. Two warriors threw several peculiar spheres. These were not ordinary smoke bombs, but a special aerosol that could completely block optical, thermal, and even spiritual detection, flickering with faint light and data garble. In an instant the center of the hall was enveloped in a dense absolute darkness that could swallow light. Damn it! Valerian's tactical visor turned into a flurry of noise and static. Two other Alpha Warriors, like shadows merging into water, silently darted into the darkness. They did not attack anyone but directly hoisted the kneeling Huron Blackheart, dragging his massive body backwards with brute force. Their strength was astonishing. You won't get away. Valerian let out a roar, suppressing his extreme anger. Though he could not see, his finely honed perception from years in the Imperial Guard allowed him to roughly gauge the enemy's position. The Guardian Spear in his hand transformed into a golden streak that tore through the darkness, violently sweeping towards the location where he remembered Huron to be. However, it struck nothing.
In the darkness only a faint metallic scraping sound against the floor could be heard, then it vanished. The enemy was retreating with Huron in a way he could not comprehend.
Raven! Covering fire! Stop them! Valerian shouted into the comm channel, his voice distorted by fury.
Received. Raven and Kruger had already charged to the edge of the darkness. Without hesitation they raised their weapons and unleashed a torrent of fire into the bottomless void. Explosive rounds and plasma beams detonated in the darkness, creating bursts of feeble light, yet it felt as if they had been thrown into an endless abyss with no sound of impact on any target.
Warning! Hull integrity below 10%. Ship about to disintegrate. Countdown. 3, 2, 1.
In the moment the last number fell, the world fell silent.
Immediately afterwards, boom.
A sound indescribable in words erupted from the depths of the battleship. It was the singularity bomb that Kruger had installed in the engine room, and it detonated. The entire claw of the tyrant seemed to be crushed in half by an invisible cosmic hand.
The violent explosion triggered a catastrophic chain reaction.
All plasma conduits and ammunition stores within the battleship suffered a devastating chain explosion simultaneously. The hull beneath their feet suddenly sank. The hard deck cracked open like torn paper, leaving abyss-like fissures.
Scorching plasma flames erupted from the cracks like a fountain from hell. Hold on tight.
Valerian bellowed, driving the Guardian spear into the only relatively intact part of the deck beneath him, using his body to shield the area behind him. Raven and Kruger quickly dropped to the ground, holding tightly to their fallen comrades or anything they could grab for support. The special darkness that had enveloped the center of the battlefield was completely blown away by the shockwave of this devastating explosion.
The smoke cleared. In the aftermath only emptiness remained. Blackheart Huron along with the suddenly appearing Alpha warriors had vanished without a trace.
They were like a group of fleeting ghosts, appearing at the most critical moment, seizing the most important spoils, then disappearing into chaos and destruction.
Ah! Valerian looked at the empty ground, letting out a beast-like roar. He slammed his fist into the ground, shattering the deck beneath him.
This was the greatest humiliation he had felt since becoming a member of the Imperial Guard.
He, the Emperor's Claw, humanity's perfect warrior, had allowed the enemy to snatch away a cooked duck right under his nose. He didn't even know how the enemy had escaped. Rage like a black flame burned in his heart.
But he knew this was not the time for anger.
The entire battleship was disintegrating.
Kruger.
How's Salahar?
He forced himself to calm down and shouted into the communicator.
Boss, he.
Kruger's voice trembled with an uncontrollable sob and utter despair. Vital signs.
Flatline. Biological signals completely dissipated. Nervous system. Unresponsive. His thermal signal
is merging with the core temperature of the armor.
Oh my god. He is becoming one with the armor.
Aeokas.
What about Sister Silence? She's still alive, my lord.
But she's gravely injured.
I must perform emergency treatment immediately.
The voice of Apothecary Aeokas came from nearby. He had rushed to Sister Silence's side, urgently providing treatment with his rudimentary medical equipment.
Everyone! Get the Knight Commander and the Sister. Retreat to the breach we came in from. Hurry! Valerian issued his final command.
He pulled the Guardian spear from the ground and staggered towards the place where Salahar had fallen. He looked at the black lifeless Terminator armor, and the expression beneath the golden helmet was one of complex emotion. But now he had to carry the body of this Legion commander, a true hero who had burned his own life for victory, out of this hell.
Let's go!
He bent down and along with Raven attempted to lift Salahar's incredibly heavy body. At that moment another even more intense and muffled roar resonated from beneath their feet.
The entire floor of the hall could no longer support itself and completely collapsed.
A sense of weightlessness struck. All of them, along with countless corpses and burning debris around them, helplessly plummeted into the depths of the battleship, engulfed in plasma flames like a hellish furnace. The wind howled past his ears as Valerian instinctively tightened his arms, holding Salahar's heavy body with all his strength, watching the endless sea of flames below drawing closer. The sensation of weightlessness lasted for less than a second. Immediately after, there was a violent impact.
Valerian and Raven crashed heavily onto the next deck.
Fortunately, this layer was a massive cargo hold filled with various supply crates serving as a buffer.
Even so, the fall left them disoriented. Cough. Cough.
Valerian propped himself up with the Guardian spear, feeling a sharp pain from his chest wound that made him cough uncontrollably. The golden armor was covered in dust and the blood of unknown origin, making it look quite ragged.
Everyone! Report in, he shouted over the communication channel. Raven here. Krug here. Aeokas here. The nun is with me. And I. My lord.
A weak voice rose, belonging to the surviving original Forged Star Warrior.
Their squad was left with only him alive. Good. Valerian took a deep breath. We are not dead yet. Let's continue with the orders. Find Knight Commander Salahar. We must get him out of here.
They began frantically searching through the wreckage and supply crates.
Found it. Over here.
Raven discovered the black Terminator armor under a pile of twisted metal supports.
Salahar's body was trapped between several thick steel beams.
His helmet was lost in the fall, revealing a face with sharp features reminiscent of an ancient knight statue. However, at this moment his face was devoid of color, his eyes tightly closed as if he had been dead for a long time.
Get him out. Hurry.
Valerian and Raven teamed up using their powered gauntlets and the Guardian's spear to violently pry open the steel beams trapping Salahar. As they dragged him out from the wreckage, everyone's heart sank. His condition was worse than Krug had described. The black indomitable Terminator armor was completely wrecked. The chest area had fused with his flesh and bones due to the forced connection of the indomitable blade overload, forming a charred mass that was unrecognizable. Countless broken cables and biotubes slithered out from the wound like snakes still twitching slightly.
My heavens!
The surviving original forged warrior murmured, horrified by the gruesome sight before him.
No time for chit-chat. Aeokas. Come here.
Aeokas immediately handed over the unconscious silent nun to the original warrior for safekeeping, then rushed over with his medical kit. He knelt beside Salahar, opening the medical kit and connecting various probes and sensors to the damaged armor interface.
Seconds later his face revealed extreme shock. He is still alive. Aeokas' voice trembled with excitement. His heart is still beating. Very faint but still beating. I don't know how this is possible, it completely defies physiology. His body, his organs should have collapsed long ago. As long as he is alive there is hope. Valerian's voice regained its firmness. Raven, carry him. We must return to the breach we entered within 3 minutes. Our Raven gunship will be waiting for us there. Yes.
Raven showed no hesitation, carefully hoisting Salahar's massive and heavy body onto his shoulder. The weight nearly caused him to stumble.
Go.
They began a desperate escape through the disintegrating, burning warship. Everything around them was collapsing.
The deck beneath their feet could give way again at any moment.
Burning debris continually fell from the ceiling above. The air was thick with toxic gas and scalding steam. They raced back along the path they had come, encountering several waves of scattered chaotic cultists and thralls. These poor souls had completely lost their sanity in the face of the impending doom of the warship flailing around like headless flies. They had no time to deal with these minions.
Valerian took the lead, using the Guardian's spear to carve a path through.
Anything that obstructed his path, be it a person or an obstacle, was swept aside by his spear.
Faster. Go faster.
They ran through the engineering area where fierce battles had once taken place, which was now engulfed in flames. Those mortals who had been welded to the walls as parts were letting out their final anguished screams in the flames. Raven carried Salahar each step, feeling extraordinarily heavy, but he did not dare to stop or look back. He could only grit his teeth and desperately keep up with Valerian's pace.
Ahead is the heat exhaust vent we came in through,
Krug shouted as he looked at the datapad on his arm. They finally burst through the last corridor. Before them was the massive breach that they had burned open with a thermal cutter. Outside the breach was a dark cosmos filled with explosions and beams of light. Their Raven gunship was hovering not far from the breach and the hatch was already open.
We made it.
However, just as they were about to rush towards the breach, a shrill alarm blared over the gunship's communication.
Warning. Enemy teleport torpedo detected. Approaching at high speed. Evade. Evade now.
Before the words finished, a shark-like teleport torpedo covered in spikes and chaotic runes suddenly shot out from the shadows below, colliding violently with the side of the Raven gunship.
Boom.
Their hope that Black Raven gunship exploded into a brilliant fireball before their eyes.
Everyone's movements froze.
They stood at the edge of the breach, watching the dissipating flames, their faces etched with despair.
The only path to survival had been cut off. No. That surviving Primaris Space Marine let out a desperate roar.
He watched helplessly as the exploding firelight slowly extinguished in his retinas, and with it the last shred of hope in his heart died out. They had endured countless hardships and paid such a heavy price to escape here, only to have their path to survival completely cut off at the final step.
Don't give up. The battle isn't over yet. Walayan's golden silhouette stood at the edge of the breach like an immovable statue.
He gazed out at the chaotic battlefield, his eyes beneath the tactical helmet swiftly scanning for any possible chance of survival.
Kel-Yuge,
send the highest priority distress signal to our own fleet immediately.
Transmit our coordinates. Tell them we need emergency aerial extraction. Any flying vehicle will do. Yais, my lord.
Kelyuj snapped out of his despair and began operating the data slate on his arm. But everyone knew this hope was exceedingly slim. They were now inside an enemy flagship on the verge of explosion. Outside lay the most chaotic, most densely fire-filled airspace of the entire battlefield. To have a friendly ship traverse that web of death made of gunfire explosions and fighters and precisely reach the small breach. It was nearly an impossible task.
Is there another way? Laywan asked, his voice hoarse, carrying Salahar.
Yes.
Walayan's reply was simple and direct. Jump down. What? This ship is breaking apart, its orbit is steadily decaying. Walayan pointed at the planet growing ever larger outside Attila.
We jump down using our power armor's thrusters and gravity to enter the atmosphere.
If we survive the re-entry phase, there's a chance to live. It was a gamble far crazier than any plan.
Although a Space Marine's power armor could function briefly in a vacuum, it was not designed for atmospheric re-entry. The immense friction would burn their armor into a heap of scrap metal and then char them into cinders.
We have no choice.
Either stay here and be blown into cosmic dust with this ship, or jump down and gamble on that glimmer of hope.
I understand. That Primaris Marine gritted his teeth. I'll take the gamble. Yikasi, inject the Sister Superior with emergency life-sustaining fluid.
Kelyuj, transfer all your power to the life support system and thrusters of the power armor.
Laywan, hold on to the Knight Commander. Walayan issued orders rapidly.
We all jumped together.
For the Emperor.
Just as they were about to leap, a new communication request suddenly connected to their channel.
Calling Decapitation Squad. Calling Decapitation Squad. Acknowledge if you hear me. This is the indomitable Blade Kier Phaeloosi.
It was the voice of that eccentric archmagos of the Dark Mechanicum.
Phaeloosi.
Kelyuj shouted in surprise. We're here.
We need extraction. Our Thunderhawk was shot down. I see. Kier Phaeloosi's synthesized voice. I've assumed command of your fleet.
I'm deploying a gauntlet assault boat to your coordinates.
But it needs time. How long?
According to my calculations, under the enemy's fire blockade, it will take at least 2 minutes to reach your position.
2 minutes. Laywan glanced at the collapsing hull around them. 2 minutes from now this place will be nothing but empty void. I understand.
Kier Phaeloosi replied. So I need you to buy yourselves those 2 minutes.
How? Look outside. Instinctively everyone looked out through the breach.
In the distant starry sky, a vast fleet of countless ugly ships belching black smoke was charging like a pack of mad dogs toward the airspace where the Tyrant's Claw lay, a suicidal charge. Orcs. Those green-skinned maniacs, after their war boss was killed by the Flayer, did not scatter but instead fell into an even more frenzied whack. They attacked everything in sight, and the Tyrant's Claw, that massive disintegrating ship that seemed the most exciting, became their top priority target. Countless orc fighters and boarding torpedoes swarmed toward the Tyrant's Claw like locusts. The Red Corsair's escort fleet was drowned by this green tide. Orcish stupidity has once again created an opportunity for us. Their attack will draw the majority of the Red Corsair's anti-air fire. This is your chance. I need you to move from your current position to the bow area of the ship. There the orc attacks are densest, but simultaneously the Red Corsair's defenses are weakest. The Gauntlet assault boat will rendezvous with you there.
Understood. A feint to the east and attack to the west, using the orcs as their cover. Everyone. Follow me. Target the bow.
They began their desperate sprint once more. This time their goal was the other end of the ship. They raced through blazing corridors over collapsed decks. Along the way they even saw a few squads of Chaos Space Marines locked in melee with orc boys. Both sides were blinded by bloodlust. None noticed these passers-by running past. Finally, in the last moment before the ship completely disintegrated, they reached a vast observation deck at the bow. The armored glass there had all shattered. They could clearly see the hellish scene outside. An orc junk ship trailing thick black smoke crashed directly into the bow of the Tyrant's Claw. The immense impact made both colossal ships groan in agony.
Countless orc boys brandishing choppas surged through the breach with roaring war cries.
And above this most chaotic battlefield, a strangely shaped Imperial assault boat was nimbly weaving through the rain of fire, speeding toward them.
Gauntlet has arrived. Prepare to board.
The front of the assault boat struck the edge of the deck where they stood, and a melted cannon instantly melted open an entry hatch.
Quick! Get in! Walayan leaped in first, then turned to assist the others.
As Laywan carrying Salahar jumped in last.
Behind them the Tyrant's Claw finally reached the end of its existence.
That Chaos flagship, which had once made countless star systems tremble, snapped in two under the Orc fleet's saturation ramming and internal chain explosions. Then in a silent yet brilliant blaze it transformed into a colossal fireball brighter than a star.
A powerful shockwave engulfed everything around. Hold on tight.
The pilot of the gauntlet assault boat roared, pushing the engine to maximum power.
The assault boat like a leaf in a storm tumbled and pitched violently in the fierce shockwave.
But in the end it burst out of the deadly vortex, flying toward the distant Imperial fleet that awaited them. Inside the cabin everyone collapsed on the floor, gasping heavily. They had survived. The hatch of the punching glove assault craft slowly opened with a piercing hydraulic sound. Outside was not the cold vacuum of space but the brightly lit massive hangar of the Imperial flagship Oath of Glory. The medical personnel, tech priests and shipguards who had been waiting there immediately surrounded them. As they recognized the figures emerging from the assault craft, everyone gasped in shock. A giant clad in golden armor marred with cracks and claw marks stood there. It was the legendary Imperial Palatine Guard. Behind him followed a space marine in tattered black armor carrying another black Terminator over his shoulder. Further back there was an apothecary carrying a medical box and a blood-soaked original marine with vacant eyes supporting a comatose female warrior clad in silver armor, the Silent Nun. Each of them looked as if they had crawled out of hell.
Make way. We need the best surgical room and a tech priest. Immediately.
Yes, sir. A naval officer immediately saluted and then shouted to those around him, hurry. Clear the path.
Prepare the highest level of medical protocol.
2 teams of medical personnel rushed forward with an anti-gravity stretcher. Iokas and the original marine carefully placed the Silent Nun onto one of the stretchers. Raven with Valerian's help placed Salahar onto another stretcher. When Sarahal's broken body was fully revealed before everyone, even those veteran medics accustomed to bloody scenes could not help but gasp in astonishment.
By the Emperor.
What? What is this? No time for idle chatter.
Save him. Raven roared at the medic.
His eyes were bloodshot from anger and worry.
Calm down, warrior.
Valerian placed a hand on Raven's shoulder and then spoke to the medic. He is a Knight Commander of the 1st Legion.
He needs your help. The 1st Legion. Knight Commander.
The medic murmured, his eyes filled with awe and confusion.
But he quickly regained his professionalism. Quick. Get him to operating room 1. Notify the Grand Sage.
We need his tech priest team. The patient's body has fused with his armor.
2 stretchers surrounded by medical personnel were swiftly sent deep into the medical area of the hangar.
Kruger followed closely beside Sarahal's stretcher, his face marked with urgency.
He attempted to explain the special construction of Sarahal's power armor to the Imperial medics, but his technical terms were vastly out of sync with the current Imperial standards. Don't use terms like dark matter constraint field.
Tech Sergeant. A leading tech priest sternly reprimanded. Tell me, is its power core an M38 standard plasma reactor or an older model?
I told you. This is not an ordinary plasma reactor. Its core is a modified miniature singularity generator.
Kruger was sweating profusely. If you dismantle it with conventional methods, it will cause an explosion.
Singularity. What are you talking about? Mortal technology cannot control a singularity.
Their argument was interrupted by Iokas.
Let me handle this.
The apothecary's voice was calm and clear. I am his apothecary and Kruger is his tech sergeant.
We know his body and armor better than you. Please trust us.
The tech priest glanced at Iokas, then at the serious Valerian beside him, and finally nodded.
All right. But you must proceed under our supervision. Any unauthorized actions will be considered technological heresy.
They all disappeared behind the heavy alloy doors of the operating room. Raven and the surviving original marine were taken to another resting room. The ship's guards brought them high-energy nutrient paste and water. The original marine devoured his food hungrily, as if trying to swallow down the fear and hunger of the past few days. Raven, however, sat blankly in a chair staring at his power gloves stained with Sarahal's blood, saying nothing. He could not forget the profound silence he felt while carrying the commander. It was not unconsciousness but rather a sensation of the flame of life having been completely extinguished. He dared not think about what would happen if Iokas was wrong, if the commander truly. He could not think further. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the resting room opened.
Valerian walked in.
He had already removed his damaged golden armor and changed into a black uniform. His body was wrapped in several layers of bandages, but he still appeared as upright as a pine.
How is he? Raven stood up and asked anxiously.
The situation is complicated. The Silent Nun's injuries are primarily physical. Though severe, her life is not in danger. With the Empire's best apothecaries and her unique constitution, she will recover.
However, Knight Commander Salahar.
He paused. His condition is very dire.
Iokas and Kruger are working with the tech priests to try to separate him from his armor. This is an extremely delicate and dangerous surgery. They say his body underwent some kind of. We cannot comprehend hyperfrequency to withstand that final blow.
Every cell within him is burning.
His life is like a candle that has been completely burned out, leaving only the last faint spark. What you mean is? Raven's heart sank. What I mean is, with the Empire's current best medical technology, we can only barely maintain his current state. We cannot wake him, nor can we heal him. Valerian looked at Raven, speaking each word with weight. We cannot save him. Raven's body swayed as if all his strength had been drained away. No. It can't be. I am very sorry, warrior. We may lose a true hero. The Gauntlet assault boat settled into the hangar of the Oath of Glory, the violent tremors from the shockwave finally subsiding. Yet the chaos in the orbit of the Attila system was only entering a new, even more frenzied phase.
On the tactical display of the Imperial fleet, a large cluster of red dots representing the main force of the Red Pirates was methodically disengaging from the battlefield, executing a strategic retreat toward the edge of the system. The destruction of the flagship Tyrant's Claw of Shiolu and Heishin was like a heavy hammer shattering the backbone of these traitors. Deprived of their brutal lord, these pirates lost their will to fight, merely wishing to flee this damned hell as quickly as possible.
However, not all Chaos ships chose to retreat.
A sizable fleet of renegade space marines adorned with various emblems prowled the battlefield like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. They had come under the lure of Xylan's interests, but now that their leader was dead, instead of fleeing, they had completely cut loose, launching indiscriminate bloody attacks against any non-Chaos target. They attacked Imperial frigates, assaulted the leaderless red pirate transports, and even struck at the orc skiffs, darting about purely for the thrill of slaughter and plunder. But at this moment the protagonists of the battlefield were no longer the Imperium nor Chaos.
My omniscia.
On the bridge of the flagship, the synthetic voice of Kir Phalawosi, composed of countless sound emitters, carried a hint of something akin to appreciation.
A logical paradox: existence is destruction, stupidity is victory. Orcs. What? What a wonderfully chaotic variable. All eyes were fixed on the largest area of the tactical projection.
There the green geometric symbols representing the Sotek dynasty's Necron fleet were violently colliding with a sprawling, utterly formless red stain representing the orcs.
The green-skinned madmen, after their warboss was slain by the flayed lord, did not collapse like a normal army. Instead, leaderless, they plunged into the most frenzied whack state.
They attacked anything in sight, and that arrogant gleaming Necron Cairn-class tomb ship in orbit was in their eyes the most fun big thing in the entire universe.
Whack.
This simple word, brimming with infinite power, roared through all communication channels of the orc fleet. An orc fleet led by several massive, ugly, smoke-belching rust bucket and kill cruiser vessels charged straight at the Necron flagship like a pack of frenzied hounds on stimulants. Behind them followed thousands of smaller attack boats and fighters cobbled together from scrap metal dense enough to blot out the stars, forming a green metallic tide.
The Necron fleet's response was as cold and efficient as ever. Beams of emerald green Gauss energy lanced from the hieroglyph-adorned elegant Necron vessels, silent yet utterly lethal.
Where the beams touched, the orcs' makeshift ships had their armor, structure and crew disintegrated at the molecular level, reduced to a cloud of inorganic green dust without even a chance to explode.
110-100. Orc ships vanished in droves before the precise and efficient Necron firepower, like moths in summer. Yet the orc numbers were simply overwhelming.
They were like an inexhaustible swarm of cockroaches charging forward with the most primitive, idiotic and fearless abandon. One ship exploded and two more behind it immediately filled the gap, continuing the charge. They used their worthless corpses to wear down the Necron fleet's fire control system's processing power. Warning: detecting high-intensity energy readings. On the largest vessel in the orc fleet, a battle moon converted from an asteroid and covered in massive cannons and graffiti, a grotesquely oversized and bizarrely shaped weapon was charging. The weapon looked like a gigantic metal funnel connected to countless thick, haphazardly welded energy conduits. Behind the funnel, a bizarre warphead orc bound to a frame was screaming in agony, its psychic energy being violently siphoned into the device. The next moment, the colossal cannon fired.
It did not emit any beam or projectile.
Instead, it tore apart the poor warphead along with a large area of space around it, and then vomited countless screaming Gretchens and Snotlings through the warp like projectile vomit, launching them directly.
However, something seemed to go wrong. The warp tunnel collapsed, extremely unstable, just a short distance ahead of the Necron fleet. A brief distorted void in reality gaped open and then closed instantly. No explosion, no sound. But a wave of energy inexplicable by any physics swept across the entire volume of space. All Necron ships touched by the ripple, including the arrogant Cairn-class flagship, suffered a brief catastrophic power failure. The green runes on their surfaces went dark, their elegant forms frozen in the void like toys suddenly unplugged. The paralysis lasted less than 10 seconds. But for the orcs, 10 seconds were enough. Whack! Ram them, boys!
The orc scrapships already in close range unhesitatingly slammed hard into the temporarily powerless Necron vessels. Countless boarding torpedoes and asteroid-modified ramming rocks were launched at the same time, raining down on the mirror-smooth hull of the Necron flagship. Boom! 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 The massive impacts caused the Necron flagship's hull to emit a pained groan for the first time. Ugly sparking breaches were torn into its surface. Boss! We're in! Countless orc boys wielding chop-pa and chain axes poured through the breaches, yelling wildly into the interior of the Necron flagship. Inside, the flagship alarms finally blared in the silent corridors. The dormant Necron warriors were awakened in their tombs, their green electronic eyes lighting up in clusters. A bloody melee between the most primal savagery and the most advanced technology erupted within the ancient vessel. A towering orc warbus carrying a massive power claw on his shoulder kicked open an alloy door and led his elite armored boys into a hall as grand as the interior of a pyramid. At the far end of the hall, on a high throne, a Necron overlord draped in ornate metal cloak and wielding a scepter, Nihilus, rose slowly to his feet. On his metal skull only one eye gleamed with cold green light, the other socket was a hollow scar left from a previous battle. Lowly organisms. Your disorder wearies me. Nihilus' voice sounded directly in the orcs' minds. What are you jabbering about, Tin Can? The warboss roared, not understanding nor caring. Bone Crusher Big Tooth. Today I'm gonna smash your shiny scrapship to pieces. Wah-ack. He charged first, his power claw screeching as it swung toward Nihilus' head. Nihilus' form vanished from the spot and reappeared behind the warboss. His scepter became a green lightning bolt, striking the power armor joint on the warboss' back. With a soft sound, the thick steel armor along with the flesh beneath was disintegrated into a fist-sized hole. But the warboss seemed to feel no pain. He roared and spun around, sweeping his chain axe with brute irrational force. Nihilus teleported to dodge again, but his movements were perceptibly slower. The strange weapon of the orc fleet had damaged him, impairing his phase-shifting ability. The battle became a contest of power versus skill. Each of Nihilus' attacks was precise and lethal, leaving decomposed wounds on the warboss' body. Every counterattack by the warboss was savage and powerful, forcing Nihilus to dodge awkwardly. Finally, after another failed dodge, Nihilus' scepter pierced the warboss' chest, completely disintegrating his heart. I am the boss. The warboss spat blood, yet a ferocious grin spread across his face. His massive power claw with its last ounce of strength clamped onto Nihilus' body. Come. Die with me, Tin Can. The power claw's core overloaded. Boom. The violent explosion tore half the hall apart. When the smoke cleared, the throne was shattered. Nihilus knelt on one knee, half his body including his intact eye torn apart by the power claw's explosion. His ornate metal cloak was tattered, flickering with unstable sparks. He slowly rose, looking at the orcs still fighting to the death with his guards, then glanced up at the gradually thinning green tide outside the ship. Retreat. A command laden with infinite weariness and disgust reached the command center of every Necron ship. The surviving Necron fleet began to slowly turn, activating their phase engines, and vanished from real space one by one. The orbit of Attila finally, after paying an unimaginable price, fell temporarily silent. On the bridge of the Imperial fleet, Marshal Wallen stared at the large swath of green symbols disappearing from the tactical projection, remaining silent for a long time. He turned and glanced at the equally silent Kir Falawosi beside him. Did we win? No, Marshal. We simply happened to be standing on a patch of floor that didn't collapse in an earthquake. His mechanical head turned toward the hangar. Furthermore, our most powerful weapon is now teetering on the edge of life and death. In the waiting area outside operating room No. 1 of the Vow of Glory, a strange mixture of disinfectant and mechanical lubricant fills the air. Levin sat motionless on the cold metal bench, not having removed his tattered black power armor, merely taking off his helmet and placing it at his feet. He lowered his head, fixating on his power gauntlets stained with blood and scorch marks. On them were the blood of the Chaos Space Marine, the blood of the Steel Warrior, the blood of his own brothers, and the blood of Salahar. Impossible. How could the boss be dead? The man who had led them through the flames of Caliban traversed the endless nightmares of subspace and guided them to wander in this cold galaxy for 10,000 years. How could he possibly fall just like that? He did not believe it. A young Primaris Space Marine clad in the livery of the Lion of Glory Strike Force sat in a corner not far away. He was the only survivor of that assault team aside from Sulahar's subordinates. His former pride and disdain for these veterans had been shattered on the bloody bridge of the Claw of the Tyrant. At this moment his eyes were hollow, holding an explosive rifle, his body still trembling slightly. He looked at Levin, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately he spoke nothing. He didn't know what to say. Apologies. Gratitude. In front of a dying hero, any words felt pale and powerless. The heavy alloy door of the operating room slid open with a dull hiss. An Imperial senior medic emerged, dragging his weary feet, revealing a face etched with exhaustion and defeat. Levin stood up the 3-meter-tall power armor, creating a heavy metallic scraping sound.
How is he?
The senior medic sighed and shook his head as he looked at the imposing black giant before him.
We did our best, warrior. But his condition exceeds our understanding. What do you mean? Levin's throat felt dry as if on fire. His body is like an engine that has completely burned out its fuel.
The medic attempted to explain with an analogy the other party could understand. In that final blow, he forcibly infused the energy from his power armor's reactor into his body. This granted him godlike strength in an instant, but it also completely burned him out.
Every organ of his is failing, every genetic seed is collapsing. We are unable to detect any effective neural signals. His life force has already been extinguished. You are talking nonsense.
Levin stepped forward, abruptly grabbing the medic by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Aoka said, he is still alive. His heart is still beating.
That is not a heartbeat.
It is merely the strange reactor within him still stimulating his cardiac muscles with electrical pulses, creating the illusion of a heartbeat. The medic, gasping for breath, said with a red face, his brain is already dead. Biologically speaking, he is already a corpse.
We are powerless.
You. Levin's eyes turned red, his massive power gauntlet creaking under the pressure of his grip.
Enough.
A golden figure appeared at the door.
Valerian restrained Levin's arm, his strength steady and firm, preventing the enraged Levin from moving an inch further. Let him go.
He is merely stating the facts. Levin, panting heavily, released his grip and the senior medic fell to the ground, coughing violently. At that moment, a heated argument erupted from within the operating room.
I told you. Don't use the standard cutting protocol.
You will blow up the entire medical area.
Krug's metallic voice echoed. Heresy.
Your theory completely contradicts the sacred teachings of the machine god.
A miniature singularity generator. Who do you think you are?
A mechanical priest retorted sharply. So you want him to die here? You bunch of tin cans with gears and waste oil in your heads.
Valerian frowned and strode into the operating room. Levin followed closely.
Inside the operating room, chaos reigned. Salahar lay on the massive operating table, his mangled body fused with the black Terminator armor, creating a nightmarish scene that was entirely unrecognizable. Countless severed cables and biological conduits sprouted from his chest like some kind of evil plant. Aoka knelt beside him, trying to stabilize Salahar's feeble and nearly non-existent circulatory system with his ancient apothecary tools. Krug and several mechanical priests were arguing around the operating table. Suddenly, a holographic projection shimmering with blue light unfolded in the center of the operating room. The massive and bizarre mechanical body of Kelpharos appeared before everyone. Silence, ignorant organisms and foolish gearheads. Your argument is as meaningless as two monkeys debating which banana is yellower. His myriad mechanical eyes scanned Salahar on the operating table simultaneously.
A massive flow of data flashed rapidly across his projection interface.
The situation is worse than I imagined, but also more intriguing. Kelpharos' tone revealed a twisted excitement. His body has indeed reached its limit. However, his genetic seeds, the purest genetic material derived from the Genefather, are still undergoing a final resistance. It's like a loyal guard protecting a castle that is already deserted.
This gives us an opportunity. Unprecedented opportunity. What opportunity?
Mortal technology cannot save him.
Imperial technology cannot save him either.
Kelpharos' projection turned toward a tightly guarded silver metal box in the corner, but perhaps the technology of that annoying fellow can. Everyone's gaze converged on that box. It was brought by the Lion of Glory Strike Force, containing a complete set of equipment and key organs for conducting Primaris Space Marine augmentation procedures.
Primaris augmentation.
The leading mechanical priest screamed, absolutely not.
This is a desecration of the sacred form. Moreover, performing such a procedure on a dying veteran.
The success rate approaches 0. It will only accelerate his death and contaminate his precious genetic seeds. Aoka also displayed a look of terror.
He understood better than anyone the risks involved in augmentation procedures. Even for a healthy space marine, it was a gamble with death. Let alone Salahar in his current state.
This is not a surgery, it is murder. Krug fell silent. He did not understand biology, but he understood risk assessment.
This plan is too insane. Levin's fists clenched tightly.
One thought swirled in his mind, a glimmer of hope, even if only one in 10,000.
Do we have any other options?
No, Kelpharos replied bluntly. Either let him turn into a cold corpse in a few hours as he is now.
Or take a gamble.
Bet that his will born of the lion can overcome death itself.
I oppose. The mechanical priest roared, I will not allow you to conduct such heresy here. You have no authority to oppose Tech Priest. Valerian stepped forward to the operating table. He removed his helmet, revealing a face sculpted in gold. His gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on the broken body on the operating table.
Astra Salahar, the Knight Commander of the First Legion, sacrificed everything to protect me and to complete this execution mission.
His value far exceeds your imagination.
He is the hope for the future of the Empire, a living legend, someone who can prove to the Regent. I cannot let him die just like this. He turned his golden eyes like two burning stars, staring directly at the mechanical priest. I, Valerian of the Imperial Custodes, in the name of the Throne of Terra, hereby authorize and command the Rubicon Primaris procedure to be performed on Knight Commander Astra Salahar.
All personnel must comply unconditionally. Any delay or disobedience will be treated as treason. The entire operating room fell into a deathly silence. Treason.
Spoken from the mouth of an Imperial custodian, the weight of this word was enough to crush anyone's will. The mechanical priest's electronic eye flickered violently a few times, and finally he slowly lowered his half-mechanical head. As you command, Custodian Lord.
Valerian nodded, then looked at Aeokas and Krug.
I believe you understand him better than any apothecary or tech marine in the Empire.
The surgery is led by you. Kelpharos will provide technical support.
I will be here to personally supervise. Aeokas looked at the figure on the operating table, the one he had followed for 10,000 years, then glanced at Levin's hopeful eyes beside him, and finally looked at his blood-stained apothecary gloves. He recalled how Salahar had led them out of desperate battlefields. He remembered the boss' frequent words, as long as we are still fighting there is hope. Prepare for surgery. His voice regained the calmness and determination expected of an apothecary. Krug, prepare the power armor forced separation procedure. Oh great sage, I need the complete implantation plan for the Belisarius forge. The rest prepare plasma and vital serums. We will carry him across this river. The alloy door of operating room 1 closed heavily behind Valerian, locking shut. Outside only Raven and the surviving original forged warrior remained. Raven leaned against the cold wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. He could hear the harsh sounds of various mechanical arms and cutting tools emanating from the operating room. Each sound struck his nerves like a small hammer. He buried his head between his arms, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness for the first time in 10,000 years. He was a warrior and he understood only how to kill and fight. But here he could do nothing. He could only wait. Waiting for an outcome he could not foresee. Inside, the operating room had transformed into a bizarre workshop, merging the sacred with the heretical. Under the bright shadowless lights, the Imperial medical servos and the extra-mechanical tendrils of Kirpharos, which extended from the walls and flickered with blue electric light, surrounded the massive surgical table. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant mingled with machine oil, burnt flesh, and the acrid scent of plasma leaks, creating a nauseating mixture. Aeokas stood at the front of the surgical table. He had removed his upper body power armor and was dressed only in a black form-fitting worksuit. Kruger, how are the energy readings? The temperature of the reactor core is still at the critical point. I'm forcing a cooldown using the backup cooling system, but it won't hold for long. Kruger's voice came from the other side of the surgical table. He was operating a temporary control panel connected to numerous cables extending from Salahar's chest. The energy system of this armor is unlike any model I've seen before. It forms a symbiotic relationship with his body. I dare not forcibly sever it or he will die instantly. Then don't sever it. Go around it. The projection of Kirpharos floated above the surgical table, his countless mechanical eyes analyzing Salahar's body data at a billion times per second. Use my data phantom protocol to deceive its core controller. Make it think it's still functioning normally, but redirect the energy output to my backup battery pack. Several probes flickering with data streams extended from Kirpharos' mechanical arm, precisely piercing into several hidden interfaces of Salahar's armor. Begin separation. 2 massive medical servos extended high-frequency vibrating saws and plasma cutting torches, cautiously starting to cut away the armor that had fused with flesh and blood on Salahar's chest. The piercing sound of cutting echoed in the operating room, sparks flying. As the first charred armor plate was slowly pried open, everyone gasped. Beneath the armor there was no skin or muscle left. Only a charred, indistinguishable mass of tissue and fractured, slightly twitching white bones remained. His heart, which should have been a red powerful organ, had turned into a strange translucent crystalline substance covered with spiderweb-like cracks, pulsing weakly. Countless thin strands of energy connected from the surface of the heart to the surrounding fragments of armor. By the god of machines! A young mechanical priest exclaimed at the horrifying sight, only to be sharply knocked on the head by his mentor nearby with a mechanical arm. This is the price. Aeokas murmured. No time for lamentation, alchemist. Kirpharos' synthetic voice urged coldly, we are out of time. His cells are rapidly dying. Prepare to implant the Belisarius forge. A uniquely shaped spherical organ was lifted by a mechanical arm and placed beside Aeokas. This was the core of the original forged transformation, an auxiliary organ that could provide more powerful energy to the interstellar warrior. Iokas took a deep breath and began to clear the necrotic tissue from Salahar's chest cavity to make space for this new heart. Warning. Patient's vital signs are rapidly declining. Heart rate stopped. The monitor beside the surgical table emitted a beeping sound representing death. We've lost him. No. Not yet. Iokas roared, his eyes bloodshot from focus. Kruger. Use the external defibrillator. Maximum power. But that will turn his heart to ash. Follow the orders. Kruger gritted his teeth and pressed a red button on the control panel in front of him. Two large electric plates slammed down on Salahar's chest. The powerful current caused his body to convulse violently. On the monitor, the straight line representing death miraculously jumped upward for a moment, then fell silent again. Useless. Do it again. Kier Pharaohs. Directly inject the initial energy of the Belisarius Forge into his heart. Use it to kickstart him. There is a 97.8% chance of triggering a chain explosion, Alchemist. But there is a 2.2% chance it can save him. Execute. I like those odds. Energy injection starting. The silver Belisarius Forge was precisely placed into Salahar's chest cavity by Iokas. A probe extended from the sphere, piercing into his crystalline heart. A surge of pure and powerful energy rushed in instantly. On the monitor, the straight line of death began to jump violently and irregularly, resembling the heartbeat of a madman. Stabilized. He's coming back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The next few hours were long and tense. Implanting the amplifier, connecting new neural bundles, implanting the magnetic array, reinforcing bones, implanting the frontal lobe controller. Each step felt like dancing on the edge of a knife. Several times Salahar's vital signs dropped to the brink of death, but each time Iokas and Kruger pulled him back from the gates of hell in the most reckless and desperate manner. Valerian stood silently in the corner of the operating room like a statue, not uttering a word. It was unclear how much time had passed. When the last new organ was implanted and the final wound was sutured, the operating room finally fell silent. Salahar on the surgical table had transformed. His shattered chest was covered by a brand new gleaming metallic armor plate. The muscles beneath his skin seemed fuller. He appeared to have grown a few centimeters taller than before. Yet his eyes remained tightly closed, showing no signs of awakening. The vital signs on the monitor had stabilized, but the waveform representing brain activity remained a flat line. Phase 1 completed. Iokas sat exhausted on the ground, drenched in sweat. We saved his life. No, you have only prolonged his death. The projection of Kier Pharaohs poured cold water on them. His body is alive, but his soul, his will, is lost in a place we cannot reach. If he does not wish to return, no one can save him. Outside the alloy door, Raven stood up. He had heard the conversation within. He will come back. He will definitely come back. A month slipped away quietly during the long wait. The first phase of the surgery was completed with great difficulty, supported by the Empire's most advanced medical resources and Kier Pharaoh's technical assistance. But the result was incredibly disappointing. Salahar's body stabilized miraculously under the support of the newly implanted organs. His wounds were healing and his bodily functions were even slowly recovering. Yet he still had not awakened. He lay there quietly in the specially designed life pod like a king who had slept for 10,000 years, unresponsive to everything outside. 3 standard Terran months have passed. The flames of war in the Attila star system have mostly subsided. The remnants of the Red Pirates and the traitorous Astartes have been nearly eradicated by the 37th Assault Cluster commanded by Marshal Valens. The orcs who were embroiled in infighting and chaos have been pushed back to several uninhabited zones on the planet, temporarily posing no threat. The Empire has achieved victory in this battle, albeit in a tragic manner. The unyielding expedition fleet can finally take a breather and address the more complex issues left over from the battle. The fleet of Salahar, the Blade of the Unyielding, and several escort ships docked quietly beside the Oath of Glory like a group of orphans. Valerian has kept them there under the pretext of assisting in the investigation and protecting important witnesses. This serves both as protection and a form of house arrest. Life aboard the fleet has fallen into an unprecedented state of oppression. Raven, as the last remaining Supreme Commander, has had to shoulder all the responsibilities. Every day he feels like a tightly strung bowstring, managing the fleet's daily affairs, supervising the soldiers' training, and dealing with the various interrogations and suspicions from the Imperial bureaucrats. He has become even more silent and irritable than before. Only late at night does he go alone to the medical bay, staring through the thick glass of the life support chamber at the figure that sleeps sitting there for hours. Iokas and Kruger have almost taken up residence in the medical bay. They are tirelessly studying Salahar's body data and the projection of Kelferos, engaging in endless debates. They have tried various methods from ancient Caliban herbs to mechanical cult neural stimulation, but to no avail. Salahar's body has completely undergone original casting modifications, even stronger than a newly born original caste warrior. Yet his brain remains utterly silent. On this day in the vast training ground of the Oath of Glory, Raven is undergoing brutal combat training, facing 3 combat servitors set to the highest difficulty. He has abandoned the use of weapons, relying solely on his iron fists to engage in the most primal of brawls with the robots. Time and again he is knocked down only to rise again. He seems to feel no pain, mechanically pouring all his anger, sadness and helplessness onto these steel targets. The door to the training field opens. Daniel Cole, the battle captain of the Lion of Glory, enters. His armor has been restored, yet his gaze no longer carries the arrogance and rigidity it once did. He watches Raven quietly until Raven dismantles the last robot with a vicious headbutt. "If you keep practicing like this, you'll die here." Cole's voice is calm. Raven, panting heavily, turns to face Cole, his bloodshot eyes meeting his. "It's better than sitting here waiting to die. I'm sorry about your Knight Commander. None of us expected it to turn out this way. You all." Raven scoffs. "You Lions of Glory can recite the damned Astartes Codex, but what else can you do? Do you know what sacrifice is? Do you know what despair is? In the eyes of you new recruits clad in shiny armor, should we old-timers who have wandered for 10,000 years be swept into the dustbin of history?" Cole falls silent, recalling how his original caste brothers aboard the Claw of the Tyrant were easily slaughtered before the Chaos Terminators. Yet Salahar's veterans fought back against the enemy using the simplest, most effective tactics. He also remembers Salahar's last self-sacrificing blow. That kind of determination to sacrifice everything for victory is something he has never read in the Astartes Codex. "No, I was wrong. We were all wrong. We thought we inherited the power of the originals. But we forgot that we did not inherit their souls. We are merely stronger soldiers. And you are the true Astartes." Raven is taken aback. He did not expect this rigid, dogmatic purist to say such words. What use is there in saying this now? He won't come back. Perhaps, but his fleet, his brothers, are still here. If you need any assistance, the Lion of Glory will stand by your side. This is my promise to you, Daniel Cole, in the name of the battle captain. Raven looked at him speechless for a long time. Meanwhile, in the captain's cabin of the Oath of Glory, Marshal Valens is looking displeased as he stares at Valerian before him. "Lord Shield Captain, I must remind you. The war in Attila has ended and my fleet needs to return to the main war zone as soon as possible. We cannot waste precious time and resources here for a group of unknown Astartes. They are not unknown Astartes, Marshal. They are heroes of the First Legion, and their Knight Commander is a hero of the Empire. He saved your fleet, saved this planet, and saved my life. I understand his merits, my lord. However, he is now. The fact is, he is brain dead. We cannot keep an entire fleet here for a vegetative state." Valens argued, moreover, their fleet's technology and behavior patterns are completely incompatible with the Empire's current standards. The Tribunal and the Mechanicum have repeatedly pressured me to conduct a thorough investigation on them. Then let them come to me. Until I finish my observation of them, anyone who dares to lay a finger on them is declaring war against the Emperor himself. You. Valens stammered, unable to find his words. "And Marshal." Valerian stepped closer, leaning into Valens, speaking in a voice only they could hear. "You better pray that Knight Commander Salahar wakes up. Because he is the only one who can tell Regent Gil Lyman that Leon L. Johnson has returned in person. If he dies, this news can only be brought back to Terra by me. Can you imagine how the Regent and the Lion will react when they learn that you let their most important messenger die without saving him?" Marshal Valens' face turned pale, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Valerian straightened up, no longer looking at him, and turned to leave the captain's cabin. He knew that this reprimand would keep Valens in check for a while. Yet he was also filled with fatigue. He could suppress a fleet marshal, but could he suppress the entire bureaucratic system of the Empire? He arrived at the medical bay. Aokas and Kruger were huddled around a massive holographic projection conducting their final analysis. "No good. We have tried every method. His body is self-repairing. But there are no signs of activity in his brain. His soul has already departed." Kruger slammed his fist on the control console, producing a dull thud. Valerian walked over, looking at the quiet figure in the life support chamber. "Is there really no hope?" Aokas looked up at the golden giant, slowly shaking his head. We must accept reality, my lord. He has already returned to the golden throne." Valerian's last flicker of hope extinguished. They won the battle, yet lost a true hero.
Then let him depart with dignity. The location of the farewell ceremony was not chosen in the magnificent and grand flagship cathedral of the Imperial fleet but rather in the shipboard chapel of the Unyielding Blade. This place rather than a chapel resembled an ancient knightly hall. There were no intricate statues, no incense burners burning expensive spices, only cold rugged stone walls. On the walls were engraved names, the names of angels who had perished over the past 10,000 years in wandering in battle. At the end of the hall there was no emblem of the imperial double-headed eagle, only a tattered ancient battle flag belonging to the First Legion. Beneath the flag stood a simple altar made of black rock. At this moment, resting quietly on the altar, was a sword. The Unyielding Blade. Its blade, once shimmering with a dim glow, was now covered in web-like cracks, becoming indistinguishable from a piece of mundane iron. Behind the altar lay the lifepod of Salahar. Through the translucent hatch one could see his well-defined yet colorless face. He was clad in a brand new black 10 Malawian Quach's power armor specially tailored for him by the Pride of the Lion battle group. He looked like a sleeping knight ready to awaken at any moment, take up his sword and return to battle. Yet everyone knew he would never awaken again. The chapel was filled with people. Raven, Krug, Iokas and the few remaining space warriors of Salahar's fleet stood at the front wearing their black armor stripped of insignia like a group of silent crows. Behind them stood Valerian and the nearly healed silent nun. Dressed in silver power armor, she stood quietly there, her presence itself a silent mourning. Daniel Cole, leading an honor guard from the Pride of the Lion battle group, was also present. They had removed their helmets, their faces filled with solemnity and respect. Even Marshal Valens appeared here accompanied by his staff. He stood at the back of the crowd, his expression complex. The ceremony began in a stifling silence. The first to step forward was Raven. He had not prepared any speech. He simply approached the altar, gazing at the broken sword and the sleeping face behind it. "Boss." His voice was hoarse as if sandpaper had rubbed against it. "For 10,000 years we followed you, escaping from the fiery hell of Caliban, struggling in the storm of the etherspace, hiding like a pack of lost dogs in this godforsaken galaxy. Everyone says we are traitors, the Dark Angels want to kill us, the Empire wants to judge us. We have nothing except each other and this broken ship. It was you who always told us to survive. To keep fighting. To remember who we are the First Legion, the offspring of the Lion. Our loyalty needs no proof to anyone. But now. You lie here. You bastard. You won, you defeated Huron, you proved your worth to everyone. But why won't you wake up? Wake the hell up for me." He slammed his fist down on the altar before him. The hard rock cracked under his blow. Krug and Iokas immediately stepped forward, one on each side, restraining him and dragging him down. Raven no longer struggled like a child drained of all strength, he silently wept. The second to step forward was Daniel Cole. The once rigid devotee of the scriptures now wore a face filled with humility and guilt. I never thought that one day I would pay such respect to an unregistered Astartes." He bowed deeply to Salahar's lifepod. "I believed that the Astartes Codex was everything to us. Discipline, honor, tactics. All the answers were in that book. I thought that wanderers like you and your warriors were a stain on the honor of the Legion. I was wrong. On the bridge of the Claw of the Tyrant I watched my brothers, those stronger and better equipped Primaris warriors, be slaughtered like rookies before the minions of chaos. Yet your warriors could hold the line with the simplest of coordination. At that moment I understood. We new generation have sharper claws but haven't learned how to fight. We learned how to follow rules but forgot why we fight. It was Unite Commander Salahar who, through your actions and your final sacrifice, taught us the most important lesson. You showed us that true loyalty is not a doctrine written in books but a belief engraved in the soul. True strength does not come from stronger muscles but from the will to protect that belief at all costs. Your wandering has ended. But your legend will be carried on by us. The Pride of the Lion battle group will forever remember your name. We will strive to become true Astartes like you." Cole finished, bowed deeply once more and then stepped back. Finally Valerian stepped forward. His golden figure stood out in the dim chapel, shining brightly. He did not look at anyone, only quietly gazed at Salahar. "I have known many heroes." His voice was deep and powerful, echoing throughout the hall. "I have seen mortals face entire hordes of xenos alone for the Emperor. I have seen a Starwood Legion fight to the last man to protect an Est-world. I have seen comrades guard a throne in silence for 10,000 years due to a promise. They are all heroes. But Astra Salahar, you are different from them. They guarded the Empire's dominion, the lives of humanity. But you guard something more important than these, the ideal of the Empire. In you I seem to see the shadow of that era. The Emperor and his progeny together painted a brilliant future belonging to all humanity. A future filled with reason, courage and hope. That is the future we have long lost?" You reminded me and all of us through your actions that we are not just warriors, we are guardians. What we guard should not just be a decaying and stagnant empire but the dream it once represented. The regent is striving to pull the empire from the abyss. And you should have been his greatest support. Your existence is a bridge connecting the past and the future. Valerian slowly raised the spear of the guardian in his hand. I, Valerian shieldbearer of the Emperor's custodes, hereby declare Astra Salahar and all Astartes under his command their loyalty is beyond doubt. Their deeds will be recorded in history. Their fleet will be under the direct protection of the throne of Terra. Any doubt cast upon them is a doubt cast upon me. Any harm done to them is a provocation against the Emperor himself. His words rang out, each one like a heavy hammer striking Marshal Valen's heart. The ceremony concluded. One by one the crowd began to step forward, placing their hands on the shattered unyielding blade for a final farewell. Raven was the last. He stepped forward but did not touch the sword. He simply placed his helmet gently on the base of the life pod. It was an ancient rite of the First Legion, representing a knight offering everything to his lord. We will continue onward, boss, we will. Finish what you could not complete. He took one last look at the sleeping face, then resolutely turned and strode out of the chapel. He did not look back. For he knew that starting today he could no longer shed tears. The era of Salahar had come to an end. Now it was up to them, the survivors, to bear his name and will facing this cold universe alone. Darkness. Endless pure darkness. No sound, no light, no sensation, not even the concept of time. Salahar's consciousness floated in this void. He did not know who he was, where he was, or why he was here. He was like a soul that had never been born, sleeping eternally in the chaos before the birth of the universe. He should have slept on forever until his consciousness dissipated completely, returning to nothingness. But then a faint thing that did not belong to this darkness appeared. It was a wind. A wind carrying the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. The wind also carried the distant roar of some beast. Then the darkness began to recede and a pale gray-green light seeped in from above. The surrounding scene began to become clear. He found himself standing in a vast dark forest where towering trees like twisted giant hands blocked out the sky. Thick fog drifted between the tree trunks, severely limiting visibility. Beneath his feet was a thick layer of soft spongy humus. This was the forest of Caliban. The thought appeared in his mind without warning. He looked down at his hands. They were young, strong hands with no scars or calluses. He wore a simple hunting outfit, not the heavy Terminator armor. He felt no pain. The burning agony in his lungs from the singularity bomb that had tormented him was gone. The pain from the final blow enough to tear his soul apart was also gone. He felt an unprecedented lightness, but also an unprecedented confusion. Why am I here? He could not remember. His memories were as blurred as the fog-enshrouded forest. He only remembered that he had been fighting a very, very brutal battle. Then, what happened? He raised his head and looked into the depths of the forest. An ancient, almost instinctive impulse rose in his heart. Go home. He wanted to go home. He began to walk, heading deeper into the forest. He had no destination, no direction, only an indescribable intuition guiding him through the fog. This forest was both familiar and strange. He recognized the twisted trees, recognized the monsters with claws and fangs that flashed past in the mist. But something in the forest had changed. The trees had become more twisted, more malevolent. The roars of the monsters had become more frantic, more desperate. The entire forest was filled with a corrupt aura that made him uneasy. He walked for a long, long time. So long that he had forgotten the passage of time. A day, 2 days, or a year, a decade. He did not know. He just kept walking. Finally one day he walked out of the thick fog. The sight before him made him stop. Before him appeared a vast clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent fortress beyond description. It was not the simple and sturdy high tower of the First Legion in his memory. Rather, it was a colossal palace made of gold and bone, piercing the clouds, filled with holiness and majesty. Countless spires like swords stabbed into the gray sky. At the top of the palace a huge flaming double-head eagle banner fluttered slowly in the still air. This is. Why was he here? A powerful force drew him toward the magnificent palace. The palace gates opened silently for him. He entered the empty temple-like corridor. His footsteps echoed in the silent hall, sounding particularly lonely. He passed through one magnificent empty hall after another and finally arrived before a throne room of unimaginable size. The doors of the throne room were tightly shut. He reached out and gently pushed open the golden door. Behind the door was not the splendor he had imagined, but a deeper darkness. At the end of the darkness upon a high dais stood a throne entirely made of gold ornately decorated. And on the throne sat a figure. Old man. An old man who looked very, very tired. He wore a simple white robe, his black hair streaked with silver, and a simple golden crown on his head. His face was lined with the wrinkles of time, but his eyes were like two newborn stars, too bright to look at directly. In that golden light lay infinite wisdom and infinite sorrow. A king. The thought flashed through Salahar's mind instantly. He had never seen this monarch before, but the majesty and the crown revealed the identity of the person before him. Salahar's knees instinctively weakened and he wanted to kneel. It was a reverence that naturally arose in a mortal facing a king. But he could not. His body, like a puppet controlled by invisible strings, stood stiffly, unable to move. He wanted to speak, to ask, to say something. But his throat was locked, unable to make any sound. He could only stand there like a mortal who had trespassed into a sanctuary, helplessly subjected to the scrutiny of that gaze. The old man on the throne did not speak. He simply gazed at Salahar, that gaze crossing long ages, piercing through his flesh, his soul, all his memories, all his pain, all his loneliness. Under that gaze Salahar felt as naked as a newborn baby. After an unknown length of time, the old man slowly raised one of his hands. His movement seemed extremely labored, as if that arm were as heavy as the entire universe. He did not point at Salahar but at a wall beside the throne room. That wall was originally smooth black rock. But the moment the old man pointed at it, the rock's surface began to ripple like water. Then a mirror made of darkness with silver light shimmering at its edges emerged from the wall. Within the mirror was chaos. The old man withdrew his hand and looked at Salahar again. A majestic and ancient voice sounded directly in Salahar's mind. Look. Salahar involuntarily turned and walked toward the strange mirror. He did not know what he was about to see. He only knew that this was the king's will. And the king's will was not to be defied. Salahar stood before the immense mirror forged of darkness. Its surface resembled a fathomless universe devoid of starlight. He sensed a faint pull emanating from the mirror, as if trying to draw his very consciousness into it. The mirror's surface began to undulate. The darkness rippled like a pond disturbed by a stone, sending concentric waves across the expanse. Then a twisted, horrifying image materialized within the mirror. It was a world in the throes of decay. The sky was a sickening yellow-green, raining viscous, foul-smelling acid. The land had become a morass teeming with plague and maggots. Countless bloated, rotting corpses trudged through the mire with agonizing effort. Even larger demons of Nurgle, stitched together from countless bodies and pestilent boils, roared and reveled within the swamp. The entire world exuded an aura of despair and corruption. Suddenly the sky was torn asunder. Pillars of pure golden flame descended like divine judgment, piercing the defiled earth like blades of retribution. Where the fire touched, all rot and plague were cleansed. The shambling corpses let out silent shrieks as they turned to ash in the flames. The colossal demons of Nurgle were also engulfed by silver fire, their massive forms melting and collapsing in the inferno. Salahar saw a figure descending from the heavens at the heart of the blazing conflagration that consumed all. He wore azure power armor, clutching a blazing holy sword, alone in setting this rotting world ablaze. Everywhere that Astartes stepped became a burning hell. Yet Salahar could sense that the power he wielded was more than mere psychic energy. The burning sacred sword contained a more primal, purer and more domineering force. It might be the Emperor's own power. The Emperor's will, projected through his greatest creation and through the sword that once belonged to him, cast an unending fury into the warp. The scene shifted. The decaying world vanished, replaced by a vast, boundless red desert illuminated by twin suns. A series of piercing engine roars echoed across the desert. Salahar saw several sleek yet sinister blade-like Eldar aircraft skimming low at high speed. Behind them a white lightning bolt gave relentless chase. It was a space marine. He rode a heavily modified jet bike that belched white exhaust. His power armor was pure white, adorned with red lightning motifs. His speed was incredible, leaving a long afterimage in his wake. White scars. The White Scar warrior gripped a glowing, energy-bladed Eastern-style longsword. He piloted his bike with deft agility, evading the beams fired by the Eldar aircraft while steadily closing the distance. Suddenly he executed an astonishing maneuver. While traveling at high speed, he abruptly rose from his bike and, using the momentum, launched himself like an arrow from a bow, leaping toward the last Eldar aircraft. In midair his longsword traced a perfect crescent-shaped arc. The Eldar aircraft, along with its pilot, was silently cleaved in two. Just then the White Scar warrior seemed to sense something. He snapped his helmeted head around, and those crimson tactical lenses appeared to pierce through the barriers of time and space, through the mirror itself, locking directly onto Salahar's gaze. A wild, untamed gale-like will slammed into Salahar's mind. Who? A roar laced with fury and warning detonated within his consciousness. Then the White Scar slashed his longsword at the void. Crack! The image in the mirror shattered like broken glass, instantly fragmenting into countless shards. Salahar's mind reeled violently. That was... Before he could recover from the shock, the mirror's vision shifted once more. This time he saw a colossal forge nestled deep within a volcano. Molten lava flowed like rivers around the forge. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and metal. A towering figure stood before the forge, bare-chested. He held a massive warhammer, tirelessly pounding a piece of metal on the anvil. The metal seemed unremarkable, but with each blow it emitted a thunderous roar like a dragon's cry and showered sparks like countless stars. Salahar could feel the earth-shattering power contained within that metal. It was a weapon, capable of slaying a god. Salamanders. Salahar could not recall any son of Vulcan who was so tall and powerful. Why did that old man show him these things? What did these strange Astartes have to do with him? As he pondered, he sensed a new presence in the throne room. A presence as cold, deadly and sharp as a drawn blade. He turned. Behind him, standing silently, was a tall figure. He was not wearing a helmet, revealing the face Salahar had seen countless times in his dreams. That face was much older than he remembered. His golden hair had turned silver. Deep wrinkles lined his face. The most striking feature was his thick, meticulously trimmed beard. But those eyes, the purest eyes of the Caliban forests, remained unchanged. They still held the unique majesty and ruthlessness of Lionel Johnson. Father! Salahar's body and soul trembled. He opened his mouth to call out, to explain. F.A. Yet not a single word could escape his lips. He saw no joy of reunion on Lion's face. An icy voice echoed in Salahar's mind. What are you doing here? The next instant Lion raised his foot clad in green power armor and kicked hard at Salahar's chest. Salahar felt as if an invisible great hammer had struck his soul. The world before him, the throne, the old man Lion, all shattered and broke apart in an instant. It all dissolved into a blinding eternal white light. Alert! Life signs exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. Neural system signals. Reconnecting. Mechanical prompts echoed intermittently as if emanating from a distant world, gradually permeating the pure white consciousness space of Salahar. The blinding white light began to fade. Endless darkness surged back once more. But this time there was something else within the darkness. He could sense his own body. A feeling of heaviness, rigidity, as if trapped in millennia of ice. He could hear some voices. Muffled voices mingled with sorrow and despair. Do we really have to do this, Raven? Leave him here all alone. What else is there to do? Raven's voice was hoarse and weary. Leave him on the Empire's ship so they can study him like a museum artifact. No. This place is his home. This ship is our home. But this is too cruel. For him, for us, it's too cruel. This is the peace he deserves, Ioka's. He has fought for 10,000 years, he is weary. Now let him rest well. The rest of the journey we shall take. Home. The unyielding blade. These familiar words acted like a key, unlocking the floodgates of Salahar's memory. Countless images surged into his mind in an instant. The battlefield of Attila, the Imperial Guards, Valerian, the decapitation plan, Huron, Blackheart, the fallen Silent Nun, the final strike that burned his soul, the betrayal of the Alpha Legion, the explosion of the battleship. Everything came rushing back. Am I still alive? He wanted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as mountains. He wanted to move his fingers, but his body felt like a statue drained of its soul, unresponsive to any command. His consciousness was like a prisoner locked in an airtight iron box, able to perceive everything outside yet unable to respond. Is everything ready? Ready. Kruger's voice sounded filled with suppressed sorrow. The ship's gene seed vault has entered the highest level of preservation status. This chamber is the safest place on the ship. Unless the unyielding blade is completely destroyed, no one can find this place. Good. Salahar could feel himself lying on a cold, flat platform. Around him stood several people. He could distinguish the essence of each person. The suppressed volcanic essence of Raven. The oil and metal-scented essence of Kruger. The bloody and medicinal scent of Ioka's. And several others, the remaining old soldiers who had wandered with him for 10,000 years. They were all here. Were they here to say goodbye to me? A surging wave of immense, indescribable sorrow and unwillingness welled up in his heart. No. I cannot just lie here. I am not dead yet. I have not yet proven my loyalty to my father. I have not yet. His will screamed wildly in his mind. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to regain control over his body.
He could feel that new heart of his beating steadily and powerfully in his chest, providing an endless supply of energy to this new body. He could sense that within his reinforced bones and muscles lay a strength far greater than before. However, there was an insurmountable chasm between his brain and body, preventing his commands from being conveyed.
Let's go. No. Don't go. I'm here. I can hear. Salahar's soul silently screamed.
He could feel those familiar essences drifting away from him one by one. Despair began to drown his consciousness like cold seawater. At that moment the last image flashed through his mind. In the throne hall, his father Leon Eljuanson, that cold face. A surge of volcanic-like anger instantly ignited his flickering will.
No.
I, Astra Salahar, Knight Commander of the 1st Legion, Scion of the Lion.
I cannot die like this. I must stand up. I must prove to the Emperor, to the Lion. The loyal warrior has not yet fallen.
I want you to know your son has never disappointed you. This powerful will woven of anger and unwillingness struck like a primordial lightning bolt, cleaving the chasm between his consciousness and body. He felt a faint connection being re-established. He concentrated all of his will on that point.
Move. Make me move.
He issued the most primal command to his body.
In the chamber. Raven was preparing to turn and leave.
He took one last look at the figure lying quietly on the stone platform, his eyes filled with endless sorrow.
Farewell, Salahar.
He reached out, wanting to touch the cold stone platform one last time. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the platform, he saw that the right hand, which should have remained still adorned with a black power glove, its pinky finger twitched ever so slightly.
Raven's movements froze. Was it an illusion?
He held his breath, staring intently at that hand.
The entire chamber was eerily silent, only the faint hum of the life support system could be heard. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened.
Perhaps
it really was just my eyes playing tricks. Raven's heart sank. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, preparing to withdraw his hand.
Just then the index finger of that hand bent once more and more distinctly than before.
This time it was not just Raven. Kruger and Iokas, standing behind him, also noticed it.
What is that? Iokas dashed to the nearby monitoring device, looking at the previously straight line representing brainwaves on the display.
On that line, an extremely faint yet real peak appeared.
By the almighty machine god and the Emperor above. Iokas' voice trembled as he pointed at the screen, turning to look at Raven, his eyes bursting with ecstatic light.
He is still here. His will has returned.
All eyes were focused on the figure on the stone platform. They held their breath, waiting. It felt as if a century had passed.
That right hand, adorned with a black power glove, its 5 fingers slowly one by one tightened.